After entering the narrative, Qin Shu discovers that she is merely an imposter who has usurped her half-sister's place in the pursuit of immortality. After 8 arduous years of cultivation, her half-sister, armed with the talents of an ordinary mortal, embarks on the path of enlightenment, and Qin Shu's facade is publicly stripped away, cast out from her sect with only the 3rd level of Qi training. Her exquisite beauty becomes the object of desire, leading to her being refined into a cauldron, destined to perish within 3 years. Gazing out at the dimly lit dawn, Qin Shu is engulfed in contemplation. She resolves to diligently cultivate her skills, striving to elevate her powers before her half-sister's ascendance, in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 1. If life were to last only 8 years. Qin Shu feels as though her entire being has been shattered, each sinew and bone pervaded by excruciating agony. Her eyelids seem to weigh 1,000 pounds, and through a haze of crimson, even the candlelight appears tinged with blood. Sister, did you ever consider the consequences of taking my place at the Xintian gate that day? A languid female voice drifts into her ears, alternating between proximity and distance, causing her to question whether this is yet another nightmare. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of fracturing bones echoes once more, and the pain swiftly engulfs her. She cries out in torment. Her legs. This is not a dream. She opens her eyes to behold a woman before her, adorned in ancient attire, casually toying with a long sword. This visage is one she has never encountered before. Sister, I thought you had a strong constitution. It seems not so formidable after all, haha. I hardly exerted any effort. Yet how did it crumble so easily? Her tone is light, as if she has accomplished something worth boasting about. Crimson blood trails down Qin Shu's forehead. She attempts to raise her hand to wipe it away, only to find her arm already a mangled mess, rendered immobile. Cease squandering your precious moments on her, Mian Mian. The mystic realm of Senmyo is on the cusp of unfurling. Bestow upon her a swift resolution. For the first time, Qin Shu experienced the sensation of a fractured heart. The merciless blade pierced her very core, and in her final gaze, she indelibly etched the woman's countenance into the recesses of her mind. Upon reopening her eyes, Qin Shu found herself once more at the threshold of the Xintian sect. A dull ache lingered in her chest, and the piercing sunlight cast her into a state of bewilderment. The surroundings remained unfamiliar, and she struggled to discern the era she now inhabited. The boisterous chatter of children drew her consciousness back into the clamor. Regaining her composure, she surveyed her surroundings. Arrayed beside her were rows of young children, the eldest not exceeding 15 years, and the youngest a mere 6 or 7. They seemed to be discussing matters of spiritual roots, which she struggled to comprehend. Her mind felt clouded, and she raised a hand to massage her temples. In an instant, a deluge of memories flooded her mind. She had transmigrated into a novel. She had crossed into a Xintian novel she had perused just days prior, a book featuring a female supporting character who shared her very name. At the time, she had exclaimed at the coincidence, never imagining that she would soon become her. The protagonist's brother, Qin Yue, had rescued a descendant of an elder of the Xintian sect. In gratitude, the elder had promised him a place for his sister in the Xintian sect. However, the protagonist's stepmother, Madame Qin, upon learning of this, secretly arranged for her own biological daughter to usurp the protagonist's place and enter the Xintian sect. Little did they anticipate that the protagonist possessed extraordinary talent, capable of attaining enlightenment through martial prowess even without the aid of a sect. The tale of her sister's substitution swiftly spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The Xintian Gong, envious of such a promising talent, delved into the past misdeeds of the Qin family and, to affirm their stance, expelled her sister from the sect without hesitation. Her sister, lacking in aptitude, could only ascend to the status of an ordinary outer disciple within the Xintian Gong, possessing merely a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of Qi refinement at the time of her expulsion. No sooner had she stepped beyond the mountain gate than she fell into the clutches of demonic cultivators. Due to her exquisite beauty, she was transformed into a furnace for their nefarious practices, enduring unimaginable torment. After a harrowing escape from their grasp, she was recaptured by her once-admired senior brother, who delivered her directly into the hands of the heroine, Qin Mian, thus allowing the latter to vent her pent-up resentment. Qin Shu found herself inhabiting the role of this sister, never anticipating that the seemingly trivial phrase in the narrative vented her resentment would manifest in such a manner. Her entire body was shattered, her bones broken, and she clung to life with the aid of elixirs, refusing to succumb immediately to death. Had it not been for her senior brother's recent urgings, she might have continued to devise new forms of self-torment. It was truly cruel. Yet, what astounded her further was the revelation that after her initial death within the narrative, she would be reborn on the very day her original self replaced Qin Mian at the Zhuangnianggong. At this juncture, Qin Shu was merely 10 years old. Her original self had lamented countless times, expressing that given another chance, she would never set foot into the Zhuangnianggong again. However, that self had perished, and after Qin Shu took her place, the 21st century Qin Shu now occupied her former role. This dilemma lay before Qin Shu. To move forward would mean reliving, however. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shu resolutely chose Xiantian Gate. While the sky may be vast enough for birds to soar, one must possess the ability to take flight. She had only just completed her college entrance examination 2 months prior and knew nothing of the world. How would she survive outside of Xiantian Gate? It was likely that she would not last 8 years before meeting her untimely demise. To enter the realm of cultivation, one must possess a spiritual root. The mother of the original body had, through some obscure channel, learned that her daughter was endowed with such a root, which emboldened her to allow Qin Shu to take Qin Mian's place in pursuit of a promising path in the celestial realm. Yet, Qin Shu was acutely aware that while she had the potential to embark on the path of immortality, her fate was not destined for ascension. The original body possessed 3 spiritual roots, barely qualifying for the threshold of Xiantian's sect. Barring any extraordinary encounters in her life, she would likely only achieve the foundation-building stage at best. Fire, wood, and earth 3 spiritual roots, predominantly fire, with values of 71, 56, and 48, announced the disciple assessing the spiritual roots, his tone unwavering. "Go stand over there," someone beside her nudged her, speaking in a gruff voice. Coming to her senses, Qin Shu realized that the speaker was the very immortal who had brought her back from the mortal realm. She obediently complied, only to hear the immortal's voice behind her once more, as if conversing with another. "I made the long journey to the mortal realm just to bring back a 3-root cultivator. At least I've repaid the debt owed to that Qin family. 3 roots are still 3 roots. The sect is vast. Surely someone must undertake the labor. She must be able to stay first. The second round of testing is imminent, and judging by her physique, it looks grim." Qin Shu hurriedly took a few steps forward, squeezing into the crowd to find her place, finally exhaling a breath of pent-up anxiety. According to the original narrative, the protagonist was supposed to possess wood, fire, and water spiritual roots. It was precisely due to the incompatibility of water and fire that her cultivation speed had always been impeded. How then did she transform into someone with fire, wood, and earth attributes? Qin Shu pondered this in silence, having instinctively disregarded the disparaging remarks that echoed nearby. What was wrong with possessing 3 spiritual roots? As long as she had spiritual roots, she could cultivate. In her previous life, she was a student of Tsinghua University, albeit having just received her acceptance letter and not yet having set foot on campus. Yet in this life, she sought not ascension, but merely a means to survive. Was that too much to ask? What was wrong with being an outer disciple? What was wrong with labor? It is only through diligence that one reaps rewards, and earning some spirit stones would be beneficial. In 8 years, her half-sister would emerge into the world, and during these 8 years, she must strive to enhance her cultivation so that she could sustain herself outside the Xiantian sect. The sect does not support idlers. The new disciples like her are only entitled to a modest provision of foundational elixirs and spirit stones during their first year. Beyond that, they must bear the responsibility for their cultivation techniques and even their basic needs. It seems that while she cultivates, she must also save a considerable amount of spirit stones, so that when Qin Mian rises to prominence, she will be prepared to make her escape. Chapter 2. The long, dead high school math suddenly attacks. If we compare Xiantian Gate to a large company, those personally taught disciples are like senior executives. And in the future, it will be these low-ranked disciples who support them. Of course, if one day the sect encounters a catastrophe, it will also be those with high cultivation levels who stand up first. Qin Shu silently stepped into the crowd. There were at least 70 or 80 people in her group. After the initial screening, there would surely be 100 or 200 in total. Then, there would be a second round test. Only after passing the questioning the heart path in the second round could one truly enter Xiantian Gate. Those who came to participate in the entrance selection of Xiantian Gate were all children. With innocent minds, they generally rarely failed the questioning the heart path. Before embarking on the questioning the heart path, Qin Shu was still curious. Did she have a demon in her heart? If so, what was it? However, she never dreamed that the demon that haunted her would be like this. At that moment, she was sitting at a desk, and in front of her was a specialized practice test paper. On the title, there was a large line of words: solve the general term formula and the sum of the first-in terms. Qin Shu, the long, dead high school math suddenly attacked her in the immortal, cultivating world. Sequences were her nightmare. Functions and geometry were simple for her, but it was the sequence. Back then, she had to practice thousands of questions before she could completely master it. It had been 2 months since the college entrance examination. Perhaps she had gradually forgotten many knowledge points, but solving the general term formula and the sum of the first-in terms had already been engraved in her DNA. Oh, so this is the so-called demon in the heart. It's nothing special, she wrote vigorously. And only after doing more than 100 math problems did the demon in her heart finally let her go. The illusory realm before her eyes dissipated, revealing a flight of bluestone steps that extended all the way up to the clouds. There were at least 100 people on the steps. After all, only a few, like her, had been ensnared in the mental illusory realm the moment they set foot on the steps. Qin Shu was taken aback and realized she had to hurry. She had wasted too much time on the math problems. She promptly scrambled up the steps using both her hands and feet. The movement was not graceful, yet it was effective. Soon, she overtook a dozen people. Some, upon seeing her actions, scoffed at the idea of emulating her. However, others took inspiration from her, thinking that as long as they could pass the test, appearance was of no consequence. Qin Shu's original self was, after all, a young miss and not yet of age. Even though she exerted all her strength, she ran out of energy halfway up. The scorching sun baked the steps, and she was as soaked as if she had been immersed in water. She collapsed on the steps, resembling a dried-up salted fish. When her buttocks got unbearably hot, she even managed to turn over. According to the rules of the mysterious heaven gate, if one failed to reach the summit before sunset, it indicated a flawed state of mind. Such individuals, no matter how talented, would not be accepted into the mysterious heaven gate. Breaking a task into smaller parts was an essential skill for every senior high school student. Qin Shu resolutely divided the remaining distance and time into 4 segments in her mind. She aimed to complete one segment within each time period and then take a 10-minute break to recuperate. She closed her eyes and took a brief 10-minute nap. Then she got up and crawled 1/4 of the remaining distance at the speed she had calculated before stopping again to regain her strength. Finally, she reached the last step just in time. A spiritual light struck her, instantly dispelling all her fatigue and sweat. Feeling her strength gradually returning, Qin Shu got up, clasped her fists in salute to the disciples of the mysterious heaven gate not far away, and said, "Thank you, immortal masters." An elder noticed her and summoned a disciple under him to inquire about the girl's aptitude. "She seems rather smart, and her rhythm of climbing the mountain is quite good. How about her potential?" The disciple replied, "Your reverence, that young woman is named Qin Shu. She hails from Fanyin City, is just 10 years old, and possesses 3 spiritual roots." Upon learning that she had 3 spiritual roots, the elder immediately lost interest. "What a pity," he murmured. Eventually, the scorching sun set. As the sky gradually darkened, the bell of Xiantian Gate resounded across the entire celestial mountain. Qin Shu glanced around. Approximately 70 to 80 people had successfully reached the summit. Some of them would enter the inner sect as direct disciples of the elders, while others, like her, would enter the outer sect. Regardless of their destinations, they had all joined Xiantian Gate. Congratulations to Xiantian Gate for gaining 70 to 80 new acolytes, the elder declared. Those who have passed our path of inquiry are all individuals with steadfast hearts. Today, as you enter Xiantian Gate, you have merely taken the first step on the path of immortality. In the next 3 days, each of you shall choose a mountain peak and commence your cultivation. Qin Shu folded her arms and regarded the young men around her, their eyes aglow with excitement. She felt out of place among them, considering her prematurely mature mindset. As for which mountain peak to choose, she had already made up her mind. The pill-making sect was undoubtedly the best choice. In the original story, the original self had joined the pill-making sect and thus met a senior brother who was wholeheartedly devoted to Qin Mian. However, Qin Shu was not going to veer off onto an unsuitable path just to avoid potential future events. With her 3 spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth, where else could she possibly go but for pill-making? While the other disciples were still hesitating, Qin Shu had long since slung her small bundle over her back and headed off to the pill-making sect to register. At this moment, there was not a single person at the registration point of the pill sect, allowing Qin Shu to become the first one. The disciple in charge of registration had just yawned. When he opened his eyes, he saw a person standing in front of him. "Oh, you're here so soon?" he asked leisurely. Qin Shu gave a mischievous smile, her long and narrow eyes curving upwards, revealing a row of pearly teeth. Hello, senior brother. I thought coming early would let me pick a good accommodation. When she raised his eyebrows and routinely asked, what's your name? How old are you? What are the values of your spiritual roots? Qin Shu, 10 years old, with 3 spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth. The values are 71, 56, and 48 respectively. When she picked up the pen and started writing without raising his head. Why did you choose our pill sect? Qin Shu replied seriously, I've heard that pill masters are wealthy. When Qi's mouth twitched and his hand paused, a blot of ink immediately fell on the registration paper. He casually waved his hand, and the ink stain disappeared. Then he raised his eyes to look at Qin Shu. With sword-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes, he was as bright as the moon and as radiant as the stars. In an instant, Qin Shu came back to her senses and sighed inwardly. What a handsome appearance. If this senior brother were born in modern times, he'd surely be a superstar. Her reaction softened when Qi's expression a bit. He thought to himself that his master's method was unfeasible. Who would choose a sect based on looks? Why bother? Although their pill sect couldn't compete with the sword sect, there were still quite a few people coming each session. There was no need to go to such lengths. Because of Qin Shu's clear and honest gaze, he thought more highly of her and scoffed. You're quite straightforward. He casually tossed over a storage pouch. This is for newly recruited disciples from the sect. Go in. You can choose any of the houses you can see at the foot of the mountain. It's indeed an advantage to come early. The prohibitions on the houses already occupied have been activated, and these newly arrived young disciples without cultivation can't see them. Qin Shu received the storage pouch, clasped her fists, and then asked, Thank you, senior brother. May I know your honorable name? Qin Shu was taken aback. Qi was the second senior brother of the pill sect. In the original work, he was handsome and highly cultivated, yet he was unkind to everyone. Just as they were talking, several more disciples arrived. Fearing that someone would vie with her for a dwelling later, Qin Shu quickly slipped away. Chapter 3. Picking up a snake. The residences for new disciples were all at the foot of the mountain. That was all they could see. Above, the entire pill sect was veiled in hazy mist, and nothing could be clearly discerned. After a brief glance, Qin Shu promptly selected a house with a nursery in front to reside in. This house was rather secluded. To the west was a cold pool, making it extremely quiet. The moment she stepped into the room, the prohibition of the whole house was activated, and the little house she had chosen gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Seeing this, the other disciples understood. Apparently, only one person could live in each house, so they quickened their pace. Qin Shu, who had already chosen a house, leisurely sat down on the chair, opened the Qiankuan pouch in her hand, and emptied its contents onto the table. A great deal of items emerged. There were the outer disciple uniforms, a copy of Newcomer's Guide, an identity token, a jade slip, and a bottle of pills. Qin Shu was the first to reach out and touch the moon, white school uniform. The fabric felt silky to the touch, far more comfortable than the school uniforms in later generations. She then picked up the Newcomer's Guide and skimmed through it. It instructed the newly initiated disciples on how to use the identity token and the jade slip, but made no mention of the bottle of pills. She first swiped the identity token behind the door, and a white glow gradually enveloped the entire small cottage. From then on, this room truly belonged to her. No one below the nascent soul stage could pry into it with their divine sense. Qin Shu felt a surge of security. As the Newcomer's Guide directed, she placed the jade slip on her forehead and slowly closed her eyes. The pure white jade slip emitted a gentle, egg-white radiance, and the information within it gradually projected into Qin Shu's mind. It generally recounted that 2,000 years ago, the mysterious heavenly immortal venerable established this sect here. Over the past 2,000 years, with the efforts of countless disciples, the mysterious heavenly gate had achieved its current status in the cultivation world. At the end, it also included a spell for guiding qi into the body and informed them that only those who succeeded in guiding qi into the body could go to the sect's skill transmission hall to receive a cultivation technique. Newly initiated disciples could receive 10 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of qi, replenishing pills each month in the first year. After 1 year, this benefit would cease. Additionally, disciples who had been in the sect for more than a year must take on one sect mission each month, and they could defer the missions for up to 6 years. If one is reluctant to undertake the tasks, they can also spend points to hire others to do them. She opened her eyes and took a moment to absorb these miscellaneous rules. Only then did her gaze fall again on the bottle of pills on the table. The porcelain bottle was entirely of a verdant hue, and it felt smooth and warm to the touch. Evidently, it was no ordinary item. The mysterious Skygate was quite generous, offering such a large bottle of pills upon one's entry. She held the bottle and examined it for quite a while. Then, she pulled out the bottle stopper and a refreshingly fragrant aroma wafted out from the porcelain bottle. Fearing the loss of the medicine's potency, she quickly replaced the stopper. However, she still couldn't fathom what these pills were for. Oh well, she supposed she'd find out in due time. After Qin Shu tidied up her things, she didn't immediately commence her cultivation. On this day, she had first experienced a transmigration and then a rebirth, and she'd also climbed the mountain for a whole day. Both physically and mentally exhausted, she decided she at least needed to take a bath and have a meal. She picked up the wooden basin on the rack, fetched some water from the cold pond at the back, and gave herself a good scrub. Then, she changed into clean clothes. The moon, white robe truly suited her aesthetic sensibilities. She also untied the original owner's elaborate hair ornaments and casually put up a bun. After getting herself presentable, she stepped out of the door. Familiarizing herself with the terrain was one thing, and she also had to find a way to satisfy her hunger. The young disciples who had entered the sect with her seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not a single one was to be seen. She had no choice but to retrace her steps to the front of the pill sect and found Wen Qi, who had just finished registering and was about to leave. Senior brother. Wen Qi frowned slightly. When he turned around and saw her face, his eyebrows arched, and he said with great interest, "TSK, this look is excellent. You're like a young Taoist nun." Qin Shu couldn't figure out for a moment whether he was complimenting her. Moreover, they weren't on familiar enough terms to banter with each other. She was afraid that if this gentleman in front of her got angry, he might just wave his sleeve and sweep her out of the mountain gate. She quickly asked, "Senior brother, where should newly enrolled disciples go for meals?" When she had already reached the golden core stage and had long since achieved the state of fasting. Hearing her question, he was slightly stunned. He came from a noble family and had grown up eating fasting pills, which contained few impurities. Since he abstained from earthly food, he naturally had no desire for earthly delicacies. Qin Shu looked at his expression, utterly confused. It couldn't be that they were so heartless as to let these newly enrolled young disciples fend for themselves, could it? This body was only 10 years old. Facing Qin Shu's full-faced bewilderment, when she gave a light cough and then answered seriously, "Get up early tomorrow and ask others. Your senior brother doesn't know about this. When I went down the mountain today, I saw a golden rainbow pomegranate tree in the northwest of the cold pond. It has just ripened these days. Go and pick some to fill your stomach first." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and kindly sent Qin Shu off. When Qin Shu flew away on the wind and landed precisely in the cold pond, she really suspected that this second senior brother had done it on purpose. It wasn't without reason that the original work said he looked down on everyone. Fortunately, she landed on the edge. If she were to drown again, she'd really have to go to the king of hell to seek justice. Crawling out of the cold pond using both hands and feet, as the evening breeze gently brushed across the water's surface, Qin Shu shivered. She sighed. What kind of earthly hardships were these? Even after coming to cultivate immortality, she still suffered from hunger and cold. It would probably sound unbelievable if she told others. She wrung out her wet sleeves and the hem of her clothes, then resignedly headed northwest. If she failed to find this golden rainbow pomegranate tree, she would surely be on bad terms with Wen Qi. Fortunately, Wen Qi wasn't completely heartless. After walking about 2 li, she spotted a fruit tree in the moonlight. The exhausted her suddenly gained motivation and bounced up and down trying to reach the fruits on the tree. Due to her insufficient height, she could only get 4 fruits before she couldn't reach any more. Hungry and desperate, Qin Shu simply hugged the tree and shook it, hoping to shake down 2 ripe fruits. However, the next moment, a cold and slippery thing landed on her shoulder. Qin Shu was so startled that she jumped. She reached out to touch it, and her hand felt the cold and smooth scales. Almost instinctively, she leaped up on the spot. As she moved, the thing on her shoulder fell to the ground. Summoning up her courage, Qin Shu went to take a look and saw a small black snake as thick as a thumb and as long as a forearm. The little black snake was in a sorry state. Its scales were missing in patches, and there was still faint blood oozing out. Qin Shu never dreamed that she would end up bringing back a snake. She hadn't yet led Qi into her body and was still just an ordinary mortal. While this little black snake, no matter how weak it was still a spiritual beast that had grown up on the immortal mountain. If it bit her, she wasn't sure if she'd live to see 8 years later. Alas, she let out a long sigh. Damn this compassion of hers. Chapter 4. My body leaks air. Qin Shu felt that it was her fault that the little snake had ended up in such a miserable state. How could she just turn a blind eye? It had been sleeping soundly in the tree. Who asked her to be so careless as to shake the tree? And it had been smashed to a state of being covered in wounds. Now, she could only hope that this little black snake was intelligent and wouldn't bite randomly. Qin Shu fetched water from the cold pool and wiped the blood off the little snake's body. The clear water in the basin gradually turned crimson. Qin Shu couldn't help but sigh. How could such a little snake bleed so much? How severely injured it must be. She casually splashed the bloody water into the nursery in front of the door. When she returned to the room and looked at the severely wounded little snake again, she suddenly had an idea and quickly rummaged through the small parcel brought by the original body. Lady Qin knew there were constant battles in the cultivation world. Fearing that her daughter might get hurt, she had packed some excellent golden store medicine and some gold and jade pendants for her. Qin Shu picked up 2 pieces of horseshoe-shaped gold with trembling hands. Her feelings at that moment were indescribable. In her 2 lifetimes combined, it was the first time she had seen so much gold. However, it was useless. In the cultivation world, what was needed were spirit stones. And she was still penniless. She dejectedly took out a bottle of golden store medicine from the parcel. Whether it was a mortal thing or not didn't matter. As long as it could heal wounds, it would do. Apart from this, she couldn't come up with any other sacred healing items at present. She carefully sprinkled the powder of the golden store medicine on the little black snake's body. Perhaps it felt a bit of pain, and the little snake twitched slightly. Qin Shu immediately frowned. The snake's body was already slippery, and it just wouldn't stay still. How could that be? She raised her head and let her gaze sweep across the room. Finally, it settled on a silk scarf of the original owner. Her eyes immediately lit up. After a flurry of activity, when she clapped her hands in satisfaction upon completing her task, a stick with a bowknot appeared before her. Qin Shu looked at her masterpiece and smiled contentedly. This was definitely the most perfect bowknot she had ever tied in her life. I've done my best. Fate decides life and death. If you really can't get through this, you can't blame me. Qin Shu clasped her fists and murmured to the snake-shaped stick in front of her. 10 days ago, Xie was undergoing the thunder tribulation for ascension. Unexpectedly, a traitor among his disciples leaked the news. He was ambushed by 8 ancestors in the combined body stage of the Orthodox sect. They took advantage of his vulnerability during the tribulation to launch a sneak attack. With his powerful original form, he managed to endure the thunder tribulation and fight back. In the end, although he successfully escaped, he was severely injured and couldn't even maintain his original form. He had to shrink and fell off the immortal mountain. Naturally, those 8 elders didn't fare well either. They all returned seriously wounded. Xie himself never expected that he would fall into the pill, making sect of Xiantian Gate and be picked up boldly by a young boy who hadn't even led Qi into his body. That golden wound healing medicine was quite remarkable in the mortal world, but for Xie who had endured 81 thunderbolts of the tribulation, its effect was negligible. Although it was only a negligible effect, it was still better than nothing. At this moment, Xie was like a withered branch all over. Only the protected heart vein kept him alive. The thickly applied golden wound healing medicine by Qin Shu was like the gentle spring rain, moistening all things silently. Xie slumbering consciousness detected a slight change and dispatched a sliver of his divine sense to investigate. At this glance, he was utterly flabbergasted. Where was he now? He was still wrapped in a shabby, pinkish cloth. And this knot? How hideous! Who dared to be so audacious? Could it be that he had fallen into the hands of those orthodox cultivators? Xie carefully probed further and discovered that there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on this shabby cloth, as if it were merely a mundane object. However, unfortunately, all that remained of his mobility was the ability to move his heart. Even such a shabby cloth was sufficient to render him immobile. The medicine on his body that was treating his wounds, although a cheap item from the mortal world, did no harm at all. Xie divine sense circled around the room again and found that there was only a young girl in the room. At present, she was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, yet there was not a wisp of spiritual energy on her. She hadn't even managed to guide Qi into her body. This made him even more at ease. It seemed that he had been saved by this little girl, realizing that there was no threat to his life. His remaining energy was unable to sustain his current state of wakefulness, and he gradually slipped back into slumber. Qin Shu was unaware that she had just had a narrow escape from death. At present, she was sitting cross-legged as described in the jade slip, with her eyes half closed, 5 points of her body facing upwards, and her tongue touching the upper palate. It was described simply in the jade slip, but in actual practice, it was far from that. Her buttocks ached from sitting, yet she still hadn't felt any spiritual energy. Were those legendary multicolored light spots really not a hoax? Until her legs began to go numb and she felt drowsy, she suddenly noticed sporadic luminous dots emerging beside her, resembling the fireflies in summer. Qin Shu, an inexperienced rustic, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Filled with both curiosity and excitement, she attempted to touch these luminous dots. Among them, the red, yellow, and green one seemed more amicable to her, while the others remained indifferent. The spiritual qi of these 3 colored luminous dots entered her body and wandered through her meridians. Qin Shu quickly centered her mind and, following the instructions in the book, guided the spiritual qi in her meridians towards her dantian. The spiritual qi in the dantian gathered more and more, gradually forming a thin purple mist. After a long while, Qin Shu finally opened her eyes. She tilted her head to sense the peculiarities in her body and carefully recalled the records in the jade slip. For those with multiple spiritual roots when guiding qi into the body, the spiritual qi of each element resides in its own place. When casting spells, one can mobilize the corresponding spiritual qi without interference. Qin Shu was stunned. She clearly saw just now that the various, colored spiritual qi in her dantian had merged into a purple qi. She was utterly shocked. Was this good or bad? She was already an ignoramus in the path of immortality, so why didn't her dantian follow the common rules? Just as she sat on the futon with a contorted face, lost in wild speculations, the bright moon outside the house had unknowingly ascended to mid-sky. The cold moonlight shone through the window, enveloping her whole body. A red light drifted and swayed in the air, gently landing on the back of her hand, and then vanishing like the winter snowflakes. Qin Shu was startled, quickly gathering her thoughts and looking around. At this glance, her pupils shrank, and her face was etched with sheer shock. In the originally small room, the three colored light spots intertwined with each other and danced gracefully in the moonlight, presenting a dreamy and illusory scene. Instinctively, Qin Shu didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. She quickly crossed her legs and sat in meditation, silently chanting the incantation. As she moved, the previously aimless three colored light spots seemed to have found their destination and swarmed towards her small body. She promptly guided these spiritual qi to circulate in her meridians, yet with each cycle, a great deal of the spiritual qi would dissipate. Qin Shu fell into deep thought once again. Could it be that there were leaks in her body? Chapter 5, The Transformation of the Cranes. Even so, after a night, a wisp of ethereal purple qi had gathered in Qin Shu's dantian. When her consciousness probed into the dantian, she could sense the kindliness of that purple qi. Could this be regarded as leading the qi into the body? At this moment, Qin Shu had no idea that. Judging from the solidity of the spiritual qi in her dantian, she had actually reached the threshold of the first level of qi training. Such a cultivation speed would earn her the title of a genius in the cultivation world. Qin Shu opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Glancing out of the window, a faint hint of dawn had appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a wisp of purple qi as light as a gossamer, slightly similar to the one in her dantian. She attempted to absorb that wisp of purple qi, but to no avail. Instead, she lost a tiny bit of the meager spiritual qi in her dantian. Sensing this, Qin Shu quickly stopped cultivating. While looking inward at the spiritual qi in her dantian with heartache, she angrily jumped out of bed and gave the cloud on the horizon the finger. She felt that both the spiritual energy in her dantian and the purple qi on the horizon were likely the same thing, but at present, her capabilities were insufficient. Once she achieved great success in her cultivation in the future, she was determined to refine this purple qi. She rose to her feet and stretched her muscles and bones. She didn't feel any discomfort from staying up all night. Instead, she felt refreshed and invigorated. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How wonderful it is to cultivate immortality. If it were in modern times and she didn't sleep for a whole night, she would have been utterly exhausted by now. She cast another glance at the pink snake staff she had casually placed on the table. It remained motionless, as if it were dead. She frowned slightly, wondering whether it was truly dead. If it wasn't, it might also be hungry, right? Yesterday, it had been lying on the golden, rainbow pomegranate tree. So the golden, rainbow pomegranates should be its food as well. Qin Shu picked up the snake staff, pried open its mouth, and pinched a golden, rainbow pomegranate, trying to drip the juice into its mouth. After squeezing half of it, she thought that given the small snake's size, it probably couldn't finish a fist-sized golden, rainbow pomegranate. With this thought in mind, she stopped. Excellent. She had saved another half. She herself ate 1.5 pomegranates and felt warm all over, as if she were bathing in the sunlight. Even the spiritual energy constantly circulating in her meridians became much smoother. The cold air that had seeped into her body when she fell into the cold pool yesterday was now seeping out from the crevices of her bones. The sensation was so comfortable that one would instinctively want to moan. The golden, rainbow pomegranates grew on the immortal mountain, so they should be considered immortal fruits, right? Naturally, they were different from mortal fruits. Having tasted the benefits, Qin Shu planned to pick 2 more after finishing her lessons today. However, what she didn't know was, within the territory of the mysterious Heaven Gate, not to mention a fruit tree, even an ordinary immortal herb has an owner. And the fruits that originally belonged to the eldest senior brother of the Pill sect were taken by the second senior brother to curry favors. Naturally, the second senior brother didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Qin Shu stepped out of the room, swiped her identity token across the runes on the door, and the restriction on the room was reactivated. Even when she was away, no one would dare to break into her room without permission. This was somewhat similar to the access cards in later generations, seemingly quite user-friendly. When Qin Shu went out, the mist outside the house had not dissipated. The distant immortal mountains loomed in the haze, and the light spots filtered through the thick fog. They part and blend in endless change, their hues in riotous splendor range. One, how beautiful it was. She took a deep breath of the immortal qi, just as she was about to approach the fence. She noticed that in the nursery that had been empty yesterday, there were now some tender green leaves sprouting. Qin Shu was overjoyed. She squatted down and scrutinized them for a long time, wondering what kind of plants they would turn out to be. Would they be flowers? Who wouldn't yearn for a small wooden house with a front yard full of blooming flowers? Today was their first day in the sect, according to the guide for newcomers. After they managed to draw in qi and integrate it into their bodies, they could go to the skill transmission hall to learn basic spell control techniques. Under normal circumstances, the earliest a disciple could achieve qi integration was 3 days, and those with poorer aptitudes might even take over a month. They, as outer sect disciples, were naturally not regarded highly. No one could have anticipated that there would be such an oddity among these outer sect disciples. Qin Shu herself had no idea what kind of stir her qi integration within one night would cause. She walked up the steps all the way, looking around as she went. Finally, she encountered a young boy sweeping the floor. "Senior brother, could you tell me how to get to the skill transmission hall?" Ruiming is a crane raised by Elder Fuqing. After taking the transformation pill given by Elder Fuqing, his cultivation level is not high. Usually, he is only responsible for cleaning the fallen leaves in the elixir sect. Hearing this little girl about the same height as and call him senior brother, Ruiming straightened his chest while holding the broom, trying to assume the bearing of a senior brother. "Are you a new disciple?" Qin Shu nodded. Looking at this simple-minded young Taoist boy, she said politely, "Indeed. I joined the sect just yesterday. I want to go to the skill transmission hall. Please show me the way, senior brother. Since you call me senior brother, then I'll accompany you there." After saying that, he made a hand gesture and transformed back into his crane form. Although Qin Shu had mentally prepared herself since she entered the immortal sect, when she actually saw it, she couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Oh my, this is truly a miraculous transformation. A child about 1 meter and 20 or 30 centimeters suddenly turned into a 2-meter tall crane. She had to look up at it. How could she not be shocked? Her expression was interpreted as admiration in Ruiming's eyes. Ruiming became even more delighted, raising his long neck and urging, "Hurry up and climb onto my back. I'll take you there." Qin Shu was extremely tempted but still lowered her head and rubbed her hands shyly. Is it not inconvenient?" Ruiming, with his simple mind, simply replied, "It's nothing. It's just a senior brother escorting his junior sister." Only then did Qin Shu raise her head. Her bright black eyes sparkled like stars. "Senior brother, then I won't stand on ceremony." She clambered onto the back of the prone crane, using both hands and feet. The crane's feathers on its back were extremely soft. She grasped 2 feathers with both hands and steadied herself. Only then did Ruiming, with his long legs, stand up. Spreading his wings, he soared into the clouds. Knowing that Qin Shu was a newly arrived disciple without the protection of spiritual energy, he considerately enveloped her with his spiritual power. At this moment, Qin Shu had a more immersive 3D viewing experience. Thinking of the warm pool where she was flung into the cold pond yesterday, she silently added another mark against when qi while flying. Ruiming said, "The merit transmission hall is on the mountainside. If I hadn't escorted you, it would have taken you an hour to get there." As if showing off, he deliberately flew higher and higher. He took Qin Shu on a whirlwind tour before gently landing and transforming back into human form. Looking at Ruiming, who had turned back into a young Taoist boy, the excitement in Qin Shu's eyes almost became tangible. On the contrary, Ruiming felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. He gave a soft cough, blushed, and pointed at the welcoming pine tree beside them, saying, "This is the place. Next time, come up along those steps. When you see this welcoming pine, you'll arrive." Qin Shu nodded obediently. Ruiming then pointed north and said, "Go in that direction, and you'll see the merit transmission hall. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you there." Qin Shu clasped her fist in salute and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for escorting me. My name is Qin Shu. May I know your name, senior brother?" "My name is Ruiming." After saying that, he thought for a moment and took out a feather, handing it to Qin Shu. "Keep this crane feather well. Next time, if you want to play with me, just silently chant my name 3 times. When I hear it, I'll come to find you." Chapter 6. The Skill Transmission Hall. Qin Shu happily accepted the first gift she had received since joining the sect. Wishing to return the favor, yet finding her purse extremely light, she could only offer an awkward smile. "Senior brother, I've just entered the sect and don't have anything worthy to give. When I learn how to refine pills in the future, I'll provide all the pills you need for your cultivation." When it came to making empty promises, she had never lost. If she truly became a master pill refiner, a mere handful of pills would be nothing. However, if she couldn't even survive for 8 years, it wouldn't be a violation of her moral integrity. Rui Ming bid her farewell. With a crane's cry, he transformed into his original form and vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. Rui Ming circled Ming Tuo Peak dozens of times. Finally, Elder Fuqing couldn't stand it any longer and called him down. What on earth are you so excited about so early in the morning? Fuqing was sitting cross-legged in his cave, asking the silly crane who walked in. Rui Ming transformed into a human form, with a tuft of crane feathers still standing on his head like a silly tuft of hair. He stepped forward excitedly, his voice 2 octaves higher than usual. Master, someone called me senior brother. She also said that when she learns to refine pills, she'll provide all the pills I need for my cultivation. Fuqing glanced at the silly lad. If he hadn't picked him up, this lad would probably have his heart taken out by someone and still praise them. However, he was curious to see who dared to deceive the silly crane he had raised in the pill sect. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at Rui Ming. Oh, who is she? Her name is Qin Shu. Judging from her bone age, she should be only 10 years old. I happened to meet her on the mountain climbing path this morning. She asked me how to get to the skill transmission hall. She addressed me as senior brother and thought highly of my abilities. I also found her agreeable, so I gave her a crane feather. Wei Ming, with a simple and straightforward nature and no penchant for concealing things, told Elder Fuqing all about his morning encounter in great detail. Elder Fuqing, in the middle of stroking his beard, suddenly halted the motion. He squinted his eyes and ruminated for quite a while before saying, I've recalled. The sect master mentioned some time ago that a batch of new disciples would be recruited into the sect during this period. If she's a naive little girl new to the sect, it's quite reasonable for her to address you as senior brother. Wei Ming nodded earnestly. Yesterday, there were tests at the mountain gate, and Xiao Lu and the others went to watch. It was extremely lively. Elder Fuqing had only nodded halfway when he suddenly stopped. He stared at Wei Ming in disbelief and retorted, Yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. Everyone knows about it. The implication was that only Elder Fuqing was unaware. If you don't believe me, you can call senior brother Wen Qi to inquire. Elder Fuqing waved his hand. This little girl joined the sect yesterday and went to the training hall today. Could it be that she managed to guide Qi into her body overnight? If she were truly such a prodigy, it would be extraordinary. He must recruit her into this sect immediately. Otherwise, she might be snatched away by others. Wei Ming scratched his head and murmured softly, Master, perhaps she had already guided Qi into her body before coming here. When you found me, I was already at the 3rd level of Qi training. As he spoke, he swelled with pride, puffing out his chest. Elder Fuqing considered this and realized it made sense. Perhaps she was from a noble family and had already guided Qi into her body before joining the sect. Thus, he was relieved. If Qin Shu knew that Rui Ming had got her inner disciple status revoked with just a few words, she would probably be so angry that she'd pluck out the tuft of hair on top of his head to vent her fury. However, at this moment, Qin Shu was unaware of all this. She followed the path that Rui Ming had pointed out. A covered corridor with arm-like turns appeared before her. As she walked to the end of the corridor, a wooden palace came into view. It was even more magnificent than the 3 main halls of the Forbidden City in later generations. At the end of the 9-level white jade steps stood 2 pitch-black columns. The beams of the building were exquisitely carved, with idle clouds seemingly swirling around them. Qin Shu stared at the purple auspicious clouds, which looked as if they were alive. She saw that at the beginning of the world, a mass of purple had emerged from the primal chaos, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon and gradually growing. Then, the ancient war began. A dull pain shot through Qin Shu's head, and she quickly regained her composure. Even so, she still felt a lingering sense of unease. Just then, it seemed as if her brain was about to explode at any moment. Based on her years of experience of reading novels and watching dramas, she could explain this situation as her being too weak to accept such lofty things, and her body had automatically activated a protective mechanism. Her eyes involuntarily wanted to look at the paintings on the beams again, but recalling the stabbing pain in her head just now, she quickly averted her gaze. Then, she behaved herself and stepped onto the white jade steps. The door of the skill transmission hall was tightly shut. She had no idea if there was anyone inside and didn't dare to barge in. So, she respectfully bowed in front of the door and said in a loud voice, Disciple Qin Shu from the outer sect of the Pill sect has succeeded in guiding Qi into her body and has come here specifically to learn the magical spells. There was complete silence in front of the empty hall, which seemed extremely odd. Qin Shu was somewhat puzzled. The skill transmission hall was supposed to be a place where sect disciples learned spells. Even if it wasn't bustling with people, how could its gates be tightly shut and there not even be a guard? Could it be that she had come too early and it hadn't opened for business yet? While Qin Shu was bewildered, the skill transmission hall was also in a state of wonder. Why could a disciple who had just guided Qi into the body come here? Just now, she had clearly had her mind captured, yet she could easily break free. This young one was surely destined for great things in the future, just as Qin Shu was hesitating whether to go back first and come later. The door in front of her suddenly opened without any warning. Qin Shu was slightly stunned and looked inside the door. The things inside seemed to be veiled by a thin layer of gossamer, and she couldn't see them clearly. For a moment, she didn't know whether to go in or not. However, the guide for newcomers stated that all the new disciples like them needed to learn spells in the skill transmission hall. If she didn't go in, where else could she learn? Almost in an instant, Qin Shu made a decision. She lifted her foot and resolutely stepped into the door of the skill transmission hall. As she passed through that layer of crimson, gold barrier, she was still thinking that cultivating immortality was going against the heavens. If one was timid, what was the point of cultivating immortality? Moreover, no matter how strange the skill transmission hall was, it was within the Xiantian gate. How could the Xiantian gate leave something harmful to the disciples within the sect? Perhaps this was just the style of the Xiantian gate. She stepped into the barrier, and the door of the skill transmission hall closed again. Outside the hall, the tranquility of the past days returned. While the skill transmission hall looked hazy from the outside, the inside was quite different. In the main hall right after entering, there was a hanging portrait. The person in it was wearing fluttering white clothes, with long inky, black hair and a long sword at the waist, looking extremely heroic. Qin Shu didn't recognize this person. But someone whose portrait could be hung here must be a significant figure. It was always right to pay respects. After bowing her head in a kowtow, the scene before her changed. This sight could only be described as resplendent and magnificent. Whether it was the ceiling, the walls, or the floor, and even the tables, chairs, and censers in the room were all in a brilliant golden hue. For a moment, Qin Shu could barely keep her eyes open. Squinting, she gradually adjusted through the gaps between her fingers. Then she glanced around the room and spotted a book on the table. This was also the only thing in the entire room that wasn't golden. She straightened her sitting posture, picked up the book, and began to leaf through it. As the pages turned, four glittering characters appeared on the title page, Guide to Transmitting Skills. Qin Shu broke into a smile. After all the morning's commotion, she was glad she'd come to the right place. Chapter 7. Why learn swordsmanship for alchemy as stated in the Guide to Transmitting Skills. She placed the guide in front of her, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and circulated her spiritual energy. A pale purple spiritual energy slowly coursed through her meridians, and she seemed to have had an out-of-body experience, entering another realm. A brilliant golden figure sat cross-legged before her, face to face with her, repeatedly forming hand seals. At first, his speed was slow, but then it accelerated. Qin Shu immediately sensed what was happening and quickly imitated his movements to form the seals. Later, the figure's speed became so fast that afterimages appeared, and Qin Shu couldn't keep up. She could only heave a sigh and strive to remember everything. She planned to practice privately when she got back. When the figure realized she couldn't follow, it stood up, and a golden long sword materialized in its hand. Qin Shu was taken aback. Wasn't she an alchemist? Why did she have to learn swordsmanship? Could it be that swordsmanship was a compulsory course at Xiantian Gate? Well, it wasn't a bad thing. After all, she would need some means of self-protection 8 years later. But then she was in a dilemma. She had just joined the sect and didn't have a sword. The moment this thought flashed through her mind, a purple longsword appeared in her hand. Its color was somewhat similar to the aura in her dantian. The light figure began to move, hacking and thrusting again and again. It was the first time in Qin Shu's life to hold a sword, and she tried her best to imitate the movements. However, this time the light figure slowed down, slower and slower, until she could clearly see the trajectory of the sword tip and the muscle traces of the opponent's arm. She concentrated all her attention on the arm holding the sword, feeling the force she exerted. Gradually, she suddenly had an epiphany. The sword was just an extension of the arm, and the force didn't solely come from the movement of the wrist. Just as she was getting into the groove, she suddenly froze, opening her eyes. She found herself ejected from the illusion. The surroundings were still resplendent, and there was a cyan book placed in front of her. Her dantian was a bit uncomfortable. After checking, she found that there was only a tiny amount of aura left in her, as small as a soy bean. There was no point in staying any longer. She sighed, put the book back in place, took out the handkerchief she always carried and wiped the futon where she had just sat. Then she bowed to the air and quietly backed out. By this time, the sun had risen outside. There was still no one outside the secluded transmission hall. Qin Shu secretly thought it was really strange. Were the people in the cultivation world so lacking in ambition? With such advanced 3D light and shadow teaching, if one were to come and learn more often, wouldn't progress be made by leaps and bounds? If the libraries of later generations could adopt this technology, one would probably have to go to stake out a seat the night before. Strange as it was, she didn't dwell on it and descended the mountain. The journey was unimpeded. The closer she got to the foot of the mountain, the livelier it became. Qin Shu stopped a person to inquire about the location of the canteen in the elixir sect. The person pointed her in a certain direction, and only then did she feel relieved. Fortunately, the sect provided meals. It wouldn't leave a 10-year-old child to fend for herself. Otherwise, even with that golden rainbow pomegranate tree, she couldn't last long. Upon entering the canteen, Qin Shu finally felt as if she had found her group. The canteen was filled with half-grown children, bustling with activity. As soon as Qin Shu stepped in, someone called out to her, "Qin Shu, over here." Qin Shu turned her head. The one calling her was Exquisite, a 12-year-old girl. She was somewhat of a fellow townsman of the original body. Like Qin Shu, she came from Fanning City, and they had arrived on the same flying boat. "You're also in the elixir sect? What a coincidence. Where have you chosen to live?" Exin was an outgoing person. As she spoke, her round almond-shaped eyes were brimming with smiles, making it hard for Qin Shu to refuse. Near the cold pool, Qin Shu roughly indicated the direction. Exin thought for a moment and generally understood. Then she asked again, "Why did you come for a meal so late? There aren't many delicious things left now. However, the spiritual rice here is truly different from what we used to eat." Qin Shu instinctively harbored a modicum of vigilance towards those she was not well acquainted with. Thus, she did not divulge everything, merely stating, "I woke up late. I was utterly exhausted yesterday." Exin covered her lips and let out a soft chuckle. "Once you're in the immortal mountain, you must practice diligently. Next year, you'll have to support yourself. It's advisable to guide qi into your body as soon as possible." Qin Shu nodded. Noticing that the number of people in the dining hall was dwindling, she quickly said, "I'll go get my meal first." Exin also said, "Then I'll head back first. While you were away, I heard from others that they won't wander around these days and will focus on cultivation. Those with exceptional aptitude can guide qi into their bodies within 3 days. As for us outer sect disciples, it'll take at least 10 days. Qin Shu was utterly bewildered. At least 10 days? Then what about her, who managed to guide qi into her body overnight? Although brimming with questions, she knew she had to keep her abilities under wraps. Without absolute strength and a powerful backer, she didn't want to be the one to stand out. Seeing Qin Shu lost in thought, Exin urged, "Go and have your meal quickly. I live beside the large willow tree in the east. You can come to me if you have any matters." Qin Shu nodded in assent. After Exin walked away, she turned around and went to get her meal. After finishing her own food, thinking of the seriously injured little snake at home, she took a free spiritual fruit with her. This fruit was the most common healing fruit in the immortal cultivation world. It had a sweet taste but was lacking in spiritual energy. Only children who hadn't achieved the state of fasting from grain liked to eat it. It was Qin Shu's first time trying it, and she found it quite delicious. Somewhat resembling a loquat, with a sweet and refreshing flavor. The little snake was so tiny. One fruit should be enough for it, right? On the way back, there were quite a few people wandering around. Since everyone was here on Mount Fairy for the first time, it was inevitable that they were curious. Qin Shu had no intention of getting involved in this commotion. With a tight schedule and heavy tasks, it was of utmost importance for her to seize the time to enhance her cultivation. She swiped her identity token and entered the room. Everything inside remained exactly the same as when she left, including the open bundle on the table and the pink snake-shaped staff placed beside it. It hadn't moved at all, as if once it was bent into a certain shape, it would maintain that form forever. Qin Shu playfully fiddled with the little snake's tail, thinking that shaping it into a pink heart and placing it on the table as a decoration seemed quite appealing. Who could resist a pink heart? Just like in the morning, she pried open the snake's mouth and fed it chopped healing fruits. This time, she also carefully examined the sharp teeth in the little black snake's mouth. Which one was the venomous tooth? She wasn't quite sure. However, unconsciously, her fear of snakes had been decreasing significantly. Now, the little black snake in her hand was just like a small toy. After finishing the feeding, she shaped the little snake into a pink heart, then clapped her hands and sat cross-legged on the futon to absorb spiritual energy. She originally thought that since she had experienced it once last night, she would have some experience this time. Nevertheless, when she closed her eyes and felt the few sporadic colorful light spots in the air, she was completely stunned. She opened her eyes wide in an instant, with a look of utter disbelief in them. Oh my, what was going on? Chapter 8. Something was wrong with her Dantian. Qin Shu was full of questions. What was going on? Where has her colorful spiritual aura that filled the sky gone? Or could it be that the scene last night was actually just a once-in-a-century coincidence due to the right time, place, and circumstances? And today's display represents her true aptitude? Recalling what was written in the original work, the original body had only managed to reach the 3rd level of qi, refining after 8 years of cultivation. Qin Shu's heart instantly sank. She closed her eyes again, calmed her mind, and held her breath. She circulated the spiritual aura through a major cycle. Looking at the 3 distinct colors of spiritual aura in her Dantian, she suddenly felt confused. Why had her dantian returned to normal? What on earth was the purple spiritual aura she had cultivated yesterday? Her mind was like a tangled mess. She understood nothing, and unfortunately, there was no master to offer guidance. In the Xiantian sect, only those who entered the inner sect could become disciples under the elders of each peak. Most outer sect disciples were just making up the numbers. And there was no one available to answer their questions at any time. It was true that they could wait until they went to the merit transmission hall to ask questions, and the senior brothers and sisters there would help them. However, Qin Shu clearly went to the wrong place. There was no one in the merit transmission hall, and she was at a loss herself. Qin Shu's face was solemn as she carefully observed the tiny bit of remaining purple spiritual aura in her dantian. Only then did she notice that the purple spiritual aura, which had originally stayed quietly in one corner, was now restless. It was gradually devouring the red fire, like spiritual aura closest to it. Qin Shu watched as it grew larger and larger, and then as it devoured all the spiritual aura in her dantian, finally condensing into a purple mass the size of a peanut. Qin Shu fell silent, and a sense of impending crisis welled up in her heart. At this rate, when would she ever manage to reach the foundation building stage? Originally, Qin Shu had planned to go out and explore what this fairy mountain was like. However, now she had no inclination to do so. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste, yet another old adage states, the slow bird should make an early start. Judging from her current aptitude, it seemed she had to keep flying non-stop. Qin Shu sat cross-legged in meditation. It took about 3/4 of an hour to complete one major cycle of the spiritual energy circulation. And the amount of spiritual energy she gained from one major cycle was no more than the size of a peanut. There were 8 quarters in an hour and 12 hours in a day. This meant that if she practiced meditation non-stop all day without eating, drinking, or sleeping, she could only gain a total of 48 peanuts of spiritual energy. Qin Shu hovered on the verge of exasperation but gradually came to terms with her situation. In the realm of cultivating immortality, meditation could completely replace sleep. Well, she simply wouldn't sleep. With 4 extra hours of cultivation each day compared to the original self, her cultivation base should reach above the 6th level of Qi refining. Once she reached the 3rd level of Qi refining, she could take on tasks and go out for training. Then, if she encountered some fortuitous events, it was not entirely impossible for her to build a foundation. It was not until the sun set and her stomach growled that Qin Shu realized it was getting late and time to eat again. She followed the path she had taken in the morning to the canteen, only to find that the canteen door was already closed. Qin Shu patted her famished stomach and heaved a sigh. She had no choice but to go to the western mountain to look for that golden, rainbow pomegranate tree again. When she came here today, she had even carried 2 stones, thinking of standing on them to see if she could reach the fruits. However, just as she managed to pick one fruit with great difficulty, a cold voice rang out behind her. So, there really is someone stealing my fruits. The voice was extremely familiar. Qin Shu would never forget it even in her dreams. Her whole body froze in place. Hurry up and come down. Seeing that she remained standing still, the other person added another sentence. Only then did Qin Shu dejectedly jump down from the rock. Turning around, she also got a clear look at the man's appearance. The man was dressed in a white long gown, with a black jade waist token symbolizing the identity of an inner sect disciple of Xiantian Gate hanging from his waist. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and his black hair reached down to his waist. With a gentle evening breeze, his hair fluttered, as if he could ride on the wind and return at any moment. Just from his looks, he really had the charm to deceive people. No wonder the original body was infatuated with him at such a young age. If the original body hadn't met this senior brother of hers when fleeing from the demon clan, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up in the hands of the female lead, Qin Mian in the end. Senior brother. Qin Shu bowed respectfully, still holding a golden rainbow pomegranate fruit in her hand. Hearing Qin Shu's address, Chang Yin raised his eyebrows. Which peak's disciple are you? Qin Shu didn't dare to look up, her gaze fixed on her toes all the time. She replied obediently. I haven't been accepted as a disciple by any elder. I'm just an outer sect disciple of the elixir sect. Cheng Yin understood. He slightly raised his chin. With a cold expression on his face, he glanced at Qin Shu disdainfully and said, a mere outer sect disciple dares to touch my golden rainbow pomegranate fruit. Who gave you the audacity? Qin Shu bit her lip. In her heart, the little figure who wrote the words when she was about to be poked into a sieve by her, he was really going to get her into big trouble. She didn't believe that when she didn't know this fruit tree belonged to the senior brother. Then why did he still let her come and pick the fruits? Disciple. She was just about to speak when another voice came over. Qin Shu was stunned. Turning her head to look, she saw a figure in cyan on the osmanthus tree next to her that hadn't been there before. When she looked down at Cheng Yin and said with a smile, Senior brother, it was I who sent this young disciple to pick the fruits. Qin Shu looked at Wen Qi, who suddenly appeared. Although she was a bit grateful that he stood up at this moment to draw the fire away from her, yet seeing his fake smile, she couldn't help but feel that there was some animosity between the two of them. No wonder he sent her to pick the fruits. It turned out she had been used. Qin Shu glared at Wen Qi fiercely, and this was caught by him. Wen Qi then shifted his gaze to Qin Shu and said, "My dear child, why are you glaring at me? The fruits have all gone into your stomach. Could it be that the golden rainbow pomegranate fruits carefully planted by senior brother don't taste good?" Qin Shu pursed her lips and said nothing. However, Cheng Yin frowned and declared, "Since it was Wen Qi who sent you here, I'll let this matter go. But from now on, you're not allowed to enter this place without permission." Having said this, he flicked his sleeve and vanished on the spot. Wen Qi clicked his tongue twice and commented, "How fierce he is." As he spoke, he jumped down from the tree, glancing at Qin Shu, who had spent a long time just to pick one fruit. He burst into laughter. "Just one fruit. Look at how frightened the child is. It's really not worth enduring such a long scolding." As he talked, he closed the folding fan in his hand and pointed at the tree twice. For fruits then fell into Qin Shu's arms. "Take them back and eat," he said. Qin Shu was momentarily at a loss as to whether she should accept them. When she then continued, "I see that you've already led Qi into your body. You're actually a fairly good candidate. It's a pity that you're rather dull. You don't even know how to make use of your spiritual energy. If you had learned to retrieve objects from a distance earlier, you wouldn't have been caught red-handed by senior brother today." Qin Shu was a bit indignant when he called her stupid. However, upon hearing the next sentence, she was utterly stunned. Oh, right. She could use spiritual energy to pick the fruits. It was just that the influence of the past 18 years had been so deeply ingrained in her that she couldn't think of taking such a shortcut right away. When she watched her dazed look with satisfaction and burst into hearty laughter. Finally, he admonished her again, "You must never set foot here in the future. If the senior brother gets angry, it's not something a little disciple like you can handle." When he said the last sentence, his brows knitted slightly, and his expression gradually grew solemn. Chapter 9. Gradually realizing one's own uselessness, Qin Shu obediently agreed. She had long known that these fruits had an owner, and she wouldn't dare to pick them even if she were given twice the courage. When she looked up again, Wen Qi, who had been standing in front of her, had vanished once more. Qin Shu gazed at the empty valley and sincerely sighed. When would she be able to learn this ability to come and go without a trace? Having to rely solely on her own two legs to walk every day was truly exhausting. She took 2 steps forward, then suddenly looked down at the 5 fruits in her arms and seemed to think of something. All abilities in the cultivation world were based on spiritual energy. She attempted to gather spiritual energy on her legs and walked forward again. It was actually much easier. A look of delight crossed her face, and she strode towards the foot of the mountain. Normally, it would take half an hour to make such a journey, but now she had returned in just a quarter of an hour. She was excitedly experiencing her newly learned skill, but the next moment, she noticed that the small amount of spiritual energy she had painstakingly cultivated this afternoon was now only as much as 2 peanuts in size. Qin Shu was so shocked that she almost exploded on the spot. Given the rate of her spiritual energy consumption and recovery, how could she engage in battles with others? Even fleeing for her life would be a problem. She wasn't sure if it was just her or if everyone's cultivation was this slow. Qin Shu felt a twinge of regret. She should have asked Wen Qi about it when she met him earlier. Although the original work described Wen Qi as having a rather bad temper, being scolded by him would have been better than being in the dark like this. It was an overcast day. The wind outside howled against the windows. The crescent moon that should have hung in the sky was now hidden behind the dark clouds, enveloping both the inside and outside of the room in pitch blackness. Qin Shu got up to close the window and then lit a lamp. She had no idea how this lamp worked. There was no lamp oil inside. Instead, there was a very intricate pattern painted on it. Qin Shu had gradually adapted to the world of cultivating immortals. She believed that existence was reasonable, and if something seemed unreasonable, it was just because of her lack of knowledge. She ate one of the fruits that Wen Qi had forcefully given her, fed half of it to the little snake, and then removed the pink silk scarf from the snake to change its dressing. As soon as she took off the scarf, an indescribable stench assailed her nostrils. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose, and a bad premonition welled up in her heart. Could the snake be dead? As she thought about it, she gently washed off the medicinal powder on the snake's body. The hideous wound was revealed again, and 2 black scales even fell off. Fortunately, the little black snake wriggled twice in Qin Shu's palm in time. Otherwise, Qin Shu would really have assumed it was dead. She retrieved the wound medicine once again and sprinkled it generously as if it were of no cost. Then, she fetched a clean silk shawl to wrap the little black snake carefully and placed it on the bed. Her slender fingers tapped gently on the snake's head, and she whispered softly to the little black snake, "You're so fortunate. Have a good rest. Good night." After all, she would only be able to meditate for the next 8 years, so the bed was of no use to her. She might as well let the snake sleep in it. However, every time she touched Xie Shiwan, he was aware. Snakes are cold-blooded. their bodies icy. That warm finger touching his brow was like a delicate hand gently stirring his inner consciousness, creating ripples. Naturally, Xie was roused. He found that it was this young human child who was disturbing him again, and he wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, she meant no harm. So Xie decided to turn a blind eye. The fruits she gave were also delicious, although they contained only a small amount of spiritual energy. It should not have been easy for her to obtain the golden rainbow pomegranate fruits. Thanks to these fruits, although the spiritual energy they contained was not abundant, they had the ability to purify. The old villain from the myriad poison sect had poisoned him, causing his wound to heal slowly. If the putrefied flesh was not removed, his injury would only worsen. This young child feeding him the golden rainbow pomegranate fruits was a lucky accident. Unfortunately, she fed him too little, which could only alleviate his symptoms but not completely detoxify him. Nevertheless, it didn't matter. His physical body was strong, and given time, he could heal himself. He knew he was lying on the young child's bed, and before he fell asleep, he was still pondering this question. Were humans really so lacking in propriety? Could just any male sleep in her bed? Qin Shu had no idea what Xie was thinking. Otherwise, she would surely hang him on the outer fence and let the wind dry him into a snake mummy. As night fell deep, Qin Shu's hands formed seals, repeating a single movement ceaselessly. With increasing proficiency in this movement, she gradually entered a state of profound mystery. Her hands moved so swiftly that only faint after images could be discerned. The purple peanut in her dantian was eager to stir. Qin Shu followed her consciousness and drew out a wisp of spiritual energy. Immediately, the seal in her hand glowed. Just as it was about to be released, she retracted the gesture. The room fell silent once more, with only a feeble candle flame flickering. Qin Shu recalled the premonition that had just popped into her mind out of nowhere. She just knew. This seal was an offensive technique. If she had launched it just now, it was likely that her small wooden cabin would have been pierced through. Making such a commotion on only the second night after joining the sect, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation if the sect asked for it. With a sigh, she put aside the thought of practicing seal, forming, and sat cross-legged again to enter meditation. The next day, when the sky was fully bright, Qin Shu opened her eyes. She exhaled a long breath of turbid air. By now, the spiritual energy in her dantian had recovered to about 70 or 80%. Such a sluggish pace of cultivation really annoyed her. She got up to wash up. She fed half of the golden rainbow pomegranate fruit on the table to the little black snake and ate the other half herself. Just as she was about to go out, a call came from outside the door. Qin Shu. Qin Shu pushed open the window and glanced outside. It was he Xin who was calling her name. Qin Shu opened the door, and the restriction on the room was thus lifted. He Xin stared at the suddenly appeared maiden in the small wooden cabin in front of her. First, she was stunned, then came to her senses and waved her hands frantically at Qin Shu. Qin Shu closed the door and stepped out. When passing by the small nursery in front of the door, she didn't notice that the two fallen small scales had grown to the size of a palm, covered with a thin layer of dust. Finally found you. I thought I'd come to the wrong place, he Xin said as soon as she walked up to Qin Shu and couldn't wait to share with her. I heard that an illusion casting spell was placed on our wooden cabins to facilitate the new disciples in choosing their residences. Once we reach the first level of Qi training, we can see them. However, the restrictions on the cabins can shield the spiritual sense detection of those below the nascent soul stage. It's quite convenient. Qin Shu suddenly realized. She feared that in the future, if she wanted to hide her dwelling, she would have to use more advanced formations. Do you need anything from me? Qin Shu asked. I heard that there will be an assembly in Qijin City 5 days later. There, we can exchange for many good things suitable for us new, initiated disciples. Would you like to go with me? He Xin inquired. Hearing this, Qin Shu did become interested. It was unwise to work in isolation. She really should go out and have a look. But we've just joined the sect. We're penniless and have nothing good to exchange with others, Qin Shu said. Seeing Qin Shu frowning, he Xin couldn't help covering her lips and chuckling. You've forgotten. Today is the 3rd day since we entered the sect. We can go to receive the welfare for new disciples. Qin Shu pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and flared her nostrils and widened her eyes simultaneously. Good grief. She actually forgot such an important matter. Chapter 10. A delightful misunderstanding. On the 3rd day after initiation, new disciples of each sect could go to the mission hall to receive benefits. Disciples who had joined the sect more than a year ago were required to take on tasks in the mission hall to earn points, which could be exchanged for spirit stones and various resources. This 1-year period was regarded as the time the sect gave its disciples to grow. It was Qin Shu's first visit to the mission hall. He Xin pointed at another building beside and said, the mission hall is adjacent to the skill transmission hall. Once you've channeled Qi into your body, you can go directly there. Qin Shu was utterly confused. This was a completely unfamiliar place, and she was quite certain that she had never set foot here before. But if this was the skill transmission hall, then where was the place she went to yesterday? Qin Shu was filled with doubts. If she had gone to the wrong place, how could she explain the seal, forming technique, and basic swordsmanship she had learned? Although Qin Shu had countless questions in her heart, she had to hold them back at this moment. As the book said, those who were guileless and blurted out everything usually didn't survive more than 3 chapters. Qin Shu followed Xin into the mission hall. The senior sister in the mission hall told them to place their tokens on the runes, and the items for them automatically appeared on the tray in front. There were 10 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of qi, replenishing pills, and another bottle of dust, cleansing pills. Xin picked up her share, let out a soft exclamation, and looked up in surprise, asking, "Senior sister, why is there an extra bottle?" Shuing explained with a smile, "The extra bottle contains dust, cleansing pills. Disciples of other sects don't have this. It's a benefit from the founding ancestor of our pill sect for newly initiated disciples, before building the foundation. Taking this dust, cleansing pill can refine one's essence and cut through the marrow, which can also give you a helping hand in your future cultivation. Only the elixir sect is so affluent. There are 3 dust, cleansing pills in this porcelain bottle. One of these pills can be exchanged for 20 low-grade spiritual stones if sold outside. However, they are all outer sect disciples with mediocre aptitudes. Such excellent items are hard to come by, and only a fool would exchange them for spiritual stones." Qin Shu imitated Xion's previous actions and received her share. Clutching the porcelain bottle tightly in her hand, she was secretly thrilled. Then she heard Xion beside her ask again, "Senior sister, will our spiritual root values increase after taking this dust, cleansing pill?" As soon as she said this, Qin Shu immediately pricked up her ears. Shuing shook her head and replied, "No, the spiritual root values won't change. But you've been consuming earthly grains in the mortal world. So there are many impurities in your bodies, which makes it difficult to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The function of this dust, cleansing pill is to expel the impurities in your body and assist you in absorbing spiritual energy." Xion's head drooped, and Qin Shu also sighed silently in her heart. However, she soon came to understand. If there were really a pill that could purify spiritual roots, even if it could only increase the value by 1 point, it would be priceless and definitely not be distributed to them so casually. For disciples with relatively low spiritual root attributes, increasing the spiritual root value by 1 or 2 points may seem insignificant. But for that talented disciple with a fire spiritual root value of 99 at the time of entry, an additional point would turn it into a celestial spiritual root, and his cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. Qin Shu admitted that she was a bit envious. In her heart, she silently vowed that one day, she would surely find a natural treasure to cleanse her spiritual root for herself. Since fate had given her a second chance at life, she couldn't always be a good for nothing. She had to give it a try. After receiving the benefits, the two went to have breakfast. Qin Shu also took 2 extra steamed buns and spiritual fruits. Xion, seeing this, curiously asked, "Didn't you have enough to eat?" Qin Shu smiled and replied, "Going back and forth for meals every day is such a waste of time. I'll take these back to eat this afternoon." Xion was just a young girl. How could she have imagined that someone could be so competitive, to the extent of even skipping meals? However, she quickly understood and nodded seriously, saying, "You're right. It is a waste of time. I'll go and get 2 more steamed buns and strive to stay until I can draw qi into my body before coming out." Qin Shu. She looked down at the 2 steamed buns in her hand and suddenly felt that they might be a bit scarce. If only the sect would distribute fasting pills. Qin Shu murmured softly. Just then, Xion came back with 4 steamed buns and heard this. She smiled and said to Qin Shu, "We have spirit stones in our hands. We can buy some at the gathering 5 days later. There must be people selling them." Qin Shu nodded and parted ways with Xion. However, instead of going back, she walked up the stairs of the mountain, climbing path. She still wanted to take another look at the skill transmission hall where Rui Ming had sent her yesterday. Could it really be that she had taken the wrong path? Yet, this time, she had only walked half the way when she was stopped. Who goes there? 2 figures in cyan appeared on the steps, holding magic tools in their hands. Qin Shu was taken aback and subconsciously took a step backward. Then she bowed with clasped hands and said, "2 senior brothers. I'm Qin Shu, a disciple from the outer sect. I happened to pass by here." Before she could finish her words, she was directly interrupted. "This is the forbidden area of our elixir sect. No matter who you are, without the sect master's written order, you must stop right here." Seeing their unfriendly tones, Qin Shu quickly took 2 steps back and bowed respectfully. "I'll leave right away, right away." As she spoke, she scurried off in a hurry, fearing that being slow to leave might let others discover that she had once come to the forbidden area. By now, she had understood that the place she went to yesterday was by no means the so-called skill transmission hall. It should be that Rui Ming had sent her to the wrong place. However, she didn't blame Rui Ming for this matter. The seal she learned that day was truly a powerful killing move. It was just that at present, her status was not legitimate, so she couldn't use it for the time being. Qin Shu returned directly to her own residence this time. First, she fetched 2 buckets of cold pool water for later use. Then she sat cross-legged and poured out a dust washing elixir from the porcelain bottle in front of her. This dust washing elixir also had a faint fragrance of elixir, but it was no match for that bottle of unknown pills she had. Qin Shu tilted her head back and swallowed the pill, which melted in her mouth immediately. A faint fragrance of plants spread from her mouth to her internal organs. Her body was like the long, drought soil meeting the timely rain, frantically absorbing the nutrients in it. Qin Shu felt her bones and muscles stretching out bit by bit. The spiritual energy in her dantian also circulated more smoothly. However, she still couldn't solve the problem that the spiritual energy decreased a little with each cycle. Just then, this extremely comfortable feeling that made one sigh suddenly came to an abrupt end. It was as if one were scratching an itch through one's boots. Just as one started to feel something, the efficacy of the medicine vanished. Qin Shu frowned and swallowed another pill discontentedly. Then she closed her eyes to regulate her breath. After consuming all 3 pills, Qin Shu let out a long breath of turbid air and opened her eyes, her gaze as sharp as torches. Now she understood why the sect had given each person 3 pills. It turned out that everything was calculated. Qin Shu moved a little, and it seemed that something was flaking off her face. When she frowned, the flaking became more severe. Only then did she raise her arm, and it was as if a layer of grayish, blue rock was attached to her skin. It was hard and emitted an indescribable stench, just like something that had fermented in a garbage dump for 10 or 15 days. This pill shouldn't be called the dust-washing pill. It should be named the dust-generating pill instead. Qin Shu jumped off the cushion, taking off her clothes as she sighed with emotion. Chapter 11. It turns out to be the moonlight before her was the cold pool water that Qin Shu had prepared in advance. She took off her clothes and sat into the wooden barrel. Even though the bone-chilling cold pool water had been standing for a while, Qin Shu still shivered when she got in. She gritted her teeth and circulated her spiritual energy twice, and only then did the chill on her body gradually fade away. Qin Shu rubbed her somewhat stiff face and wiped the dust off her body with a handkerchief. As she washed, she was glad that the original body was only 10 years old. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have fit into this wooden barrel. When she had more money later, she must have a bathtub made. After she had washed herself clean, she changed back into the clothes she had worn when she came. By the way, she also washed the school uniform issued by the sect. After finishing all this, she couldn't wait to sit on the futon and began to explore the effects of the 3 dust-cleansing pills. Could they truly enhance her cultivation speed? Her previous cultivation speed had been truly abysmal. Qin Shu sat cross-legged, concentrating and quietly sensing the spiritual energy around her. She had just closed her eyes when she opened them again in the next instant. She blinked, a look of bewilderment on her face. Was the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow so obvious? The spiritual energy she had just sensed was even more abundant than what she had felt during her first cultivation. The spiritual energy dots were so thick that a single breath seemed equivalent to a whole day's previous cultivation. No, it couldn't be just because of the dust-cleansing pills. The sect wouldn't be so generous. She had been cultivating in the room these days. What on earth had changed? After much thought, her gaze suddenly fell on the sliver of moonlight on her arm. Qin Shu was stunned and suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be the moonlight? To verify her conjecture, she directly picked up the futon, opened the door, and went into the courtyard. She sat cross-legged in the moonlight and entered a state of meditation again. The spiritual energy around her became even denser, almost viscous. Xie, who had been in a deep sleep in the room, suddenly opened his eyes. This time, he didn't use his spiritual sense, he truly opened his eyes. He looked at the viscosity of the spiritual energy outside, and then used his spiritual sense to investigate the situation. To his surprise, the commotion was actually caused by that little girl outside. How could a little girl with 3 spiritual roots cause a spiritual energy upheaval? What kind of innate spiritual body was she? Xie had no time to think carefully. He spat out his inner core and used his last bit of strength to cast a magic spell to conceal the strangeness here. After arranging all this, Xie fell into a deep slumber again, and the little spiritual energy he had regained was completely exhausted. At the moment he fainted, he was still thinking, hoping that this little girl wouldn't cause any more commotion. If they attracted those old men from the Xintian sect, both of them would be in big trouble. However, Qin Shu had no idea about all this. Even though she had attracted a large amount of spiritual energy, since she had just started cultivating, she could only absorb a tiny fraction of it. She felt that every pore and every cell in her body was filled with spiritual energy. These spiritual energies converged to her dantian along her meridians. After being baptized by the washing dust pill, her meridians were like being transformed from the original country paths into asphalt roads. allowing the spiritual energy to circulate more smoothly. After the three, colored spiritual energy entered the dantian this time. Instead of remaining distinct as before, it automatically merged into purple. However, after the spiritual energy completed a major cycle, its amount still decreased. Qin Shu couldn't figure out why she was leaking spiritual energy, but judging from her current cultivation speed, she could only think, let it leak. As long as enough spiritual energy remained, what did a little leakage matter? After several major cycles, the spiritual energy in Qin Shu's dantian had condensed into a deep purple color. She then had a sudden inspiration. If she used this spiritual energy to temper her meridians, would her future cultivation speed be faster? With such thoughts in mind, she manipulated the spiritual energy in her dantian to gradually adhere to the conception vessel. The conception vessel runs along the midline of the abdomen, capable of governing all the yin meridians of the body, and is one of the 8 extraordinary meridians closest to the dantian. The spiritual energy tentatively washed over the meridians bit by bit. Seeing that nothing abnormal occurred, Qin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief and boldly began to temper the meridians. She herself didn't know that by sheer chance, she had chosen a correct and broad path for herself. Strong meridians not only confer an advantage in battles, but also offer an edge over ordinary people when breaking through major cultivation realms. Qin Shu practiced throughout the night. Only when the spiritual energy around her gradually grew thin did she slowly open her eyes. At this time, after a night of tempering, her conception vessel emitted a thin layer of delicate purple light. She had made up her mind. She would break through only after tempering the entire conception vessel. According to her tempering speed, under favorable weather conditions, she estimated that it would take about 1 or 2 months to break through the conception vessel and reach the second level of qi, refining. Qin Shu patted the mist off her body. Looking at the magnificent sight of the sun and the moon shining together in the sky, she truly made up her mind. When she transmigrated, she didn't know what had gone wrong, and she was no longer the same as the original character in the book. Although she was not a prodigy who advanced by leaps and bounds, presumably she would definitely be more than just at the 3rd level of qi, refining 8 years later. Qin Shu stood up and stretched, in an extremely good mood. Since she entered the sect, the biggest problem that had been plaguing her had been solved. From now on, all she had to do was focus on cultivation. She not only wanted to survive but also ascend to a higher plane. The efficiency of meditation during the day was abysmally low. Qin Shu simply abandoned the practice. Using a twig she had snapped off as a sword, she began to practice the basic swordsmanship she had learned in the forbidden area that day. She practiced until the sun rose. Then, Qin Shu washed herself thoroughly, consumed a leftover bun from the previous day, changed the medicine on the little black snake, and fed it half a spiritual fruit. She wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but she felt that the little black snake was in an even worse state today. The cold light in its scales had faded, leaving them looking somewhat dull and ashen. Qin Shu was at a loss. She had taken care of this little snake for so long and couldn't just watch it die. She could only wait until the gathering in 4 days to see if there were any medicines that could heal spiritual beasts. She hoped the little snake could hold on for these few days. It was already the 4th day since Qin Shu and the others had entered the sect. Calculating the days, it was reasonable to assume that some of the outer sect disciples had already guided qi into their bodies. Qin Shu decided that she must also visit the actual skill transmission hall. Otherwise, even if she absorbed a great deal of spiritual energy, what good would it do if she didn't know any spells? When she arrived at the skill transmission hall, there was indeed someone there. It was a tall and lanky boy who, judging from his build, was probably around 14 or 15 years old. When the boy saw her enter, he gave her a wary glance. Qin Shu pretended not to notice and walked over to pay her respects to senior sister Shu Ying, who was teaching them. Senior sister, she said. Shu Ying still remembered this pretty young girl. She smiled and asked, have you also guided qi into your body? Yes. I just managed to guide qi into my body last night, so I thought I'd come to the skill transmission hall to learn some simple spells. Shu Ying asked her to place her hand on the spirit testing stone. Qin Shu intentionally concealed her abilities and only drew out a tiny bit of spiritual energy to attach to it. The spirit testing stone emitted a faint fluorescent light. Shu Ying said with a smile, not bad. You've successfully led the qi into your body. I see that you, junior sister, have a fire spiritual root. Would you like to learn a fireball spell first? Chapter 12. Her little snake comes to life. Qin Shu thought that learning a fireball spell was a good idea. Since her fire spiritual root had the highest value, starting with this spell should be much easier. Then I'll trouble senior sister, she said. Shu Ying taught her the incantation of the fireball spell and carefully instructed her on how to form the hand seals and draw out the fire spiritual energy. Qin Shu understood, but she was even more confused. Draw out the fire spiritual energy? However, her 3 types of spiritual energy were condensed into one mass. How could she separate them? Seeing Qin Shu staring at her with a pair of round almond-shaped eyes, looking utterly innocent, Shu Ying couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. With a tender smile on her face, she said, "You might not quite understand. It doesn't matter. Just give it a try first, and you'll gradually get the hang of it." Qin Shu blinked her eyes. Being pinched on the face while in a 10-year-old body felt rather awkward. Meeting Shu Ying's encouraging smile, Qin Shu slowly followed her movements to form the hand seals. Finally, she watched as Shu Ying drew out the fire spiritual energy, and a ball of red flame danced on her fingertips. Not knowing how to separate the fire spiritual energy, Qin Shu simply drew out a tiny bit of her purple spiritual energy. A spark of fire appeared in her palm, only to vanish in the next instant. There was a hint of surprise in Shu Ying's eyes. Not bad. Being able to see a spark on your first try is already quite remarkable. Try again. Qin Shu was well aware that the flame had only flickered for a moment because the spiritual energy she had just summoned was too scarce. However, upon meeting the unkind gaze of the boy beside her, the long-neglected sense of vigilance in Qin Shu's heart was instantly roused. Indeed, the prominent are often the first to be targeted. As someone with a complex triple spiritual root, she had managed to lead Qi into her body within a mere 4 days, which was already quite eye-catching. If it were to spread that she had astonishing comprehension abilities, she feared that peaceful days would elude her hereafter. Having made up her mind, Qin Shu openly formed hand seals again right in front of them. This time, not even a spark of fire appeared. After several more attempts, all met with failure. And her expression clearly showed impatience. "What's going on? I'm clearly following the exact movements as before." The little girl's shrill voice, deliberately heightened, successfully drew the attention of everyone in the merit transmission hall. The skinny boy let out a disdainful snort and sneered, "You were just lucky earlier. In the path of cultivating immortality, one can't always rely on luck. True geniuses who can conjure a fireball in 1 or 2 tries have long since entered the inner sect. How could they still be here?" Qin Shu's shoulders slumped. Seeing this, Shu Ying frowned in displeasure and then comforted Qin Shu, that little girl with a fire spiritual root value of 99, who entered the sect in the same batch as you, also took 2 days to conjure a fireball. "Little sister, don't be anxious. Try a few more times, and perhaps you'll succeed." Qin Shu nodded in response. "Thank you, senior sister. I understand. I'll go back and try again." She turned around and left, looking utterly dejected. Shu Ying sighed upon seeing this. The young girl was still too young. This little setback was nothing. She would come to understand later that in the path of cultivating immortality, setbacks were everywhere. After Qin Shu left the door and walked out of their sight, she regained her normal state. That boy seemed doomed to be a nobody. He meddled in other people's affairs, was petty-minded, and couldn't bear to see others do well. Qin Shu returned to the small wooden house. This time, she secluded herself for a full 4 days. She only went to the cafeteria to get steamed buns every morning. Other than that, she was constantly researching the use of spiritual energy. First, she followed what Shu Ying had taught and formed hand seals according to the spell formula. Then she drew out spiritual energy from her dantian. Depending on the amount of spiritual energy drawn out, the fireball in her palm would grow or shrink. Qin Shu committed this feeling to memory. This time, without forming hand seals, she simply spread her palm, and a ball of fire appeared in her hand. She reached out and touched it, but it didn't feel hot. Moreover, she could use this ball of fire to light a lamp. A thought flashed through her mind, and the flame at her fingertip transformed into a ball of greenwood-type spiritual energy. With another thought, it turned earth yellow. Qin Shu grinned. So, the purple spiritual energy could be transformed at will. This was good. The root values of her wood and earth spiritual roots were relatively low, and the absorption was slow. In this way, she could appropriate the relatively abundant fire spiritual energy. Qin Shu now understood that the existence of the transmission hall was to teach new disciples how to use spiritual energy. In fact, all these changes adhere to the same fundamental principle. When fire spiritual energy is led out through the fingertips, it transforms into flames. When spiritual energy is channeled into green plants, it promotes their growth and helps discern the plant's and properties. However, junior disciples are not yet proficient enough, so they need to use corresponding magic spells to suppress other spiritual energy within their bodies. But she doesn't have such concerns. Once spiritual energy enters her dantian, it turns into purple spiritual energy, and she can convert it at will whenever needed without the need for suppression. She casually played with a green light ball, pondering whether she should take on a sect mission next. Although the sect provides food, accommodation, and welfare within a year for disciples with poor aptitudes like her, simply secluding themselves in closed-door cultivation is of little use. They also need some fortuitous encounters or pills as assistance. Junior disciples below the second level of Qi training are not allowed to take on external missions, but they can still accept tasks within the sect, such as helping to dig medicinal herbs in the medicine field or carrying water in the kitchen. As Qin Shu was thinking, she put away the green light ball in her hand. In the next moment, she stared at her finger with wide, open eyes. She remembered that she accidentally cut her hand when picking fruits in the back mountain that day. How come there isn't even a scar now? She still saw the wound when washing her face this morning. Qin Shu thought carefully for a moment and finally recalled that with spiritual energy is the energy of life. She was eager to try it again, but she just couldn't bring herself to hurt her fair and delicate little hand. She pursed her lips, looking troubled for a long time. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned her head and fixed her eyes on the pink-hearted little black snake lying on the bed. Wasn't this a ready-made test subject? Why torture herself? She rose to fetch the little black snake. After unwrapping the silk scarf around it, she raised her hand to conjure a ball of verdant with spiritual energy and covered it over the snake's vital spot. Xie Shiwan woke up again. At this moment, he was rather irate. Anyone who was constantly awakened during seclusion for recuperation wouldn't be in a good mood. When on earth would it end? Waking up 3 times a day. He even fancied opening his mouth to gobble up this little lad at once. However, in the next instant, his fury was dispelled by a dense mass of with spiritual energy. Snakes are naturally fond of plants. This rich with spiritual essence seeped into his vital spot, mending his shattered heart meridian. As the meridians were being repaired, his long, dormant heart began to beat anew. Nevertheless, Qin Shu's cultivation was still rather shallow. After a short while of mending, she withdrew her hand. As this pleasant sensation faded, Xie Shiwan subconsciously clung to her fingers reluctantly. Qin Shu felt the coldness of her fingers. She was first stunned and then overjoyed. It seemed that this with spiritual energy indeed had a healing effect. Her little snake had come back to life. Chapter 13, Xie Shiwan, the Demon Lord. You're alive. How wonderful. Qin Shu excitedly picked up the little snake by the neck. At this moment, Xie Shiwan clearly felt as if he was being seized by the throat of fate. Instinctively, he coiled his tail and wrapped himself around Qin Shu's wrist. Qin Shu witnessed his movement with her own eyes. Only then did she truly heave a sigh of relief. How wonderful, how wonderful. You're really not dead. This concerned tone in Qin Shu's voice took on a different meaning in Xie Shiwan's ears. He had hatched from the snake egg all alone, having no father or mother. No one had ever cared about his life or death. It was the first time someone had cared so much about him. A sense of delight welled up within him. And involuntarily, he flicked his forked tongue. Are you hungry? If so, just nod, Qin Shu inquired. Xie Shiwan was a great demon who had survived the tribulation of ascension and had long since abstained from food. How could he be hungry? He shook his head. In Qin Shu's eyes, her eyes lit up instantly. You can really understand human speech. So you're a spiritual beast. How wonderful. How childish human children can be. Xie Shiwan murmured to himself. Then, Qin Shu took out a Jialing fruit from her Qiankuan bag and said to Xie Shiwan, I'll give you this fruit. Please don't bite me, okay? Xie Shiwan glanced at this low-grade spiritual fruit that would never normally appear before him, and his pupils instantly turned vertical slits. Seeing that he didn't nod for a long time, Qin Shu pursed her lips and looked extremely solemn. Xie Shiwan glanced at her, then let his head droop onto her arm again. There was overflowing spiritual energy on her body. He wondered what kind of spiritual physique she had. As it was of some use in healing his injuries, he decided to keep her around for the time being. Qin Shu clearly saw disdain in his eyes. She wrinkled her nose, took a bite of the Jialing fruit herself, and muttered with a pout, You're not even willing to eat the fruit I offer. You ate so happily when you were unconscious. Xie Shiwan. This little girl took advantage of his helpless state and even dared to bring it up. If she weren't still useful, he would definitely swallow her whole. Seeing the little black snake close its eyes again while lying on her wrist, clearly not wanting to pay her any heed, Qin Shu became unhappy. She grabbed its tail and pulled it off her wrist. Xie Shiwan had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by her again. Although his heart meridian had been slightly repaired, his injuries were severe. Most of the meridians in his body were broken, and he was still extremely weak. He needed to slumber and heal his wounds. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a female voice by his ear say, Stop being so clingy and sleep by yourself. Xie Shiwan was infuriated. He climbed onto her wrist once more. Just as Qin Shu was about to pull him off, there was a sudden flash of dark light on his body. And a black snake-shaped tattoo appeared on her fair and delicate wrist, looking extremely wild. Qin Shu was also angry. But she simply had no way to deal with him, so she could only let him stay on her wrist for the time being. The next day was the day Qin Shu had agreed upon with Exquisite. She rose from the cushion, freshened up, and then left with the Qiankuan bag she had prepared. When she arrived at the appointed place, Exquisite hadn't come yet. Qin Shu waited for less than a quarter of an hour before Exquisite ran over. Qin Shu, I've succeeded in guiding Qi into my body. Exquisite, still out of breath, hurriedly shared this good news with Qin Shu. Congratulations. It's only been 8 days. You're truly remarkable, Qin Shu sincerely complimented. If not for some unknown mishap during her time, travel, and rebirth with the original body's aptitude. It was uncertain whether she could guide Qi into her body even within a month. Hexin's aptitude was far superior to that of the original owner. In her memory, Hexin had dual spiritual roots of fire and wood and was born for alchemy. If the values of her two spiritual roots had both exceeded 80, she might very well be an inner sect disciple by now. Hexin was also overjoyed. Yes, I only managed to guide Qi into my body this morning. So I'm late. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to something delicious later. Qin Shu winked at her and said, You've managed to guide Qi into your body. I'm overjoyed. How could I be angry? Let's hasten. I'm eager to see what the immortal market is like. I wonder how it differs from our fanning city. When Hexin saw Qin Shu about to stride down the mountain, she quickly grabbed her and asked, Where are you going? Qin Shu looked back in puzzlement and inquired, Aren't we going down the mountain? Hexin covered her lips and chuckled. The immortal mountain is vast. If we were to walk all the way down on our own, who knows when we'd arrive? Then how shall we go? Qin Shu retorted. Follow me. I've inquired. The sect has a special teleportation formation. It only costs 2 low-grade spirit stones to go to Qijin City. 2 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Shu winced in pain. She only had 10 in total. Taking the teleportation formation would cost her 1/5 of her fortune. Hexin observed her expression and found it highly amusing. Then she leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Qin Shu, I secretly asked senior sister Shuang. She said we could help sort medicinal herbs in the medicine fields. This task is laborious and the reward in spirit stones is meager, so the senior disciples are reluctant to do it. But we can. We can earn some points and exchange them for spirit stones. Hearing her excited voice, Qin Shu knew they were on the same wavelength. However, if they could think of it, other disciples probably could too. Now they could only take advantage of the fact that most people hadn't yet guided Qi into their bodies and earned for a few days. Before long, the two of them arrived beside the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation could transport 10 disciples at a time. When Qin Shu and Hexin arrived, a group had just been sent off, so they had to stay and wait for more people. Just then, a heavenly horse pulled a carriage flying towards the main peak. Qin Shu heard someone beside her exclaim, Isn't that the carriage of the heavenly mystery pavilion? Why has it come to our sect? Could it be that there's going to be some change in the cultivation world again? Check the jade slip. Qin Shu watched as they took out their jade slips and started swiping. It really had the air of people surfing on their mobile phones in later generations. I heard from someone in the heavenly mystery pavilion that their sect master has calculated the whereabouts of the demon lord Xie Shiwan. The name Xie Shiwan once again made Qin Shu's pupils constrict. She knew this name too. The demon lord Xie Shiwan was the greatest villain in the original work. The book said that 8 major sects, including the Fallen Cloud sect, the Moon Veiling sect, the Mysterious Heaven Gate, the Heavenly Gang's Palace, the Reunion sect, and the 100 Flowers Pavilion, besieged him when he was undergoing his tribulation. However, they failed to capture him and instead incurred his hatred. After his injuries healed, he returned to the heavy heavenly palace and led his millions of demons to invade the eastern continent where the 8 major sects were located. For a time, countless lives were lost in the eastern continent, and the heavens and the earth seemed to change color. In the end, it was the female protagonist, Qin Mian, who, relying on the swordsmanship she had practiced and merging with the merciless sword, managed to wound the demon lord again. This sword strike also made the demon lord Xie Shiwan fall in love with her, and he was willing to let go of the old grudges with the 8 major sections. This was where Qin Shu stopped reading the story. Is the great demon lord actually a love-struck fool? The author forced the demon lord to act stupid just to build up the female protagonist's persona, and he fell in love with her because of a single sword strike. Is this demon lord Xie Shiwan a masochist? Perhaps there were some hidden plots, but she didn't read on and didn't know. Xie Shiwan, coiled around Qin Shu's wrist, had an itchy nose and kept wanting to sneeze. He wondered who was talking about him. Chapter 14. Outperform her completely. Just as Qin Shu was lost in memories, she heard Hexin's familiar inquiring voice. 2 senior sisters. Who is Xie Shiwan, the demon lord? Has he gone astray? Looking up, she saw Hexin had already drawn close to those 2 disciples and was engaging in a lively discussion with them. Qin Shu fell silent. Was this what it meant to be socially fearless? No wonder she knew every piece of news. Her ability to strike up a conversation with anyone was truly astonishing. Before long, Hexin returned, bringing with her newly gleaned information. Qin Shu, I've found out that Xie Shiwan is a villain. He was severely injured during the Thunder Tribulation a few days ago, and the 8 great sects are trying to take this opportunity to eliminate him. Hexin spoke with great animation. The gossips in the cultivation world were far more exciting than the trivial matters in their fanning city. Qin Shu noticed that what Hexin said was somewhat different from what she had read in the original work, and she could understand it. After all, they were now on the territory of the righteous path. How could these so-called gentlemen let their disciples know that they were taking advantage of others' misfortunes? What on earth is that jade slip they were using? Compared with these gossips, Qin Shu was apparently more interested in the device they were using. True to her expectations, Hexin didn't disappoint. It's a message, transmitting jade slip. Once you exchange spiritual auras, you can contact each other. You can also post any news in the cultivation world on it, and everyone can see it. Qin Shu understood. It was simply the cultivation world version of a mobile phone. This made Qin Shu even more intrigued. To better integrate into the cultivation world, she must get one for herself. Ahem. In fact, it's mainly because this internet-addicted girl also wants to have a little immortal cultivation version of a mobile phone. They're available for sale in Qijin City. Let's go and have a look later. There were quite a few disciples going to the fair in Qijin City. Qin Shu and the others didn't have to wait long before they gathered a group of 10. The steward in charge of the teleportation array instructed these young disciples who were going out for the first time to close their eyes once they got on the teleportation array, as they might feel dizzy and should be mentally prepared. The teleportation lasted about half a quarter of an hour. Qin Shu closed her eyes as the steward had said. The feeling of taking the teleportation array was a bit like motion sickness. Since Qin Shu used to take the bus to school every day in her past life, she adapted to it quite well. However, Hexin couldn't bear it. Her face turned pale as soon as she got off the teleportation array. The senior sister who had just gossiped with her took out a porcelain bottle with expertise and threw it to Hexin. Here. This is a snuff bottle I bought before. Try taking a deep sniff. Hexin, with a pale face, pulled out the bottle stopper and took a sniff. A cool mini fragrance rushed straight to the top of her head. She squinted and scrunched up her facial features, but really recovered quickly. She returned the snuff bottle. But the senior sister just waved her hand. It's for you. I don't need it anymore. Hexin watched them walk away before she realized that she hadn't even asked which sect the senior sister was from. Looking at her dejected look, Qin Shu said, later. Go and buy a message, transmitting jade slip. Next time you see the senior sister, you can add, leave a spiritual aura. Hexin nodded in agreement. It was indeed necessary to have a message, transmitting jade slip, which would make future communication much more convenient. Presumably, it would be much more convenient to watch the show, right? Such thoughts crossed Qin Shu's mind, yet she refrained from exposing her. Before them lay a bustling long street, exuding an antique charm. Most of the disciples on the street were clad in the garments issued by their sect. It was said that some shops even offered an 80% discount to the disciples of the mysterious Heaven Gate. Hexin was preoccupied with the matter of the message, transmitting jade slips. She tugged at Qin Shu and inquired all the way, making a beeline for the place selling message, transmitting jade slips. These jade slips were essential items in the cultivation world, comparable to basic equipment, and their prices were quite reasonable. The two arrived at the front of a shop specializing in jade slips. Hexin pulled Qin Shu inside and immediately asked, shopkeeper, do you have message transmitting jade slips? A waiter emerged from behind the counter. Upon seeing their attire and age, a smile graced his face. You must be the newly initiated disciples of the mysterious Heaven Gate, right? Qin Shu replied, yes. So, does your shop offer a discount? The waiter's smile broadened. Yes. Do the two young fairies want message, transmitting jade slips? What kind would you like? Qin Shu was taken aback. This was beyond her realm of knowledge. Could it be that there were different classifications of jade slips? Hexin then said, bring them all out. We'll have a selection. The waiter complied. He rummaged through a corner behind the counter, retrieved a wooden box, and took out all the jade slips inside. Then, with a smile, he said to Qin Shu and Hexin, young fairies, all the jade slips you want are here. The white jade slips are the most common and inexpensive. Correspondingly, the pink and black ones are more costly. Hexin immediately took a fancy to one of the pink jade slips and reached out to pick it up. She inquired, how many spirit stones does this pink one cost? The shop assistant, noticing her fondness for it, rolled his eyes and replied, this pink one originally costs 12 low-grade spirit stones. However, our shop has a rule that for disciples from the Shintian Gate, it only costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. Hexin beamed with joy. Initially, she was worried about what to do if she didn't have enough spirit stones, yet unexpectedly, it was just right. However, the next moment, she heard Qin Shu beside her say, make it cheaper. Hexin was taken aback and saw Qin Shu with a straight face, pointing at those message, transmitting jade slips, and saying, these jade slips are of an old style from many years ago and no one wants them. If you miss us, the next batch of new disciples won't come for another 10 years. If you can't sell them, they'll just take up space. The shop assistant twitched at the corner of his eyes. Nowadays, these little kids are really getting harder to deceive. Little fairy, you're really putting me in a difficult position. I'm just working for the boss. Whether to sell it cheap or expensive isn't up to me, he said. But Qin Shu directly stated, then go and invite your boss over. I'll talk to him. The boss isn't in Qijin City. Don't you have a message, transmitting Jade slip? Just ask. Hashine watched in disbelief. In fact, she wanted to say that she had brought some private savings with her when she came. But seeing Qin Shu bargaining seriously, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Finally, the shop assistant relented and asked, then how many spirit stones do you want to buy it for? Seeing his expression, Qin Shu knew the price could still be negotiated. So she directly said, too low, grade spiritual stones. The waiter. Xian? Xian looked up at the waiter, really worried that the waiter would drive them out. However, Qin Shu looked calm and said, if you sell it to us, when we return to the sect, we'll tell other disciples to come here to buy. Deal. This time it was Qin Shu's turn to be silent. She turned her head and saw Xian standing there blankly. So she tugged at Xian's sleeve and said, pay with the spiritual stones. Looking at Qin Shu's expression, Xian was full of admiration. She originally thought this little girl was introverted and didn't like to talk. But unexpectedly, every word she said hit the nail on the head. With just a few words, she saved Xian 8 low-grade spiritual stones. How amazing! She quickly paid with the spiritual stones, picked up the pink jade slip, feeling extremely delighted. But after Xian paid, Qin Shu turned around and left. Xian looked at her in surprise and asked, don't you want it? She had negotiated the price for so long, but in the end, she didn't want it herself? Just now, it was obvious that she was quite tempted. Qin Shu pursed her lips and nodded slightly, saying, well, I need to save the spiritual stones to buy fasting pills. Xian. She might as well just outcompete everyone. Chapter 15. I don't want it anymore, of course. Qin Shu wanted the message, transmitting jade slip, a wonderful item. But at present, fasting pills were more crucial to her. If she had fasting pills, she wouldn't have to waste time eating every day. She could also reach the second level of Qi, training earlier and then leave the sect to take on tasks. Hashine glanced at the message, transmitting jade slip as small as a palm in her hand, and finally put it away. They were still young. Cultivation could be done step by step, but gossip. Once it passed, there would be no chance to hear it. Besides, when she left home, her father gave her a small packet of spirit stones, approximately 7 or 8 of them. She had no idea where he got them. If she really saw suitable fasting pills later, she would also consider buying some. After they came out of the shop, they saw 2 rows of small stalls by the roadside. Some of the stall keepers were even wearing the clothes of their sect. Hashine and Qin Shu were inexperienced. They walked past the stalls curiously all the way. There were flying wooden birds, talking vases, immortal swords, cultivation methods, sword manuals, pills. Everything was available. Qin Shu finally stopped at a small stall selling pills. The stall was not large. There were several porcelain bottles and a sign on it. The sign read, self-produced and self-sold, reasonable prices. Do you have fasting pills? Qin Shu asked directly. The disciple running the stall was wearing the clothes of Shintian's sect. Hearing the question, he looked up and saw 2 little girls standing in front of him. Yes. 5 low-grade spirit stones for a bottle. There are 10 pills in a bottle, and 1 pill can last for 3 days. The high-grade fasting pills could last for a month with just 1, but he was not skilled enough and could only refine these low-grade pills. Thinking that 5 low-grade spirit stones could last for a month, Qin Shu didn't think it was expensive. So she continued, can I have a look? The stall keeper's senior brother took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to her. Look around. These pills were all refined by me. There won't be any problems at all. Qin Shu took it and pulled out the bottle stopper, bringing it to the tip of her nose for a gentle sniff. She was immediately stunned. The smell? Why did it seem somewhat familiar? Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, and the corners of her lips involuntarily curved upward. She stuffed the stopper back in and returned the bottle. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing her about to turn and leave, both Xian and this disciple were taken aback. Xian directly inquired, what's wrong? Why don't you want it again? I temporarily feel that I don't really need it. I'd better go and buy a message, sending jade slip. Xian was speechless for a moment. Fine, then I'll buy 1 bottle. Wasn't it just about being competitive? She could do it too. When taking out spirit stones, she subconsciously asked, can you give me a discount? We're also disciples of the pill sect. But we just haven't learned how to refine pills yet. Hearing this, the senior brother was also startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. All right. Then I'll charge you for spirit stones. Xian happily paid the spirit stones, took the porcelain bottle, and even used the newly bought jade slip to record this senior brother's spiritual aura for future purchases. She wanted to share a few with Qin Shu, but Qin Shu refused. No need. I don't need this for now. Xian couldn't understand what was going on in her mind. Why did she keep changing her mind? While Xian was paying the spirit stones, Qin Shu turned around and saw a shabby iron sword at the neighboring stall. The patterns on that iron sword gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Thinking that she had learned basic swordsmanship but didn't have a suitable weapon, she simply asked, How many spirit stones for this sword? The stall owner appeared to be a middle-aged man. When he saw it was a young girl, he showed little interest and casually said, "This is a treasure I unearthed from the small spiritual realm. I won't sell it for less than 30 low-grade spirit stones." Qin Shu frowned. This was beyond her financial means. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, suddenly a cold and clear male voice unexpectedly emerged in her mind, saying, "Buy it." Qin Shu paused slightly. She attempted to infuse a bit of spiritual energy into the iron sword. However, once that bit of spiritual energy entered the sword's body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, showing no reaction at all. Based on her speculation, she didn't possess any rare treasures on her. The only thing that might be able to speak was the snake on her wrist. Qin Shu frowned again. Buying a useless thing with 30 low-grade spirit stones? Was she crazy? She casually put the sword back on the stall and was about to turn away. At this moment, the voice in her mind reappeared. "You'd better buy it, or you'll regret it." Qin Shu was utterly confused. Buy it? With what? With her 8 spirit stones? If she did, she wouldn't even have enough money to take the teleportation array back. With a reckless and desperate attitude, Qin Shu turned her head to look at the stall owner and asked, "Fellow Taoist, would you sell it for 6 low-grade spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, the stall owner simply ignored her. Qin Shu gritted her teeth and reluctantly raised the price, saying 8. The stall owner gave her a glare and said, "Little girl, stop causing trouble. Go somewhere cool and stay there." If he hadn't said that, Qin Shu might have left. But since he told her not to cause trouble, Qin Shu was determined to have a serious argument with him. "Uncle, this iron sword of yours is but common iron. Which cultivator would use common iron as a weapon? There's no reaction even when infused with spiritual energy. In my opinion, 8 low-grade spiritual stones are a bit overpriced. If you really aren't willing to sell it at this price, I still have some gold and silver. I can give them to you instead." Hearing her words, the stall keeper retorted, "How could something retrieved from the spiritual realm's small world be common iron? You, a child, don't understand and shouldn't talk nonsense. But it truly has no spiritual energy. Even a child like me can sense it. I'm sure you can feel it too. Just think. Would you be willing to spend 30 spiritual stones on a piece of common iron?" Qin Shu argued rationally. The stall keeper indeed fell into deep thought upon hearing her words. After pondering for a long while, he looked up at Qin Shu and asked, "Since you're certain it's common iron, why do you still want to buy it?" Qin Shu shrugged. "I practice swordsmanship and haven't been able to find a suitable weapon. This one seems to be the right size. But I only have 8 spiritual stones. If you won't sell it to me, then I'll just pass." After much deliberation, the stall keeper finally compromised. "Fine, 8 spiritual stones it is. I'm giving you a good deal." Qin Shu placed the sword into her Qin bag and then took out 8 spiritual stones to hand to the stall keeper. Xin was utterly confused. "What do you want this sword for? Have you forgotten? You're a pill cultivator. Moreover, if you're going to buy a sword, you should get a good one. This sword doesn't even have spiritual energy. You might as well buy 2 bottles of fasting pills." Qin Shu smiled. "I know some basic sword techniques. Practicing them will give me a means of self-defense when I travel in the future." Xin saw that Qin Shu looked calm. Yet she still felt quite puzzled. Why would a Dan master need self-defense methods? Once one becomes a master alchemist, they can easily keep attendance. By then, there would be plenty of people to protect them. Why would they have to struggle and fight with others themselves? However, seeing Qin Shu looking so happy, the words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. This time, Qin Shu was completely out of spirit stones and couldn't even afford to buy a jade slip. She gave Xin an awkward smile and said, "Dear friend, could you lend me 2 spirit stones? I want to take the teleportation array. I'll pay you back next month." Xin sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll lend you 2 more. You can also buy a jade slip. It'll be more convenient to contact each other." Qin Shu clasped her hands in gratitude. "I'm deeply grateful. I'll always remember your kindness." The 2 of them returned to the shop where they had bargained before and bought a white jade slip. Qin Shu firmly believed that since the pink jade slip cost 2 lower-grade spirit stones, the white one should be even cheaper. The waiter was really at a loss with her, so he gave her a small gift, a delicate green jade hairpin that could refresh the mind when worn. Qin Shu was finally satisfied. It was just right for tying up her bun. Owing a debt of 4 spirit stones, Qin Shu had no mood to continue wandering around. So they returned to the sect together. They agreed to send messages directly if there was anything and then went back to their respective residences. After closing the door, the first thing Qin Shu did was take out the bottle of pills that had been in her Qin bag when she first entered the sect. She poured out 1 pill. The delicate fragrance of the pill filled the room in an instant. She took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Wasn't this the fasting pill? Chapter 16. Sister, you're famous. It was truly effortless. The fragrance and color of this pill were so distinct that even a fool could tell the difference. This bottle of bigu pills in her possession was far superior to those sold by that senior brother in Qijin City just now. However, she had also probed Hexin on her way back, and there was no such pill in Hexin's newbie gift package. Could it be that only the first one to report to the pill sect would get it? Qin Shu secretly thought she had guessed right, feeling a tinge of elation in her heart. Meanwhile, she silently rejoiced that she hadn't hesitated back then and had been quick on her feet. She took one of the pills in her hand and swallowed it. Closing her eyes, she meditated for a moment, carefully feeling the hunger in her stomach gradually receding. Only then did she reopen her eyes, her face brimming with joy. It seemed that this pill was indeed the bigu pill. One could only say that the pill sect had thought things through so meticulously. She then took out the communication jade slip she had bought from the Qinquan bag. The waiter had said that the jade slip needed to be recognized by dripping blood. Even if the jade slip were lost and fell into someone else's hands, that person wouldn't be able to use it. Qin Shu stared at her finger, lost in thought, for the first time experiencing the hardships of the cultivation world. It really took a lot of courage to cut her own finger. After spending a long time psyching herself up, thinking of the sword that Qin Mian had thrust through her heart, Qin Shu's heart involuntarily trembled. Well, if I don't go to hell, who will? First, she wiped the newly bought iron sword clean with a handkerchief. Glancing at her fair and dainty finger, she gritted her teeth, summoned her courage, and sliced it with the sword. She was just about to drip her blood onto the jade slip, but before she could put down the iron sword in her hand, the grayish enamel on the sword was like a shattered eggshell, peeling off bit by bit, gradually revealing a white jade sword. There was a groove on the sword's edge, and Qin Shu's blood flowed along the groove. Wherever the blood passed, the white jade sword seemed to be lit up, emitting a glistening red light. She tried to channel her spiritual energy into it, and the sword transformed into a hazy purple. Looking at the changes of the sword, Qin Shu couldn't help but beam with joy. Who would have thought that she could obtain such a wonderful item for just 8 low-grade spirit stones? There was still a bit of blood on her fingertips. Not wanting to waste it, she quickly smeared it on the communication jade slip. After activating the communication jade slip and infusing her spiritual aura into it, a message popped up on her jade slip. Qin Shu, this is Hexin. Qin Shu also added her as a friend. Just as she was about to reply, she saw that Hexin had forwarded a message to her. Qiyu, the young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan, with a spiritual root rating of 99, has joined the sword sect of the mysterious Heaven Gate. He let Qi into his body in 2 days and reached the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage in 8 days. A prodigious genius has emerged. Qin Shu couldn't help but be secretly astounded. Since she discovered that her cultivation effect was excellent under the moonlight, she had indeed become a bit slack. Today's news really gave her a wake-up call and brought her to her senses. There were many people more talented than her, and they also had family backgrounds, which would save them countless detours compared to her. Messages kept popping up in the information section of the jade slip. Qin Shu noticed that in the reward section, some people were offering a large sum of money for someone's head, while others were seeking rare treasures with a hefty price. There were gossips in the news section. It was said that a certain elder's concubine had an affair, and a disciple of the Hahuan sect had taken another lover. Some also claimed that the people from the Tianji Pavilion had left the Xiantian Gate, yet the Xiantian Gate remained calm. The news about the demon lord Xie Xuan being at the Xiantian Gate was false, and they asked the fellow cultivators from the Tianji Pavilion to investigate further and report back. Qin Shu took a cursory glance and thought it was indeed a great thing for idle gossip. Unfortunately, this was not the time to indulge in such distractions. She sent a message to Hexin, telling her that she was going into seclusion and also spurring her on to work hard. Finally, she put down the jade slip and her gaze fell on the little black snake mark on her wrist. Was it you who spoke in my spiritual consciousness today? She asked softly. After speaking, she waited for a while, but the mark showed no sign of movement. Qin Shu was at a loss. She couldn't very well cut off the flesh to dig it out. In the end, she could only frown, pull down her sleeve to cover it, thinking that out of sight was out of mind. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Qin Shu got up and opened the window to let the moonlight shine in completely. She sat cross-legged on the cushion, ready to enter a state of meditation. This cultivation session lasted for a month. She practiced swordsmanship during the day and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at night. Not far from her lived a female disciple named Chun Rong who had entered the sect with her. Among the new disciples, her aptitude was quite good. She had reached the 1st level of Qi refining in just 20 days. When she first saw the distant house through the illusion, she was overjoyed at her own progress. However, her happiness didn't last long. It was a night of the full moon. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep, unable to resist. She opened the window and took a look at the house opposite. Qin Rong never expected that just one glance would keep her awake all night. Under the bright moonlight, She seemed to see a figure sitting in meditation and practicing. She took out the message, transmitting Jade's slip, and asked one of her close female friends, "Who is that person living by the cold pond? Staying up all night and practicing non-stop?" Qin didn't have a pill allowing one to abstain from food, so she had to go out for meals every day. However, every time she went out, she saw the person across from her practicing sword, and when she came back, the person was still at it. At that moment, even the spiritual fruits in her hand lost their allure. Unable to hold back, she complained on the jade slip square, "Goodness, the person across from me stays up all night practicing and keeps on practicing sword during the day. Aren't we from the pill sect? Why do we have to practice sword?" As a result, everyone found out that there was a genius named Qi Yu and a workaholic named Qin Shu in Shantian sect. No one even dared to dream of reaching Qi Yu's level. After all, they were completely different. Maybe just a casual breath from Qi Yu could provide enough spiritual energy for them to practice for a long time. But Qin Shu was different. They were all outer, sect disciples with similar aptitudes. If she could practice so hard without rest, they surely could too. It was said that there would be a major sect competition half a year after they entered the sect, and the top 10 would be rewarded. If an outer sect disciple could make it into the top 10, they could enter the inner sect to practice. The resources in the inner sect were far more abundant than those in the outer sect. If they could enter the inner sect, their future paths in cultivation would be much smoother. Just like this, in the outer sect of the pill sect and Shantian sect, a trend suddenly emerged. As long as you're not exhausted to death, you should out-compete others. Finally, on this day, Qin Shu completely tempered her Ren meridian. Her deep purple spiritual energy, as if following the natural course of things, converged at the Tianshu acupoint. There came a soft popping sound from her body, as if the originally blocked cork had been pulled out. Qin Shu circulated the spiritual energy for 2 large cycles, and felt that her body had become much lighter. She opened her eyes, and a smile gradually emerged. It seemed that she had now reached the 2nd level of the Qi, refining realm. She took out the message, transmitting Jade's slip, and glanced at it. She was almost bombarded by the unread messages, and all the messages were sent by Xin. "Qin Shu, let's go on a sect mission together tomorrow. Are you there? How long will you be in seclusion? I heard you've been practicing day and night without sleep. Oh my God, you're so hard-working. Sister, you're famous." Chapter 17. Washing the marrow and transforming into gold. Qin Shu read all the messages sent by Xin one by one, and then understood what had happened. She was a bit speechless. She just wanted to survive, not necessarily to outshine others. However, upon careful consideration, it was actually good for everyone to strive hard. At present, they didn't feel any danger in the sect. But when it came to going out for training, a higher cultivation base meant less danger. She casually replied to Xin, saying that she had left the seclusion. Xin replied almost instantly, and her voice soon came out. "If you hadn't come out, I would have thought you'd be in seclusion until foundation, building." Qin Shu let out a soft laugh. "That won't happen. I knew you still cared about me," Xin said, touched. However, at this moment, Qin Shu's next message had already come through. It read, "It's time to claim this month's welfare." Xin. The smile that had just spread across her lips faded away, and she angrily tugged at the handkerchief in her hand. What a woman. She'd been touched for nothing. Qin Shu was oblivious to all this. All she knew was that she was so hard up that she had to get her hands on this free welfare no matter what. Xin was annoyed for quite a while, but in the end, she wouldn't turn down the welfare. So she asked, "When shall we go to claim it?" "Let's set a time. Better now than later." "How about right now?" "All right. See you at the entrance of the mission hall." Qin was in meditation when she noticed some movement across the way. She quickly got off the bed and rushed to the door. This was also the first time she'd laid eyes on Qin Shu in person. Before, she'd only seen a shadow of someone practicing sword skills in the distance. But when she saw Qin Shu, she was even more shocked. She was just a young girl. "Junior sister, please wait." Seeing that Qin Shu was about to leave, Qin quickly called out. Qin Shu instinctively turned around. Seeing a strange girl, she curiously asked, "Are you calling me?" Qin nodded and took 2 steps forward. "Are you Qin Shu?" she asked. Qin Shu was even more puzzled, as this girl knew her name. Since she'd joined the Shantian sect, she'd rarely interacted with others. Moreover, she'd never seen this girl before. How could she call her by name accurately? "You know me?" Qin Shu questioned. Qin rubbed her hands awkwardly. "The news has spread throughout our Shantian sect that Qin Shu, a newly recruited outer sect disciple of the alchemy division, has been practicing day and night without rest." Qin Shu frowned. Looking at Qin's expression, a conjecture suddenly popped into her mind. She asked Qin, "Could it be that you spread the news?" Qin gave a light cough and said, "I just inquired about you with 2 acquaintances." Somehow, it spread throughout the entire sect in no time. Seeing Qin Shu fall silent, Qin felt a bit guilty and quickly apologized to her in a low voice. "Sorry. I didn't expect this at the beginning. But Don't you feel tired when you never rest? She was truly curious. Chasing after Qin Shu to apologize was one thing, and asking this question was another. Qin Shu shook her head pretentiously and said, "You don't understand." She even wished she could ascend in a single second. With such a slow cultivation speed, she felt that each day seemed like a year. Shenrong. She really didn't understand. But before she could ask further, Qin Shu had already said, "I have something to do. I'll leave first." Shenrong called her back. When Qin Shu turned around, she quickly said, "Junior sister Qin, could you leave your spiritual aura?" After all, they were neighbors. After some thought, Qin Shu agreed. By the time she reached the place where she had an appointment with the Xin had already been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing Qin Shu approaching, she quickly stepped forward. With a solemn expression, she asked, "Qin Shu, what's your current cultivation level?" Qin Shu gave a light cough and answered evasively, "With my 3 spiritual root aptitude, how far can I cultivate?" Hearing this, Xin also frowned. Suddenly, she could understand Qin Shu. If she also had such aptitude, she would probably be as anxious as Qin Shu. Sure, heed my advice. With your aptitude, simply secluding yourself in closed-door cultivation won't do any good. Perhaps you'll only reach the foundation, establishment stage in your entire life. You should think of a way to enter the inner sect. Xin took Qin Shu's hand and said earnestly. At this moment, she didn't know that this younger sister was not a useless person in the strict sense. Xin was 2 years older than Qin Shu. She always thought her younger sister was a bit naive, so she always looked out for her. In the long years of cultivating immortality, 2 years was actually negligible. Moreover, Qin Shu was already 18 before she transmigrated, so she could understand Xin's good intentions. Inner sect? I also want to go, but it's just that my aptitude isn't good enough. Qin Shu's features scrunched up, and she sighed. It was said that the inner sect had excellent benefits. Each month, disciples in the inner sect would receive 100 low-grade spirit stones, while those in the outer sect would only get 10 per month in their first year after entry. Xin was waiting for this very sentence. She poured out all the gossip she had gathered to Qin Shu like beans from a bamboo tube. No, sure. Maybe it was impossible before. But now there's a chance. What chance? Qin Shu pressed on. Then Xin showed her a clear path. I've made inquiries. The true Lord Lingshu from the Lingshao Peak in the inner sect has announced that he wants to take on a last disciple. Last disciple? Qin Shu pondered over this true Lord Lingshu. It seemed that he was the master of the eldest senior brother and would take the female lead as his disciple 8 years later. She hadn't seen any news about him taking on a last disciple during this period. Could it be the butterfly effect? Could her transmigration rewrite the whole story? Even so, she didn't think that with her 3 spiritual root aptitude, she could become the last disciple of the true Lord Lingshu. My aptitude probably isn't good enough, she thought. Currently, although she practiced very fast under the moonlight, her speed of absorbing spiritual energy during the day was abysmal. Others could recover their spiritual energy even while fighting. But for her, once her spiritual energy was exhausted, she was basically useless. Xin then said, "How would you know if you don't try?" Naturally. The elders of the pill sect are looking for pill refiners. Our spiritual roots are exactly what pill refiners like the most. As she spoke, she quietly leaned over to Qin Shu's ear and whispered, "Sure, I've heard that Elder Lingshu has the marrow washing and gold refining pill in his possession. Refining this pill can increase one's spiritual root attributes by 1 to 3 points. I'm going to give it a try. You should go too. If I lose to you, I'll still be happy." Qin Shu saw the high-spirited look in her eyes, as if becoming the last disciple was already a certainty. She really couldn't hold back and reminded her, there are more disciples in the Xiantian Gate than just the 2 of us. Those senior brothers and sisters have been in the sect for many years longer than us. We shouldn't be too optimistic. Looking at her frowning face, Xin thought she was extremely adorable. She heard her say with a smile, "Of course I know, but isn't this also an opportunity? We have to try. What if we're the chosen ones? If we enter the inner sect, remember, if you gain wealth and honor, don't forget old friends." Chapter 18. We have to enter the inner sect. Qin Shu silently sighed in her heart. Even if they really became disciples under Elder Lingshu, he might not necessarily give them such a precious marrow washing and gold refining pill. Certainly, although the matter that Hsien mentioned was an event with a low probability, there was still a faint glimmer of possibility. Moreover, even if she couldn't obtain the marrow, cleansing and gold, rejuvenating ability, if she could be taken under the wing of Elder Lingshu, she wouldn't be left to fend for herself any longer. 8 years later, even if Qin Mian entered the path of immortality through martial arts and emerged suddenly, with the protection of her master, the sect wouldn't casually expel her. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shu suddenly felt a surge of excitement. It was worth taking a chance. Perhaps she could turn a meager situation into something better. Do one's best and leave the rest to fate. Seeing Qin Shu's flushed face, Hsien knew that she, like herself, had gotten excited. As expected, Qin Shu leaned in a bit closer and then inquired, how are the closed door disciples selected? Surely it's not just based on talent and cultivation. If that were the case, there'd be no need to select from the entire sect. They could just pick from those top-notch disciples. If you asked others about this, they might not know, but I've made inquiries and found out. With an expression eager to hear more. Qin Shu listened as Hexin cleared her throat and detailed the rules for selecting disciples. Elder Ling Shu was an 8th grade alchemist. Well, known throughout the immortal cultivating world. He mainly wanted to pass on his legacy when recruiting disciples. Therefore, the assessment would focus on the understanding of the properties of immortal, cultivating herbs and the ability to handle unexpected situations that might arise from the combination of various herbs. There was also a strict requirement for talent. One must have both fire and wood spiritual roots. As for cultivation, it wasn't a big concern. Low cultivation at this stage didn't matter as it would surely improve over time. After listening to what Hexin said, Qin Shu understood. If she didn't misunderstand. This elder Ling Shu was mainly looking for disciples with a good foundation who could start alchemy right away. And as a just graduated high school student after the college entrance examination, her forte was rote memorization. Suddenly, she gained a bit of confidence. When will the selection take place? How much time do we have to prepare? 3 months. The time was a bit tight, but it was enough. After going to the mission hall to collect the welfare and repaying the 4 spirit stones she owed Hexin from last month, Qin Shu dragged Hexin straight to the library. Once they reached the first level of Qi refining, they could borrow books from the sect's library. And the library of their alchemy sect was abundantly stocked with books about medicinal herbs. At first, Hexin had no idea where Qin Shu was going. Only when she clearly saw the direction did she finally be astonished. You. What on earth are you going to the library for? We can't even get in. Seeing that Qin Shu didn't stop walking, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. She widened her eyes and asked in an extremely exaggerated tone, could it be that you've already reached the first level of Qi refining? Only then did Qin Shu let go of the hand that was pulling her, tidied up her sleeves, and nodded calmly and reservedly. Yes. Hexin was shocked time and time again and was determined to get to the bottom of it. How did you do it? Your cultivation speed is so fast. Even those geniuses are probably just about the same, right? Qin Shu shrugged indifferently. Among ourselves, there's no need for such empty talk. Qiyu reached the second level of Qi, refining, in 8 days. I cultivated day and night for a month and only reached this state. Our speed is truly as slow as a tortoise's crawl. Speaking of Qiyu, Hexin also fell silent. There are indeed some people one can only look up to their backs in one's lifetime. Perhaps in a couple of years. They won't even be able to catch a glimpse of their backs. Let's go. Let's go in and pick out a couple of reference materials. Hexin said with an embarrassed look on her face, forcing a few words out from between her teeth. I haven't reached the first level of Qi training yet. So I can't go in. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu naturally reciprocated. It doesn't matter. I'll go in and pick one out for you. Only then did Hexin gratefully clasp her fists and salute towards Qin Shu. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Qin Shu didn't need her thanks. She lifted her feet and walked towards the library pavilion. When passing by the plaque at the entrance, a faint blue light swept across her body. In the next instant, she stepped across the threshold. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hindrance. Watching Qin Shu disappear from her sight, for some reason, a sense of desolation suddenly welled up in Hexin's heart. Her aptitude was even better than Qin Shu's. Yet Qin Shu had only taken a mere 38 days to reach the first level of Qi training. She was truly sparing no effort. Before, the news that Qin Shu had been practicing non-stop had spread throughout the Xiantian Gate. Many people were forced to follow suit and work hard. But only they themselves knew how much effort they had actually put in. Take Hexin herself as an example. She also sat in meditation day and night. But she was also well aware that she still spent 2 hours a day skimming through jade slips in bits and pieces. She really had to work hard. Otherwise, this time it was the library pavilion that stopped her. Next time, perhaps it would be the inner sect. Qin Shu was unaware that she had put such great pressure on Hexin. She entered the library and headed straight for the section of medicinal herbs. Eventually, she selected 2 books, Records of Medicinal Herbs in the Cultivation World and Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs in the Cultivation World. However, when she asked to borrow these 2 books, the senior sister in charge of registration informed her that each disciple could only copy 1 book at a time. After some thought, Qin Shu pointed to Records of Medicinal Herbs in the Cultivation World. There was no other reason. Mainly, this record was richly illustrated, which could prevent the names of the herbs from not matching the actual specimens. Qin Shu walked out with the jade slip containing the copied book. Upon seeing Hexin, she immediately explained, let's go and buy some paper and writing brushes. Each person can only copy 1 book. I'll copy a version for you when we get back. Xin immediately smiled and said, "That's fine. However, I'll have to pay for the paper and brushes with my own spirit stones. Don't worry, I won't compete with you. I'm quite impoverished." In the sect, one had to go to the mission hall to exchange for anything. Both Xin and Qin Shu agreed that ordinary paper would suffice for copying the book. And one low-grade spirit stone could buy a large pile of ordinary paper. Just as Xin generously said she wanted 2 portions, Qin Shu asked, "Senior Sister Shuing, can gold and silver be used to exchange for ordinary paper?" Since they had entered the cultivation world, gold, silver, and other worldly wealth had become as worthless as dirt and served no purpose at all. Qin Shu was just asking casually, but unexpectedly. Shuing told her that it was possible. Many disciples in our sect go to the mortal world to temper their state of mind. Before they leave, they exchange some spirit stones for gold and silver items. However, these things are not worth many contribution points, so you won't be able to buy much ordinary paper with them. Qin Shu took out 2 pieces of gold from her Qin bag and handed them to Shuing. "Senior sister, how many things can these exchange for?" Shuing brought out 2 stacks of paper and a writing brush made from a wolf's hair and gave them to her. Having tasted the benefits, Qin Shu took out the jade pendant that the original owner had brought from the mortal world. "Senior sister, can this thing exchange for some points?" This was brought by the original owner. "I don't know if it symbolizes any status. Anyway, I can't find any relevant memory in what she left for me." Shuing took it, cast a spell to examine it, and suddenly looked up at Qin Shu. "Junior sister, although the spiritual energy contained in this jade pendant is thin, it's still a spiritual item. Are you really not going to keep it?" Chapter 19. She's determined to practice this cultivation method. Qin Shu looked at the plain, looking jade pendant in her hand and was truly surprised. This was what the original owner had brought when she came from home. Could it actually contain spiritual energy? Suddenly, Qin Shu could understand the painstaking efforts of Lady Qin. Whether it was sending her daughter to the cultivation world or giving her gold, silver, and the jade pendant, she had done all she could. It's just that she herself didn't know that Qin Mian would achieve the path of cultivation through martial arts. In the end, all her careful planning was defeated by the caprices of fate. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shu finally said, "Then I won't exchange it. I'll keep it for now." She was an orphan in her previous life and grew up in an orphanage. This warm motherly love was something she had never experienced. In this regard, she was a bit envious of the original owner. Shuing returned the jade pendant in her hand with a faint smile and said to her, "You newly initiated disciples don't have many spiritual items in your possession. It would be better to keep these items for now. Once more time has passed in cultivation and better items are obtained in the future, they can be replaced." Qin Shu thanked her and put the jade pendant back into the storage bag. Xin, standing beside her, looked a bit envious. However, upon a second thought, she remembered that her father had secretly given her some spirit stones. Although the amount was not large, it was a token of his sincere affection. Qin Shu made an appointment with her to transcribe the content and give it to her 3 days later, and then the two parted ways. After returning to her own dwelling, Qin Shu took out the jade pendant that the original body had brought. The patterns on this jade pendant were extremely simple, resembling a cloud auspiciously sketched by someone casually. She attempted to infuse a bit of spiritual energy into the jade pendant, yet it seemed to have no effect. The jade pendant still looked rather unremarkable. Qin Shu pondered for a moment and then drew out her sword again. No, it should be called the white jade sword now. She cut a gash on her hand and dripped the welling blood beads onto the jade pendant. Watching the blood beads being completely absorbed, she felt a surge of joy. As is well known, treasures that can recognize their masters through blood are generally precious. They are either crafted by great experts or carry inheritances. Qin Shu closed her eyes. Gradually, she seemed to establish a certain connection with this jade pendant in her heart. With a thought in her mind, she appeared inside the jade pendant. This jade pendant seemed to be a rather small mustard seed storage space. Only about 4 or 5 square meters, roughly the size of a bathroom. The inside of the jade pendant was not empty. There were 2 boxes scattered in the corner. Qin Shu couldn't clearly discern the material of the boxes. She squatted on the ground and opened the boxes, then saw what was inside. A box was filled to the brim with jade slips. She casually picked one up and saw the words "detailed explanation of alchemy" written on it. Qin Shu raised her eyebrows, piqued with interest. Then she picked up another one, which read techniques for the fusion of various plant systems. She grabbed a handful more and examined them one by one. Multitasking, experienced summary of 100 furnace explosions on the possibility of a good 4 nothing's comeback. Qin Shu skimmed through them all. It took a moment for her to realize what precious treasures she had just seen. She discarded the haphazard jade slips in her hand and held tightly onto on the possibility of a good 4 nothing's comeback, as if she had found a priceless treasure. Although she was loath to admit it, she still yearned for a comeback. She placed the jade slip against her forehead to read it, and spent nearly half an hour digesting its contents before finally comprehending the theory within. Fundamentally speaking, humans were the most favored race by the heavenly Tao. They were bestowed with spiritual roots at birth, capable of cultivating spiritual energy and attaining enlightenment. In contrast, most beasts before their transformation rarely had the ability to attain enlightenment, and even ascending to a higher realm was far more arduous for them than for humans. The drawback of humans was their overly delicate physical bodies. Most of their defenses relied on external objects. If one could temper the human body like a precious artifact, first refining the exterior and then the flesh, blood, muscles, and bones, they would possess a physique comparable to that of a beast. By then, even if their spiritual energy was exhausted, they could still fight their way out with just their fists. Qin Shu nodded in tacit agreement. It so happened that her spiritual root attributes were subpar, and pursuing body cultivation seemed to be a fine path. However, the Jade Slip stated that there was a strict requirement for this method. To temper the body in this way, one must have a fire spiritual root. Qin Shu felt a faint stirring of excitement in her heart. A fire spiritual root. She just happened to have one. Upon further inspection, the Jade Slip elaborated on the method of improving one's aptitude. One should choose a place rich in fire, attributed essence, regarding the heaven and earth as a crucible. Using the fire spiritual root as a catalyst, and then applying this cultivation technique to temper the entire body. After reading this, Qin Shu was utterly aghast. Wasn't this tantamount to self-immolation? Recalling how even a tiny splash of hot oil would cause her excruciating pain for a long while, she couldn't help but shiver. Nevertheless, she still steeled herself and continued reading. Ordinary mortal bodies might not be able to withstand the intense fire spiritual energy. Hence, to practice this technique, one must have a certain foundation in body, tempering, and use a piece of residual sun secret ice as an aid. One should select the place for the ritual based on their own circumstances and proceed step by step to reach the pinnacle. This method was extremely perilous. The pain of the ritual was more excruciating than being pierced by 10,000 arrows. Improper operation would lead to the self-destruction of one's cultivation foundation. The master left this book before passing away, aiming to alert the later generations. There is no difficult task in the world. One can simply give up. Qin Shu. She even secretly wondered in her heart just how painful it could be. She had never experienced the pain of being pierced by 10,000 arrows. Yet she still clearly remembered the agony of having her heart stabbed through. Since the master had spoken so, should she still practice this technique? A place rich in fire spiritual energy? Perhaps she could first try a hot spring. If it didn't work, it wouldn't be too late to cut her losses. However, what was this residual sun secret ice? And where could she obtain it? Qin Shu was besieged by a multitude of questions and couldn't find the answers. She could only surreptitiously withdraw from the jade pendant. Then she picked up the message, transmitting Jade Slip, and anonymously posted a message in the square. A generous reward is offered for information on the whereabouts of the residual sun secret ice. Those with knowledge, please contact me. After completing all this, she put away the message, transmitting Jade Slip and the spatial jade pendant, took a fasting pill, picked up the pen and paper she had bought, and intended to copy a book in 3 days. However, Qin Shu had underestimated the matter. If it were based on her previous speed, 3 days would have been enough to transcribe a book. But in the cultivation world, writing brushes were used, and she had absolutely no foundation in using a writing brush. Qin Shu picked up the brush and wrote a line of characters, then fell silent. Well, anyway, the original body was only 10 years old. It didn't matter if the writing was ugly. By the time she finished copying this book, there should surely be some improvement. It took her a full 3 days to copy the book. She neither slept nor rested, only meditating when her hands felt extremely sore. After she finished transcribing the entire record of medicinal herbs in the cultivation world, she had a superficial understanding of the entire medicinal herb system in the cultivation world. Indeed, the ancient saying that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen does hold some truth. Early on the 4th day, she carried the copied book and went to Hshin's residence. Hshin had finished her cultivation early in the morning and was quietly waiting in the room for news from Qin Shu. When she heard a signal from the message, transmitting Jade Slip saying, "Open the door," she excitedly jumped off the bed and rushed to open the room door. Qin Shu walked in through the door, bypassing her with a thick stack of papers in her arms. Hshin was completely stunned when she saw her actions. "So many? Didn't you rest these 3 days?" Qin Shu gave a soft snort, placed the papers on the table, then turned around and glanced at her disdainfully. "Hshin, please face the reality. We have less than 3 months left. Where do we have the time to rest? Do you still want to enter the inner sect or not?" The words that Hshin had on the tip of her tongue were successfully blocked back by her. "All right, I'll read it right away." Chapter 20, Senior Brother. You're divining again. As Hshin spoke, she casually picked up the papers placed on the table. With a casual glance, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her eyes. "Did you copy all these?" Qin Shu knew what she was about to say and preemptively said, "Even if the handwriting is a bit ugly, it doesn't hinder learning. If my writing is ugly, you can just copy them again yourself." After saying this, she waved her hand and prepared to leave. "I'm in a hurry. I'll be off first." Before Hsien could say a word, she had already stepped out of the door. Hsien opened her mouth, her brows furrowing. She hadn't even had the chance to share the good news that she had reached the first level of Qi training, yet she had run off. This girl was really... Everyone had the same 12-hour day, yet she was busier than anyone else. Qin Shu was truly occupied, even while walking. She didn't forget to take out the message, transmitting Jade slip to check if there were any replies to the message she had sent 3 days ago. And indeed, she wasn't disappointed, as she received 3 voice transmission private messages. She tapped on one of them, and a lively voice came out. "Buy information at the 7 Killings Pavilion. The information at the 7 Killings Pavilion is reliable. The prices are low. You won't suffer a loss or be deceived." Sure enough, no world could escape the fate of being inundated by advertisements. She then tapped on the second one, and the same lively voice rang out. "The all-knowing scholar knows everything from astronomy to geography. Still worried about not being able to buy the information you desire? Just turn to the all-knowing scholar." Qin Shu. Just when she opened the third message without any hope, a deep male baritone voice came over. "What's the price?" Qin Shu, who was about to swipe away, paused with her finger. She gave a light cough and replied, "Perhaps. You can gain the friendship of an alchemist?" All she had on her was 6 low-grade spirit stones, plus 2 bottles of the lowest-grade elixir for replenishing qi, and a remaining golden rainbow pomegranate fruit from before. How could she name a price? She was afraid that as soon as she opened her mouth, she'd be blocked. Instead, it might be better to dangle a big carrot and perhaps hoodwink an honest person. To be honest, when she sent that message, she didn't hold out much hope. Unexpectedly, a quick reply came from the other side. "I'm Sui Han from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. May I know your name?" Qin Shu. Qin Shu waited for a while longer, and the message Jade slip lit up again. She picked it up and heard the message from Sui Han. "The setting sun's secret ice is an extremely cold object. Rumor has it that there is a piece at the bottom of the boundless sea in the northernmost part of the eastern continent." Qin Shu didn't expect him to actually tell her the information. However, the boundless sea was, after all, a vast expanse. Where in such a huge sea could she find such a tiny piece of setting sun secret ice? On the other end of the message Jade slip, Sui Han put down the Jade slip and put away the tortoise shell in front of him. A junior sister stepped over the threshold from outside the house. Seeing his actions, she asked in surprise, "Senior brother, did you cast a divination?" Sui Han quietly put away the message Jade slip in his hand and replied with a grunt. Seeing this, Lu Jin leaned over and then asked, "Senior brother, who did you cast the divination for? How's the divination result?" Sui Han raised his head and looked at her. His pitch black pupils were like ice. Lu Jin was startled for a moment before hearing the man say indifferently, "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged." Lu Jin curled her lips. "Senior brother, then cast a divination for me. See if my romantic path will be smooth." Sui Han shook his head. 1 divination per month. The rules must not be broken. Lu Jin stamped her foot in anger, flung her sleeves, and left, shouting, "I'll never talk to you again." Sui Han didn't care about such things. He was still pondering the divination he had just seen. He had entered the Celestial Mystery Pavilion at the age of 8 and had cast countless divinations over more than 200 years. Yet he had never seen such a strange divination. This girl named Qin Shu clearly had a short-lived fate, but the divination indicated that her future was immeasurable. Could it be that she had turned into a ghost cultivator? That was why he decided to do her a favor. Perhaps he could really gain the friendship of a future alchemist. Making a good-will connection might even save himself. Sui Han clenched his fist and brought it to his lips, coughing twice. The thick blackness in his pupils gradually dissipated and merged with the white of his eyes, turning into an abnormal ashy gray. With Qin Shu's current cultivation level, the sect would not allow her to go down the mountain. Even if she could, she couldn't survive the journey through the misty jungle to the endless sea. Considering the order of importance, it was obvious that the top priority was to become a disciple of Elder Ling Shu. Qin Shu made a plan. Simply wrote, learning was useless. Many medicinal herbs looked so similar that even if she memorized the books thoroughly, she couldn't apply that knowledge in practice. So she went to the mission hall again and took on the task in the pharmacy. Every day, the pharmacy receives herbs from various places that need to be sorted. With so many herbs, the pharmacy steward alone couldn't handle the work. So, the pharmacy simply posted a task in the task hall, offering a small amount of points in exchange for cheap labor. Qin Shu happened to be in need of a job where she could personally come into contact with spiritual herbs, so she took on the task for 10 consecutive days. When she arrived at the pharmacy, a batch of herbs had just been delivered. The steward, Ma Chunkai, was busy. Seeing Qin Shu coming, he asked about her purpose and immediately frowned unkindly. Has the sect run out of people? Sending a little girl to fool me? Qin Shu quickly said, Uncle, I took on this task on my own. Don't look down on me just because I'm young. I'm quite dexterous at work. Qin Shu flattered him with a smile and took out a remaining golden rainbow pomegranate fruit from her Qian bag. Uncle, please keep me. I guarantee I'll learn quickly and won't cause you any trouble. Uncle Ma glanced at the fruit she held out and recognized it at once. You even dared to pick Qingyan's fruit? Oh, little girl, you really have a lot of nerve. For a moment, Qin Shu didn't know whether to take her hand back or not. In the end, Ma Chengkai took the fruit. I'll take it. Go into the room. Sort the pile of arhut sacred flowers at the door into 3 grades according to their quality. You can start with this today. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Qin Shu was overjoyed. Her narrow eyes sparkled. Thank you, Uncle. I'll get started right away. Watching Qin Shu enter the room, Ma Chengkai weighed the fruit in his hand and let out a disdainful snort. It's a mystery how this young girl managed to obtain Qingyan's fruits. If she keeps these fruits and carelessly gives them away, it might land her in trouble. Qin Shu entered the room and saw the pile of arhut saint flowers that Master Ma had mentioned. The pile was as tall as 2 people. Finish distributing them in one day? It would be a Herculean task. She noticed 3 Qian pouches set aside. She reached out and took 1 plant from each, then channeled the transformed with spiritual energy into the spiritual plants to carefully sense the differences among them. After opening her eyes, she had a clear idea in mind. She picked up a arhut saint flower, channeled the with spiritual energy into it, and carefully felt it. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, she placed it in the middle Qian pouch. Chapter 21. Keep it quiet. It took Qin Shu about a minute to identify each medicinal herb. At this rate, it would be impossible to identify this high pile of arhut saint flowers in one day. Ma Chengkai finished collecting the medicinal herbs outside. When he entered the room and saw that only a small amount of the herbs had been sorted, despite having prepared himself mentally, he still felt his temples throbbing. Kid, it's a bit too obvious that you're trying to earn sect points, isn't it? He said. Qin Shu gave an embarrassed smile, showing her pearly white teeth. Well, could you first check if I've sorted them correctly? The smile on Ma Chengkai's face vanished. He quickly walked over, picked up several Qian pouches, and probed them with his divine sense. Qin Shu nervously watched him. When he withdrew his divine sense and tossed the Qian pouches onto the table, he said, You sorted them correctly, but it's just too slow. Qin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pursing her lips and lowering her head pitifully, she said, Uncle Ma, disciple has just started. It's good enough if I make no mistakes. Once I've done this for a while longer, I'm sure I'll be faster. Ma Chengkai thought for a moment, then looked at her seriously and said, Our sect doesn't support idlers. The contribution points in the pharmacy aren't that easily obtained. Considering you've just joined the sect, I'll give you 3 days to sort out this pile of spiritual herbs. If you can't finish sorting them in 3 days, then you'd better go back as soon as possible. Don't make me annoyed. Hearing this, Qin Shu felt a bit more at ease. She definitely couldn't finish the task in 1 day, but if she had 3 days, she could still strive to complete it. Gratefully, she clasped her fists at Ma Chengkai and said, Thank you, Uncle. Disciple will surely work hard. I won't disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Ma Chengkai burst into laughter. What disappointment would I have? If you can't finish these tasks after 3 days and get no sect contribution points, I'm afraid it'll be you who'll be disappointed. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and put away half of the Luohan Saint flowers, saying, You can start sorting these first. Watching his actions, Qin Shu understood that Uncle Ma was actually a tough, talking but kind-hearted person. With her bun on her head, she gave a sweet smile and said, Thank you, Uncle. Disciple will strive hard. Ma Chengkai almost failed to maintain his serious expression. He tried his best to keep his image, nodded aloofly, and then turned around to leave. Qin Shu watched him leave before resuming the sorting of the spiritual plants. This kind of chore can naturally be mastered through practice. Qin Shu became increasingly proficient. Later, she could even grab a handful of spiritual plants and pick out those with similar spiritual energy attributes. This significantly enhanced her work efficiency. Meanwhile, she noticed that her skills in utilizing spiritual energy grew more and more dexterous. If previously controlling spiritual energy was merely a technique, now using it had become an instinct. She could divide her spiritual energy into more than a dozen strands and sense multiple spiritual plants simultaneously. Qin Shu sat cross-legged on the futon, manipulating the spiritual energy to sort the spiritual plants, and her speed became ever faster. At night, Ma Chengkai originally intended to help the little girl sort some spiritual plants while she was resting. However, he was surprised to find that the light in the pharmacy was still on. Filled with astonishment, he secretly spied with his divine sense and saw the petite girl sitting cross-legged on the futon. Her state resembled that of deep meditation. Yet her hands moved nimbly, and her control of the spiritual energy was extremely precise. At that moment, Only half of the arhat holy flowers remained in front of her. It was estimated that by dawn, she would have finished sorting them. Ma Chenkai stroked his beard and smiled gratifyingly. Usually, these newly initiated young disciples were quite young and couldn't endure hardships. This little girl looked delicate and frail, but she was not afraid of hard work or fatigue. The more tenacious her character was, the farther she could go on the path of cultivating immortality. Qin Shu spent the whole night sorting inside the room. When her spiritual energy was depleted midway, she took 2 pills to replenish it. By the time she placed the last arhat holy flower into the corresponding Qin Shu bag, the sky outside was already bright. She rose to her feet, stretching languidly and massaging her somewhat aching back. As she looked up, she saw Ma Chenkai entering from outside the door. Qin Shu quickly clasped her fists in salute and said earnestly, "Uncle Sure, this disciple has completed the task." Ma Chenkai didn't say a word. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked over to examine the 3 Qin Shu pouches. He found that although she had acted swiftly, she hadn't divided the contents haphazardly. He was highly satisfied in his heart, yet he still maintained a stern expression on his face. Then he said, "This is just the beginning. Today, you are in charge of fetching the medicinal herbs. Disciples at the 2nd level of Qi, refining, and above can receive the materials for 10 bottles of rejuvenating pills each month. You should distribute them to them properly." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's eyes immediately lit up. It seemed as if she had discovered yet another excellent opportunity to gain some benefits. "Uncle Sure, is it okay for disciples at the 2nd level of Qi, refining? Will the pills refined from these 10 bottles of rejuvenating pills belong to this disciple?" Ma Chenkai saw through her thoughts and let out a soft snort. "You little girl, though young, have rather grand ideas. You can only keep 30% of the pills refined from these 10 bottles of rejuvenating pills. The rest must be handed over to the sect. 30%? 30% is also good. Aren't these all freebies?" Qin Shu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ma Chenkai and asked, "Uncle Sure, can I also receive them?" Hearing this, Ma Chenkai was taken aback. This was the first time he had focused his divine sense on her. Considering the young girl's age, she should have just joined the sect not long ago. If she had already reached the 2nd level of Qi, refining, then she was a genius. Why was such a genius in the outer sect? Reality dealt him a heavy blow, leaving him somewhat stunned. This little girl had actually reached the 2nd level of Qi, refining? "What's your spiritual aptitude?" Ma Chenkai inquired. "The spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth have values of 70, 1, 50, 6, and 48 respectively." Qin Shu responded. Ma Chenkai frowned and questioned, "With such qualifications, how on earth did you reach the 2nd level of Qi refining in just over a month?" Qin Shu, of course, knew she couldn't tell the truth. So, she shook her head with an innocent look and replied, "Uncle, disciple doesn't know either. One day, when disciple was in meditation, suddenly I entered a state of ineffable mystery. When I woke up, I had already broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refining. It should be an epiphany," Ma Chenkai mused. He accepted Qin Shu's explanation and said, "You're really lucky. Since you've broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refining, you're eligible to receive the rewards. However, you've never refined pills before. Go to the skill transmission hall to learn first and then come back to claim them." Qin Shu nodded hastily, her face brimming with furtive delight. Using the sect's herbs to learn skills, it would be a waste not to practice. Once she became a master alchemist, even with her mediocre qualifications, taking pills every day could propel her to the golden core realm. "Thank you, uncle. I'll go after finishing today's task." Having said that, she was about to leave when Ma Chenkai called out, "Wait." Qin Shu halted in her tracks, turned around, and bowed respectfully. "Does uncle have other instructions?" Ma Chenkai took out 3 arhat saint flowers from his Qin Shu bag and handed them to her. "These are the task rewards. Keep them well and cough. Don't make a fuss about it." Qin Shu was a clever girl. With a quick roll of her eyes, she understood. This was a private reward from Uncle Ma, which the other disciples who came to do the task presumably didn't get. The smile on her face grew broader. She took the spiritual plant with both hands and said in a crisp voice, "Thank you, Uncle Sure. Disciple will keep it in mind." Chapter 22. Thank you. Senior brother collecting herbs also took place in the pharmacy, but at the other end. When Qin Shu went there to report, she found there were other young disciples. They seemed quite young and were probably in the same batch as her when they entered the sect. When these people saw Qin Shu coming, their expressions became rather unnatural. Qin Shu took out her identity token and reported to the senior sister on duty. Then she was led to a large cabinet. "You're quite lucky. Uncle Ma assigned you to collect the herbs for the rejuvenating elixir. It requires the least amount of herbs. Do it well. There's only one thing. You must divide them into 100 portions today. Starting tomorrow, the disciples will come to collect them one after another. You can't afford any delay." Qin Shu had just heard others call this tall and slender senior sister Lingxi, so she quietly remembered the name. "Thank you for your advice, senior sister Lingxi." Qin Shu said, clasping her fists. Hearing this, Lingxi raised an eyebrow and curled the corner of her lips, saying, "You're quite clever. Hurry up and get to work." Compared with sorting spiritual plants, collecting herbs was much simpler. One just needed to collect them according to the prescribed ratio of spiritual plants. Qin Shu finished collecting 100 portions just past noon. Lingxi liked those who worked efficiently and credited her with the integration points for the past 2 days. Qin Shu cast a spell on her token and saw that there were already 20 integration points on it. It was truly a cause for celebration. She happily collected the herbs for her 10 portions of the rejuvenating elixir and then rushed to the skill transmission hall. As soon as Qin Shu stepped across the threshold of the skill transmission hall, she wished she could turn around and leave immediately. The smile on her face faded, and the expression in her eyes became extremely complex. Chengyan also noticed her. This junior sister left an impression on him, not only because she had touched his golden rainbow pomegranate fruit, but also because when she actually protected her, his spiritual sense swept across Qin Shu, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. In that instant, she felt as if she had been completely seen through. She involuntarily recalled the sword that had been pointed at her. Although he wasn't the one who had wielded it, it still made her heart skip a beat. Her face turned as pale as a sheet, and her limbs went rigid. The air was eerily quiet. Suddenly, the little black snake on her wrist came back to life. It wriggled slowly and dropped an ancient rune that landed on Qin Shu's forehead. No one noticed all this. Not even Qin Shu herself felt the slightest discomfort. However, this rune could ensure that others wouldn't discover the peculiarity of her constitution, nor would they be able to pry into her cultivation level. For Qin Shu, it was like having an extra disguise. After a long while, Cheng Yin finally spoke up and asked, "What are you here to learn?" The chill on Qin Shu's back gradually dissipated. She forcibly suppressed the unease in her heart and comforted herself that nothing bad had happened yet. All she needed to do was be more cautious around Cheng Yin in the future. Then she lowered her head and whispered, "I'm here to learn alchemy." Cheng Yin had already detected her cultivation level. This junior sister didn't have outstanding aptitude, yet she cultivated quite rapidly. No wonder when she regarded her differently. Cheng Yin casually tossed a jade slip to her and said indifferently, "Read it on your own first. Ask if you have any questions." Qin Shu quickly caught it. She pressed the jade slip against her forehead, closed her eyes, and gathered her spirit, immersing herself completely in it. After quite a while, she finally digested all this information. When she opened her eyes, Cheng Yin asked, "How about it? Do you have any questions?" Qin Shu pondered for a moment, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to ask, and that being stronger would make her less afraid of him in the future. She looked directly into Cheng Yan's eyes. This time, it was Cheng Yan's turn to be stunned. Her eyes were extremely dark and bright, with a hint of restraint that he couldn't quite fathom, hardly resembling the eyes of a 10-year-old girl. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Cheng Yan inquired. Qin Shu instinctively wanted to nod, but just as her head was halfway down, she stopped abruptly, straightened her chest, and said, "No." However, what she didn't know was that in Cheng Yan's eyes, her stance seemed more like bravado than real courage. Cheng Yan gave a soft chuckle. He seldom smiled, and even when he did, it was just a faint curl of his lips, barely noticeable. But when he became aware of his own emotions, he was also stunned for a moment and then suppressed the smile, saying, "Since you're not afraid, just speak up if you have any questions." Qin Shu nodded and asked, "The jade slip says we need to control the temperature of the alchemy furnace at an appropriate level. What exactly is this appropriate temperature?" "The temperature at which spiritual plants can be melted into liquid without vaporizing." Qin Shu then continued, "I still don't quite understand the hand seal technique for fusing several spiritual plants together." Cheng Yin demonstrated the hand seal technique himself. Qin Shu didn't care about their personal grudges at this moment and quickly followed suit. By the time the seal was formed, her forehead was dripping with sweat, and 8/10 of the spiritual energy in her dantian was depleted. Qin Shu subconsciously realized that with her current cultivation base, it was still a bit of a stretch to refine pills. No wonder the sect required disciples at the second level of qi refining or above to receive materials for learning pill refining. Disciples at the first level of qi refining couldn't even form the seal successfully. Qin Shu's spiritual energy recovered very slowly during the day. Yet the pill refining room was only open to low-level disciples during the day. The more she thought about it, the tighter her brow furrowed. If she used these 10 sets of pill refining materials to refine pills now, the success rate would surely be very low. Even if she succeeded, the pills would only be low-grade qi replenishing pills, not worth much. "Didn't learn it?" Cheng Yin asked when he saw her tense expression. Qin Shu looked up and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I've learned it." Cheng Yin thought for a while and then said, "You don't have to be so afraid of me. You were the one who stole my spiritual fruits, and I didn't punish you. Why do you look more aggrieved than me?" Qin Shu pressed her lips into a thin line, thanks to his reminder. She just remembered that they actually had such a past entanglement. Seeing that Qin Shu remained silent, Chang Yin gradually lost his patience. Just say what you want to say. Qin Shu opened her mouth. Somehow, she seemed to have a momentary mental lapse and suddenly said, I'm thinking about the probability of having you, senior brother. Help me refine pills. Then, after giving the part required by the sect, we could split the rest equally. Cheng Yin. The scolding words on the tip of his tongue got stuck. This junior sister clearly looked afraid of him just now. How could she become so presumptuous in just a few words? After saying these words, Qin Shu wished she could turn back time and wake up that unrestrained self just now. She forced an ugly smile and simply decided to go all out, saying, a 4-6 split will do. How about a 3-7 split? Cheng Yin frowned, with a wave of his sleeve. Qin Shu was stuck on the wall. In her heart, she had cursed this man who resorted to violence against a child at the slightest provocation countless times. However, the next moment, she heard Cheng Yin say, leave your herbs and come to fetch them tomorrow. Qin Shu moistened her dry lips. Looking at the man sitting on the seat, with a cold and handsome face like an immortal exiled from heaven, she suddenly felt that maybe she had cursed too soon. She slid down from the wall and steadied herself. Then she cleared her throat, took out 10 portions of the medicinal herbs for the rejuvenation elixir from her storage bag, stepped forward, and carefully placed them in front of Cheng Yin. Bowing respectfully to him, she said, Senior brother, I'm in your debt. Chapter 23. You lied. Even after Qin Shu left the skill transmission hall, she was still in a daze. How could she have dared to ask senior brother to help her refine pills? What was even more puzzling was that senior brother actually agreed. Was she crazy? And did senior brother go crazy with her? Cheng Yin stared at the 10 portions of the rejuvenation elixir herbs placed in front of him and fell into deep thought. The total value of these herbs was not even worth a few spirit stones, yet he had agreed to a 3-7 split with her. Well, after all, she was someone that Wen Qi valued. He might as well consider it a simple favor. The next day, since Cheng Yin didn't need to go to the skill transmission hall, he sat in his thatched cottage, pondering for a long time. Finally, he decided to start the pill refining furnace. Oh, so senior brother also knows to take on sect tasks? Wen Qi's voice came from afar, then grew closer. Cheng Yin ignored him. Wen Qi, feeling rebuffed, gradually revealed his figure in the courtyard. He wrinkled the tip of his nose and clicked his tongue twice. It was indeed the rejuvenation elixir. The senior brother was so down to earth. A 6th-rank alchemist actually made the lowest-grade rejuvenation elixir. Cheng Yin didn't stop his movements either. He raised his hand to perform a spell and covered the furnace lid, then casually said, Why are you here? As soon as the words left his mouth, a scroll flew towards him. He raised his hand to catch it, and then heard Wen Qi say, You'll lead the sect disciples trial in the second half of the year. This is the scroll list. Write down the names of the eligible disciples, and they'll have the qualification to enter. Cheng Yin threw the scroll back. I won't go. Wen Qi's figure disappeared from the spot again, and his voice still echoed in the air. It's the master's order. If you don't go, go and talk to the master yourself. A sudden glint of golden light flashed between Cheng Yin's eyebrows. In an instant, the scroll stopped in front of him. He frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then raised his hand to put away the scroll. Meanwhile, a refreshing fragrance of the elixir wafted from the alchemy furnace in front of him. He performed a spell, opened the lid of the furnace, and then threw out a jade bottle. 10 elixirs were put into it. He refined 10 furnaces in a row. A total of 100 pills, and each one was of the highest quality. By the time he finished refining the elixirs, the sun had already climbed to the zenith. Cheng Yin squinted at the sky. He was 60 years in arrears with his alchemy tasks, yet now he was refining rejuvenation elixirs for a newly initiated young disciple. What a kind-hearted soul he was. Thinking of that little girl with the Taoist bun, Cheng Yin finally decided to chalk this up to Wen Qi. Cheng Yin stood up, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the courtyard. When he reappeared, he was in front of the cave abode of the true man Lingshu. Master, your disciple Cheng Yin requests an audience. After his voice faded, not long after, the restriction of the cave abode opened. Cheng Yin rose and walked in. As soon as he entered, he heard the true immortal Lingshu ask, I heard from Wen Qi that you are refining the rejuvenation elixir? Cheng Yin responded with a nonchalant grunt. Lingshu gave him a sidelong glance and inquired, on a mission? Yes. Lingshu let out a disdainful snort. Cheng Yin, you're lying. Cheng Yin didn't deny it. It's an agreement with someone. It doesn't count as a lie. He was indeed on a mission, but not just his own. Hearing this, Lingshu became rather curious. Oh, who has such ability? Cheng Yin didn't indulge his curiosity any further. Instead, he flicked his wrist and took out a scroll. Master, please send someone else to lead the trial. Lingshu directly waved his sleeve and sent him flying out. Absolutely not. A pill refiner who doesn't focus on pill refining but holds a sword all day long. Now you won't even obey me. In the blink of an eye, the stone door of the cave abode closed. Seeing this, Cheng Yin knew that his master's decision was final. He had to go on this trial. The trial for the new disciples was like a child's game, lasting for 10 days. During these 10 days, he could do nothing but wait at the entrance for them to come out, when she seemed to pop up out of nowhere. Seeing Qin Yan's dejected look, he was in high spirits. Senior brother, in my opinion, you look so old-fashioned now. You're just a little over 100 years old. But you look like an 800-year-old. Spending more time with these young disciples will bring back some youthful vigor to you. Reminiscing about the time when you first entered the sect, you were so fresh and charming then, nothing like your annoying look now. Cheng Yin shot a glare. It's still better than someone who cried when leaving home for the first time. He immediately flew into a rage. Who cried? I was drugged with a tear-inducing pill by my cousin. Cheng Yin twitched the corner of his lips, showing a skeptical look, then flew away directly. Qi was infuriated and followed suit. He was determined to find out with whom Cheng Yin had made an agreement. How could he open the furnace to refine pills? And what's more, the lowest grade rejuvenation pills. Early the next morning, just as the moon sank below the horizon, Qin Shu finished her cultivation. At this moment, the spiritual energy in her dantian was more condensed. She began to temper her governor vessel. After fully tempering it, she would attempt to break through to the third level of qi refining. She opened her eyes and used the spiritual energy she had cultivated throughout the night, converting it into its spiritual energy to heal the little black snake on her wrist. After consuming about 20% of her spiritual energy, Qin Shu stopped. She jumped off the cushion, opened the door of the wooden cabin, and headed towards the skill transmission hall. When she arrived, Cheng Yin hadn't shown up yet. She squatted on the ground, idly scribbling with a twig, muttering to herself in a low voice. Encouraging Qin Mian to kill someone, he's such a villain. Why did I still trust him? Now I've been stood up again. Maybe not only will I lose the spiritual pills, but also the herbs. Her painting skills were poor, and the stick figures she drew were barely recognizable. However, a pair of boots that suddenly appeared in front of her gave her a big shock. She looked up at the man in front of her, her pupils constricted, and she quickly stood up and scuffed the figure she had drawn with her foot. Then, with an awkward smile, she said, Senior brother, you've come. Cheng Yin still wore a solemn face. You don't trust me, he stated flatly. It was indeed a declarative sentence. Qin Shu's features were almost scrunched up into a ball. Sure enough, this was a world governed by metaphysics, where things were even more efficacious than in later times. One must never speak ill of others behind their backs. It's not that. She originally intended to muddle through with evasive words. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yin showed no intention of interrupting her. Instead, he just stared steadily at her, waiting for her to finish. Qin Shu's shoulders drooped, and with her head down, the buns on top of her head seemed a bit wilted. I just thought you wouldn't come since you were late. I thought you were just joking yesterday. Cheng Yin raised his hand, and 10 bottles of pills appeared in front of her. Put them away, he said. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. She quickly opened one of the porcelain bottles to take a look. The pungent yet refreshing fragrance almost made her lose herself in it. Then she heard Cheng Yin continue. 10 portions of herbs have yielded a total of 100 pills. 70 of them are to be handed over to the sect. We'll split the remaining 30 in a ratio of 30 to you and 70 to me. So you get 9, and I get 21. This calculating appearance completely shattered Qin Shu's previous perception of Cheng Yin. In the original work, Cheng Yin was the senior brother of the pill sect, who had an abundance of pills. Almost all the pills that Qin Mian took after joining the Xiantian Gate were provided by him. Such a senior brother actually cared about these few replenishing pills? Chapter 24. Striking it rich, she took out 2 bottles from the tin and then fished out a single pill from another bottle and stuffed it into one of the bottles she'd taken out. Then she handed them to him. Here, take them. I keep my word. As Cheng Yin just took it over, a hearty laugh rang out. Someone said, I wondered why senior brother would refine such low-level pills. So it's for junior sister. Qin Shu followed the voice and saw Wen Qi in a cyan robe, floating in mid-air with a jade, bone-folding fan in his hand. Qin Shu frowned. She had just said it was a pleasant cooperation and that she would visit her senior brother next month, but Wen Qi had disrupted it. What an ill-timed appearance. Wen Qi clearly saw her expression. He directly asked, Little Taoist nun, what do you mean by this? Why didn't I see such gratitude from you when I refined pills for you? We're all fellow disciples. You can't treat me differently like this. Qin Shu looked up at him in surprise and forced a smile as she asked, perhaps senior brother has too many junior sisters and has forgotten. When did I ever trouble senior brother to refine pills for me? Wen Qi gently tapped his forehead with his slender fingers holding the fan handle. For a moment, Qin Shu was dazzled. She couldn't tell whether it was the beauty of the fan bones, his hands, or his face. She saw the handsome man in front of her curving his lips into a gentle smile. It seems I was wrong, senior brother. It appears that doing good deeds without leaving a name won't do, he said. Junior sister, think carefully. On the day you first came to the elixir sect, was there a bottle of Bigo pills in your Qian Kuan bag? He watched with satisfaction as the young girl in front of him gradually widened her eyes in shock. Only then did he smile and ask, "Well, do you remember now?" Back then, he just thought this little junior sister was interesting and casually tossed a bottle of Biga pills to her. At that time, he wished not to be known, so as to avoid getting himself involved in any more romantic troubles. Although Qin Shu didn't know why he gave her such a bottle of Biga pills. Now that she knew, she couldn't avoid owing him a debt of gratitude. So it was a gift from senior brother. "Thank you, senior brother. Junior sister will remember this. When junior sister makes achievements in cultivation in the future, she will surely return a bottle to senior brother." As soon as she said this, Wen Qi burst into laughter. With a smile, the corners of his eyes and brows softened. "You little Taoist nun are quite interesting." In just a few words, she limited the favor to a bottle of Bigu pills that could be returned. It was indeed not easy for a young girl to have such a shrewd mind. "Senior brother, my name is Qin Shu, not little Taoist nun." Qin Shu didn't quite like this name and frowned to correct him. Hearing this, Wen Qi raised his eyebrows and looked at her tenderly, then retorted, "With a Taoist nun, like hairstyle, what else could you be but a little Taoist nun?" Qin Shu looked at his expression and almost drooled. She quickly controlled the factor in her body that was stirred by his good looks. She straightened her expression and said, "This is not a Taoist nun hairstyle. It's a ballerina bun." Cheng Yin watched them talking. Seeing Wen Qi shamelessly using illusion on such a little girl, he frowned. To his surprise, the little girl was firm-minded and wasn't seduced by him. He sneered and said, "I've got what I came for. I won't disturb you two catching up." Qin Shu was worried that he would disappear without a trace. She quickly asked before he vanished, "Senior brother, shall we meet at the same time next month?" Wen Qi watched from the side, looking at Cheng Yin half smiling. Cheng Yin, as if he didn't notice, calmly nodded and said yes. Wen Qi found that he was increasingly unable to fathom his senior brother. The jade bottle for holding the pills was far more precious than the pills themselves. Generally, it was used to store high-grade pills to prevent the loss of their medicinal properties. Yet, his senior brother had given it to this young Taoist nun without even batting an eye. If this young Taoist nun were a bit older, it could be understood as his senior brother having fallen in love. But this was just a 10-year-old little girl, barely out of childhood. "Senior brother, isn't the celestial maiden of the vast sea supposed to come in a couple of days?" Wen Qi seemed to mention it casually, but Cheng Yan's face changed drastically. He turned around and vanished from the spot in an instant. Qin Shu smelled the scent of gossip and winked at Wen Qi's senior brother. "Who was the celestial maiden of the vast sea?" The next moment, Wen Qi's fan landed on her head. And even the little tuft on her head was flattened a bit. "Adult matters are none of your concern, little one. Qin Shu, it's just about love. What's so secretive about it?" Having read most of a book, why couldn't she recall that her senior brother had such a pursuer? It should be an insignificant passer-by. What Qin Shu didn't know was that she was wrong this time. The celestial maiden of the vast sea was Cheng Yan's biggest creditor. She was in the late stage of the golden core realm. She had spent a fortune to buy a spiritual vein to aid her in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yan had also just broken through to the late stage of the golden core realm that day and happened to be on that mountain. He had used 1/3 of the spiritual vein. How could the celestial maiden of the vast sea tolerate it? Unfortunately, Cheng Yan was the senior brother of the pill sect. As the saying goes, even if the monk runs away, the temple can't. This debt had to be repaid. Although he was a pill cultivator, he also practiced the swordsmanship. All the spirit stones he earned from pill refining were used to nurture his sword, leaving him penniless. The fairy Hao Miao visited the Xiantian Gate every 3 years, and Wen Qi had watched the spectacle for 30 consecutive years. Although Qin Shu's cultivation base was low, her sixth sense was always quite accurate. There might be some discord between these two senior brothers, but they meant no harm to her. At least, that was the case for now. "Didn't I tell you to stay away from the senior, master brother?" Wen Qi suddenly said. Qin Shu was taken aback. She squinted her eyes and recalled that he seemed to have said so. But at that time, there was no need for him to say more. Now she even wanted to avoid the senior, master brother when seeing him. Now, this sense of fear had unexpectedly dissipated. Perhaps it was because the senior, master brother had refined pills for her? Alas, she was truly an easy-to-be bribed person by petty gains. "Senior brother, can I ask you something?" Qin Shu looked at Wen Qi with an innocent look on her face. Wen Qi waved his fan and replied, "No." The smile on Qin Shu's face vanished instantly. She lifted her feet and headed towards her small wooden house, saying, "Then I won't listen either. Farewell, Wen Qi. Those who ignore good advice will surely suffer in the future." Qin Shu really left without looking back. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. The pills refined by the senior master brother were clearly far superior to those issued by the sect. If she exchanged them for low-level pills and then handed them in according to the basic pill-forming rate of new disciples, she could surely make a small fortune. Qin Shu didn't take a day off until she had completed the 10-day task at the pharmacy. She then made a special trip to Qijin City. She went to the Pill Alliance to inquire and was shocked to learn that the 8 bottles of pills refined for her by her senior brother were all top-grade rejuvenation pills. One top-grade rejuvenation pill could be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit stone. And 1 middle-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 200 low-grade rejuvenation pills. Qin Shu stared blankly, her heart in turmoil. Only 3 words echoed in her mind. She's rich. Chapter 25. Undistracted Fairy. Are you going to sell this pill? The waiter inquired. Generally speaking, rejuvenation pills were low-level pills and not very valuable. However, the word top grade could change everything. It's a pity that you only have one. If you could provide a large quantity, the price would be much higher, he probed. Qin Shu shook her head vigorously. No more. I'm just a junior disciple. How could I provide a large amount of them? It's just good luck that my senior brother rewarded me with one. That's why I thought of exchanging it for some spirit stones as pocket money. She wasn't stupid and was well aware of the saying an innocent man may be suspected if he possesses a valuable jade. If she really took out all the 79 top-grade rejuvenation pills, she was afraid of attracting unwanted attention. The waiter was a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but it was within his expectations. He sighed and casually asked, Fairy, do you need anything else? Qin Shu nodded. I'll take 100 low-grade rejuvenation pills. Just convert the rest into spirit stones for me. Since it was her first time refining pills, a failure rate was allowed. She only needed to submit 10 rejuvenation pills. She planned to keep the remaining pills for her own use. Her spiritual energy recovers extremely slowly during the day. She can only rely on taking pills, and the spirit replenishing pill is a necessity for her. Given her current cultivation level, a single low-grade spirit replenishing pill can fully replenish her spiritual energy. It would truly be a waste to consume a top-grade 100 low-grade spirit replenishing pills only cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. If the shop assistant took one top-grade spirit replenishing pill from her, he would have to return 90 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Shu walked out of the Pill Alliance, still feeling as if in a dream. Was this the feeling of suddenly amassing great wealth overnight? She felt a bit light-headed, with an overarching sense of self-importance as if she were the third most powerful being under the sky. However, precisely because of this, she was hesitant to cooperate with her senior brother again. Although perhaps these things were but a trifling matter for Chang Yan, Qin Shu felt extremely uneasy about accepting his favors without any just cause. The value of the pills he gave her far exceeded that of the medicinal herbs themselves. On her way back, Qin Shu noticed a fashion store and stepped inside. It wasn't that she was overly vain. Rather, in the past 1 or 2 months since she started cultivating, she had suddenly grown taller. The clothes the original owner had worn were all ordinary items and now were too short. Once inside the shop, the enthusiastic shop assistant began promoting a variety of celestial maiden gowns. There were glistening mermaid silks and fluffy neon-hued feathery robes, each more beautiful than the last. Qin Shu felt her chincoin pouch, pointed at one of the gowns, and inquired gracefully, "How many spirit stones does this gown cost?" The young waiter replied with a beaming smile, "My fairy, this one only costs 899 middle-grade spiritual stones. Once you put it on, it will block divine senses. It is truly an essential item for travel. You really have an excellent eye." Qin Shu hugged her chincoin bag tightly. At that moment, she felt like a kite that had just soared freely into the sky, but was then yanked back to reality by someone pulling the string. With a wooden expression, she coldly shifted her gaze away from those beautiful fairy dresses and raised her voice to the waiter, "Bring out the cheapest items in your shop." The tone and intonation were such that one might think she was about to spend a fortune. The waiter's eyelids twitched. After a long while, he forced a smile and pointed at a row of gaudy clothes in the corner, saying, "My fairy, these are last year's old styles. They are all inexpensive. If your funds are limited, you can choose from here." Qin Shu walked over contentedly. She reached out and opened one to find that it was just a garment made up of just a few pieces of cloth. Her face flushed red at the sight. She pursed her lips, straightened her face, and asked, "Where are the men's clothes?" The waiter stared at her in disbelief as she selected a set of white men's clothing and a cyan hairband. She paid with spiritual stones and left contentedly. When the Xian saw Qin Shu again, looking at the clothes on her body and the oddly shaped hairband on her head, she stammered, "You, what kind of attire is this?" Qin Shu tugged at the hem of her clothes and asked, "Well, isn't it quite nice?" The clothes in this cultivation world were truly different. Once worn, they would automatically adjust to the right size, and there was no need to worry about loosening the belt after eating too much. The hairpin on her head was replaced with a hairband. She tied a high ponytail and casually made a bow, so as to prevent Wen Qi from always calling her a young Taoist nun. Hashine was utterly speechless. Qin Shu, you're a young lady. Don't act like a lad. Frowning, she looked at Qin Shu, who remained unmoved, and exhorted earnestly, last time when you coiled your hair up, I already wanted to tell you. Why does a young girl always dress like this? However, Qin Shu thought it was quite good. Men's clothing was far more convenient than women's. I can even practice sword fighting. What? Isn't it good looking? Hashin still frowned, but still nodded. Well, it's not ugly. Qin Shu pursed her lips, looking solemn, and advised earnestly, in the path of cultivating immortality, one must be single-minded. Thoughts of vanity and comparison in terms of appearance should be discarded. Once your cultivation level rises, everyone will respectfully address you as a celestial maiden. Who will care whether you're wearing men's or women's clothing then? Hashin found what she said somewhat reasonable. However, having been raised in the secular world for 12 years, certain ideas were deeply ingrained in her. Squinting at Qin Shu, she said, but how can you find a husband in the future like this? Qin Shu. She was completely overwhelmed by Hashin's sudden words. She had come to cultivate immortality. Why should she care about a husband? Whether she could even live long enough to look for a husband was still up in the air. Of course, these were things not to be shared with others. Naturally, she came up with a set of high-sounding words. If they are just those superficial people who only judge by appearance, such a husband is not worth having. Am I right? Hashin was persuaded by her. She stroked her chin and pondered for a while before nodding in agreement. You make a good point. You're quite remarkable. You may look young, yet you understand these matters better than some adults. Qin Shu, who was 10 years old on the outside but had endured the rigors of 9-year compulsory education inside, brazenly continued. To gain a foothold in the world of cultivating immortals, one must rely on their own strength. Hashin, the thought of relying on your husband won't work. Have you ever seen a great cultivator take his wife with him when ascending? Hashin opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Seeing that she didn't get stuck in a dead end, Qin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. She was extremely glad that she had transmigrated into a world of cultivating immortals. This was a world even more straightforward than the later generations, where those with strength held sway, and gender was not overly emphasized. However, to Qin Shu's surprise, when she went to the pharmacy to do tasks the next day, she unexpectedly ran into Hashin again. This time, Hashin was also dressed in men's clothing, with a coiled top knot just like the one she had worn before. Hashin spotted Qin Shu from afar and happily ran towards her. Sure, how do I look? Is it nice? Chapter 26. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams can be used in such a way Qin Shu fell silent. Could she say that she wore men's clothing because it was cheaper? She wondered how this all-powerful fairy he had managed to get men's clothing overnight. Seeing Qin Shu's somewhat embarrassed expression, Hashin frowned and stood still. What? Is it not nice? Qin Shu quickly shook her head, straightened her expression, and complimented with a very proper attitude. You look absolutely gorgeous. Hashin was finally satisfied. With a slight curl of her lips, she said, Qin Shu, I've finished reading the record of medicinal herbs in the cultivation world these days. I went to the mission hall early this morning to take on a mission. You're right. From now on, I must strive even harder. I want to ascend on my own. Qin Shu then clasped her fists in salute and said, Should one of us attain wealth and honor, never forget the other. Hashin responded with a smile, and the two entered the pharmacy together, spending a full 2.5 months there. During this period, Qin Shu taught herself from books such as Mastering 3 Tasks with One Mind, Summary of Experiences from 100 Furnace Explosions, and How to Perfectly Blend Medicinal Herbs with Opposing Attributes. Although she was still a novice with 0 alchemy experience, she could theorize. The medicinal herbs she received in these 2 months were not given to her senior brother, but kept for herself. She planned to start refining pills after her cultivation advanced further. The pills she submitted were all low-grade energy, replenishing pills she bought. One afternoon, Qin Shu and Hashin went to the western mountain and caught a wild rabbit. They used spiritual energy to build a fire, roasted the rabbit, and sprinkled it with spiritual herbs, thoroughly satisfying their long-missed appetites. Hashin took the rabbit leg that Qin Shu handed over, without even caring about the burning heat. She took a big bite. At that moment, her eyes lit up, and she mumbled in praise, Sure. When on earth did you acquire such a skill? Qin Shu laughed. She had many skills. It was just that there were not enough seasonings in the cultivation world. Otherwise, the taste of this small barbecue would be even more authentic. If you want to eat it again next time, just come and call me. After chatting idly for a while, Qin Shu heaved a sigh and asked Hashin, if you're not chosen by Master Ling Shu, what are your plans? Hearing this, Hashin stared at her with wide, opened eyes while holding a rabbit leg, exclaiming, Qin Shu, you're getting complacent. Qin Shu was puzzled. Then she heard Hashin continue. You shouldn't ask me what I'd do if not chosen. Instead, you should inquire what my plans would be if I were chosen. After all, for them, It was the norm not to be selected. Being chosen, that would be a great blessing from their ancestors. Reminded by Qin Shu was first stunned for a moment and then gradually realized she seemed to have overthought things. She let out a hearty laugh and said, "We should do our best and leave the rest to fate. No matter where we are, we must strive to practice assiduously." The next day was the long-awaited day for Master Lingshu to select his disciples. It was said that Master Xingqian from the Celestial Prophecy Pavilion had divined from Master Lingshu, indicating that only by selecting disciples on this day could he find his last and most beloved disciple. If he missed this day, all the subsequent disciples would bring misfortune. Qin Shu got up early in the morning and rushed to the cold pond to wash her hair. Washing her hair was her way of showing due respect for this significant assessment. After she neatly tied up her high ponytail and met with Qin, who had her hair coiled into a bun, the two exchanged a meaningful smile and then went to sign up separately. The assessment consisted of two parts. The first was a written test, and the second was practical alchemy. Since Qin Shu had never attempted alchemy before, her performance on the written test was of crucial importance. The square of the sect was filled with desks and cushions, and the disciples who came to participate in the selection formed a dense crowd. At least 400 or 500 of them. The one taking in disciples is the 8th rank alchemist, the revered Lingshu, who could remain unmoved. However, among all the disciples participating in the selection, there are only 2 new disciples, Qin Shu and Exquisite. Oh no, there is also Qiyu, the new disciple from the sword sect with a 99-point fire attribute. She doesn't even have a wood spiritual root. One wonders what she's doing here. In the eyes of the crowd, these 3 new disciples are truly fearless out of ignorance. People probably look at them as if they were primary school students taking the college entrance examination. Exquisite felt a bit nervous. She tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve and whispered, "Qin Shu, do you think we can make it? This situation is making me lose confidence." Qin Shu, however, looked confident. "What's there to be afraid of? We're already here." Exquisite thought it made sense. Since they were already there, they might as well take the exam. Even if they didn't pass, could things get any worse than they already were? A series of drumbeats resounded, followed by a solemn voice echoing throughout the examination hall. "All disciples, please take your seats according to your registration numbers." Qin Shu found the voice familiar. She looked up and was surprised to find that the chief examiner was senior brother Cheng Yan. "Your seat is number 374. I'm at 396. We're not far apart," Exquisite said as she pulled Qin Shu towards their seats. Every 50 numbers were grouped into one area, and there were a total of 9 areas on site. Qin Shu found her seat and sat down, watching as the other senior brothers and sisters around her also took their seats one by one. Senior brother Cheng Yan's voice rang out again from the stage. During the exam, refrain from whispering to each other or looking around. After a long list of reminders, some senior brothers and sisters distributed the test papers. The test papers in the immortal cultivation world are also a type of low-grade magical artifacts. The phantoms of spiritual plants emerged one by one on the test papers, and no one could see others' papers. What they had to do was to recognize these spiritual plants, classify them, and mark their pharmacological properties and taboos. Looking at the densely packed spiritual plants and the extremely large incense stick placed in front, Qin Shu took a deep breath and promptly buried herself in writing. The Jingong lotus cannot be melted alone. A little snake herb must be added as a catalyst. The white, hot fire plant and the nether cold soul repel each other and cannot be classified into the same category. Qin Shu answered the questions with great enthusiasm, though her handwriting was still somewhat unsightly. By the time she finished these questions, a large part of the incense had burned away. However, when she lowered her head, she found that the phantoms of the spiritual plants had disappeared, and a new question appeared instead. How to fuse the fire lotus, the heavenly flame ghost palm, and the stone, shining milk. Qin Shu had a premonition that this question was the key to the selection of apprentices by the true Lord Lingshu. She carefully sorted out her thoughts, picked up the pen to draw a Taiji Bagua diagram, marked the attribute values of the 3 respectively, and then calculated the corresponding thresholds to balance the 3 according to the opposition in the Taiji Bagua. After writing the last stroke, she looked at her paper filled with answers contentedly. Nothing could stump a science student. This time, she really finished answering. Just as she wrote down her name, she heard Cheng Yan's voice ring out again. "Time's up." With a wave of his hand, the test papers floated in the air, and a chorus of wails arose from around. Only Qin Shu heaved a sigh of relief. The time was truly tight. She picked up her token and walked in the direction of Qin. As soon as the 2 sisters met, they each asked, "How did it go?" They exchanged a glance. Then Qin sighed and said, "Anyway, as you told me, I wrote down all I knew and made up what I didn't. As for whether it's right or not, well, that's another matter." Qin Shu understood. It was all up to fate anyway, so there was no need to fret. Their test papers were sent to Cheng Yan. Cheng Yin could peruse 3 papers in an instant. However, when he turned to one particular paper, he paused. The paper was filled with writing, and most of it was substantial, but the handwriting was rather ugly. He read on until he reached the last question. His eyes widened in shock, and he felt as if a bucket of enlightenment had been poured over him. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams? Could they be used in such a way? It was this algorithm that he found rather puzzling. Among the outer sect disciples, there was actually such a genius? He decided to find out who this disciple was. Chapter 27. Talent curiosity piqued. Cheng Yin casually flipped to the front of the test paper and saw 2 flamboyant characters, Qin Shu. Cheng Yin was completely stunned. The shock in his heart was like a tempestuous wave. It took him a long while to regain his composure. Were the young people nowadays so talented? Even he had trouble understanding the trigram algorithm she had written. Although this young girl was intelligent, her handwriting was truly atrocious, lacking any grace. As he pondered, he took Qin Shu's paper out separately, intending to present it to his master later. After waiting to finish reading the papers of other students, he found that some were indeed quite good, yet none could compare to Qin Shu's theory, which was truly refreshing. He picked out several papers and went to the cave abode of the true man Ling Shu. Privately, he placed Qin Shu's paper on top. For a 10-year-old to write such things, it was no exaggeration to call her a genius. The only drawback was that her cultivation was still low and her talent was not exceptionally high. He wondered if his master would take a fancy to her. The true man Ling Shu took the papers Cheng Yin offered. Seeing the handwriting on the first paper, he instinctively wanted to turn the page, but was promptly stopped by Cheng Yin. "Master," he called. The true man Ling Shu looked up at him. Then he saw Cheng Yin frowning, with a strange look on his face, saying, "Master, won't you take a closer look?" The true man Ling Shu knew his disposition. If there were no special reason, he would never speak like this. He withdrew his gaze, suppressed his impatience, and read through this paper. The more he read, the more intrigued he became. After finishing, he simply tossed the remaining papers aside and asked Cheng Yin, "This paper is quite interesting. Which peak does this disciple named Qin Shu belong to? The ideas are good, but the handwriting is truly atrocious." Cheng Yin bowed respectfully and replied, "In answer to you, Master, she is an outer sect disciple who joined recently. She is only 10 years old this year." 10 years old. Well, it's understandable that her handwriting is a bit ugly then. True immortal Ling Shu had just let out a sigh when he suddenly realized something. He snapped back to his senses, stood up abruptly, and pointed at Cheng Yin in disbelief, asking, "Wait, how old did you say she is?" Cheng Yin was not at all surprised by his reaction. He bowed with clasped hands again and replied, 10 years old. True immortal Ling Shu waved his hand casually, and the other test papers in his hand simply vanished into thin air. Having found this child, there was no need to look at the other disciples. He truly had the air of "Once I have seen the boundless sea, other waters seem not worthy of notice." Except Wushan's cloud, no other cloud is worthy of praise. Since it was ultimately his own choice of disciples, Cheng Yin didn't interfere much. However, as true immortal Ling Shu's eldest disciple, he still reminded him, "Master, this disciple's aptitude is somewhat lacking." True immortal Ling Shu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "In what way is it lacking?" Cheng Yin said, "She only has 3 spiritual roots." True immortal Ling Shu simply waved his hand and declared, 3 spiritual roots it is. With my skills, I can surely raise her cultivation to the golden core stage. Just tell me, does she have a fire spiritual root? As true immortal Ling Shu asked this question, he had already made up his mind. Even if she didn't have a fire spiritual root, based on her talent in alchemy alone, he would have to find a fire spirit for her. Cheng Yin had been his disciple for over 100 years and knew his temperament quite well. It was almost a foregone conclusion that Qin Shu would become his closed-door disciple, unless there was some other unexpected turn of events. Chapter 28. The Fire Spirit. Yes, she has a fire spiritual root, but the root value attribute is not high, only 71. Cheng Yin replied respectfully. Upon hearing these words, the wrinkled brow of the true man Ling Shu relaxed. It matters not. While cultivating with a spiritual root value of 70, one might be arduous. It suffices for alchemy. As the master and disciple were conversing, the restrictions outside the cave abode seemed to have been triggered. The true man Ling Shu made a hand gesture, and immediately a message transmitting talisman flew in. "Ling Shu, long time no see. How have you been?" Hearing this, the true man Ling Shu frowned slightly. Why has the true man Wang Jian suddenly paid a visit? The true man Wang Jian was an elder of the sword sect. Usually, he rarely stayed in the sect. He was either engaged in battles or on his way to seek fights. 3 years ago, he suddenly returned and secluded himself. Everyone assumed that he had encountered some fortuitous encounter outside and had come back to prepare for a breakthrough. However, unexpectedly, there had been no signs of progress to this day. Could it be that he has come to ask the master to refine pills? Cheng Yin also guessed. The true man Ling Shu gently shook his head, deeming it highly unlikely. Wang Jian's path was the path of killing. According to his past style, he always sought breakthroughs in battles. Apart from pills for replenishing spiritual energy, he never took any other pills. Well, we'll know once he comes in and we ask him. He raised his hand to the restrictions and went out to greet him in person. Why have you left seclusion, true man Wang Jian? Have you achieved something? He asked with a smile, stroking his beard. The true man Wang Jian looked like a middle-aged man, with his natal heavy sword slung on his back. His broad and thick arms seemed full of strength, indicating that he should have also made some achievements in physical cultivation. Hearing the true man Ling Shu's question, he shook his head and candidly said, I've made no progress. It's probably not the right time yet. His expression remained calm, seemingly not caring about this matter at all. This clearly demonstrated his firm state of mind. Just as the true man Ling Shu was about to inquire about his purpose, he himself took the initiative to speak up. True man Ling Shu, I've heard that you're planning to take on a last disciple recently? With this remark, Ling Shu became even more perplexed. What business was it of his that he was taking on a last disciple? It was hardly possible that a man of his age would want to become his disciple. Even if so, he wouldn't accept him, for he didn't even possess a fire spiritual root. What good was a high root, value with only a single gold spiritual root? Yes, there is such a plan, the true man Ling Shu replied. His brows knitted tightly as he slightly nodded. Wang Jian's eyes were constantly fixed on his expression. Tentatively, he asked, true man Ling Shu, there is a disciple in our sword, sect with a fire spiritual root value of 99. How about having her become your last disciple? Hearing about the 99 fire spiritual root value, Ling Shu frowned, and there was also a hint of suspicion in his brows. Such a genius. Are you willing to let her join my pill sect? Everyone here was no child. If there weren't some other ulterior motives, they would surely have hidden such a genius away. Wang Jin knew he couldn't be easily deceived. Sighing, he explained, to be honest, we're also coveting the bone, washing and gold, revitalizing elixir in your possession. Moreover, the girl Qi Yu is interested in alchemy. If she undergoes the spiritual root washing, she'll have a celestial spiritual root with a root value of 100. By then, whether it's alchemy or sword practice, she'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. Of course, he was loath to give such an outstanding disciple away. But since it was Qi Yu's choice, he would naturally respect it. Of course, there is one more thing. The sword cultivators are truly impoverished. In contrast to the alchemists who are wealthy and influential, they simply have nothing to offer that could tempt the other side. Upon hearing his words, Ling Shu scoffed directly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he coolly remarked, You've really come up with a shrewd plan. Isn't this like trying to get something for nothing? Wang Jian scratched his nose and forced a sheepish smile. It's not exactly getting something for nothing. We're still presenting you with a disciple with heavenly spiritual roots. Ling Shu flicked his sleeve, clasped his hands behind his back, and directly turned around. No discussion. For an alchemist, aptitude comes second. It's understanding that truly matters. Seeing Ling Shu's resolute attitude, Wang Jian reluctantly said, many years ago, I went out for training and took in a fire spirit. If you accept Qi Yu, I'll transfer this fire spirit to you. Fire spirits are the dream spiritual pets of every alchemist. Fire spirits are sentient beings that are nurtured by the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth from fire spiritual Qi. No one understands flames better than them. With the assistance of a fire spirit, the pills refined would be a level higher than one's actual ability. And the success rate of pill refinement would also be several percentage points higher. However, these fire spirits born from heaven and earth are extremely rare. It might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years for one to be born. Yet, more and more people are trying to capture fire spirits. So it has become extremely difficult to possess one nowadays. If Wang Jian hadn't by chance taken Qi Yu as his disciple, he would have sold this fire spirit long ago. However, Ling Shu is already over 800 years old and already has his own fire spirit. A cultivator can't possess two fire spirits. What use would I have for it? He still had the young girl named Qin Shu on his mind. A person with such aptitude was more suited for alchemy and more worthy of inheriting his legacy. Perhaps she could even carry forward his lineage. Couldn't you request one for your disciples? Neither Cheng Yin nor Wen Qi has one yet, asked Wang Jian, frowning. He was truly afraid of being rejected by Ling Shu. For this fire spirit was the only thing he could offer at present. Ling Shu pondered for a moment before making a decision. He turned to look at real person Wang Jian beside him and said straightforwardly, this one can accept her as a disciple. But she is indeed not suitable to be this one's last disciple. Wang Jian was overjoyed immediately. All he wanted was the marrow, cleansing gold, restoring elixir in Ling Shu's possession. Whether she was the last disciple or not didn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ling Shu's expression softened a bit. Then he heard Wang Jian stammering. Real person Ling Shu is truly magnanimous. Then, the marrow, cleansing gold, restoring elixir. For this one's disciples, this one will surely make well thought out arrangements. Real person Ling Su also knew how important an additional disciple with heavenly spiritual roots was for the sect. Now that Wang Jian was asking him if he refused, perhaps the next one to come would be the sect master. Wang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. Then this one will thank real person Ling Su on behalf of my disciple, Qiyu. After seeing Wang Jian off, Cheng Yan beside him had been frowning deeply. What it seemed certain had unexpectedly taken such a turn. However, that girl named Qin Shu indeed had extraordinary talent and a sharp mind. If necessary, it wouldn't hurt to break the rule and accept a disciple. Upon reaching the golden core cultivation level, one is eligible to take in disciples. However, both he and Wen Qi were young and lacked the patience to instruct apprentices, so they never brought up the matter. Master. He was about to broach his thoughts to Master Lingshu. Unexpectedly, Master Lingshu spoke up first. This year, we'll accept 2 disciples, Qiyu and Qin Shu. With Qiyu as a cover, no one will pay attention to this little good for nothing. Although he called her little good for nothing with his lips, the broad smile on his face completely betrayed his true feelings. Hearing this, Cheng Yan was slightly stunned. After careful thought, he realized it was indeed the case. Qiyu boasted outstanding aptitude and had been the center of attention since joining the sect. With her as a shining example, Qin Shu's mediocre aptitude would hardly catch anyone's eye. Qin Shu herself was utterly unaware of the changes behind the scenes and had no inkling that she had almost become the senior brother's disciple. She returned to her dwelling, meditated and practiced all night. Just as she was about to participate in the second round selection, she suddenly received a message talisman from the senior brother. The earth-colored talisman paper burned away bit by bit before her eyes, and Cheng Yan's cold voice came through. Master has decided on the disciples. The remaining competitions are cancelled. Chapter 29. I'm probably just a filler. Qin Shu was taken aback. No more competitions? Well, it wasn't a bad thing. After all, whether it was a test of aptitude or cultivation, she had nothing to show for it. She just wondered who the disciples chosen by the master were. It was said that not only outer sect disciples but also many inner sect disciples participated in the selection. Even some people from the sword, art sect, artifact, refining sect, and talisman, making sect next door had come. There was a vast array of talented individuals, many of whom she had never seen before. However, she did recognize Qiyu from the sword, art sect. Could a disciple worship multiple sects? Was it like the elective courses in later generation universities? Would she also be able to learn sword fighting in the future? Qin Shu never thought she was the chosen one until the evening when the restriction outside the house was suddenly triggered. Qin Shu opened the door to investigate but saw nothing. She looked around curiously. Just as she was about to turn back into the house, a strong gust of wind came at her back from behind. She instinctively dodged to the side and saw a green jade token floating in front of her. A token for inner sect disciples? Qin Shu was stunned for a moment. When she turned around, she saw Wen Qi sitting on the eaves, his hands lightly propped on the wooden beams of the roof. One foot stepped on the eave while the other was hanging in the air. The setting sun was right behind him. The wind at that moment was just right, blowing up the long hair on his temples, and his clothes fluttered like a celestial being who had descended from the heavens. However, the smile on his face was rather flippant. Little Taoist nun, long time no see. Qin Shu's features wrinkled in dissatisfaction. He should still be single, right? With that glib tongue of his, even a face as divine as his couldn't save him. I'm not a little Taoist nun. When she glanced at her high, ponytailed hair and nodded slightly. Oh, changed your hairstyle? Well, even with a new hairstyle, you're still a little Taoist nun. Not wanting to engage in a war of words with him, Qin Shu composed herself and asked, second senior brother, attacking from behind is not the act of a gentleman. Seeing her look of suppressed anger, Wen Qi laughed. This isn't a sneak attack. I've gone through all the trouble to bring you this token. Moreover, you may have some misunderstandings about your senior brother. I'm no gentleman either. Qin Shu glanced sidelong at the token hovering in the air again, then looked up at Wen Qi's senior brother. Is this token for me? But this is the token representing the identity of an inner gate disciple. If it's not yours, whose else could it be? Go and take a look for yourself. Your name is on it. Wen Qi said. Only then did Qin Shu dare to reach out her hand to take it. That jasper token obediently landed in her palm. It felt warm to the touch, and the glistening green light faded. The word Xiantian Gate appeared on the token. Qin Shu flipped it over to look at the back. It was plain, and there was nothing on it. She raised her hand to scratch the back of her head, looking utterly confused. When she saw this and burst into laughter, he said to her, Junior sister, you need to drip your blood to claim ownership. Qin Shu's facial features contorted again. Why did the world of cultivating immortals always require one to drip blood to claim ownership? She was only 10 years old in this body, and she wondered how much blood she could shed. Just as Qin Shu was about to take out her white jade sword with a look of going to the gallows and was about to cut her finger, when she stopped her again. Wait. Qin Shu opened her eyes and looked at him, her eyes full of puzzlement. At this moment, the white jade sword in her hand was only a millimeter away from her finger. When she looked at Qin Shu with even more confusion in his eyes and asked curiously, "Don't you know how to draw blood?" Qin Shu didn't answer his question but instead asked, "Aren't I drawing blood?" When she. So there was actually such an ignorant person in the world who didn't even know the basic skill of drawing blood. He leaped down from the eaves and landed gently on the ground, as effortless as a feather floating down. Such a simple matter as forming a hand gesture seal. Yet she had to be so harsh on herself. Who would have thought that little junior sister could be so cruel to herself? As he spoke, he made a gesture and recited a mantra. A drop of blood appeared at his fingertip. Qin Shu never expected there to be such an operation. She quickly followed suit. And indeed, a drop of scarlet blood materialized out of thin air at her fingertip. She promptly dripped it into the jade token. The moment the blood seeped into the token, some ancient patterns suddenly emerged on the once plain waste token. Even the word Xintian Gate seemed to come alive and flowed slowly. Qin Shu flipped the token over, and sure enough, the words Qin Shu were inscribed on the back. It was truly exquisite, but why use green jade? Qin Shu didn't dwell on it for long and soon let it go. To lead a fulfilling life, one must have a touch of green, right? She hung the token on her waist and then bowed to Wen Qi. "Thank you, second senior brother." Her gratitude was sincere. For this spell had genuinely spared her the pain of cutting her skin. When she looked at the drop of blood on his fingertip that faintly glowed with a golden sheen, with a flick of his wrist, he casually flicked it towards Qin Shu's glabella. "From now on, you're my little junior sister. This drop of blood is a welcome gift from your senior brother." Qin Shu was startled and quickly reached for her glabella, but felt nothing. Frowning, she muttered under her breath, "Who gives a drop of blood as a welcome gift?" When she let out a soft scoff but didn't offer any further explanation, Qin Shu didn't inquire further. Instead, she shifted her focus to another crucial question at present. "Senior brother, from what you're saying, am I the only disciple accepted by Master Ling Xiu?" At this moment, Qin Shu felt as if she had been struck by a windfall. But then, she saw Wen Qi gently shake his head, and her heart sank by half. "Oh no." My excitement was for nothing. However, in the next instant, she heard Wen Qi say, "You're one of the two disciples." Qin Shu was taken aback. She widened her eyes and curiously pressed on. "One of the two? Who's the other one?" "Qi from the sword sect." Qin Shu's mouth gaped even wider. Qi, a genius with a fire spiritual root value of 99. Now, she was actually on the same starting line as him. It seemed she had managed to make some achievements in this competitive environment. When she said, "Pack your things. I'll take you to move to the Lingxiao Peak." Qin Shu didn't have many belongings. She returned to her room, quickly stuffed her things into the Qiankuan pouch, and then ran out again. "Senior brother, I'm ready to go." Although both the inner sect and the outer sect belong to the Xintian Gate, the treatment is completely different. After Qin Shu entered the Lingxiao Peak, she was allocated a cave abode of her own. When she pointed at a nearby peak and said to Qin Shu with a look of sympathy, "That's where our master lives." All the other new disciples could choose their own residences, but Qin Shu was assigned by the master. Living here, every move would be under the master's watchful eye. Where was there any freedom? But Qin Shu thought it was quite good. Those who are nearer to the water get the moon first. Being close to the master, if she was diligent in the future, she would surely gain the master's attention. Although there was an 80% chance that she was here to serve as a foil for Qiyu, she was determined to strive and make a name for herself. Chapter 30. Pretty girls hold grudges. Qin Shu followed Wen Qi around her own cave abode. She was highly satisfied. This place was at least a dwelling with 2 rooms and a hall, and there was also a training chamber inside. It was far more spacious than the small wooden house. "There is a spirit gathering formation engraved here, which can aid your cultivation," Wen Qi said. Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately concentrated and felt the dense spiritual qi in the air. She was on the verge of tears. The inner sect was originally close to the spiritual vein, and with the addition of the spirit gathering formation, even someone with her 3 spiritual root and so-called useless constitution didn't need to take spirit replenishing pills during the day. When she sensed the fluctuations in her emotions and couldn't help but smile. "All right, take a look around first. Remember to visit your master at the adjacent peak at dawn tomorrow." Qin Shu nodded obediently. When she raised an eyebrow and added, "Presumably, the venerable master has also prepared a welcome gift for you all?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's blood boiled with excitement. She was even a bit dizzy with anticipation. Whatever those big shots gave would be enough for a small fry like her to strike it rich. She looked up at Wen Qi with bright, starry eyes. Like a little miser. "Thank you, senior brother, for the reminder. I'll surely go there early tomorrow." After seeing Wen Qi off, Qin Shu activated the restrictions of the entire cave abode. She then took out her personal belongings from the Qin pouch and tidied them up. Only then did she take out the message, transmitting Jade slip, and send a message to He Xian. Xianer, I've become a disciple of the true Lord Ling Shu. He Xian replied almost instantaneously. As soon as Qin Shu opened the message, she heard an excited shriek. She was startled. Immediately afterward, messages came in one after another like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Is it true or false? This is incredibly astonishing. Isn't it said that the true man Ling Shu has accepted Qi Yu of the Sword Sect as a disciple? Where are you now? Could your quota have been taken by someone else? Quickly ask if you can still enter the inner sect. Qin Shu was worried that if she replied late, this girl would surely let her imagination run wild. She quickly replied, no, stop having wild thoughts. The true man Ling Shu has accepted 2 disciples, and I'm one of them. However, I reckon I'm just Qi Yu's accompanying student. We're of similar ages. Kashin finally heaved a sigh of relief. Being an accompanying student was fine. Entering the inner sect was far better than staying in the outer sect. It was just that it would be inconvenient to meet in the future. Alas, hearing the somewhat desolate tone in her voice, Qin Shu admonished, isn't there a grand competition for the sect's disciples in a year? Your aptitude is far superior to mine. Even among all the outer sect disciples, you're among the top. As long as you cultivate diligently, entering the inner sect will be a matter of time. Kashin found it rather amusing to hear this young girl speaking in such a mature way. I understand. Take good care of yourself in the inner sect, little girl. In fact, Kashin had been working very hard. However, she was truly just a 12-year-old maiden. Sometimes, she still had a child's penchant for play. But this incident had truly spurred her on. She completely settled her mind and devoted herself to cultivation. Qin Shu put away the jade slip and walked out of the cave abode. Outside the cave, there was a field of roses. Nourished by the spiritual qi, the large, vibrant roses were in full bloom, their colors a riot of reds and purples. Behind the cave dwelling, there was a pond. Qin Shu approached it and was astonished to find that it was filled with flowing water. Couldn't this mean she could take a bath? There were formation plates engraved by the sect around the cave dwelling. Once the restriction was activated, this would become her own little world. Qin Shu was extremely satisfied. Through cultivating immortality, she now had a dwelling equivalent to a 2-bedroom and 1-living-room apartment, along with a pond and a small garden. If this were in the later generations, she wondered how long it would take after her university graduation to afford a small house. She happily returned to the cultivation room in the cave dwelling. There was a skylight on the top of the cultivation room, allowing the moonlight to shine in. Everything seemed to be the best arrangement. She sat in the spiritual energy gathering formation to meditate and regulate her breath. And the night passed in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of the morning sun shone in the next day, Qin Shu had already finished washing up and headed towards the neighboring peak. Qin Shu concentrated her spiritual energy on the soles of her feet and ran swiftly towards the adjacent place. However, even until the end of the Qin hour, neither the true man Ling Shu, Qi Yu, nor the others had seen Qin Shu. When she directly asked, Master, could it be that this little girl overslept? Cheng Yin also frowned. To be so sleepy after embarking on the path of immortality, she would need to be taught a lesson in the future. It doesn't matter. She is young. It's normal for her to be sleepy. She'll grow out of it when she gets older. The true man Ling Shu showed no sign of annoyance on his face. Instead, he looked quite cheerful. He was always more lenient towards talented children. Qi Yu, standing beside Cheng Yin, was dressed in fiery red. Her waist-length hair was braided into numerous small plaits, and there was a tuft of red feathers on her head. After hearing their conversation, her brows knitted together. She opened her mouth, seemingly having something to say but holding back. Ling Shu noticed her unease and called out to her, Qi Yu, do you have something to say? Qi Yu was called out by Ling Shu. Then, pursing her lips, she stepped forward and respectfully clasped her fists in salute. Master, she said, disciple wishes to say that perhaps the journey from her own peak was rather long for her. Her words successfully stunned everyone present. Seeing this, Qi Yu offered another explanation. Disciple just came from her own peak and found that the 2 peaks are quite far apart. Fortunately, Disciple's original form is a fire spirit bird, so she could fly here. This time, Ling Shu understood. His several disciples all came from noble families. Even when their cultivation levels were low, they had magical artifacts given by their families. They hadn't reached the stage where they needed to walk on their own. However, that unfortunate child, Qin Shu, was from the mortal world. Without any magical artifacts and unable to fly with a sword, she naturally had to walk by herself. When she let out a soft laugh, with a turn, he directly vanished from the spot. Master, he said, disciple will go to greet that poor little thing. Cheng Yin was just about to say that he would go to pick up his little junior sister, but when she got ahead of him, he had to stop in his tracks and then heard his master say curiously, why has when she changed? Isn't he usually cold, shouldering everyone? Cheng Yin shook his head. Second senior brother has an honest and straightforward nature, doing things as he pleases. Disciple can't fathom his thoughts. Seeing this, Master Ling Shu didn't ask further. He was also glad to see his disciples getting along harmoniously. Qin Shu had only climbed half of the mountain and stopped to catch her breath. It was truly absurd. There wasn't even a path on her master's mountain. She had to blaze her own trail, all the way up. Fortunately, she had set off early this morning. Otherwise, she might not have reached the top until nightfall. She raised her hand and touched her cheek that had been scratched by a branch, and couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath. What excruciating pain. She channeled her spiritual energy and transformed it into wood-type spiritual energy, letting it circulate around the wound. Only then did the searing pain subside slightly. So, here you are. A familiar voice drifted down from above her. Qin Shu looked up and saw Wen Qi floating in the air, looking down at her haughtily. Today, he was clad in spotless white robes. One hand was behind his back, and the other was clasped in front of his chest. When he caught sight of Qin Shu's face, he burst into unrestrained laughter. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're truly such a poor thing. Look at your little face. How did you smear it like this? Qin Shu felt that he had come just to gloat. She raised her sleeve and wiped her face again. Unexpectedly, with this wipe, the blood, dust, and grass juice on her face were smeared into an even greater mess. Wen Qi simply couldn't stand it any longer. With a flick of his sleeve, Qin Shu floated up and soared towards the mountaintop. Then, he withdrew the spiritual power he had bestowed on her, and Qin Shu plunged into the pond once more. Plop. Very well, Wen Qi pretty girls have long memories. Chapter 31. The junior sister. The commotion outside the cave dwelling soon caught the attention of those inside. They rushed into the yard and saw Qin Shu climbing out of the pond. At this moment, there was still a lotus leaf on her head. Her hair and clothes were plastered to her body, and her face was a riot of colors. She looked as disheveled as could be. Qiyu, who had previously been envious that Qin Shu could be personally fetched by the second senior brother, suddenly felt relieved upon seeing her in such a sorry state. Reverend Ling Shu also wore a furious expression. Wen Qi. A flash of golden light later, Wen Qi reappeared before everyone. The folding fan in his hand opened with his movement, gently fanning the air. A smile graced his face, presenting an elegant and suave demeanor. Master, you summoned me. The true Lord Ling Shu frowned with a dark expression and inquired gravely. You said you were going to greet junior sister. Is this how you greet her? He had just felt gratified that Wen Qi had finally learned to be amicable with his fellow disciples, yet he caused such a commotion again. Wen Qi glanced at Qin Shu, who was drenched all over, and casually cast a cleaning spell on her, explaining, junior sister was exhausted from climbing the mountain. I was helping her clean up. Hearing this, Qin Shu lowered her head and rolled her eyes dramatically. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, I'm truly grateful to you. Her clothes had dried, and the marks on her face had vanished. However, there was still a scar on her face, which had been scratched by a tree branch. And her neatly tied hair was in a bit of a mess. The true Lord Ling Shu looked at the little girl who only reached his waist, took out a porcelain bottle, and tossed it to her. This is the jade complexion paste. Girls should not leave scars on their faces. Qin Shu, being a beauty-loving girl, just raised her hand to catch it when she saw Cheng Yin beckon, and the porcelain bottle landed in his hand. He stepped to her side and applied the ointment on her face. The moment his fingertips touched her face, Qin Shu felt as if she had been electrocuted. She gave a start and felt extremely uncomfortable. Instinctively, her body took a step back. Cheng Yin frowned and complained discontentedly, Don't move around. You can't see the wound on your face yourself. I'm helping you apply the ointment. Qin Shu restrained the impulse to run away and forced herself to stay still. The scar was not large, and Cheng Yin soon finished applying the ointment. He capped the porcelain bottle and gave it to Qin Shu. As soon as he turned around, he was met with Wen Qi's smiling look. Qin Shu felt the coolness on her face and the gradually fading pain. Hastily stepping forward, she clasped her fists in front of her chest towards the true man Ling Shu and said, Disciple Qin Shu is deeply grateful to Master for the medicine. The true man Ling Shu looked at the young girl in men's clothing with a high ponytail before him. It was difficult for him to associate her with the person who had written the paper on the trigram algorithm, while the true man Ling Shu was sizing up Qin Shu. Qin Shu was in a daze. Just then, she suddenly noticed that the little black snake that had always been on her wrist was gone. There was an empty feeling in her heart. It wasn't that she had an extremely deep affection for the little black snake. It was just that she had treated it punctually every day, and it had left without even saying goodbye. Humph. Once she became a great figure in the world of cultivating immortals in the future, she would surely catch this wretched little snake and stew it into snake soup. Just as Qin Shu was secretly fuming in her heart, the true man Ling Shu in front of her spoke up and asked, Did you climb up from the foot of the mountain? Qin Shu looked up and met a pair of slightly muddled eyes that also held a hint of curiosity. She nodded, and as she did, the ponytail on top of her head swayed. Yes, master. There was no path on the immortal mountain, so I forged one myself. When she said this, there was a faint trace of pride in her tone. The true man Ling Shu also laughed. Well done. Qin Shu also caught sight of Qi Yu standing beside him. Just by standing there, she attracted the fire spiritual energy between heaven and earth into her body. Compared with her spiritual root value of 99, Qin Shu, who only had a fire spiritual root value of 71, seemed like an adopted child. She could hardly absorb any fire spiritual qi. She might as well have written the word envy on her face. This blatant gaze also caught Qi Yu's attention. First, she was stunned for a moment, then she nodded slightly at Qin Shu as a greeting. Master Ling Shu also said, "Come inside and talk." Master Ling Shu's cave abode was incredibly simple. A futon made of an unknown material was placed on a stone bed of an unknown material. Besides that, there was a table. And that was all. Even with 4 disciples standing in this large cave abode, it didn't seem crowded at all. Master Ling Shu first introduced the fellow disciples to the 2 new arrivals. Apart from the second senior brother, Wen Qi, and the eldest senior brother, Cheng Yin, they also had a third senior brother named Si Xian. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, his state of mind became unstable. So he went into the mortal world for experience. Among you two, Qin Shu is younger, and her cultivation. You've reached the 2nd level of qi refining? Master Ling Shu was extremely surprised. As soon as he said this, Qi Yu also suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Shu. When she and Qin Shu became Master Ling Shu's disciples together, she had someone investigate Qin Shu. Qin Shu had 3 spiritual roots, and her spiritual root values were not outstanding. The only respectable one was her fire spiritual root with a value of 71, and the other 2 were very modeled. Although she didn't understand why Master Ling Shu had accepted her as a disciple, perhaps it was because she was truly gifted in alchemy. But her cultivation would surely be a drag. However, now, she actually had the same cultivation level as herself? How on earth did she manage it? This was what she was dying to know, but the Reverend Ling Shu didn't even bother to ask. Instead, he said merrily, "Not bad, not bad. Although you 2 are of the same cultivation level, since Qi Yu is a bit older, she'll be the 4th. And Qin Shu, you'll be the 5th. Yes, yes." The 2 of them replied in unison. The Reverend Ling Shu then took out a spiritual aptitude testing stone and said, "Let's test your spiritual aptitudes again." This testing stone he held seemed far more exquisite than the one used during the grand selection at the sect's entrance. Qi Yu was the first to step forward and place her hand on the stone. In an instant, a blazing red light emitted from the stone. The spiritual root value was still 99. A look of satisfaction crossed Qi Yu's face, and then she stepped back. Next, Qin Shu walked up. This time, the light was much dimmer, and the test result was rather unimpressive. She had 3 spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth, with values of 73, 57, and 49 respectively. The others didn't show any particular reaction. Such spiritual root values were hardly worth mentioning. However, Qin Shu herself was slightly in a daze. The attributes of her spiritual root values were engraved deeply in her mind, and she couldn't have made a mistake. On the day she first entered the sect, that senior brother clearly called out the values of 71, 56, and 48. Could it be that the previous measurement was inaccurate? This was also what she speculated. Of course, for her, whether the value was 71 or 73, it was still not something to be proud of. With this thought in mind, she stood up straighter and lifted her chin slightly. No discernible emotion was evident on the face of the true man Ling Shu. He put away the spiritual stone for testing and told them that they just needed to follow the eldest senior brother for cultivation from then on. There was no need to be hasty about alchemy. They should at least wait until they reached the 3rd level of qi refining before attempting it. Chapter 32. Flying magical artifacts. Originally, the matter was settled like this. At this time, when Qi, who seemed indifferent to the matter, suddenly spoke up, "Master, you've got to assign one of the 2 junior sisters to me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too arduous for the eldest senior brother?" Hearing this, the true man Ling Shu cast a surprised sidelong glance at him. "Oh, you've got such an awareness?" When she smiled, "Master, then let this disciple guide the little junior sister in her cultivation." Cheng Yin frowned. Then, the true man Ling Shu turned his head to look at Qin Shu and asked, "Shui, what's your opinion?" Qin Shu quickly nodded. Although when she was unreliable, the shadow left by the eldest senior brother on her was too deep. She was afraid that if she cultivated under the eldest senior brother, her heart couldn't take it. Seeing Qin Shu nodding, Cheng Yin frowned even more tightly. The true man Ling Shu found it amusing. He stroked his beard with a smile and asked rhetorically, "The second senior brother teases you like this. Aren't you angry with him?" Hearing this question from the true man Ling Shu, even when she looked at Qin Shu with great interest, Qin Shu gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words through her teeth, "Not angry." Seeing her inconsistent words and expressions, the true man Ling Shu was determined to get to the bottom of it this time. "Oh, why? Is Shu so magnanimous? Seeing everyone looking at her, Qin Shu simply made up a lie casually, because the second senior brother is good looking. The true man Ling Shu stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh. Qi Yu looked at Qin Shu in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom how she dared to say anything. As for Wen Qi, he was in a rather good mood after getting the answer he desired. Only Qing Yan's expression remained inscrutable. Seeing this, the true man Ling Shu said, since that's the case, Shu'er shall practice under Wen Qi, and Qi Yu shall follow Cheng Yan. If I'm not in seclusion, I'll spend one day on the 15th of each month resolving your doubts. All of you may retire. Cheng Yan and Wen Qi bowed and withdrew, and Qin Shu skipped along behind them. After they stepped out of the door, Qin Shu quietly asked Wen Qi, second senior brother, "Didn't you say that master would give us welcome gifts?" Although she tried to be quiet, this was the true man Ling Shu's domain. How could he fail to hear? He was momentarily stunned, and his forehead throbbed. This little lass had only just joined the sect, but was already coveting his precious items. He had indeed prepared welcome gifts for his two disciples, yet, hadn't he simply forgotten? Right after Qin Shu finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain on the back of her head. She instinctively raised her hand to cover it and turned around. Then, she saw a storage ring appear before her eyes. Similarly, there was one in front of Qi Yu, but apparently, only she had been hit. Qin Shu forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seemed that the true man had heard her whispering just now. Qi Yu accepted the storage ring, tilted his head to glance at Qin Shu, and saw that Qin Shu had already happily put the ring on her finger. She even bowed in the direction of the cave abode and exclaimed aloud, "Many thanks to the true man for the reward." She had secretly taken a peek earlier. There was a little turtle in the storage ring given to her by her master. Although she didn't know what it was, she was certain that whatever her master bestowed would be of high quality. She wondered if Qi Yu had one too, but didn't dare to mention it. Watching Wen Qi fly away into the air, Qi Yu also transformed into its original form and left the main peak of Lingshao Peak. Qin Shu heaved a silent sigh. Just as she was about to make another trip, she saw senior brother Cheng Yan, who had already flown away, return. A look of confusion crossed her face. Just as she was about to ask a question, she saw Cheng Yan hovering in mid-air and calling out to her, "Junior sister, come up." Qin Shu was a bit scared and her expression was quite conflicted. Cheng Yan frowned and said coldly, "If you dawdle any longer, you can walk down by yourself." Qin Shu quickly shook her head. Going up and down the mountain was extremely tiring. Her short legs couldn't take it. But, senior brother, with the two of us, can your sword bear the weight? Qin Shu couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Cheng Yan barely managed to suppress the urge to roll his eyes and urged, "Hurry up." Only then did Qin Shu slowly shuffle over to his side. She lifted her foot and stood on the tip of the sword, keeping as much distance from Cheng Yan as she could. The sword was even narrower than the width of a foot. Qin Shu stood on it in a T-stance to barely maintain her balance. "Steady," Cheng Yan said. Right after that, the sword beneath his feet soared into the air. Qin Shu felt as if her life was hanging by a thread. Beneath her was an abyss of immeasurable depth. She had never been so afraid of heights before. Was this what it meant to race in the cultivation world? What made it worse was that it was senior brother standing in front of her. She didn't even dare to grab the corner of his robe. She could only let herself sway pitifully in the wind. The wind whistled past her cheeks, further disheveling her already messy hair. The strands lashed against her face like sharp blades. She craned her neck forward, nestling snugly behind her senior brother. At this moment, Qin Shu yearned deeply for the junior brother Wei Ming she had met on her first day in the sect. How considerate he was, putting up a protective shield for her. Unlike her two fellow senior brothers, who were such typical straight-laced men, she was on the verge of developing a phobia of flying on swords. No wonder they were over 100 years old and still single. Humph. Serves them right. She summoned her meager spiritual energy to shield her face. Otherwise, she felt her features would be blown out of place. Fortunately, the distance between the two peaks was not too great. Soon, Cheng Yan brought Qin Shu to the entrance of her cave abode. He leaped off his sword and, looking back, saw Qin Shu in a disheveled state, standing on the sword in a daze. His brow furrowed as he suddenly realized that he had instinctively put up a shield for himself, but had neglected the little girl behind him. He coughed awkwardly. "We're here." "Get off," he said. Qin Shu, numbed by the wind, forced a faint smile, and the numbness on her face gradually cracked. Looking at Cheng Yan, she smiled bitterly and uttered two words, "Weak knees." With a thought, Cheng Yan retrieved the sword under Qin Shu's feet. She quickly steadied herself and landed on the ground. Just as she was about to complain, she heard Cheng Yan's cold voice. To cultivate immortality, one must first build courage. Overcome it. With that, he turned around, leaving Qin Shu with his back as he strode away. Qin Shu, angrily, she ran her hands through her disheveled hair and secretly swore in her heart that she must practice assiduously. She yearned to build her foundation at the earliest opportunity. By then, she would be able to fly on a sword by herself. She turned around and returned to her cave abode. After sending a wisp of spiritual energy to activate the prohibition, she retrieved the little turtle from the storage ring given by her master. What on earth was this thing? Gazing at the little turtle no larger than a quail egg in her palm, she felt quite intrigued. She attempted to channel spiritual energy into the little turtle. To her astonishment, the little turtle grew rapidly with the wind, gradually expanding to the size of a wooden basin and hovering in the air. The dark, golden patterns on its tortoise shell glistened brightly, which made Qin Shu's eyes sparkle with excitement. It was actually a flying magic tool. Her master. That old fellow was really considerate. Wasn't this just like getting a pillow when one was sleepy? She quickly stepped onto it and tried to control the little turtle to move. However, soon the turtle reverted to its original form, and she tumbled from the air. Damn it! It consumed so much spiritual energy. She popped a spiritual energy, replenishing pill and continued to try. After several attempts, she discovered that the larger the turtle's form, the more spiritual energy it consumed. Based on her current cultivation level, if she wanted to fly from her place to her master's, she could only maintain the turtle in the size of a palm. She fell silent and resolved to practice hard. Just as she lifted her head, she saw a little black snake lying on the little turtle. Chapter 33. The handsome man in snake form. Was there a snake on the tortoise's back? Could this be the legendary Xuanwu? But upon closer inspection, this little black snake looked so similar to the one she had lost. Qin Shu tilted her head and thought, could it be that the little black snake didn't run away at all, but that she simply forgot to take it with her when she went out? But that didn't seem right either. The little black snake clung to her and was impossible to shake off. It must have left on its own. Remembering some plots she had read in a book, Qin Shu rolled her eyes, picked up the little black snake from the turtle's back, grinned at it, and ventured a bold guess. Let me guess. Are you afraid of meeting my master? The little black snake neither spoke nor moved. It just lay on the back of her hand, seemingly too lazy to pay her any heed. Qin Shu, however, wasn't going to indulge it. She reached out with her other hand, grabbed the little turtle, and headed towards the door. If you won't say, then I'll take you to see my master, she declared. Scarcely had the words left her mouth when she felt the little black snake, which had been lying lazily on the back of her hand, vanish into thin air. She halted in her tracks and quickly scanned her surroundings. Eventually, she found the little black snake on her stone bed. Qin Shu gritted her teeth in anger. Having low cultivation is truly a curse. Even a little black snake can make a fool of me. Xie Shiwan had no idea what this so-called human rights was. All he knew was that the spiritual energy of this young human could help him heal his injuries. He was poisoned, and ordinary healing spells were useless against his condition. He wondered what kind of innate spiritual body she was, for her spiritual energy had such miraculous effects. He had also realized that this young human was a determined one, willing to persevere day and night, even more so than he had been in his prime. This fact alone earned her a measure of his admiration. He was certain that she would grow up to be a formidable figure in the future. Qin Shu lunged at the little black snake on the bed in a wild and violent manner, only to find that she missed again. After several attempts, she gradually came to realize the situation. She couldn't catch up with this snake. Or perhaps this little black snake was not as harmless as it seemed. Qin Shu simply gave up. She picked up the white jade sword and went out of the door, practicing the basic sword moves in the spacious courtyard. She didn't return to the practice room to meditate until sunset. She had been at the second level of qi refining for a long time, and her governor vessel was almost completely tempered. It would be a natural progression for her to break through to the third level of qi refining in a few days. She closed her eyes, indulging in the pleasure of the spiritual energy washing through her veins and feeling the gradual changes in her body, which greatly pleased her. It had to be said that this spiritual concentration formation was truly useful. Compared to her time in the outer sect, her cultivation speed had at least doubled. However, in the middle of her practice, she suddenly felt that the spiritual energy around her decreased a little. It seemed that someone was competing with her for the spiritual energy in the air, and this feeling became increasingly intense. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw a tall and slender figure lying on her couch. The man propped his head up with one hand, his upper body bare. His jet black hair, without any ornaments, spread over his body and cascaded down. His lower body was a thick, inky snake tail, with neatly overlapping scales that emitted a sharp and cold luster. Qin Shu's originally scattered consciousness suddenly returned. She almost scrambled to her feet from the cushion. That little. She pointed at Xie Shiwan from a distance, her pupils constricted and her fingertips trembling. Xie Shiwan also opened his eyes, his sharp gaze as if it had substance. Qin Shu only felt a chill down her neck, as if being targeted by some cold-blooded creature. In fact, this feeling was not wrong, for snakes were indeed cold-blooded animals. She took a half-step back. Then, she saw the man part his thin lips slightly, and his harsh voice rang out in the dark night, "Turn around." Qin Shu instinctively obeyed. after she had turned around. She only then realized that this was originally her own cave abode, and her master was just on the neighboring peak. Why should she listen to a snake? She turned back again and saw the man putting on a jet black robe. The wide hem of the robe covered half of his snake's tail. He reclined languidly on the bed, as if boneless. The snake's tail was so huge that its tip hung off the side of the bed, curling into a small loop. As he moved slightly, his hair slid off his shoulders, revealing a large expanse of his white chest. This vivid and alluring sight made Qin Shu's mouth water involuntarily. She silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stammered, Are you that little black snake? Yes, Xie Shiwan replied casually. His voice seemed to resonate from his nasal cavity. Just this single sound made Qin Shu's scalp tingle. Wipe it, Xie Shiwan reminded. Qin Shu was taken aback. She raised her hand to touch her nose and felt the wetness on her fingertips. She couldn't help but blush furiously. Why was she having a runny nose? It must be because she caught a cold when she fell into the cold pool a few days ago and hadn't fully recovered. She sniffed. And the sound was especially distinct in the quiet cave abode. Xie Shiwan finally couldn't bear it any longer. With his robust serpentine tail, he coiled around Qin Shu and tossed her out of the cave. The cave's restrictions seemed to be ineffectual. Qin Shu didn't even have time to react before she found herself outside the cave, still able to hear him say, You're too filthy. Go and wash up. Qin Shu stood facing the stone wall, utterly speechless. She felt as if she were like a husband who refused to take a bath and was kicked out of bed by his wife. How absurd. She was in her own cave. Whether she was dirty or not had nothing to do with that snake. At the same time, she secretly thanked her lucky stars that it was just a runny nose. If it had been a nosebleed, it would have been even more embarrassing. She went to the pond to wash her face. The androgynous face once again appeared in her mind. The little black snake she had raised suddenly transformed into a handsome young man. This kind of delicate beauty, if someone had mentioned it before, she would surely have scoffed at it. But now, having witnessed such peerless beauty with her own eyes, she realized how shallow she had been. It seemed that even a single glance from him could steal one's soul. That night, she didn't enter the cave. Instead, she sat cross-legged by the pond. Calming her mind and spirit, she silently chanted in her heart, If the heart is as calm as ice, it won't be perturbed even if the sky collapses. It was not until the moon set that she regained her tranquility. She reopened the restriction and returned to the cave. The handsome young man who had taken over her bed had now reverted to the size of a palm-sized black snake. After a long period of mental preparation, Qin Shu finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him like this. However, this time, she didn't reach out to pick him up. Come on. That was such a handsome young man. Even though he still had a snake's body, if she were to manhandle him, wouldn't she be no different from a lecher? Qin Shu asked the little black snake, What level of cultivation have you reached now? Can you already transform? Demons that have passed the transformation stage are all great demons. The kind that could crush me with just one finger. Thinking about it, it wasn't me who injured him back then. And yet, I was so audacious as to befriend a snake. If I had known earlier, even if I were given 10,000 guts, I wouldn't have picked up this little black snake and taken it back, seeing that she had the sense not to enter the room last night. Xie Shiwan sent a divine sense voice transmission to her, saying that she shouldn't ask unnecessary questions. Qin Shu's curiosity indeed came to an abrupt halt. She took 2 steps back, keeping a good distance from the bed, and said, I won't ask. I won't ask. I won't disturb your rest. She picked up her white jade sword and left the cave abode. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out, a message talisman flew over from the horizon. Qin Shu reached out to catch it, and when Qi's voice came out, saying, Go to the skill transmission hall on Dream Camel Peak to select some cultivation techniques first. If you have any questions later, come to me. Chapter 34. She actually went in Dream Camel Peak? Qin Shu was puzzled. Where was it? Fortunately, when she wasn't completely unreliable. As the message talisman burned out, a golden pattern gradually emerged in the air. Qin Shu stared at it for a long time before finally understanding that it was a map of Xiantian Gate. Out of habit, she wanted to take out her phone to take a picture. It was only when her hand reached for her waist that she realized she was now in the world of cultivating immortals. In the world of cultivating immortals, one needed a shadow, retaining stone, but she didn't have one. So, she could only memorize it with her mind. Each sect in Xiantian Gate had many peaks, and there were many secondary peaks around each main peak. Judging by the dissipation rate of the map, it was utterly unrealistic for her to commit everything to memory. Thus, she could only prioritize memorizing the route to Dream Camel Peak. Until that faint glimmer of gold completely vanished, Qin Shu let out a sigh. It seemed that next time she visited the mission hall, she would have to check if there were any sect maps available. She retrieved the little turtle from her storage ring, infused it with spiritual energy. Once it grew to the size of a palm, she stepped onto its back. She was acrophobic, and the turtle was really too small. She was afraid of falling off. So she used her spiritual energy to firmly attach herself to the little turtle while controlling it to fly extremely low. At the moment of taking off from the ground, Qin Shu still felt a twinge of excitement. She was truly flying. People in later generations had racked their brains to defy gravity, yet in the world of cultivating immortals, all one needed was spiritual energy to achieve this. Even though she was flying slowly and close to the ground, she was still flying. She had barely flown off the mountain when her spiritual energy ran out. Qin Shu sighed, resignedly dismounted from the little turtle, stuffed it back into the storage ring, and started walking towards the skill transmission hall on Dream Camel Peak. However, after walking for a short distance, she suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed as if she had been here before. This desolate and shady forest with lush green trees resembled the place where Ruiming had taken her last time. If she was still a bit uncertain at that moment, a few steps further ahead, a magnificent palace soaring into the clouds came into view. This time, Qin Shu deliberately glanced at the plaque in front of the hall and saw the 3 large characters on it. Skill, Transmission Hall? The last time she was here, she hadn't even bothered to look up and had thought it was the Skill, Transmission Chamber. Unexpectedly, a single character difference could lead to such a vast disparity. In comparison with this place, the outer sect Skill Transmission Hall seemed like a mere farce. No wonder so many people were desperate to squeeze into the inner sect. The gap in resources was quite substantial. This time, she descended the mountain from the inner sect, and no one stopped her. She smoothly reached the steps of the main hall. The hall's doors automatically opened once again, and without hesitation, she stepped inside. Meanwhile, when she suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Qin Shu the entry incantation, he quickly chased after her. However, when he rushed there in a hurry, he only caught a glimpse of Qin Shu's back. When she was utterly confused, he really couldn't figure out how Qin Shu had managed to get in. By the second visit, Qin Shu was much more experienced. She knelt in front of the portrait and bowed thrice. Familiar with the scene transformation, she reappeared in that resplendent room. With ease, she picked up the guide to skill transmission, closed her eyes, and sat cross-legged. Once again, the golden light shadow emerged in her consciousness. A pale purple light sword also appeared in her hand. It was still the basic swordsmanship: horizontal thrust, upward thrust, low thrust, exploratory thrust. At this time, Qin Shu didn't have a spiritual C yet. Although her spiritual strength was stronger than that of an ordinary 10-year-old child, it still couldn't last long. She opened her eyes, rubbed her slightly swollen head, put the guide to skill transmission back, wiped the futon and the table clean again, and then retreated. Outside the skill transmission hall, the sky had darkened, and it seemed that a storm was brewing. By now, Qin Shu's spiritual chi had mostly recovered. She took out the little turtle and stepped on it. However, when she was halfway through her flight, the sky suddenly darkened, and a violent storm swept in. With her limited spiritual energy, Qin Shu could only take care of one thing at a time. Seeing that she was about to be blown off by the wind, she gave up struggling, wrapped herself with all her spiritual energy, closed her eyes, and only hoped that she wouldn't be hurt too badly when she fell. However, the expected pain didn't come. She felt as if she had landed on something furry, and the howling wind and torrential rain seemed to be blocked. Qin Shu was a bit puzzled. First, she opened one eye, and what came into view was an expanse of whiteness. Feathers? A crane's cry reached Qin Shu's ears. At this moment, Qin Shu understood. A surge of joy welled up in her heart, and she happily called out, "Senior brother." In reply, there came another crane's cry. Qin Shu could even detect the joy within it. The white crane flapped its wings and carried her above the clouds. Only then did Ruiming's voice ring in Qin Shu's mind. "Junior sister, where are you going? Let me give you a ride." Qin Shu was extremely delighted. She thought, "I really should let the other 2 senior brothers see what a good senior brother is like." "Senior brother, I'm going to Lingxiao Peak." "Lingxiao Peak? Isn't that where the cave abode of the true man Lingxiu is?" "Outer sect disciples aren't allowed to enter casually." Qin Shu remembered that he probably didn't know she had joined the inner sect. So she said, "Senior brother, I just became a disciple of the true man Lingxiu 2 days ago." Ruiming flew at a great speed and reached Lingxiao Peak in a short while. After she parked outside Qin Shu's cave as instructed by Qin Shu, he regained his original form. Pouting his lips, he complained discontentedly, "Junior sister, how could you not tell me such a great piece of good news? I've been concerned about you these days." Looking at him with his lips pursed and the baby fat on his fair little face all bunched up, Qin Shu felt as if she had committed a heinous crime. Hastily, she clasped her hands in apology and said, "Senior brother, I was suddenly summoned to Lingxiao Peak the day before yesterday. I myself haven't even sorted out the situation yet, so I didn't tell you. Please don't be angry, okay? I'll treat you to spiritual fruits with the spiritual stones I get next month." Only then did Ruiming look up at her. He wasn't angry. He was just afraid that she would forget him. He didn't have many friends, and there were few disciples of his age on Mengtuo Peak. So there was no one to play with him. Qin Shu quickly replied, "No way. Senior brother is the best senior brother. How could I forget you?" She had been extremely busy recently and had no time to play with Wei Ming. Moreover, she had only met Wei Ming once, and it was inappropriate for her to trouble him with many things. Wei Ming was satisfied, and a smile reappeared on his face. "Next time if you come to Mengtuo Peak again, use the feather I gave you to call me. I'll come to pick you up. You don't have enough spiritual energy to fly here. It would be terribly painful if you fell from the sky." Just as they were chatting, when Qi suddenly emerged. Looking at the two kids below, he clicked his tongue twice. "No wonder you're only coming back now. So you were playing with a little crane." His tone made it seem as if one had become a philanderer behind one's partner's back. Ruing also knew when Qi hearing his words, he frowned and earnestly corrected. "Senior brother when Qi, junior sister wasn't playing with me. Just now, she almost fell from the sky. I happened to come across her and gave her a ride." Chapter 35. He made the young girl cry hearing his words, when Qi scoffed directly. He turned to look at Qin Shu with a hint of surprise in his expression. "Fell from the sky? Little Taoist nun, you're really something." Qin Shu was instantly infuriated. She was aware that her cultivation was low, but his words just irked her. Yes. I'm good for nothing. Next time, I'll make my own way there. No need for your concern." Lingxiao Peak was a wonderful place in every aspect. But these two senior brothers were a letdown. When Qi, who was over 120 years old, could easily detect the dissatisfaction in her tone, he chuckled softly. "You're young, yet you've got quite a temper." He casually took out a small item and tossed it to Qin Shu. "Here. This is a little thing I used when my cultivation was low. Go and have fun with it." Qin Shu instinctively reached out to catch it. Looking at what she had in her hand, she saw it was a lush green leaf. She pursed her lips. The complex emotions welling up inside her were indescribable. Wasn't this like hitting someone, then offering a sweet? Immediately afterwards, she heard when Qi say, "This is a magical tool refined from a Bodhi leaf with formations carved on it. If you insert 5 low-grade spirit stones and input a small amount of spiritual energy, it'll be enough for you to fly to Mengtuo Peak and back from here." Qin Shu's eyes lit up. The resentment in her heart instantly vanished like smoke. She even felt like shouting, "Senior brother is the best. Is this what it means to be beholden to others?" This green leaf magical tool should be a must-have for those who spend money in the game. However, 5 low-grade spirit stones. It's not a large amount. Yet neither is it insignificant. Who can bear such an expense in the long run? It would be great if there were no need to use spirit stones. She murmured softly, but when Qi caught every word. When Qi immediately raised his hand and tapped her head with the fan in his hand. "You want the horse to run, yet you don't want it to eat grass. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Come on. Don't think I don't know that the senior brother refined 10 furnaces of pills for you last month." Qin Shu gave a light cough and fell silent. Seeing this, when Qi asked again, "What kind of cultivation technique did you find in the skill transmission hall today?" Qin Shu raised her head and stared blankly at him. "Cultivation technique? Where are there any cultivation techniques?" She only saw a book titled Guide to Skill Transmission, and so far. This guide had only taught her how to form hand seals and the basic swordsmanship. When she frowned and asked, "Didn't you go inside?" Qin Shu nodded. "Yes. There were rows of cultivation techniques. Couldn't you just pick a suitable one?" Seeing that Qin Shu still looked confused when she asked, "Didn't you see the bookshelves when you went in?" Qin Shu shook her head. He then asked, "Then what did you see?" "An empty room. There was nothing in it." When she pondered for a moment and also guessed the general reason, sighing, he said, "It should still be because you don't have the incantation. Tomorrow, recite the incantation before you enter." He taught Qin Shu the incantation, and Qin Shu silently repeated it several times in her mind and committed it to memory. After seeing off when Qi, Wei Ming quietly took out a Qiankuan bag from his storage space and handed it to Qin Shu. "Junior sister, do you need this?" Qin Shu met his bright and clear big eyes and then looked at the Qiankuan bag in his hand. She curiously took it and opened it. To her amazement, she stood still on the spot. The Qiankuan bag was filled with colorful stones. They were not ordinary spirit stones, yet they were even better. Usually, the spiritual energy in the spirit stones they used could be absorbed by everyone, but not completely. However, there was another kind of 5-element spirit stones in the world. For example, fire spirit stones could restore the energy of those with fire attributes very quickly. The arrangement of some formations required 5-element spirit stones even more. Often, one 5-element spirit stone of decent quality could be exchanged for 3 ordinary spirit stones of the same quality. Almost all the stones in this Qiankuan bag were such 5-element spirit stones. She wondered where he got them. Qin Shu felt as if she were a strange uncle coaxing an innocent girl. Facing the innocent Wei Ming, she really felt embarrassed to accept it. "Senior brother, it's not these I need." Wei Ming's shoulders drooped. "Can't you use even one?" Qin Shu nodded, but still couldn't help asking one more question. Senior brother, where did you get so many 5-element spirit stones? Wei Ming frowned. After a long while, he slowly shook his head with a look of confusion on his face. I can't remember either. Qin Shu saw that his complexion didn't seem good, so she didn't ask further. She then said, Senior brother, I'm going to break through to the 3rd level of Qi training these days. I may not have time to hang out with you. Once I make the breakthrough, I'll definitely come to you. Wei Ming nodded. Okay, then I'll head back first. If you have anything, just call me with the crane feather anytime. Qin Shu watched as he transformed into his original form and soon disappeared into the overcast sky. She admitted that she was a bit envious. Both Wei Ming and Qi Yu had wings. Seeing the dark clouds drifting over, the restriction of her cave couldn't block the rain curtain at all. A raindrop fell on her face. She quickly raised her hand to place the green leaf given by Wen Qi on her head and rushed towards the house. Just as she entered the house and closed the stone door, shaking off the raindrops on the leaf. When she looked up, she saw a half-human and half-snake man lying on the couch. Qin Shu. This snake just wouldn't leave her cave and always went around without clothes. His eyes were slightly closed, and his thick and long eyelashes cast a black silhouette under his eyes. It seemed that he was asleep. Qin Shu didn't dare to wake him up, fearing that he would throw her out of the door like last night, so she tiptoed towards the training room. However, just as she passed by Xie Shiwan, that big snake's tail swept over directly. It was so fast that she didn't have time to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the snake's tail coiled around her. Xie Shiwan opened his eyes and his gloomy gaze swept towards Qin Shu. When he saw clearly who it was, he gave up the idea of devouring her. Qin Shu was hung up, and she was almost scared to tears. However, the next moment, Xie Shiwan's tail loosened. With a loud noise, she directly fell onto the stone bed. Her underdeveloped chest hit it heavily, and she didn't have time to use spiritual energy to protect herself. She gasped in pain. Before she even had time to cry out in pain, Xie Shiwan's deep voice rang out again, saying, Heal me. Qin Shu's gasp stopped abruptly. She propped herself up on the bed with both hands, her face still contorted in pain, yet her mind seemed to have gone blank. She truly couldn't fathom how he could utter such heartless words. Qin Shu got up and sat cross-legged in the farthest corner of the stone bed, accusing him sharply, Hey, Blackie, don't you understand at all? I'm your savior. If it weren't for me, no matter how powerful you are, you'd probably be a dried snake by now. I don't expect anything in return for doing good deeds, but you don't have to bite the hand that feeds you. Do you? Xie Shiwan lifted his eyes, his vermilion vertical pupils fixed intently on Qin Shu. She shuddered, opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak when she tried to say something. Xie Shiwan tilted his chin up, revealing his superior jawline and Adam's apple. As if disdaining everything, he turned over and pressed his injured tail on her body for healing. Qin Shu, the tool person. At this moment, she truly understood what it meant to be at the mercy of others. Being so weak, snakes could bully her, Qin Mian could bully her. The senior brother could bully her, and even when Qi could bully her. How pitiful she was. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. All the pent-up grievances of recent days seemed to burst out at this instant. Tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls. She was so sad that she didn't even notice that what she was hugging tightly in her arms was Xie Shiwan's tail. The cool touch was so comfortable that she even rubbed her tears on it. Xie Shiwan had never seen such a scene before. A delicate little girl was crying so pitifully. Throughout his life, Xie Shiwan had slain countless cultivators and demonic beasts. Whenever he took action, bloodshed was inevitable. However, he was encountering the attack of tears for the first time. Chapter 36. Snakes don't shed tears. What troubled Xie Shiwan the most was that when her tears fell on his scales, there would be a burning sensation. This feeling spread from his snake's tail all the way to his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Not knowing how to vent his unease, he could only follow his instinct and lift his tail to curl Qin Shu in front of him. Qin Shu was crying intently when she was suddenly lifted into the air. Her heart skipped a beat. As she looked up, she met a pair of vertical pupils. His perfect features were within close proximity. There was her reflection in his narrow eyes, and she almost forgot to breathe. He raised his large, defined hand and gently touched her cheek. The coldness of his fingertips made her shiver. Qin Shu instinctively leaned backward, and her lower back rested on his tail. Then she heard his cold voice ring out in the cave, So you're already crying? There were tears welling up in Qin Shu's eyes, and her throat felt tight. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Xie Shiwan narrowed his eyes, as if recalling something. After a long while, she heard him slowly say, Snakes don't shed tears. Qin Shu couldn't read his expression at this moment, but he was staring directly at her, seemingly waiting for her to reply. She forced a smile on her lips. Somehow, on a sudden impulse, she said to him, You're really cool. Xie Shiwan frowned, apparently a bit unable to follow her train of thought. What? Qin Shu was startled, gave a light cough, and forcibly explained, "It means to praise you for being amazing." Xie Shiwan's frown relaxed, his chin tilted up slightly, and he let out a soft scoff. "You little child sure has a sweet tongue." Qin Shu had been secretly observing his expression. With Xie Shiwan's cultivation level, his 5 senses were far beyond those of ordinary people. How could he not notice? He let out a cold snort and then said, "Having a sweet tongue won't work. You still have to heal your wounds." Qin Shu was left speechless. After his actions, Qin Shu temporarily forgot the grievance in her heart. Seeing that Xie Shiwan didn't harm her, she grew a bit bolder. It's 10 low-grade spirit stones for each healing session. It didn't matter that the price was low. Steady progress would lead to success. Xie Shiwan raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, Qin Shu quickly blurted out, "My cultivation level is low, and I absorb spiritual energy very slowly. After healing you each time, it takes me a long time to recover. Asking for just 10 low-grade spirit stones is an extremely fair price." Xie Shiwan looked at the little child in front of him. If he transformed into his original form, a single swish of his tail could crush her. She was clearly terrified but still forced herself to be brave and bargain with him. He found it rather amusing. Throughout the long years he had lived, bloodshed and death had always accompanied him. Perhaps this little child was too weak for him to even contemplate killing her. Well, he might as well keep this little one around for entertainment. Qin Shu watched as he slowly nodded, and the black hair on his shoulders cascaded down to his chest with the movement. Yes, he had agreed. Qin Shu's face lit up with delight. She placed her hands on his tail, wriggled a couple of times, and managed to break free from the loop formed by his tail. Xie Shiwan didn't stop her. He watched as she slid down on his tail. The friction of the fabric felt extremely odd, like being tickled. Qin Shu got up from the stone bed, clasped her fists in salute towards Xie Shiwan, and said, "Since you've promised, you mustn't go back on your word. I'll start treating you right now. You've witnessed so many treatments before, so don't try to renege on the deal." She stared at Xie Shiwan's tail, her eyes glittering with excitement. She rubbed her hands together eagerly, as if she had spotted a vast pile of spiritual stones. She placed her small hand on Xie Shiwan's frigid scales. Only then did she realize, upon comparison, that even a single scale of his was larger than her hand. She gasped inwardly and silently exclaimed that he was not to be provoked. Under the might of the great snake, she sighed, closed her eyes, and began to mobilize the spiritual qi in her dantian, methodically combing through Xie Shiwan's tail bit by bit. Lately, she seemed on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of qi, refining, and thus had a more facile grip on the spiritual qi. She could even sense the condition inside the great snake's body through the spiritual qi. His wound was in a dire state. Some black substances adhered to the bright, red flesh, causing the wound to constantly emit a nauseating stench of rotting meat. A glistening green light emanated from her palm. The greenwood-type spiritual qi seeped through the gaps in the scales, encircled the black spot closest to the surface, and gradually eroded it. After merely absorbing this tiny black spot, Qin Shu was exhausted, her forehead drenched in sweat. She withdrew her hand and sat on the bed, gasping for breath. Xie Shiwan felt the change of the toxin in his body, and his tail tip happily slapped around. Originally, with such a serious injury, he would have needed at least 100 years to recuperate. However, unexpectedly, although this little girl had a low cultivation level, her spiritual energy was somewhat peculiar. After being treated by her, not only was a little bit of the toxin removed from the wound, but even the power of rules that had remained in the wound after the thunder tribulation and restricted him had loosened a great deal. Looking at Qin Shu, who was extremely exhausted, he pondered for a moment, then took out an inner core from his internal space and tossed it to her. Qin Shu was lying limp on the stone bed, hesitating whether to take a pill for replenishing spiritual energy. Suddenly, a fiery, red inner core appeared in front of her. She was first stunned, then suddenly seemed to realize something, and immediately looked up at the great snake in disbelief. Her small mouth gaped wide, and her eyes were full of shock. "Great snake, is this your inner core?" Hearing this, Xie Shiwan also paused for a moment. Finally, he let out a sneer and disdainfully said, "You little girl, so insatiable. At such a young age, you still dare to covet this noble one's inner core. Aren't you afraid of exploding your body and dying?" Hearing this, Qin Shu felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her nose. She knew she must have misunderstood. She reached out and picked up the inner core that he had casually tossed on the stone bed. The moment it touched her hand, a strong aura of fire spiritual energy assailed her. Qin Shu curiously picked it up to examine it, and even tried to absorb the spiritual energy within. But she was interrupted by Xie Shiwan's tail. She frowned and looked up at him accusingly, with her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. "What? You've already given it to me. Are you going to go back on your word?" Xie Shiwan closed his eyes, looking as if he was too lazy to bother with her. "You dare to directly absorb the inner core of a demon beast? What boldness indeed!" Qin Shu looked puzzled. How come it seemed from his words that doing so was actually for her own good? It didn't matter. If she didn't understand, there would surely be someone who did. She quietly took out the message, transmitting Jade's slip, and wrote a question on it. Esteemed immortal masters, can we humans absorb the spiritual energy in the inner core of a demonic beast? Soon, enthusiastic immortal masters replied to her. A newbie? The spiritual energy of demonic beasts is rather violent and not suitable for humans. Warning, vessel rupture. Humans cannot directly absorb it unless it is refined into a pill. Qin Shu finally understood. The inner core was indeed a valuable thing, but it needed an alchemist to refine it into a pill. Of course. The Alchemy Alliance had been buying such demonic beast inner cores all year round. The higher rank the inner core, the more valuable it was. Just as she was pondering whether to sell this inner core, she suddenly sensed a faint breathing sound by her ear. Chapter 37. Follow your heart, what's this? A question came from beside her ear. Qin Shu was startled and instinctively turned around. Her head directly bumped into Xie Shiwan's chin. This time, Qin Shu really burst into tears. It was excruciatingly painful. She felt as if her skull was no longer intact. Was this the kind of chin a human could have? This thought just popped up in her mind and was immediately dismissed by herself. She almost forgot that he wasn't human in the first place. Xie Shiwan didn't feel any pain. Demonic beasts valued their physiques most. Even superior treasures couldn't break through his scales. Otherwise, the 8 great sects wouldn't have waited for the thunder tribulation to strike before attacking him last time. When Qin Shu bumped into him, he didn't even have the slightest perception. He only saw that the human child seemed about to cry again. His tail carried his upper body back to the place where he had originally lain. Then, facing Qin Shu, he said, so weak and vulnerable. You'd better spare some time to train your body. Xie Shiwan said this casually, but Qin Shu was immediately captivated by his words. Hastily, she chased after him and asked, Train the body? Can you teach me? Xie Shiwan scrutinized her from head to toe. Finally, with a half-smile, he stated, You don't belong to my clan. The body, training methods of the snake clan are not suitable for you. Qin Shu heaved a sigh, truly disappointed. Noticing this, Xie Shiwan added, If you can tell this one what that thing you used just now was, this one might as well present you with a human body, training cultivation method. Upon hearing the words cultivation method, Qin Shu's eyes instantly lit up. She took out the message, transmitting Jade's slip, and inquired, Do you mean this? Xie Shiwan nodded. Then Qin Shu explained to him, This is a message, transmitting Jade's slip. If you leave the spiritual aura of someone on it, you can send a message to them no matter where they are. You can also see what other people in the cultivation world are saying on it. Some people even post bounties and tasks on it. After finishing, she tilted her head and glanced at Xie Shiwan, asking, Haven't you ever used this thing? Xie Shiwan shook his head. In his life, he had no friends and no one he needed to contact at any time. Although this thing was a bit interesting, he had no use for it. Hearing his words, Qin Shu regarded him as a country bumpkin who had just come down from some demon mountain. Thinking that this thing wasn't expensive, she casually said, Next time when I go to Qijin City, I'll bring one for you too. Hearing her words, Xie Shiwan's originally steady heart skipped a beat. Usually, people only tried to take something from him. No one had ever offered him something without asking for anything in return. Even if it was just a trifle not worth many spirit stones. He took out a jade slip and tossed it to Qin Shu. This body, refining technique was obtained by this one from a cultivator. Qin Shu caught it, placed the jade slip on her forehead, and perceived the contents inside. Immediately, she had a clear understanding. She jumped off the stone bed, clasped her fist at Xie Shiwan again, and said, Great snake. Thank you. Seeing Xie Shiwan nod slightly, she continued, My spiritual energy has been exhausted. I can't heal you today. I'm going out to practice sword wielding. As soon as she stepped out of the stone gate, the hazy drizzle enveloped her. The rain had lessened by then and didn't affect sword practicing. By common sense, she should be afraid of snakes. However, when facing this great snake that still had half of a snake's body, she wasn't that terrified. Qin Shu knew herself too well. If he didn't have such a face, how could she not be afraid? This was a typical case of courage following one's facial features. A strikingly handsome face could make her forget her fear of cold-blooded animals. She took out her white jade sword and assumed a starting stance in the rain. As soon as she posed, all sorts of distractions were automatically blocked from her mind. There were only 2 words left in her mind, stabbing the sword. The hazy drizzle made the air a bit thick, and her horizontal stabbing was somewhat hindered. Precisely because of this, Qin Shu could detect the subtle differences between her movements in the spiritual form, and adjust in time. Xie Shiwan stood by the window, watching the young girl outside with her eyes closed, practicing swordsmanship as if it were mere child's play. Just then, a powerful spiritual sense suddenly swept over. He waved his sleeve to shield himself. Xie Shiwan's cultivation realm was 2 major realms higher than Ling Su's, so Ling Su naturally couldn't detect him. Ling Su's spiritual sense finally landed on Qin Shu in the courtyard and was surprised to find that she was practicing a basic sword technique. Her movements seemed quite well done. She only performed 2 actions, the forward thrust and the backward thrust, and she practiced these 2 actions the whole night. Ling Su watched for the entire night as well. He even felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this place the pill sect? Why was there a disciple who practiced sword, fighting more diligently than pill, refining? It had drizzled the whole night. Relying on the stickiness of the air, Qin Shu gradually figured out the trajectory of her sword, wielding. The night passed quickly. It was not until the sky was completely bright that she sheathed her sword. At this moment, Qin Shu began to feel the soreness in her arms, as if they would not be able to be lifted the next moment. She converted the spiritual energy that had recovered overnight into wood, attribute spiritual energy, and circulated it around her right arm. The soreness lessened a bit. Qin Shu then took out the green leaf given to her by the warm pool yesterday and 5 low-grade spiritual stones and placed them on the formation. Watching the green leaf being activated, she excitedly sat on it. After inputting a tiny bit of spiritual energy, the green leaf flew towards Mengtua Peak. It was worth noting that there was a protective shield outside this green leaf, which could keep out the wind and rain. With a slight perception, she could also discern some differences. The flying magic tool given by the master entirely depends on the cultivation base of the user. The higher the cultivation base, the more people it can carry, and the faster it can fly. However, the one given by Wen Qi is like a children's toy. As long as there are spirit stones, it can fly. It can only seat 1 or 2 people and flies slowly. Of course, for Qin Shu, whose current cultivation base is still very low, the flying magic tool given by Wen Qi is more useful. Ling Su, watching her head towards Dream Camel Peak, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder this girl's cultivation base has improved so rapidly. If one uses the time when others are sleeping to practice, it becomes understandable. However, the flying magic tool she used just now seemed somewhat familiar. It seemed to be something of Wen Qi's in the past. When Qin Shu arrived at Dream Camel Peak this time, she didn't kowtow again. She seriously recited the incantation taught to her by Wen Qi in front of the door. Immediately afterwards, she found that the painting hanging in front of her had disappeared, and the whole scene had changed. The empty room seemed to stretch into the distance, and all she could see were rows of bookshelves. Qin Shu was quite shocked. She blinked her eyes to pull herself out of this state of shock and stepped forward. The bookshelves were very tall, and she couldn't reach the books on them. She first skimmed through them casually, and finally found the bookshelf where the cultivation techniques were stored. She looked through them one by one. When Qi said that he wanted her to choose a cultivation technique suitable for herself first, she asked him what suitable meant, and he only gave an ambiguous answer: follow your heart. Chapter 38. Selecting a cultivation technique. Upon hearing this rather non-mainstream reply, Qin Shu felt a sudden sense of helplessness welling up within her. Only one thought kept echoing in her mind: Wen Qi is unreliable. She sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, took out the message, transmitting jade slip, and posed questions on it once again. Esteemed immortal masters, may I inquire how one should select a cultivation technique? Can the chosen technique be modified later? As it turns out, there are always enthusiastic people in every era. Qin Shu didn't have to wait long before someone responded to her. The selection of a cultivation technique is a mutual process. While you're choosing it, it is also choosing you. Are you a newcomer? If you wish to change your cultivation technique, you must disperse all your previous cultivation accomplishments and start anew. Qin Shu read through all the responses. It seemed that she understood, yet there was still a lingering sense of confusion. What did it mean that while you were choosing it, it is also choosing you? She scratched the little tufts of hair at the back of her head. Well, since she couldn't figure it out, she might as well give it a try. There were so many cultivation techniques in front of her, and she casually picked one up. Great leaf cultivation technique? Judging from the name, it should be a wood element cultivation technique. She opened the title page, and a soft, glistening green light emanated from it. Her wooden spiritual root value was extremely low. It was as if the technique was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, and she could hardly make out what was written on it. So, this was how one selected a cultivation technique. Qin Shu murmured to herself. She put this technique back and carefully selected a fire element cultivation technique. This time, she could actually see the contents within. She thought she had found her destined cultivation technique. However, when she tried to circulate her spiritual energy according to the incantations on it, the spiritual energy had just gathered when it suddenly dispersed in the next moment. Qin Shu frowned. Couldn't the fire attributed techniques work either? Or was it just this particular one that didn't work? Then she settled for the next best thing, picked up another fire attributed cultivation technique, and continued to attempt. Unexpectedly, the same situation occurred after trying several cultivation techniques in succession. Remembering that she also had an earth spiritual root, Qin Shu then sought out earth attributed cultivation techniques to try, but still couldn't circulate the spiritual energy. This time, Qin Shu was truly bewildered. Since the cultivation techniques of fire, wood, and earth attributes all didn't work, what exactly was suitable for her? Could it be that she had to find a metal, attributed, or water, attributed cultivation technique? She sat cross-legged in the main hall. No one paid attention to her, even when the sky outside the window had darkened. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a square patch of light. Suddenly, Qin Shu thought that since there was no one here, why did she have to return to her cave? Going back and forth would cost her 5 low-grade spirit stones for that green leaf flying tool. Instead, she might as well stay here and wait until she had made some progress in her cultivation. Presumably, the sect's technique transmission hall was safer than her cave. Anyway, her cave had been occupied by that big snake. Staying here, she wouldn't be bullied. She moved to the window and sat down again, making sure the moonlight shone upon her. Gazing at the bright full moon in the sky, she closed her eyes contentedly, focused her mind, and began to cultivate. Although there was no spiritual gathering formation here, there was no big snake competing with her for spiritual energy. So the speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy was not slow. She had fully refined her governor vessel and successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Sensing the abundant power within her body, Qin Shu was extremely content. At this moment, if she were to use the green leaf for flight again, perhaps she wouldn't need 5 low-grade spirit stones. She opened her eyes only to find that the scene around her had changed. Somehow, she had appeared in that magnificent chamber once again. Looking down at her legs, she saw a book titled Guide to Skill Transmission lying there prominently. Qin Shu thought that since the basic cultivation technique could be used until the 5th level of Qi refining, and she only needed to decide on the technique she required before reaching that level, she wasn't overly anxious. She calmly remained there to practice swordsmanship. When her spiritual power was insufficient, she would cultivate within the chamber. Once her spiritual power was abundant again, she would reopen the guide to skill transmission and enter that mysterious space. Thus, 3 months had passed in succession. One day, when Qin Shu reopened the guide to skill transmission, she noticed that the golden figure sitting opposite her had changed the sword moves. Qin Shu was overjoyed at the sight. It seemed that she had mastered the basic swordsmanship and could now formally learn the sword moves. This set of swordsmanship only consisted of 7 moves, which made Qin Shu dazzled. She barely managed to follow twice before stopping. Although these 2 rounds of swordsmanship seemed simple to watch, they were extremely exhausting to execute. As soon as Qin Shu put away her sword, she was directly ejected from the space. She closed her eyes and rested for a while. Then she recalled that it had been 3 months since she left Lingxiao Peak, and it was time to go back and check. She traveled back to her mountain on the green leaf and plunged directly into the small pond behind the cave abode. She had just enjoyed playing in the water to her heart's content and was about to take off her wet clothes to take a bath when she suddenly thought of the great snake she had abandoned for as long as 3 months. What if someone saw it? How embarrassing that would be. Although the body she was in had just passed its 11th birthday, she truly couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. With a sigh, she climbed out of the pool again, transformed the purple spiritual energy into fire spiritual energy, and let it circulate around her body. Soon, her clothes were dry. She pushed open the door and entered the cave abode, which was filled with a hazy grayness everywhere. Qin Shu was choked by the on-rushing dust. She sneezed, squinted her eyes, wrinkled her nose, and waved her hand to disperse the dust in front of her. When her vision became clear, she looked up and saw that there was actually a figure lying on the stone bed which she had imagined to be empty. Qin Shu subconsciously closed the door behind her with her backhand and then turned around to examine the great snake on the stone bed. It was seen that his dark robe was stained with a great deal of dust, and there were even spider webs on his tail. A putrid smell emanated from his tail, which scared Qin Shu half to death. Could it be that she had starved the great snake to death? If he had died because she hadn't returned for 3 months, she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. Qin Shu tiptoed closer and timidly stretched out her little hand under Xie Shiwan's nose. Before her hand even reached there, she felt herself flying backwards and slammed against the stone wall with a loud noise. Qin Shu suffered excruciating pain, feeling as if all the bones in her body were about to be broken. She got up from the ground and turned back to look at the man on the stone bed. At this moment, the dust on his body and the entire stone cave were clean. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring at Qin Shu with a sinister look, and said, "So you still remember to come back?" Qin Shu was rendered speechless. Clutching her waist that felt like it was about to break, she meekly apologized, "Sorry." As soon as the words left her mouth, her brows furrowed again. How did it feel so off? She had gone to practice cultivation, but from his words, it seemed as if she were a heartless scoundrel who abandoned his wife and stayed out all day. There was no concept of time in cultivation. It had only been 3 months since she last returned. Did he really have to be so angry? "My waist is almost broken." Qin Shu summoned up the courage to complain. Xie Shiwan had actually reigned in his strength after sensing her aura. Otherwise, she might have long since lost her life. Chapter 39. This one never begged. Xie Shiwan regarded the indignant little girl with a cold gaze and then quietly averted his eyes. His thin lips parted slightly as he uttered two heartless words. Heal the wound. Qin Shu grew even more irate. Is this how you beg for help? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she instantly felt the surrounding temperature plummet. The words that were about to spill from her mouth were abruptly halted in her throat. Her mouth agape. Every nerve in her body tensed up. She watched in horror as his thick snake tail propelled him forward and slithered right in front of her. She didn't even dare to draw a breath. Xie Shiwan looked down at Qin Shu haughtily, his body leaning forward slightly. As he moved, his inky black hair cascaded down onto Qin Shu's face like a splash of ink. Qin Shu tried to dodge, but he raised his hand and firmly grasped her chin. He flicked out his forked tongue, and the triangular tip lunged towards her. Qin Shu's pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Begging for mercy? Heh. His voice trailed slowly, yet each word seemed to strike a chord in Qin Shu's heart. She felt as if he could strangle her at the next instant. Panic welled up within her once again. How could she have thought she had grown powerful after just a few days away? This great snake had managed to stay under the nose of her master undetected for so long. Unless it possessed some magical artifact to conceal itself. Perhaps even her master might not be a match for it. Your honor, don't stoop to my level and bear a grudge against me. She pleaded incoherently. She yielded, realizing there was no shame in bowing to reality. The gap in strength between her, a human, and this demonic snake was vast. She was no match for him at all. Xie Shiwan watched as her face paled with fear and suddenly lost interest. He released his grip on her. I've never begged anyone in my life. Having you heal me is the only reason for your survival, he said, his hands hidden beneath his voluminous black robe. His expression sinister. Qin Shu sat on the ground, looking up at him, and once again reminded herself in her heart, this is a snake. A snake that could kill her at any moment. Xie Shiwan found her stunned appearance incredibly dull and returned to the stone bed. The 3-month recuperation hadn't been in vain. At least, he had regained the cultivation of a golden core. However, ridding the poison from his tail would still require arduous effort. Come and heal me, he commanded lazily. Reclined against the head of the bed as if it were the most natural thing. Qin Shu silently cursed him 100 times in her heart, but didn't dare to disobey. She leaned over and placed her 2 little hands on his body, injecting her meager spiritual energy back into his snake tail. However, as soon as her spiritual energy entered his tail, Xie Shiwan, who had been closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Shu. You've broken through? His eyes blinked, and his thick and long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Qin Shu averted her gaze and silently repeated in her heart, this is a snake, a hard, less and ruthless venomous snake. After calming herself down, she slightly nodded her head, answering reservedly yet affirmatively, yes. Having received a positive answer, Xie Shiwan didn't say anything more. He waited until Qin Shu withdrew her hands. Then he closed his eyes to sense the change in his injury. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand. Qin Shu watched his movement and saw a jade pendant suddenly appear in his palm. It's a reward for you, he said nonchalantly. When he was facing the heavenly tribulation, many of his precious items were used to withstand it, but these small things remained. Qin Shu took it and found that the jade pendant was actually a small-scale spiritual energy-gathering formation. After carefully sensing it, she was even more delighted. The effect of this small-scale spiritual energy-gathering formation was even better than that in her cave abode. With this formation, she could practice anywhere in the future. Xie Shiwan also noticed the emotional fluctuations in Qin Shu. He scoffed silently in his heart, turned over, and went back to sleep. When Qin Shu returned, Ling Su noticed it immediately. He sent a message note to Qin Shu, asking her to go to the main peak. Not daring to delay, Qin Shu quickly stopped her cultivation and rushed there on her flying spiritual leaf. She didn't realize until she reached the main peak that, apart from the 3rd senior brother, all the other senior brothers and sisters were already here. They hadn't seen Qin Shu for 3 months, and now all their gazes fell upon her. Ling Su was the first to notice the change in her cultivation level. You've already reached the 3rd stage of qi refining, he exclaimed. Less than 5 months since you entered the sect, and you're already at the 3rd stage of qi refining. Hearing this, Qi Yu's red feathers on her head instantly stood upright. She swiftly turned her head and stared at Qin Shu, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How did you manage it? She couldn't hold back and finally voiced her question aloud. Over the past 3 months, she had refined the marrow-cleansing and gold-reviving elixir bestowed by the master. Now, she already possessed a heavenly spiritual root with a spiritual root value of 100. Even with just a casual breath, countless spiritual qi would surge towards her body. Yet, even so, she was still 1 step away from the 3rd stage of qi refining. While Qin Shu had actually outpaced her, Qin Shu didn't know how to explain either, so she could only reply vaguely, I've just been constantly cultivating. I just kept cultivating, and then I broke through. Qiyu simply refused to believe it. It was Ling Su who spoke up, saying, in my opinion, you all should learn from Shu'er. It was raining that day, and I saw Shu practicing swordsmanship on the neighboring peak all night long. She hardly ever eats or sleeps on normal days and is always cultivating. If you all had Shu'er's perseverance, you wouldn't have such meager cultivation levels. The more he talked, the more satisfied he became with Qin Shu, who said she had poor aptitude. She clearly didn't. All that talk about the slow bird making an early start was just an excuse. He had been in the world of immortality for so many years and had never seen a cultivator with a 3 spiritual root achieving such a rapid cultivation speed. Cheng Yin and Wen Qi were seasoned hands. Their expressions remained calm, neither sad nor overjoyed. However, Qiyu was deeply ashamed after being admonished by Ling Su. She vowed in her heart that she would practice assiduously upon her return. Ling Su then turned to Qin Shu and asked, Sure, your second senior brother told me that you went to the skill transmission hall to select cultivation techniques. After 3 months there, have you found a suitable one? Qin Shu shook her head and replied, No. Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly surprised. Among their senior brothers, apart from the eldest and the third who had found their cultivation techniques in the skill transmission hall, Wen Qi and Qiyu had inherited theirs from their families. With such a vast array of cultivation techniques in the skill transmission hall, it didn't make sense that she couldn't find a suitable one after 3 months. Ling Su also sensed something amiss and quickly asked, Shush, what on earth is going on? Qin Shu herself was also eager to know the answer. She told them that no matter which cultivation technique she tried, it didn't work for her. Not even the 5-element cultivation techniques? Ling Su asked in return. Qin Shu nodded and said, No, they don't work. Ling Su frowned and inquired, Which family do you come from? If the 5-element cultivation techniques didn't work, it was likely that she had bloodline power and needed to practice specialized cultivation techniques. When Qin Shu heard him ask about her family, alarm bells rang in her heart. She was actually here as a replacement for Qin Mian, so she inevitably felt a bit lacking in confidence. It's just a small family in the mortal world. She replied evasively. Ling Su further pressed, Are there any cultivators in your family? Qin Shu shook her head and said, No. In fact, there was one. Her half-brother, Qin Wuya, was a foundation-building cultivator. But what if her identity was exposed if she mentioned Qin Wuya's name? Although she has made rapid progress recently, her current cultivation level is still only the 3rd layer of qi refining, which is the same as the original selves after 8 years. If she were expelled from the sect, she wouldn't survive for long. Ling Su frowned even more tightly. This was strange. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark, golden booklet suddenly appeared in Wen Qi's hand. He directly tossed it to Qin Shu. Take it and give it a try, he said. Qin Shu caught it with quick reflexes. Ling Su also came to his senses. Wen Qi, your family. However, Wen Qi showed his teeth in a smile, clasped his fist and said, Master, whether one can practice depends on the will of heaven. This is a choice of the cultivation method, not mine. It's of no consequence. Chapter 40. Innate Moon Spirit Body. Qin Shu looked down at the cultivation method in her hand. On the cyan book cover, several dark, golden characters were somewhat eye-catching. Qin Shu stared at them intently before she recognized them. It was the method of overcoming calamities. The booklet emitted a faint, glistening glow, and from time to time, dark, golden patterns flashed across the pages. Even someone as inexperienced as her could easily tell that this cultivation method was no ordinary one. From the conversation between the master and Wen Qi, she could also guess that this was the ancestral cultivation method of Wen Qi's family. Each family's cultivation method was the foundation for their standing in the immortal, cultivating world and was not easily passed on to outsiders. Yet, Wen Qi so nonchalantly took out his family's cultivation method and gave it to her. Regardless of whether she could practice it or not, this act really surprised her. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was surprised. Cheng Yin and Qiyu beside her also looked at Wen Qi in astonishment. Qiyu lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Finally, she bit her lower lip and took out a cultivation technique from her storage ring. Then handed it to Qin Shu. Little junior sister, try this one too. Qin Shu stared at the cultivation technique suddenly presented before her. She was even more astonished than when Wen Qi gave her a cultivation technique earlier. Senior sister, what are you? Qiyu lifted her chin, still wearing the natural air of pride on her face. Second senior brother is right. If a cultivation technique chooses you, it means you're fated with it. The cultivation techniques of our family are also a tribute, free. Try it first. Qin Shu stared directly at the senior sister who was different on the outside and inside, which actually made Qiyu a bit embarrassed. She turned her face away and said forcefully, just try it as I tell you. Ling Shi watched the interaction among his disciples and stroked his gray, white beard cheerfully. It seemed that his disciples all had good characters. Shu'ath. Accept the kindness of your senior brother and senior sister. If you can really practice their family's cultivation technique, it means you're fated with their family. I will surely give them an explanation. You don't need to worry. With just one sentence from Master Ling Shu. Qin Shu truly felt what it meant to enjoy the cool under the big tree. Her heart was genuinely touched. And she even temporarily forgot how she had teased her earlier. She stepped forward and bowed respectfully to her senior brother, senior sister, and master. Master, senior brother, and senior sister, I'll never forget your great kindness. It was supposed to be such a touching scene, but just then, when she let out a soft scoff. If you've lost all your teeth, what's the use of remembering? It would be more practical to focus on cultivation. Once you achieve great success in cultivation, catch 2 cloud seeds to pull your senior brother's carriage. Qin Shu, although she was a naive girl who had never seen the world, she wasn't a fool. Just by putting the words cloud sea and jiao together, one could tell how preposterous his request was. She solemnly clasped her fists towards Qi. Just when everyone thought Qin Shu would boastfully accept the challenge, they heard her say, relying on others, on the heavens, or on a junior sister doesn't make a true hero. If senior brother wants the cloud sea jiao to pull his carriage, tomorrow I'll urge senior brother to cultivate diligently. I only hope that when senior brother achieves great success in cultivation, he'll also catch 2 jiao for me, so that this good for nothing junior sister can also experience the thrill of traveling through the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, Master Ling Shu's face was instantly filled with disdain. How could his disciples of Ling Shu lack such ambition? As long as his disciples remained steadfast in their Tao hearts and practiced diligently, they were bound to achieve something. By then, each of his 5 disciples would catch 2 cloud seed jiao to pull his carriage, and he would visit the 8 major sects every day, Chengyin and Qiyu, who were innocently implicated. Seeing his disciples as silent as gourds with their mouths sawed off, Ling Shu waved his hand and said, all right. Talk less and cultivate more. Don't disgrace me in the year-end sect disciples competition. Chengyin and the others saluted him one by one and were about to take their leave when Master Ling Shu said again, Sure, stay behind. Qin Shu paused in her steps and obediently stood still. Ling Shu waited until everyone else had left before waving his sleeve to set up the barrier again. With a solemn look, he asked Qin Shu, Shua, tell your master the truth. Is there something special about your constitution? Qin Shu struggled in her mind for a long time. Finally, thinking that once a teacher, always a father, she believed her master wouldn't harm her. She made up her mind, exhaled a puff of turbid air, looked up into Ling Su's eyes, and said gravely, Master, my constitution is indeed special. When I practice under the moonlight, I absorb spiritual energy at an extremely rapid pace. Compared to the night, my cultivation speed during the day is abysmally slow. Therefore, I usually practice sword skills during the day and meditate to cultivate at night. Hearing her words, Ling Su's expression gradually became more solemn. Innate moon spirit body. Hearing his question, Qin Shu was also quite puzzled. Master, what is that? Ling Su explained. The innate moon spirit body can cultivate with the essence of the moon. Those with a high-level innate moon spirit body can progress by leaps and bounds in their cultivation. It's truly a gift from the heavens. By the end of his explanation, Ling Su was even a bit envious. There are numerous innate spiritual bodies and innate Tao bodies in this world. While ordinary people go against the will of heaven when they practice, those with these special bodies follow the will of heaven. Once such people embark on the path of immortality, they will receive divine assistance. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. She inched closer to her master and asked, Master, does that mean I'm also a genius? The immortal Ling Shu looked down at the little girl. Her eyes were sparkling, and her originally narrow eyes had widened considerably. There was a faint blush around her eyes, clearly showing her excitement. He raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head, then let out a sigh. Qin Shu's heart immediately tightened. As the saying goes, one should not fear an immortal master smiling, but rather fear when he sighs. Immediately afterwards, she heard the immortal Ling Shu say, Shush, this master has never seen an innate moon spirit body before. However, according to the records of the innate moon spirit body, all those with this body possess a single water spiritual root, and the root value is at least above 90. But as for you, he didn't finish the rest of his words, yet Qin Shu understood. Indeed, none of her 3 spiritual roots were related to the water spiritual root. The immortal Ling Shu looked somewhat embarrassed, but Qin Shu was open-minded. She smiled at her master and said, Master, it doesn't matter. Regardless of what kind of spiritual body it is. Anyway, my current cultivation speed is not bad. That's enough. The immortal Ling Shu was taken aback by Qin Shu's words, then burst into laughter. Sure may be young, but she has a clear mind. It's this master who was being overly attached. Sure, just focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any problems, come to this master. Qin Shu agreed and bowed to express her gratitude before retreating from her master's cave. Chapter 41. I won't care even if you die, revised, after returning to her own mountain peak, as soon as Qin Shu pushed open the door of her cave. A foul stench assailed her nostrils. She frowned and instinctively turned her head to look at the big snake lying on the stone bed. At this glance, her heart seemed to be tightly squeezed by someone, and she was in a daze for quite a while. Xia Shiwan was reclined on the stone bed, with a pool of blood beside it. His head hung over the edge of the bed, his picturesque eyes were tightly shut, and there was still a smear of crimson on his lips. His long black hair cascaded down along the bed edge to the ground, intermingled with the blood. It looked exactly like a murder scene. Qin Shu didn't even have time to think. Dragging her somewhat weak legs, she stumbled towards the stone bed and reached out to feel Xia Shiwan's carotid artery. However, the moment her fingertips just touched him, before she could even feel his pulse. In the next instant, a force flipped her over and sent her flying. When Qin Shu was pressed against the stone wall, rubbing her flat chest, her features were almost contorted. Damn it. Even if you really die next time, I won't care about you. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could pounce on him and devour his flesh on the spot. Xia Shiwan propped himself up on the edge of the stone bed and slowly sat up. His face was deathly pale. One of his fair hands tightly grasped the stone bed, and the delicate joints showed a tinge of whiteness, looking like a frail beauty. Who could associate such a him with the ruthless person who had just struck a moment ago? Xia Shiwan lowered his eyes, making it hard to discern his expression. A fleeting look of guilt flashed across his dark, gold pupils, but unfortunately, it was quickly concealed the next instant, and Qin Shu didn't notice a thing. He heard what Qin Shu said, and he knew that she actually cared about him. But for him, defense had become an instinct. Moreover, the place her fingers touched was precisely the snake's vital point. Seeing that he didn't even apologize, Qin Shu became even more enraged. In a fit of pique, she stormed off to the training room. Just as she crossed her legs and was about to start her cultivation, a distant and deep voice slid past her ear. Cultivating with a restless mind can easily lead to going astray in cultivation. Qin Shu had already told herself in her heart that she would never pay attention to him again. However, as soon as he said this, Qin Shu couldn't help but leap up from the cushion. She wondered if there was such a thing as breast cancer in the cultivation world. But she really couldn't hold back this anger. So what if she went astray in cultivation? It would still be better than being beaten to death by you. Are all you demonic beasts so ungrateful? No. Xia Shiwan looked at the little girl with puffed up cheeks in front of him and retorted. Just as Qin Shu was about to say something else, she saw the corner of Xia Shiwan's lips curl into a tiny arc looking at the fuming little girl. He added in a rather good mood tone, other demonic beasts aren't, but this one is. Qin Shu. She had seen people with thick skins, but never one as thick as his. You can never wake a person pretending to be asleep, nor can you make a thick-skinned person abide by propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Just as Qin Shu was organizing her words, Xia Shiwan cast a cleaning spell to tidy up the stains in the cave. Little girl, come and heal this one's wounds, Xia Shiwan ordered again. But Qin Shu folded her arms across her chest, pursed her lips, let out a cold snort, and turned her face away. Xia Shiwan had never been a person with a good temper. Originally, he had gathered his spiritual energy in his palm. But this time he hesitated. With a loose hand, the spiritual energy dissipated. He drooped his eyelids, lowered his head, and murmured in a soft voice, just now. This one did not mean to act in such a way. Qin Shu was startled for a moment. She looked up at Xia Shiwan. Was he explaining it to her? She pursed her lips. Then if I throw you out and say I didn't mean it, would that be all right? Xia Shiwan pondered carefully for a moment and slightly nodded, saying, it's acceptable. Qin Shu was truly astonished. She turned her face, and her gaze slid from the half-exposed chest of his to his snake's tail and the swaying tip of the small tail. She was absolutely certain that two of her could not even lift a single snake. A gentleman bides his time for a decade to avenge. When I achieve great success in cultivation someday, I'll settle the score with you. Xia Shiwan leaned softly against the wall. He lifted his eyes to meet Qin Shu's high, spirited gaze, and the corners of his lips curved into a charming arc, which made Qin Shu a bit absent-minded. However, his caustic tongue never failed to disappoint her. She saw his thin lips part slightly as he said, an ant trying to shake a tree. Qin Shu. Xia Shiwan casually tossed a small object to her. Heal this one's wounds, and this thing will be yours. Qin Shu took it and looked. To her surprise, it was something like a turtle shell. She curiously examined it back and forth. Seeing this, Xia Shiwan explained. This is a protective magical treasure. It can withstand 3 full force attacks from those below the late Yuanying stage. Keep it for self-preservation. Qin Shu was overjoyed. Didn't this mean she got 3 extra lives? Well, she decided to forgive him. Xia Shiwan's reason for giving her this little thing was quite simple. He was just afraid that one day he might accidentally kill such a small creature. Since Qin Shu had received this favor, she once again placed her hand on his tail. She couldn't help but wonder why. While others who traveled through time either found a powerful partner or an amazing pet in the form of a monster, she had seemingly picked up a demanding ancestor. After exhausting a large portion of the spiritual energy from her dantian to heal him, Qin Shu told him to rest well and then turned to the training room. First, she took out the jade slip to check the messages from her friends. The Xin had sent a message inviting her to go to Qijin City for a fair. Thinking that she hadn't seen this sister for a long time, Qin Shu readily agreed. After making an appointment to meet the next day, without fail, she put away the communication jade slip. Then, Qin Shu took out the 2 cultivation techniques from her storage ring. One named Duoi technique and the other Great Sun Golden Flame. Just from their names, they seemed extremely powerful, as her fire spiritual root attribute was the highest. Qin Shu actually preferred to practice the Great Sun Golden Flame. According to Qi Yu, this Great Sun Golden Flame was also an attribute-free technique, and it all depended on her fate. With an attitude of giving it a try, Qin Shu opened the Great Sun Golden Flame. Following the instructions in the technique, she gathered her spiritual energy and integrated it into her blood vessels. Unexpectedly, she couldn't even pass the first step. This technique was too domineering. A sharp pain shot through her meridians, her blood and qi churned violently in her body, her face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, Qin Shu couldn't even maintain the sitting meditation posture. She propped herself up on the ground with one hand to barely steady herself. Xia Shuan also noticed the commotion in the training room, and his expression changed. In the next instant, Qin Shu fell into an icy embrace, in stark contrast to the fiery spiritual energy within her body. She immediately gave a start, and her mind became much clearer. She didn't even see clearly how the great snake moved. She only knew that the scene before her eyes seemed to fast forward and flashed past her. In the blink of an eye, with a splash, she fell into the water again. The cold lake water submerged her head, and the swelling pain in her meridians gradually eased. Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief at first, but when she saw her situation clearly, she began to struggle desperately. Why is it water again? It's all water. I can't swim at all. The feeling of near death from her previous life came back. Her lungs were being squeezed by the water. She struggled with all her might, yet could only watch helplessly as she sank deeper into the lake. Chapter 42. Swallowing the great snake's inner core, Qin Shu tried to use her spiritual energy to slow down her sinking, but to no avail. Her tears flowed down the corners of her eyes and soon merged into the cold lake water. This great snake. What enmity do we have? It wants to take my life like this. Xia Shiwan threw Qin Shu into the lake. Seeing that she didn't surface for a long time, he didn't care. However, after a while, he suddenly noticed that the aura in the lake was getting weaker and weaker, and then he realized something was wrong. Qin Shu felt that her hand seemed to touch something cold and hard. In the next instant, her slender waist was fished up. Qin Shu struggled to open her eyes with all her strength and looked back, only to face a snake's head spitting out its forked tongue. Her will finally gave out. She rolled her eyes and fainted completely. Xia Shiwan never dreamed that someone could drown in water. His clan had an innate fondness for dampness, and he had been able to swim since birth, having grown up immersed in water since childhood. It was precisely because of water that he had been able to escape from the hands of enemies countless times in his childhood. His upper body transformed into a human form again. He picked up Qin Shu with his tail, holding her chest down to let the water drain out. Seeing that she still showed no reaction, Xie Shiwan's brows knitted together once more. As a venomous snake, he had no skills in treating the sick and saving the dying. Moreover, this little girl had extremely poor physical constitution. What if she really didn't make it? Xia Shiwan's expression darkened. His thin lips tightened slightly as he was in a quandary about whether it was worth saving this little girl. Countless people had died at his hands. How could he care about such karmic consequences? However, when his gaze fell upon the tiny girl hanging in the air, lying on his tail, he changed his mind. He transmitted a wisp of spiritual energy to Qin Shu to protect her heart meridian. Then he brought her back to the cave, placed her on the stone bed, and spat out a golden, green inner core. Upon closer inspection, one could notice some slight cracks on the surface of the inner core. With a wave of his hand, he made the inner core hover above Qin Shu. The glistening golden light enveloped her, creating a dream-like scene. In a daze, Qin Shu felt as if she had returned to the womb. It was warm and cozy. An unknown force seeped into her body, and she turned over comfortably. Xia Shiwan was using the inner core to help her sort out the spiritual energy in her body. The next moment, he opened his eyes and looked towards the stone bed. He saw his inner core being drawn to her lips by an unknown suction force. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. Xia Shiwan's face darkened instantly. He promptly reached out and grabbed her by the neck. He had rarely shown kindness to save her life, yet she actually intended to devour his inner core. Humans were indeed deceitful. Even a young child could have such devious schemes. In Qin Shu's dream, it was as if she was strangled by an umbilical cord. She felt extremely uncomfortable and instinctively raised her hand to break free from the constraint around her neck. With this struggle, the inner core stuck in her throat was actually swallowed by her. Xia Shiwan was instantly terrified. Although his inner core was damaged at present, It was still beyond the capacity of a mere child at the third level of Qi, training like her to devour. The violent spiritual energy within it would soon break through her meridians and dantian. He quickly picked Qin Shu up, pressing his fingers 3 inches above her navel, attempting to force the inner core out. Unexpectedly, after multiple unsuccessful attempts, Qin Shu suddenly coughed twice and opened her eyes. She found herself hanging in the air, being held by a giant snake. Meeting Xie Shiwan's eyes, she actually detected a faint tinge of melancholy in them. Moreover, several black patterns had appeared on his face at some unknown time. Qin Shu struggled to get down. When Xie Shiwan loosened his hand, she fell to the ground. "You're crazy. You threw me into the cold pond. I can't swim. You almost killed me." Qin Shu propped herself up on the ground with both hands. As soon as she got up, she couldn't help but accuse him. Seeing her lively appearance, none of the things he had worried about had actually happened. He could even sense that his inner core was now floating in her dantian. Xie Shiwan suppressed the thought of cutting her open to retrieve the inner core. Staring coldly at Qin Shu, he said, "You've swallowed my inner core." Qin Shu had just spoken halfway when she heard his sudden words and was completely stunned. What? She was somewhat incredulous. Xie Shiwan looked into her eyes and repeated, "You swallowed my inner core." Suddenly, Qin Shu could understand the hint of resentment on his face when she had just woken up. How on earth had she swallowed his inner core? The gap in cultivation between them was vast. Even 100 of her combined would not be able to extract his inner core. Seeing her deep, in thought expression with her head down, Xie Shiwan then slowly began to speak again. "I kindly saved you, helped you get rid of the fire poison in your meridians, fished you out from the lake bottom, and even used my inner core to heal your wounds. Unexpectedly, you repaid my kindness with enmity and swallowed my inner core. You humans are truly deceitful. Since that's the case, to retrieve my inner core, I must not spare your life." He clasped his right hand behind his back and raised his left hand in the air. Gradually, a ball of golden, green mist appeared in his palm. The air around the mist seemed to have a rift. Qin Shu was greatly startled. She had no doubt that this ball of mist could completely wipe her off the face of the earth, leaving not even a trace. Beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Her mind raced, and she quickly said, "Big Snake, it doesn't matter if you kill me, but don't harm your inner core." Xie Shiwan grinned. Looking at his glistening white teeth, Qin Shu felt an even greater sense of unease. She heard him say, "It doesn't matter. I know well how to handle this." Qin Shu's face turned even paler. How could she have swallowed the big snake's inner core? Was she completely unaware of it? Didn't he say that directly swallowing a monster's inner core would cause one's body to explode? So now, Qin Shu was in a terrible state. Anyone with a ticking time bomb in their belly and at risk of being killed at any moment wouldn't be able to stay calm. She instinctively glanced at the golden inner core in her dantian. It was floating in her dantian, surrounded by a layer of her pale purple spiritual energy. Under the scouring of the spiritual energy, the cracks in the inner core seemed to be faintly healing. On the contrary, the spiritual energy in Qin Shu's dantian was decreasing, and she even seemed on the verge of dropping a realm. Qin Shu was stunned. She looked up at the man in front of her and gritted her teeth, saying, "You monsters are so treacherous. You clearly wanted to use me to repair your inner core. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why make such excuses?" She was afraid of death, but if she didn't provoke him at this moment, she might really die. Xie Shiwan frowned and said, "What did you say?" Qin Shu lifted her chin and said displeasedly, "You sent the inner core into my dantian and used my spiritual energy to nourish and repair it. Now it's almost repaired. But I can't even maintain the third level of Qi refining." Xie Shiwan used his divine sense to investigate and immediately found that her current situation was very bad. The fire poison in her meridians hadn't been completely removed, and the inner core in her dantian was like an insatiable bottomless pit, greedily absorbing her spiritual energy. The third level of Qi refining, which she had just reached not long ago, was gradually starting to waver. Chapter 43. Can you swim? Xie Shiwan lightly furrowed his handsome brows as he raised his hand and was about to place it on Qin Shu's lower abdomen. He saw her covering her belly and quickly taking a few steps back. Looking at him warily, she asked, "What are you up to?" Xie Shiwan's expression remained unchanged. He only said in a deep voice, "Be quiet. Sit cross-legged. I'll help you stabilize your realm." Although dropping a realm seemingly had no significant impact, breaking through for the second time would be more arduous than the first. Qin Shu's heart wavered for just a moment before she conceded. Whether she lived or died was entirely up to the snake. What if she angered him by not following his instructions? With a disgruntled look, she sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Then she saw Xie Shiwan sitting across from her, placing his hand on her lower abdomen and closing his eyes. Without the intimidating pressure of the golden vertical pupils, merely facing his peerless beauty, even with several black lines on his face, it didn't diminish his allure. Instead, it added a touch of forbiddenness and danger. "Focus your mind," a voice came from above her head. Qin Shu quickly gathered her thoughts and did as she was told. Xie Shiwan's spiritual energy penetrated into her dantian and attempted to communicate with his own inner core. However, his inner core seemed to have a will of its own. It merely swayed in the lavender spiritual energy before sinking back into silence. Xie Shiwan, of course, knew his own inner core best. Two of the tiny lines on the surface of the inner core had been repaired, and the large cracks also seemed to have improved. He was somewhat astonished. After sleeping for so long and nurturing it with spiritual energy for half a year, the effect was still not as good as the short time it spent in this little girl's dantian. Xie Shiwan was puzzled and even attempted to check if he could mobilize the spiritual qi within his inner core. After finding that it had no significant impact, he then let it go. Well, since it was effective when placed in this young girl's body, he would temporarily leave it with her. Xie Shiwan mobilized a wisp of spiritual qi from his inner core and first removed the fire poison from Qin Shu's meridians. However, even a wisp of his spiritual qi was a bit difficult for Qin Shu to withstand. Moreover, there was a naturally corrosive poisonous mist within Xie Shiwan's spiritual qi. Even with his careful control, it still caused a slight burn to her meridians. Qin Shu felt uncomfortable. Almost instinctively, she mobilized her own spiritual qi to wrap a delicate film around her slender meridians. Immediately afterwards, her body automatically started to circulate the spiritual qi according to muscle memory, which also included that wisp of Xie Shiwan's spiritual qi. Xie Shiwan felt that she had taken the control of the spiritual qi from his hands. After a brief thought, he let it be. It was seen that the light, purple spiritual qi wrapped around that little bit of golden, green spiritual qi and absorbed it completely. Then it circulated in the meridians for a round and finally returned to the dantian, where it was absorbed by his inner core. Gradually, a delicate small cycle seemed to form within her body. When Xie Shiwan saw that her cultivation realm had stabilized, he withdrew his hand. Qin Shu then opened her eyes. As soon as she opened them, she met such an extremely visually impactful face, and her eyes were a bit erratic. The inner core can't be taken out for the time being. I'll leave it with you for now, Xie Shiwan said. Qin Shu was stunned and looked up at him. Then, I don't have to die? Xie Shiwan slightly nodded. I'll spare your life for now. Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief, slumped backward, and collapsed onto the stone bed. Xie Shiwan looked at her state and scoffed. Then he said again, don't be too overjoyed. Stop practicing the cultivation method given to you by the fire spirit bird. It doesn't suit you. As for the other one, perhaps you can give it a try. Qin Shu recalled that she had spat blood while practicing just now and the burning sensation in her meridians. She still felt a lingering fear. If one couldn't master a cultivation method, so be it. But why would there be such a severe backlash? Qin Shu was quite puzzled. Do you think the family, inherited cultivation methods of other clans have no requirements? Moreover, the fire spirit birds are demon beasts. They have extraordinary physiques. And the cultivation methods they practice are more domineering. Xie Shiwan glanced at her and said. Qin Shu, lying listlessly like a salted fish, understood him. At the same time, she became even more dejected and decided to prioritize body, refining. Of course, before that, she had to learn to swim first. One shouldn't stumble in the same place several times. Moreover, she had already fallen here twice. She never wanted to experience the feeling of drowning for the rest of her life. Big snake, can you swim? She recalled that the last thing she saw before fainting was a huge snake's head, which was even bigger than her entire body. Suddenly, she felt her question was nonsense. How could he not know how to swim? Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask. Xie Shiwan glanced at her, seeing that she was tying up her loose hair. He said, to be drowned by water. Humans are truly feeble. The feeble human Qin Shu simply jumped out of the bed and shouted, you'd better not provoke me, or I'll self-detonate along with your inner core, remembering the books she had read before, where people often self-detonated with their lifelong cultivation and took a couple of others down with them, seemingly with great power. Hearing her words, Xie Shiwan's lips curled slightly, looking as if he were watching a farce. But he mercilessly told her the truth. I'm afraid even if you explode into bits, you won't harm my inner core in the slightest. It took 81 thunderbolts to crack it. With your meager cultivation? Qin Shu really didn't want to talk to him anymore. She could tell that this great snake was just good at scaring people with words. He said he wanted to kill her, but also helped her get rid of the fire poison. He saved her when she was drowning and used his injured inner core to heal her. He was a typical person with a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. The men in the cultivation world were all so prickly. Her senior brother Wen Qi was the same way. Qin Shu looked at Xie Shiwan, raised her hand, and a wisp of gold-green mist rose from her palm. Meeting Xie Shiwan's surprised eyes, she said to him, since I can't blow you up, then I'll drain all the spiritual energy in your dantian. Xie Shiwan's snake tail coiled into concentric circles like tree rings. His human form gradually faded away, and he transformed back into his original form and lay on the stone bed. I advise you not to do this. If you attract my enemies, you won't be able to handle them, he said. Qin Shu was startled, looking at the snake with its eyes closed and motionless. She couldn't help thinking that losing the inner core should have greatly weakened his strength, right? It was necessary to figure out a way to extract his inner core. With such a bomb in her dantian, she simply couldn't focus on her cultivation with peace of mind. She planned to visit the library pavilion in 2 days to see if she could get some clues. She got up, consumed a rejuvenation pill to replenish her spiritual energy, then placed her hand on Xie Shiwan's scales to heal his wounds. The great snake merely opened one eye, glanced at her, and then closed it again. Chapter 44. The Dari technique, perhaps supported by the great snake's inner core, Qin Shu managed to sustain the treatment for a relatively long time this time. When she slowly withdrew her hand, a thought suddenly occurred to her. The great snake was in a rather poor state, even worse than before. He was struggling to maintain his human form, probably due to the loss of his inner core. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose. No wonder he had been so desperate to strangle her just now. She raised her hand to touch her throat, still feeling a lingering sense of fear. Her gaze fell once again on the great snake's inky, black scales, noticing that he seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. She quietly got up and made her way to the training room. She had no idea about the great snake's origin, but it was obvious that he was far more powerful than she was. Since he said the technique given by Wen Qi was worth a try, she would give it a shot. After all, she had no other alternatives. First, she sat in meditation to adjust her breathing and restore her state to the optimum. Then, she reached out and touched her storage ring, and a booklet appeared in her hand. The Dari technique. In the original work, there was no detailed description of Wen Qi's family. However, Qin Shu believed that a technique bearing the words Dari must not be an inferior one. She opened the cultivation technique. On the first page, there was a line of words written. Everyone encounters hardships in life, which can be averted through prayer and avoidance. This is called overcoming misfortunes. Qin Shu immediately became intrigued. If talking about hardships, could there be anyone more unlucky than her? First, she drowned right after being admitted to her dream university. Then, after transmigrating into a book, she was stabbed to death by someone with a sword. After being reborn, she picked up such an ill-fated snake and was constantly on the verge of death every day. If there was really a way to make her less unlucky and lead a smooth life, even though her aptitude was a bit poor, she should at least be able to gain a foothold in the world of cultivating immortals. She firmly turned to the next page and saw a detailed illustration of the human body structure. It also described how spiritual energy circulated in the body and which acupoints should be prioritized for impact. Qin Shu finished reading the whole book, then closed her eyes to digest what she had learned. Only then did she put away the cultivation technique, assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing upwards, and started to operate the cultivation technique for the first time as described in the book. The technique of overcoming misfortunes was indeed a high-level cultivation technique. With her realm of the 3rd layer of qi refining, Qin Shu felt inadequate in controlling the spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy circulated through the corresponding acupoints for 1 round, Qin Shu's heart was in her throat. Every time at this moment, the spiritual energy she gathered would disperse. If it dispersed again this time, all her previous efforts would be in vain. However, when the spiritual energy returned to the dantian, it couldn't enter the Guan Yuan acupoint. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Qin Shu's forehead. She endured it with great difficulty, and her gums were even bleeding from biting down hard. Nevertheless, the golden, green inner pill in her dantian seemed to be in a stalemate with her spiritual energy, and she just couldn't complete this final step. Qin Shu gradually discovered the root of the problem. Fuming with anger, she yearned to reach out and dig out the inner core, then force it back into that loathsome snake. She truly had suffered so much because of him. The edges of the smoky, purple aura she had amassed were beginning to show signs of dispersal. Qin Shu's heart sank like a stone, and the muscles on her face twitched. Could it be that all her previous efforts were in vain again? Hold on just a little longer. Perhaps just a moment more, and success might be within reach. Endure. Her complexion was deathly pale. At this moment, she was completely overexerting her spiritual power to control this mass of spiritual energy. Just then, a golden light spot suddenly emerged on her forehead. If Qin Shu could have seen it, she would have recognized that this golden light spot was the drop of blood Wen Qi had given her that day. The single light spot blazed brightly and suddenly fragmented into countless tiny light spots that merged into Qin Shu's body. The smoky, purple spiritual energy, which had previously been on par with the golden, green inner core, with the addition of this golden light, suddenly gained the upper hand. The thick, smoky, purple spiritual energy slowly seeped into the Guan Yuan acupoint and gently enveloped the golden, green inner core that had been dormant in the dantian. Sensing the threat, the inner core tried to leap out of the qi sea but seemed to be trapped in quicksand and was gradually pulled back in. Only when the inner core was completely encased did Qin Shu reopen her eyes. A glint of golden light seemed to flit across her pupils. The next instant, the corners of her lips curved slightly upwards, and her eyes were alight with joy. It was done. However, her elation was short-lived. The great snake lying on the stone bed suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and the color of its scales instantly dimmed further. Qin Shu was stunned. She really didn't expect that the inner core in her body would cause harm to the big snake. She got a bit flustered and watched as the big snake raised its head again, hissing and spitting out its forked tongue at her. Qin Shu felt her heart turn icy cold. It was no exaggeration to say she was utterly terrified. She quickly stood up, waved her hands, and said, I've done nothing. It's none of my business. Actually, she knew in her heart that the name of this cultivation technique was Dui. However, this big snake was a venomous one, and its inner core was the very source of misfortune. According to the domineering nature of this technique, it would most likely not stop until it had purified the inner core completely. Based on Qin Shu's imagination, the big snake probably wished to tear her into pieces at this moment. Nevertheless, the big snake's reaction this time was somewhat beyond her expectation. The big snake merely cast a nonchalant glance at her, then lowered its head again. Since Ye Shiwan had let Qin Shu practice this cultivation technique, how could he not have anticipated the impact of the technique on the snake's inner core? However, everything in this world has its pros and cons. Although the Dui technique would cause harm to its inner core, it would also help the snake shield a portion of the heavenly secrets. When Qin Shu saw the big snake lie down again, she patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Just then, the restriction at her door was suddenly triggered. Qin Shu was startled. When she came to her senses and looked outside, she found that the visitor was actually Qi Yu. Qin Shu didn't dare to receive guests in the room. She quickly used a cleaning spell to tidy up her disheveled appearance before stepping out of the door. Qi Yu was still clad in a fiery red feathered robe. Qin Shu stepped forward, clasped her fist in salute, and said, Junior sister greets you, senior sister. Qi Yu nodded and inquired, Have you practiced the cultivation technique I gave you? Qin Shu was rather perplexed, yet she still slightly inclined her head. With deference, she took out the cultivation technique and returned it, saying, Thank you, senior sister. I've practiced it. It's just that I'm not fated to cultivate this technique. Alas. In truth, she was genuinely disappointed. The Great Sun Golden Flame cultivation technique was more compatible with her fire attribute. Regrettably, this technique was extremely selective. Frowning, she happened to miss Qi Yu's peculiar expression. The Great Sun Golden Flame was extremely domineering. Qi Yu was worried that Qin Shu might be harmed by the technique, so she came to give her some healing pills. However, she didn't expect that Qin Shu seemed to be unharmed. This junior sister of hers, with the qualification of having 3 spiritual roots, was chosen by the master. Presumably, she was not as simple as she appeared. Chapter 45. The Rainbow Pavilion. Qi Yu pondered for a moment and then took out the healing pills. Although Qin Shu seemed to be fine at the moment, in case she had internal injuries, it would still be quite troublesome. She handed over a white porcelain bottle and said to Qin Shu, Junior sister, these are the pills to expel the fire poison. Keep them and take them. Never let the fire poison stay in your meridians for too long. It will be detrimental to your cultivation. Qin Shu was also stunned when she saw the porcelain bottle Qi Yu handed over. She really didn't expect her little senior sister to offer after sales service when giving the cultivation technique. She clasped her fists in gratitude towards Qi Yu and said, Little senior sister, you're truly a timely rain for me. A blush crept onto Qi Yu's charming face, and she felt somewhat ashamed. Actually, she had forgotten. Due to their family's bloodline, few people in their family had ever had an accident. After she returned to the cave dwelling, she suddenly remembered that one year, the clan's elder had bestowed a cultivation technique upon someone, yet the recipient suffered a severe backlash. Only then did she rush to deliver pills to Qin Shu, and fortunately, she made it in time. She put away the cultivation technique returned by Qin Shu. Just as she was about to turn and leave, after a moment's thought, she consoled her, little sister, there's no need to be disheartened. Selecting a cultivation technique at the beginning depends on fate. Even if the techniques of our clan don't suit you, there must be other ones that do. She still looked haughty. Even her words of consolation sounded like an order. Qin Shu found it amusing, but she also knew that the other girl meant well, so she agreed. Thank you, elder sister, for your comfort. I'll try the second elder brother's cultivation technique again. If it really doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. After Qi Yu delivered the pills, she took her leave. Watching Qi Yu transform into her original form and fly away, Qin Shu suddenly thought that this little bird was quite endearing in her awkwardness. She then withdrew her gaze and glanced at the porcelain bottle in her hand. She pulled out the cork and took one pill. Grade pills didn't have any residue that needed to be chewed. They melted as soon as they entered the mouth. Immediately afterwards, a cool sensation swept through her whole body, nourishing her tendons and veins. It felt like having a mint candy when one was in a state of excitement, extremely comfortable. She put away the remaining pills and made a mental note of Qin Shu's kindness. In the future, when Qin Shu needed her, she would surely offer her help. Early the next morning, Qin Shu's message, transmitting jade, slip lit up. She opened her eyes, activated it, and heard Xian's voice coming out. Qin Shu, let's go. Let's go earlier today. I've heard that the Nishang Pavilion is having an event where the second item is free, first come, first served. Qin Shu was greatly shocked. No one could resist the allure of a free second item, herself included. She nimbly rose, cast a cleansing spell, tied up her hair, and then stepped onto a green leaf and descended the mountain. Xian kicked the pebbles on the ground listlessly, sighing for the 101st time. The inner sect was so far from the outer sect. She had no idea what time it would be when Qin Shu came out. They definitely wouldn't catch the second item free event. If she had known this earlier, she would have sent a message to Qin Shu yesterday and asked her to come out and sleep with her. But now, even though she was extremely reluctant, it was of no avail. However, the next moment, suddenly a familiar voice came from above her head. Xian, come up quickly. Xian immediately looked up and saw the green leaf floating above her. There was a young girl sitting on the leaf. It was Qin Shu, whom she had been longing to see. Her eyes lit up. The green leaf descended a bit. Xian climbed onto it on all fours. Not bad, Qin Shu. You've got a magic tool, Xian said enviously. Qin Shu smiled and replied, it was borrowed from my senior brother. It consumes spirit stones like crazy. If it weren't for being in a hurry today, I wouldn't have been willing to use it. When the two flew to the teleportation array, Xian watched as the spirit stone inlaid in the formation of the green leaf gradually dimmed. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wasn't this just burning money? There happened to be 8 people waiting by the teleportation array, including Xian and Qin Shu. It was just enough for a group. Having gained the experience of using the teleportation formation for the first time, Xian took out her snuff bottle and took a sniff. Then, she closed her eyes and stepped into the teleportation formation. When she opened her eyes again, they had already arrived at Crimson Gold City. They had come early today. The sun on the horizon had not yet risen, and the entire city had not been dyed in the crimson, gold hue. Upon stepping off the teleportation formation, Qin Shu had not yet steadied herself when Xian grabbed her small hand and rushed towards the rippling cloud pavilion. There are many people today. Hold my hand tightly and don't get separated in the crowd. Qin Shu responded with an affirmative sound and quickened her pace. The two of them trotted all the way to the rippling cloud pavilion and found that there were already quite a few people queuing outside. Xian, while pulling Qin Shu to stand at the end of the queue, craned her neck to count the people in front of them. Don't worry. There are only about 30 people. We should be able to make a purchase. Qin Shu let out a soft assent. She was not worried about this. She was only afraid that the thing she fancied would be beyond her means. Xian, what are you going to buy? Qin Shu inquired. Xian shook her head. How would I know? I'll take a look later. Qin Shu had thought that Xian had a clear target in mind since she had run so fast, but unexpectedly, she was just here for an impulsive shopping spree. The rippling cloud pavilion had its own rules. To better serve the customers, only 10 people were allowed inside at a time. By the time it was Qin Shu's turn to enter, 2/4 of an hour had passed. The rippling cloud pavilion was the largest trading venue in Crimson Gold City. Whether it was pills, magic tools, cultivation techniques, or beautiful maidens, demonic beasts, as long as one could name it, they could buy it here. The one who received Qin Shu and Xian was a young servant about 15 or 16 years old. He didn't show any negligence just because they were 2 young girls. No matter what they took a fancy to, he patiently explained. Xian took a fancy to quite a few things, but unfortunately, she was too short of money. The more than 40 low-grade spirit stones she had painstakingly saved couldn't buy much here. Qin Shu also had something she fancied. She asked the servant, in your store, the second item is free of charge. Does it apply to everything? The servant nodded with a smile. Yes, 2 fairies. You only need to pay for the more expensive item. Qin Shu asked again, can we exchange with other things? The servant still politely nodded. Yes, but the things used for exchange need to be taken to the elder for an assessment of their specific value, and will make up the difference. Qin Shu understood. It seemed that the rules of the Nishang Pavilion were quite user-friendly. She strolled around with Xian. Xian picked a hairband and a set of dresses. Since the hairband had the effect of breaking through barriers at the initial stage, it was a bit more expensive than ordinary dresses, costing a total of 49 low-grade spirit stones. Xian rummaged in her Qin bag for a long time and only found 42. In the end, she could only use Buling pills to make up the rest. Qin Shu took a fancy to a kind of pendant that had the effect of changing one's appearance. Once she wore it, no one below the golden core stage could detect her. Chapter 46 Zhongsan and Li Si. How many spirit stones does this cost? Qin Shu pointed at the item in the display case and tilted her head to ask the waiter. The string was quite simple. A string of Dongzhu pearls was adorned with a Qin on glass. There was a formation attached to the Qin on glass, which was also the key for the entire to conceal one's spiritual cultivation. In reply to the fairy, this string of requires 11 medium-grade spirit stones. The waiter replied with a smile. Before Qin Shu could speak, Hsien gasped sharply. She almost let out an exclamation, but then remembered that the situation was different now. Her sister was currently an inner door disciple under the seat of the void, soaring true man. Perhaps her master had bestowed some wealth on her. Qin Shu was also startled upon hearing this. Sure enough, medium-grade spiritual tools were different. Their prices had skyrocketed countless times. Looking at it this way, her few bottles of top-grade spiritual recovery pills wouldn't last long either. After pondering for a long while, Qin Shu took out a monster inner core from her storage bag and asked the waiter, how much can this monster inner core be worth? When traveling outside, she was worried about attracting unnecessary troubles, so she didn't dare to wear her storage ring openly on her hand. The waiter was also stunned when he saw the fiery, red monster inner core in Qin Shu's hand. After regaining his senses, he quickly bowed and said, "Fairy, this monster inner core seems extraordinary. I can't set a price for it. I have to take it to the elder for inspection. What do you think?" An Aishang pavilion had branches almost all over the eastern continent. Coupled with the current communication jade slips, they didn't dare to play any tricks behind the scenes. In case they ruined the golden signboard of the shop, they couldn't bear the wrath of the shop owner. Qin Shu very generously tossed the monster inner core over and said, "Just take it and ask." The waiter retreated with the monster inner core in his hands, while Qin Shu and Hsien strolled around the shop casually. The Xin had only taken 2 steps when she noticed that Qin Shu had disappeared. She quickly looked around and finally found Qin Shu standing in front of a counter selling pills, staring intently at the items inside. She stepped forward and inquired, "What are you looking at?" Qin Shu pointed at the counter and said, "This." The Xin leaned in to take a look and saw a so-called 5-element blood coagulating pill. Just from the name, it seemed like a pill for healing injuries. Why was Qin Shu interested in this? Curiously, she turned to glance at Qin Shu and saw that Qin Shu had straightened up and was asking the clerk in front of her, "How many spirit stones does this pill cost?" 36 medium-grade spirit stones, the clerk replied with a gentle smile towards Qin Shu. Qin Shu's expression stiffened slightly. She pouted and asked, "For a bottle?" The clerk's smile widened. "Fairy, you're joking. The 5-element blood coagulating pill is at least a 3rd-grade pill. How could it be that cheap? It's 36 medium-grade spirit stones per pill." Qin Shu was speechless. She forced a smile as if the price didn't matter, but she simply couldn't manage it. However, not long after, the waiter who had gone to have the demon beast's inner core appraised came back. He said cheerfully to Qin Shu, "Fairy, this inner core of yours belongs to a heart-tempering azure rhinoceros, a 5th-order demon beast. After being appraised by our elder, this demon beast's inner core can be exchanged for 2 top-grade spirit stones for you." Qin Shu's eyes lit up. She never expected that the thing casually given by that big snake would be so valuable. The Xin, standing beside her, was also extremely shocked. She felt that her innocent heart had been greatly impacted. When she first entered the sect, her little sisters were as poor as she was. Now, the good things she casually took out were so valuable? Qin Shu quickly asked, "Is the second item free when buying pills?" After getting an affirmative answer, Qin Shu was overjoyed. "In that case, if I buy 27 pills of this kind, will you give me another 27? The waiter was stunned and after a long while, replied with a bitter smile, "My lady, there's a purchase limit in our shop." Qin Shu stroked her chin and inquired, "How many pills are there in one bottle?" 25. "Then if I buy 1 bottle, you'll give me 1 for free." Qin Shu walked out of the Nishang pavilion contentedly with her spoils. She bought 2 bottles of pills and that string of tasseled ornaments. Compared with the pills, the tasseled ornaments only cost 11 medium-grade spirit stones, which was really just a drop in the bucket. Thanks to the second item, free offer, Qin Shu also picked a pair of extremely fast cloth shoes worth 11 medium-grade spirit stones. After these purchases, the waiter even gave her back 1 high-grade spirit stone and 89 medium-grade spirit stones. After coming out of the Nishang pavilion, Qin Shu noticed that Hsien was looking at her differently. "Qin Shu, why did you buy so many healing pills? Where are you injured?" Hsien asked. She wasn't envious of Qin Shu having so many spirit stones. As long as she worked hard in her cultivation, she would surely enter the inner sect by the end of the year and then be able to earn spirit stones. Qin Shu sighed and explained, "It's not that. I bought these for someone else. How could I possibly produce the inner core of a 5th-order demonic beast?" When she said this, Hsien automatically imagined that one of her senior brothers had fought a bone, refining azure rhinoceros and was seriously injured. Then he gave the inner core of the bone, refining azure rhinoceros to his junior sister and asked her to run an errand. However, aren't they all disciples of the elixir sect? Why do they still come out to buy elixirs? Before Hishin could figure it out, there was another noise coming from not far away. As soon as she came to her senses, she saw that Qin Shu had become excited. Hishin, let's go over and take a look. I heard them say it's about signing up to dig spiritual stones. In Qin Shu's mind, spiritual stones meant money. Digging for spiritual stones was like picking up money. Whoever tried to stop her from picking up money was basically trying to take her life. When Hishin heard this, she immediately put other thoughts aside and perked up. She looked around. Where? Why didn't I hear anything? Let's run faster, or we'll be preempted by others. Hishin was currently at the first level of Qi, refining, and hadn't yet broken through to the second level. Her 5 senses were still much weaker than Qin Shu's. After they ran forward for a while, Hishin finally heard the conversation of those people. It was roughly that a spiritual vein had been discovered in the north of Qijin City. This spiritual vein had been bought by the Zhang family, a wealthy family in Qijin City. Now the Zhang family was paying cultivators to help dig spiritual stones. They only needed cultivators below the 4th level of Qi, refining. For those with higher cultivation levels, they had more means, and there was a risk that they might embezzle the stones. Qin Shu dragged Hishin into the crowd and came to a table. She said to the dark-faced uncle in front of them who was doing the registration, "The two of us." The uncle glanced at them and asked, "From Xiantian Gate? What's your cultivation level?" "Both of us are at the 1st level of Qi refining." She is wearing a now, and no high-level immortal masters would come to this place. No one would discover her true cultivation level at all. The uncle nodded and then asked, "What are your names?" Xin was about to speak when Qin Shu tugged at her sleeve. Subconsciously, she shut her mouth and looked at Qin Shu beside her. Then she saw Qin Shu, with an unchanged expression, say to the dark-faced uncle, "She is Zhang San, and I am Li Si." Xin. Chapter 47. I want to cultivate here, revised. As soon as Qin Shu said this, the face of the dark-faced uncle grew even darker. He stopped writing with his pen, looked up at the 2 young girls in front of him, and his expression showed some impatience. "Are you making fun of me?" Qin Shu showed no sign of fear, and her expression became even more sincere. "She is the 3rd in her family. I am the 4th in my family. We both come from the mortal world. What proper names do girls there have?" "Uncle, even if you don't believe us, don't be angry about it. We really aren't lying to you." As she spoke, she sighed, looking somewhat sorrowful. Hearing this, Xin quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears in cooperation. Seeing this, the uncle was stunned and quickly waved his hand. Fine. I'll register you. Why are you crying? People will think I'm bullying young girls." Qin Shu watched as he wrote the names Zhang San and Li Si on 2 wooden tokens. Only then did she reach out to take them. Bowing respectfully to the uncle, "Uncle, you are really a kind-hearted person." Having obtained the token, the 2 young maids smoothly boarded the flying boat beside them. It's said that the spiritual vein is near Qijin City. However, even for Foundation, establishment monks, it would take 3 days to fly such a short distance. By the time Qin Shu and her group arrived, no one knew when it would be. Qin Shu and her companion were young. As soon as they got on the flying boat, they attracted many people's attention. Some, noticing that they were from Xiantian Gate, even stepped forward to have a friendly chat with them. At first, Qin Shu was worried that Xin might accidentally reveal their true identities. But then she heard Xin tell others that as girls in their family, they were not loved. After finally coming to the world of cultivating immortals, they were just outer sect disciples who couldn't even afford clothes. Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice in her heart. This girl was really good at creating an image for herself, whether the people around believed it or not. At least the image of 2 penniless girls with nothing valuable on them was established. Qin Shu found a place in the corner of the flying boat and sat down on the ground. Her little friend, Xin, took out a coarse flower bun from her storage bag. It took her a long time to break off a piece and stuffed it into Qin Shu's hand. "Shu, have something to fill your stomach." Qin Shu looked down at the coarse flower bun in her hand, which had not a bit of spiritual energy. She couldn't help but sigh. It was really hard for her to find such a thing in the world of cultivating immortals. She took a bite, and the bun almost choked her to death. Xin was no better off. The 2 of them patted each other on the back to help each other catch their breath. Then they looked at each other, their eyes filled with bitter smiles. The flying boat flew for about an hour before landing in a canyon. The spiritual qi in this canyon is extremely abundant, and the trees and vegetation are thriving. Presumably, the cultivation levels of the demonic beast here are also not low. The steward of the Zhang family gathered them together and transmitted his voice, saying, "Our family has sent people to clear 3 mines. The large demonic beasts have been driven away, but there are bound to be some demonic beasts living underground in the mines. You still need to be careful." Qin Shu remembered this in her heart. It seemed that digging spirit stones was not as safe as she had imagined. Immediately afterwards, the Zhang family steward said again, "Among you, those at the first level of qi refining must hand in at least 10 low-grade spirit stones each day. Those at the second level of qi refining must hand in 20, and so on. If anyone has the ability to dig more, then they belong to you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was in an uproar. If they could dig a few more, wouldn't they all belong to themselves? However, Qin Shu knew that things were far from that simple. Capitalists were not philanthropists. Would they be so kind as to pay them more? I'm afraid that in the end, perhaps someone would even have to pay back. Of course, there were also smart people in the crowd. Someone was heard raising their voice and asking, "What if the task is not completed? If one fails to complete the task for 3 days, they will be driven out of the mine area." Qin Shu and Xin queued up to get a pickaxe and walked towards the mine with the crowd. At the entrance of the cave, they clearly felt that they passed through a barrier. Inside the barrier, a fairy was waiting for them. "Two little fairies, do you want to rent a Haoyue pickaxe? It's a primary spiritual tool and very useful." Xin was obviously a bit tempted and asked, "How is the fee charged?" Upon hearing this, the fairy replied with a gentle countenance, "You only need to pay 5 low-grade spirit stones per day. It's quite inexpensive. With this bright moon pickaxe, you can mine more spirit stones." Qin Shu shook her head expressionlessly. "I can't afford it." 5 low-grade spirit stones were half a month's salary for her. Moreover, no capitalist is kind-hearted. Presumably, this so-called bright moon pickaxe was just a showy but useless thing. Xin was also deterred by the exorbitant price. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the penury in each other's eyes. They sighed in unison, and everything was understood without words. When they reached the fork where 3 mines met, Qin Shu stopped and asked Xin, "Which way will you go?" "Either way is fine. I'll follow you." When traveling far from home and with their low cultivation levels, they had to stick together. Qin Shu nodded. It would be easier this way. She had learned the difficulty, evading technique, and now had an instinct for avoiding harm and seeking advantage. Both the left and middle mines made her feel a bit uneasy. By the process of elimination, she resolutely chose the rightmost mine, which had the lowest spiritual energy concentration. They hadn't walked far when they saw the glimmer of spirit stones here and there. Many people had already stopped to start mining. Xin's eyes lit up. "Qin Shu, they're really spirit stones. We're going to get rich." She grabbed her small pickaxe and rushed over. However, after laboriously chiseling for a long time, she couldn't even pry off a single piece. Xin frowned. "Why is this so hard to mine?" Qin Shu laughed. "If it were easy to mine, why would they agree to let us keep anything over 10 pieces? If I'm not mistaken, cultivators at the first level of qi refining can probably dig no more than 10 spirit stones per day at most." Xin suddenly realized. "So that's how it is. Aren't we just working for them in vain?" Qin Shu shrugged. "Who says no? However, we can appropriately use these spirit stones to replenish our spiritual qi. And maybe we can dig 1 or 2 more spirit stones each day." Xin thought it made sense. By digging like this for half a month, she could save up 20 or 30 spirit stones, which was much more than her monthly stipend. She attached her meager spiritual qi to the small pickaxe. After chiseling forcefully more than 10 times, she finally dug out one. She was overjoyed at first, but then she felt the spiritual qi in her dantian and her face immediately darkened. This was so draining of spiritual qi. Qin Shu smiled and said, "Let's go deeper inside. It will get crowded here soon." The deeper they went, the darker it became and the fewer people there were. They could only rely on the faint fluorescent light of the spirit stones for illumination. Qin Shu stopped. "This place is fine. It's too deep if we go any further." As soon as she finished speaking, Xin had already started chiseling with the pickaxe. Qin Shu smiled helplessly and also tried to chisel once. At first, when she attached her spiritual qi, she covered the entire head of the pickaxe. Later, she found it was really a waste. She only needed to attach the spiritual qi to the point that would contact the spirit stone. Xin dug out 3 low-grade spirit stones in a row and almost exhausted her spiritual qi. She had to sit cross-legged to replenish it. When she looked at Qin Shu beside her, she found that Qin Shu had already obtained 10 spirit stones and seemed as if nothing had happened. Is this the benefit of having a higher cultivation level? Xin was really envious. However, when she sat cross-legged to recuperate her spiritual qi, she suddenly opened the door to a new world. "Qin Shu, there are all spirit stones here. I'm going to cultivate here." Chapter 48, The Moving Treasure Trove. For cultivators at the first level of qi refining, to exit this mine, each person has to pay at least 10 low-grade spirit stones per day. For those at the second level of qi refining, it's 20, and so on for those at higher levels. Since Qin Shu and Xin were young and their cultivation bases hadn't been tested, that black-faced uncle directly recorded them as first-level qi refining cultivators. For Qin Shu, who was at the third level of qi refining, This was truly a great bargain. However, with so many mining veins of the Zhong family, they presumably wouldn't care about such a trifling amount. Fortunately, the saved spirit stones could be used to pay for Hexin's share, allowing her to cultivate wholeheartedly. Hexin had now reached the threshold of the second level of Qi refining. If she could make a breakthrough here, it would be her good fortune. Qin Shu glanced at Hexin, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating attentively, and walked a bit further away to prevent the noise of her mining from disturbing her. She placed her hand on the rock wall and used her spiritual Qi to sense within the mine. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and her gaze fell on the rock wall beside her. The spiritual Qi here was unusually rich. Presumably, there were high-grade spirit stones. If she could dig out a top-grade spirit stone, it would truly be a windfall. Qin Shu rubbed her hands excitedly, found the right position, and started digging with the small iron pickaxe. The hard rock was like tofu under the black iron pickaxe infused with spiritual Qi. She didn't have to exert much effort at all to dig out a large chunk. After about 7 or 8 strikes, the tip of the pickaxe hit something extremely hard. Based on Qin Shu's experience of excavating these few spirit stones, it seems that her perception was accurate. There were truly spirit stones beneath. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the spiritual energy, it was estimated that it would at least be a medium-grade spirit stone. With this thought in mind, Qin Shu suddenly became even more zealous. She pushed aside the gravel around the spirit stone, and its true appearance emerged before her eyes. The fist-sized spirit stone boasted an extremely pure luster, even more immaculate than the top-grade spirit stones she had seen at the Nishang Pavilion. Qin Shu's heart couldn't help but pound wildly. It should be a top-quality spirit stone. Such a large spirit stone seemed to be able to be cut into 6 or 7 pieces of the common size. With a flip of her wrist, Qin Shu stored the spirit stone into her jade pendant. After that, Qin Shu dug even more industriously. However, she failed to unearth any more high-quality spirit stones. There were only 3 medium-grade spirit stones and around 20 low-grade spirit stones. When her spiritual energy was exhausted, she would consume a spiritual energy replenishing pill. After all, low-grade spiritual energy replenishing pills were the least valuable in their pill sect. While she was occupied, Hexin ceased her cultivation and started digging with a small pickaxe. Hearing the noise, Qin Shu turned around and glanced at her. "Why did you stop practicing?" Hexin didn't halt her movements and grinned at Qin Shu. "If I break through, I'll have to hand in 20 low-grade spirit stones every day. It's not worth it." Qin Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Good for you. You're so thrifty. You're truly my sister." Hexin decided to continue digging for 10 more days and break through after going out and settling the accounts. However, just as she finally unearthed a medium-grade spirit stone and before she could show it off, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, snatched the spirit stone from her, and swallowed it in one gulp. Hexin was startled and let out a shriek. Immediately afterwards, a series of footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Qin Shu halted her actions, looked up, and beheld a group of 3 individuals approaching them. The leader was a young man with delicate features. Evidently, upon seeing 2 young girls, they held a somewhat disdainful attitude. "Little girls. Have you seen a frost, fierce fur mouse?" Hardly had he finished speaking when Hexin instantly flared up. "I have no idea what kind of mouse you're talking about. That thing is as big as a spiritual hound." The 3 exchanged glances and then inquired again. "Do you know which way it went? It's really difficult to find it in this labyrinthine mine." Hexin, still a bit shaken, patted her chest, pointed forward, and said, "It snatched my spirit stones and ran that way." The 3 bowed to her, expressed their gratitude, and then rushed off in pursuit. Hexin watched their figures vanish into the tunnel. When she turned around, she saw Qin Shu holding a communication jade slip and reading from it. "The frost, fierce fur mouse is a second-order demonic beast. It's extremely picky about food, only consuming mid-grade or higher spirit stones. It has a pouch in its abdomen and has the habit of storing food." As Hexin listened, all her fears dissipated in an instant. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Isn't this just a walking treasure chest?" Qin Shu nodded. "That's true, but we can neither catch up with it nor defeat it. Let it go." Hexin sighed resignedly, picked up her small pickaxe, and resumed digging. However, just as she struck the rock twice, she heard a sound coming from the nearby rock wall. Immediately afterwards, a stone loosened and fell from the rock wall. A pitch-black head emerged from the cave entrance, with a pair of eyes glowing red. Hexin instinctively took a step back. "Qin Shu, there's a demonic beast." Qin Shu also noticed. The aura of this demonic beast was quite similar to the one before. It seemed that even such a small creature knew to pick on the weak. The demonic beast bared its sharp rodent-like teeth and fixed its eyes on Qin Shu as soon as it turned its head. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in Qin Shu's heart. She swiftly drew out the white jade sword on her back and infused it with spiritual energy. Assuming a defensive stance, In the next instant, the frost, flying flame, skinned rat rushed towards her without warning. It moved at an extremely high speed, leaving a trail of phantoms behind. Qin Shu leaned against the stone cave and blocked its attack with an upward swing of her hand. The target of the rat was very clear. It was aiming at the jade pendant hanging around Qin Shu's neck. Its movements grew faster and faster, and Qin Shu gradually felt the strain. At the same time, she understood that this rat must have smelled the lingering scent of the top-grade spiritual stones on it. After several unsuccessful attacks, the rat seemed somewhat enraged. It suddenly stopped, with the hair on its back standing on end. In the next moment, a blade of fire sliced towards Qin Shu. Qin Shu leaped into the air to dodge, but the rat took advantage of this gap and lunged at her again. Qin Shu instinctively blocked, and the rat's sharp teeth bit right into the middle of her sword. In the next instant, Qin Shu heard a cracking sound. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked down, only to find that the white jade sword had actually broken right in the middle. Qin Shu was almost stunned. Sure enough, cheap things are of no good quality. It cost her at least 8 spiritual stones. How could it break at such a crucial moment? However, what followed was even more unexpected for her. She watched in disbelief as her sword split into two and transformed into another exquisitely transparent purple jade sword. She reached out her hand to catch it. It still felt a bit strange to wield the sword with her left hand. She mused that it would be better if the sword were a bit longer. For an extra inch of length meant an extra edge in combat and could help with blocking attacks. Hardly had this thought crossed her mind when she saw the sword in her hand grow 3 inches longer. Qin Shu was overjoyed. Well done. Meanwhile, Xin, who was standing by watching Qin Shu fight the frost, flaming fur rat, was utterly stunned. Their movements were so swift that she could barely make them out. She didn't even know how she could offer any help. Before, when Qin Shu bought a sword and said she was going to practice, Xin thought she was joking. Now, it was clear that practicing sword wielding was the right decision. Otherwise, as two alchemists, they would surely have met their demise upon encountering this second-order demonic beast. Chapter 49. The earth shakes, and the mountains tremble. Qin Shu held the sword with both hands, and seemed to be able to keep up with the frost, flaming fur rat. But she knew in her heart that she couldn't even break through the beast's defenses. Once her spiritual energy was exhausted, she and Xin would be in great danger. The frost, flaming fur rat also seemed to sense that Qin Shu was a tough opponent. It stopped about 10 feet away, its small beady eyes darting around, looking extremely eerie in the dark mine. Qin Shu was on high alert. Second-order demonic beasts were already endowed with intelligence, and this one was a rat, known for its cunning among demonic beasts. The rat squeaked at Qin Shu twice and scratched the ground with its front paws, sending out sparks here and there. Seeing this, Qin Shu wished she could have eyes everywhere and ears on all sides. Her vigilance reached its peak. If scratched by those claws, one would surely have their skin torn and flesh lacerated. However, just as the two sides were in a standoff, the rat carefully backed away. Seeing this, Xin quietly let go of some of the tension in her heart. It seemed that this brute was about to flee. Nevertheless, in the next instant, the beast charged towards her at lightning speed. It was moving so fast that Xin didn't even have time to react. Those scarlet eyes were already right in front of her. The moment the demonic rat moved, Qin Shu hurled her purple jade sword. Xin watched as the sword stabbed into the ground in front of her. To avoid it, the rat leaped to one side. Instinctively, Xin began to fight back and save herself. She condensed in her hand the only offensive spell she had learned, the fireball spell, and threw it at the rat. However, the speed of the frost, flying flame, skinned rat was simply too fast, not to mention whether she could hit it, even if she did. Considering the rat's resistance as a second-order fire, a tribute beast, she might not even be able to break through its fur. Even though her attack missed, it still successfully hindered the frost, flying flame, skinned rat for a moment. During this brief moment, Qin Shu had already completed forming the hand seal. She pushed out with both hands. This was also the first time she had used the seal method. The golden mark seemed to fall lightly, yet it made the entire mine vibrate. The frost, flying flame, skinned rat was directly embedded into the rock wall. Its two little legs struggled feebly for a couple of shakes and then went limp. The scarlet light in its eyes also faded. Xin gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Qin Shu beside her. What kind of move was this? One strike, and it had killed the demonic rat? A second-order demonic beast can at least be compared to a human cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining. Just now, those 3 cultivators only dared to approach it as a group. Only Qin Shu herself knew that she was now at the end of her tether. That hand seal technique truly could not be casually employed. All the spiritual energy in her body had been drained. Now, she feared that even a random child could knock her down with a single finger. She quickly took a spirit-replenishing pill. Seeing that the demonic rat had gone still, she stepped forward, pried it off the rock wall, and stored it in her storage jade pendant. Let's leave here first. The commotion just now is likely to attract others. I'll store this demonic rat first, and we'll divide the spoils after we get out. She turned to Hexin and said. Hexin quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. I don't want it. You killed the demonic rat. I didn't help at all. Qin Shu was using a black, iron pickaxe to chisel away the marks on the wall when she heard Hexin's words. She grabbed Hexin's hand and said, Let's leave quickly. People are coming soon. The two had just walked for a short while when, as expected, those three people chased after them again. They took out a lamp each and shone it around on the dark rock walls. Finally, they found a little remaining bloodstain beneath the deliberately destroyed marks made by Qin Shu. The leader squatted down, dipped his finger in the blood, rubbed it between his fingers, and then brought it to his nose to take a gentle sniff. Then he stood up and said, It seems someone got there first. That frost, flying flame, skinned rat was very fast and could dig holes. The terrain in this mine was rather complex, so they had lost track of it several times. A man behind him said, According to the requirements of the Zhong family, those who can enter the mine for excavation should not surpass the 4th level of Qi, refining at most. However, the frost, blazing fur rat is a second-order demonic beast. How could it be defeated so quickly? Wei Wufen cast a nonchalant glance at him and remarked, Do you think the commotion just now could have been caused by someone below the 4th level of Qi refining? Hearing this, his companion also fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that someone had concealed their cultivation? Wei Wufen clasped his hands behind his back and slightly nodded. Undoubtedly, it was the case. What about those two little girls? His companion inquired. Wei Wufen sneered. They probably ran away when they sensed the unfavorable situation. What difference can two little girls aged around 11 or 12 make? If they were truly the chosen ones from great families, would they even set their sights on such a meager amount of spirit stones? Qin Shu led Hexin, constantly perceiving the direction of the wind's flow as they rushed towards the exit. After they had only run halfway, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and stones started to fall from the top of the cave one after another. Sensing the perilous situation, Qin Shu quickly changed into her swift-footed boots, hoisted Hexin onto her back, and dashed outside. There were quite a few people running frantically like them along the way. Just as they had barely stepped out of the cave, they heard a strange roar coming from the depths of the cave. Immediately afterwards, 2 out of the 3 mines collapsed, precisely the 2 that Qin Shu had not entered at the beginning. Hexin tightened her grip on Qin Shu's hand and murmured fearfully in a low voice, How could it be that just for a couple of spirit stones, we almost got buried alive? The Zhong family is so unreliable. They dared to let us come here without even clearing out the demonic beasts properly. At this moment, Qin Shu's mind was extremely clear. She must leave this place as soon as possible. This was not the kind of gossip their level could handle. She grabbed Hexin and ran a hand in the spirit stones, then was about to leave. The woman guarding the barrier warmly tried to keep them, but Qin Shu politely declined and pulled Hexin away from there. Inside the barrier, exclamations rang out one after another. Qin Shu took out the little turtle given by her master, shrunk it to the size of a palm, and then jumped on it. While Hexin was still curiously wondering how many unknown good things Qin Shu was hiding when seeing her actions, Qin Shu turned around and beckoned to her, saying, Hexin, come up quickly. Hexin, come up? How? That little turtle could only hold one of her feet. Did she have to stand on Qin Shu's instep? Where should I stand? Hexin's expression was quite comical. Qin Shu directly patted her own back and said, Come on, I'll carry you. Hexin looked at her petite frame and really hesitated. Seeing this, Qin Shu urged again, Hurry up. It'll be too late if we don't run now. Hexin gritted her teeth, decided to take the plunge, lifted her skirt, trotted a few steps, jumped, and lay on Qin Shu's back. The moment Hexin got on, Qin Shu grabbed her arm to steady herself and then drove the little turtle to flee at full speed. Since Hexin was 2 years older than Qin Shu and half a head taller, now hanging on Qin Shu's back, her 2 feet were dangling in the air. It couldn't have been more awkward. At this time, Qin Shu didn't care about much either. Her Dewey cultivation method was running rapidly. A sense of crisis penetrated from her toes to the top of her head. There was only one word in her mind: escape. Chapter 50. The beast tide is coming. Qin Shu carried Hexin on her back and pushed her cultivation technique to its limit. The turtle beneath her feet streaked through the air at breakneck speed, leaving behind a trail of refreshing green light. She stuffed handfuls of rejuvenation pills into her mouth as if they were free. Just as they had fled 10 li, a strange, ear-splitting roar suddenly pierced the sky. The sonic wave from that roar nearly blew Qin Shu off the turtle. Her ears throbbed with pain, but there was no time to dwell on it. After flying another 20 li, Qin Shu's body finally gave out. She swayed unsteadily as she controlled the little turtle to descend, when they were still 2 zhang above the ground. The last bit of spiritual energy in Qin Shu's body was exhausted. The two of them and the turtle plummeted from the sky. Xin, with her lower cultivation, hanging on Qin Shu's back, had also suffered greatly from the sonic attack and wasn't feeling well either. But at the moment of free fall, she rallied her spirits, wrapped her arms around Qin Shu, and turned around. She used her meager spiritual energy to cushion their fall on her back. Hiss. Xin gasped in pain and rolled over to rub her coccyx. Qin Shu, are you all right? She asked. But Qin Shu, lying on top of her, remained motionless and didn't respond at all. Xin sensed something was amiss, ignoring the buzzing in her head. She propped herself up on one hand and scrambled to her feet. She looked down at Qin Shu in her arms. Qin Shu lay there, completely still. Her hairband had come undone at some point, and her inky black hair cascaded over her body. Xin's heart tightened. She quickly got up, turned Qin Shu over, and held her in her arms. With trembling fingers, she reached for Qin Shu's nose. Perceiving that she still had breath, Hashin's shoulders finally relaxed. She didn't have any healing pills on her, so she could only feed Qin Shu 2 rejuvenating elixirs. Qin Shu's condition was extremely serious at this moment. Her dantian was nearly dried up, yet the inner core in it was still slowly releasing a golden, green spiritual energy as usual. The spiritual power of the great snake was inherently poisonous. Previously, Qin Shu's dantian and meridians had her own spiritual energy to counteract it. But now they had to face this poison head-on. It was not until Hashin fed her these 2 rejuvenating elixirs that a faint trace of spiritual energy emerged again in Qin Shu's dantian. She slowly opened her eyes and met Hashin's anxious face. Qin Shu, how are you? Do you still need rejuvenating elixirs? I still have some here. Qin Shu shook her head. She took out a porcelain bottle from her jade pendant and took out a 5-element blood coagulating elixir that she had bought before and swallowed one. True to its reputation as a 3rd-grade elixir, not long after she took the 5-element blood coagulating elixir, a cool and gentle sensation spread from her dantian and flowed through her meridians to all parts of her body. The dull pain in her body dissipated. Then Qin Shu got up and handed one to Hashin. At the thought that this elixir was bought with 36 middle-grade spirit stones, Hashin refused to reach out and take it no matter what. No. It's unnecessary. I'm fine. It's just that my ears hurt a little. It's not a big deal. However, when Hashin opened her mouth to speak, Qin Shu directly stuffed the elixir into her mouth. Hashin covered her lips and looked at Qin Shu in disbelief. Then she saw Qin Shu calmly stop her the bottle and say, just think of it as a treat from the Nirvana Pavilion. Buy one, get one free. What's there to feel bad about? Let's make ourselves comfortable first, lest any sequelae remain. Just now, it seemed that there was a high-order demon beast emerging from the mine over there. Just the roar alone injured the eardrums and internal organs of the 2 of them to varying degrees. Qin Shu traveled from a later era, and there were many ideas deeply ingrained in her mind due to the influence of that later era. For example, she believed that physical injuries were irreversible. If the eardrum was damaged, one's hearing would be impaired in the future. After swallowing a 3rd-grade pill, all the torn muscles and expanded meridians of Xin were being repaired by the efficacy of the pill. This kind of comfort almost made her moan. She stood up, stretched lazily, then looked at Qin Shu and said with a smile, truly worthy of being a 3rd-grade pill. It's so comfortable. Qin Shu, however, sat cross-legged and said, please keep watch around for me. I'll sit in meditation to recover. Although the injuries in her body had improved somewhat, the venom of the big snake hadn't been dispelled. Her dantian was now entirely shrouded in a golden, green mist. She took a top-quality rejuvenation pill, absorbed the spiritual energy from the pill, and then wrapped her dantian and meridians with the spiritual energy again, gradually eroding that golden, green spiritual energy bit by bit. Xin sat cross-legged beside her to recover her spiritual energy, but dared not enter a state of deep meditation. In this desolate place, if another demon beast came, it would truly be a disaster. As the sky grew darker and darker, the surroundings were terrifyingly silent. From time to time, cultivators flying with swords passed by in the sky, all heading in the direction of the Zhong family's mine. Xin looked at Qin Shu sitting beside her with her eyes closed, feeling extremely uneasy. For the first time, she loathed herself so much. Her cultivation base was really too low. She couldn't help her sister much and would only hold her back. She bit her lower lip, cheering herself on. This time when she returned to the sect, she must practice cultivation with even greater diligence. Even if she couldn't catch up with her companions, she would strive not to hold them back in the future. As soon as the moon emerged, Qin Shu's constitution came into play, and she gradually gained the upper hand in the battle against the inner elixir. She gradually refined the golden, green poisonous mist in her meridians. Only when her body was once again filled with smoky, purple spiritual energy did she slowly open her eyes. Listening to the successive roars of the monsters in the forest, Hexin was so terrified that her face turned deathly pale. She hugged her legs and curled up beside Qin Shu, trembling uncontrollably. Even so, she still managed to spare a bit of attention to keep an eye on Qin Shu. Seeing Qin Shu move, she quickly crawled over and tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve. "Shu, you're finally awake. Are you feeling better? Let's leave this place quickly. There are so many monsters in the mountains, an innumerable amount." Qin Shu's Dewey cultivation technique had already started to operate on its own. In the next instant, her expression suddenly changed. But this time, instead of taking out the little turtle, she took out the green leaf that Wen Qi had given her before and placed 5 middle-grade spirit stones on it. "Hurry up." Qin Shu sat on it first and cast a spell. Without the slightest hesitation, Hexin jumped on it right behind her. As the flying magic tool flew further and further away, Hexin frowned and pouted, complaining, "Why on earth would such a thing happen when we were just mining? I wonder what's hidden under that mine. Countless cultivators rushed there during the day. I wonder if they could capture that thing." Qin Shu listened to her quietly. When she finished speaking, Qin Shu replied, "It should be the case. This area also falls within the jurisdiction of our Xiantian sect. The sect will surely send people here." Hearing this, Hexin felt a bit more at ease. With so many elders in the sect, there should be no problem. However, right after her words faded away, she heard Qin Shu suddenly say, "The beast tide is coming." Chapter 51. Fortunately, we ran fast. The heart that Hexin had just calmed down was once again hoisted up by her words. She stared at Qin Shu, her eyes wide open. "A beast tide?" Qin Shu nodded and said, "Yes. There were numerous demonic beasts in the mountain where we were just now. Their auras were very distinct. If we had stayed there a bit longer, those demonic beasts would have descended the mountain." Hexin gasped sharply and patted her chest with lingering fear, saying, "Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, with our puny physiques, we'd surely be devoured by them without a trace left." After saying this, as if recalling something, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Shu again, asking, "Qin Shu, do you think the number of people our sect sent for support is sufficient? What if they encounter the beast tide? Being attacked from both sides would be extremely perilous, wouldn't it?" Qin Shu really wasn't certain. She immediately took out the jade slip, intending to send a message to her master, but then remembered that she didn't have her master's spiritual aura at all. So she had no choice but to settle for the second best and look for. Well, forget it. It had better be the second senior brother. "Second senior brother, there seems to be a beast tide on the mountain near the Zhong family's mine. Is the number of people our sect sent enough?" On the other side of Wen Qi, there was not the slightest stir. Qin Shu felt rather anxious and wished that the green mount beneath her could traverse 1,000 li in an instant, since the matter was of great significance. Despite the lingering trace of fear she had for her eldest senior brother in her heart, she still decided to send a message to him. However, to her astonishment, the message sent to her eldest senior brother also vanished without a trace, just like a stone sinking into the sea. How strange. Could it be that both her eldest senior brother and second senior brother had entered secluded cultivation simultaneously? It was understandable for the eldest senior brother. But hadn't the second senior brother just emerged from seclusion? Entering seclusion again? Were they competing with each other to the extreme? Qin Shu didn't even have time to ponder over it carefully and quickly sent a message to her junior sister, Qiyu. Surely, it couldn't be that even Qiyu had entered secluded cultivation? Qiyu didn't disappoint her. Before long, a reply came. A total of 4 golden core stage cultivators and 15 foundation establishment stage cultivators had been dispatched. Oh, and the eldest senior brother and second senior brother had also gone. 2 were from their Pill sect, and 2 were from the neighboring Sword Peak. Qin Shu was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder they hadn't replied. So that was the case. Immediately afterwards, her brows knitted together, and she replied once again, "Junior sister, hurry and find master. Request reinforcements. The situation here is not looking good. That monster was originally of extraordinary strength, and there seems to be a beast tide nearby. I'm worried that the senior brothers will be attacked from both sides and fall into a perilous situation." "How do you know that, junior sister? Could it be that you're also there?" Qiyu's voice rose a few notes, and her tone was somewhat shrill. "I just escaped from there, senior sister. There's no time. Go and deliver the message quickly," Qin Shu urged. Qiyu heaved a sigh of relief upon learning that she was safe, told her to return to the sect quickly, and then flew towards the mountain where their master resided to seek an audience. By this time, Wen Qi and Cheng Yan had already arrived at the Zhong family's mine cave, which was located in the desolate Void Valley. They had brought formation discs with them and immediately sealed off the area. The beast that resembled both a leopard and a dog kept attacking the formation discs. Every time it rammed into them, the golden barrier would tremble violently. Organize the other low-level cultivators to evacuate at once. This great formation won't hold for long. Hurry, Cheng Yin ordered while infusing his spiritual power into the formation. The Zhong family members quickly responded and started to lead the low-level cultivators who had survived the beast's onslaught to escape from this place as soon as possible. When she glanced at the departing low-level cultivators and then inquired, "Are there any disciples from our mysterious sky sect here for mining?" The steward of the Zhong family pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems so. I remember there were 2 little girls in their teens." Upon hearing that they were 2 little girls in their teens, Wen Qi and Cheng Yan's heart skipped a beat simultaneously. They then asked in unison, "What are their names?" It seems their names are Zhang San and Li Si," the steward replied seriously after some thought. Wen Qi, Cheng Yan. Although the names didn't match, they both had an inexplicable intuition. "It's her. It must be her. Where is she? Is she still alive?" Wen Qi's face was as dark as a storm cloud. Although Cheng Yan didn't say a word, his face was no better. The steward wondered if those 2 little girls had owed these 2 men spiritual stones. Otherwise, why were they so furious? "I don't know. But someone saw them hand in the spiritual stones and leave before this monster showed up," the steward quickly explained. As soon as he uttered these words, the complexions of Wen Qi and Cheng Yan improved slightly. It had better be that she's fine. Otherwise, not only will this monster not survive, but your Zhong family will also have to accompany her to the grave. Wen Qi's face remained as calm as still water. Yet the words he spoke were like a thunderclap out of the blue, causing even Cheng Yan to cast a sidelong glance involuntarily. The steward of the Zhang family wore a bitter expression. Originally, purchasing a spiritual vein was supposed to be a good thing. How on earth did things turn out like this? Didn't the master of the family consult the Heaven's Mystery Pavilion back then? It was said that this place was a blessed land. But where on earth was it a blessed land? It was clearly an omen of great misfortune. On the square where communication jade slips were used, countless people were refreshing the messages. Some were searching for their relatives and friends, while others were inquiring if they could come here to pick up some bargains. The most frequently replied message was a piece of gossip. "Has the Heaven's Mystery Pavilion suffered a setback?" The Zhong family once asked Elder Lu Li of the Heaven's Mystery Pavilion to divinate a hexagram and learned that the spiritual vein in the Wanging Valley was a blessed land, which was why they purchased it at a high price. Who would have thought that not only did many people die, but the mine also collapsed? Lu Li? Qin Shu silently blacklisted this person in her heart. If she ever needed to go to the Heaven's Mystery Pavilion for divination in the future, she would definitely not choose this person, with the idea of not wronging an innocent person. She specifically went to visit her good friend Sui Han from the Heaven's Mystery Pavilion to inquire, "Immortal Master, I've heard people say that Immortal Master Lu Li of your Heaven's Mystery Pavilion deceived the Zhong family. Is it true or false?" After asking the question, she felt that such an inquiry was a bit too much like gossiping, so she quickly added, "If it's false, please clarify it as soon as possible. Rumors can be deadly." However, soon he received a message from the other party, which was true. Qin Shu sent a text message, while the other party sent a voice message. She could hear the other's cold voice, as clear and gentle as a drop of spring water. It was quite strange for someone to possess these 2 temperaments simultaneously, making it difficult for Qin Shu to disassociate him from the image of a slovenly man surfing the internet. Could he be a man with the affectedly sweet voice? Coughing, she pulled her wandering thoughts back and was in a quandary about how to reply when she saw the other send another text. "Fairy, you've had a narrow escape. If there's nothing else, it's better not to leave the sect in the coming days." Looking at these words, Qin Shu was instantly stunned, secretly startled. She hadn't told the other party anything, yet he actually knew that she had had a narrow escape just now. Tut-tut. If the Zhong family had sought help from this Master Sui Han of the Celestial Calculation Pavilion back then, there wouldn't have been so many subsequent troubles. Chapter 52. "I'm afraid you can't break its defense." Qin Shu pondered for a moment and scribbled on the jade slip for a long time. Suddenly, she found herself missing the various input methods of later generations. "Master, since you're so accurate in your calculations, could you help me see if my 2 senior brothers will be in danger this time?" Although Qi Yu had gone to seek help from their master, she still couldn't help but worry. She had no idea about the strength of that monster. When she read the original work, it mainly described the perspective of the female protagonist 8 years later. Therefore, although Qin Shu had transmigrated into the book, she felt rather lost. She also yearned to have the superpower of foresight, but given the current situation, she could only forge ahead bravely on her own. Sui Han frowned upon seeing the ugly characters sent on the jade slip and sent a reply, "My services are quite costly." As soon as the voice emerged, Qin Shu instinctively covered the jade slip with her hand, and the tips of her ears tinged with heat. Without the context, his voice paired with this sentence did seem rather suggestive. Xin beside her leaned over and asked, "Qin Shu, who are you talking to?" The words "an online acquaintance" almost slipped out of her mouth, but she swallowed them back in time. Then, With a straight face, she replied honestly, a fortune teller. She almost forgot that she was no longer that innocent 18-year-old lass and shouldn't let her imagination run wild. A fortune teller? From the Heaven's Secret Pavilion? Xin became interested. Qin Shu nodded and said, yes. How about it? Is he accurate? Have him do a reading for me too. Just to ask if I can break through to the golden core stage. Qin Shu shrugged and said, he said his services are expensive. Xin stroked her flat little Qian pouch and fell silent. Alas, it seems I'm unworthy. Qin Shu laughed and said, don't be in a hurry. Let me get on better terms with him. She wrote another line and sent it to Sui Han. My alchemy services are also costly. Do you intend to measure the friendship with a future master alchemist with spirit stones? Hardly had she sent the message when she regretted it. The other party could even calculate that she had emerged unscathed from a perilous situation. What secrets of hers could be hidden from him? Didn't he know that as an alchemist, she was actually inept at alchemy? However, this train of thought left her even more confused. Since he was so accurate in his calculations, why had he so easily told her the whereabouts of the setting sun frost ice last time? Could it be that he was just making wild guesses? While Qin Shu was still having wild thoughts. Sui Han on the other side had already seen the message she sent. His pale lips curved slightly as he let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head, and speaking brazenly. However, after pondering for a moment, he still sent a message back, saying, your senior brother is fine. There's no need to worry too much. Whether this statement was true or false, at least it reassured Qin Shu. She heaved a sigh of relief and then tentatively asked, then, can you help check the fortune of my friend again? Sui Han. He had only heard the saying push one's luck before. But now he truly witnessed it. I don't really want the friendship of you, the future master alchemist, he said. Qin Shu. Wasn't he being a poor sport? If he didn't want to check, then so be it. There was no need to threaten others. She must hold on to this friendship firmly. Qin Shu then turned to Xin and sighed. The attempt to get on good terms failed. Dear friend, when I make money in the future, let's find a master to calculate your fortune from head to toe. Xin burst out laughing. It's just for fun. If you won't calculate, then forget it. Moreover, there's no need for calculation. I'm surely going to form a golden core. When she got excited, she even stood up, looking like she was full of passion. Her movement was a bit too large, and the green leaves were shaking violently in the air. Qin Shu quickly pulled her back and said, I believe you. I believe you. Not to mention forming a golden core. As long as you work hard and have a bit of luck, even ascending to immortality is possible. But, can we sit down and talk? Qin was also startled by herself. She quickly sat down next to Qin Shu and asked, how much longer until we can go back? I didn't pay attention when we came here on the flying boat. You're so amazing that you can remember the way. Qin Shu lifted her eyes and said innocently, actually, I don't remember either. Qin was stunned. What? Then, where are we flying to now? Qin Shu gave a soft cough and replied, I'm not sure. At that time, I was too panicked to think about it. I just wanted to escape as quickly as possible. In other words, she had fled in a hurry without a proper plan. Qin pursed her lips and suddenly felt that her formerly dependable friend didn't seem so reliable after all. Seeing the complicated look on Qin's face, Qin Shu pretended to be calm and gave a soft cough, saying, it doesn't matter. When we see a city later, we'll go and ask around. There must be someone who knows. Qin Shu's words reminded Qin. Right. Our sect has stations in every city. When we find one, the senior brothers will surely send us back. They flew for about another hour. The middle great spirit stones on the green leaf had already been replaced once. At this time, a huge city appeared in front of them. Compared with this city, Qijin City was nothing but a small market. From afar, Qin Shu landed the green leaf. She took out the corpse of the frost, flame fur mouse she had slapped to death with one palm, and then took out the white jade sword that she had merged together. She gestured at the belly of the frost, flame fur mouse. Seeing this, Qin was directly stunned. You, what are you doing? Are you going to do it yourself? Hearing this, Qin Shu was even more surprised. Could it be that doing it myself violates the laws of the cultivation world? Qin quickly shook her head, her eyebrows knitting into a tight knot. No, it's not that. It's just that this thing is a corpse. Qin Shu finally understood. This girl probably hadn't yet adapted to this cruel and heartless world. She lifted her eyes to look at Qin and said solemnly, Qin, you must be aware that we are now in the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, and danger lurks at every moment. Whether it's the demon race, the ghost race, or the human race, if you can't bring yourself to take action, you'll only end up being slaughtered. The furs, inner cores, and even the bones and tendons of these demonic beasts are all precious items. Do you really want to hand them over to others to deal with every time? She was young, with an innocent face, yet now she was imitating an adult by putting on a stern expression, which was quite intimidating. Qin actually took her words to heart and carefully pondered this question. This time, it was a demonic beast they were up against, and she could still muster the courage to act. But what if it were a human? Could she still bring herself to do it? Qin Shu's words had sounded an alarm for Hsien, and she began to take this issue seriously for the first time. Qin Shu had already inquired through the message jade slip. The fur of the frost, fire flame, skinned rat was excellent material for making boots, which could enhance movement speed. In order to fetch a good price, she had to figure out a way to skin it intact. Just as she was about to start, Hsien, who was standing beside her, suddenly said, "Qin Shu, how about letting me do it?" Qin Shu's hand holding the sword suddenly paused. After some thought, she finally shook her head. Seeing this, Hsien immediately grew anxious. "You're here with me today. Just let me build up my courage first." Qin Shu wore a hesitant look on her face and sighed. "It's not that I don't want you to build your courage. It's just that you might not be able to break through its defense." Chapter 53. One must always be on guard against others. Hsien fell completely silent. She really had no retort to Qin Shu's words. Second, Order demonic beasts had tough hides. She had no spiritual artifacts and lacked sufficient spiritual power. Even though this demonic rat was already dead, she still couldn't break through its defense. Hsien sat down on the grass, propping her hands behind her. Gazing up at the sky, she sighed with emotion. "I'm truly so useless." However, Qin Shu said seriously, "That's not true. I'm not afraid only because you're with me. Don't be so dejected. Wait until I butcher this demonic rat, and then we'll divide the spirit stones it hid." Qin Shu infused spiritual energy into her white jade sword and sliced along the position she had eyed from the start. She had helped the dean, who was like a mother to her, slaughter chickens before. This level of gore was still within her tolerance. She skinned and carved the flesh off the frost, flaming furred rat. Its tendons and bones were also a type of medicinal herb. Since they were about to enter the city soon, she thought she might as well try to sell them. The frost, flaming furred rat's pouch was bulging. When she opened it, she saw it was filled to the brim with spirit stones. There were about 80 top-grade spirit stones, around 300 medium-grade spirit stones, and 11 supreme-grade spirit stones. Besides, there were actually 2 yellow crystal stones that neither Qin Shu nor Hsien recognized. Qin Shu directly divided all the spirit stones in half and gave one half to Hsien. But Hsien refused adamantly. "I didn't do anything. You killed this demonic rat all by yourself. How can I take so many from you? If I accept them, it will surely harm my Tao heart." She spoke firmly. After a long moment of contemplation, Qin Shu said, "You drew its attention for me and protected me during cultivation. You didn't do nothing at all. You surely deserve a share of these spirit stones. If you truly feel uneasy about this minor contribution, just give me 2 of the smallest ones." After some negotiation between the two, Qin Shu finally counted out 10 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to Hsien. Hsien was overjoyed. "These will last me a long time." Qin Shu casually performed a cleansing spell to remove all the traces around, as well as the blood and dust on herself and Hsien. After tying her high ponytail, she said, "Let's go. We're entering the city." After walking for about 3/4 of an hour, they finally reached the city gate. There were anti-flying formations outside these large cities. Everyone had to disembark and enter on foot once they reached the outskirts. "Tailai City?" Qin Shu looked up. Hsien beside her became excited. I know. Tailai City is one of the 5 major capital cities in the eastern continent." When it came to the knack of gossiping, Qin Shu was really no match for Hsien. They had been in the cultivation world for half a year. Yet Qin Shu still hadn't figured out how many continents there were in the cultivation world. "In which direction is Tailai City from our mysterious heaven gate?" Qin Shu asked. "To the west," Hsien replied excitedly. "Now that we've figured out the direction, if we head east, won't we be able to go back? And it costs 5 low-grade spirit stones to enter Tailai City. We'll save some money too." However, Qin Shu shook her head and said, "Friend, have you forgotten about the beast tide?" The smile on Hsien's face abruptly vanished. She grabbed Qin Shu's hand and headed in the direction of Tailai City. As she walked, she murmured under her breath, "Life is of utmost importance in this vast world. One should not be so eager to earn money that they lose their lives." Earlier, Qin Shu and Hsien first went to the Chamber of Commerce to sell the fur of the frost, flaming rat. Then they went to other shops to sell its inner core and tendons respectively. No one wanted the rat meat. So Qin Shu planned to have a small barbecue on her own mountain peak after returning to the sect. Hsien was quite puzzled as to why she had to go through so much trouble and visit so many places to sell these items. Qin Shu patted her on the shoulder and pretended to be mature, saying, "My dear girl, one should always be on guard." The smile on Hsien's face froze. She twitched the corners of her mouth and thought that although Qin Shu looked young, she was more shrewd than others. Qin Shu smiled faintly. She was well aware that she lacked a sense of security and had a strong sense of precaution. In this unfamiliar place, such actions would indeed reduce a great deal of unnecessary trouble. After much ado, the two finally found the station of Xiantian's sect in Tailai City. looking at the large words Xiantian sect office on the signboard above. Qin Shu and Hixin felt as if they had seen their kin, and their eyes welled up with tears. The senior brother at the office received them warmly. Just as he was about to send them back to the sect, suddenly the city, protecting formation of the entire city, lit up. Immediately afterwards, a deep voice resounded in the ears of everyone in the city. The beast tide is coming. All cultivators above the foundation building stage are requested to go up the city wall to defend the city. The city lord will surely reward you according to your contributions afterwards. Qin Shu and Hixin exchanged a glance. Then they both looked at the senior brother in the office. Senior brother Sua, why is there suddenly a beast tide? Qin Shu asked. Shui sighed and said, in the past 2 days, I've got some inside information. It seems that a powerful demon has awakened. Well, it's not something you should know. Stay here these days and don't wander around. I'll send you back to the sect after I've made arrangements. After saying this, he intended to go out. Xin quickly asked, Senior brother, are you also going to resist the beast tide? Shui nodded slightly and said, even demons know how to band together. If humans fight separately, once the city is breached, surely few people in the entire Tile City will survive. Qin Shu thought for a moment and took out a bottle of top-grade rejuvenation pills from her storage bag. She handed it to him and said, Senior brother, my cultivation is not high enough to contribute to defending the city. All I have on hand now is this bottle of pills. Maybe it can give you a helping hand. Shui originally wanted to say that a young disciple who had just left the sect couldn't have anything good and told her to keep it for herself. But the moment Qin Shu pulled out the bottle stopper, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He realized his shallowness. Indeed, there were no poor people in the pill sect. There might be other things he didn't need. But these top-grade rejuvenation pills were like timely help in such a situation. He clasped his fists towards Qin Shu and said, Thank you, junior sister. After the beast tide has passed, I'll surely return them to you. Tile City was still some distance away from the Wangshu Valley. Although the beast tide was terrifying, due to the diversion in between, only a part of it reached Tile City. Qin Shu and Xin squatted in front of the Xiantian Gate's office. Looking up at the sky, the aquamarine barrier almost blended in with the sky. There were several powerful cultivators standing in the air. Presumably, they were the city lords and the like. Looking at the commoners in the city again, everyone seemed as if nothing had happened and carried on with their own business. However, it was understandable as they were of little help anyway. Qin Shu was sitting on the threshold, propping her chin up with both hands in boredom. Suddenly, she frowned and took out the message, transmitting Jade slip. There were a line of flamboyant characters written on it. Little Taoist nun, where are you? Qin Shu didn't even need to check the name to know who sent this message. Second senior brother, I'm at the Xiantian Gate office in Tile City. When she and Cheng Yin had just resealed the great demon with several other senior brothers, and only then had the time to glance at the message, transmitting Jade slip. Where is she? Cheng Yin asked. Chapter 54. He seemed a brave warrior. She's gone to Tile City, when she said, frowning. Hearing this, Cheng Yan's face instantly changed. No good. I just heard that Tile City is facing a beast tide. Upon hearing this, when she didn't even care about restoring his spiritual energy, he stood up directly and swallowed a handful of top-grade spiritual energy, replenishing pills. This little girl is still young, yet she seems to be a magnet for disasters. Wherever she goes, trouble follows. With her limited cultivation base, facing a beast tide, one single beast could swallow her whole. While complaining, he took out a flying magic tool. Cheng Yin rarely saw him so irritable. Although the relationship between the two senior brothers was not very good, he still stepped forward to stop him. There's City Lord Yin Yi, a true immortal, guarding Tile City. An ordinary small-scale beast tide shouldn't be able to breach the city at all. Ask her again. Don't rush there only to find that she's already been sent back to the sect by someone. When Chi's handsome eyebrows knitted into a tight knot, his face brimming with impatience. If she has already returned, it would be even better. I could then act without restraint to slay those demonic beasts and relieve the siege on Tile City. After speaking, his figure vanished right before everyone's eyes. Cheng Yin stared at the spot where he disappeared, lost in thought. How come he had never noticed before that when Qi was such a kind-hearted person? Moreover, it seemed that he was extremely concerned about Qin Shu's affairs. It was truly quite odd. Venerable Cheng Yin, will that great demonic beast appear again? The steward of the Zhong family stood beside him, asking with a worried look on his face. Cheng Yin snapped out of his reverie and cast a casual glance at him. Hard to say. Go back and tell your family head to halt the mining of the spiritual vein here for the time being. The Zhang family steward grew anxious, his features scrunching up. How can this be possible? Our family spent a fortune to purchase this spiritual vein. Cheng Yin folded his hands behind his back and let out a cold snort. If you still want to mine it, then ask your family head to come and slay that demonic beast. The Zhang family steward fell silent. The people from Xiantian Gate had used a 7th rank formation disc, and numerous high-grade talismans, but still failed to kill the great demonic beast. They had only temporarily sealed it here. For the Zhong family to subdue this demonic beast, the cost would probably be enough to buy another spiritual vein. Cheng Yin continued. This spiritual vein was originally deliberately placed here to assist in sealing the demonic beast. Your unauthorized mining has caused the seal to loosen. If the demonic beast escapes again, then your Zhong family will have to figure it out on your own. Upon hearing his words, the steward of the Zhong family felt his heart leap into his throat. With a rueful look on his face, he inquired, "Revered Master Cheng Yin, could you kindly tell me what kind of demonic beast this is? If you would inform me, it would enable me to report back to my master." The Phantom, Light Knight Heavenly Spirit Hound. The Phantom, Light Knight Heavenly Spirit Hound? The steward of the Zhang family murmured to himself. When he was about to look up and ask further questions, he found that Cheng Yin had vanished before his eyes. Stamping his foot in frustration, he took out his flying magic tool and flew towards the Zhong family. It seemed that their family head had been deceived at that time. He had spent a fortune to purchase this spiritual vein, never expecting that such a great peril was hidden behind it. The person behind this scheme was truly despicable. Wen Qi sent a message to Qin Shu, advising her not to wander around and to stay in Tailai City. Meanwhile, he pushed the pearl, radiance flowing fan in his hand to its maximum potential. Tailai City was not far from the illusory valley. Traveling at Wen Qi's speed, it didn't take long for him to reach the great formation outside Tailai City. Seeing that Tailai City remained intact, Wen Qi, who had been on tenterhooks all the way, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. The aquamarine barrier enveloped Tailai City like an eggshell. Demonic beasts on the ground rushed forward one after another to attack the city, protecting formation. Several masters in the sky above the city were continuously channeling spiritual energy into the formation. Looking at these demonic beasts, a look of loathing flashed across Wen Qi's brows. He raised his hand and cast a spell, targeting the few demonic beasts in the front row that were attacking the protective shield most ferociously. As he was now at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, these small demonic beasts without spiritual wisdom could hardly withstand a single strike. In an instant, he seemed to have attracted the hatred of all the demonic beasts. Those flying in the sky and running on the ground all turned around to attack him. Wen Qi calmly took out a large number of talismans from his storage ring and scattered them around as if they were worthless. On the city wall within the barrier, those who were desperately killing the demonic beast for the meager rewards offered by the city lord watched as this man casually tossed out talismans with both hands. A tinge of envy welled up in their hearts. Just then, an exclamation suddenly rang out from somewhere. Wow, he's so brave, so amazing, so handsome. Soon after, Wen Qi was recognized. Isn't this the immortal Wen Qi, one of the top 10 handsome men in the cultivation world? I've seen his face and I'll never forget it. He looks even better in person than in the light projections. I'm smitten. Who would have thought that immortal Wen Qi is the kind of person who steps in to help when he sees injustice? Qin Shu led He Xian up to the attic roof of the Shantian gate office. The view immediately became much broader. Unexpectedly, when they looked up, they saw a man standing outside the barrier, hovering in the air and scattering things like a celestial maiden spreading flowers. Qin Shu squinted her eyes and moved closer to He Xian, asking, He Xian, doesn't that man look like a peacock strutting about? Hearing this, He Xian also leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I think he looks a bit like our second senior brother. Qin Shu gasped in surprise and took half a step back, her eyes wide as saucers. Good eyesight. You can recognize him from so far away. Besides, isn't our second senior brother fighting that great demon? Why would he be here? Hashin's expression was even more incredulous than hers. He's your fellow senior brother. How could you not recognize him? Even if you can't recognize the person, you should at least recognize his magical artifact. Look at what he's standing on. Isn't it the Radiant Pearl fan? Qin Shu. She had only seen the Radiant Pearl fan as small as 2 palms. Now that it had become so large, who could recognize it? Now that Hashin mentioned it, she took a closer look. It seemed that it really was the Radiant Pearl fan. What was her senior brother doing here? Combining the message he had just sent her, Qin Shu suddenly had an idea. Could it be that he had come to rescue her? So, it turned out that she was actually playing the role of a beloved junior sister? A gentle breeze blew by, causing a chill to run through Qin Shu's arms, and goosebumps gradually emerged. She shivered and quickly buried this thought deep in her mind. Come on. Wen Qi wouldn't feel satisfied unless he played tricks on her every day. Would he really come all the way here just to save her? It would be more convincing to say that he came to save the world. No wonder second senior brother is one of the top 10 handsome men in the cultivation world. Look at how cool he is when scattering talismans. Hashin clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes shining with stars. Sure enough, no woman could resist a handsome face, no matter how old she was. Of course he's cool. Qin Shu curled her lips and said, if you had so many talismans to scatter, you'd be cool too. Qin's hand that was tugging at Qin Shu's clothes froze. After a moment, she nodded sincerely and uttered 3 words. Well, makes sense. Chapter 55. You shall not go, and tattled Qin Shu looked out at that peacock-like figure. Oh, no, it's the second senior brother. A slight sense of unease welled up in her heart. There were so many demonic beasts outside. Although he had high cultivation and a considerable amount of precious items, there would surely come a time when those things ran out. Wouldn't he then become an easy target? However, just at that moment, a vague figure emerged on the horizon. Even if this person were reduced to ashes, Qin Shu would still recognize him at once. The first senior brother had actually come. Xin was somewhat excited. It seemed that the demonic beasts in the illusory valley should have been dealt with, Qin Shu surmised, stroking her chin. With our first and second senior brothers from the pill sect taking action themselves, a mere little demon is naturally no match for them, Xin exclaimed, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Hearing her words, Qin Shu also felt her heart begin to swell with excitement. This damned sense of pride in her fellow sect members. Upon seeing the first senior brother come to offer his aid with his sword drawn, Wen Qi's expression was rather unsightly. Why did you come? She's not only your junior sister, but also mine. What do you think the reason is? Cheng Yin calmly regarded Wen Qi, who was flinging out spells like flower petals, and retorted. Although Wen Qi had a bit of a feud with Cheng Yin, now that he had arrived, Wen Qi had other plans. He put away the spiritual talisman in his hand and said to Cheng Yin, help me guard against distractions. After saying that, the pearl-adorned radiant fan at his feet flew back into his hand. There he stood suspended in mid-air, his hair fluttering as if stirred by an invisible wind. His hands were forming hand seals at such a rapid pace that almost nothing but phantoms could be seen. Cheng Yin had been his fellow disciple for over 100 years, and they had sparred countless times a year. He was extremely familiar with his cultivation techniques and moves. Looking at the way he was forming the seals now, and the terrifying power gradually emerging in his hands, the second form of the spotless formation diagram is already considered one of the killing moves learned by Wen Qi after a long while. Wen Qi slowly opened his eyes. A faint golden sheen veiled his pupils, and his face remained expressionless, resembling a divine being sent to rescue the mortal world. He pushed out the formation diagram formed in his hands. In an instant, a burst of golden light exploded. Qin Shu, who was originally sitting on the rooftop, instinctively slapped her thigh and stood up. Good heavens! She exclaimed. Her eyes almost popped out, her face brimming with shock and excitement. Xin didn't understand her exuberance and simply assumed it was pure admiration for her senior brother, so she also stood up and grinned foolishly. Qin Shu stared at the golden light in the distance. Glancing at the naive Xin beside her, she was grateful that this girl wasn't perceptive enough. Otherwise, she might have noticed that the move she used to kill the frost-flying flaming-skinned rat was of the same origin as the one currently being performed by second senior brother Wen Qi. It turned out she wasn't the only one capable of forming seals. Wen Qi must have also acquired this move in the skill transmission hall. A weight seemed to lift off Qin Shu's heart. Since everyone could do it, there was no need for her to keep it a secret. Once she returned and improved her cultivation further, she shouldn't secretly siphon the Great Snake's spiritual energy anymore. What if attracting the Great Snake's enemies over a bit of spiritual energy? It would truly be a disastrous loss. How's the situation? Second senior brother has unleashed his ultimate move. Has the beast horde outside dispersed? Qin Shu inquired. Turning around, she was startled to see 2 trails of tears streaming down Xion's face. Hastily, she asked, are you crying from joy? It can't be that extreme. Can it? Xion raised her arm and wiped the tears from her face with her sleeve before saying, this golden light is simply too blinding. Qin Shu heaved a sigh of relief. While the two were talking, the golden light had gradually faded away, and Qin Shu could see the scene outside the city in the distance. A large group of demonic beasts were blasted away by Wen Qi's powerful spell, creating a vacuum area. Those low-ranked demonic beasts were completely annihilated, which made Qin Shu extremely distressed. So many demonic beast intercourse first. They were all money. Thinking of the talismans that Wen Qi had thrown out one by one just now, Qin Shu's heart and liver ached so much that she could hardly breathe. This prodigal senior brother of hers didn't use his powerful spell earlier. If he had used it a bit earlier, how could he have wasted so many talismans? When Qi opened his eyes, with his spiritual energy in his body completely drained, he almost couldn't maintain his hovering stance. However, at this moment, his senior brother, who was originally 8 zhang away from him, suddenly appeared beside him. The senior brother reached out a hand and gently supported his arm, helping him to steady his figure. When Qi frowned and said, let go, Cheng Yin stuffed a top-grade spiritual energy, replenishing pill into his mouth and said, if it weren't for the fear that you'd disgrace our sect, do you think I'd be willing to care about you? Instead of arguing with me, you'd better guard for me on the side. Thanks to the efficacy of the top-grade spiritual energy, replenishing pill in the top, grade precious artifact on Wenqi's body. His spiritual energy soon recovered by more than half. Guard for you? Wenqi was a bit surprised, seeing that Wenqi's complexion had improved slightly. Changyin let go of his hand and drew out the sword on his back. Since you've taken action, how can I stand by idly? Don't try to go back and tell Master about this. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out with his sword in hand. Qin Shu, who had been clutching her chest, no longer minded the pain at this moment. She stared directly at the movements of her senior brother, and it was no exaggeration to say that she was completely engrossed. This was the first time she had witnessed someone performing swordsmanship with her own eyes, which allowed her to see what real swordsmanship looked like. Cheng Yin was using a heavy sword. His swordsmanship was not flashy, but followed a style of broad and sweeping movements. However, precisely because of this, Qin Shu could observe it more directly. In her eyes, the sword was an extension of his arm. Her senior brother's movements were not fast, yet with each of his gestures, the sword seemed to stir up the winds and clouds. When he swung the sword down, this strike, carrying the power of the heaven and earth, landed on the beast horde outside the city gate, directly splitting a chasm 2 zhang wide between the city and the beasts. With just this single move, even the lord of Tai Lai City, who was hovering in the air above the city, couldn't help but sigh with emotion, saying that this young man had already comprehended the way of the sword at such a young age, and his future was truly limitless. At this moment, the chaos in Qin Shu's mind seemed to suddenly clear up like clouds being dispelled to reveal the moon. She lifted her robe and sat down cross-legged, closing her eyes and falling into a mysterious and unfathomable state. A sword is merely a weapon, whether it is a spiritual tool or a precious weapon. If one only regards it as a medium to unleash one's own strength, it is a narrow view. By borrowing the power of the sword, one can draw upon the might of the heaven and earth, the power of the winds and clouds, the force of thunder and lightning. If so, it is using the opponent's strength against them, and even an ordinary iron sword should not be underestimated. Xin watched as Qin Shu suddenly closed her eyes and entered a state of meditation. She didn't understand what was going on but didn't dare to disturb her. She could only stay obediently by the side to guard her, until the beast tied outside the city receded. When she and Cheng Yin followed senior brother Shu, he into the Xintian gate office. As soon as when she stepped through the door, he raised his voice and shouted, "Little Taoist nun, come out quickly." After shouting for a long while, there was still no sign of Qin Shu. Instead, Xin rushed down from the attic. She bowed to the senior brothers. Then Shui inquired, "Where's junior sister Qin Shu?" Xin had a strange look on her face and pointed towards the attic. "She's in meditation on the rooftop." Chapter 56. The Grand Tao is simple. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yin and the others were all struck with shock. What an extraordinary state of mind. With the beast tide surrounding the city, she could still enter meditation for cultivation? Shui turned to Cheng Yin in astonishment and asked, "Has junior sister Qin Shu always been this diligent?" Before Cheng Yin could reply, when she lifted his chin proudly and declared, "Naturally. Otherwise, how could she have made such rapid progress with her mediocre aptitude?" Cheng Yin rarely agreed and nodded in approval. "Indeed, our little junior sister has always been quite industrious." As soon as Cheng Yin finished speaking, when she had already set foot on the attic steps, "I'm going up to take a look at her." The others followed closely behind. However, when they climbed onto the rooftop and saw Qin Shu with her eyes closed, almost blending into the creation of heaven and earth, they were once again rendered speechless. At this moment, she was no different from the bricks and tiles on the rooftop. One could neither sense the spiritual energy around her nor feel her pulse or breathing. As the saying goes, the Grand Tao is simple. The more unadorned she seemed, the more extraordinary the Tao she had comprehended. Shui forced a smile full of envy and sourness and looked at Xin, asking, "Junior sister, you call this meditation?" Hsien couldn't decipher the expression on his face. Tilting her head, she retorted with a puzzled look, "Isn't it?" When she opened his folding fan and waved it, with a smile on his lips, he said with pride, "Naturally not. Her current state should be an epiphany. TSK, my junior sister is truly a prodigy." Hearing Wen Qi's words, Hsien was also extremely excited, even puffing out her chest. Since even senior brother Wen Qi praised Qin Shu as a prodigy, she must really be amazing. How could she not be proud to have such a remarkable friend? Beside them, Cheng Yin looked at Hsien little movements and asked, "When did she have the epiphany? What did she see at that time?" Hsien thought carefully for a while before raising her head, meeting the 3 pairs of eager eyes. She nodded firmly and said, "Yes, she should have seen senior brother using his sword. Shui, he had also seen it. Why didn't he have an epiphany?" Shui cleared his throat and asked, "May I venture to ask if junior sister Qin Shu is from the Sword Peak?" As soon as he said this, he saw Wen Qi giving him a meaningful look. "Junior brother, you're being shallow." What did that mean? Shui was still quite confused. The next moment, Hsien innocent and somewhat boastful voice rang out, My Shu is going to be a master alchemist in the future. How could she be from the Sword Peak? Shuhi's incredulous gaze shifted back and forth between Qin Shu and Chang Yin. These two. Were they leaving any room for others? Were two alchemists more talented in swordsmanship than he, a sword practitioner? A sudden feeling of since heaven made you. Why did it make Liang? Welled up in Shuhi's heart. Cheng Yin noticed that his heart seemed a bit unstable. He then raised his eyes to look at him and called out, Shuhi. This call was mixed with a bit of the Buddhist cultivation's heart cleansing mantra. To others, it sounded quite ordinary, but to Shuhi, it was like a thunderclap that could deafen the deaf. Shuhi came back to his senses and heard Cheng Yin say, everyone has different fates. One may learn the Tao earlier or later, yet all paths lead to the same goal. It was just a casual piece of advice from Cheng Yin. But Shuhi also realized that he had almost lost his steadfastness in the Tao just now. His face flushed with shame, and he bowed to Cheng Yin, saying, Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. When she let out a chuckle and said, Let's go. Let's not disturb our junior sister's epiphany. We can just leave it to our senior brother to guard here. Cheng Yin asked, Huh? You're really good at ordering people around. Cheng Yin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. A hint of triumphant smile flashed across Wen Qi's long, narrow eyes. If senior brother is not willing, I can do it instead. Cheng Yin waved his hand and said, Fine, you can go down. Wen Qi led Xin and Shuhi downstairs. The low-level disciples from the office brought them tea. Wen Qi took a sip, frowned, and then didn't touch it again. However, Xin gulped down a whole cup of tea. Then she turned to Wen Qi and asked, Senior brother, how long will it take for Shu to have an epiphany? Wen Qi waved his folding fan and leaned back on the chair. His lazy voice reached everyone's ears. It's hard to say. It all depends on her understanding. If she has good comprehension, it might take a year or half a year. Of course, since Qin Shu was young and lacked experience, this epiphany shouldn't take so long. Upon hearing this, Xin immediately gaped in astonishment. Wen Qi closed his fan, stood up, and inquired, Is there an empty room? I'll go rest first. Please inform me when that little girl wakes up. However, none of them had anticipated that this wait would actually stretch in a half a year. During this period, Xin had already advanced to the second level of Qi, refining. Although her cultivation base was still rather low, at least she had met the requirement to participate in the trial for new disciples. The senior brother meditated with Qin Shu on the rooftop, while the second senior brother remained secluded in his room. Bored, Xin found that only Shuhi was willing to chat with her. This year's trial for new disciples would be led by the senior brother. Each of you will be given a spiritual talisman. If you encounter danger, it will automatically teleport you out of the trial's secret realm, he informed them. Xin was both curious and apprehensive. Leaning on the table, she stared at Shuhi and probed, Senior brother, what's inside the secret realm? Is it dangerous? There are spiritual plants and demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts can be tamed as pets, and there are also some rare natural treasures. The demonic beasts inside have been screened by the sect. The purpose is to train and reward young disciples. Although there is a certain degree of danger, cultivating immortality goes against the natural order. How could there be no risk at all? Compared to other secret realms, the sect's novice trial is quite simple. You'll understand this later, Shuhi explained patiently. Hearing his words, Xin became even more intrigued and wished she could go there tomorrow. I hope Shu wakes up soon in these few days. Otherwise, it would be a pity to miss this secret realm, she thought to herself. Xin sighed and said. Shuhi, however, smiled and remarked. If she were to meditate for a longer period, she might gain more than from going on the trial. Elder brother is right. Everyone has their own destiny. Just as the old saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain, someone concurred. However, within just 2 days, Cheng Yin, who had been in closed eye meditation, opened his eyes first. He looked at the little girl who had been sitting motionless for half a year. Then he saw the little girl's fingers twitch and her shoulders move as well. It seemed that the little girl was about to wake up. Just as the corners of his lips curved into a smile, the next moment there came a thunderous sneeze. The people downstairs were startled and immediately rushed towards the attic. Qin Shu tried to stand up but staggered, sucking in a sharp breath. Cheng Yin dashed forward in an instant and supported her shoulders. Qin Shu turned around and saw his face. She twitched the corners of her mouth, forcing a smile as ugly as a grimace, and called out, Elder brother. Cheng Yin quickly channeled his spiritual energy to check her meridians. What's wrong? He asked. Qin Shu instinctively bent down and rubbed her leg, forcing a sheepish smile. It's nothing. I just sat for too long. My legs went numb. Chapter 57. One should not accept rewards without merit. Cheng Yin fell into a moment of silence. At this time, several people from downstairs ran up and happened to hear what Qin Shu said. Xin couldn't help laughing. Qin Shu straightened up awkwardly and looked at them. Unexpectedly, after staying on the rooftop exposed to the elements for so long, she was covered in dust. With the slightest movement, the dust flaked off. Qin Shu couldn't hold back another loud sneeze. Unable to bear it any longer, Qing Yin casually cast a cleansing spell on her. Qin Shu's nose finally felt a bit better. She raised her hand and bowed to Qing Yin, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." Unexpectedly, when she raised her hand, she suddenly found that her sleeve was a bit short. She was slightly stunned, then tugged at the hem of her clothes and looked down. "Why do I seem to have grown taller?" "You're at an age when it's natural to grow. Isn't it a good thing?" Exin said with a smile. "It is indeed a good thing," Qin Shu murmured softly. However, immediately afterwards, she fell into deep thought. "When I bought this dress back then, the waiter told me that it would adjust to my size automatically. Why is it too short on me now?" Hearing her complaint, Shui also burst out laughing merrily. Perhaps there was only a one-time magic formation on the clothes, and it won't change after that. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose. "Sure enough, you get what you pay for." Shui pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and handed them to Qin Shu. "Junior sister, I have this set of clothes here. I've never worn them. Please don't mind accepting them." Before Qin Shu could say a word, Cheng Yin on the side stepped in and said, "There's no need." Qin Shu turned to look at him and saw that Qing Yin also took out a set of clothes and offered them to her. "This is a set of heavenly silk lotus, silk clothes. It's not my favorite color. Take them and wear them, junior sister." Qin Shu's gaze fell on the clothes as white as the dawn in his hand, and then she looked at the dawn, white long gown he was wearing. She really couldn't understand. How could senior brother Cheng say such blatant lies without batting an eyelid? "I can't accept rewards without merit. Junior sister dare not take such a fine thing from you, senior brother." Qin Shu pursed her lips, clasped her fists towards him, and spoke. Cheng Yan's expression remained unchanged, seemingly not overly surprised by what she said. Then he said to her, "It doesn't matter. If you feel sorry, little sister, I still owe the sect 60 years worth of pills. You can help her find them later." 60 years. Qin Shu was utterly stunned. The combined years of her two lives didn't even reach half of 60. Did he expect her to complete a 60-year task just for a piece of his clothing? She clasped her fists again, speaking earnestly. "Senior brother, I suddenly think that although this clothes is a bit short, it looks quite nice on me. Let it be like this for now." Cheng Yin frowned. Before he could say anything, Exin excitedly pulled Qin Shu aside and whispered, Shu, your epiphany this time was quite long. So, what did you comprehend?" As they were all fellow disciples of the same sect, Qin Shu didn't conceal it and casually replied, "I've grasped a hint of how to borrow the power of heaven and earth for my own use." She raised her eyes, meeting Exin's radiant ones, and heard her urge, "What's it like? Show me a move quickly." Qin Shu looked embarrassed. You really want to see?" Exin nodded her little head incessantly, like a pecking chick. Qin Shu sighed resignedly. "All right then." Hearing this, Shui beside her also looked at her expectantly, waiting to witness what she had comprehended in the past 6 months. Then, Qin Shu stretched out her hand. With a thought, a tender green leaf from a large willow tree beside the attic fluttered gently onto her hand. Qin Shu was a bit excited, holding the leaf to show them off. "How is it? Am I amazing?" Exin looked utterly bewildered. She imitated Qin Shu's actions, manipulating her spiritual energy to pluck a leaf from the tree. Then, looking at Qin Shu, she inquired, "Is it done like this?" Qin Shu was momentarily stunned. She glanced at the leaf in Exin's hand and then at her own. Scratching the back of her head, she fell into deep contemplation. Only Cheng Yin understood what had happened. Qin Shu had borrowed the force of the wind, and the leaf had been sent into her hand by the wind. In contrast, the leaf in Exin's hand was plucked by herself using spiritual energy. This young junior sister of his had such remarkable comprehension at a tender age. Surely, she would have a promising future. When they descended from the attic, Qin Shu suddenly remembered to ask about the beast tide. "Has the beast tide receded?" she queried. Exin replied, "It receded long ago. You were in a state of enlightenment for half a year. The outside world has been at peace for a long time." Half a year. Qin Shu was extremely shocked. It was said that time passed unnoticed in the pursuit of immortality, but she never expected the days to slip by so quickly. No wonder her clothes felt a bit tight on her. "Yes," Exin continued, "at first, the senior brothers thought you'd wake up in 10 days or half a month. Who would have thought it would take you so long?" While they were conversing, Shui also went to call Wen Qi out. Wen Qi always carried an air of a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world, but this time, this celestial being seemed a bit drowsy. "Little Taoist nun, your enlightenment this time was really long. If it had dragged on any longer, your senior brother, would have been tempted to have a breakthrough right here," he remarked. Qin Shu noticed that he clearly looked like he had just woken up. Could it be that he practiced cultivation in his dreams? Qin Shu was really envious of this ability. Tentatively, she asked, "Senior brother, can you practice cultivation in your dreams? Could you teach this method to your junior sister?" Hearing her voice, when she scoffed, "You have a nerve to think so." Hearing this, Qin Shu wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost. She lay listlessly on the table. Shang Yin couldn't bear to see her disappointed, so he interjected and explained, "This isn't a cultivation technique but a unique blood-related ability of the Wen family." Qin Shu was truly envious. No wonder some families held such lofty positions in the cultivation world. It was really because they were born with an edge over others. And the rest could only admit defeat when they couldn't compete. How wonderful! Unlike her, with mediocre talent and an ordinary bloodline, she could only rely on intense competition. Stop sighing. It's been half a year since we left. If we don't go back soon, Master will think we've sold you, Wen Qi said, fanning himself. It was then that Qin Shu remembered the big snake she'd left in the cave for half a year. In her previous life, she had a little cat. Once, when she went back to her hometown to transfer her household register and was away for 3 days, when she returned, the cat looked at her with discontent. It not only refused to let her touch its paw pads but also scratched her with its tiny claws. This time, she'd left the big snake she'd raised for half a year. She wondered how it would react. Well, anyway, she'd been away for such a long time before. It would probably just throw a little tantrum. The group of senior and junior siblings bid farewell to Shu He and boarded the teleportation array of Xiantian Gate. Usually, it took 20 people to take the teleportation array from Tailai City back to Xiantian Gate, but thanks to the wealthy second senior brother, they enjoyed the privilege of a private chartered ride. Upon her return to the sect, Qin Shu was in high spirits. Although the Xiantian Gate had not treated her former self well, it still gave Qin Shu, who had no relatives or friends here, a sense of belonging. She stretched lazily, bid farewell to her companions, and then took out the green leaf to fly back. Just then, Wen Qi called out to her from behind. As soon as she turned around, a pile of fabrics was thrust into her face. "Senior brother, what does this mean? Look at your clothes. They're so shabby. If you go out like this, it'll tarnish my reputation as the true person. Wen Qi, hurry up and change them. I can't accept this without any merit. I can't take it." Qin Shu felt that her willpower as a proletarian was on the verge of wavering. Couldn't he stop using money and gifts to corrupt her impoverished soul? Wen Qi scoffed. "Little girl, do you really have to be so calculating? Then what about the Bodhi leaf?" Note: Wen Qi and Shang Yin have a pure sibling-like relationship with the female protagonist from beginning to end. And it will never change. Chapter 58. Returning to the rightful owner. The righteous look on Qin Shu's face began to crumble bit by bit. In the end, she could only mutter weakly, "Didn't you say I could borrow it first? Can I pay the rent?" When she looked at her with her head down, only seeing the high ponytail on top of her head, he found it rather amusing. He'd never met a child like her. Sometimes she was overly shrewd, and other times she was adorably naive. "All right," Wen Qi readily agreed. Seeing this, Qin Shu reluctantly stroked her small storage ring and asked Wen Qi, "I wonder how senior brother calculates the rent here?" Wen Qi clasped one hand behind his back while gently tapping a jade-boned fan on his other palm before speaking. "Otherwise, why don't you take over the refining tasks I owe to the sect for me?" Hearing this, a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Qin Shu's heart. She tentatively inquired, "Senior brother, how many years' worth of tasks do you still owe?" A faint smile of mockery played on Wen Qi's face, which was as fair as polished jade. With a slight curl of his lips, he casually replied, "Not a bit more, not a bit less, exactly 60 years. Qin Shu was left speechless. She seriously suspected that these two senior brothers had conspired. Both of them owed 60 years' worth of tasks? Why hadn't the sect master, their uncle, expelled them? "Can I decline?" Qin Shu attempted to struggle. "Well, perhaps you'd prefer to do another thing for me instead?" When she regarded her, as if she were a fish about to take the bait, Qin Shu hugged her clothes tightly and looked up at him, asking what? When she turned his head away, laughing unrestrainedly. The gentle breeze caressed his temples, causing his hair to flutter. Parting his thin lips slightly, he uttered, "Catch 2 cloud Si Jiao?" All the hope on Qin Shu's face vanished instantly. "Fine, I choose to refine pills." When she burst into hearty laughter, and his figure gradually faded from her sight. At the empty entrance of the refining peak, his voice still echoed. "Once you've completed these 60 years of refining tasks, our debt will be wiped clean, and you won't have to return that Bodhi leaf either." Qin Shu retracted her gaze from where he disappeared and glanced at the clothes in her arms. Contemplating the 60-year refining task that had unexpectedly befallen her, she felt like crying. Oh, and the half-year debt she owed herself. Half of 60 years. Well, anyway, she hasn't practiced refining yet. Consider it as practice. After paying off these debts, her refining technique should be highly proficient. She can at least be regarded as a future master of refining. Qin Shu stuffed the clothes of an unclear material in her hand into the storage ring, then took out the green leaf and leisurely flew towards her own cave. Passing by the small wooden house where she used to live, after a year, the plants in the nursery had blossomed. The flowers here seemed to bloom exceptionally well. Qin Shu felt a bit emotional when looking at them. The noon sunlight was extremely bright, shining on those flowers and making them even more vivid and charming. Seeing that the wooden house still seemed unoccupied, Qin Shu thought it wouldn't be a problem to pick one of the flowers she had watered for several days and take it back to put in a bottle. Just one, really just one. She controlled her flying magic tool and landed. A refreshing fragrance wafted over. Qin Shu took a deep breath, looking extremely happy. She immediately set her eyes on a scarlet flower. Its bright red color was as if it had been irrigated with blood. Qin Shu rubbed her hands. She was about to cruelly destroy the flower. After some thought, in the end, she didn't pluck it but dug it out with the roots. Hee. She planned to take it back to keep the roses outside her cave company. However, just as she moved the top layer of loose soil, her fingertips touched a hard object. Curiously, she dug it out and found it was 2 scales. Qin Shu held the scales and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her face changed. She quickly stuffed them back into her storage ring and then rapidly dug out the flower. He used an earth-based spell to restore the place to its original state, then flew onto his flying magic tool and headed straight towards Lingshao Peak. The big snake loves sleeping. It should still be asleep by now, right? Qin Shu pondered for a moment. First, she went to her master's door, intending to report to him, only to discover that the venerable master was in seclusion. Only then did Qin Shu return to her own mountain. She gently and quietly lifted the restriction of the cave abode. What she had expected, a scene filled with flying dust, did not occur. The cave abode was extremely tidy, and the big snake was nowhere to be found. Had it left? Well, it was gone. It was just that she had nurtured it for so long, and it didn't even say goodbye. She first rushed outside the cave abode to plant the flowers she had dug out, then came to the pond behind the cave abode, planning to take a bath. Holding a handkerchief in one hand and plucking a bunch of roses in the other, she intended to take a flower petal bath. Unexpectedly, just as she rounded the corner, she saw from afar a man lying prone by the pond. The lower part of his snake tail was submerged in the water, refracting a shimmering luster. His black robe was already soaked through by the water and clung to his body, and Qin Shu took in every contour of his figure. TSK, there was actually someone who took a bath without taking off their clothes? What a bad habit. Xie Shiwan turned over, propping his head up with one hand. Squinting, he looked up at this young girl who seemed to have grown a bit taller. He had thought she would leave with his inner core, but unexpectedly, she came back and even brought a flower. He could clearly sense the aura on that flower. It was his. Long time no see. Qin Shu felt a bit awkward and tried to break the awkwardness. Xie Shiwan's cold and clear voice then resounded. Half a year has passed, yet your cultivation has made no progress at all. Qin Shu. Suddenly, she had no desire to talk to him. She casually cast a cleansing spell and headed towards the cave abode. As soon as she stepped in, Xie Shiwan followed her in. Qin Shu stopped and glanced at him. Just when she thought this snake would utter some more venomous remarks, she heard him ask, "Where did that flower come from?" Facing this snake that was changing the topic, Qin Shu felt rather listless. In the small wooden house in the outer sect before, I also found the 2 scales I lost there. She touched her storage ring, took out the scales, and handed them to him. Here, return them to their rightful owner. Xie Shiwan's gaze calmly swept across her small hand, and he casually said, "They're for you." It was impossible for him to re-attach them anyway. When he shed his skin next time, new scales would grow. This thing was of no use. His words truly shocked Qin Shu. He had given her both his inner core and scales. Would it be his snake blood next? And then a soul possession? No way. Did this snake really take a fancy to her low, quality 3 spiritual root physique? Qin Shu's expression changed rapidly. I can't accept them. Xie Shiwan glanced at her and let out a soft scoff. This one doesn't want to give them to you either. It's just that I'm afraid you're so weak that one day you might suddenly die and drag this one's inner core down with you. Chapter 59. It's time to leave. Hearing this, Qin Shu felt extremely embarrassed. Even if you die, I won't. Qin Shu gritted her teeth and said. Xie Shiwan inclined his head slightly. Indeed, the wicked live long. Qin Shu, does a snake have no sense of shame? Does it have any self-awareness at all? How could it utter such a brazen remark? Who on earth is the scourge here? Don't you have a clue? Qin Shu glared at him. Xie Shiwan arched an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, I've no idea. All I know is that my inner core was swallowed by a little girl. Qin Shu stamped her foot in anger. Quickly take out your inner core and then leave this place. Xie Shiwan glanced at her and gave a soft grunt. His voice was so faint that Qin Shu thought she was hallucinating. However, then she heard him say, it's time to go. I can't retrieve my inner core for now, so I'll leave it with you. Qin Shu was stunned. You're not taking your inner core with you? Hearing this, Xie Shiwan cast a disdainful glance at her. Do you think I don't want to take it? Qin Shu didn't miss the tinge of resentment in his look. She fell silent. Fine, just leave it then. Remember to come back for it when your cultivation improves. I've been badly troubled by this inner core of yours. After saying this, Qin Shu handed 2 bottles of 5-element coagulating blood pills that she had exchanged at the Nishang Pavilion to Xie. I exchanged the inner core you gave me for these 2 bottles of pills. Then she also gave him a message, transmitting jade slip. This is a message, transmitting jade slip. I bought one for you, by the way. You can use it after dripping your blood on it. After handing all these things to Xie, Qin Shu turned around and headed towards the training room. Remember to close the door when you leave. I'm going to practice. Xie lowered his head to glance at the thing in his hand, then cast his eyes on Qin Shu's back, with a turbulent undercurrent in his eyes. Most demonic beasts grow savagely, and few of them are capable of refining pills. This 5-element coagulating blood pill is, after all, a 3rd-grade pill. It would surely fetch a high price if taken to the demon race. Yet, she just gave it to him like this? Xie slender and fair fingers caressed the porcelain bottle back and forth, still unable to fully comprehend it. Humans have always been crafty and selfish. How come this little girl seems somewhat different? His divine sense scrutinized her. He noticed that there was an additional around her neck. It could block the divine sense detection of those below the foundation establishment realm, while the spell mark he had cast on her could block the detection of those below the mid-core formation realm. It was really a redundant effort. Xie stood at the door for a long time. Only after taking one last look at Qin Shu did he vanish into thin air, holding the porcelain bottle tightly. Qin Shu had been keeping an eye on his movements. Only after he had completely left the cave abode did she quietly heave a sigh of relief. The big snake remained undetected even under her master's nose. He must be a formidable figure, someone she couldn't afford to offend, with such a snake by her side. How could she settle down to practice cultivation with peace of mind? It was actually a good thing that he had left. Tomorrow, she must go to the library to find out what was wrong with her constitution and how to take out the big snake's inner core. If she didn't take it out, the big snake would surely come after her sooner or later for this inner core. During the half-year of sudden enlightenment before, her cultivation level had made no progress, but she could clearly feel that her state of mind had advanced significantly. Her subsequent cultivation would be much faster. When the moon rose above the willow branches, Qin Shu closed her eyes tightly, free from all distractions. Xie, who had disappeared for most of the day, suddenly reappeared in the courtyard. He raised his hand and took out a drop of essence blood, dripping it onto the petals of the flower. The originally delicate and charming snake, blood flower turned an even deeper shade of red bordering on purple. He raised his hand again, erasing his own aura from the flower. Then he glanced at the cave abode and vanished completely in a flash. At the same time, not a single trace of his aura remained in the entire Qin sect. It was not until early the next morning when the moon set that Qin Shu opened her eyes. She stretched herself, cast a cleansing spell, swallowed a fasting pill, and then got up and headed towards the library once more. Currently, with her cultivation base, she could only access the books on the first floor. She hoped to find what she was looking for on that very floor. The library of the Qin sect housed a vast collection of books covering various aspects and genres. When Qin Shu first came here, she was shocked to find a dual cultivation technique among the books, which made her blush and flee in a hurry. This time, she directly bypassed the section on cultivation techniques and walked straight to the bookshelves filled with popular science knowledge. For the next whole month, Qin Shu practiced at night and immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge during the day. A month later, Cheng Yin noticed that Qin Shu hadn't signed up for the sect's new disciple trial, yet he couldn't contact her at all. After making inquiries from many sources, he finally got some clues from Xian. He rushed to the library where Qin Shu was. There, he saw her sitting on the ground, holding a book in her hands, with many other books scattered around her. With a cursory glance, he saw books like annotations on human anatomy, 31 queries concerning human dissection, and how powerful are innately spiritual bodies. Cheng Yin, junior sister, he called out. Qin Shu was interrupted in her train of thought and looked up displeasedly. When she saw it was the senior brother in front of her, she was stunned for a moment before asking, "Senior brother, why have you come?" Frowning, Cheng Yin replied, "I couldn't reach you. The sect trial is about to commence. Registration started 7 days ago, and today is the last day. Aren't you going to register?" Qin Shu had heard about this from Xian before. Every new disciple who had reached the second level of Qi training could participate in the sect trial at the beginning of the second year after entering the sect. Trial. Wasn't this the so-called dungeon run in Legends? All the chosen one's reversals of fortune began with trials. She didn't even aspire to a reversal of fortune. It wasn't too much to go in and pick up a couple of rare treasures, right? She quickly closed the book, stood up, and nodded her head like a pecking chick. Register, register, register. Right in front of her, Cheng Yin raised his hand, and a scroll appeared in his palm. He unfurled the scroll, then took out a pen and wrote Qin Shu's name on it. Qin Shu smiled at him. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you for making this trip." Cheng Yin nodded. "Well, how do you plan to repay me?" When she had flaunted in front of him countless times that Qin Shu had taken on his task which he had accumulated for 60 years. This made Cheng Yin feel unbalanced. Why hadn't she taken his? Qin Shu was slightly taken aback upon hearing her words. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about I invite senior brother for a meal?" A meal? Cheng Yin was also startled. He was now 137 years old. Since he had joined their master at the age of 7, he hadn't had a meal for 130 years. Qin Shu nodded. "Yes, a meal. Let's go back to my mountain peak and have a small barbecue. We can enjoy the gentle breeze, savor the roasted meat, and have a couple of sips of wine. Oh, it would be as blissful as a celestial being." Chapter 60, Cultivation should not be heretical. Qin Shu's thoughts had already drifted to the food stalls outside the high school gate. On the day of their graduation, everyone had indulged in a great deal of roasted meat and ordered 2 bottles of beer. They were both happy and sad, and made an appointment to get together when they had time. Unexpectedly, that farewell turned out to be a permanent one. She sighed silently in her heart, and a tinge of sadness crept over her. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. "No drinking." Qin Shu was stunned and instinctively looked up at Cheng Yin. She saw Cheng Yin with his hands behind his back, head bowed, and his expression extremely solemn as he said, "You're still a young one, yet you want to drink. If master finds out, you'll surely be punished to sweep the mountain climbing path." Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu felt a strange sensation in her heart. Seeing her with her head down and looking a bit listless, Cheng Yin assumed that she had taken his words to heart. Then he asked her in return, "What is this small barbecue you mentioned?" Qin Shu was greatly shocked that he didn't know what a small barbecue was. She gave him a thumbs up and said, "Senior brother, you truly are a celestial being untouched by the mundane world." Cheng Yin wrinkled his nose and remarked, "Your words hardly sound pleasant to my ears." Qin Shu broke into a smile and inquired again, "Well, shall we still go to the small barbecue joint?" "Yes," replied Cheng Yin. Although he wasn't a glutton, he had indeed developed an interest in the small barbecue Qin Shu had mentioned. Qin Shu got up and put back the book she had taken down. Only then did Cheng Yin get a clear look at the book in her hand. It was titled On the Possibility of Transplanting the Strongest Physical Characteristics of Monsters to Humans. Cheng Yin, cultivation methods could vary widely, but they should not be heretical. Fearing that Qin Shu, being young, might go astray, he took the opportunity to admonish her. "Qin Shu." As Qin Shu turned around, she was confronted with his extremely serious face. With such an imposing manner, he could surely intimidate others if he were a dean in a primary or secondary school. She was startled and quickly asked gingerly, "Senior brother, did I misplace the book?" Cheng Yin frowned and shook his head, seeing the young girl secretly pat her chest and heave a sigh of relief. He then continued, "It's fine for you to read books, but in the future, avoid those miscellaneous ones. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivating immortality. You still have to work hard and make steady progress." It took Qin Shu a while to gradually understand what he meant. So, he had seen the title of the book. Where did she want the strongest physical characteristics of monsters? She truly just wanted to get the inner elixir out of her belly. That was all. After finishing speaking, Cheng Yin didn't forget to ask, "Have you remembered?" Only then did Qin Shu realize that her senior brother could be so long-winded when admonishing someone. How dare she say no? She quickly nodded and made a mental note. Seeing her firm tone, Cheng Yin then led her out of the library pavilion. He summoned his flying sword and motioned for her to get on. Recalling an unpleasant flying experience from her childhood, Qin Shu resolutely shook her head and declined. "Please go ahead, senior brother. I'll catch up later." As she spoke, she deftly took out her green leaf. After all, it was the reward for 60 years of arduous tasks. It would be a pity not to use it. Cheng Yin flew ahead at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, he used his spiritual sense to check on Qin Shu, who was trailing behind at a snail's pace. Fortunately, the area of their pill sect was limited. Otherwise, they would be having dinner as late as supper. When Qin Shu landed on her own mountain peak, she was surprised to find Wen Qi there. Wen Qi was also quite puzzled to see Qin Shu and Cheng Yin return one after another. "Why did you come back together?" Qin Shu replied, "Senior brother signed me up for something, so I invited him to have roasted meat." Hearing this, Wen Qi wrinkled his nose as if recalling something. "Why eat that stuff? It's both fishy and unpalatable." Qin Shu was a bit confused. How could it be unpalatable? Only after saying this did she remember to ask, "By the way, second senior brother, why are you here?" Wen Qi's lips immediately drooped. "Of course, I have to come and check. I couldn't reach you through the message jade slip. A month has passed since you promised to complete the task, yet not a single furnace of pills has been refined. I came to see what my little junior sister has been up to all day." Qin Shu gave a light cough. "I was reading books in the library pavilion." As she spoke, she secretly gave the senior brother a look, fearing that he would say something reckless again, which would make it even more difficult for her to explain. Fortunately, Cheng Yin didn't say anything this time. Instead, Wen Qi was even more surprised. Reading books? If you want to learn something, why don't you ask your senior brother? Qin Shu was also taken aback. She was used to struggling on her own and never thought that she could ask them. Her eyes lit up. She looked at Wen Qi and then at Cheng Yin and said to them, "Do you think there is a possibility? I'm just saying it's a possibility. That is, if a human eats a monster's inner core, not only will they be fine, but they can also utilize the spiritual energy of the inner core." As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Qi hit her on the head with his fan and rebuked her in a very stern tone. "What are you daydreaming about all day long? In the path of cultivation, only hard work counts. One must not take any wrong paths." He really hit her hard. Qin Shu covered her head, feeling as if a horn would grow out in the next moment. She looked up at Wen Qi accusingly. "I'm not taking a wrong path. I'm just. She stammered for a long time but couldn't say it out. She couldn't possibly say that she had swallowed a snake's inner core. She was really suffering silently and could only mutter in a low voice, "I'm just curious." Not even being curious is allowed. When she was rarely this strict. Which even surprised Cheng Yin beside him. Qin Shu wrinkled her nose. "Fine, if it's not allowed, it's not allowed. But, is there really no such possibility?" When she looked at her with an expression as if she were an incorrigible pupil, just when she thought she was going to be scolded again. Suddenly, this time, it was Cheng Yin who answered Qin Shu. Qin Shu turned her face and looked at him. Then she heard him say, "The elements in the inner core of the demonic beast are too violent. If one takes it directly, even if the violent elements are suppressed with spiritual power, they won't disappear completely, but will accumulate in the body. As one's cultivation level rises, these elements may trigger the inner demons at any time. And such inner demons come fiercely. Few people can overcome them." There was full-blown shock on Qin Shu's delicate, palm-sized face. Then when Qi took up the conversation again and scolded, "Don't try to take shortcuts. In the countless eons of cultivating immortality, all the wrong paths have already been tread by others. What remains now is the essence left by the predecessors after discarding the dross. Your little tricks are nothing to write home about. You'd better abandon such thoughts as soon as possible." Although Qin Shu couldn't explain her current situation clearly, she was quite certain about one thing. It was truly for her own good that her two senior brothers were so earnestly admonishing her. Chapter 61. The trial begins. Qin Shu smiled and said, "I've remembered everything. Since both of you senior brothers are here today, how about we invite our senior sister and have a barbecue together?" When she scoffed upon hearing this, "She's a fire spirit bird. Do you think you can feed her meat?" Qin Shu, "Huh?" She really hadn't thought about this question, but soon she came to her senses and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I can roast some spiritual fruits for our senior sister." This time, it was Wen Qi and Cheng Yin's turn to be stunned. Spiritual fruits can be roasted? Hearing this question, Qin Shu replied seriously, "Everything can be put on the small barbecue grill." Wen Qi and Cheng Yin were puzzled. Yet upon seeing her confident demeanor, they also displayed a certain eagerness. At this moment, Qin Shu also thought of her junior senior brother and said, "Since we're going to roast spiritual fruits, I'll invite senior brother Wei Ming to come and have a taste together, as well as my good friend Xin." Even Cheng Yin himself couldn't figure out how what was originally just a meal for his junior sister to express gratitude to him ultimately evolved into a gathering of multiple people. When Qin Shu sent a message to invite Chi Yu was a bit reserved before agreeing when it came to Xin and Wei Ming. They excitedly agreed without even a moment's hesitation. However, Xin couldn't enter the inner sect, so they had to ask senior brother Wei Ming to find a way to sneak her in. Two senior brothers who had abstained from food for many years accompanied four little ones with a penchant for delicious food. They watched as Qin Shu started a fire with her bare hands, using the branches they had taken from the golden rainbow pomegranate tree on the western mountain. And the meat was freshly hunted on the western mountain. She cleaned the meat with the flowing water from the backyard, skewered it on the branches, and smeared it with salt and other things. During the marinating process, Qin Shu skewered many spiritual fruits and did the same. When everything was ready, Qin Shu performed a small fireball spell. Right in front of everyone, she flipped the meat skewers over the fire and then sprinkled some mysterious things on them. Miraculously, a rich and alluring fragrance wafted out. Qin Shu casually handed 2 skewers of roasted spiritual fruits to Wei Ming and Chi Yu, only to see the two of them staring longingly at Qin Shu's meat skewers. Qin Shu laughed and said, "What's the matter? Do you want to break your abstinence?" The two of them shook their heads and said they were just curious. Cheng Yin, the one whom Qin Shu had invited to dinner, waited until the very last moment before getting the roasted meat in his hands. The enticing aroma was so rich that it made one's mouth water. By this time, when she had already taken a bite of the roasted meat, he had eaten roasted meat before, but the taste this time was far superior. Could the difference lie in the seasonings that little junior sister had sprinkled on it? After they had almost finished eating, Cheng Yin finally remembered to remind the young ones. "Tomorrow's trial requires you to arrive at the sect square at Chenshu. Remember, never be late." As he spoke, he looked at Qin Shu. Qin Shu nodded obediently. I'm never late. Although she might seem a bit unreliable at times, she was actually a very punctual young girl. Then Xingyin glanced at the other two junior sisters, and they also nodded in succession. After seeing them off, Qin Shu used a cleaning spell to tidy up the area outside the cave abode. Then she cast a look at the flower she had transplanted beside the rose. There was nothing apparently wrong with it. Yet Qin Shu somehow felt that it looked more beautiful than before. Was it because the color had become more vivid? What kind of flower was it? Despite having read numerous encyclopedias about plants in the cultivation world, she had never seen it before. Without dwelling on it any longer, Qin Shu turned around and entered the cave abode. She planned to practice cultivation for one more night, as she would enter the secret realm tomorrow. Now that she had the small spirit gathering formation given by the big snake, the recovery speed of spiritual energy was not too bad even during the day. However, she never expected that in the latter half of the night, after quenching the last section of her meridians, she actually achieved a breakthrough smoothly. The fourth level of Qi training arrived unexpectedly. She quickly guided the spiritual energy to make a large-scale circulation within her body. When her realm was completely stabilized, Qin Shu opened her eyes. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Just yesterday, she had vowed to the senior brother that she was never late. How quickly the slap in the face came. She took out the small green leaf and leaped onto it, then flew hastily towards the foot of the mountain. When she arrived in a hurry, everyone else had already gathered. Xingyin glanced at Qin Shu and also noticed the change in her cultivation. He looked at her in surprise, but didn't say much. He only reminded everyone on how to correctly use the protective talismans and that they would be randomly dispersed when sent into the secret realm. So it was useless to stay in groups. They would only stay in the secret realm for 10 days, and he told them to cherish these 10 days. For what they could gain in these 10 days might exceed what they could obtain in the next 4 or 5 years. He was born with a face that commanded respect even without anger, and when he was serious, he had the air of a disciplinary dean. His words made everyone both excited and self-restrained. It was not until he took out a flying boat and beckoned them to board that these children became thoroughly excited. He Xian and Qiyu approached. He Xian even directly grabbed Qin Shu's arm and asked, "Why did you come so late? If it weren't for the senior brother presiding over the trial today and waiting for you for a quarter of an hour, you might have missed this trial." Qiyu stood beside, with his arms folded, and calmly said, "She had a breakthrough." Qiyu's words greatly surprised Qin Shu. The she bought at a high price had the effect of shielding detection. Logically speaking, those below the golden core stage couldn't see through her cultivation base. How could the little senior sister do it? Could it be that she had spent her money in vain? "Can you see my cultivation base?" Qin Shu looked at Qiyu and asked. Seeing her reaction, Qiyu knew that there should be something on her body to shield the divine sense. So she casually explained, "It's the innate skill of the fire spirit bird clan." Only then did Qin Shu feel relieved, but she couldn't help envying them in her heart. Why did everyone have innate skills? How wonderful. As they were talking, most of the young disciples had already boarded the flying boat. Qin Shu and the other two quickly walked onto it. The secret realm for the trial was not far from their sect. It was a small world sealed off by the founder of the sect. After flying for about half a day, they reached their destination. The flying boat stopped in the middle of a continuous mountain range. Xingyin took out a scroll and cast a spell. The air was like a calm lake into which a pebble had been thrown, rippling in circles. Gradually, a hole as tall as a person appeared in the air. Only then did Xingyin put away the scroll and turned around to say to the young disciples, "The trial gate is open. Hurry in." Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to be the first. Without even a moment's hesitation, Qin Shu stepped in directly. Isn't one supposed to be enthusiastic about hunting for treasures? A lack of enthusiasm indicates a problem with one's mindset. Chapter 62. The monsters here are shy. Qiyu and he Xian stood beside her. When they saw her charging straight in, they were taken aback. As soon as they regained their senses, they immediately followed closely, dashing towards the exposed swirling door. Seeing them enter, the others suddenly became restless. "Don't push. Who stepped on my shoe? Help. Stop tugging. I'm going bald." Xingyin watched the crowd swarming at the door. Unable to contain himself any longer, he waved his sleeve, and all of them were stuffed inside. Immediately, his ears were quiet. Xingyin casually cast a spell formula, and the swirling door gradually shrank until it finally disappeared completely. He sat cross-legged on the spot. His junior brothers and sisters wouldn't come out for another 10 days, and he could enjoy 10 more days of peace. As soon as Qin Shu stepped through the swirling door, she felt a sucking force, followed by a most unpleasant sensation of dizziness. Similar to the experience of riding the big pendulum in an amusement park, this feeling didn't last long, and then the sense of weightlessness ensued. Ouch! She got up from the grass, clutching her buttocks. She looked around and was completely stunned. At that moment, she was in a marsh. The surroundings were filled with mud and pools of water, and the only dry spot was where she was standing. She took out the Bodhi leaf and attempted to fly out of the marsh. To her surprise, The green leaf only fluttered a little after taking off and then fell back down. Qin Shu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could there be a flight restricting formation here? Wasn't this supposed to be a sect trial for collecting treasures? Why was she trapped as soon as she entered? It seemed that she could truly be regarded as a chosen one. Qin Shu mused over the knowledge she had seen in a survival video from the later generations. To successfully cross a swamp, one could tie wooden boards to the soles of the shoes to increase the area of force application. However, she didn't have wooden boards. All she had were 2 scales. She took out the 2 scales of Xieshuan and thought they seemed a bit small. Frowning and stroking her chin, she got into a quandary. Since the great snake could change its size, why couldn't the scales? Pondering over this, she raised her hand again, wondering if injecting spiritual energy into it would make it larger. Yet, when she injected her own spiritual energy, there was no reaction at all. But it didn't matter. She still had the snake's inner core. She carefully wrapped the golden, green spiritual energy with her own and then let out a tiny bit and quietly infused it into the scale in her hand. With a bang, Qin Shu watched as the scale in her hand expanded 2 or 3 times as if being inflated like a balloon. Delighted in her heart, she continued to inject spiritual energy. She didn't stop until the scale was as large as a wash basin. It seemed that the great snake scale was truly a wonderful thing, comparable to a spiritual artifact. If Xieshuan knew what Qin Shu was really thinking, he would probably let out a sneer, thinking she was really an inexperienced little thing. She attached spiritual energy to the soles of her feet, stepped on the scales, and tested it, finding that the scales wouldn't fall off. She then attempted to step into the swamp. Just as she stepped into the swamp on the snake's scales, a string of bubbles suddenly emerged from a place not far from her and gradually moved away. However, Qin Shu, who was concentrating intently on her feet, didn't notice this. Having witnessed that she truly hadn't fallen, she finally beamed with delight. The scales of the great snake were truly useful. She gazed afar and then chose a direction where there was a forest. After only taking 2 steps, she seemed to sense something and abruptly halted. She turned around and looked back at the patch of grassland where she had just stood. Why was there such a spot to stand in the middle of the entire marshland? Moreover, she had clearly only taken 2 steps. Yet how had she gotten so far away from that patch of land? She feigned turning around to leave, but then quickly spun back, only to see that the patch of grassland behind her was wiggling its tail and stealthily departing. Only then did Qin Shu understand that it wasn't a spot to stand at all. It was clearly a disguise used by some demonic beast to hunt for prey. Looking down at the seemingly endless marsh, Qin Shu felt utterly disheartened. Who knew when a cute little thing might pop up from somewhere? She promptly summoned all her energy and trudged laboriously step by step towards the end of the marsh. Of course, since the marshland had long been untouched by humans, Qin Shu even managed to find several spiritual plants of considerable age here. One could say she had found some silver lining in this misfortune. Along the way, Qin Shu also received messages from Exin and Qiyu. She informed them that she was trapped in the marsh and estimated that it would take at least a dozen hours for her to get out. In the next instant, the resourceful Exin actually sent her a map. Qin Shu was immediately astounded upon seeing it. Exin, where on earth did you get this? Heiress here never embarks on a venture unprepared. I bought this map from a senior sister who participated in the trial before. I promised her 1/10 of my trial spoils, came Exin's voice. Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice. This woman was indeed ruthless, fully mastering the principle of you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. With this map, it was truly much more convenient for them. Qin Shu roughly examined the map and deduced that, according to her current direction, the exit should lead to this whispering forest. She put away the jade slip and hastened her journey. She could distinctly sense the undercurrents surging beneath the swamp. Strangely enough, until she left the swamp, not a single demonic beast launched an attack on her. Instead, they seemed to be keeping their distance. Were the demonic beasts here so shy of strangers? It was almost comically timid. After leaving the swamp, she also put away the scales in her hand. With her back turned, she entered the whispering forest, completely unaware that the swamp behind her had only then come back to life. Everyone in the swamp was privately relieved that the terrifying giant had finally left. The whispering forest was located on the periphery of the entire secret realm. In the middle of the map was a palace. After years of exploration by the disciples of Xintian sect, there were hardly any valuable items left in the palace. Qin Shu had made an agreement with the Exin and Qiyu. Since their current positions were far apart, there was no need to waste time searching for each other. Instead, they should seize the time to collect some precious items and meet at the palace in the end. The forest was deathly quiet. As she ventured deeper, the pungent smell of decaying leaves grew stronger. Qin Shu immediately sealed her nose and mouth with spiritual energy. Was it miasma? The forest was so dense that sunlight could hardly penetrate, and the depths were extremely cold, making it a breeding ground for poisonous substances. Qin Shu simply drew out her white jade sword, infused it with spiritual energy, and held it in her hand, on high alert at all times. Just then, suddenly a small creature let out a squeak and dropped from the sky. Qin Shu's sword moved even faster than her mind, and she directly slashed at it with a single stroke. The small creature's reaction was much quicker than she had imagined. Its supple body deftly changed direction in mid-air and then pounced onto a nearby tree. After just one encounter, Qin Shu realized that this small creature was no match for her. One should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. One should attack the weak monsters. Chase. Chapter 63. Forming a bond, Qin Shu gathered spiritual energy in her legs, fixed her gaze on the small brown figure, and took off in pursuit. The small creature was not large in size, but ran surprisingly fast. However, Qin Shu was wearing speed shoes and had the assistance of spiritual energy, so she was also swift as the wind. After chasing for quite a while, the small creature that Qin Shu had been closely following suddenly vanished. Qin Shu stopped in her tracks, frowned, and began to search the surroundings. This small creature wouldn't disappear without a reason. Surely its lair was in this area. She carefully inspected every corner and finally noticed something amiss on a large tree that required 2 people to embrace. So, the little fellow knew how to use a misdirection? Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice. This misdirection was truly rather clumsy. Who ever heard of grass growing on a tree? She found it extremely comical. Using a few vines would have been more reliable. She stepped forward. As she got closer and closer to the tree, there was still no movement at the entrance of the cave. Qin Shu casually formed a hand, seal, and threw a lump of mud towards it. The small creature inside the tree hole seemed to be startled and sprang out the next moment, which also gave Qin Shu a bit of a fright. Watching that figure leap into the tree crown, this time she didn't chase after it. Instead, she approached the tree hole and peeked inside. Hey! The little thing really didn't disappoint her. Qin Shu took out a large pile of spiritual fruits and spiritual plants from it, among which there were even 2 white, flame-dense, root plants. This thing could be used to refine body-quenching pills, a kind of pill highly favored by body cultivators. Since Qin Shu was about to become a body cultivator, her eyes naturally lit up. Qin Shu unceremoniously ransacked the little thing's den. After a moment's thought, she put 3 healing fruits she had brought from the sect into it. Just as she was about to leave contentedly, she saw a tiny brown squirrel sitting on the branch, hugging the healing fruits. Looking at its big, watery eyes, it seemed as if it was about to burst into tears the next second. Qin Shu suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, but she quickly hardened her heart. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, acting cute won't work. You made the first move. Qin Shu reminded it seriously with a straight face. The little squirrel let out 2 pitiful squeaks, completely off topic, and neither the human nor the beast could understand each other. If you keep whining, I'll pick you up and make you into dried squirrel. Still, the response was just 2 more squeaks. Qin Shu turned around and was about to leave. However, who would have thought that just after taking 2 steps, the little thing leaped down from the tree, landed lightly on the ground, and then climbed up along her trouser leg. Qin Shu subconsciously reached out and hugged it. She saw that it was so tiny, only about the size of 2 of her own palms. Its small body was topped with a big tail. It tilted its head up, with its bright black eyes fixed on Qin Shu without a blink. It looked incredibly adorable. I won't give you back. You dared to strike. So you must be taught to be a well-behaved rodent, Qin Shu declared righteously. Squeak. The little squirrel's voice rose a few octaves. Since Qin Shu couldn't understand it, she simply ignored it and walked forward on her own, saying, if you don't move, you might end up as my dinner later. Hearing this, the little squirrel got extremely anxious and immediately lowered its head to bite her hand. Ouch! A sharp pain shot through Qin Shu's tiger's mouth, and she quickly looked down. She saw an ancient pattern emerging in the squirrel's eyes. Qin Shu instinctively thought it wanted to form a contract with her. However, this pattern lingered for quite a while and then faded from its eyes. Qin Shu clearly sensed its annoyance. Immediately afterwards, another pattern appeared in its eyes. This pattern landed on Qin Shu's chest and then vanished. Qin Shu was stunned. She raised her hand to touch her chest and circulated her spiritual energy within her body twice, but she didn't detect any abnormalities at all. Just as Qin Shu was about to drive the little squirrel away, a milky voice sound suddenly emerged in her mind. Bad guy. Qin Shu looked down at the little squirrel in her hand. Is it you talking? It's me. Big bad guy. There was full of grievance in its eyes, which made Qin Shu feel a twinge of guilt, as if she had bullied a child. You attacked me first, and you bit me. You're the bad one. Qin Shu brazenly retorted. Who isn't a child nowadays, huh? Xiao Xiao isn't biting you. Xiao Xiao wants to form a contract with you. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao won't understand what you're saying. Xiao Xiao's soft tail swayed gently, as if rather proud of coming up with such an idea. Qin Shu fell into a brief silence. This silly child was truly extremely naive, not even aware that she had signed a virtual indenture. However, Xiao Xiao's next words really took Qin Shu by surprise. Xiao Xiao wants to form a contract with you. Yet you formed a contract with someone else. Xiao Xiao can only form a master-servant contract. Xiao Xiao is so angry. Despite these words sounding like a tongue twister, Qin Shu finally comprehended them. She had formed a contract with someone else. Who on earth was this someone else? She had taken over this body ever since it entered the sect. Qi Yu was from the demon race, having awakened intelligence and transformed at birth, and had long since moved beyond the category of beasts, while senior brother Weiming was raised by elder Fuqing and had formed a contract with him. Apart from the frost, flying flame, skinned rat that she had killed, the only other monster she had come into contact with was that big snake. At this thought, Qin Shu's pupils constricted, and only 3 words echoed in her mind. It can't be. But then, upon further reflection, if she hadn't formed a contract, why would he have allowed her to run around with his inner core? Qin Shu had just entered the world of cultivating immortals, and forming contracts with monsters was still a blind spot in her knowledge. She gave an awkward smile, fished out another Zhiling fruit from her storage ring, and offered it to Xiao Xiao while inquiring, what kind of contract did I form with someone else before? An equal contract. Can one form only one equal contract? Qin Shu asked without hesitation. Certainly not. It's just that your spiritual sense is still too weak, while the one who formed a contract with you is extremely powerful. After Xiao Xiao explained at length, Qin Shu finally understood. To put it simply, there isn't enough space in her spiritual sense. It's not my fault. Look, you all formed contracts with me one after another, and I had no means to resist. Qin Shu heaved a sigh. Is this the feeling of being the fish and meat at the mercy of others? Her heart felt heavy, and so did the little squirrel in her hand. You can resist. As for our master-servant contract, you can terminate it at any time. However, if you do so, you won't be able to hear me speak anymore. The little squirrel's cheeks puffed up, as if still angry. What about the equal contract? Qin Shu inquired. An equal contract requires the permission of your spiritual sense. However, when the other party's realm is too high, your spiritual sense won't even have the thought of resistance, and the contract will be formed automatically. Qin Shu curled her lips. This so-called equal contract was, in her opinion, clearly an unequal treaty. Chapter 64. She just wanted to leave. Can the equal contract be terminated at any time? Qin Shu asked. Xiao Xiao nodded and replied cheerfully, yes. Just as a glimmer of joy began to appear on Qin Shu's face, she then heard Xiao Xiao's excited voice. Those with a high level of cultivation can. Qin Shu. Well, it turned out that she was the poor soul who had unknowingly signed a deed of indenture. She only thought she had become a tool to protect the great snake's inner core, without knowing that Xiao Xiao had another thing left unsaid. That is, although the one with a high level of cultivation can terminate the contract, they must sacrifice half of their own cultivation. If I were injured, would it have an impact on the great demon in the contract? Of course. When I'm injured, you'll also be affected. We're bound by a soul contract. If either of us gets hurt, our spiritual souls will suffer damage. So you have to protect me. Xiao Xiao seemed extremely delighted, with her jet black eyes glistening. Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice and said, I knew why you little thing were so reluctant to leave. So you had this in mind. After asking the question, Qin Shu cast aside this dampening matter and led Xiao Xiao forward. As they walked, she inquired, you grew up here. Do you know if there are any rare treasures of heaven and earth around? Xiao Xiao squatted on her shoulder, her fluffy big tail swaying gently. Of course I do. But all the rare treasures of heaven and earth are guarded by powerful demons. You can't defeat them. If I can't, there's still you. Together, we can surely overcome them. Only then did Qin Shu suddenly realize that she knew nothing about this little squirrel. So she asked again, what's your cultivation level? What's your innate skill? Can you learn cultivation techniques? Xiao Xiao never expected that Qin Shu would place such high hopes on her and ask her to seize treasures from those great demons. To her, it was no different from asking for her life. The Zhiling fruit she had been holding and nibbling on suddenly lost its appeal, and her 2 little ears drooped. But Xiao Xiao was only at the first rank. This level of cultivation was within Qin Shu's expectations, and she wasn't overly disappointed. In her view, a pet was a pet. It would be great if it could assist her, but it didn't matter if it couldn't. In the path of immortal cultivation, the strong grow ever stronger. Whether it's a pet or a magical artifact, they are but embellishments. One's own strength is the foundation for survival in this world. Qin Shu took a stroll, and then took out a jade slip, comparing it with the map. Xiao Xiao poked her head over to look. 2 little heads huddled together. Shu Shu, are you really going? That wolf is extremely fierce. Qin Shu didn't even lift her head, just replied with a soft yes. Didn't you say you're fast? Can't you outrun a wolf? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was on the verge of tears. But the swift-wind wolf is of the wind element. It runs even faster. Aren't you good at illusions? If you can't run, just hide. After saying this, Qin Shu seemed to suddenly remember something and added a reminder, just remember, grass grows on the ground. Xiao Xiao was both timid and fearful. She still tried to persuade Qin Shu to abandon this idea. What if I can't hide? You'll never have Xiao Xiao again. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow, her little hand playing with Xiao Xiao's fluffy tail. No wonder people say that one is as timid as a mouse. You're so cowardly. I wonder how you had the guts to attack me back then. Xiao Xiao also deeply regretted her actions. She just wanted this little girl to take her out of this secret realm. Who could have known that not only would she not leave, but she would also go courting death? The swift wind wolf was a second, order demonic beast and a wind element one at that. Its innate skill was the wind blade. And it was incredibly fast. If one couldn't defeat it or escape, it would truly be a miserable end. Qin Shu cast a nonchalant glance at her and saw that this little beast almost had the word regret written all over her face. I was nearly amused by her. I've already said that I'll distract that wolf while you quietly steal the Jidu immortal orchid. Shouldn't I be the one who has to be on tenterhooks? As long as you act swiftly, both of us can escape. She had already noticed that once they got out of the marshland, the anti-flight formation had been lifted and flying was allowed here. Once Xiao Xiao stole the Jidu immortal orchid, she would quickly hop on the little turtle and take Xiao Xiao to flee. The Jidu immortal orchid was a rare and precious natural treasure. It was an essential medicinal herb for refining the soul, mending pill, which had the effect of repairing the spiritual soul. Any single plant could be sold at an astronomical price. Qin Shu thought of that scarred snake without an inner core. Fearing that she might be implicated and suffer spiritual soul damage someday, she had to prepare this pill for herself. As the saying goes, fortune favors the brave. Since she had come across this natural treasure, if she was too afraid of death to even give it a try, what was the point of coming here for training? Xiao Xiao had been scared all the way, yet she still didn't run away even when they reached the vicinity of the Gale Wolf's lair. It perched on Qin Shu's shoulder, covering its eyes with its two tiny paws and wrapping its big tail around its body, huddling up tightly. Its small body was trembling. Qin Shu stopped and turned around, looking at the timid little rat on her shoulder helplessly. If you're scared, then don't go. I can handle a second, order monster. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately sprang up, jumped onto her head, and even bounced a bit. That won't do. We have a contract, you know. Qin Shu burst into laughter and consoled. Little one, don't be afraid. I have a teleportation talisman. If we really can't defeat that wolf, I'll take you and run away. Xiao Xiao was taken aback for a moment, sitting on her shoulder. Its little face puffed up in anger again. If so, why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Xiao was so scared. Qin Shu thought that the little thing's courage needed to be tempered. Being so timid, could it only be kept on her own mountain peak if she took it back? Get ready. I'll first lure it out of the cave. When we've gone far away, you go in. After giving these instructions, Qin Shu stepped into the territory of the Gale Wolf without looking back. From the moment she took that step, she was on high alert. However, even when she reached the entrance of the Gale Wolf's cave, she still didn't sense the slightest movement. Qin Shu was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the wolf was not at home? Was she really that lucky? Although she guessed so in her heart, Qin Shu didn't let her guard down in the slightest. She tentatively threw a fruit pit into the cave. A series of echoes of the fruit pit hitting the ground rang out in the empty cave and then gradually faded into silence. It seemed that there was really nothing in that cave. At this time, Qin Shu's vigilance had reached its peak. In the next instant, a strong sense of crisis welled up in Qin Shu's heart. She activated the Dui technique to its fullest. The white jade sword in her hand directly blocked behind her. A clang of jade colliding resounded as she successfully blocked the wind blade. Immediately afterwards, a cyan figure pounced towards her from above the cave. Qin Shu rapidly retreated. Yet the beast moved incredibly swiftly. At this critical juncture, Qin Shu utilized her with spiritual energy to rouse the nearby vines, which coiled around one of the wolf's legs. Just as Qin Shu heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to check, she witnessed a wind blade suddenly materialize from the crescent moon on the wolf's brow, slashing towards the vines on its leg. Chapter 65. Misery befalls the fox when the hare dies. Upon seeing this, Qin Shu inwardly groaned. Once again, she transformed her spiritual energy into Earth's spiritual energy and pressed her palm firmly onto the ground. The ground where the Gale Wolf stood suddenly caved in. It let out a howl. When it looked up at the annoying young human in front of it again, it found that she had already fled over 2 li away. Compared to her previous confrontation with the frost, flying flame, skinned rat, perhaps due to her slight advancement in cultivation, her battle with this wolf seemed more manageable. Wearing speed-enhancing boots, she dashed towards the distant forest. At this moment, her mind was exceptionally clear. Although she was wearing the small spiritual energy gathering array given by the Great Snake, the rate at which her spiritual energy recovered definitely couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. Wolves were renowned for their endurance. By the time they both exhausted their spiritual energy, the wolf could easily swat her to death with a single paw. A quick victory was imperative. Holding her sword in one hand, she recalled the technique she had mastered, borrowing the situation. Now, standing in the midst of the jungle, the very place rich in wood-type spiritual energy. If she could borrow the power of the jungle, she was determined to see where this so-called jungle wolf could hide. She was well aware that the earthen pit she had created earlier was far from sufficient to trap the Gale Wolf. She closed her eyes, and her entire being seemed to merge with the jungle. Suddenly, her ears twitched slightly. It was the sound of the wind. It was coming. She raised her hand and made an ordinary thrust. Oh. Qin Shu opened her eyes and looked at the Gale Wolf baring its fangs at her. Unconvinced? Let's go again. She held the sword with both hands. The wolf arched its back, gave a powerful kick with its hind legs, and pounced forward again. Qin Shu's sword precisely blocked the wind blade released by the wolf. Then, the white jade sword in her hand quickly split into two, and she parried the pouncing wolf with a backhand move. Little thing, you still need to try harder, Qin Shu said with a smile. If it were when she had just transmigrated here, seeing such a fierce beast would definitely have scared her to death. But after the incident of raising the big snake, looking at these things now, they somehow seemed to lack a bit of imposing manner and were not as terrifying. The consecutive sword moves in her hands became more and more proficient, even at the moment when the wolf got up. She could sense it instinctively and then raise her hand to defend. No wonder the cultivators of the sword sect were fighting all day long. For them, this was also a form of spiritual practice. Qin Shu regarded this confrontation with the Gale Wolf as sword training. When she felt it was about time, she repeated her old trick, using vines to hold the wolf back and smearing mud on the crescent on its forehead. Hey, a direct hit. Run. Indeed, she now had the strength to kill this wolf. However, this wolf had accompanied her in practicing swordsmanship for so long. Even if it had no merit, it had put in a lot of hard work. Moreover, they had taken the precious item that the wolf had guarded for so long. If they killed the wolf too, it would be too pitiful. Qin Shu quickly ran in the direction she had agreed upon with Xiao Xiao. She had only run half of the way when she heard an angry howl from the Gale Wolf behind her. Presumably, it had discovered that its thing was gone. She swiftly retrieved the diminutive tortoise, scooped up Tiny, who was bouncing beside her and gesticulating wildly, consumed a spirit replenishing elixir, and propelled the tortoise into the distance. Did you succeed? Qin Shu inquired. Tiny extracted the carefully concealed G-Do immortal orchid from its pouch. Absolutely. Tiny is exceptionally capable. Upon noticing that the Gale Wolves were no longer in pursuit, Tiny's spirits lifted. However, the elation was short-lived as Qin Shu abruptly entered an area populated solely by silver spirit trees, causing Tiny to shriek in terror, its fur standing on end. How did you get in here? Get out. Get out. Perplexed, Qin Shu halted and questioned. What's wrong? This is the forbidden zone of the entire secret realm. It's toxic here. A single breath of spiritual energy will cause you to be tainted by the poisonous mist. Once the spiritual energy is depleted, it will devour flesh and blood. Run. Tiny doesn't want to die. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu's expression shifted, and she hastily flew in the opposite direction. However, it was as if they had entered a formation, for no matter how they flew, they invariably returned to the same spot. Shu, look at that skeleton. We're back again, Tiny lamented. Qin Shu nodded with a furrowed brow. I noticed. Are you all right? Tiny shook its small head, appearing listless compared to its previous vivaciousness. Qin Shu frowned, perplexed as to why she seemed unaffected. Her spiritual energy was intact, and she detected no anomalies. Observing Tiny's apparent discomfort, Qin Shu channeled spiritual energy to soothe its meridians. Upon observing a slight resurgence of vitality in Xiao Xiao, Qin Shu proceeded. I shall first place you within my jade pendant's domain, where you may recuperate. Here, you would not endure for long. Xiao Xiao, her eyes clouded with concern, gazed at Qin Shu and inquired with trepidation, but what about you? Qin Shu responded with composure, I shall be fine. Fret not. I shall ensure your deliverance. Her jade pendant's domain was the sole sanctuary capable of harboring living beings, devoid of any noxious fumes. Once they had departed the secret realm, she would release Xiao Xiao. Now alone, she eschewed flight, instead descending to the ground, intent on scrutinizing the enigmatic nature of this spectral locale. Beneath her feet, a carpet of fallen leaves concealed an unforeseen presence. Halting in her tracks, Qin Shu retracted her wrist and unleashed a palm strike, the gust of wind scattering the leaves, revealing a stark, skeletal layer beneath. Her brow furrowed in consternation, Qin Shu retrieved her communication jade, seeking to inquire of Xin whether there existed any forbidden grounds within the secret realm. However, the jade remained blank, impervious to any contact. Even the bustling square where she typically perused various missives. Evidently, she had stumbled upon a region that shielded spiritual energies, precluding any prospect of external assistance. With a sigh, Qin Shu stowed away the communication jade, closed her eyes, and channeled the Dui technique to its utmost potential, ultimately selecting a direction based on intuition. This time, Qin Shu did not find herself retracing her steps. Along her path, she gathered numerous demon beast cores. Concurrently, she encountered a multitude of human skeletons, evoking a sense of empathy for their shared mortality. She had been following her intuition all the way. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the sky. Only then did she realize that it wasn't that she had walked out of the silver spirit forest. Rather, a colossal crater had been blasted in the center of the entire forest by something unknown. Pink mist drifted within the crater, paired with the silver spirit trees. It was breathtakingly beautiful yet extremely perilous. The pink mist had the same origin as the mist at the forest's edge, but it was even denser. Presumably, it was the primary cause of the demise of those demonic beasts and cultivators. Although Qin Shu didn't know why, this pink mist seemingly posed no threat to her, and she could still use her spiritual energy as usual. She even attempted to hurl a fireball spell into the pink mist. However, in the next instant, the mist resembled a huge fairy wand, crackling and sparking. Qin Shu gaped, exclaiming how beautiful. Chapter 66. The poor soul without the heroine's aura after the firelight faded. The pink mist lingering in the air seemed to have dissipated a great deal. Qin Shu stood at the edge of the crater and looked down. The original pink mist had become a bit thinner, and she could even see the bottom of the crater. The lake water was tinged with pink, without a single ripple, looking both beautiful and extremely peculiar. Qin Shu instinctively felt that the answer to the mystery of the pink mist should lie down there, and she decided to go down and take a look. According to the laws of time, travel, the more absurd a place was, the more likely it was to have treasures. However, she wasn't the protagonist of this book, and she didn't possess the protagonist's aura. Still, it was always worth a try. Qin Shu swallowed a spirit, replenishing pill to fully restore her spiritual energy before controlling the wood's spiritual energy to spur the growth of the surrounding vines. Until the vine reached the bottom of the cliff, she reached out and tugged at it, finding it reasonably sturdy. She then enveloped her feet with earth's spiritual energy and walked down the cliff bit by bit. The pink mist grew denser the closer she got to the lake. Qin Shu tossed out 2 small fireballs to clear her vision. After climbing down a bit further, she gauged the height and deemed that she could land smoothly. So she wrapped herself in a layer of earth's spiritual energy and let go of the vine. However, just as Qin Shu's feet touched the ground, Xie Xuan, who had just set foot in the illusory valley, suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Damn it! This little girl is so ambitious. Before the words faded, he had vanished from his spot. The phantom light knight heavenly spirit hound grew anxious at once and hurriedly sent him a message. Are you playing tricks on me? Xie Xuan gave a disdainful snort. His unhurried voice exploded in the hound's spiritual consciousness. So what if I am? You're just a sealed, up good for nothing. How dare a snake act so arrogantly in front of me? Before he could finish his sentence, he felt another layer of the barrier fall upon him. The barrier filled with poisonous mist was even more troublesome than the formations set up by those Xintian Gate people at the beginning. The cyan, green poisonous mist seeped into his wounds, gradually eroding the little spiritual energy he had managed to recover. He had been secretly emitting the universal distress signal of the demon beast clan intermittently these days. Little did he expect that after waiting for so long, only this snake had come. And what he didn't anticipate even more was that this snake was actually a lackey of the Xintian Gate. You're aiding the evildoers. You'll come to a bad end. Xie Xuan casually tore open a rift in space. After stepping into it, the shrill wails and howls ceased completely. One should adopt a suppliant's demeanor when seeking help. Even if one had once enjoyed glory, now one was but a prisoner. He had failed in his ascension, yet he had successfully weathered the thunder tribulation. A mere cur dared to bark insolently in front of him. It deserved a beating. When Xie Xuan reappeared, he was in the small secret realm where Qin Shu was undergoing her trial, precisely in that expanse of marshland. The formerly placid marsh immediately roiled, resembling a pot of boiling porridge, with frenzied undercurrents surging within the murky, light, deprived mire. At first, just a whiff of his aura had them terrified. Now that the master himself had arrived, who would dare to linger? Those creatures that had spent their entire lives in the water wished they could sprout wings and fly away. However, Xie Xuan had no inclination to squabble with these low-level demons at this moment. That little one was about to take his inner core to court death. If he delayed any longer, it might be too late to save her. His serpent's tail sliced through the mire with astonishing swiftness. The journey that Qin Shu had laboriously traversed for nearly 12 hours, he covered in the blink of an eye and reached the shore. The serpent's tail left a long trail in the jungle, which, with a gentle gust of wind, was soon concealed beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves. Qin Shu felt a sudden pang of unease. Beneath her feet were the eerie white bones. These bones, however, were different from the silver, spirit trees above. They emitted a soft, glistening pink glow. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Qin Shu's mind. Could this be a formation? Scarcely had the thought emerged when the pink lake, resembling an alluring enchantress, lured Qin Shu's steps involuntarily towards it. The closer she got, the more numerous the ghastly, white bones became. Unconsciously, Qin Shu lifted a foot. Just as she was about to step into the lake, a sudden gale swept from behind. A jet black tail, exuding a metallic sheen, coiled around her waist. In the next instant, she was tossed back into the silver, spirit-fallen leaves beside. Qin Shu landed right on a leg bone with her buttocks, causing her to suck in a sharp breath of pain and rousing her from her daze. Gazing at the suddenly appeared black figure before her, with the boundless pink mist as his backdrop, even the icy aura of killing on him seemed to have softened a bit. The great snake? Qin Shu widened her eyes in disbelief and rubbed them vigorously. Am I having a hallucination? Why are you here? Xie Xuan looked down at Qin Shu haughtily and said in a cold voice, next time you wish to court death, do it on your own. Don't drag my inner core along. Only then did Qin Shu notice that she was now above the pit. Thinking of what she had seen just now when she went down, she frowned and asked, what happened to me just now? There seemed to be something in the lake that had attracted her, compelling her to go and find out. Your cultivation base is too low. You were bewitched. Although Xie Xuan's complexion was far from good, he still answered Qin Shu's question. Hearing this, Qin Shu's expression became even more peculiar. Who bewitched me? Is there a living thing in the lake? Xie Xuan responded indifferently before saying, stay right here and don't wander off. I'll go down and take a look. Before Qin Shu could reply, his figure had already vanished. Qin Shu quickly crawled to the edge of the deep pit and looked down, only to find that the rising pink mist had thickened once again to the point of obscuring her view. Discontentedly, she cast a series of fireball spells. Just as Xie Xuan had reached the bottom of the pit, he heard the commotion above and looked up, just in time to see this series of fireworks. The things in this lake might be poisonous to others, but to him, they were a great tonic. He transformed into his original form and plunged into the lake. In the middle of the lake, a pile of eerie white bones surrounded a pink lotus. Beside the lotus was a lotus pod, with plump and round green lotus seeds inside, clearly of a considerable age. The lotus emitted a wispy pink mist, dyeing the entire lake pink, like a budding dream of a young maiden, tempting one to pry. However, this time it had encountered the unromantic Xie Xuan. Xie Xuan had no intention of admiring it. With a flick of his tail, he uprooted the entire lotus pod. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he glanced back at the lotus and simply uprooted it as well. Qin Shu waited for a long time, hoping to see some action, but there was nothing. No fight. No scolding, not even a sound. Bored, she sat on the edge of the cliff, her feet swinging back and forth in the air. The sky was visibly darkening again. Counting the days, she had been here for 5 days. In another 5 days, she could leave. There were still so many places on the map she hadn't visited. Could she really be trapped here? How unwilling she was, just as she was lost in wild thoughts. The fallen leaves beside her suddenly rustled without any wind. She turned her head and found herself face to face with a huge pink lotus. Chapter 67. Misusing one's own body. Qin Shu was initially stunned. The next moment, a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Her vision seemed to be overlaid with a pink filter, and even the black snake in front of her appeared pink. Before she could even begin to figure out what was going on, she fainted. Her body went limp as if all her bones had melted away, and she was about to plunge into the deep pit below. Xie Xuan almost instinctively came to her rescue. With a flick of his tail, he grabbed her leg and pulled her back. Looking at Qin Shu, whose face was unusually flushed, Xie Xuan frowned even more tightly. Was she even weaker than he had imagined? Could she not even withstand the fragrance of this flower? He reached out his hand and placed it on her dantian, guiding the spiritual energy from his inner core to help Qin Shu dispel the toxins in her body. It was probably because of his inner core that she had rashly ventured into this danger. This poisonous strain that had existed for tens of thousands of years was extremely alluring to his inner core. Gradually, night fell. The bright moon, like a polished mirror, cast its pure and gentle radiance everywhere. Xie Xuan looked up at the sky. Thinking of this little one's extraordinary constitution, he simply withdrew his hand and, with his tail, dragged Qin Shu towards the area bathed in moonlight. The moment the moonlight bathed her, her entire being was enveloped by the tri-colored spiritual qi in the air. Even the remaining pink mist in the air had to retreat temporarily. Watching the speed at which she absorbed the spiritual qi, even Xie Xuan couldn't help but feel envious. When he was still a little snake, if he could have had such a cultivation speed, he wouldn't have had his tail tip bitten off by other snakes. Of course, those demonic beasts that had bullied him were all long dead. If it weren't for Qin Shu's current insufficient cultivation level, this pink mist would never have affected her. As her vibrant spiritual qi circulated in her meridians, with each major cycle, the remaining pink mist in her body would diminish significantly. Finally, Qin Shu woke up again. Only then did Xie Xuan withdraw his hand. Qin Shu's eyes rolled for a moment before falling back on Xie Shiwan. She blinked and asked in a confused manner, "Why aren't you pink anymore?" Xie Shiwan? He was a black snake. When had he ever been pink? Seeing the big snake's indifferent expression, Qin Shu sat up, tousled her somewhat disheveled hair, and muttered in a low voice, "It was clearly pink just now." Hearing this, Xie Shiwan couldn't hold back any longer and explained, "You were poisoned just now." Qin Shu was shocked and then remembered the large pink flower she had seen before fainting. It seemed to be a lotus. "Do you want to poison me to death and use my body to do evil?" Qin Shu pursed her lips into a straight line, her expression more serious than ever. Xie Shiwan was directly amused by her words. "With your puny arms and legs?" In the silent silver spirit forest, only his low, chilling laughter could be heard. In the next instant, Qin Shu was curled up by his tail and pulled in front of him. His dark, golden vertical pupils met her clear black ones. She clearly saw his thin lips curl slightly, and his teasing voice reached her ears. "Isn't it better for this one to make wanton use of his own body?" "Qin Shu, big snake, control yourself. Your forked tongue is about to touch my face." Xie Shiwan subconsciously wanted to flick his forked tongue. But upon hearing her words, he forcefully held it back. The tip of his tail loosened, and Qin Shu fell onto the thick layer of fallen leaves. She propped her hands behind her and looked at the big snake in front of her, who, though his expression remained unchanged, was clearly a bit unhappy. She quickly changed the subject. "What is that flower?" She didn't believe for a moment that this snake gave her a flower just to amuse her. Seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages was common sense for humans, and so it was for snakes. Heart, devouring demon, entangling lotus. Hearing this, Qin Shu was immediately startled. She seemed to have read about this name somewhere. The heart, devouring demon, entangling lotus was a highly poisonous thing that hunted prey by releasing poisonous mists. However, the book didn't mention that the heart, devouring demon, entangling lotus had such power. What on earth went wrong? Could it be the formation she saw below? She raised her eyes and looked at Xie Shiwan. "Is it that formation?" Hearing her words, Xie Shiwan regarded her with a bit more respect. "So you do have some discernment." Qin Shu was so annoyed that she folded her arms across her chest, turned her face away, and didn't want to talk to him. Xie Shiwan then continued, "This flower must have an owner. The formation is an illusionary one with the effect of gathering spiritual energy. Whether it's a human cultivator or a demon beast, once they step into it, they'll involuntarily walk towards the center of the lake and eventually become nourishment for this flower." Xie Shiwan took out the flower again. This time, instead of giving it to her entirely, he plucked 2 petals and handed them to her. Qin Shu looked at the large flower that had now turned into just 2 petals in her hand. She was a bit bewildered. She carefully recalled what she had memorized before, and then she became even more confused. The Tianxin Luosha Chanshin lotus was a poisonous plant, which was an excellent material for refining demonic weapons and puppets. As a righteous cultivator, she didn't learn those heretical arts. So what use did she have for this poisonous plant? "Big snake, although these petals are beautiful, I, a righteous cultivator, have no use for them. Could it be that I'm supposed to take a petal bath?" Upon hearing her words, Xie Shiwan's lips curled up in a mocking arc. He let out a soft scoff. "A righteous cultivator? Oh, a righteous cultivator carrying my original core in her dantian? Even we evil cultivators aren't as strange as you." Qin Shu could no longer maintain her smile. She forcefully defended herself. "I am a righteous cultivator. You just wait. Sooner or later, I'll digest your inner core." Xie Shiwan sneered at this. Seeing his expression, Qin Shu suddenly thought of something and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't you say that cultivators above the foundation, establishment stage can't enter this secret realm?" Xie Shiwan frowned slightly, still in his usual tone. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Qin Shu curiously stared at him for a long while. Finally, a sudden glimmer of inspiration dawned on her. She fixed her bright eyes on Xie Shiwan and exclaimed, "Could it be that?" Hearing her words, Xie Shiwan's heart tightened abruptly. However, in the next instant, he saw Qin Shu winking at him and inquiring, "Have you lost your inner core and thus suffered a significant decline in your cultivation? Do you only have the cultivation base of the Qi refining stage now?" Xie Shiwan. The constricted pupils in his eyes gradually relaxed. In the end, he said nothing but cast a meaningful glance at her. Qin Shu blinked her eyes in confusion. What did this big snake's look mean? Could it be the uneasiness of being exposed? But if he was only at the Qi refining stage, why couldn't she even put up the slightest fight against him? Qin Shu carefully recalled what she had learned from the library in the previous days. Before transforming into human form, demons were unable to practice martial arts and could only use their most common innate skills, relying mainly on their physical strength in battles. Suddenly, Qin Shu had an epiphany and remembered the possibility of body refining mentioned and on the possibility of a loser's counter attack. Alas, the predecessors did not deceive me. If she also had such a powerful physical body, wouldn't she be able to fight against the big snake even at the Qi refining stage? Chapter 68. Is others' lives really that important? Revised. Xie Shuan watched the ever-changing expressions on her face and wondered what was going on in her mind. He looked up at the sky and said, "These 2 petals can aid in the restoration of my inner core. Once it returns to its original state, I won't stay in your dantian any longer." Qin Shu was overjoyed. Great. Xie Shuan witnessed her picking up the flower petals and stuffing them into her mouth. Unable to hold back any longer, he finally asked, "Have you perhaps forgotten that you're a pill refiner? For any pill refiner, upon getting a plant, the first thing that should come to mind is refining pills. Who would eat it raw like this?" Reminded by him, Qin Shu then recalled that she was indeed a pill refiner. However, she had never refined a single batch of pills. She truly wasn't a qualified pill refiner. Suddenly, she understood why the eldest and second senior brothers had owed the sect so many years of pill refining tasks. It seemed that perhaps the sect allowed a maximum of 60 years of task deferment. If it were 120 years, they'd most likely owe up to that limit. Qin Shu gave an embarrassed smile, spat out the bitten lotus petal, and put it back into her storage ring. "It's just that my level isn't high enough. Let me put it away first and refine it later." Qin Shu tried to salvage the situation forcibly. Xie Shuan seemed to be accustomed to her glib talk. He merely responded with a faint hum and said, "It's time to go." Qin Shu turned back to glance at the formation below and asked, "What should we do about this formation?" Although the lotus below had been picked by the big snake, if this formation remained, there was no guarantee that other poisonous plants that would cause harm wouldn't grow. Xie Shuan, who had perceived her thoughts, raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't that even better?" Qin Shu was stunned. She frowned and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't bring herself to leave nonchalantly. However, with her current insufficient cultivation, if she went there rashly, she was afraid she'd put herself in danger too. Xie Shuan looked down upon the young child before him. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his dark, golden vertical pupils. Could others' lives truly hold such significance? Qin Shu raised her eyes in astonishment. Then, upon further reflection, she reminded herself that he was but a venomous snake. How could one expect him to fathom human emotions? After pondering for a moment, she gathered her thoughts and explained, "Perhaps others' lives have no bearing on me. Yet, in my view, it is worthwhile if a simple act of kindness on my part can shield them from these perils." It's just that. Regrettably, her current capabilities fell short. Xie Shuan beheld the complex expression that belied her tender age on her face. After a long while, he finally spoke, "Go ahead. I'll await your return." Qin Shu was taken aback and looked up at the man in front of her in surprise. She also yearned to go. Had she possessed his prowess, she would have set off long ago. Why would she have hesitated? As if having read her mind. Xie Shuan said once more, "You can harness the spiritual energy within my inner core." The instant his words fell, he met a pair of radiant eyes. Truly, the wind rustling through the woods fluttered his ample sleeves. His gaze settled on the distant cliff, his expression tinged with an otherworldly calm. Nevertheless, Qin Shu clearly heard his reply, a soft yes. The smile on her lips gradually broadened. If she could indeed harness his spiritual energy, perhaps she could give it a try. Xie Shuan's cold voice rang out again. "Don't get overly elated. Even if you can utilize my spiritual energy, you may not be able to break that formation. In case of any mishap, I shall not intervene this time." Qin Shu solemnly clasped her fists towards him and said, "Thank you." Then she directly turned around and climbed down again along the vine left from the previous descent to the pit. Xie Shuan stood on the edge of the cliff, watching the slender figure climb down bit by bit along the vine. He still didn't think highly of her. Even with his spiritual energy, based on what she had learned so far, it would still be rather difficult for her to break such a huge formation. Soon, he saw her stop when she was about to reach the bottom of the pit. With Earth's spiritual energy attached to her feet, she firmly adhered to the cliff. Xie Shuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Was she like a frightened bird? She didn't even dare to get closer. How could she talk about breaking the formation? However, in the next moment, he saw her skillfully form hand seals. As the hand seal techniques became more and more intricate, he could also clearly sense that the spiritual energy gradually gathering under her hands became more and more vigorous. Xie Shuan couldn't help but feel a sudden surprise. It seemed that this little girl was a bit more capable than he had imagined. Qin Shu's movements became faster and faster. Her own spiritual energy was running out. But at this time, the power of the seal in her hand was still insufficient. Qin Shu remembered what the big snake had said. She began to try to draw on the spiritual energy in the big snake's inner core. Its inner core had been nurtured by her dantian for so long. She really didn't know that she could also use its spiritual energy. She didn't know how high the big snake's cultivation level was. But she could feel that as she continuously drew the spiritual energy from it, it seemed endless. She became increasingly startled. It wasn't until she felt that the spiritual energy gathered in her hand had reached the limit she could bear at present that she pushed out the seal in her hand. Wisps of purple aura drifted above the golden, green mark. Standing on top, Xie Shuan watched all this, and his face gradually went numb. She actually learned such a spell. As long as enough spiritual energy was infused, it would be extremely powerful. It seemed that the formation at the bottom of the pool could no longer be retained. The golden, green mark fluttered gently and landed right in the center of the large formation. In an instant, a mushroom cloud mixed with water vapor soared up. The blast wave of the explosion almost knocked Qin Shu over. She had used almost all her spiritual energy for forming the seal just now, and at this moment, she didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Her hair was blown up, tugging at her scalp, and even her hairline receded a bit. Her whole body was plastered against the cliff, with her facial features distorted beyond recognition. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared beside her. He hoisted her onto his shoulder and returned to the cliff. The suffocating feeling dissipated, only to be replaced by the discomfort of her stomach being pressed. Fortunately, she had been living on fasting pills. Otherwise, she would surely have vomited up even the food from the previous night. She propped her two small hands on Xie Shuan's shoulders and gasped for breath, only to nearly have her head caught on a tree branch. Is this the feeling of standing on the shoulders of a giant? It's really not that pleasant. Once Qin Shu caught her breath, she quickly shouted, "Put me down." Xie Shuan, however, said, "I'll take you out of here. You can't get out by yourself." Naturally, Qin Shu also wanted to hitch a ride with him. He walked extremely fast. If she relied on her two flying magical tools, it would either cost a fortune or exhaust her greatly. However, "The bones on your shoulder are digging into my stomach and causing me pain. Can you?" Just as Qin Shu was about to finish her sentence, she found herself being picked up and repositioned. At this moment, she was sitting on Xie Shuan's left shoulder, exactly the same as when she had squatted on his shoulder when she first came. Qin Shu, but this feeling is truly excellent. It's stable to sit on, offers a good view, and provides a high level of comfort. She quickly took out a rejuvenation pill and popped one into her own mouth. After thinking for a moment, she took out an exquisite rejuvenation pill and stuffed it into Xie Shuan's mouth. It's unseemly to eat snacks alone. Even a 3-year-old kid knows the importance of sharing. How could she not understand? Xie Shuan, who was suddenly fed by her, was initially stunned. After realizing that what she had stuffed into his mouth was an exquisite rejuvenation pill, he also fell silent. Being an alchemist is truly wonderful. She wondered how likely it was for him to learn alchemy now. After regaining a bit of spiritual energy, Qin Shu quickly used Earth's spiritual energy to wrap a protective shield around her head to prevent her head from getting caught in the nearby branches again. After doing all this, her gaze fell on the big snake beside them. Although it had tough skin, she simply couldn't bear to see its face imperfect. So she also put a protective shield on it. Xie Shuan, what on earth is this? Oh, it turned out to be a protective shield that could be broken even by a sneeze. Although he disliked it, he didn't break the protective shield. The two of them, wearing these yellow helmets, sped through the silver spirit forest. The phrase "racing like the wind" perfectly described this feeling. Xie Shuan moved with remarkable swiftness. The formation that had entrapped Qin Shu and Xiao Xiao for so long, he managed to navigate out of it with just a few deft maneuvers. Chapter 69. Fearful that you'll jeopardize my inner core, revised. How could you emerge so effortlessly? Qin Shu inquired with curiosity after looking back at the expanse of the silver spirit which she'd just left. Xiao Xiao and I wandered there for ages yesterday and couldn't find our way out. This is a natural formation, Xie Shuan elucidated to the petite being perched on his shoulder. The one who nurtured the flower exploited this formation to deceive the world. Had it not been for this formation's concealment, the mysterious heaven sect would not have allowed this malevolent thing to linger until now. Though, for him, that lotus flower was indeed a precious treasure. At that moment, Qin Shu felt her message, transmitting jade slip buzzing incessantly, indicating that she could finally establish contact with the outside world. Retrieving it, she witnessed a blinding light. A flurry of unread messages left her at a loss as to where to start. 2 senior brothers had sent her trial strategies, and Chiyu had also dispatched a missive, warning her about a troublesome beast lurking somewhere and advising her to steer clear. Naturally, the majority of the messages were from Hexian. Shushu, I've discovered a rising dragon enigma herb. This trial is like a gold mine. I'm sure it'll fetch me a hefty amount of points upon my return. Shushu, I've emerged from the purple bamboo grove. Those bamboo spirits are merciless. Their blows hurt like hell. You might find this hard to believe, but I was just chased by 2 rabbits. I barely managed to escape. Once I'm back, I must learn a light body technique. Qin Shu, why have you gone silent? Shushu, where are you? Have you encountered any danger? As she went on, her tone grew more and more anxious. The last message read, Are you over by the marsh? I'll come to find you. It had already been 2 hours since Qin Shu went missing when this message was sent. Qin Shu was startled and quickly replied, I was just trapped in a formation. And the jade talisman for message transmission was also blocked. I've just gotten out. I'm fine. You don't need to come. At this moment, a warm feeling welled up in Qin Shu's heart. Xin knew there was danger here, but still came without hesitation. One couldn't tell if this girl was simply innocent or just plain stupid. Since she had already escaped from the trouble and was going to the center of the map herself, there was really no need to let Xin make another trip. However, in the next instant, her jade talisman lit up again. "Aya, help!" A jolt ran through Qin Shu's heart, and she quickly asked, "Where are you?" "I'll come right away. I'm on the grassland. 3 rabbits are chasing me." "Oh my god, Aya!" Xin replied out of breath. Qin Shu was about to take out the little turtle to pick up Xin when she suddenly realized that she was still sitting on the big snake's shoulder. She looked up and met the big snake's inquisitive gaze. Of course, what he was inquisitive about was not her but the jade talisman in her hand. "Why is there no one speaking on my message transmitting jade talisman?" Xie Shiwan frowned handsomely, asking in puzzlement. "Qin Shu." She silently stuffed the little turtle back and bargained with Xie Shiwan. "I'll teach you. Will you give me a ride for a bit longer?" Xie Shiwan grabbed Qin Shu by the collar and threw her to the ground. "No more learning. Qin Shu." Xie Shiwan folded his arms across his chest and turned his face away. But Qin Shu moved to the other side and asked him with a beaming smile. "Didn't you say just now that you wouldn't intervene if anything unexpected happened this time?" Xie Shiwan lowered his eyes and met those glittering eyes. His dark, golden eyes were as calm as a still lake, yet the words he uttered were somewhat exasperating. "I'm afraid your death down there would implicate my inner core." Xie Shiwan himself didn't know why he had stepped in. Clearly, as long as she died, he could retrieve his inner core. An inner core that even the heavenly tribulation of ascension couldn't shatter would surely not be afraid of such a minor fluctuation. However, before he could figure it out, he had already acted and brought her out. Qin Shu touched the tip of her nose. She owed the destruction of the formation, this time, to the big snake. After some thought, she took out 2 yellow crystals from her storage bag, which she had obtained from the frost, flying flame, skinned rats before, and offered them to Xie Shiwan. These were the most valuable things on her. Xie Shiwan looked down at the 2 earth, element spiritual stones held in her outstretched hands. He reached out and took them, pinching these small items with his slender fingers. With a soft chuckle, he tossed the spiritual stones back to her. "Keep them for your amusement. Protect this noble one's inner core well." Before his voice had fully faded away, he had vanished. All that remained were the fallen leaves covering the ground, and a jungle so silent it was terrifying. Qin Shu watched his ability to come and go without a trace, envying it deeply. One day, she would also attain such a high level of cultivation. Qin Shu took out the little turtle and, following the directions on the Jade Slips map, flew towards the meadow where Xin was. The meadow was quite a distance from Qin Shu. Along the way, she consumed replenishing pills while accelerating, and also used Earth's spiritual energy to create a protective shield around her head. After all, though young, her hairline could no longer withstand any more wear and tear. It cost Qin Shu a bottle of 50 low-grade replenishing pills to reach the Emerald Meadow where Xin was. Qin Shu rubbed her hands ruefully, vowing to hunt down 2 rabbits later to vent her frustration. Soon, Qin Shu saw Xin running at full speed. Behind her were 3 rabbits. Qin Shu almost popped her eyes out. Were these things rabbits? They were taller than Xin and as stocky as pigs, with scarlet eyes and 2 long front teeth. If bitten by one of these, a huge chunk of flesh would surely be torn off. She quickly cast 2 fireball spells, at least diverting most of the beast's attention from Xin. Xin looked up and saw Qin Shu standing on 1 foot on the turtle. "Shu Shu." Qin Shu was startled to see Xin almost caught by the rabbits behind her. She quickly cast another fireball spell to block them. "Let's deal with the rabbits first and catch up later." Xin had made full preparations for the trial and had also learned a few offensive spells. "Flame burst," she shouted. Qin Shu, who had been quietly casting fireball spells, was startled by her shout and quickly looked over. She saw Xin cast a fire-type skill that resembled a pulse wave. Qin Shu was in awe. This technique was so cool. She decided to learn it when she got back. But why did one have to shout when casting a spell? Is there any bonus? Qin Shu, with an attitude of giving it a try, shouted, "Fireball spell." Xin also turned around and gave her a look. In both of their eyes were expressions that they couldn't understand in each other. Then they both turned their faces away simultaneously and continued to deal with the rabbits in front of them. With Xion's cultivation base, she could barely handle 1 rabbit. She could even turn around and cast a couple of spells while running away. As Qin Shu saw that the damage of the fireball spell was too little, she simply drew her sword. "Take this." Besides cultivation and enlightenment in the first year since she entered the sect, she had spent all other time practicing sword fighting. Although what she learned was the most common basic swordsmanship, it was also the most effective attack method she could rely on. She jumped off the little turtle, drew her sword, and rushed towards the rabbits. She threatened fiercely, Xin, We'll have roasted rabbit meat tonight. With the power of plants and trees. She thrust her sword towards the rabbit in front of her. The rabbit had no time to react and was injured by the sword's momentum, emitting a shrill scream. Chapter 70. Sister, borrow a flame. Qin Shu simply gave up defense, twirled a sword flower directly, and launched an attack. Facing her menacing attack, the rabbit wanted to fight back but couldn't avoid the damage. It could only flee in all directions but was soon beheaded by Qin Shu under the sword. With one less rabbit, it became even easier to deal with the rest. After they completely solved the problem of the rabbits, the two of them slumped to the ground with their heads touching each other. Compared to Qin Shu, Xin was in a much worse state. Before Qin Shu came, she had been chased by the rabbits for a long time. She looked extremely disheveled, with obvious scars on her face and body. However, this did not prevent her from gazing at the sky with sparkling eyes. Qin Shu, your swordsmanship is so cool. I'm going back to practice swordplay too. Qin Shu burst into laughter. See, I told you learning swordsmanship is quite useful. Just as they were chatting, Qin Shu's message, transmitting jade slips, suddenly responded. When she opened it, she found it was a message from Qiyu. In the next instant, Xin also received an identical message. Qiyu is calling us to pick mushrooms. Should we still roast this rabbit meat? Xin got up from the grass and asked Qin Shu. Qin Shu thought for a moment and shook her head. Let's go pick mushrooms first. We can have the roasted meat later. By the way, we can also roast 2 mushrooms for Qiyu. Qiyu had discovered a large patch of azure, light mysterious, mist mushrooms in the ghost wood forest. These mushrooms could only be found in the ghost wood forest and were the main ingredient for refining cooling pills. When fire, spiritual, root cultivators were breaking through major realms, the intense fire spiritual energy would burn their meridians. In such cases, it was quite necessary to take a cooling pill in advance. Of course, cultivators like Qin Shu, who had tempered their meridians during cultivation, didn't need this item very much. After Qiyu refined the marrow, cleansing gold, revitalizing pill, she had a single fire spiritual root. Her body was constantly nourished by the fire spiritual energy, so she didn't need it either. Presumably, she had called them to pick the mushrooms and exchange them for points. Qin Shu pondered for a while and then told Xin about her meridian tempering incident. You should decide according to your own cultivation speed. Don't delay your breakthrough because of meridian tempering. Qin Shu added a reminder after she finished speaking. If one fails to form a foundation before the age of 60, and without any other extraordinary encounters in this lifetime, they will probably reach no further than the golden core realm. Xin carefully contemplated Qin Shu's words. Shu, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll also practice at night like you. This way, I'll have at least 3 more hours for cultivation each day. And I'll use all this time to temper my meridians. The ghostwood forest truly lived up to its reputation. As soon as they stepped in, a chilling and gloomy aura assailed them. Fortunately, both of them had fire, attribute spiritual roots. The fire spiritual energy circulated around their bodies, and the bone, chilling cold, dissipated like smoke. They followed Qiyu's instructions and headed southwest. After walking for a while, they indeed saw a patch of ghost woods overgrown with blue, light mysterious rain mushrooms. Qiyu also noticed them. She put the blue, light mysterious rain mushrooms she had picked into her storage ring and walked towards them. There are so many that I can't pick them all by myself. I thought you might also need them, so I called you over to help, Qiyu said. Qin Shu smiled at her. Thank you. I'll roast 2 mushrooms for you later. Qiyu was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Sure. Ordinary cultivators would definitely not dare to eat such cold and gloomy mushrooms. But what did Qiyu, with her fire-type heavenly spiritual root, have to fear? Why couldn't I reach you yesterday? Qiyu asked casually. Hearing this, Xin nodded vigorously beside her. I was so worried. You said you were trapped in a formation. Are you okay? Qin Shu shook her head. It's fine. It was probably a natural formation. I got out after walking around in it a few times. She spoke casually, not mentioning the thrilling events behind it all. Glancing around this place overgrown with green fluorescent mushrooms, Qin Shu felt something strange. Look, she said. Mushrooms grow on this side of the tree, but not on the other side. It's the same for the outermost circle. Also, have you noticed that it's even colder inside the area of these azure glow mysterious lin mushrooms than in the ghostwood forest outside? Hearing Qin Shu's words, Qiyu stroked his chin, wearing a thoughtful look. On the contrary, Xin looked at Qin Shu curiously and asked, What's going on? Where is it cold? Why can't I sense it? Qiyu glanced at the two of them and said, Junior sister is right. It is indeed colder here. His gaze then fell on Qin Shu again, and he asked, Do you think there's something amiss here? Qin Shu warily looked around and nodded slightly. There might be something else hiding here. Qiyu also looked into the mushroom field. A flicker of fire flashed in his eyes as he utilized the true sight. The innate skill of the fire spirit bird, to its fullest, yet found nothing. There are no illusions. If there really is something, it should be a real attack. Everyone, be careful, Qi Yu admonished. But Qin Shu said, Azure Glow mysterious Lin mushrooms are also companion plants of the Yin, Yang Nethervine. I suspect there might be Yin, Yang Nethervine here. We really need to be cautious. One never knows where that thing will pop out from. Looking at Qin Shu speaking eloquently, Qi Yu suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder their master, after taking him as a disciple, can be translated as made an exception, took Qin Shu as a disciple as well. In hindsight, it is evident that the master had his reasons for making an exception to accept the disciple. As soon as Qin Shu's voice faded, Qi Yu drew out her crimson cloud sword. Xin cast an envious glance at the two of them and became even more resolved to practice sword, wielding upon her return. An alchemist who cannot use a sword is unworthy of claiming to be from the alchemy sect of the mysterious Heaven Gate. The three of them were gathering mushrooms while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a small bulge appeared just 3 feet away from them. Hearing a faint noise, Qin Shu quickly stopped what she was doing, drew out her white jade sword, and stood on guard. In the next instant, a pitch black nethervine lashed out at the three of them. Qin Shu and Qi Yu simultaneously unsheathed their swords to defend themselves. Take this, sword strike. Xin stood still, unable to offer any assistance. Qin Shu and Qi Yu fought against the nethervine for quite a while when suddenly another one emerged from their left. Xin immediately grew anxious and shouted, Flame. Nethervines, no matter how powerful, belong to the wood element and have an innate fear of fire. Qin Shu was already accustomed to Xion's shouts, but it was Qi Yu's first time experiencing it, and her sword moves momentarily faltered. Qin Shu burst into laughter. She used her wood element spiritual energy to control an ordinary vine and entangle it with the nether vine before turning back and shouting at Xion. Xion, lend me some fire. Xion flashed a broad grin at her and roared, Flame. Watching the nether vine catch fire, Qi Yu and Qin Shu leaped backward. They saw the nether vine instinctively burrow into the soil. Qin Shu looked at the two of them and said, We've gathered enough. Let's go. Leave some mushrooms for the junior brothers and sisters behind. After the three of them emerged from the ghostwood forest, Qin Shu looked at Qi Yu, who seemed to have something on her mind, and said, Little senior sister, what's the matter? Qi Yu looked conflicted. Hearing her words, she finally couldn't hold back and asked, Junior sister, why do you shout when you make a move? Chapter 71. It feels as if an arrow has pierced my knee. Qin Shu and Xion exchanged a glance and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Xion stomped her foot in annoyance and gave her a reproachful look. I was just bolstering my own courage. You don't know how terrifying it was when I was chased by 3 rabbits, all by myself. Qi Yu raised an eyebrow, and a smile also appeared on her face. Well, it's actually a rather good habit. Qin Shu took out a jade slip from her storage ring, glanced at the map of the secret realm, spun around on the spot, and oriented herself according to the sun before saying, Let's head south. There's a river over there. Second senior brother said there's a kind of fish called silver, white fish in the river. We can roast them with the rabbits. By the time the three of them reached the river, the sky had already darkened. The bright moon in the sky was reflected on the meandering river surface. The grass by the river was lush and green fireflies fluttered around. From time to time, small silver, glowing fish leaped out of the water, drawing a silver arc in the air. Disregarding the attacking power of these small fish, this scene really gave one the illusion of stepping into a fairy tale world. However, in the next instant, Xion was knocked down by a water jet sprayed by a silver, white fish before she could react. She gasped in pain, rubbed her knee, and said, Ouch, it feels as if an arrow has pierced my knee. Qin Shu rushed over promptly to check. She raised her hand and applied the gathered wood spiritual energy to Xion's knee. Gradually, the pain in Xion's knee subsided. The frown on her face smoothed out. She lifted her head and fixed her big, bright eyes on Qin Shu, with a glint of joy and excitement in them. Shu. So the wood spiritual energy can be used in this way. I've learned something new. Xion's wood spiritual root attribute was superior to Qin Shu's, with a root value of over 60. She imitated Qin Shu, gathering the wood spiritual energy in her palm and applying it to the wound inflicted by the bamboo. Witnessing the wound healing, Xion became even more delighted. It really works. Seeing this, Qin Shu smiled and reminded her, perhaps, it might have the same effect if you directly channel the spiritual energy to the injured area. Xion was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. I was being stupid. I truly understand now. Qi Yu watched the two of them chatting and laughing merrily. A sudden pang of envy welled up in her heart. Why did she suddenly feel that her heavenly spiritual root was nothing special? It would be wonderful if she also had a wood spiritual root. Qin Shu took out the rabbit meat and mushrooms from her storage ring and was about to head to the riverside to wash them when Xion called out to her. Qin Shu, be careful of those fish. Qin Shu turned around and winked at her. I have my own tricks up my sleeve. Xion widened her eyes, eager to see what ingenious method she had. The next moment, she witnessed a semi-transparent yellowish-brown protective shield materialize around Qin Shu's body. Qin Shu squatted by the riverside, taking out the rabbit meat and mushrooms to wash them. Xin also contributed the bamboo sections that she had broken off with her bare hands in the purple bamboo forest out of anger. The residual blood smell on the rabbit meat attracted a large number of monsters in the river. Qin Shu suddenly paused in her cleaning. Then, she quickly raised a hand and conjured a thickened earthen-colored shield. In the next instant, numerous water columns spurted out from the river. The shield in Qin Shu's hand broke after holding on for a while. And the protective shield on her body was also on the verge of collapse after withstanding this wave of attacks. Qin Shu quickly retreated out of the attack range. When she turned around, Xin saw her disheveled appearance. Her once fine clothes were all covered with mud spots. Seeing this, Xin immediately covered her lips and laughed. Mimicking Qin Shu's previous actions, she winked at her and said, "The wise have their own strategies?" The disheveled Qin Shu casually cast a cleaning spell and said to Xin, "It's already good that I'm not injured. Just let it be dirty." Seeing this, Qiyu asked her again, "Then, are you still going to eat this fish?" "Of course." Qin Shu and Xin replied in unison. Qiyu analyzed. Although the fish's attack power is mediocre, it's in the water and we're on the shore. It's really difficult to catch them. Qin Shu picked up one of the bamboo poles that Xin had provided. Turning to look at Qiyu, she said, "Perhaps we could go fishing?" Right in front of Xin and Qiyu, she took out the rabbit fur she had put away earlier, twisted the soft rabbit hair into a long string, and tied it to the bamboo pole. At the other end of the string, she hung a bamboo skewer with a piece of expired rat meat on it. Xin and Qiyu were almost stunned. Could it really be done this way? Could they really catch fish like this? Qin Shu directed them to skewer the rabbit meat while sitting on the shore under a thick khaki shield, her heart utterly tranquil. A true warrior not only dares to confront the ferocious fish in the river, but also has the mettle to catch and devour them. Her entire attention was fixed on the fishing rod. The slightest tremor would prompt an immediate reaction from her. Before long, a fish took the bait. How could these first-order small fish resist the allure of the second-order rat meat? A look of elation crossed her face as she jerked the fishing rod upward and exclaimed, "Ladies, quick! A fish is hooked. Settle your scores now." Xin and Qiyu rushed over to check. Had they really caught a fish? Qin Shu removed the fish from the hook and tossed it to Xin, saying, "Kill the fish. I'll catch 2 more." After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the sky had darkened. Xin was the first to sit cross-legged and begin her cultivation. Among the 3, she had the lowest cultivation level, so she dared not slack off in the slightest. Qiyu said to Qin Shu, "Restore your spiritual energy. I'll keep watch tonight." Qin Shu hurriedly shook her head. She dared not cultivate at night. If they noticed the anomaly in her spiritual energy, her secret identity would be exposed. "No need. My spiritual energy recovers slowly. It's better for me to take a couple of spiritual pills. You, on the other hand, should seize the time to cultivate. The spiritual energy here is quite rich," Qin Shu advised. Qiyu nodded in agreement and said, "All right, you keep watch tonight, and I'll take over tomorrow night." Qin Shu smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. I've recently gained some insights from sword practice. You meditate here, and I'll go practice my sword over there. It won't be a waste of time. How could it not be a pity to do nothing on this long, endless night?" As the sky gradually brightened, Qiyu opened her eyes and saw Qin Shu practicing swordsmanship by the river. She dodged the water columns spat out by the silver fish in the water sideways, and then struck back with a sword, splitting the water column precisely. Just as she evaded one, another water column shot towards her. She switched the sword to her left hand and blocked it again. This skill of hers astonished Qiyu greatly. Her junior sister was truly gifted in the path of cultivation and was also excellent at adapting to the circumstances. She glanced back at Xin, who was still in meditation, then got up, drew her sword, and walked to the riverside. Compared with Qin Shu's basic swordsmanship, the swordplay she employed was far more elaborate and flamboyant. Seeing Qiyu practicing swordsmanship by the river in her way, Qin Shu smiled and said, "Senior sister, this method is quite good, isn't it? If there were a place to keep them, I'd even catch some fish to practice my swordsmanship with." Her words successfully reminded Qiyu. Qiyu paused in her movements, turned around to look at Qin Shu, and slowly curled the corners of her lips, saying, "I have a way." Chapter 72. Stirring up trouble. When Xin woke up, she saw Qin Shu and Qiyu standing by the river, holding a grass-woven fishing net in their hands. The net was infused with Qin Shu's with spiritual energy, so it wouldn't be easily bitten through by the silver fish. "Is this even possible?" Xin exclaimed in surprise. When Qin Shu felt it was about time, she quickly and deftly retrieved the net, and indeed, she caught several small fish. Qiyu took out a small bottle, put the fish into it, and then fetched some water from the river. Qin Shu cast the net 2 more times until Qi Yu's small bottle was full. There were surely enough fish here for sword training. Moreover, if they fancied a snack in their leisure time, they could catch a couple for a little treat. After the 3 of them tidied up all the traces they'd left by the river, they unanimously decided to head towards the central palace on the map. Even though everyone claimed there was nothing of value there, every new batch of disciples wouldn't believe it until they went there in person. At this time, there were still 4 days left before the trial ended. Qin Shu and the others spent another 2 days on the journey. As they got closer to the central palace, they gradually encountered other disciples from their sect. Hand over the Niguang divine orchid. Why should I? I picked it. Why should I give it away? I spotted it first. I was the one who lured the rabbits away over there. Only what's in your hand truly belongs to you. You're so naive. Just seeing it doesn't count. Hearing the word rabbits, Hashin's ears perked up instinctively. Rabbits? She had lured so many rabbits away, but why hadn't she seen any Niguang divine orchid? In her momentary daze, Qi Yu and Qin Shu had walked quite a distance away. When she came to her senses, she quickly caught up and asked, "Shouldn't we break up the fight?" Qi Yu remained silent, while Qin Shu glanced at her and said with a smile, "If you go over there now, they definitely won't think you're going to break up the fight. They'll probably assume you also want a share of the spoils." Hashin frowned and said, "I heard them talking about rabbits. We've taken down 3 of them, but why haven't we seen the Niguang divine orchid either?" Seeing her looking so troubled, Qin Shu patted her on the shoulder and said, "Hashin, be more open-minded. What's fated to be yours will come to you in due time. What's not fated will never be yours no matter how hard you try." Hashin had an epiphany. However, in the next instant, she heard Qin Shu continue. "It seems that in the realm of immortal cultivation, one not only needs good luck, but also sharp eyesight." Hashin. Could it be that she really didn't see it? No, she had to look for a cultivation technique to improve eyesight when she got back. Once she achieved great success in cultivation, no precious treasure would ever escape her sight again. Just as they were about to leave, the 2 people who had been in a dispute unexpectedly stood on the same side. Stop. None of the 3, Qin Shu included, paid them any heed. In the next moment, a talisman flew over. Qin Shu quickly conjured a shield made of Earth's spiritual energy, protecting all 3 of them within it. Hashin was startled when she saw the talisman flying towards them, but soon she was greatly disappointed. It only burst out a little spark. Even the firecrackers they used to set off during the spring festival back in the mortal world were more powerful than this. It was still second senior brother who was amazing. That's what a real talisman is like. One could blast a group of demons. I wouldn't even bother to look at this talisman if it were used as a firecracker during the spring festival. Hearing Hashin's complaints, Qin Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. I reckon they are new disciples from the talisman sect. They haven't mastered their skills yet. She dispersed the spiritual energy in her hand, and the shield in front of them dissipated. She turned her face to glance at the 2 opposite and asked, "Well, you 2 junior brothers stopped us. Do you also want a share of the Niguang divine orchid?" As soon as she said this, the 2 on the opposite side immediately became vigilant. One held a talisman paper in his hand, and the other a sword. Judging from the waist, badges on their bodies, they should be inner sect disciples of the sword sect. Those who harm their fellow disciples will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. One of them shouted loudly, "If you don't want to harm your fellow disciples, what did you call us for? To help you settle a lawsuit?" Qin Shu inquired curiously. The 2 opponents exchanged a startled glance. Initially, they were merely fearful that these 3 would summon more people. Qi Yu didn't possess such patience. With a fire-type celestial spiritual root, she naturally had a fiery temper. She directly drew her sword and confronted the 2. "Do you want to fight?" Qi Shao's sword. A disciple from the sword sect recognized it. "Qi Yu, run away." Among the newly recruited disciples of the Shantian sect, who hadn't heard of Qi Yu's reputation, it was said that after she joined the Pill sect, the Lingshu real man bestowed the marrow, washing and gold, revitalizing technique upon her. And now she boasted a celestial spiritual root with a value of 100. Who could possibly defeat her? Moreover, she hailed from the demon race. Perhaps after they exhausted all their trump cards after a long, drawn-out battle, they still wouldn't be able to break through her defense. "Don't run. You must give me the Niguang divine orchid." A disciple from the talisman sect saw them running away and hurriedly chased after them. Qi Yu felt a bit disappointed when they fled. Qin Shu also remarked beside her, "This sword cultivator is such a coward. A sword cultivator who doesn't want to fight isn't a good one." Qi Yu nodded in agreement. She wholeheartedly concurred. How could a sword cultivator avoid battles? Without the courage to forge ahead, how could one master the swordsmanship? She had just sheathed her sword when the 2 who had fled earlier returned. However, this time, there was a huge creature trailing behind them. "Help! Help!" Qin Shu looked back and saw a gigantic beast resembling a cow chasing after them. Behind it, clouds of dust billowed as if a cavalry of 10,000 horses was galloping. The two tiny figures in front of it seemed as if it could trample them to death with a single hoof. A pang of anxiety seized Qin Shu's heart, and she took off at a run. Noticing Xin still standing there in a daze, she quickly tugged at her. What are you standing there for? Run. This is a third-rank demonic beast, the green barbarian ox. All of us combined are no match for it. A third-rank demonic beast was almost on par with a human cultivator at the foundation, establishment stage. They, a bunch of useless novices, were no more than a trifle for it to stomp on. As she ran, she took out a Bodhi leaf. First, she tossed Xin onto it. Then after running a few steps, she jumped on as well. Qin Shu had it even easier. She transformed into her original form and soared into the sky. Sitting on the Bodhi leaf, Qin Shu tried to draw the beast's attention away for her two junior martial brothers. She used all the spells at her disposal, fireball, entanglement, and earthcrack. Yet, not a single spell could harm the green barbarian ox in the slightest. All she managed to do was buy them a brief moment to catch their breath. Seeing this, Xin imitated her and hurled fireballs at the beast. Their meager attacks were no more than a tickle to the thick-skinned beast. However, even a beast would grow irritated after being tickled for too long. The green barbarian ox let out a bellow, dug up the grass roots with its hooves, and then turned its head to chase after Qin Shu and the others. It doesn't matter. It can't fly, Xin said. But hardly had her words faded when a thunderbolt suddenly split the clear sky and struck down at the two of them. Fortunately, Qin Shu managed to dodge in time. Watching the lightning swirling around the horns of the green barbarian ox, they found themselves at a loss for words to express their distress. Qin Shu spat out a ball of flames towards the green barbarian ox, while those two fellow disciples simply fled without showing any sign of standing together with them against the common enemy. At this moment, Qin Shu didn't have the time to be angry. She quickly took out the little turtle and swallowed a spiritual replenishing pill. Then, she turned back and shouted at Qin Yu, "Senior sister Qi, we can't defeat it. Let's run away quickly. You go first. I'll hold it off." Qin Yu's voice came through. Qin Shu glanced at her agile footwork and then cast the earth split and entanglement spells again. "Run together," she shouted, quickly carrying Xin on her back. At that moment, Xin also threw out the entanglement spell from her hand. Chapter 73, Frog Statue Revised. Qin Shu rode the little turtle and fled at breakneck speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yu quickly escaped as well. The ox snorted angrily, with mist billowing from its nostrils. It pawed at the ground with its front hooves, and the lightning on its two horns flashed even more frequently. Qin Shu didn't even have the time to look back. She could only ask Xin, see if senior sister Qi has gotten away? She has. She's right above us. Xin replied. Just as Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief, she heard Xin say again from behind, "Run. That ox is about to use its skill again." Qin Shu circulated her doer cultivation technique to the fullest. Xin let out a startled cry and instinctively propped up a protective shield as thin as a cicada's wing with her meager spiritual energy, making a last-ditch effort. However, before the thunderbolt struck, the little turtle under Qin Shu's feet accelerated to its maximum speed and dodged. A maple tree beside them was scorched black by the thunder, leaving Qin Shu and Xin with lingering fear. Qin Yu, who had been flying above their heads, suddenly transformed into a human form and stood on a treetop nearby. A talisman magically appeared in her hand. She infused it with spiritual energy, then spun her wrist and threw it towards the ox, shouting, "Activate." Qin Shu witnessed her action and quickly looked up at the green barbarian ox. The talisman transformed into a golden prison, tightly confining the ox within. The ox let out a bellow and rammed its horns against the golden prison. The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed, yet it remained trapped. Only then did Qin Shu understand why Qin Yu had told them to leave earlier. As the young master of the Fire Spirit Bird clan, Qin Yu naturally had more tricks up her sleeve. Qin Yu visibly relaxed. Turning her head towards Qin Shu and the others, she said, "Let's go quickly. This talisman won't hold for long. Let's head to the central palace. There's a formation there, and these outer, perimeter monsters won't be able to get in." Qin Shu agreed. She replaced the little turtle she used for escaping with a Bodhi leaf. Moreover, she casually put away the maple tree struck by the green barbarian ox's thunderbolt. After all, it was a lightning-struck tree and might come in handy someday. Xin glanced at Qin Shu's actions, then turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Little senior sister, wasn't it said that this small secret realm had been cleared by the sect? Why are there still third-order monsters?" The crimson feathers fluttered and landed on the edge of a leaf. Qin Yu spoke up. "It seems there has been a breakthrough. I shall report this matter to the sect upon our return. Since there are third-order monsters here, it's indeed unsafe for junior disciples like us to continue the trial." On their way, they spotted the disciple from the sword sect who had just fled. The disciple from the talisman sect was nowhere to be seen. They wondered if the latter had used the teleportation talisman given by the sect. At this moment, The sword sect disciple was engaged with a silverlight azure soul bee. Xin, seeing this, indignantly remarked, "Humph, we kindly offered to help them. Yet he left us behind and ran off on his own." Qin Shu smiled and said, "What goes around comes around. Look, trouble has found its way back to him. This time, they didn't meddle. After all, the other disciple had a teleportation talisman from the sect. If he couldn't defeat the monster, he could at least make his escape. Such a person didn't deserve their repeated assistance." After flying for approximately an hour, they emerged from the lush jungle. An ancient and dilapidated palace loomed before them. Constructed from large white stones, it had already collapsed halfway, with only the southwest corner remaining intact. "This palace is quite different from what we've seen before," Xin said excitedly. Qin Shu took it in stride. She had witnessed many buildings of this style in her past life. It resembled Western architecture. She privately surmised that this small secret realm probably didn't belong to the Eastern continent. As soon as the green leaf flew into the palace's area, it uncontrollably plummeted towards the ground. At this moment, Qin Shu also realized that flying was probably prohibited here. She quickly used her spiritual energy to stabilize her figure and slowed down her descending speed. There were already many disciples in the palace. After all, this was the only building in the entire secret realm. What if they could discover something that previous people had missed? When they noticed that someone else had arrived, they merely craned their necks to take a quick look without any significant emotional fluctuations, for truly, nothing of value could be found in this palace. Qin Shu and her two companions put away their flying magical tools and strode towards the palace. As Qin Shu walked, she gazed around. Even a casually fallen stone here was taller than the three of them, mere novices. Qin Shu, hearing someone calling her name. Qin Shu looked up and saw a familiar figure waving at them on the steps. It was Qin Rong, Qin Shu's neighbor when she was in the outer sect. Qin Rong had only arrived here 2 hours earlier than them. So thrilled to encounter an acquaintance, she dashed towards them excitedly. "You're here too. What a coincidence." Qin Shu greeted her in return. Then she heard Qin Rong say, "If it weren't for your influence, I probably wouldn't have reached the second level of Qi training by now, and I wouldn't have been able to come to this small secret realm." The smile on Qin Shu's face froze briefly, and then she regained her composure and replied, "It's also due to your own hard work. I won't take the credit." She meditates and practices at night simply because the spiritual energy at night is easier to absorb, and that's all. Perhaps out of gratitude for her encouragement, Qin Rong whispered to them, "I've been here for 2 hours. I've explored this entire palace, even the ruins over there, but there's nothing." Qin Shu thanked her for the kind information, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for telling me." Qin Rong smiled again and said, "You've just arrived. You always need to take a stroll. Then I'll leave first." Watching Qin Rong leave the central palace, Qin Shu then looked at Qiyu and Xin and asked, "Do you want to take a walk?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xin replied directly, "How could I be reconciled without seeing it with my own eyes?" Qin Shu then glanced at Qiyu and saw Qiyu nodding as well. She also smiled and said, "Opportunities like this can only be encountered when fate allows. Let's go and have a look too and meet here later." The three of them each chose a direction and set off. Qin Shu's dewy cultivation technique was in operation. It seemed as if something was guiding her subconsciously, leading her towards a dilapidated wall. This place seemed to have originally been a garden. The white pavilion in the garden had long been destroyed, its roof blown off, and several of the surrounding pillars broken. It looked as if it had been cut in half by a single sword strike. Standing there, she noticed that the murals on the pillars had long peeled off after years of exposure to the elements, and the crystals embedded in the pillars had also been dug out. All that was left for them was truly just a desolate ruin. Then why did she still feel the urge to come here? Qin Shu stepped over a broken pillar and pushed aside the large expanse of leaves in front of her, then spotted an already dried-up fountain. She walked over and took a glance. Indeed, she couldn't find anything of use. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly stumbled over something. Looking down, she found it was a frog statue lying on the ground, presumably an ornament originally from the fountain. After some thought, she reckoned it wouldn't be bad to take it back and place it beside the pond in her own cave abode. Chapter 74. Where was that large spiritual stone of hers? Qin Shu bent down to pick up the frog on the ground. She examined it thoroughly, but found nothing special about it. It seemed just like an ordinary stone. She casually tossed it into her storage ring, unaware that the statue rolled about and happened to mix with the spiritual stones stored in her ring. Qin Shu had searched every corner of this garden. Almost all the things of the slightest use had been taken by the senior apprentices ahead of her. Qin Shu sighed. It seemed that, just as she was about to leave, the strange sensation of the dewy cultivation method made her stop again. What on earth was going on? Qin Shu was extremely annoyed. At this moment, she even wished the cultivation method could speak for itself. What good were these constant veiled hints? She simply sat cross-legged in the middle of the broken pavilion, calming her mind and concentrating. She carefully perceived that fleeting and erratic strange feeling in her heart. Where exactly was it? A quarter of an hour later, Qin Shu suddenly opened her eyes, and her gaze shot towards the several broken pillars in front of her. They were no different from ordinary stones. After a moment of thought, Qin Shu raised her hand and sent a stream of spiritual energy towards them. This time, one of the pillars finally showed some signs of activity. It seemed to freeze like a stuck screen. First, it flashed two white lights, and then the light and shadow stabilized. A beam of light was projected in front of her, and two figures appeared in the picture, a man and a woman, both with blonde hair and blue eyes. The background was also this pavilion, but the pavilion in the image was still intact. After a moment of thought, Qin Shu understood that this pillar was actually made of a memory retaining stone. She sat cross-legged alone, shielded by the lush branches and leaves around her, and watched a rather risky romantic short film by herself. In the image, the male and female protagonists were affectionate, hugging and cuddling, deeply in love and reluctant to part. Suddenly, a group of armored warriors rushed out and surrounded them, ruining the good time of these two lovers. The beautiful girl looked terrified and stretched out her arms to shield her little boyfriend behind her. In middle, aged woman said something, and they had a fierce argument. The beautiful girl suddenly began to chant incantations or spells, and a huge fire dragon gradually emerged behind her. Even though the power retained by the memory retaining stone was less than 1/10 of the original, it was still enough to shock Qin Shu. The sky was filled with blazing fire, as if half of the sky was set ablaze. The fire dragon let out a long roar towards the sky, and large clusters of fire fell from the sky. Oh my god! Qin Shu couldn't stay still. She stared wide-eyed at the lip movements of the beautiful girl, trying to figure out how she cast that spell. However, the next moment, the fire dragon swooped down towards Qin Shu. Qin Shu instinctively rolled on the spot, only to discover that the dragon merely passed through her and charged towards the group of people behind her. The woman raised her hand and conjured a water-based shield to encircle everyone. Only after the fire dragon had completely vanished did she withdraw the shield and gave the order to arrest that man. Unexpectedly, the man directly pulled the beautiful girl into his embrace and placed a dagger against her neck. The look in that beautiful girl's eyes was truly heart-wrenching and tear-inducing. The recording on the memory stone ended abruptly at this point. Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice. This romantic little film didn't have a happy ending and was so melodramatic. However, that fire dragon really piqued her interest. If she could master such a dazzling move, she was bound to make it onto the list of famous people in the Eastern continent. She pondered for a moment and suddenly raised her hand to strike the pillar. Since she couldn't figure it out right away, she might as well take it back and study it slowly. It was just a chant. After watching the little film several more times, she would surely decipher it sooner or later. After Qin Shu put away the pillar, that inexplicable sense of pulling in her heart finally disappeared. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle. It seemed that the Dewey cultivation method was also a gossipy one, unable to resist the allure of the little film. This trip wasn't in vain. At least she had obtained a large piece of memory stone and a frog statue, both of which could be used for landscaping back home. She cast one last glance around the area, then tentatively circulated the Dewey cultivation method twice more. After confirming that there was nothing else, she turned around and headed towards the place where she had agreed to meet Xin and the other girl. When she arrived, Xin and the others were already waiting for her. Well, did you come across any opportunities? Qin Shu was the first to ask. Hashine shook her head. There's nothing. How about you? Qin Shu shrugged her shoulders, picked up 2 stones, and planned to create a landscape in the pond when she got back. The two of them simultaneously glanced at Qiyu. Qiyu also shook her head. There's probably nothing left here. How about we go out again? Maybe we can dig up a couple more herbs. Good idea. There are still 3 days left. If we dig more, we'll have to do fewer tasks when we get back, Hashine said. The 3 of them reached an agreement and left the central palace. 3 days later, a rumbling sound echoed through the sky, as if there was thunder. Qin Shu stopped practicing her swordplay and looked up. To her astonishment, the once solid sky began to fade away, and the clouds and the moon contorted into a scene reminiscent of a Van Gogh painting. Realizing that they were about to leave this place, Qin Shu quickly woke up her 2 meditating sisters. Senior apprentice sister, Hashine, wake up quickly. We're about to leave. Qiyu and Hashine opened their eyes one after another. At that moment, they saw Qin Shu starting to fade. Hashine instinctively took out her snuff bottle and took a big sniff. Then, the 3 of them were ejected from this place. When Hashine opened her eyes again, she still held the snuff bottle in her hand. She came to her senses and took 2 more big sniffs. Qin Shu wasn't feeling well either. She felt as if she had drunk half a caddy of white wine, and her steps were unsteady. Hashine quickly took the snuff bottle and shared it with her. Oh, it's so pungent. The chattering voices rang in their ears again. Cheng Yin also resignedly emerged from his meditative state. His gaze swept over the young disciples. Almost all of them had emerged. The number of casualties was less than 5, which was within the normal range, so he could account for it upon returning. He took out the spiritual boat and brought these young disciples back. As soon as Qin Shu arrived at the sect, she headed straight for her own peak, set up a restriction, and assumed an air of not wanting to be disturbed. Even the messages when Qi sent to her ended up in vain. He sighed, wondering when this little thing would remember to repay the 6-year elixir task she owed him. After entering the cave abode, Qin Shu casually cast a cleaning spell. The first thing she did was take Xiao Xiao out of the spatial jade pendant. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had fallen into a deep slumber. Qin Shu channeled her spiritual energy through Xiao Xiao's meridians again and found that she was fine. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Disturbed by Qin Shu, Xiao Xiao woke up. She opened her big, jet, black eyes, blinked at Qin Shu, and then recognized her. Shu Shu, you finally let me out. I've already slept twice. She happily hugged Qin Shu's wrist, wagging her big tail. Qin Shu let out a soft grunt. We've already come out of the secret realm. Hearing that they had left the secret realm, Xiao Xiao excitedly tried to run outside. However, Qin Shu's warning voice rang out behind her. I'm going into closed-door cultivation these 2 days. You can play in the yard and don't wander around. If you're captured, I won't come to rescue you. Xiao Xiao obediently nodded. Xiao Xiao won't run around. Seeing her obedient appearance, Qin Shu opened the stone door and let her out. After the stone gate closed again, Qin Shu took out her storage ring to count the treasures she had obtained from the secret realm. However, upon inspection, she was immediately stunned. Where was her spirit stone? Where was that large, translucent top, grade spirit stone? Chapter 75. Seemingly lacking alchemy talent at first, Qin Shu refused to believe it. She emptied all the items from her storage ring and rummaged through them carefully, yet she still couldn't find the spirit stone. She recalled every detail. Could it be that she accidentally dropped it when taking something out? It seemed unlikely. The storage ring always responded to one's will, only retrieving what was needed. How could it possibly be lost? Puzzled, she frowned. It was not until her gaze fell upon the frog statue she had casually tossed aside that she suddenly froze. What on earth was going on? She picked up the statue and examined it intently for a moment, then murmured to herself, this frog? Why does it seem greener? When she picked it up that day, it definitely didn't look like this. She quickly connected these 2 events. She scanned the frog statue with her spiritual power again, but still found nothing unusual. Qin Shu grew furious. She angrily turned the frog statue mouth down and shook it. Yet there was still no sign of the spirit stone. What on earth are you? Spit out my spirit stone right now. The frog statue seemed truly lifeless. Remaining completely silent, Qin Shu tossed the frog aside, folded her arms across her chest, and sulked for a long time. Finally, as if struck by a new thought, she took another low-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into the frog's mouth, muttering through gritted teeth, since you've devoured the spirit stone, you'd better prove useful. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the alchemy furnace and refine you. It's unknown whether her warning took effect. A white light flashed across the frog's body. When Qin Shu looked over again, she found that it spat out a seed. Yes, a single seed, green in color. Qin Shu crouched down and picked up this green seed. She examined it carefully but couldn't recognize what kind of seed it was. She pondered for a long time. Thinking that she didn't recognize it anyway, she decided to plant it and see what would happen. She'd know once it grew. Without hesitation, Qin Shu took out 4 low-grade spiritual stones and fed them to the frog. As expected, the frog spat out 4 more seeds for her. According to her limited knowledge and keen observation, these seeds all looked different. It seemed that the frog gave out seeds randomly. She marked out a plot of land in the corner of the yard as an experimental field. She hoped that what grew from the seeds would be worth at least 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Otherwise, she'd surely refine this frog before planting the seeds. To improve their survival rate, Qin Shu nurtured them with spiritual energy for half a day. After finishing all this, she went back into the house alone and closed the stone door to seclude herself and study the image, retaining pillars she had found in the secret realm. The life of watching a small movie alone was lonely, but if it was for the sake of learning, it was invigorating. Qin Shu imitated the lip movements of that pretty blonde-haired and blue-eyed girl again and again. Since the image, retaining stone, didn't have the functions of pausing and rewinding, she could only watch it from the beginning over and over again. In the end, almost every time she closed her eyes, the small movie would replay in her mind, and she unconsciously imitated the lip movements. It was uncertain how many days had passed outside. Finally, on this day, she managed to imitate that obscure and abstruse Sanskrit chant. Faintly behind her, a nascent form with a glimmer of fire emerged. Success. Qin Shu opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them. She let out a long howl towards the sky, feeling an indescribable sense of elation in her heart. She was truly a genius. Haha. With a casual gesture, she cast a cleansing spell, then rearranged her hair. She planned to go to the mission hall to exchange her points for a bottle of pills. Additionally, she intended to convert the spiritual plants she had obtained in the secret realm into points. Just as she stepped out of the door, Xiao Xiao suddenly descended from the sky and landed on her head. Shu Shu, you're finally out. Qin Shu pushed aside the big tail that had fallen onto her face and then asked, did you cause any trouble while I was in seclusion? No. Xiao Xiao watered the plants for you. The seeds have all grown tall. Xiao Xiao jumped up excitedly, standing on Qin Shu's head with her chest puffed out, looking extremely proud. Unfortunately, Qin Shu couldn't see it. Oh, seeds? Let me take a look. She walked over to the experimental field she had marked off and saw 5 little seedlings. They were not even 2 inches tall, but they were all alive. After a moment of thought, she asked, how long was I in seclusion? Xiao Xiao pondered for a while before replying, it got dark 67 times. Qin Shu was stunned. 2.5 months? Had it really been that long? While sighing with emotion, she took out her message jade slip and quickly scanned the message square to see if she had missed any significant news. However, as soon as she took out her device, it was bombarded with numerous messages. This time, apart from her little sisters and Xin, there was also her second senior brother. When she, hey, little Taoist nun, have you forgotten something? Disappearing again? Little Taoist nun, the mission hall has started to urge. Where are the pills? The pills we agreed on? Qin Shu fell silent. So it was the creditors coming to demand payment, and there was also her sect mission. Now she was 2 months in arrears. She sighed. After getting some merits, she would give pill refining a try. Come to think of it, as a pill cultivator, she had never refined a single furnace of pills. After leaving the mission hall, she went straight to the pill refining room. Before entering, she reread the pill refining instructions twice at the door, and then proudly strode in with 10 portions of medicinal herbs in hand. After all, she was now at the 4th level of qi refining. Surely, she wouldn't fail to make a single furnace of pills with 10 portions of herbs. However, reality was always cruel. She had a very good grasp of the theory, but for some unknown reason, the pills would explode the moment they were about to form. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. After Qin Shu's pill furnace exploded 3 times, she finally gave up groping around on her own and sent a message to Qin's senior brother. Do you think there's a possibility that I don't have the talent for pill refining? When she replied quickly, what do you mean by that? Trying to renege on your debt? I came to the pill refining room to refine pills today. 3 furnaces, and all 3 exploded. Even the hairpin on my head was broken. When she, what? The pill furnace exploded? You're really something. If the pill furnace explodes, you have to compensate with spiritual stones. Qin Shu rubbed her jet black little hand against her nose and gave an embarrassed smile. So, that's why I've come to find you, senior brother. Come to my rescue quickly. If the furnaces keep exploding, I'll have to sell myself to pay off the debts. When she was momentarily at a loss for words, but still uttered 2 words, wait. Qin Shu sat cross-legged in the alchemy room, with her eyes fixed on the tip of her nose and her mind in a state of deep contemplation. She was reflecting on her actions and steps and gradually began to doubt herself. It shouldn't be like this. I followed exactly what was written in the book. Why did the furnace explode? At worst, it should have just failed to produce a pill. But even the alchemy furnace exploded. What on earth went wrong? When she was also worried that she would really pile up a huge debt for Lingxiao Peak, so he rushed over immediately. When he pushed open the door, what greeted his eyes was a scene of utter chaos and a little covered figure, truly a sight hard to behold. Chapter 76. The second senior brother is the most reliable man, my dear junior sister, when she said, pressing his hand against his forehead. Your commotion is a bit too much, isn't it? Qin Shu slumped her shoulders, looking extremely frustrated. I don't know either. I just did as I had learned before. I have no idea where the problem lies. When she sighed and said to the young attendant in the alchemy room behind him, find my junior sister another alchemy room. I reckon the feng shui here is bad. Hearing this, Qin Shu looked up at him. Right. How could I not have thought of that? When she gave her a disdainful look but said, after you change to a new alchemy room, start the alchemy process again. I'm going to see what's going on. Qin Shu looked at him, her heart filled with gratitude. Can you believe it? She had been in the sect for over a year, and finally, she wasn't being left to fend for herself. In the old days, people always said, the master leads you to the door, but your cultivation depends on yourself. As for her, after having been apprenticed for a year, her master had been in seclusion for more than half a year. She hadn't even seen her master's face a few times. Thank you, senior brother, for your kind care. Qin Shu spoke these words with such genuine emotion. The new alchemy room was oriented towards the north and south. In the center of the room, there was an alchemy furnace, and it was unknown which apprentice from the artifact sect had made it. Qin Shu first performed a cleansing spell on herself, and then bowed to the 4 directions. When she looked up, she saw a pair of well-defined hands in front of her, holding a stick of incense. She was taken aback and looked up along the hands, meeting a face so beautiful that it defied both gods and men. However, the expression on this face was a bit annoying at the moment. She heard him say, "How could such bad luck be dispelled just by bowing? Be more sincere and offer a stick of incense." Qin Shu felt that he had seen through her little thoughts. She pressed her lips into a thin line, took the incense with a wooden expression, and casually snapped her fingers to light it. Then she bowed with due solemnity. When she looked up again, she met his thoughtful gaze. "Junior sister, who are you bowing to?" Qin Shu replied indifferently, "The heavenly Tao." When she was visibly stunned and then said meaningfully, "Junior sister truly has great courage." Qin Shu didn't understand what he meant. With a clap of her hand, the incense in her hand burned out. "Senior brother, I'm all set. Can I start alchemy now?" When she sat down at the farthest diagonal corner from her and then nodded slightly. "Begin." Qin Shu could perform the previous movements with her eyes closed. Even the task of removing impurities from spiritual plants was quite effortless for her. However, when it came to increasing the fire spiritual energy once again to blend several liquids together, bang, Qin Shu stared blankly, showing no sign of surprise. She had already endured this kind of explosion 4 times today. She looked up at Wen Qi and saw that he had enveloped himself in a protective shield. Amid the pill dust-filled room, only he and the area beneath his feet remained spotless. Qin Shu let out a long sigh of relief and asked, "Senior brother, have you spotted any issues?" If she could find out what was wrong, then the explosion of her pill furnace wouldn't be in vain. But when she simply put his fist to his lips and coughed lightly before slowly saying, "I didn't see clearly. How about doing it one more time?" Qin Shu almost choked on her breath. If she endured a few more explosions, she might as well write a continuation of the summary of experiences from blowing up a pill furnace 100 times. "Senior brother, are you really reliable? Otherwise, I'll call the eldest senior brother over." Although she still had a lingering psychological shadow from the eldest senior brother, perhaps due to the difference in emotional closeness, she still couldn't equate the current eldest senior brother with the person from her past life. Hearing her words, Wen Qi immediately straightened his face and declared, "Do it again. If the furnace explodes this time, it'll be on me, your senior brother." Hearing this, a smile spread across Qin Shu's lips. She wasn't a material-minded girl. But when it came to material incentives, she was quite easy to persuade. Qin Shu asked a young attendant in the pill, making room for a new pill furnace. And when she used a spell to tidy up the pill, making room, Qin Shu sat cross-legged. This time, when she didn't stay far away from her but squatted beside her. "Junior sister, do we still need to pay homage to the heavenly Tao?" Qin Shu shook her head. However, she didn't speak recklessly. Instead, she said, "Perhaps the heavenly Tao is too preoccupied to concern itself with our trifles at this moment. Let's figure it out on our own." A smile graced Wen Qi's eyes and brows. He gently tapped Qin Shu on the head with his fan. "Come on. Stop being glib. Start refining quickly. Senior brother will surely let you know that there isn't a single man under the heavens more reliable than your second senior brother. Not even the first senior brother." Qin Shu rubbed her head while asking in a plaintive tone, "Then, what about master?" Wen Qi's smile vanished instantly. He glared at her and commanded, "Refine the pills." Qin Shu pouted and sat upright pitifully. She reached out to touch her storage ring and took out another portion of medicinal herbs. Repeating her previous actions, she was extremely cautious. Nevertheless, the pill furnace was on the verge of exploding when several types of pills were about to fuse. By now, Qin Shu had gained some experience. She even managed to cast an yellow protective shield on herself. However, this time, Wen Qi, who was squatting beside her, sent a stream of spiritual power towards the furnace. The about to explode pill furnace swayed in the air and suddenly let out a soft thud. Like a dud. When it landed again, it had returned to normal. Qin Shu quickly cast a spell and lifted the furnace lid. A smell of charred substances assailed her nostrils. She waved her hand in front of her nose, then pinched another spell. Only then did she turn to Wen Qi and ask, "Senior brother, have you figured out what's going on?" Wen Qi cast a profound look at her, a gaze that left Qin Shu somewhat bewildered. However, she was certain that if he asked her to refine the pills once again, she would immediately seek her master to lodge a complaint. Yet, this time Wen Qi didn't disappoint her. She saw him nod slightly and say, "I've noticed." Qin Shu's eyes lit up. "What's going on? Please, senior brother, elaborate." Wen Qi offered no explanation. Instead, he retrieved a pill refining furnace from one of the storage rings on his hand and placed it in front of Qin Shu. "Use this to refine pills." Qin Shu eyed the luster and patterns on the furnace and hesitated to lay her hands on it. Wen Qi, noticing her hesitation, urged, "What are you standing there for? Start refining pills." Qin Shu stammered, "Senior brother, what if I accidentally blow up this furnace again? I'm practically penniless and can't afford to compensate you." Hearing this, Wen Qi let out a soft scoff, opened his jade, bone fan, and waved it gently. Then he drawled, "If you can blow up this furnace, there's no need for you to refine pills. Switch to becoming a talisman maker instead. Your power would surely be astonishing." Qin Shu knew he was teasing her, but his words did give her a bit of confidence. She closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and cast a spell on the furnace lid. A vital and ceaseless aura emanated from the furnace. Even a fool like Qin Shu at this moment could tell that this furnace was no ordinary item. Chapter 77. Perfect Pill. Refining. Could simply changing the furnace really lead to success? Qin Shu still harbored doubts in her heart, but her hands didn't stop moving. Thanks to her 5 times of blowing up the furnace, her movements in refining medicinal herbs had become even more skillful. When all the medicinal herbs had melted into liquid and she was about to start the fusion, in a split second, as if sensing something in the dim, a thought emerged in Qin Shu's mind. This time, the pill should be successfully refined. Her spiritual energy gradually spread throughout the interior of the pill refining furnace. She carefully wrapped the purified liquid with her spiritual energy, which was like a giant hand slowly tightening. Qin Shu's attention was highly concentrated as she constantly perceived the state of the spiritual plants inside the furnace. Finally, under the urging of a series of magic spells, these spiritual plants with their own minds finally showed signs of fusion. Qin Shu was overjoyed, and her movements became even more cautious. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Qin Shu suddenly changed her hand gestures, and she herself was faintly excited. Finally, it was time to use the mark for pill forming. At this stage, the probability of successfully forming a pill had reached 99. Even if it failed, the residual pill would still have some effects. When she, who had been paying close attention to her, finally relaxed and a subtle smile appeared on his face. Right. How could his junior sister, Wen Qi's junior sister, lack the talent for pill refining? It wasn't that she had no talent. Instead, her talent was simply off the charts. Qin Shu's movements became faster and faster. Until the last spell was cast, the temperature of the pill furnace slowly dropped. Qin Shu opened her eyes, glanced at Wen Qi, and said excitedly, "Senior brother, is it done?" Wen Qi nodded slightly. "Yes, open the furnace." However, Qin Shu remained sitting cross-legged on the spot and didn't move for a long time. Wen Qi cast a strange glance at her and saw a thin bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. "What's wrong?" Qin Shu rubbed her hands together. "Senior brother, I'm a bit nervous. Could you take a look first?" Wen Qi, with a casual flick of the fan in his hand. The lid of the alchemy furnace flew off. "Look at your timidness." Right after he finished speaking, the fragrance of the pills in the furnace wafted out. Wen Qi was stunned for a moment and quickly stood up. With a wave of his hand, the pills in the furnace flew out. There were 9 in total, each with dark, golden pill patterns, all of the superior grade. He turned his face to look at Qin Shu beside him. The girl was looking up at him, her face full of unease. "Second senior brother, is it okay?" Hearing this, Wen Qi really didn't know what to say. He himself was once a prodigy, but only 6 medium-grade pills came out of his first furnace. Seeing Wen Qi looking at her as if he had something to say but held back, Qin Shu felt even more uneasy. It shouldn't be like this. She had already smelled the fragrance of the pills. Unable to figure it out, Qin Shu simply propped her hands on the floor and stood up. She ran to the alchemy furnace by herself, made a magic spell gesture towards the pills in the sky, and plucked one. Wow! She was shocked. Looking back at Wen Qi, her eyes sparkled, and she said excitedly, "Senior brother, 9 superior grade pills." By now, Wen Qi had sorted out his complicated emotions. With a calm expression, he opened his folding fan and waved it. "Not bad. I'm so amazing." Qin Shu happily took out the porcelain bottle she had exchanged for in advance and put the 9 superior grade rejuvenating pills into it. Hearing herself praise, Wen Qi also burst into a hearty laugh. "Very well. Since that's the case, I'll rent this alchemy furnace to you first." Hearing this, Qin Shu could no longer manage a smile. Holding her small porcelain bottle, she turned around and stared at him in disbelief. "Rent? Senior brother, surely there's no need for such formality between us, senior brother and junior sister?" When she looked down at the little thing in front of him, figuring that she couldn't put on a tough act now because she was deeply in debt. Oh, who was it that said one shouldn't accept benefits without merit? Qin Shu. She really dug her own grave. After all, the words were spoken by herself. Hanging her head, Qin Shu asked Wen Qi, "How much is the rent?" Wen Qi waved his fan, slightly tilted his chin up, and a charming curve appeared on his lips. "Not much. For each batch of pills you successfully refine, just give senior brother one as rent. If you fail, then it doesn't count." 1. Qin Shu's voice went up in pitch. "Senior brother, even loan sharks aren't as ruthless as you." But when she said, "Junior sister, look, every time you use other alchemy furnaces, they explode. Only senior brother's furnace can withstand your trials. Don't you think the success of your pill refining also owes something to this furnace? Hearing what he said, Qin Shu suddenly found it somewhat reasonable. When Qi's gaze fell on her face, watching the change in her expression, he then said with a smile, "Junior sister, there's no need to rush to make a decision. Think it over carefully before you reply." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually summoned the alchemy furnace and turned around. Seeing that he was about to leave, Qin Shu quickly called out to him, "Rent. I'll rent it. Senior brother, can I rent it?" She must be the most unfortunate alchemist under the heavens. For every batch of pills, the moment they were formed, one of them always belonged to her second senior brother. Hearing her voice, when she didn't seem surprised at all, he smilingly placed the pill furnace back in the middle of the alchemy room and said, "Since junior sister sincerely wants to rent it, then senior brother will leave this pill furnace here with you for now." Watching Qin Shu looking disgruntled, he then turned around, fanning himself, and vanished from the spot with a smile. After he left, Qin Shu was the only one left in the alchemy room, facing the pill furnace. Qin Shu wore a thoughtful look on her face. It was said that a perfect alchemy process could yield 10 pills in one batch, yet her batch only had 9. If she could produce 10 pills in one batch, the extra one could be regarded as the rent for her second senior brother. Thinking in this way, she didn't feel his heart aching anymore. She stroked the jade pendant hanging around her neck and took out her book. A summary of 100 furnace explosion experiences. She had to study it more to figure out which step still needed improvement. One day, she would refine the most flawless pills. According to the book, Qin Shu summarized 3 essential elements for alchemy. Firstly, one had to ensure the removal of impurities from spiritual plants, leaving only the purest medicinal properties. Even the slightest amount of remaining impurities would affect the final formation of the pills. Secondly, during the process of pill condensation, the sequence of the fusion of medicinal properties also mattered. Thirdly, and most importantly, the hand seals for pill formation had to be performed swiftly. Any delay would also have an impact on the final outcome of the pill making. After Qin Shu finished summarizing these, she sat cross-legged again and practiced the hand gestures for forming seals for half a day. When the speed of her fingertips became so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen, she finally opened her eyes and started refining pills in the furnace again. After when she left the pill refining room, he went straight to his master's cave abode. His master had been in seclusion for some time, and he didn't know when the master would come out. When she was turned away, and finally left a message, transmitting sound talisman for his master before returning to his own cave abode. Chapter 78. Hidden spiritual root pill. On the 30th day, when Qin Shu was in seclusion for pill refining, the true Lord Lingshu finally emerged from his seclusion. During this seclusion, he had comprehended an ancient pill recipe. In ancient times, the spiritual energy in the cultivation world was abundant, and people's cultivation speed was also rapid. It was a flourishing period when many great experts created cultivation techniques, and a wide variety of cultivation methods emerged in a blowout manner. The pill recipe he comprehended this time was also passed down from that era. In ancient times, in order to improve the cultivation speed, people came up with a way to hide the spiritual roots with poor aptitude and focus only on the spiritual roots with high root value attributes. This also prevented them from being distracted too much during their cultivation, which was indeed a feasible cultivation method. And the method they came up with was called the hidden spiritual root pill. The true Lord Lingshu clicked his tongue twice, marveling at the ingenious ideas of the ancients. He stood up and stretched himself. Only then did he remember that he had taken in 2 young apprentices before his seclusion. He wondered how these 2 young girls had grown up. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a message transmitting sound talisman at the door. He raised his hand to lift the restriction outside the cave abode. With a wave of his hand, the message transmitting sound talisman flew in and spontaneously burned in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, when Qi's voice came from within, "Master, junior sister Qin can already start the furnace to refine pills. It's just that there's a little issue. I'll tell you in detail after you leave seclusion." Hearing that Qin Shu had encountered a problem, Lingsu immediately grew anxious. He casually performed a spell formula and summoned Wen Qi over. Upon receiving the message from his master, Wen Qi didn't even care about his cultivation anymore. He directly flashed towards the peak where his master was. "Master." Before Wen Qi could even bow and salute, he saw that Master Lingsu had already opened his mouth to question, "What kind of problem has Shu encountered? I entrusted junior sister to you. Is this how you take care of her?" Wen Qi quickly bowed and defended himself. "Master, this so-called little issue I sent exactly a bad thing. Perhaps we underestimated junior sister's talent." Only then did Master Lingsu calm down. Looking at him, he asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "Junior sister started refining pills a month ago and blew up 5 furnaces of pills in a row." Hearing this, Master Lingsu's expression also turned solemn. Generally, when disciples first start refining pills, they might fail to produce pills, but it's quite unlikely for them to blow up the furnace. Could it be that the pill furnaces exchanged from the artifact sect are all defective products? Master Ling Su inquired. When Qi shook his head. No, it's because junior sister's fire spiritual energy is somewhat special, in my observation. Although the attribute of her fire spiritual energy is not high, its temperature is extremely high. Ordinary pill furnaces simply can't withstand it. A high temperature fire spiritual energy is indeed a good thing for alchemists like them. Some spiritual plants have very high melting points. If their fire spiritual energy temperature is insufficient, they have to resort to external forces. It would be quite good if one could borrow it. If not, one would indeed be restricted. Generally, the temperature of fire spiritual qi is proportional to the value of the fire spiritual root. The higher the value of the fire spiritual root, the higher the temperature of the fire spiritual qi. Back then, when Qi, who had a fire spiritual root value of 91, first started refining pills, he never blew up the furnace. So why on earth did Qin Shu, with a root value of 73, blow up the furnace? The master and disciple were utterly perplexed. However, there was a faint conjecture in the mind of the real man Ling Shu. Perhaps it was related to Qin Shu's constitution. He suddenly understood and said cheerfully, "Isn't this also a good thing? It shows that my little disciple is a natural pill refiner." When Qi concurred with what he said, he slightly nodded and then added, "Master, I lent the devouring heaven furnace to my little junior sister. Guess how many pills she refined in her first batch and what their quality was?" The real man Ling Shu stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "My disciple has good talent. Presumably, she did well in her first batch. 7 pills?" When Qi shook his head, the real man Ling Shu eagerly asked, "Then how many?" 9, when Qi whispered with a tinge of gratification as he uttered these 2 words. The real man Ling Shu gasped in astonishment. "What? 9? When Qi was quite satisfied with his master's shocked reaction and added, "Of superior quality." The heart of the real man Ling Shu, which had been dormant for a century, was now completely roused. 9. Of superior quality. When Qi nodded and bowed to him solemnly. "Indeed, when my little junior sister was refining pills, I was right by her side and witnessed it with my own eyes." The Reverend Ling Shu fell into silence. In his mind, he meticulously ruminated over the treasures he had amassed throughout his 800-year lifespan, pondering which one would be a fitting gift for his beloved disciple. Having such a devoted and talented disciple under his tutelage was truly a blessing. However, his pensive expression in Wen Qi's eyes seemed like a sign of doubt towards him. When Qi thus added, "Master, little junior sister is currently in seclusion in the pill refining chamber. Would you like to pay her a visit?" Hardly had the words left his lips when his master vanished from sight. At this moment, Qin Shu had transformed into an emotionless pill refining machine. Her pill refining techniques had become increasingly dexterous, allowing her to utilize spiritual energy with such precision that not even a trace was wasted. Over the past month, due to her round-the-clock pill refining efforts, she had managed to fulfill 8 years of the 60-year pill refining task her second senior brother had owed. The pills she refined now boasted clear pill markings and were all of the highest quality, with a consistent output of 10 pills each time. If word got out about her pill forming rate, who would believe that this was merely a young disciple who had only started pill refining a month ago? Qin Shu executed a spell formula on the pill refining furnace and then took out a replenishing spiritual pill to restore her depleted spiritual energy. Suddenly, the space before her began to distort, and in the next instant, an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion materialized in front of her. Qin Shu was momentarily stunned before she suddenly realized that this was none other than her so-called master. She almost failed to recognize him. Hastily, she rose to her feet and bowed, saying, "Disciple Qin Shu pays respects to master." A gentle, ethereal force seemed to lift her body as the Reverend Ling Shu said, "Rise." As he spoke, his divine sense swept across the devouring heaven furnace. It was precisely because of this glance that he was even more astonished. Without any guidance, one could refine pills perfectly? This young disciple's talent was truly outstanding. Then he noticed a piece of paper placed beside Qin Shu's hand, densely covered with small characters. Curiously, he raised his hand, and with spiritual power, the paper unfolded before him. The handwriting was still not very good, but the content on it completely shocked the true Lord Ling Shu. There were 3 key factors and 10 details regarding enhancing the success rate and quality of pill refinement. Qin Shu scratched the back of her head sheepishly. "Master, I'm used to scribbling casually. I saw these in books and just organized them." The true Lord Ling Shu nodded and returned the paper to her. "Shush, this habit of yours is truly commendable. Learning is relatively easy, but summarizing is extremely difficult. With such a mindset, you've already outpaced many practitioners in the path of cultivation." Chapter 79. Is this what the life of immortals is like? Qin Shu wanted to say that in the 21st century, summarizing while learning was just an ordinary skill that every candidate had to possess. She forced a smile, thinking that fortunately, not all her classmates had transmigrated. Otherwise, the slackers in the cultivation world would have been left far behind. Master, this isn't really a remarkable ability. The true Lord Ling Shu assumed she was being modest, and his impression of this young girl became even more favorable. Stroking his beard, he looked at Qin Shu with a kind smile and said, "Sure, what's the probability of you perfectly refining the rejuvenation pills?" Qin Shu bowed respectfully and replied, "In response to Master's question, since half a month ago, each batch of pills I refined has yielded 10 top-grade pills." The true man Ling Shu was secretly surprised in his heart, and then he smiled contentedly. "Not bad, not bad. Shu, you can now skillfully master the essence of refining the rejuvenation pill. In my opinion, it's time for you to learn to refine other pills." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shu let out a wry smile. Looking at the true man Ling Shu, she said, "Master, I also wish to, but I still haven't paid off my debts." Hearing this, the true man Ling Shu was even more astonished. "What debts? Haven't you paid them off after refining top-grade rejuvenation pills for half a month? You've only been in the sect for a year. How could you have incurred so many external debts?" Qin Shu sighed and explained to him, "Second senior, brother once gave me a flying magical tool. In return, I promised to help him fulfill his 60-year sect's pill refining task. Not long ago, second senior, brother rented this pill refining furnace to me. I promised that for each batch of pills I refined, one would be given to him as rent." The true man Ling Shu. This one the richer he gets, the more stingy he becomes. He even calculates so precisely with his fellow junior sister. "I understand now," the true man Ling Shu said. Then casually took out a pill refining furnace from his storage ring and gave it to Qin Shu. "Return your senior brother's furnace. Use this one. In our pill sect, the thing we lack the least is pill refining furnaces." Qin Shu looked at the furnace that he stuffed into her arms. The purple, golden furnace was engraved with numerous runes. She was slightly stunned for a moment, and then worry welled up in her heart. "Master, my spiritual energy seems to be rather special. Before using second senior brother's furnace, I've already blown up 5 furnaces. Use this alchemy furnace. What if?" Before she could finish her words, the true master Ling Shu already knew what she meant and said, "It's all right. This alchemy furnace is sturdy. You need not worry." A look of delight flashed across Qin Shu's face, and a glimmer of light danced in her alluring eyes. "Disciple thanks Master for the reward." She immediately put away the alchemy furnace from the warm pond and set up the purple, gold alchemy furnace, ready to start refining pills. Seeing her actions, the true master Ling Shu thought she wanted to have a try to get a feel for it, so he stood aside watching, thinking he could offer her some guidance later. However, he didn't expect that after finishing one furnace of pills, Qin Shu would nonchalantly start refining the next one. The true master Ling Shu stood there, watching as she refined 5 furnaces of pills until her spiritual energy was exhausted. Then, with great proficiency, she swallowed a replenishing pill and raised her hand to start the next furnace. Unable to bear it any longer, the ignored true master Ling Shu called out to her, "Shu." Qin Shu snapped back to reality and looked at the true master Ling Shu behind her. She seemed even more surprised than the true master Ling Shu himself. "Master?" She didn't say the last sentence, "Why haven't you left yet?" But the true master Ling Shu could tell. "Have you always been refining pills like this?" The true master Ling Shu asked. Qin Shu shook her head. Just as the true master Ling Shu let out a sigh of relief, he heard Qin Shu reply calmly, "Disciple only refines pills like this during the day. When there is moonlight at night, I still need to practice cultivation." The true master Ling Shu was speechless. Heaven and earth could testify. If all the disciples in their pill sect were as diligent as her, they wouldn't have been in debt for 60 years. Their pill sect would have long been extremely wealthy. Although the true man Ling Shu was shocked in his heart, he only left 2 more bottles of abstemious pills for her and then returned. As soon as the true man Ling Shu left, Qin Shu sent a message to Wen Qi. "Second senior brother, here's your alchemy furnace. I'm not borrowing this usurious loan anymore." Wen Qi replied swiftly, "What? Have you completed the task? My master bestowed a new alchemy furnace upon me. This heart, less miser, can no longer exploit me." Qin Shu's cadenced voice resounded, causing Wen Qi to burst into laughter. This little one didn't know where she learned these novel phrases. Well, that's hard to say. At first, Qin Shu thought he was just being too proud to let it go. But then she heard Wen Qi send another message. "A little squirrel suddenly scampered onto my mountain and ruined one of my golden plume orchids." The expression on Qin Shu's face froze. A thought just popped up in her mind. Could she just pretend she didn't know this little squirrel? However, Wen Qi's voice shattered her illusion right after. "Why do I detect your aura on this little squirrel?" Qin Shu. The harder she strived, the poorer she became. Perhaps she was the only one in the world like this. Watch over her. If she damages anything else, I won't compensate. Qin Shu stared blankly, her heart bleeding. After this incident, Qin Shu had no mood to continue alchemy. By now, she had completed 8.5 years of her senior brother's 60-year task. She put away the furnace, walked out of the alchemy chamber, and directly flew towards Wenqi's cave on a Bodhi leaf. It was her first time coming here. There were various restrictions on the peak of Wenqi's abode. When Qin Shu reached the entrance, she could only obediently send a message to Wenqi. The more so, the more curious she became. How on earth did Xiao Xiao manage to get into her senior brother's heavily encrypted cave before she could figure it out? The restriction in front of her opened. The once ordinary peak seemed to have the thin veil covering it lifted, revealing pavilions, towers, and the serene scenery of leisurely clouds and cranes. This was the life of immortals, wasn't it? Compared with this mountain, Qin Shu felt like a primitive cave dweller. She reckoned that even Granny Lu, when she first entered the Grand View Garden, wasn't as shocked as she was at this moment. She picked up her dropped jaw and stepped into this wonderland. As she walked across the small bridge over the flowing water, a school of colorful koi clustered around her, their red scales as bright as the evening clouds in the sky. She wished she could grow 8 pairs of eyes to take in every corner of her senior brother's residence. When she lived in a palace, just as she reached the foot of the steps, a rainbow-like light extended from the palace all the way to her feet. Qin Shu thought, is this the elevator in the immortal, cultivating world? She carefully stepped onto it and found that she could really stand firm. The rainbow-like light slowly carried her towards the palace on the mountaintop. Dear junior sister, your senior brother has waited for you so long. Just as she appeared in front of the door, a voice softly drifted out from the palace. Chapter 80. Drawing a circle to confine oneself. Qin Shu couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the third great plant Xiao Xiao had ruined. At such a young age, she had to shoulder so many debts. How she wished she could just default. Just as she stood hesitantly at the door, torn between going in and simply turning around to leave, when Qi's voice came out again. Junior sister, don't tell me you're trying to run away? Qin Shu was seen through by him, knowing that one could evade for a moment, but not forever. She could only heave a sigh and brace herself to step across the threshold. When she was dressed in a moon-white robe, no one knew what material it was made of. It seemed as if a gentle glow of moonlight enveloped the robe, coupled with his handsome face. He looked ethereal and otherworldly. A little squirrel was sprawled carelessly on his lap. Qin Shu spotted it at once. She quickly stepped forward 2 paces and asked, what's wrong with Xiao Xiao? They had signed a master-servant contract with a soul-binding constraint. If anything happened to Xiao Xiao, she would definitely sense it. When she picked up the squirrel by its tail, its 4 little paws hung limply, looking extremely pitiful. A pang of worry shot through Qin Shu's heart. What on earth had happened to it? When she then placed Xiao Xiao back on his arm and walked towards Qin Shu. As Qin Shu watched him approaching step by step, it felt as if the debt collector had come. She involuntarily took a step back. When she also noticed her little move, the corners of his mouth twitched upward slightly, and a glint seemed to flash across his eyes. This is the consequence of gluttony. A first-rank illusion, breaking rat sneaked in and gobbled up a third-rank golden, feathered orchid. Well, if she doesn't suffer, who will? Senior brother, I see that your cave is full of prohibitions everywhere. How could a little first-rank squirrel get in? Qin Shu asked, a look of confusion on her face. Scarcely had she uttered those words when, upon raising her head, she caught sight of her second senior brother regarding her with an indescribable expression. What's wrong? Qin Shu stammered. When she extended a large hand with well-defined knuckles, a glint of golden light flashed in his hand, and a colossal book materialized. Junior sister, take this back and have a look, he said. Qin Shu's gaze alighted on the book, and she saw the large characters on the title page. Complete Guide to Demonic Beasts in the Immortal Cultivation World. Qin Shu was at a loss for words. She admitted that she was somewhat ignorant in this regard, yet she dared not accept the book from her second senior brother. What if this seemingly ordinary book would land her in debt for decades? How could she continue her immortal cultivation then? She'd be worse off than a 996 worker. Her head shook like a rattle. I'll just borrow a copy from the library later, she hurriedly said. When she saw through her thoughts at a glance and scoffed. Look at your timidity. I'm lending this book to you without any rent. Only then did Qin Shu secretly heave a sigh of relief. She beamed at Wenqi and said, Senior brother, then I won't stand on ceremony. Wenqi watched as she excitedly hugged the book, which was almost as tall as her. It looked comical no matter how one looked at it. Out of kindness, he explained to her. The innate skill of a first-order illusion, breaking mouse, is to be immune to any restrictions. So that's why the little creature could easily reach his peak. Seeing Qin Shu's suddenly enlightened look, Wenqi continued, you should be glad it came to me. If it had gone somewhere it shouldn't have, you might even be implicated. Qin Shu frowned, and her expression grew solemn. Thank you, senior brother, for keeping her for me. I'll compensate you for that golden feather orchid, Qin Shu said sincerely. In fact, when she didn't really care. There were all kinds of spiritual plants in his yard. One could accidentally trample on several third-grade spiritual plants with just a random step. He said that simply to tease this little girl. But seeing that she seemed to take it seriously, he thought for a moment and then continued, "There's no need. Didn't I tell you to catch more silver, white snakes in the secret realm? You can use those to pay off the debt." Hearing this, Qin Shu finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. She didn't have much of other things, but she did have quite a few silver, white snakes. As if it were a fair transaction, she carefully retrieved Xiao Xiao from Wen Qi's hand. Xiao Xiao curled up on her forearm, eyes tightly shut. If one got close enough, they could even hear the soft snoring. Qin Shu twitched the corners of her mouth, looked up at Wen Qi in front of her, and asked, "Senior brother, when will this little thing wake up?" Wen Qi returned to his jade seat and replied, "It depends on when she can fully absorb that spiritual plant. It could be 3 months, or it could be 3 years. It all depends on her fortune." Qin Shu sighed and said, "Well, it's safer to keep this little thing in the jade pendant space in the future." Seeing her worried face, Wen Qi consoled her, "There is no concept of time in the path of cultivating immortality. You don't have to worry too much. When she wakes up next time, she should have advanced." Qin Shu nodded. This was indeed some good news. After leaving Wen Qi's cave, Qin Shu sat on a Bodhi leaf and returned to the outside of her own cave. More than a month had passed. She wondered how the 5 spiritual plants she had planted were doing. As soon as she landed, she went straight to her experimental field. She looked at the field and then at the cluster of bright red flowers, which she had casually planted beside the roses and dug from the nursery outside the cabin. Something seemed amiss. Originally, the roses were quite close to this big red flower. Somehow, the roses nearby seemed to have had their nutrients plundered and were all wilted. As for the 2 spiritual plants that were originally planted beside it, they had moved to the other side. What on earth was going on? Did spiritual plants have legs? Qin Shu was extremely curious. Instead of just thinking, she decided to take action directly. She protected one of the plants with her wooden spiritual qi and carefully dug it out, intending to plant it beside the big red flower. However, as soon as she planted it, she saw the 2 leaves of the spiritual plant tremble. She got up and was about to walk into the cave dwelling when she noticed that the spiritual plant was quietly moving to the side. Qin Shu rubbed her eyes. This was truly unheard of. Could spiritual plants run away? What kind of freak was this thing? In the complete guide to spiritual plants in the cultivation world she had read before, it was mentioned that if a ginseng, like spiritual plant, was found, one must immediately cast the draw a prison on the ground spell, otherwise, one might not be able to find the ginseng the next time. Could this spiritual plant be a ginseng? With this conjecture in mind, Qin Shu felt much more satisfied. If it was really a ginseng, its rank should not be too low, and she wouldn't have to use that frogstone carving for refining. This time, she didn't force them to be planted together again. Instead, worried that this ginseng would run around like Xiao Xiao, she casually cast the draw a prison on the ground spell on it. It was not until she returned to her cave on the mountaintop that she completely relaxed. Truly, there's no place like home. She placed Xiao Xiao on her knee and casually took out the complete compendium of demonic beasts in the cultivation world given by the second senior brother. Then flipped to the chapter about Xiao Xiao. The illusion-breaking rat, a first-order demonic beast, is a growable one with an unknown peak growth level. Chapter 81. Unable to find its race. Unknown? Qin Shu was somewhat perplexed. Generally, when the word unknown is attached, it easily represents 2 extremes. Either it's extremely powerful or it's hard to put into words. Qin Shu didn't dare to think too much. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It's better not to have too high hopes for a little thing that can plant grass on a tree. The large book was quite difficult for Qin Shu to hold. So she simply picked up Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping soundly on her lap, and placed it on her shoulder. She laid the book flat on her legs and turned another page. This page detailed the specific habits and skills of the illusion-breaking rat. It feeds on nuts and spiritual fruits, and is extremely timid yet alert. Someone once caught a glimpse of this little thing in the Maisai jungle in the eastern continent. But it vanished in a flash. Qin Shu read this line carefully again, then turned to look at the little thing with its 4 tiny paws hanging and its tail drooping, sleeping defenselessly, and fell into silence. Timid yet alert? Could it be that the only bold one was the one she encountered? Qin Shu thought that since she had borrowed the book anyway, she might as well read more to learn about the demonic beasts in the cultivation world. Among them, she also found information about senior brother Ruiming's wind-returning crane clan and the silver-white fish kept in the small pond in the backyard. To her surprise, she rummaged through the entire book but failed to find the species of the great snake. Its scales were pitch black with a metallic sheen. Its eyes were dark, gold vertical pupils, and its spiritual energy was gold, green, highly venomous. The book did record quite a few snake species. However, after careful comparison for a long while, she found that these snakes were still different from the great snake she had raised. Could it be a hybrid? Or a mutation? Qin Shu closed the book, propping her chin with one hand, and murmured to herself. Since she had no clue anyway, Qin Shu simply stopped thinking about it. She got up and rushed to her second senior brother's cave to return the great golden book and his alchemy furnace to him. When she took them over, looking up at Qin Shu with a half smile and casually inquiring, "Are you really not renting anymore? What kind of furnace did your master give you? Can it withstand your mishandling?" Qin Shu firmly shook her head and took out her newly obtained small furnace for him to see. "No need. Brother, look. The alchemy furnace bestowed by the master is excellent, and I find it quite handy to use. So, please don't worry about me, brother." When she had just scoffed. But when his gaze fell on the purple, gold furnace in Qin Shu's hand, he couldn't laugh anymore. "How partial the master is. He even gave you the purple, gold furnace?" When she exclaimed, of course, the purple, gold furnace couldn't compare with his devouring heaven furnace. However, compared with the alchemy furnace that the master casually gave him as a beginner in the weapons sect for practice, it was indeed a world of difference. Qin Shu put away the small purple, gold furnace and then took out 96 bottles of pills from her storage ring, filling one cheese green, jade table to the brim. "Brother, the rent is all paid up." At first, when she watched with great interest as she took out bottles from her possession. However, as more and more bottles piled up on the table, he was somewhat taken aback. "Is this the rent?" Qin Shu nodded affirmatively. "Yes. For each batch of pills, only one pill is required as rent. Little junior sister, you must calculate carefully. If you make a mistake, senior brother won't refund it to you." His eyes were filled with smiles as his gaze swept across the pile of bottles and then landed on Qin Shu. Qin Shu nodded seriously and explained, "There won't be any mistake. I've refined a total of 960 batches of pills. Naturally, I should give you 960 pills as rent, with 10 pills in each bottle. It's exactly 96 bottles." When Qi's fan slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, he didn't even bother to pick it up. Instead, he looked up at Qin Shu directly, his eyes brimming with shock. "You refined 960 batches of pills in just over a month. More than 30 batches a day." The incredulity in his tone made Qin Shu feel as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. In fact, she had just refined a few batches of pills. Although it was a bit tedious, she got used to it as time went on. "Yes, it's a bit slow, but I need time to practice at night." When Qi's pupils dilated, he looked at Qin Shu as if she were some rare species. "You still practice at night?" he retorted lightly. Qin Shu still nodded, looking at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to understand why he would ask such a question. Naturally, if one doesn't practice diligently, wouldn't one fall far behind others? When she has already reached the 4th level of Qi training. The young disciples who entered the sect at the same time as her are still lingering at the 3rd level of Qi training. Only a few gifted ones like Qi can barely reach this cultivation level. Who on earth is far behind whom? Suddenly, he could understand why the master treated the little junior sister so well. Diligent children are indeed more likable. Besides, it's estimated that the little junior sister will have to take the lead in this year's pill refining mission of the pill sect. However, he was wrong about this. The news that Qin Shu, the little junior sister of the pill sect, had refined a total of 9,600 pills after a month. Long seclusion in the pill refining room soon spread among the disciples in the pill room. Thanks to the large number of pills she refined, the number of supplementary Qi pills that the disciples of Xiantian Gate could exchange for this month had increased. When she was really numb upon learning this news, she had refined 960 batches of pills, with 9,600 pills successfully made, and each batch had reached the maximum yield. He casually picked up a porcelain bottle on the green jade table. As soon as he pulled out the stopper, a strong fragrance of pills wafted out from the bottle. When he could hardly believe it. He opened several more porcelain bottles one after another and found that they were all filled with top-grade supplementary Qi pills. It turned out that his junior sister had already been able to perfectly refine pills within this 1-month period. Qiyu also got the news. She held the message, transmitting Jade's slip in her hand, and was in a daze for a long time. After much hesitation, she finally made up her mind and sent a message to Qin Shu while pinching the jade slip. "Little junior sister, I have some doubts about pill refining. I wonder if I could ask you for some guidance." The master had been in seclusion for a long time, and the message she sent to the senior brother had vanished without a trace. It was likely that the senior brother was also in seclusion. She herself couldn't figure anything out either. Now, the suddenly emerged junior sister was undoubtedly the best choice. Qin Shu had just finished refining a furnace of pills. Upon seeing this message, she immediately replied, "Senior sister, just tell me. If I know, I'll surely disclose everything." Over there, Qiyu was probably waiting for her words. In the next instant, the message came back. Qin Shu heard her senior sister ask in a clear, enunciated voice, "What should I do if the furnace explodes?" Qin Shu. If it was about other things, she might not know. But when it came to furnace explosions, perhaps no one in the entire sect knew more about it than her. She smiled and replied, "This matter is a long story. If senior sister has free time, Come to the alchemy room and let's discuss it together. Chapter 82. Remember this sensation, Qi, you put away the jade slip. She raised her hand and cast a cleaning spell to tidy up her cave, which had been in a complete mess after the explosion. She plucked the broken red feather on her head, and then transformed into her original form and flew menacingly towards the alchemy room. A red shadow flashed across the sky. It landed outside the alchemy room and strode towards the alchemy room where Qin Shu was. Many people saw this. When Qin Shu saw Qiyu walk in and glanced at the missing red feather on her head, recalling her own broken hairpin, she immediately understood everything. When Qiyu noticed Qin Shu sizing up her head, she felt a bit uncomfortable, as if she had exposed her weakness. Who could have imagined that she set her own feathers on fire while refining pills? Looking at Qin Shu's star-struck expression, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she saw Qin Shu approaching endearingly and whispering, "Senior sister, did you also have a furnace explosion?" Qiyu keenly grasped the keyword also, suddenly realizing something. She looked up at Qin Shu in disbelief and asked, "Junior sister, could it be that you?" Qin Shu nodded bashfully and sighed. "I've had 5 furnace explosions already." Hearing this, Qiyu felt as if she had found a kindred spirit. She grabbed Qin Shu's hand and said, Shu, what did you do later?" "I've had 3 furnace explosions too. All the refining furnaces I brought from home have been blown up. I've also sent anonymous messages on the communication jade slip to inquire, but I still haven't found out anything," Qin Shu told her. "I asked the second senior brother that day. He said it was a problem with my refining furnace." After thinking for a while, she pulled Qiyu to sit in her seat and then said, "Senior sister, try using my furnace. Perhaps you're also having issues with the furnace." Hearing Qin Shu's words, Qiyu felt a bit more at ease and sat down in front of Qin Shu's refining furnace. Just as she closed her eyes and was about to circulate her spiritual energy, she suddenly thought of something. She said to Qin Shu, "Little junior sister, don't worry. If I blow up your furnace, I'll definitely compensate you with a better one." Qin Shu smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. If it really explodes, let's go to our master and see if we can figure something out." Qiyu closed her eyes and circulated her spiritual qi. The scorching fire spiritual qi rushed into the alchemy furnace. The temperature of this flame was even higher than that of Qin Shu's. Even Qin Shu, who was sitting beside her, was now covered in a thin layer of sweat at this moment. However, Qin Shu was not affected in her train of thought by this. She stared intently at the alchemy furnace, feeling the spiritual pearls inside gradually vanishing into nothingness under the searing heat. This time, fortunately, the furnace didn't explode. But there was not even a trace left of the spiritual herbs in the furnace. Qiyu slowly opened her eyes. Qin Shu was still thinking about how to console her when, unexpectedly, Qiyu turned to her with an excited look on her face and said, "Junior sister, I didn't make the furnace explode this time." Qin Shu, well, it can also be regarded as a bit of progress, right? Through her observation, she believed that the probability of Qiyu successfully refining a pill was rather slim. It was not because her fire was not strong enough, but because she lacked the wood's spiritual root, making it extremely difficult for her to grasp the right measure. No wonder everyone said that having both fire and wood's spiritual roots was essential for becoming a master alchemist. However, this was not an insurmountable obstacle. Just like when they were at school, what could they do with those children who lacked talent? There was only one answer: rote memorization. There was no formula that couldn't be applied, only children who didn't work hard. "Senior sister, don't be anxious. I've already figured out the reason. This time, slowly infuse your fire spiritual power and stop when I tell you to." Hearing what she said, Qiyu felt reassured. Qin Shu then took out another set of materials for the nourishing spirit pill and gave them to her. Qiyu tossed a medicinal herb into the alchemy furnace and, as Qin Shu had instructed, first injected a wisp of spiritual qi as small as the tip of a finger into it. The alchemy furnace gradually heated up. Seeing this, Qin Shu also raised her hand and infused a wisp of wood's spiritual energy into the furnace. While sensing the current state of the spiritual plants in the furnace, she said to Qiyu, "Add a little more. Keep adding." "Yes, good, that's enough." Qiyu quickly stabilized the fire spiritual energy, not daring to increase the temperature any further. The red and gold alchemy furnace was also roasted red by her special fire spiritual energy. Qin Shu then asked her to throw in the second spiritual plant, still using the same method. After several times, all the spiritual plants were refined into a liquid state. Qin Shu quickly commanded, "Senior sister, hurry. Spread out your spiritual energy and get ready for the fusion." Qiyu responded with an affirmative grunt and followed her instructions. The continuous fire spiritual energy filled the entire alchemy furnace, carefully enclosing the spiritual liquid. The impurities in the spiritual liquid had long been evaporated by the high temperature. The temperature in the alchemy room was extremely high, and one could even hear the hissing sound of the spiritual liquid in the furnace. Both Qin Shu and Qi Yu had flushed faces, one out of excitement and the other due to the heat. Finally, all the spiritual liquids merged into one mass. Qin Shu then urged again, quickly form the seals. The pills are about to take shape. Qi Yu changed her hand movements, and gradually the temperature in the furnace dropped. Qin Shu also withdrew her with spiritual energy. Qi Yu opened her eyes and looked at Qin Shu, only to meet her beaming face. Senior sister, quickly open the furnace. Qi Yu's eyes were filled with joy, and her expression was a bit tense. She pursed her lips and nodded vigorously, saying, yes. Qin Shu watched as Qi Yu cast a spell on the alchemy furnace and felt herself getting tense as well. Then, with a wave of Qi Yu's hand, 5 spiritual pills flew out. The pills she refined were 2 circles smaller than those refined by others, looking about the size of Wuji Baifeng pills or Luwei Dihuang pills. Qi Yu frowned tightly. Was this a failure? Qin Shu held a Bu Ling pill and examined it for a moment. Since she couldn't detect any problems anyway, she simply popped one into her mouth. A gentle and profound spiritual power swept through her meridians. After a long time, Qin Shu opened her eyes. Qi Yu hurriedly asked, how was it? Qin Shu gave her a thumbs up and said, it's excellent. Senior sister, your pills don't take up much space, and their efficacy is quite good. Qi Yu was a bit skeptical. Qin Shu said, you'll know once you take one yourself. Qi Yu thought for a while and finally swallowed one. She herself realized that the efficacy of the pills she refined was actually not bad. It was just, why were they so small? Qin Shu continued, senior sister, I guess it's because your fire spiritual energy is too rich, making the spiritual liquid extremely pure. However, this is also quite good. It's more convenient to take. You can sell them in bottles of 20 to high-level cultivators. They usually take pills by the bottle, so surely many will buy them. Qi Yu had also sensed Qin Shu's with spiritual energy in the alchemy furnace just now. She frowned again and said, junior sister, but I can't ask you for help every time I refine pills. I don't have the wood spiritual root and can't sense the changes in spiritual plants. Qin Shu replied, you don't need to, senior sister. Did you remember just now how long it took you to refine one spiritual plant and how long for the fusion process? As long as you remember this feeling, you'll be able to concoct pills on your own. Chapter 83. Modeling Experiment. Qi Yu gazed at Qin Shu's smiling face and suddenly felt a bit lost. Could this really work? Junior sister, is it just about remembering the time to condense spiritual plants? Then I'll give it another try. Qin Shu pondered for a moment and then said, senior sister, if you wish to enhance the success rate of pill concoction, we need to conduct a few more experiments. Experiment? Qi Yu was once again bewildered. What was this? A modeling experiment was nothing special for a science student. However, for Qi Yu, a native of the demon clan, it was a brand new term. Qin Shu led her to a nearby cushion and sat down, saying, senior sister, the medicinal power varies with the age of the medicinal herbs. Naturally, the time required to remove the impurities also differs. Since you don't have the wood's spiritual root and can't accurately sense the most suitable extraction time. But for herbs of similar ages, the medicinal power doesn't vary greatly. Through attempts, we can estimate an approximate time, and thus solve the problem of sensing the medicinal power. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu immediately perked up. Her pair of lively eyes sparkled with excitement. If I learn to concoct pills, I'll be the sole pill concocting master in our fire, spirit bird clan. Qin Shu could detect her excitement. Even her tone had risen a few pitches. She also smiled and said, then I'll offer my early congratulations to you, senior sister. Qi Yu pursed her lips and shyly smiled. Shall we give it a try right now? Qin Shu had obtained quite a number of spiritual plants to assist her second senior brother with a task. She had spiritual plants aged 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and even 50 years. Senior sister, let's start with the 10-year-old spiritual plants first. You must remember this feeling. People in the cultivation world generally have good memories. She has faith in her little senior sister. Qi Yu nodded solemnly, watching Qin Shu throw the spiritual plant into the alchemy furnace. She quickly composed herself and drew out another wisp of the dense fire spiritual energy and infused it into the alchemy furnace. One must always be patient during the experiment. In the cultivation world, the concept of time is rather vague. Months or even years can pass in a blink of an eye. Qin Shu even thought that if she could have a stopwatch at this moment, it might be more helpful for improving her little senior sister's alchemy skills. She also considered making an hourglass for her little senior sister. But they were not proficient in artifact, refining, and didn't know any disciples from the artifact sect, so they had no idea where to get such a thing. After hundreds of experiments by the two of them, they finally achieved some initial results. Qi Yu's control over the fire spiritual energy had improved significantly compared to before. Qin Shu took out another portion of spiritual plants and handed them to her. Senior sister, do it on your own this time. Qi Yu was stunned, and the fire's spiritual energy she had gathered in her hand dissipated. A flicker of self-doubt flashed across her eyes as she looked at Qin Shu. Junior sister. However, Qin Shu firmly stuffed the spiritual plants into her hand. Senior sister, we've refined over 100 batches of pills. You're definitely capable of this. After saying that, she changed the topic and continued, even if it fails, it's just a portion of spiritual plants. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Qi Yu thought there was some truth to it and regained her composure. As soon as she took out the spiritual plant, she could quickly tell the age of the plant and casually tossed it into the alchemy furnace. Before taking action, she harbored a bit of unease. Nevertheless, once she truly started, she regained her composure. If one were to inquire about the reason, one could only say it was simply because of practice making perfect. After infusing her spiritual energy to a certain extent, she automatically halted, then tossed in the next medicinal herb and continued the refining process. Her movements were as smooth as a flowing cloud and a gurgling stream. Eventually, her actions came to a stop. In the dim recesses of her perception, she felt that she should have successfully refined the pills. She opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Qin Shu urged her on the side. Senior sister, quickly open it and have a look. Qi Yu replied with a hum. She cast a spell formula, and the purple, gold lid was lifted. Qi Yu formed hand seals with both hands and cast a spell formula. 6 plump pills were then held up by the spiritual energy. A relieved smile appeared on Qi Yu's face. Qin Shu had already started excitedly praising on the side. Little senior sister, we've succeeded. Qi Yu turned her head and met her sparkling eyes. Seemingly influenced by her, she also burst into laughter and said, Shu, thank you so much this time. Qin Shu blinked at her and said, Senior sister, you're being too polite. Master said that we senior and junior sisters among the same sect should help each other. Qi Yu shook her head and said, it's not just that. All the spiritual plants I used for this pill, refining were provided by you. Junior sister, calculate how many spiritual plants I used, and I'll compensate you. Hearing this, Qin Shu laughed even more heartily and said, Senior sister, I really have to thank you this time. Thank me? Qi Yu retorted. Yes. Qin Shu said, Senior sister, do you still remember that I owe second senior brother 60 years of the sect's alchemy tasks? Qi Yu finally understood. She glanced at the scattered pill bottles on the ground and then looked up at Qin Shu. Junior sister, do you mean? These were all refined for second senior brother? Qin Shu smiled so widely that her eyes were almost shut. Yes, actually, I really have to thank you, senior sister. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take me to refine so many pills. When she refined pills alone, her spiritual energy was depleted very quickly. She could only persevere thanks to the spirit replenishing pills. However, with the help of her little senior sister injecting fire's spiritual energy, it was different. She only needed to inject a small amount of wood's spiritual energy. As the cooperation between the two became more and more tacit, the efficiency of alchemy was also greatly improved. Look, she had repaid more than a year's worth of second senior brother's debt. She laughed without restraint. Like a kitten that had stolen fish. She didn't feel annoyed when seeing this, but rather found such a junior sister quite adorable. She imitated Qin Shu and winked at her, saying, Junior sister, in that case, we're even. What they didn't know was that while they were in seclusion for cultivation, the gossips about them in the sect had already spread throughout the Xiantian gate. As soon as Qing Yin came out of seclusion, he heard someone say that Qi Yu had gone to cause trouble for Qin Shu. That day, she went to Qin Shu's alchemy room in a menacing manner and never came out. No one knew if the two had fought. Fought? Cheng Yin couldn't believe that he had missed so many things just because he had been in seclusion for only a little over a month. You two, wait a moment. Cheng Yin stopped the 2 young disciples who were talking. The 2 young disciples turned around and saw the inner sect token hanging on his waist. Their expressions changed instantly, and they quickly bowed respectfully, saying, Senior brother. Cheng Yin asked sternly with a straight face, what were you two talking about just now? Did Qi Yu and Qin Shu get into a fight? The 2 young disciples exchanged a glance, and both burst into smiles. They asked Cheng Yin, Senior brother, are you also interested in this gossip? The matter between Qi Yu and Qin Shu has spread all over the sect. It is said that Qin Shu has caught the eye of second senior brother when Qi, who personally went to the alchemy room to guide her in alchemy. Qi Yu was extremely dissatisfied and stormed over there. Chapter 84, Immortal Master, do you offer fortune telling? Cheng Yin. The 2 little kids are vying for Wen Qi's affection? To be honest, I really can't imagine that. Frowning tightly, Cheng Yin asked seriously, who spread this rumor? The 2 young disciples in front of him, as meek as quails, lowered their heads and replied honestly, we're not sure. But many people saw Qi Yu striding angrily into the alchemy room that day. Rubbing his throbbing temple, Cheng Yin scolded. How could 2 kids of 11 or 12 years old have such ideas? They are all slacking off and slandering their fellow disciples. They all should go to the mission hall and take on an extra year of alchemy tasks. Although he didn't quite believe that Qi Yu and Qin Shu would fight over Wen Qi, he couldn't simply ignore it. After scolding these 2 imps, he quickly flew towards the alchemy room. However, when he hastened to the door of the alchemy room and tentatively probed with his divine sense. He discovered that the two people inside were each sitting on a futon, chatting while holding a messaging jade slip. They were smiling and chatting merrily. Not at all like the rumored brawl. Well, if they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. He gently knocked on the door 4 times and pushed it open. Just then, he heard someone say, "Our senior apprentice sister is really good at alchemy now." But then another voice said, "But senior apprentice sister always causes the ordinary alchemy furnaces to explode. Master, what should we do? Otherwise, could you check if you have any extra furnaces?" Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he met the gazes of 2 upturned little heads. His eyes then fell on the alchemy furnace in the middle of the room. It was a purple-gold alchemy furnace. How could it be here? Could it be that the master had been here? Before he could figure it out, he heard Qin and Qin Shu call out, "Senior apprentice brother." Cheng Yin came to his senses and also caught the fragrance of pills in the air. He casually asked, "You can successfully refine pills now?" Qin Shu and Qin both nodded. Cheng Yin then continued, "Oh, you can all refine pills successfully?" In response, he still saw 2 little heads nodding continuously. Only then did Cheng Yin smile and say, "It seems that when Qi's guidance has some effect." The smile on Qin Shu's face faded. "Senior apprentice brother. The rent for the second senior apprentice brother's alchemy furnace is so expensive. I paid him 960 pills as rent." Even though Cheng Yin considered himself well-traveled, upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. 960 pills? Is Wen Qi not afraid of master's reproach? Qin Shu spread her hands, looking utterly helpless. Cheng Yin then turned his head to look at Qiyu. Can junior sister Qiyu also form pills? This was truly beyond his expectation. Most demons of the demon race had single spiritual roots, which restricted their development in fields such as pill, refining, tool, forging, and talisman making. Qiyu now had a heavenly, grade fire, attribute spiritual root, and the fire spiritual energy on her body was extremely rich. With such natural talent, if it were applied to swordsmanship and spells, she would surely make rapid progress. However, using it for pill, refining, it was not that easy. How on earth did she form a pill? Cheng Yin was really curious. If other demons of the demon race knew about this, they would surely be extremely envious. With his sharp eyes, he soon noticed the paper that Qin Shu had casually thrown on the ground. It was written with how long spiritual plants of different years needed to be refined. He could recognize at a glance that the handwriting was Qin Shu's. His expression gradually changed from surprise to shock, as if being suddenly enlightened. So it could be done in this way, if this method were really promoted. Disciples of any spiritual energy attribute could engage in pill refining. It didn't matter if one didn't have fire spiritual energy, earthly fire could also be used. And if one didn't have wood spiritual energy, it was even less of a problem. One just needed to remember the refining time of spiritual plants. All sorts of ideas popped up in his mind, which finally converged into one sentence. Go to master. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to say to the 2 junior sisters, diligence in cultivation is a good thing, but it's also necessary to go out and have a look occasionally. A proper balance between work and rest is the right way. Qin Shu clasped her fists in salute and replied, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." After Cheng Yin left, Qin Shu also said to Qiyu beside her, "Junior martial sister, do you want to go out for a stroll?" Qiyu shook her head and said, "You go. I've just mastered this method. I need to practice for a few more days to get more proficient." Qin Shu agreed. Indeed, she had something to do this time. She walked out of the alchemy room. Somehow, people always looked at her in a rather strange way. She didn't know the reason and didn't ask much. She went to complete a part of the mission. Then she took out the crane feather that Rui Ming had given her and said, "Senior brother Rui Ming, are you there?" Rui Ming's voice came over quickly, "Yes." "Junior sister, where are you?" "I'll come right away." Qin Shu told him her location and then sat there waiting for him. Rui Ming was originally a wind-type monster and could fly fast. Moreover, since it was Qin Shu calling him and he was flying over in great haste, he flew even faster. After a quarter of an hour, Rui Ming appeared in front of Qin Shu. He transformed into a human form and excitedly exclaimed, "Junior sister, did you come to play with me?" Qin Shu laughed and said, "Senior brother, I can make pills now." Rui Ming was even happier than Qin Shu. Junior sister is so amazing. Qin Shu, being generous, took out 10 bottles of top-grade replenishing pills and gave them to Rui Ming. "Senior brother, these are made by myself. Here you are. As we agreed before, I'll be responsible for all the pills you need for your cultivation in the future." Rui Ming was extremely delighted. Usually, monsters have relatively simple minds without too many ulterior motives. He accepted Qin Shu's kindness and also showed his own goodwill. He accepted the pills and retrieved numerous spiritual plants from his internal space, presenting them all to Qin Shu. "Since you're an alchemist now, my dear junior sister, here are these spiritual plants for you. I have an abundance of them." Qin Shu gazed at the spiritual plants he took out. Almost all of them were of the 3rd grade or above, and there were even 3 rare, natural treasures mixed among them. These few bottles of top-grade rejuvenation pills she had probably couldn't even exchange for a single one of those natural treasures. Senior brother, these are far too precious. However, Wei Ming said, didn't you mention that you'd be responsible for all the pills I need for my cultivation in the future? Does that statement no longer hold true? Qin Shu quickly shook her head. No. If senior brother doesn't believe me, I can swear on my Tao heart. Wei Ming stopped her. No need, no need. These spiritual plants are of little use to me, but it's different when given to you, junior sister. You can refine pills. How remarkable you are. In the end, Qin Shu accepted the spiritual plants, thinking to herself that she would refine a special pill suitable for monsters for senior brother Wei Ming next time. Senior brother. I plan to stroll around Qijin City. Would you like to come along? Wei Ming's eyes lit up. I'll go. In Qijin City. Although it couldn't compare to the grandeur of the assembly, it was still quite bustling. There was a fortune-telling stall at the street corner, which hadn't been there the last time Qin Shu visited. On the white flag were 4 flamboyant characters reading divine calculations. Recalling the incident when Suihan refused to help He Xian with fortune-telling last time, Qin Shu thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to inquire here. She just had to first ascertain the accuracy of his predictions. She leaned forward and saw the stall owner with his head down, scrolling through a message transmitting jade slip. She called out, Immortal Master, do you offer fortune-telling? Chapter 85. Beginning to doubt one's existence, the stall owner looked up and saw 2 little fellows. They were just a bit taller than his fortune-telling table. Clearly quite young. Fortune-telling at such a young age? You probably don't even know what fate is, he said. This man held a crow feather fan in his hand. As he waved the fan, the strands of hair at his temples fluttered. He also had a rather youthful appearance. However, Qin Shu knew well that in the world of cultivation, one couldn't judge a person by their face. Some might look young but could actually be 8 or 1,000 years old. Hearing his words, Qin Shu deliberately raised an eyebrow and asked him, could it be that? You can't really tell fortunes accurately? With her long, narrow eyes and skeptical tone, she immediately annoyed the stall owner. He let out a disdainful snort, leaned back in his chair, and said arrogantly, raising his chin, you should go and inquire around. Can I, Lu Li, be inaccurate in fortune-telling? Suddenly, Qin Shu frowned. She reached up and scratched her hair. Lu Li? Why does this name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? She tilted her head and pondered for a long time. Then she caught a fleeting thought in her mind. She looked up at the man in front of her, openly showing her surprise on her face. Taking a step forward, she asked, Are you Lu Li from the Celestial Mystery Pavilion? Lu Li waved his crow feather fan even more vigorously. Yes, it's me. Since you've heard of my name, there's no need to elaborate on my fortune-telling skills, right? Qin Shu frowned and shook her head solemnly. There was truly no need for more words. Just as Lu Li's expression began to show smugness, he heard the little girl in front of him turn her head and whisper into the ear of the crane beside her, Since he is Lu Li, then let's leave. Others only ask for money when divining, but he might take one's life. Wei Ming had no intention of getting his fortune told in the first place. He was just a crane, and even if the sky fell, there would be the old man Fuching to bear it. He had good luck. Hearing what Qin Shu said, he also nodded slightly. Then let's leave. Senior brother will buy you spiritual fruits to eat. Hearing the conversation between the 2 little ones, veins popped on Lu Li's forehead. Was there anyone in this world who couldn't use sound transmission? How could they whisper so loudly right in front of him? He stopped the 2 little ones who were about to turn away. You stop. Qin Shu looked back at him and saw that Lu Li had stood up, so angry that his hands were trembling. He pointed at Qin Shu with his fan and scolded, You must explain clearly. What do you mean by others asking for money when divining while I take one's life? Wei Ming subconsciously stepped forward to shield Qin Shu behind him. This immortal master's cultivation should be higher than theirs. The 2 of them combined were no match for the other. However, he was at least a demonic beast, and the defense of his original form was much stronger than his little junior sister's, and he could withstand beatings better. But Qin Shu was relatively calm. Although Qijin City was not as grand as large-scale cities like Tailai City, it was still an affiliated city of Xiantian Gate. Fighting was prohibited here, which was originally a means for Xiantian Gate to protect its disciples. She imitated Lu Li's gesture, slightly raising her chin, narrowing her eyes, and arching her brows. Immortal Master Lu is also a wise man. I'll only say 2 words. Whether they're right or not, I'm sure the Immortal Master has his own judgment in mind. Hearing her words, Lu Li's expression tightened, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Then he saw the little girl in front of him suddenly smile and utter 2 words, spiritual veins. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. He rolled his eyes and quickly admitted defeat. Clasping his fists together, he pleaded, All right, I'll do free fortune telling for you. Is that okay? Don't say another word. Seeing his reaction, Qin Shu's lips curved into a deeper smile. Thank you for your kindness, immortal master, but we don't need the fortune telling. We'll take our leave first. Watching the little girl walk away with the crane, Lu Li frowned, turned around, and struck the table with his fan. A sudden flash of white light appeared, and a set of oracle bones materialized on the table. You won't let me calculate? I'll do it anyway. When he was calculating the spiritual veins for the Zhong family that day, he didn't know who had set him up and blocked the heavenly secrets, which made him fail to figure out the trick and almost cause a great disaster. As a result, he almost couldn't gain a foothold in Dongzhou. Out of desperation, he came to Qijin City. Fewer people here knew him, and it was also the stronghold of the Zhong family. If he could find a way to help the Zhong family in the future, it would be to settle his own karmic debts. However, he never expected that good news never goes beyond the gate, while bad news spreads far and wide. Did even the children in Qijin City know that his fortune-telling was inaccurate? Did he have to use an alias when traveling in the future? Lu Li quickly pinched the incantation gestures while opening his heavenly eye to observe the divination symbols on the oracle bone. At this sight, he was completely stunned. What kind of divination symbols were these? Was the oracle bone broken? Or had he truly lost his ability? Could he no longer discern the fate of even a young child? No. A real man must never admit his incapacity. He pinched the incantation gestures anew, squeezed out a drop of essence blood, and smeared it on the center of his brow. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire demeanor became much more listless. Damned. What on earth was the origin of this young child? He had actually suffered a backlash. Suffering a backlash wasn't a big deal, yet he hadn't seen anything at all. Over the years, Lu Li had been a prodigy in cultivation, but this time, he began to have some doubts about life. Was he truly no good at divination? As soon as this thought emerged, he forcefully suppressed it. After silently chanting the heart, clearing mantra a few times, he exhaled a foul breath, took out the message, transmitting jade slip. Found Sui Han's spiritual aura within it, and sent a message to him. Junior brother. Just as he called out to the other side, a reply message came back. Senior brother, is your Tao heart unsteady? Lu Li stared at the familiar words on the message, transmitting jade slip, and his heart was in turmoil. Although he was reluctant to admit it, their master was right. Sui Han was indeed more talented than him. The veins on the back of his hand bulged and only subsided after a long while. He also understood in his heart that only his junior brother Sui Han could help him now. Yes, he didn't know what kind of mood he was in when he wrote this single character, but Sui Han knew. With a casual stroke, Sui Han sent a message nonchalantly. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. Lu Li frowned slightly with his handsome brows and said, Junior brother, do you mean that you want me to go to the Zhong family? Sui Han couldn't bear it any longer and directly sent a voice message, saying, what I mean is that you should go to the person who makes you doubt your Tao heart. Lu Li understood then. Wasn't it that little boy? He looked at the message, transmitting jade slip in his hand, then at the oracle bones placed on the table, and finally looked up at the bustling Long Street. His eyes gradually grew firm. With a wave of his sleeve, the small stalls on the street vanished. He lifted his feet and chased in the direction where Qin Shu had left. Although he walked unhurriedly, he disappeared from sight in a few steps. At this moment, Qin Shu was squatting in front of a small stall, rummaging through several jade slips. A familiar voice came from behind her. Do you want to learn body movement techniques? Qin Shu turned around and saw Lu Li standing beside her, with his hands behind his back and his body bent as his gaze fell on the jade slips in her hand. Chapter 86. There is no path in this world originally. If the fairy wants to learn body movement techniques, perhaps I can teach you. Hearing this, alarm bells rang in Qin Shu's heart. As the saying goes, one who shows excessive kindness without a cause is either a villain or a thief. She wasn't a naive 11-year-old girl. How could she not understand such a simple truth? No, I won't learn. We physical cultivators never run away, Qin Shu said seriously while spouting nonsense. The simple and honest Wei Ming was directly stunned upon hearing this. He looked up at Qin Shu in confusion and said, Junior sister, aren't you a pill cultivator? However, before the last 3 words could come out, Qin Shu interrupted him. Senior brother, I'm a body cultivator. Wei Ming believed her, and his admiration for Qin Shu grew even more. His master had said that humans could practice various spells and understand the Tao. Heaven had bestowed upon them such remarkable talents, yet also the most delicate bodies. Whenever a human wanted to cultivate their body, they had to temper their bones and sinews and refine their skin. The pain they endured was countless times greater than that of their demonic counterparts. This junior sister was so young, yet she could endure the pain of body cultivation. Truly remarkable. Qin Shu had no idea what was going through his mind. If she knew, she would surely be ashamed. She was just a body cultivator who had never actually cultivated her body. That was all. Standing beside her, Luli looked at Qin Shu's small arms and legs. There was no sign of body cultivation at all. He didn't even need to perform divination to know she was talking nonsense. My dear fairy, aren't you really interested in learning this movement technique? I once obtained a movement technique in the small spiritual realm that can shrink the earth into inches. If you want to learn the legendary movement technique that could shrink the earth into inches. Qin Shu's heart was wildly tempted. However, there was always a voice in her heart reminding her. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. Even if there was, it was just a bait on a fishing hook. She looked at Luli. Her dark and bright eyes filled with determination. I won't learn it, Luli. He prided himself on the fact that no one could reject the movement technique that could shrink the earth into inches, yet this little girl had actually turned it down. This naive little thing. Did she even have a clue what an amazing opportunity she had just rejected? Seeing that he was about to say something more. The nearby stall keeper couldn't stand it anymore. He gruffly interrupted them and said, Can't this little fairy just want to look at my jade slips? There's no way to snatch business like this. What, shrinking the earth to an inch? It's probably just false advertising. I've seen too many of you glib and unscrupulous merchants. You claim it can shrink the earth to an inch, but when people buy it, it's as slow as a turtle crawling. Hearing this, Qin Shu nodded in agreement. This fellow, cultivator, is right. I won't believe you. Luli felt that there must be some misunderstanding. He braved the awkwardness and explained. I didn't say I'd ask for money. Hearing this, the stall keeper directly looked at Qin Shu. Little fairy, you can go back and ask your family. In this world, would you dare to take a cultivation technique that's free? Qin Shu shook her little head vigorously like a rattle. I dare not. Not only did she say so, but she also turned around and seriously warned her senior brother beside her, senior brother Wei Ming, when you're out, you mustn't be greedy for the benefits given by strangers. People's hearts are full of treachery. These days are chaotic, and there are many bad people outside. Wei Ming also nodded. Junior sister, you should also be careful. If you encounter danger, use the crane feather to call me. I can take a beating. Qin Shu felt warm-hearted. This senior brother was so adorable. Meanwhile, Luli, who was regarded as a man with a treacherous heart, had an indescribable look on his face. Where did he have any malicious intentions? He just wanted to adhere to his Tao heart. He hadn't been out for a long time. Had the children these days become so vigilant? Luli always followed Qin Shu, no matter how fast Wei Ming took Qin Shu to run. Before his absolute suppression in cultivation, he could easily catch up with them by using the technique of shrinking the earth into inches. He didn't attack these two little fellows either. Whenever they stopped, he would catch up and show off his technique of shrinking the earth into inches in front of them. He didn't believe that anyone under the sky could resist the allure of this technique. Finally, Qin Shu couldn't stand it any longer. She simply stopped, turned around and asked, Immortal Master Luli, what on earth do you want? Luli waved the sparrow feather fan in his hand, with a calm and composed smile on his face. Well, little fairy, is my body movement technique just for show? Qin Shu was so angry that she exhaled a puff of foul air. No, it's not, all right. Only then was Luli satisfied. You've got some discernment. Just as Qin Shu was about to retort, she heard him say again, All right, take me to meet your master. Qin Shu raised her eyebrows. Do you think you can see my master just as you wish? She had been under her master's tutelage for over a year, and she had only met her master 3 times. However, in the next moment, a paper crane flew in front of her and began to burn by itself. Her master's voice came from it. Sure, don't be impolite. Take Immortal Master Luli back to Lingxiao Peak. It turned out to be a message, transmitting note. The grandeur of it was quite intimidating. Suddenly, Qin Shu didn't want to use the message, transmitting jade slip anymore, and wanted to buy a stack of message, transmitting notes to play with. Luli, standing beside her, looked at the young girl in front of him and said, Your master has spoken. Can I see her now? Qin Shu recalled the gossip she had seen on the message jade slip before. This Luli should be an elder of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, which indicated that his cultivation was quite high. It was indeed reasonable that he had an old acquaintance with her master. However, how could an elder be so childish? Qin Shu couldn't figure it out, but she finally became more respectful in attitude. Immortal Master, please follow me. Luli followed Qin Shu onto the teleportation formation of the Mysterious Heaven Sect. He didn't have the waste token of the Mysterious Heaven Sect, but he had that of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. The Mysterious Heaven Sect and the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion were friendly sects, and it was indeed a common thing for them to come for exchanges and duels. Wei Ming parted ways with them at the sect entrance, while Luli followed Qin Shu and climbed step by step towards the peak where the true Lord of Lingxiao resided. It wasn't until they almost reached the halfway up the mountain that Luli finally couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Little fairy, why do we have to climb this mountain? Why don't you use your movement technique? Qin Shu fell into silence. Did she not want to use it? But she didn't have one. Originally, she used the children's fun to climb the mountain, but at this moment, she didn't want to take it out. She just wanted this show, off guy to suffer a bit. With a mind full of thoughts, but a calm face, she said, "Immortal master, I'm a physical cultivator." Even Luli began to gradually believe that she was really a physical cultivator who had just started practicing not long ago. But wasn't her master the true Lord Lingshu? And wasn't the true Lord Lingshu an 8th grade pill cultivator? Finally, they managed to climb up. The path that Qin Shu had previously opened up had become more solid at this time. Standing on the peak, gasping for breath, Luli said, "It seems there was no path here before. Did you make this path?" He merely asked casually, yet Qin Shu replied with a solemn look on her face. "There are no paths in the world. When many people tread on a place, a path is formed." Chapter 87. An epiphany triggered by a famous quote. Luli stood still on the spot. He turned around to look at the path he had just climbed up, then glanced at Qin Shu. His long, delicate eyelashes quivered slightly, and his eyes suddenly became hazy. Subsequently, right in front of Qin Shu, he gracefully lifted the hem of his robe and sat cross-legged. Qin Shu watched as he closed his eyes, and it seemed that the restless aura around him settled in an instant. She then turned to look at her master's cave abode. They were already at the entrance. So why did Luli sit down? Could it be that he was tired from walking? Just as Qin Shu was puzzled, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in the air around her. She turned her head and saw her master's figure appear beside her. "He's having an epiphany. I never thought that after a visit here, Immortal Luli would have such a fortuitous encounter," remarked Immortal Lingshu, stroking his beard, with a faint trace of barely perceptible envy in his words. An epiphany. Qin Shu never even dreamed that a casually made-up famous quote of hers would trigger his epiphany. Not only was Qin Shu herself astounded, but Immortal Lingshu was also extremely curious. He tilted his head, looking at Qin Shu and asking, "Shu, what did Immortal Master Luli see? Why did he suddenly have an epiphany? He has been looking at the scenery on this mountain for hundreds of years without such an opportunity for epiphany. How come he encounters it on his first visit?" Qin Shu pursed her lips and recounted with a complicated expression how she had led him up the mountain earlier and casually shared an excellent line with him. Where many people tread, a path is formed. The true man Lingshu seemed to be gazing into the void as he repeated this line himself. "Marvelous, marvelous. My dear Shuer, though young, has remarkable comprehension. To utter such words that can awaken the deaf and startle the mute is truly extraordinary." Qin Shu blushed. Even with her boldness, she didn't dare take credit for this. She quickly waved her small hand and pleaded, "No, no, no. These words weren't mine. How could I have such ability? They were spoken by a senior before I came to the cultivation world." Hearing this, the true man Lingshu laughed. It all made sense now. I was quite puzzled. One who could utter such words should have considerable life experience. How could a little one like you understand? Qin Shu stared at Luli's figure, lost in thought. She was seriously pondering the possibility of memorizing all those famous quotes from well-known figures and publishing a book titled The Canon of Sudden Enlightenment. "Let's go." "Let's head back first," said the true man Lingshu, turning to leave. Seeing this, Qin Shu looked back at Luli and asked the true man Lingshu, "Master, don't we need to guard for Immortal Master Luli?" The true man Lingshu smiled and replied, "This is my sacred mountain. I will watch over him. Little Shuer, there's no need for you to worry." With his assurance, Qin Shu felt much more at ease. After all, she was the one who had enlightened him. It was truly his fortune to have achieved sudden enlightenment from such a line. Upon his enlightenment, 3 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. When Luli opened his eyes once more, his eyes gleamed like torches as he exhaled a puff of turbid air. He rose and cast a cleansing spell. Gazing at the path he had taken up the mountain, the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated like a breaking dam. Truly, he was favored by the heavenly Tao. Just after stumbling and having an unstable Tao heart, he was bestowed such an opportunity by the heavenly Tao. The path he had traversed might have been untrodden by anyone before, yet there would surely be those who followed. It was quite common for divination to be inaccurate. How could the task of peering into the heavenly secrets always yield accurate results? There was a faint rustling sound beside him. Luli snapped out of his thoughts and turned to his side, only to see the figure of true Lord Lingshu gradually materialize. "Haha, congratulations, true Lord Luli." Luli returned the greeting with a bow and said, "I owe it all to true Lord Lingshu's magnificent mountain abode. Had I known I could gain such insights here earlier, I would have come to trouble you much sooner." True Lord Lingshu replied with a smile. "Fate and opportunity go hand in hand. My young disciple was just recently taken under my wing. If you had come earlier, you might not have even met her." Hearing this, Luli quickly inquired, "True Lord Lingshu, may I know the name of your disciple?" Her surname is Qin, and her single character-given name is Shu." As true Lord Lingshu uttered this name, a beaming smile graced his face. Luli didn't even need to perform divination to tell that this young fairy named Qin Shu was the beloved disciple of true Lord Lingshu. "Oh, I wonder where fairy Qin Shu is now. I'd like to thank her in person." Luli was over 300 years old. In the past, when his divination was quite accurate, many people flocked to him with treasures, simply hoping to get a divination from him. He said it was just to express gratitude. So the gift of thanks would surely not be shabby. Thinking of this, the Reverend Qin Shu didn't stand on ceremony with him anymore and said, "Shu is over there on the opposite hill. I'll just call her over." Unexpectedly, Luli said first, "Since we know she's on the opposite hill, I'll just go there myself. Xiaoshui is a body cultivator. If we wait for her to run over, who knows when that'll be." After Luli finished speaking, he lifted his feet and ran down the mountain. This time, he quietly used the technique of shrinking the ground into inches. In an instant, the Reverend Qin Shu could no longer see his trace. The Reverend Qin Shu looked up, gazing distantly at the hill where Qin Shu was, and murmured to himself, "A body cultivator? Isn't his disciple an elixir cultivator? It doesn't seem right either. She should be a sword cultivator. How come she's a body cultivator?" When Luli reached Qin Shu's hill, Qin Shu was still busy taking care of her little seedlings in the experimental field. These days, Xiao had been sound asleep, and no one had been taking care of these seedlings. Qin Shu walked out today, planning to practice sword wielding. Seeing those wilted seedlings, she quickly used the with spiritual energy to rescue them. "Xiao, how have you been?" Qin Shu heard the voice and turned around. From afar, she saw a figure in a cyan robe walking towards her unhurriedly and then suddenly standing right in front of her. Qin Shu was extremely envious. This movement technique was so useful. If she could use it for traveling, wouldn't it be better than her children's fun? Once, an opportunity to learn a body movement technique presented itself to her, yet she failed to cherish it well. If given another chance. "Xiao, are you in a daze? Don't you really want to learn my technique of shrinking the earth into inches?" There was an expression on Luli's face as if to say, "Stop struggling. I've seen through your heart." All right, she admitted her lack of resolve. She wanted to learn, and he was eager to teach her. It was like having meat served right to her mouth. If she didn't take a bite, how could she know that fate had once offered her a meal? "Master Luli, I'm a bit confused. Why must you teach me this body movement technique?" The young girl in front of him was just a bit taller than his waist, with her slender eyebrows and eyes and the high ponytail on top of her head. She looked somewhat heroic. Seeing her asking seriously, Luli also became solemn and said, "Perhaps it's because we have a karmic connection. But now, it's because you've provided me with an opportunity for enlightenment and stabilized my Tao heart." Chapter 88. I'm going to start alchemy. Qin Shu's gaze towards Luli suddenly became even more peculiar. As far as she knew, one's Tao heart was the most steadfast thing deep within one's heart and was not easily shaken. However, once it was shaken, it would be like destroying the foundation of a 10,000-story building, leading to complete ruin. His candid revelation made Qin Shu lower her guard a little in her heart. "I don't know where you saw this so-called karmic connection. I've never seen you before." Qin Shu was fidgeting with the small spade in her hand. Luli laughed and said, "Naturally, I was guided by a superior being." The eminent man Suihan inexplicably sneezed and looked at Lu Jin before him. "How would I know where your elder brother has gone? You, Miss Lu, must have come to the wrong person." Lu Jin frowned, and the red mole between her eyebrows seemed even redder. "Senior brother, couldn't you just divine a hexagram?" "It's just about finding someone," Lu Jin said. Suihan's eyes were dull and lifeless. Even Lu Jin's words failed to stir the slightest ripple in them. His voice was devoid of both sorrow and joy. "If it were truly as simple as divining a hexagram, why don't you do it yourself, Miss Lu?" Lu Jin gave a coquettish snort. "Senior brother, won't you really help me?" Suihan slowly shook his head. "It's not that I'm unwilling to help, but that I'm powerless." Lu Jin was so angry that she waved her sleeve, sweeping all the tortoise shell items on his table to the ground. "What do you mean by being powerless? There's nothing in this world that you can't divine. Don't think I don't know. You just don't want to help me. You want me to stay far away from you and stop bothering you." Suihan's eyes remained as gray as ever, calm and undisturbed. "You're mistaken, Miss Lu. I didn't even divine that I would go blind." His eyes could no longer focus. Lu Jin left, having failed to learn her brother's whereabouts and being extremely annoyed by Suihan. Suihan raised his hand, and the things scattered on the ground returned to the table, neatly arranged one by one. Meanwhile, the Luli they were talking about was teaching Qin Shu the spell of shrinking the earth into inches at this moment. Qin Shu, following Luli's instructions, concentrated her spiritual energy on her legs, feeling the guidance of the spiritual energy. Finally, she slowly took a step. This step was no different from her usual ones, except that it was a bit bigger. Seeing this, Luli smiled and comforted her. "Don't be too impatient. Although it seems effortless for me to use this body movement technique, it took me half a year to learn it at the beginning." Qin Shu nodded slightly. She thought she had some other understandings about the operation of this body movement technique. Suppose an XYZ coordinate system was established with the heaven and earth as the axis, with the point where she started as the origin and the next landing point as x00. The value of x was the threshold that her current spiritual energy could support. As a variable, x was most affected by the Earth, attributed spiritual energy. If a bond could be established between the landing point and the origin with the Earth's spiritual energy, wouldn't it have the effect of traveling thousands of miles sitting on the ground? Qin Shu closed her eyes and carefully felt the spiritual energy under her feet. The Earth's spiritual energy came from the Earth, being thick and continuous. If all the land was regarded as countless small molecules, and she used her spiritual energy to rearrange these small molecules, she could take advantage of this opportunity of rearrangement to achieve the purpose of crossing long distances. To put it simply, it was like using the Earth's spiritual energy to move the land under her feet. Qin Shu was like running on a conveyor belt. It seemed that she only took one step, but actually she had gone quite far. She pondered for a long time and finally mustered up the courage to try again. Luli watched as Qin Shu transformed the spiritual energy under her feet into Earth's spiritual energy and was quite surprised. So she actually had an Earth spiritual root? In that case, her aptitude was indeed not very good. Those with mediocre aptitudes can hardly achieve great feats in the path of cultivating immortality. However, what puzzled him was that he couldn't fathom the destiny of this little girl. There must be something extraordinary about her. Immediately afterwards, he saw Qin Shu move. She lifted her foot and took a step forward. In the next instant, she was already standing on the other side of the nursery. The crow, sparrow feather fan in Lu Li's hand stopped swaying. He widened his eyes in disbelief and urged again, "Walk once more." Qin Shu lifted her foot and took another step. Then she came from the nursery to Lu Li's front. Lu Li, being a nascent soul stage cultivator, could naturally tell that although Qin Shu had succeeded, her movement technique seemed somewhat different from his. Looking at Qin Shu in front of him, Lu Li asked earnestly, "Little Shuish, how did you manage to do that? In the immortal, cultivating world we inhabit, all things between heaven and earth possess spiritual essence. The spiritual chi we breathe and the very earth we tread upon have their own powers. I merely used the earth's spiritual chi to give the power of the earth a push, and then I could advance a bit with the momentum." As she said this, even Qin Shu herself realized that the movement technique shortening the earth into an inch in her hands was quite different from what Lu Li had described before. Shortening the earth into an inch was originally based on a complex spatial structure. Given Qin Shu's current cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to access the concept of space for a while. Instead, her simplified version of shortening the earth into an inch was more practical. Leveraging forces? Lu Li's eyes gradually lit up. "I've grasped the essence. Young lass, though you're young, your enlightenment ability is truly remarkable. If you had better aptitude, ascending to a higher realm would even be possible." He sighed inwardly, regretting that this lass had 3 spiritual roots. Logically speaking, Lu Li had already stabilized his Dao heart and should have returned. However, he simply refused to leave. The disciples of Ling Xiaopeak arranged a place for him to stay. Yet he declined. Instead, he insisted on meditating at the foot of Master Ling Xu's mountain, claiming it would be convenient for him to climb the mountain daily. Climb the mountain? Master Ling Xu was taken aback. Could it be what he was thinking? Lu Li explained with a smile, "I have a special affinity with your Ling Xiaopeak. When I'm free in the coming days, I'll climb it again. Perhaps I'll gain some other insights." Whether he could gain insights or not was uncertain, but every word little Shua said always gave him some inspiration. Her train of thought was both broad and erratic. He wondered what kind of family could raise such a daughter. Just like this. Master Lu Li settled at the foot of Master Ling Xu's mountain and kept visiting Qin Shu every day, hoping to seize every opportunity to talk to her. However, this young girl seemed never to get tired. She practiced the sword from dawn till dusk. Her diligence made him start to doubt himself again. Was she actually a sword cultivator or a physical cultivator? Cultivation was originally a solitary endeavor, yet now there was suddenly an onlooker. Even though this onlooker didn't talk much, Qin Shu still felt extremely awkward. 3 days later, she directly announced her seclusion. "Master Lu Li, please don't come tomorrow. I'm going into seclusion to refine pills." Chapter 89. Do you want to learn divination? Lu Li looked at the little girl in front of him with a composed expression and fell into deep thought again. What had he just heard? Alchemy? Logically speaking, as the disciple of the true man of Lingxiu, it was quite normal for her to know alchemy. However, given that he knew she was both a sword cultivator and a body cultivator, why was he so shocked? "Can you practice alchemy?" Lu Li asked. Qin Shu looked at the confusion on his face and appeared even more perplexed herself. Is it strange for a disciple of the alchemy sect to know alchemy? Instead of answering her directly, Lu Li said seriously, "Little Shush, you're still young and may not understand this yet. Human energy is limited. It's better to specialize in one area than to learn a little of everything. You're practicing swordsmanship, alchemy, and body refining now. When will you find time for your cultivation?" Qin Shu frowned and replied with full conviction, "At night." Her cultivation speed during the day was extremely slow, and it would be a waste of time to meditate then. Only cultivating at night surely isn't enough. Your aptitude. Just as Lu Li was about to give her a lecture, he suddenly remembered to check Qin Shu's cultivation level. The 4th level of Qi, refining? The words he had been about to say got stuck in his throat and were swallowed back. If he remembered correctly, Xiantian Gate had only recruited a new batch of disciples last year. So, this little one had only been cultivating for a little over a year? He recalled that he had once boasted that this little girl only had a 3 spiritual root. Fortunately, he hadn't said it to others back then, or he would surely want to find a crack in the ground to hide in now. If she could cultivate so fast with a 3 spiritual root, what would happen if she had a single spiritual root? Exactly. Qin Shu was not surprised that he could see through her cultivation. Naturally, the elders of the Celestial Mystery Pavilion boasted high-level cultivation. Lu Li felt he ought to say something. However, if he truly voiced his innermost thoughts, it would seem that he was rather unsophisticated. He fell silent, and Qin Shu then asked him, Reverend Lu Li, is there anything else? Reverend Lu Li swayed the crow, feather fan in his hand, suppressing the complex emotions welling up inside him, and said, Don't call me Reverend. Call me Senior Brother. Qin Shu was puzzled. You and my master are both elders. According to convention, I should address you as Senior Uncle. Lu Li shook his head. You're mistaken. I'm over 500 years younger than your master. I really can't bear this title of Senior Uncle. Qin Shu was stunned again. She never expected her master to be so old, nor could she fathom how the generation hierarchy in the cultivation world was calculated. Senior Brother Lu Li. Qin Shu came to her senses, clasped her fists, and said, Senior Brother, I'm going to the alchemy room to refine pills. You may do as you please. She employed the shrinking the earth to an inch technique she had mastered only 2 days ago. With a single step, she had already covered a distance of 8 zhang. Lu Li quickly followed suit. Junior sister, wait. I'll go too. I've never witnessed anyone refining pills. Qin Shu was at a loss with him. Since she couldn't stop him, she had no choice but to let him tag along. Alchemy was an extremely tedious task, as long as she ignored him. Surely you wouldn't stay there all the time? Reverend Ling Shu hadn't seen Lu Li for 2 consecutive days, so he summoned his disciple and asked, Where is Reverend Lu Li now? The disciple replied, He's watching junior sister Qin Shu refine pills. The true man Ling Shu frowned. How come he suddenly had a feeling that someone was trying to snatch his beloved disciple from him? No, he must go and have a look too. Coincidentally, at this moment, the first batch of pills refined by Qin Shu was ready. She had performed the series of actions for refining the rejuvenating pills countless times. Without even looking, she directly took out a pill bottle and stored the pills in it. At that very instant, Lu Li gently twitched his nose. Wait. The pills had already been put into the jade bottle by Qin Shu. She stopped the action of plugging the bottle and turned her face to look at Lu Li again. Senior Brother, do you have any advice? Qin Shu asked. Lu Li's gaze fell on the jade bottle in her hand. He wished he could see through the bottle. He asked in disbelief, Are these top-grade rejuvenating pills? Qin Shu nodded. Yes. Can you already refine pills perfectly? It's just basic proficiency, Qin Shu replied, pressing her lips into a thin line, slightly tucking in her chin, and saying shyly, Lu Li? Previously, he never thought he was old. But now, when talking to these young folks, he hardly understood what they said. What did this mean? Fortunately, he was just a senior brother, so he didn't feel embarrassed to ask. It's just basic proficiency. Everyone on our Ling Xiaopi can do it. Qin Shu said in an extremely modest manner. But why did these words sound so boastful? Lu Li's current mood could only be described as indescribable. He looked at the little girl in front of him, opened his mouth, but then swallowed his words. After several attempts, he finally spoke. Little Shu, do you have any interest in divination? The so-called principle of specializing in one field is only for mediocre talents. True prodigies can excel in any field. Qin Shu, how could they not be interested? When they were studying, they even checked their daily fortune before exams. That is, Qin Shu looked up at Lu Li and said shyly, Senior Brother, I also want to learn, but aren't you inaccurate in divination? If it were the former Lu Li, such a remark from her would have been enough to shake his Dao heart. However, after being impacted by Qin Shu several times, he has adapted well. As long as he admits his failure, no one can use it to strike him down. He calmly sat on the futon, and somehow the crow, feather fan reappeared in his hand. He waved the fan gently, looked at Qin Shu, and said with a smile, I can't make accurate divinations now, but I know the divination methods. I'll teach you, and you can do the divination, right? Qin Shu waved her hand to close the lid of the purple, gold alchemy furnace, then turned to look at Lu Li, clasped her fists neatly, and said, Please teach me, Senior Brother. The cultivation methods of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion cannot be passed on to her. But there's no harm in teaching her traditional divination techniques like the 6-line hexagrams. Moreover, the cultivation method Qin Shu is practicing is the doer technique that helps avoid disasters and pursue benefits, which doesn't conflict with divination. Among the 50 numbers of the Grand Yarrow divination, 49 are used. Divide them into two to symbolize the two opposites. Take one out to symbolize the three-way relationship. Manipulate them in groups of 4 to symbolize the 4 seasons. This is the Grand Yarrow divination method. Take 50 yarrow stalks and remove one. Qin Shu understood. Isn't this probability theory? According to his calculation method, the probability of the greater yang is 316. The probability of the greater yin is 116. The probability of the lesser yang is 516. And the probability of the lesser yin is 716. That is to say, the probabilities of good and bad fortune are evenly split. Luli rambled on. When he looked up, he saw the little girl in front of him in a daze. He sighed helplessly. Well, these are indeed rather abstruse for someone of your age. If there's anywhere you didn't understand, speak up and I'll explain it to you in detail. Chapter 90. Otherwise. Let me worship you as my teacher. When he first learned the great divination method back then, he also didn't quite understand it. It was only after his master took out 50 yarrow stalks and demonstrated it to him several times that he finally grasped it. Qin Shu is 4 years younger than he was back then, so it's understandable that she doesn't understand. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Shu come to her senses and grin at him, saying, I can understand. Senior brother, please continue. Can she really understand? Luli was somewhat skeptical. Kids these days shouldn't just pretend to understand to save face. I really understand. Just go on. Luli then told her that due to the principle that extreme things reverse, the greater yin and the greater yang would lead to a changed hexagram. After hearing this, Qin Shu showed a look of sudden realization. Luli asked again, can you really understand? Qin Shu nodded and said, Senior brother explained it in great detail, covering all aspects. It's quite easy to understand. Luli didn't know whether she really understood or was just being stubborn. So he said, since you claim to have understood, let me test you. Your Xiantian Gate is going to hold a sect competition early next month. Calculate and see if you can make it into the top 10. Qin Shu was reminded by him before she remembered the sect competition. These days, she vaguely felt that she was about to break through again. After breaking through to the 5th level of Qi training, she should be able to enter the top 10, right? Of course, this was just Qin Shu's speculation. Now that Luli asked her to make a divination, she had to give it a good try. Qin Shu ran her hand over the storage ring. In a stack of ordinary papers, writing brushes, inkstones appeared in her hand. Luli originally wanted to give her a set of oracle bones, but seeing her actions, he was immediately confused again. What are you doing now? Qin Shu dipped the brush in ink and said, Senior brother, don't be impatient. I'll figure it out right away. Luli curiously craned his neck, watching her scribbling some symbols he couldn't understand on the paper. A thought even faintly emerged in his mind. Could this girl be a talisman cultivator? Although it sounded rather incredible, in his view, anything that happened to Qin Shu was reasonable as long as it existed. Qin Shu filled an entire page, densely covered with Arabic numerals that only she could understand, and finally came to a conclusion. Senior brother, the divination shows the sun. According to the changing hexagram, it's the great yin. With my current cultivation, even if I can't enter the top 10, it won't be the great yin. So I also did a divination for this disciple competition, by the way, and it's also the sun. In my opinion, this competition won't be held. Luli? Could she calculate 2 divinations so quickly just by scribbling on a piece of paper? Who on earth was she? Was she really only 11 years old? Luli didn't believe it. He took out the oracle bones and did a divination himself, pinching his fingers and calculating for a long time. Qin Shu had grown impatient from waiting. After she had refined 2 batches of pills, he finally stopped. His eyes were filled with a rather complex look, and he murmured to himself, could it be? Is this girl really learning the grand divination method for the first time? Senior brother, have you figured it out? Did I calculate correctly? As she spoke, she formed seals to condense pills. Luli looked up at her actions. You, can you be distracted while refining pills? Qin Shu shrugged. Familiarize yourself with the 3-tasking mind. In fact, she was only multitasking with 2 things and felt absolutely no pressure. Luli, showing his eagerness to learn, then asked, what exactly is the 3-tasking mind? Qin Shu put the just, refined pills into a porcelain bottle. Then she took out a blank jade slip, duplicated a copy of the basic method of the 3-tasking mind for Luli, and tossed it to him. Here, it's for you. You taught me the grand divination method, and I'll teach you the 3-tasking mind. Thus, we're even. No one could resist the allure of the 3-tasking mind. Truly, one's energy was limited. If one could manage 3 tasks simultaneously, it would save a great deal of time. Luli took the jade slip, planning to study it carefully later when he had time. Currently, the most pressing matter was to ask Qin Shu what she had written. He was more interested in her scribbles. Junior sister, what did you draw just now? Could you tell me? I saw that you calculated much faster than me. Qin Shu shook her head and fabricated a story on the spur of the moment. It's a unique calculation method and not for outsiders. Lu Li was extremely disappointed. What a pity. Qin Shu was not reluctant to teach him. Yet teaching him would have to start from basic mathematics, which couldn't be accomplished in a short time. Just when Qin Shu was about to tell him that she would teach him gradually after paying off her debts, she heard Lu Li suddenly say, "What if I were to take you as my master? Teaching my own master's skills to me wouldn't count as spreading them outside, would it?" Qin Shu was utterly perplexed. Really? To learn something good, he's even resorting to any means possible? It's not that necessary, right? Qin Shu forced a rather stiff smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. Lu Li's fan, somehow, vanished into thin air. He didn't know where he had stuffed it. Then he clasped his hands in front of him and bowed to Qin Shu, saying, as the ancient saying goes, when three people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. If I can learn this method, performing the grand ceremony of kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times to become an apprentice would be of no consequence. Well, at least his attitude towards learning was sincere. Of course, Qin Shu couldn't really take him as her disciple. She sidestepped his bow and said, "Senior brother, there's no need for this. In fact, my method isn't anything extraordinary. If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Lu Li also broke into a smile. "Rest assured, I won't let you teach me for nothing." Then Qin Shu brought up the divination result from earlier. "Senior brother, was my divination correct?" Lu Li's expression turned solemn. "Yes, your sect's grand competition won't be held." At first, Qin Shu was a bit delighted as it was her first successful divination. However, upon further thought, if the sect's grand competition wasn't going to take place, how could he enter the inner sect? Moreover, something that could affect the sect's grand competition must be a significant event. She vaguely sensed the approaching storm. While Qin Shu was ruminating in her heart, her hands were busy concocting 2 more batches of pills. At present, she was no different from a factory worker on the assembly line. She refined pills during the day and practiced cultivation at night. Even Lu Li, who was accustomed to living a care-free and unrestrained life, was influenced by her and meditated for 3 consecutive days. And during this meditation, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time seemed to be loosening. While being overjoyed, he asked Qin Shu in puzzlement, "Although cultivating immortality goes against the natural order, aren't you exhausted by working without rest?" Qin Shu shot him a surprised sidelong glance, seemingly taken aback by his question. "Mayflies live only from dawn to dusk. In our eyes, they can only survive for a single day. As cultivators, we might live for hundreds or thousands of years. Yet in the eyes of those monsters, it's still just a fleeting moment. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll be pushed back." Upon hearing these words, Lu Li felt as if he had been struck on the head with a loud gong. He was in a daze for a long time, and his look at Qin Shu gradually changed. Chapter 91. Removing the seal. To think that a young junior sister like you has such an understanding. It really makes us ashamed. I've really wasted over 300 years of my life. Lu Li sighed as he looked at the innocent, looking face in front of him. Qin Shu, who had accidentally managed to impress him, also stared at Lu Li in shock. It seemed that the world of immortality was no longer an era that judged people by their appearance. Here, any young-looking person in their 20s might be older than her great-great-grandfather. "Well, maybe I should call you uncle, master instead?" Qin Shu said seriously, attempting to correct this distorted form of address. Lu Li? When he praised her, she neither responded nor evaded the topic. How could that be? The junior sister must think he was old. Lu Li inquired in a low voice. How dare Qin Shu admit it? She quickly shook her head, stating that at this age, the senior brother was in the prime of his life in the cultivation world and should never belittle himself. Only then did Lu Li's complexion improve slightly. Then he continued, "I've benefited greatly from the past few days' company with the junior sister. Just now, upon hearing what the junior sister said, I've had some insights. It seems I need to enter secluded cultivation for a while." Hearing this, Qin Shu was overjoyed. Finally, she could practice alone for a while. Fortunately, this master Lu Li knew to go back at night. Otherwise, the secret of her constitution might not be able to be concealed. "I'll wish the senior brother a successful breakthrough in advance," Qin Shu said, clasping her fists. After watching Lu Li leave, Qin Shu took out paper and pen again to write and calculate. If the sect competition couldn't be held as scheduled, Xin would probably have to stay in the outer sect for a longer time. The difference between the inner and outer sects was not only reflected in resources but also in the cultivation techniques learned. This was definitely not a good thing for her. Qin Shu used the Dian divination method she had just learned to divine for Xin. According to the divination interpretation, there might be some idle gossips during the upcoming waiting period for the sect competition, but as long as she remained firm, there wouldn't be any major mistakes. Qin Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking of the big snake's inner core in her dantian, an idea flashed across her mind. She might as well divine for the big snake too. However, this divination was rather strange. At first, it indicated that something good seemed to be in store for him in the next couple of days. Yet, immediately afterwards, it was as if someone was interfering in the dark, and the divination signs began to turn chaotic. The more she divined, the more muddled it became. Was it because of her inexperience in the art of divination? She propped her chin with one hand and held a pen between her lips, wearing an expression of extreme doubt about the world. Nevertheless, since she had just started learning divination, it was quite normal for her to fail to get a clear result. At this moment, Xie Shiyuan, standing in the Wanging Valley, looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, "The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion? Those cultivators in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion always try to divine his whereabouts. Leaving his inner core in that little boy's dantian can also serve to confuse the heavenly secrets. But this time, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion has managed to divine his location again. Their sharp noses are truly annoying and make one want to destroy them." The spiritual vein under his feet belonged to the Zhong family. Wasn't it a waste of a top-grade spiritual vein to use it to seal this phantom, Light Knight Heavenly Spirit Hound? He gently tapped his snake tail on the barrier, and the phantom, Light Knight Heavenly Spirit Hound, opened its scarlet eyes. When it clearly saw who was coming, fierce anger welled up in its eyes. At the same time, a thick, ink-like demonic aura emanated from its body. "You dare to come back?" Xieshuan looked down at it haughtily. His golden vertical pupils were like those of a predator locking onto its prey. "Why wouldn't I dare?" With a casual flick of his tail, and without any visible fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, the phantom, Light Knight Heavenly Spirit Hound, let out a pained howl. "If you're brave enough, let me out. Relying on a human's barrier doesn't prove anything." The dark golden hue in Xie Shiwan's eyes grew increasingly intense. He soared into the air and stood atop the barrier. With a gentle raise of his palm, he effortlessly extracted the spiritual vein. The formation that had been operating relying on the spiritual vein thus developed a flaw. The entire Wangshu Valley within a radius of 1,000 li was affected by the tremor of spiritual energy, and the Xiantian sect received the news immediately. "What? You're saying someone has broken the seal on that illusory Light Knight Heavenly Spirit Hound?" Sect Master Qin asked the disciples under him again to confirm. "Sect Master, it's true. According to the information sent by the disciples who went to investigate from our sect, the entire Wangshu Valley is now filled with demonic qi. They used spiritual energy to prop up a protective shield and attempted to investigate, but they found they couldn't hold it for even a moment." Qin frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Were there any casualties among the disciples? Due to the violent outburst of demonic qi, 3 disciples at the 9th and 10th levels of qi refining couldn't withstand it and perished. The disciples at the foundation, establishment stage and above are currently unharmed. If any of these 3 disciples still have relatives alive, send each of their families a rejuvenation pill. Summon all the disciples above the golden core stage. All those who have no tasks at hand in the sect shall rush to the Wangshu Valley immediately. Seal off all the major roads." Qin ordered. Yes. Qin Shu had just refined another batch of pills. At this moment, she still needed 39 years to pay off the debt to her second senior brother. The future seemed promising. Just as she stood up to stretch her body, she heard a bell tolling across the entire sect. Qin Shu had read the introductory instructions. The tolling of the bell surely indicated that the sect was facing a major event. Her expression changed. Could it be that her prediction had actually come true? What on earth could be such a significant matter that even the sect's grand competition had to be postponed? Qin Shu put away her alchemy furnace and stepped out of the alchemy room. People in the surrounding alchemy rooms also gradually poked their heads out to have a look. As soon as Qin Shu reached the courtyard, she noticed that there were already quite a few people outside. In the sky, a scroll slowly unfurled, and golden characters gradually ascended onto the clouds. This decree from the sect master conveyed 2 pieces of news. Firstly, disciples at the Golden Core realm and above were to go to the pill sect to receive 10 bottles of top-grade replenishing pills and immediately head to the illusory valley. Secondly, it informed the sect's disciples that the upcoming sect grand competition was postponed, hoping that the disciples would remain true to their original aspirations and strive hard in their cultivation. The illusory valley. A hunch dawned on Qin Shu. Could it be that the monster that had been sealed up recently had emerged again to cause trouble? However, what puzzled her was that last time, only 4 senior brothers at the mid to late stage of the Golden Core realm went to seal the monster. Why did so many people have to go this time? It was almost as if the sect was emptying its resources. Qin Shu had been quite enthusiastic about divination these days. Subconsciously, she took out a pen and paper and started calculating. But after a short while, she fell into deep thought again as she looked at the result of her divination. It was actually a hexagram indicating smooth sailing. What was going on? Qin Shu couldn't figure it out. Moreover, She never expected that the event that shook the entire Xiantian gate was caused by the little black snake she had raised. Even the phantom light knight heavenly spirit hound didn't expect that the snake would really set it free. It stepped on the black mist and soared into the sky, letting out a long howl towards the heavens, looking rather elated. The howl could be clearly heard within a radius of 100 miles, including by the Xiantian gate disciples guarding outside the illusory valley. That spirit hound had indeed escaped. Wasn't it said that the sect sent someone here to reseal it a couple of days ago? Who knows? There might be numerous abilities of the demonic race that we're unaware of, considering they can only be sealed but not killed. Chapter 92. Vulnerable. The boundless black demonic chi gradually enveloped Xie Shiwan. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm, seemingly not putting these demonic chi in his eyes at all. The illusory light knight heavenly spirit hound stepped on the demonic chi and reached the same height as Xie Shiwan. Its snarling dog face dripped saliva onto the ground, which gave off wisps of white steam. Fool. Back then, the mysterious heavenly Taoist could only seal me here. You, a mere little snake, actually dare to be my enemy. Xie Shiwan slowly raised his head. A flash of golden, green light appeared on his body, and a vacuum state emerged around him. The boundless demonic chi seemed to have consciousness and didn't dare to approach him even an inch. Only then did Xie Shiwan speak. Really? How do you know that what the mysterious heavenly Taoist couldn't do? I can't do either. Heh, just a stupid dog. The stench of this low-grade demonic chi is truly nauseating. Courting death, its speed was extremely fast, and the boundless demonic chi also served as a good camouflage for it. However, as soon as it appeared in front of Xie Shiwan, the next moment, it was directly slapped to the ground by a thick tail. The golden, green spiritual chi almost dispersed the solid demonic chi on its body with just one strike. It was like a bone, eating poison, firmly attaching to its meridians. It was enraged and let out a deafening roar. The ear-piercing sound made the disciples of the Xiantian gate around hurriedly cover their ears, fearing to be bewitched by it. Xie Shiwan watched as this greyhound, like spirit soared 10 zhang into the air, yet his expression remained unchanged. After being sealed for over 10,000 years, it still hadn't learned to be submissive. Well, then, this one will be merciful enough to teach you another lesson today. The dark golden color in his eyes grew increasingly intense. The moment this spirit greyhound rushed forward, the surrounding air seemed to transform into an impregnable wall. The law of space. The phantom, light knight, sky spirit greyhound let out a startled cry. Xie Shiwan had no patience to explain to it. His snake tail, imbued with the power of heavenly Tao thunder, lashed out at it. Every time it was struck by his snake tail, a large amount of the demonic energy pervading its body seemed to disperse. It wanted to fight back, but found itself trapped in the air, unable to move up or down. When it tried to cast spells to counterattack, it couldn't even gather its demonic energy. This snake was truly strange. A venomous snake. Being an evil creature in the world, was not only able to manipulate the law of space, but also wield the extremely young and fierce heavenly punishment thunder. What on earth was his cultivation base? It was simply unfathomable. Xie Shiwan glanced into the distance. Sensing someone approaching, he murmured softly, "What a pity. You're going to die so soon." He quickly formed seals with his hands, the movement so fast that only after images could be seen. The spatial prison that had originally confined the phantom, light knight, sky spirit greyhound gradually shrank, squeezing inwards. What does it matter if one is of the demon race or the human race? Standing between heaven and earth, one must abide by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if you can regenerate your flesh with demonic energy, this one wants to see how you can recover this time. As his voice trailed off, he slowly clenched his palm into a fist. The space there couldn't withstand the pressure and burst apart, shattering into countless fragments. The illusory, light heavenly spirit hound trapped within it also flowed into the boundless expanse of the spatial river along with the fragmented space. It was utterly vulnerable. Xie Shiwan took out a silk handkerchief and methodically wiped each of his fingers clean. He cast another glance at the entrance of the Wanshu Valley, then turned around and headed in the opposite direction. As he moved away, the demonic chi around dissipated. The scorching sun hanging high in the sky once again bathed the valley, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Except for the withered plants strewn across the ground, silently testifying to the extraordinary event that had just transpired here. "Senior brother, the demonic chi has dispersed." A young disciple rushed over. "Dispersed? But what about that creature? Did it escape?" "I'm not sure. We've been here all the time, and we didn't see anything running out. Let's report this to the sect master first." Upon learning this news, Qin furrowed his brows. "The demonic chi has dissipated?" "Yes. Our disciples went to investigate just now and found traces of a fight inside. However, we have no idea where that spirit hound has gone. It's as if it vanished into thin air, neither alive nor dead in sight." Qin decided to invite Mo Shang, the sect master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, to conduct an investigation together. The cultivation of this spirit hound was no trifling matter. Back then, the true Taoist of Xiantian had reached the Mahayana stage, and his swordsmanship was peerless, yet he still failed to slay this hound. Qin simply couldn't believe that the spirit hound was dead. Perhaps it had just fled somewhere. Before he himself set off, a message was sent by his disciples under the door. Master, something terrible has happened. The top, great spiritual vein in Wangshu Valley has been siphoned away. Hearing this, Qin wasn't overly surprised. How could that dog leave without taking the spiritual vein when it was about to flee? Having lived for over 10,000 years, it couldn't possibly be a stupid dog. You stay here and guard. I'll arrive shortly with the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Qin Shu had been refining pills until dusk. Then she took out the message, transmitting Jade Slip to check the square. What she saw was astonishing. The demons in Wangshu Valley had fled and siphoned away a spiritual vein on the mountain. For a time, the entire cultivation world was in a state of panic. Each major sect and family instructed their disciples to postpone their outside training. As a result, there were even more people setting up arenas within the sections. Everyone was inquiring among themselves to see if anyone had died at the hands of the demons, but there were none. Only 3 low-level disciples of the Xiantian sect who went to investigate were infected with demonic energy and unfortunately perished. Qin Shu stroked her chin. No wonder she had divined a smooth, sailing situation. Since the demons had fled, where could there be any threats? She just didn't know where they had gone. If they encountered others, those people might be in danger. Seeing that it was dark outside, Qin Shu put away the pill, refining furnace and planned to return to her own cave. Refining pills in the pill, refining room with the support of the earth fire introduced by the sect consumed less spiritual energy. However, for cultivation, she still had to return to the cave. It was better that the matter of her innate spiritual energy wasn't known to too many people for the time being. Yet, this time, as soon as she unlocked the restriction of the cave, she sensed something different. The density of the spiritual energy? Why had it suddenly increased so much? Could it be that her master couldn't bear to see his precious disciple practicing day in and day out and thus replaced her spiritual, gathering formation? However, when she previously visited her master's cave abode, the spiritual qi there was not so dense. When she pushed open the stone door, she saw that her stone bed was occupied by a slender figure. A long snake's tail was hanging limply over the edge of the bed. She would recognize this figure even if it turned to ashes. And Xiaoxiao, who used to lie on the stone bed for a nap, was now tossed onto the cushion where she meditated. The small figure curled up with its tail in slumber looked extremely pitiful. You're back? Qin Shu inquired. She knew he was awake. Given his vigilant nature, she should not approach him no matter what she said now. Chapter 93. Usurping one's place. Right after Qin Shu finished speaking, Xie Xuan really did turn over. He propped up his head with one arm, and his inky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall as he moved. There wasn't enough space on the stone bed for his tail, so he could only coil himself up like a mosquito, repellent incense at the other end of the bed. Yes, he replied indifferently. A tiny figure was reflected in his deep, profound eyes. You've grown a bit taller after a few days' absence. Barely enough to fill my teeth gaps. Of course. He didn't say the latter part out loud. If this sharp-tongued little girl heard it, she might deduct some of his medical fees. Hearing his words, Qin Shu was extremely delighted. Youth was indeed a blessing, but her current body was a bit too young. With her small arms and legs, it was inconvenient to do anything. If she could grow a bit taller, it would be perfect. Amidst the elation, one must not forget the important matters. Right. Upon my return just now, I sensed that the spiritual aura on this mountain peak has grown more intense. Was it you who did this? Xie Xuan replied with a soft hum. His reaction implied that it was but a trifling matter he had casually accomplished. Qin Shu initially assumed that he had set up an array in the cave abode. Yet to her surprise, Xie Xuan spoke again, saying, I planted a small section of a spiritual vein in your mountain. He actually wished to plant an entire spiritual vein. But Qin Shu's mountain was merely a part of Lingxiao Peak and simply could not accommodate an entire top-grade spiritual vein. Oh, so you planted a small section of a spiritual vein, Qin Shu responded off-handedly. Hardly had the words left her mouth when she realized what had been said. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief and looked up at the great snake on the bed. What? A spiritual vein? Where did you get it? I found it by the roadside, Xie Xuan said nonchalantly. Suddenly, an idea dawned on Qin Shu, and her eyes widened even further. Is it the one from Wangshu Valley? Qin Shu retorted. Yes, he admitted again. Hearing this, Qin Shu fell silent. After a moment, she continued, what about the monsters there? Last time, she and Hexin had nearly lost their lives there. They're dead. Did you kill them? Qin Shu couldn't help but step forward and press for the truth. Xie Xuan looked up at her, his cold eyes tinged with a hint of mockery. Otherwise? It seems your people from Xiantian sect don't have the ability to do so. At this moment, Qin Shu suddenly had all her confusion in the past 2 days sorted out. She now understood why her divination indicated that her sect's journey to the delusive Void Valley would be smooth. The monster had been slain by the Great Snake. Her eyebrows knitted tightly together. She was aware that the Great Snake boasted a high level of cultivation, even surpassing that of her master. However, she had never imagined, nor dared to imagine, that his cultivation was so profound. His inner core was in her possession, and he was injured. Nevertheless, even in this state, that monster was no match for him. From this, it was evident that if he wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Xie Shiyuan watched as the expressions on her face changed rapidly, even more changeable than the weather in June. "Come and heal this one's wounds," he commanded. Qin Shu recalled the pitiable state in which she had found him. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She wondered what kind of powerful being could have injured him so severely. She shuffled over slowly, placing her 2 small hands on his tail. After some thought, she finally couldn't hold back and voiced her question. "Can my meager spiritual power heal your wounds?" Xie Shiyuan replied, "Something is better than nothing." His tail was covered in wounds, and thin arcs of electricity still flickered between the flesh and skin. These were the marks left by the heavenly punishment thunder when Xie Shiyuan was undergoing the ascension tribulation. He was a bold and determined man, even daring to comprehend the power of the thunder punishment left on his body. Qin Shu thought that made sense. Even if her spiritual power was weak, it would still help him recover faster than if he relied on himself alone. She placed her small hands on Xie Shiyuan's tail, drawing out the wood, type spiritual energy from within her body to nourish his wounds bit by bit. The churning pain within Xie Shiyuan gradually dissipated with her movements, and the frown on his tightly furrowed brow also smoothed out. His gaze fell upon the young girl standing beside the stone bed. She pursed her lips and stared intently at her own tail. "In the future, don't let other things onto my bed," Xie Shiyuan calmly instructed. Qin Shu even paused for a moment in her action of conveying spiritual energy. She turned her face away to look at this extremely domineering snake. "What do you mean your bed? It's mine." Qin Shu firmly corrected him. Xie Shiyuan looked at her puffed up cheeks with anger and let out a soft laugh. He raised his hand and dispelled the illusion on the stone bed. Qin Shu stared blankly as the ordinary surface of the stone bed in front of her suddenly began to undulate. A glint of golden green light flashed across it, and a pitch black mysterious ice stone bed appeared before her eyes. Then she heard Xie Shiyuan ask again, "Well, is it still your bed now?" Qin Shu blinked her eyes and subconsciously turned around to look at the other objects in the room. She saw that the once ordinary cave dwelling had suddenly undergone a great transformation. The stone walls, the floor, the stone table in the room, and so on. All had been replaced with materials she didn't recognize, most of which were in dark colors. The only thing that remained unchanged was her small cushion, on which Xiao Xiao was lying. "If I remember correctly, this should be my cave dwelling, right?" Qin Shu looked at Xie Shiyuan discontentedly, wordlessly accusing him of his act of usurping someone else's place with her eyes. Xie Shiyuan let out a soft scoff. "Don't be so petty. In return, I've given you a small part of the spiritual vein." Upon hearing these words, all of Qin Shu's annoyance and anger vanished like smoke. "This small section of spiritual vein. Is it for me?" Xie Shiyuan nodded slightly. "Yes. All right then. Why didn't you say so earlier? Not to mention just changing some furniture. Even if you asked me to sleep in the yard, I'd be more than willing." Xie Shiyuan looked at her obsequious appearance, lifting his eyes and slightly curving his lips. He said with a half smile, "Since you've said so, I naturally have to fulfill your wish. From tonight onwards, you'll sleep outside the cave." Qin Shu, huh? She had just said it casually. Was he being so blunt? Could it be that in the realm of cultivating immortals, the higher one's cultivation, the thicker one's skin? Seeing her deflated look, Xie Shiyuan raised his eyebrows, with a glimmer in his eyes. "What? You're not willing?" "Willing. No need to wait until tonight. I'll go out right now." She turned to leave, but was caught around the waist by a tail and lifted back into the air with her feet dangling. "You run quite fast. Since you've taken my money, you have to heal me properly." As his tail loosened, Qin Shu instantly fell again, now that her cultivation had improved. At the moment of her fall, she quickly mobilized her spiritual energy to stabilize her figure and stood upright. Realizing that the great snake would never let her go without healing it, Qin Shu resignedly sat cross-legged and placed her hands above its wound. A glistening green light enveloped the wound, and the spiritual energy in her body gushed out eagerly. Only after exhausting the last bit of her spiritual energy did Qin Shu stand up again. Chapter 94. Traces of Xie Shiyuan looking at the snake master lying comfortably on the bed with eyes closed and enjoying a rest. Qin Shu felt an endless surge of motivation welling up in her heart. She was determined to practice diligently. Once she achieved a high level of cultivation in the future, she would make this little snake serve her tea and water. However, Despite the boundless ambition in her heart, in reality, she could only act meekly. "Well, I'll go out first," she said. After uttering these words, she tiptoedly withdrew from the cave dwelling. It didn't matter that the cave dwelling was provided for someone to live in. After all, the person had generously offered half of a spiritual vein as rent. Why not accept it? Just as she was about to go out and meditate under the big red flowers in the small nursery to soak up the abundant spiritual energy and strive for cultivation, Xieshuan suddenly called out to her, "Wait." Qin Shu stopped in her tracks and looked towards Xieshuan. As soon as she turned her head, she saw a pitch black bead being tossed over. She instinctively reached out to catch it, but to her surprise, the bead halted when it was still about a step away from her. Qin Shu was puzzled. What was going on? Was he about to give it to her, but then changed his mind? The next moment, she heard Xieshuan say, "I've eliminated the demonic qi from this inner core. It's of no use to me. You can take it and have some fun with it." After saying this, the inner core hovering in the air flew in front of Qin Shu. As if the force supporting it had been removed, it dropped from the air. Qin Shu stretched out her hands, and the pitch black inner core landed precisely in her palm. The inner core was as big as her palm, and the heavy weight in her hand made Qin Shu truly realize that the monster which could kill them just by its roar was really dead. Fortune's wheel turns. Once, she herself was injured by that monster, yet now its inner elixir had landed in her hands. The great snake had spoken 2 words just now, and she had memorized them. Demonic qi. Could it be that the monster belonged to the demon race? As she lowered her head in contemplation, a gust of wind blew her out of the door. Just as she steadied her figure and looked up, Xiao Xiao flew out as well, landing directly on her face. Qin Shu. What a petty-minded man. He can't even tolerate a little squirrel. Watching the stone door slowly close in front of her, Qin Shu didn't feel much annoyance. There was no other reason but that he had given so much. She took a deep breath. The air, free of smog, was brimming with spiritual energy. Every cell in her body began to stir restlessly. It was truly exhilarating. Qin Shu took out 2 meditation cushions from her storage ring. These inexpensive items were on a buy 5, get 1 free deal when she went to Qijin City last time, so she bought several more. Now, one was for her and the other for Xiao Xiao. Tonight was a full moon night. The bright and clear moonlight cast a silvery glow over the entire Lingxiao Peak. Qin Shu sat beside the large red flower. She wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but she always felt that the flower was blooming even more vividly red today. She gathered her thoughts, assumed a cross-legged posture with her 5 extremities facing upwards, and entered a state of meditation within just 2 breaths. The night's cultivation was truly fulfilling. The pure spiritual energy cleansed her meridians. Only after complete refinement did she achieve a natural breakthrough. At the moment of the breakthrough, the inner elixir in her body was like a small boat floating up and down in her energy sea. The smoky purple spiritual energy was infused into the golden, green inner elixir, as if a delicate thread was mending the cracks on the inner elixir floating in her dantian. In the cave, Xieshuan also opened his eyes. After carefully sensing for a while, he fell asleep again. It was not until dawn that the speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy slowed down. Qin Shu still seemed a bit reluctant to stop. She stood up and stretched. The soft snoring sound came from beside her. She turned her head and saw that Xiao Xiao seemed to be sleeping soundly. Now that she had made a breakthrough, her speed of alchemy should be faster. With the wonderful skill of 3, tasking with 1 mind, she could even refine 2 more furnaces of pills simultaneously. If this continued, she would pay off her senior brother's debt before the end of this month. She really needed to pay it off quickly. After finishing this, the body, refining she had been longing for, should be put on the agenda. Just as Qin Shu was walking towards the alchemy room, the 2 sect leaders, Qi Nan and Mo Shang, arrived at the Wangshu Valley. The demonic energy that had originally pervaded here had vanished completely. Qi Nan looked at Mo Shang, the leader of the Tianji pavilion, beside him, and asked, "Reverend Mo Shang, I wonder if you can trace back to the origin?" Mo Shang nodded and took out a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was his natal magic weapon, the origin tracing mirror. This mirror could show what had happened in a certain place in the past. The longer the time it traced back, the more profound the magical power it required. However, this time, Mo Shang cast 3 consecutive spells at the mirror, yet the mirror showed no sign of reaction. The entire mirror surface seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist, blurry. They had no way of knowing what was happening inside the mirror. Mo Shang looked up and saw Qi Nan staring at him. He could only spread his hands helplessly. It seems someone has shielded the celestial secrets. I can't trace them. Even you can't trace them? Qi Nan frowned. Mo Shang nodded. It's because I haven't mastered my skills well enough. Qi Nan quickly said, Master Mo Shang, don't underestimate yourself. It's we who underestimated that dog. Mo Shang sighed. Let's search around again to see if there are any other clues. Very well. The 2 of them inspected the valley. There seemed to be traces of a fight. but they weren't quite sure if it was the commotion made by the greyhound in an attempt to break free from the barrier. Soon, the disciples of the mysterious heaven gate returned. They all said they had found nothing suspicious and had inquired in the nearby villages, where no one had been harmed. Just as Qin was about to call Mo Shang to go back together, he was suddenly stopped by Mo Shang. Master Ruize. Qin turned around and met Mo Shang's distressed look. Has Master Mo Shang made any discoveries? Mo Shang called him over and pointed to a damaged barrier. Look here. I somehow feel there's the spiritual aura of Xie Shiwan. Qin's face changed. If Xie Shiwan really rescued that greyhound and they collude with each other, it might be a great calamity for the entire cultivation world. He carefully examined the place Mo Shang had mentioned and indeed detected a trace of Xie Shiwan. Could it really be Xie Shiwan who let that greyhound go? Qin and Mo Shang exchanged a glance. Mo Shang took the initiative to speak, saying, Immortal Ruize. Once I return to the sect, I'll conduct another divination for the eastern continent. You should first inform other sects, large and small, of this discovery so that everyone can be on guard. Qin agreed, saying, Then I'll trouble you, Immortal Mo Shang. When Qin Shu went to the pharmacy to collect herbs again, Ma Chenkai quietly led her aside and told her, Qin Shu, you can now refine the rejuvenation elixir perfectly. Your uncle knows that you're doing tasks for Wen Qi, although refining the rejuvenation elixir is easy for you. It's a bit of a waste of your time. You should be focusing on your cultivation now. Your uncle pleaded with Elder Changqing yesterday. If you can refine the wind, walking elixir, one furnace of it can be equivalent to 2 furnaces of the rejuvenation elixir. Chapter 95. Don't you want the spiritual vein? The wind, walking elixir? Qin Shu was familiar with this pill. It was a second-grade elixir. Although it was only 1 grade higher than the first-grade rejuvenation elixir she was currently refining, the difficulty of refining it increased exponentially. The wind, walking elixir could temporarily enhance the user's speed. Many junior disciples like to carry 2 pills when going out on missions. It was good for traveling and could even be used to escape in critical moments. It was more convenient than the swift movement talisman. Uncle. Disciple knows you mean well, but disciple has never refined the wind, walking elixir before. Disciple's cultivation is still shallow at present. In the success rate of pill refining, Qin Shu frowned slightly, looking troubled. Ma Chenkai put his hands behind his back. After hearing her words, he said cheerfully, It doesn't matter. There must be a first time for everything. Who can master pill refining right from the start? You may just go ahead and refine pills. Elder Changqing has said that the first 10 batches of pills are for your practice. After that, you only need to hand in 70 of the pills you refine. It must be admitted that this condition is by no means harsh, rather. It can be regarded as quite a preferential treatment. However, Qin Shu still instinctively asked an extra question. What if I can only produce 3 pills in 1 batch? Ma Chenkai immediately saw through what this young girl was up to. Smiling, he said, It's quite normal to have a low pill forming rate at the beginning. You won't always have such a low success rate. Rest assured, the sect is wealthy and won't care about such trifles. Qin Shu recalled that after refining so many rejuvenation pills, she kept 30 for herself and handed over the remaining 7 top-grade rejuvenation pills to the sect. In this deal, she made a profit. The sect also made a gain, and senior brother Wen Qi, who rented the pill furnace to her, also earned a bit. Ordinary pill furnaces couldn't withstand her meager fire's spiritual energy equivalent to only 73 spiritual plants. If she wanted to refine 2 batches of pills simultaneously, she had to borrow another furnace from her second senior brother. With your words, disciple feels at ease. Disciple will go and collect the spiritual plants and give it a try right away. Seeing the young girl full of enthusiasm, Ma Chenkai let out a sigh. In the world of cultivating immortality, time is long, and people usually take things slowly. Only these children who have just come from the mortal world possess such vibrant vigor. He wondered how long her positive and proactive attitude would last. Qin Shu's subsequent plan was very clear. She would first test the difficulty of refining the wind, traveling pills. Once she became proficient, she would go to her second senior brother to rent another pill furnace. This time, she stayed in the pill refining chamber for as long as 3 months. 3 months had passed when the young disciples of Shantian Gate, who had been living frugally, went to exchange for pills. They discovered that the wind traveling pills, which originally cost 20 points per pill, now only required 5 points. 1 point could be exchanged for 5 low-grade spiritual stones. That meant 1 wind traveling pill could be purchased with just 25 low-grade spiritual stones. What were they waiting for? Hurry up and exchange. When going out on missions, having such a wind traveling pill could be a life-saver in critical moments. Senior Sister Shuang, help me exchange for 2. So cheap? Then I'll take 10. What if the price goes up again later? His casual remark also reminded the other disciples, and they all began to stockpile. Seeing this, Shuang couldn't help but find it amusing and explained to them, Junior sister Qin Shu said that if she has free time, she will take on some pill refining tasks. From now on, our sect probably won't lack pills. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden exclamation rang out from the crowd. Top, grade wind traveling pills? Previously, they had only exchanged for low, grade wind traveling pills. And everyone had already accepted this situation. Now, they could exchange for a top, grade wind traveling pill with just 5 points. Who could resist such a temptation? An ordinary low, grade wind traveling pill could only increase one's speed for a quarter of an hour, while the effect of a top, grade 1 could last for half an hour, and in terms of speed boost alone, it was much greater than that of the low grade 1. After his shout, those who had been hesitating immediately rushed forward with their waste tokens in hand. I'll take 10, 8, 20. Qin Shu was unaware that she had single-handedly saved a considerable amount of points for her fellow sect members. She spent 3 months in the alchemy room, diligently concocting pills, truly an exemplary figure of moral integrity in the alchemy sect. After 3 months, she had not only cleared the alchemy tasks owed by her second senior brother, but also finished her own. Stepping out of the alchemy room, Qin Shu felt as if she were floating on air. Was this the sense of relief that came with being debt-free? Xie Shuan never expected that when he merely allowed her to stay out for a night, she would simply disappear. Every night, he would sit in the courtyard to meditate and practice. As soon as dawn broke, she would leave. For a full 3 months, they didn't even catch a glimpse of each other. In the middle of this period, a man in the attire of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion came to look for her twice. When did this little girl become involved with the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion? Finally, Qin Shu returned, and it was during the daytime. As soon as she entered the yard, she headed straight for the small makeshift shelter. It didn't matter much for herself, but Xiao Xiao was still in a deep slumber and needed a place to shelter from the wind and rain. However, as soon as she stepped in, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. You don't seem to like this half-spiritual vein, do you? Qin Shu halted in her tracks. Hurrying towards the cave abode while speaking, she said, Of course I like it. How could I not like it? It's a spiritual vein. Who could resist the allure of a spiritual vein? Pushing open the stone door, she found that the inside of the cave abode was vastly different from how it used to be when she lived there. On the black jade stone bed lay some kind of fur, whose soft and delicate luster tempted one to fling themselves onto it and roll around. Even a snake knows better than her how to enjoy life. Compared to the great snake, she seems like an ascetic. At this moment, the great snake is standing in the cave, with his tail propping up his upper body. The petite Qin Shu only reaches his waist. Xie Shuan turns around and sees Qin Shu standing at the door. Against the light, he can't make out her expression at this moment, but he can sense the excitement in her emotions. What to do? His brows knit slightly, as if in great distress. His deep, piercing eyes scan Qin Shu up and down. Qin Shu is slightly stunned. What does he mean by what to do? Xie Shuan calmly pours himself a cup of celestial nectar and says slowly, This half-section of spiritual vein was originally a reward for you because you healed this deity's wounds. But now, it seems that you don't really care about this deity's injuries at all. A pang of unease hits Qin Shu. These days, she has only been thinking about repaying her debts quickly. As for the injured great snake, in the hustle and bustle, she really forgot about it. She lowers her head, her 2 little hands fidgeting with each other. Her gaze stealthily moves upwards and finally lands on his tail. At this sight, she forgets her shame. Her face changes, and she anxiously urges, hurry onto the stone bed. Seeing her emotional shift, Xie Shuan, who originally wanted to say a few threatening words, is suddenly at a loss for words. He watches as Qin Shu walks over and squats in front of him, looking down at his wound. While examining it, she keeps complaining, Your wound has rubbed against the ground. There are so many germs. Aren't you afraid of the wound getting infected? There are no antibiotics here. You're not supposed to be so reckless. Chapter 96, Can Thunder Punishment Strengthen the Body? What bacteria? Antibiotics? Xie Shuan was completely puzzled. How could it be that he knew every word she said, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand at all? This little girl didn't seem to know where her audacity came from. She pushed against the small of his back and tried to shove him in the direction of the stone bed. Her strength was negligible, but Xie Shuan wanted to see what trick she was up to, so he followed her push and lay on his side on the bed. Qin Shu grabbed the tip of his tail and tried to pull his snake tail that was hanging on the ground onto the bed. Xie Shuan felt extremely uncomfortable. The temperature of her palm was obviously higher than his, which made him truly uneasy. He nimbly dodged her hand with the tip of his tail and instinctively coiled his tail into a coil, like a mosquito, repellent in sense, hiding the tip that she had pulled just now at the bottom. Qin Shu had no idea what to do with his coiled tail. She could only heave a sigh and turn to look at the big snake. If you want me to help you heal your wound, you have to show it to me, Qin Shu said helplessly. Xie Shuan stared into her clear eyes. as if trying to determine through them whether this little girl really had no ill intentions. After a long while, when Qin Shu's eyes that were locked in the stare with him started to feel sore, he finally averted his gaze. His tail wriggled gently, revealing the wound. Qin Shu looked at the dust on his tail and the bleeding wound. She couldn't help but frown. Wasn't it much better before? When she left last time, the wound had already healed. Although the scales hadn't grown back, at least it wasn't bleeding. Recalling that he had previously slain the demon in the delusional Void Valley, she wondered if the wound might have reopened during the fight or if he had scraped his skin while walking. Just as Qin Shu was deep in thought, Xie Shiwan casually uttered such a sentence. Qin Shu? Did she look that gullible? The physical body of a demonic beast was as tough as steel and bone, not to mention a mere scrape. Even if one were to hack at it with a knife, it might not necessarily cause any harm. Moreover, the injuries on his body clearly were not from a scrape. Her nose twitched, and a stench of blood mingled with the smell of scorch filled her nostrils. Indeed, it was far from pleasant. Qin Shu remained silent. The spiritual chi of wood gathered in her palm, and with a flip of her small hand, the spiritual chi enveloped the great snake's wound entirely. And this time, the tips of her fingers actually felt faint electric arcs, which pricked her fingers and made them tingle slightly. She continuously channeled spiritual chi into his body until her fingers could no longer bear it. Then she withdrew her hand. How could there be electric arcs in your body? Qin Shu asked in puzzlement. Xie Shiwan raised his eyebrows. Is this something you should be asking? Why shouldn't I? A healer needs to observe, listen, inquire, and palpate. I at least need to know what's going on to prescribe the appropriate remedy. Qin Shu retorted as she took out the golden sore medicine she had brought from the mortal realm from her spatial jade pendant and poured it onto Xie Shiwan's tail. Xie Shiwan watched her actions. Although he knew it wouldn't be of much use, he didn't stop her. Those are the scars left by the thunder punishment. It's normal to have a bit of the power of thunder punishment, he said. The power of thunder punishment? Were you gravely injured before because you were undergoing the thunder tribulation? Qin Shu looked up at him. The entire snake that was he reclined languidly against the headboard. His eyes slightly closed, and one couldn't tell what was on his mind. Well, he had finally admitted it. Perhaps she had already guessed his identity from the thunder tribulation. What would she do? Would she tell the true man Ling Xiu? However, the very next moment, he heard Qin Shu excitedly asking him if the thunder punishment could be used to temper the body. Xie Shiwan. He had always considered himself rather intelligent. Yet when with this young human, she always came up with some outlandish ideas that left the snake struggling to follow her train of thought. The thunder tribulation was something all cultivators avoided like the plague. How could anyone use thunder punishment to temper the body? Xie Shiwan's brows knitted into a tight knot. Qin Shu had no idea what the true form of the demon Lord Xie Shiwan was. Nor did she associate this big snake that often bestowed small favors on her with the notoriously blood-thirsty demon lord in the rumors. She took out the pink silk scarf that she had previously used to wrap the little black snake and bandaged Xie Shiwan's wound with it, even tying a lovely bow. After finishing this, she pointed at Xie Shiwan's tail and said, "Look here. There's an electric arc, and the flesh here is much more firm than on the other side." As she spoke, she reached out and prodded the uninjured part of his tail. Xie Shiwan's scales were about to bristle in irritation. He tucked his tail with the pink bow towards the inner side of the bed. Qin Shu's hand missed its target, and she awkwardly retracted it. Then she asked Xie Shiwan, using thunder punishment to temper the body should be effective. Has anyone ever tried it? Those with thunder spiritual roots might give it a try. But you can forget about it. He immediately dashed her hopes. Although Xie Shiwan had said so, Qin Shu thought that as a demon beast, he might not know much. She decided to go to the library later. Tomorrow, I'll go to the library to see if there's any way to help you get rid of the electric arcs in your body, Qin Shu said. Originally, she wanted to ingratiate herself with the big snake so that it wouldn't always think about taking back the spirit stones it had given her. However, the big snake directly declined her kind offer. No need. In some time, I'll refine these thunder punishment forces, it said. Its simple words opened up a new world for Qin Shu. Can it be refined like this? If it can do it, why can't I? I'll try it when I go through my tribulation in the future, Qin Shu thought secretly. After leaving the cave, Qin Shu sat cross-legged on her futon again. She reached into her storage ring with her fingers and took out the body, refining technique the big snake had given her before. After carefully studying it, Qin Shu fell silent. In later generations, people even wanted food delivery men to bring meals to their doorsteps. Now, this technique required her to walk 30 miles at a rapid pace while carrying a heavy load. Then, in a state of extreme physical exhaustion, she had to take a medicinal bath, which would gradually improve her body's limit. The herbs used in the medicinal bath were quite common and could be directly exchanged for with points at the mission hall. However, the thought of walking 30 miles under a heavy load. Qin Shu looked down at her small arms and legs and felt that if she followed this standard now, she'd be completely worn out. Well, one must eat one mouthful at a time, walk one step at a time, and refine the body bit by bit. She first rushed to the mission hall and exchanged several essential medicinal herbs with her points. Then, she went to the canteen of the outer sect and swapped a top-grade replenishing elixir with the elder in the kitchen for a spare large iron pot. After the water in the pot started to boil, she tied up her hair tightly, took a deep breath to prepare herself, and then ran towards the foot of the mountain. She decided to run 3 round trips today. When she finally ran up the mountain for the last time, she seemed as if she had just been fished out of the water. Strands of her hair were sticking to her cheeks, and she was gasping for breath. Although her body had been cleansed by spiritual energy and was more resilient than before, running up and down the mountain 3 times was really tiring. She took out the pre-prepared bathtub from her storage ring, then used her spiritual power to pour the boiling water and medicinal herbs in the large iron pot into the bathtub all at once, and scooped in some cold water to mix. After finishing all these, she propped herself up and climbed into the bathtub. With a splash, large splashes of water rose. Chapter 97. No one can harm you here. The Taiching dust, free glazed treasure robe on her body floated lightly on the water surface. The warm water and the medicinal power of the herbs gradually soothed the soreness in her legs. She took a deep breath and buried her entire head in the water. All the movements on the entire mountain were within Xie Shuan's divine sense, and every move of Qin Shu was clearly seen by him. At first, he couldn't quite understand why she was running up and down the mountain. It was not until he saw her start to boil the medicinal herbs in the iron pot that he understood what she was up to. This little one has such a poor constitution. She gets so tired after running such a short distance. She really needs to train hard. As soon as he closed his eyes, his eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Why did he feel that something was amiss? His eyes snapped open in an instant. Something was amiss. Terribly so. Why was there no sign of breathing? This young lady, it seemed, did not know how to swim. He had never before encountered someone who could drown while taking a bath. A thought flashed across Xie Shuan's mind, and in an instant, he reappeared beside the bathtub where Qin Shu was soaking. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and pulled Qin Shu out of the bathtub. The splashing water dampened his sleeves, and the inky, colored fabric clung to his arms, outlining his sinewy form. Qin Shu had just begun to feel the nourishing effect of the medicinal bath when, in the next moment, she was exposed to the air. Qin Shu was utterly confused. She opened her eyes and looked around in puzzlement. When she looked up, she was confronted with a pair of enlarged vertical pupils. She was startled. Only when she regained her senses did she realize that it was the great snake that had fished her out. What are you doing?" Qin Shu asked in bewilderment. Fortunately, she hadn't taken off her clothes during the medicinal bath. Otherwise, being fished out like this, where would she have put her dignity? "You stopped breathing," Xie Shuan said seriously, his lips pursed into a straight line. "Qin Shu, could it be that the near-drowning incident in the lake last time had triggered a stress reaction in the great snake?" Qin Shu sighed. Did she really look like a fool who could drown in a bathtub? There was a brief moment of silence in the air. Then Qin Shu started struggling again. "Let me down." Xie Shuan loosened his grip, and Qin Shu fell back into the bathtub once more. A splash of water hit her right on the forehead. Qin Shu raised her hand to wipe the water off her face and resignedly explained to him, "The absence of breathing doesn't necessarily mean death, and a stopped heart can sometimes be revived. Only brain death indicates true demise." "Brain death?" Xie Shuan pondered briefly and countered. "Are you referring to the collapse of the spiritual sea?" Before Qin Shu could respond, he mused to himself, "No, that can't be. You, this little one, probably don't even have a spiritual sea yet." "Qin Shu, some snakes seem quite pleasing to thee." I went silent. "Why do they suddenly become so loathsome once they open their mouths?" "Brain death means the dissipation of consciousness," Qin Shu forcibly explained to him. "The dissipation of consciousness? The scattering of the soul?" Xie Shuan murmured. Qin Shu was about to expound on her self-identified atheism, emphasizing that superstitions were to be eschewed and that the so-called 3 souls and 7 spirits were but legends. Yet, as she opened her mouth, she suddenly found her conviction wavering. This was the realm of immortality cultivation, where one could ascend and become a ghost cultivator after death. Naturally, there were indeed souls here. With a complex look on her face, she looked up and saw Xie Shuan still gazing at her. Sighing softly, she said, "One could put it that way." Thinking about the hurdle she had to overcome in 6 years, Qin Shu's mood grew even more somber. However, in the next instant, she heard Xie Shuan say, "Fear not. Since you've formed a bond with this one, there's no one in this world capable of causing your soul to scatter." Startled by his sudden domineering declaration, Qin Shu gave a slight start and nodded perfunctorily. What she thought to herself was that this great figure seemed overly confident. Had he forgotten that he was gravely injured at present? She almost lost her life herself, yet she was still so stubborn. It seemed that he had quite a few enemies, and the possibility of her being implicated by him was much higher than that of her bringing trouble on herself through her own recklessness. Xie Shuan seemed to sense that she didn't quite believe him, and his expression turned rather displeased. He had already promised to ensure the immortality of her soul. Yet she still didn't believe him. Truly, she was just an inexperienced youngling. Qin Shu didn't even see him make any move when his figure gradually faded in front of her and then disappeared. Qin Shu leaned in the bathtub, feeling her body gradually regain its strength. She took another deep breath, buried her head in the water, and blew bubbles. After repeating this several times, the water in the bathtub had completely cooled, and the medicinal properties in the water gradually faded. Only then did Qin Shu climb out of the bathtub. A stream of spiritual power circled around her body, and the clothes that had been clinging to her were quickly dried. She stretched lazily and glanced at the sky. It was still early. It would be a waste of time to rest now. How about going to the library? Just as she was about to go out, a familiar golden butterfly appeared outside her restriction. Qin Shu lifted the restriction, and the butterfly flew in and burned to ashes right in front of her. Along with it came the voice of her master, Shush, come to my cave. Well, the trip to the library had to be postponed again. The spell to shrink the land into inches was already activated, but she dispelled the spiritual power and obediently ran towards the other side of the mountain. Anyway, she was supposed to temper her body now. Running more was not a bad thing, though it was just slower. Presumably, her master could wait. Reverend Lingshu had finished a pot of spiritual tea until it lost its flavor, but Qin Shu still hadn't appeared. What had Shuer been busy with these days? Why hasn't there been any sign even after such a long time? Asked the true man of Lingshu. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Yin replied. Junior sister has refined a great many pills. Currently, there are ample reserves of restoration pills and swift movement pills in our sect. Has she been refining pills for several months? The true man of Lingshu was quite astounded. It was the first time he had witnessed such a diligent disciple. Indeed, having refined pills so frequently, she has even devised a method to refine 2 furnaces of pills simultaneously. At this point, even Cheng Yin felt a tinge of admiration. The true man of Lingshu had been refining pills for hundreds of years, and he could also refine 2 furnaces of those low-level pills concurrently. However, that was because he had spent centuries in pill refining and was already accustomed to it. Qin Shu, on the other hand, had been refining pills for less than half a year at most. This child was truly a prodigy. And what about Chiyu? Surely she isn't in the pill refining room too? Inquired the true man of Lingshu. Cheng Yin clasped his fists and bowed, saying, Master, you've guessed right. Chiyu has also been staying in the pill refining room for the past 2 months. It is said that she and Qin Shu have come up with a so-called task clearing strategy. They can assist the disciples in our sect with pill refining, but they take a cut of the results. The true man of Lingshu was puzzled. Did Shua come up with this method? Asked the true man of Lingshu. Chiyu was an honest and straightforward person, with her innate pride. It was unlikely that she could have conceived such a plan. Chapter 98. An experience. Sharing session. Cheng Yin nodded slightly. Yes, our junior sister has always been very clever. The true man of Lingshu's expression was a mix of joy and worry. After a moment, he sighed and sighed with emotion. This child is overly clever. The original intention of the sect was for the disciples to practice on their own. If she does it all for them, what's the point for the others to practice? Cheng Yin shook his head and said, Master, junior sister has also considered what you're worried about. She only takes on tasks assigned to disciples who have been in the sect for over 30 years. Master Lingshu frowned and fell into silence. Then, Cheng Yin continued. There are benefits to junior sister's frenzied pill refining. Under her leadership, the young disciples of our pill sect have become diligent. The pill refining chambers in the pill house are full every day. If one wants to refine pills, they have to go to the pill house early to get in line. In the past few months, the stock of replenishing spirit pills and walking pills in our pill sect has increased significantly. I came to see you today to ask if we could sell some of the medium and low-grade pills that our disciples don't need to the neighboring Celestial Mystery Pavilion. Master Lingshu was truly astonished this time. In less than half a year, their sect had gone from a shortage of pills to an oversupply. It was a good thing. As the disciples of the pill sect became more and more competitive, the probability of perfectly refining pills had increased. Now, except for top-grade pills, they were reluctant to consume medium and low-grade ones. After the master and disciple had talked for a long time, Qin Shu climbed up the mountain, out of breath. She casually cast a spell to remove the sweat on her body, then turned towards the direction of her master's cave and shouted, Master, I'm late. Master Lingshu and Cheng Yin, who were accustomed to communicating through spiritual sound transmission in the cultivation world, were stunned for a moment when they heard her shouting at the top of her voice. They exchanged a glance, and then Master Lingshu lifted the restriction to let Qin Shu in. Looking at her flushed face, Master Lingshu asked curiously, Did you climb the mountain up here again? Qin Shu let out a mischievous chuckle and tilted her head upwards to look at her master. Indeed. A robust constitution is the cornerstone of cultivation. Oh, master, there's another matter I'd like to consult you about. Reverend Ling Shu casually picked up a cup, poured a cup of tea for Qin Shu, and handed it over. Have a sip of water first, catch your breath, and then sit down to speak slowly. Cheng Yan, who had been standing and talking for a long time without a chance to drink a single sip of water, thought to himself, Master, can your partiality be any more obvious? Qin Shu didn't stand on ceremony with her master. She took the cup and drained it in one gulp. After finishing, she felt an immediate sense of refreshment. Her eyes lit up, and she complimented, Master, this tea is truly excellent. Reverend Ling Shu stroked his beard and said cheerfully, Since you like it, Shuer, I'll let you take some away later. Qin Shu furtively took out a porcelain bottle from her storage ring and said somewhat sheepishly, Is this appropriate? Seeing her, Reverend Ling Shu's eyes were filled with even more amusement. Once a teacher, always a father. There's no need to be so polite with your master. Cheng Yan hesitated to speak. Their master had never said such things to them senior brothers on normal days. Qin Shu also glanced at Cheng Yan and casually asked, Will senior brother get some too? Seeing that she still remembered her senior brother, Reverend Ling Shu said with a smile, All the good things I have are being eyed by you all. Fine, I'll also send some to Wen Qi and Qi Yu later. Only then did Qin Shu clasp her fist and salute and say respectfully, Shu thanks master. After that, she raised her head again and asked, Master, why did you summon Shui here? The true man Ling Shu said, I've read the method for alchemy you summarized for Qi Yu. It's rather novel. Qin Shu replied with a smile. I merely helped my senior sister find the pattern. Although this method can assist her in alchemy, it's quite difficult for her to achieve perfect results. If she wants to refine other pills, she'll have to conduct new experiments. The true man Ling Shu nodded slightly. This method is indeed limited when applied to Qi Yu, but it won't be the case if it's used on other disciples with spiritual roots. Indeed, they have spiritual roots and can sense the specific changes of spiritual plants. The true man Ling Shu pondered for a moment and said, In a few days, you shall go to the alchemy room and share your alchemy skills with other disciples. This was like asking a top student to share study experiences with other classmates. Qin Shu had done such sharing numerous times in her previous life and was extremely proficient in it. When the true man Ling Shu proposed it, she readily agreed. Most disciples, once they gained some insights, would rather keep them to themselves. However, Qin Shu's prompt agreement made the true man Ling Shu admire her even more. Then, he asked Qin Shu amiably, Shuer, you said just now that you had something to ask your master. What is it? It had been nearly a year since he became this girl's master, yet he had never given her any guidance. He really didn't consider himself a good master. Qin Shu then said, Master, I've been studying body, refining recently. After daily practice, I need to take medicinal baths, which is rather troublesome. I wonder if you know any suitable pills? Body, refining? The true man Ling Shu looked utterly astonished. What on earth does this child want to do? She's merely a pill cultivator. However, Qin Shu nodded gravely. Indeed, during her external trials, the disciple deeply recognized that the physical bodies of humans couldn't compare with those of demonic beasts. If the shortcoming could be made up for, it would surely be of some use for her future travels. True as the words were, the hardships endured in body, refining far exceeded those in spiritual energy cultivation. Shui, are you serious? Immortal Ling Shu confirmed again. Naturally, I'm serious. Qin Shu put away her playful look and her expression became extremely solemn. Immortal Ling Shu gazed at the look on her face, seemingly attempting to peer into her heart through her visage. After a long while, he slowly began. If you're inquiring about the pills for body, refining, I actually have a prescription. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Qin Shu. This prescription is a pill formula I chanced upon in the past. It can replenish qi and blood. Body, refining, in essence, is the condensation of qi and blood. Take it and give it a try. If you have any questions, come and ask me. Immortal Ling Shu said. Qin Shu, however, thought that she had no idea when her venerable master would emerge from seclusion. It was better to ask her questions right now. So she quickly said, Master, what grade is this pill? Immortal Ling Shu frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing that although his disciple was a genius in pill refining, she was still just a junior disciple at the 5th level of qi refining. It was a bit far-fetched for her to attempt refining this 5th grade pill. His gaze fell on Cheng Yan beside him. Cheng Yan sighed silently in his heart. He understood what his master meant, so he clasped his fists and said, Yes. Disciple will assist younger martial sister in pill refining. Only then did Ling Su smile contentedly. With a flip of his wrist, he took out a token that was neither entirely wooden nor metallic and handed it to Qin Shu. If you need any spiritual plants, take this token to the pharmacy and take what you need. Chapter 99. It's a pity you didn't go to the sword sect. Qin Shu took the token handed by her master. The token was neither wood nor metal in appearance, with ancient auspicious cloud patterns intricately carved on it. In the center of the token were inscribed the words Ling Su. Immediately, Qin Shu understood. Her master had given her a VIP card, and it was a real, name system one. Master, will there be any discounts when I use this token at the pharmacy? Qin Shu asked with eager anticipation, rubbing her hands furtively. Seeing Qin Shu's unpromising look, Master Ling Su laughed and said, you don't need spiritual stones or points to get herbs from the pharmacy, but you have to exchange them with pills. Hearing this, Qin Shu's eyes lit up at once. That's great. Although your disciple is not very talented, the one thing I have in abundance is pills. Master Ling Su thought of how she had cleared the tasks that when she had accumulated over 60 years in just half a year, and how she always achieved perfect results in pill refining. She should have saved quite a few pills. So he nodded in satisfaction. There probably wouldn't be any other disciple in the pill sect as penniless as Cheng Yan. Hearing what Qin Shu said, Cheng Yan on the side thought of his unfinished tasks, and a faint envy welled up in his heart. Then, thinking of Wen Qi, the second disciple under the same master, his envy grew even stronger. At this thought, he suddenly clasped his fists, looked at the Reverend Ling Shu, and said, Master, in a couple of days, I'm going to the skill transmission hall to offer guidance. Why not invite Wen Qi to assist the little junior sister in refining pills with me? Perhaps it will speed up the process. Hearing this, the Reverend Ling Shu nodded slightly. Very well, then let Wen Qi join you. He casually sent a sound transmission talisman to Wen Qi. When Wen Qi heard his master telling him to help the senior brother refine a few batches of pills for the little junior sister, he thought it must be some high-grade pills that required the cooperation of two people. However, after seeing the pill recipe, he slumped back into the chair. Pinching the jade slip between two fair and slender fingers, he looked up in utter disbelief and said, Senior brother, do you really need my help to refine a 5th-grade pill? Cheng Yan shook his head. Just when Wen Qi was waiting for him to say it wasn't necessary, he heard him say, No, it's not you helping me. It's you refining it on your own. Wen Qi gave a sidelong glance at Qin Shu standing beside him. He saw that she had her head bowed so low that she resembled a quail, and every part of her, from her toes to the back of her head, seemed to scream the word guilty. When she understood, he then turned back to look at Cheng Yan sitting across from him and said, Senior brother, that's not what the master said. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't help you with your share of the refining. Cheng Yan sat on the stool in a relaxed and imposing manner, looked at Wen Qi, and said in a soft tone, Who else can help me with my 60, your pill, refining task? Hearing this, Wen Qi immediately felt delighted. He burst into hearty laughter. Good. Since that's the case, I, as the junior brother, should lend a helping hand. Senior brother, rest assured to undertake the elixir making task. Leave this elixir to me, little junior sister. He turned his head and looked at Qin Shu. Little junior sister, what do you need this elixir for? He asked. Qin Shu raised her head, looking at him with a pair of big, bright eyes, and answered honestly. For body refining. When she looked at her slender arms and legs, he truly couldn't envision her rolling up her sleeves and brawling with people like those bulky body cultivators. The more he thought about it, the more tightly he knitted his brows. Finally, unable to hold back, he earnestly advised, Junior sister, don't you have a suitable magic treasure? I still have an Indian rippling sound silk here. You can take it for now. It's in a lovely lotus, pink color. Don't you little fairies all adore such hues? As he spoke, he rummaged through the 5 storage rings on his hand one by one. Indeed, he dug out quite a heap of miscellaneous items. There's also this, the Crimson Snake Heavenly Clarity Bracelet, the Moonlight Piercing Heart Lamp. You can pick any one of them. Qin Shu stared at the table full of magic treasures. She gained a deeper understanding of her second senior brother's wealth. Every single treasure he took out made her heart flutter wildly. However, in the end, her excitement dulled. She suppressed her restless heart, bowed to Wen Qi, and said, Thank you. Before she could finish her words, Wen Qi interrupted her, Don't be so reckless as to become a body cultivator. Most of the cultivators in the North Continent follow the path of physical cultivation. Their fists are bigger than your head, and their thighs are thicker than your waist. When Qin Yan saw Qin Shu looking at him, he nodded as well. It's just as your second senior brother said, he added. Qin Shu understood that the two of them meant well. However, the path of cultivation is always about forging ahead. If she hesitated at this moment, she feared that the next time the inner demons appeared, there would be several strong men challenging her to an arm wrestling match. Senior brother, there's no need to compare with others. Cultivation has always been a process of surpassing oneself, she said. When he suddenly felt something was amiss. His little junior sister seemed overly mature. She spouted out these grand principles one after another, even more eloquent in preaching than their master. Cheng Yan, looking at the little one who barely reached his chest, folded his arms across his chest and calmly asked, Have you made up your mind? Qin Shu nodded. Her gaze swept over the various magic treasures in front of her, and she felt a twinge of pain in her heart. But finally, she steeled herself, withdrew her gaze, and firmly declared, I've made up my mind. Whether it's the silk, the lamp, or the swords and daggers, these are all external objects. If one relies solely on external things, how can one break through one's own limits? External things. Hearing her words, Cheng Yin gradually lost himself in thought. It was not until a long while later that his pupils refocused. Junior sister is right. If you've made the decision, senior brother will support you, he said. When she let out a soft scoff. Now you're playing the good guy? Well, since it's what junior sister has decided, I'll refine the pills. A faint touch of emotion welled up in Qin Shu's heart. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Without knowing what had come over her, she suddenly opened her mouth and extended an invitation. Two senior brothers, would you like to train our physical bodies together? Cheng Yin raised his eyebrows slightly, while when she simply widened his eyes in surprise. Train physical bodies? Qin Shu nodded earnestly. Exactly. It's said that alchemists are the most vulnerable. What if we were no longer so? We would definitely surprise our opponents during battles. Being a sword cultivator, Cheng Yin accepted this idea quite well. However, when she looked at her with a complicated expression, this little girl, an alchemist, actually had a penchant for causing trouble. Junior sister. It's truly a pity that you didn't join the sword sect, he remarked casually. But his words reminded Qin Shu. Her eyes lit up, and she inquired, can I still join now? Since Qi Yu, a disciple of the sword sect, can join our alchemy sect, surely I can go to the sword sect to learn swordsmanship. Right? As soon as she uttered these words, Cheng Yin was also like one suddenly enlightened. He widened his eyes, pursed his lips, and nodded repeatedly. Seeing that they couldn't give her an answer, Qin Shu simply took out a message jade slip right in front of them and sent a message to Qi Yu. Little senior sister, can disciples of the sword sect go there to learn swordsmanship? Qi Yu replied promptly, you want to go? Before Qin Shu could respond, Qi Yu sent another message. It might not be possible for others, but you can. Qin Shu was puzzled. Why was it possible for her? Did she have something special about her? Chapter 100. Can I also learn swordsmanship? Her junior sister didn't keep her in doubt for long. Soon, the message, transmitting jade slip, glowed again. Qin Shu quickly infused a bit of spiritual energy into it, and Qi Yu's voice came out. No sword cultivator can reject the friendship of a pill cultivator, especially a pill cultivator like you who can refine hundreds of batches of pills a day. Qin Shu touched her nose, and somehow she felt a little proud inside. Qi Yu said, if you want to go, I'll ask Master Wanjian for you. Qin Shu's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed. Then I'll be grateful to you, junior sister. Just as she put down the message, transmitting jade slip, she looked up and saw Cheng Yin looking at her with something unsaid on his lips. Qin Shu casually asked, senior brother, do you have anything else to tell me? Cheng Yin shook his head. A rare blush tinted his cold and handsome cheeks. He gave a light cough and then asked with feigned calmness, little sister, could you also ask for me? I wonder if I can also go to the sword sect to learn? When Qi's mouth twitched. If master knew that you two were thinking about defecting, I don't know how he'd punish you. Qin Shu quickly stood at attention, puffed out her chest, and promised. Although I have a heart eager to learn swordsmanship, I'll always be a member of the pill sect. Cheng Yin nodded in agreement. When Qi picked up a transparent jade, green teacup, the pale, green tea in it rippled slightly with his movement, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the room. Qin Shu's gaze fell on his fair and well-defined hands again, and she couldn't help sighing. Such delicate hands. What a pity not to practice body refining. She tentatively asked again, second senior brother, won't you really consider body refining? When she took a gentle sip of the tea and firmly refused her, there's no need. I, your senior brother, have an ample collection of defensive magic treasures. Ordinary people can't break through my defenses. If there really comes a time when the magic treasures can't protect me, then even if I were to train my body into an impregnable fortress, it would be of no avail. Qin Shu fell silent. Was this the confidence of a money-spending cultivator? Others couldn't break through his defenses. Yet his words had shattered hers. Fine, she understood. Body refining was suitable for someone like her. There was no other reason. She simply had an empty purse. Senior brother, since that's the case, I hope you'll put the refining of the body refining pills on your agenda soon. Normally, one shouldn't rush when asking others for favors. However, thinking about her senior brother's 60-year overdue sect missions, she always felt a faint unease in her heart. Rest assured, I'll start the furnace within 3 days. Having obtained his definite answer, Qin Shu felt slightly relieved. She bowed to Wen Qi with a fist in her palm and said, I'll go to the pharmacy to collect the required herbs later. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Shu followed Cheng Yin out of Wen Qi's cave. They walked one after another. Just as they stepped out of the restriction, Cheng Yin suddenly stopped. Qin Shu, caught off guard, almost stepped on his shoes. Senior brother, what's wrong? Cheng Yin turned around, looking at the little junior sister who only reached his waist. and earnestly instructed her once again, "Remember to ask for me about the matter of going to the sword sect." His swordsmanship was indeed quite good, but it hadn't improved for many years. If he could receive the guidance of the sword sect's elders, perhaps he could break free from the shackles that had plagued him for so long. Qin Shu laughed and said, "Rest assured, if I can go, I'll surely inquire on your behalf, senior brother." Cheng Yin nodded reservefully, then took out his long sword and stood on it. He didn't forget to turn back and ask Qin Shu, "Junior sister, do you want to ride?" Remembering the not-so-pleasant experience of hitching a ride with him before, Qin Shu quickly shook her head. "No need, senior brother. I'll run back to train my body." Cheng Yin, "Well, then I'll leave first." Qin Shu didn't really rely on running the whole way. There was still a long distance between the pharmacy and the second senior brother's cave. If she ran, she might not be able to return before nightfall. She activated the divine art of shrinking the land into inches, and the surrounding scenery became blurred. She fetched the medicinal herbs and delivered them to the second senior brother's cave before returning to her own mountain. Her movement technique was caught by Xie Shiwan's eyes. As soon as she slipped into the cave's restriction, Xie Shiwan appeared in front of her in the next instant. Qin Shu was startled when she saw a dark shadow suddenly appear in front of her. After seeing clearly who it was, she let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her little hand. "Why are you always so elusive?" Xie Shiwan stood in the courtyard, looking down at the top of her head. "Show me that movement technique again." Qin Shu was confused but still took a step forward. This time, Xie Shiwan understood and lost interest. "So it's not the power of space but the power of the earth that you're relying on." Qin Shu wrinkled her nose. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she asked Xie Shiwan, "What's your attribute?" His inner core lies within her abdomen, yet she has never fathomed his elemental attribute. His spiritual qi is venomous, but this should merely be his innate gift. Xie Shiwan did not respond to her words. Instead, right before her eyes, he took a step forward and in the next instant, appeared by the pond behind the cave abode. That green frog happened to be under the tip of his tail. "Can you tell?" Xie Shiwan inquired. Qin Shu blinked her eyes. She truly didn't catch his movement clearly, but she could distinctly sense that Xie Shiwan's ability to shrink the earth into inches was far superior to her own. His movement left no trace and no afterimage. If this footwork were employed in a battle, no one could possibly predict where he would emerge the next moment. Space element? Qin Shu guessed randomly. The corners of Xie Shiwan's lips gradually curved upwards. Correct. Not entirely stupid. Truly the space element? Qin Shu's eyes lit up. Based on what Xie Shiwan had learned from his more than a year of getting along with the young girl, he knew that such a smile on her face surely indicated an ulterior motive. As expected, Qin Shu excitedly took off the from her neck and held up the spatial jade pendant on it, saying to Xie Shiwan, "Since you're a cultivator of the space element, then, could you help me expand the space within this jade pendant a bit? Let's help each other. Next time you need any pills, just tell me, and I'll surely find a way to get them for you." The space in this jade pendant is only as big as a bathroom. After storing her bathtub and pots and pans, there's not much room left. Of course, she was just asking casually. It didn't matter if it couldn't be expanded. At worst, she'd work hard on pill, refining in exchange for more spatial rings later. Xie Shiwan's gaze fell upon the jade pendant held in her hand. With a sweep of his divine sense, he said, "This jade pendant of yours is a damaged precious artifact. As your cultivation level rises, more spaces within it will open. There's no need for expansion." Qin Shu stroked the jade pendant and fell into deep thought. How could the mother of the original body have possessed a precious artifact? She was so certain that her daughter had spiritual roots and sent her all the way to Xiantian Gate. Wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Xie Shiwan was born with his own storage space and had no need for such things. However, seeing that this little girl seemed to be troubled by the lack of storage space, he spread out his palm, revealing a dozen or so storage rings of various vivid colors. Chapter 101. "Let me first go next door to pay homage to a master. Take them and play with them," he said. Qin Shu looked at the colorful storage rings in his palm and the tone of his speech. She couldn't help but feel as if he was clearing out his inventory. Of course, these inventory items he was clearing were all precious to her. She had only seen such a large number of storage rings with her second senior brother. Just as Qin Shu was hesitating, Xie Shiwan's clear and cold voice rang out again. "Is what you said about helping me refine pills still valid?" Qin Shu. Sure enough, there was no free lunch in the world, nor were there storage rings given for nothing. "What kind of pills do you want?" Qin Shu raised her eyes and saw that Xie Shiwan's eyes were slightly closed, with his long eyelashes standing out distinctively. Qin Shu couldn't help but sigh. What kind of snake spirit is this? He's clearly an eyelash spirit. Xie Shiwan pondered for a moment before opening his eyes. "I haven't decided yet. I'll come to you when I have." Goodness, this was nothing but an empty promise. In this case, should she accept these storage rings or not? Xie Shiwan clearly saw the eagerness in her eyes, yet for some unknown reason, She hesitated. Don't want them? Xie Yuan inquired. Qin Shu shook her head and said, It's not that I don't want them. I'm just afraid I won't be able to refine the pills you asked me to. Upon hearing her words, Xie Yuan simply let out a soft chuckle and turned his face away. No need to worry, he said. Just when Qin Shu thought this snake had suddenly developed a conscience to console her, she heard him say, judging from your current cultivation level, you can barely refine second-grade pills, which are truly of no use to this master. Qin Shu. She made up her mind that from then on, she would surely focus on pill, refining and make the snake look at her with new respect. Xie Yuan casually tossed a bunch of storage rings to Qin Shu, watching the little thing adorn all 10 fingers with storage rings. She even curiously looked up at him and asked, How do you have so many storage rings? Aren't they useless to you? As soon as she looked up, she met his meaningful gaze. Then she saw him slightly lift his chin and casually retort, What do you think? At first, Qin Shu didn't think much about it. However, now that she saw his expression, she suddenly understood. Her pupils constricted, which was clearly caught by Xie Yuan. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. So timid, yet still daring to raise a snake? Qin Shu's lips tightened, and her expression was extremely complex. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. He had heard all the words she had said when treating his wounds, but when she said those words, she never expected this snake to grow so big. Now she didn't want to keep him around any longer, yet he still lingered. Qin Shu murmured in a low voice. She still hadn't found a way to extract his inner core. Without returning it to him, he surely wouldn't leave. Xie Yuan had keen hearing, and every word she uttered fell clearly into his ears. Do something for me, Xie Yuan said. What is it? Qin Shu inquired curiously. Xie Yuan took out a token from behind and tossed it to Qin Shu. Qin Shu stretched out her hand adorned with numerous rings and caught it steadily. The token was as dark as the night, and it felt warm and delicate in her hand. There were no words written on it, only a carved snake with its eyes shut. As Qin Shu was carefully examining the token, a voice came from above her head. Help me deliver this token to Misty Rain Tower in Tailai City and give it to a woman named Lin Yang. Hearing this, Qin Shu's latent gossipy nature suddenly stirred. She winked daringly at him and said, Your sweetheart? Xie Yuan scoffed disdainfully. In my eyes, people are simply divided into the useful and the useless. Do your job properly, and don't pry into what doesn't concern you. Qin Shu became meek. Fine, I'll have someone send it there another day. Just as Xie Yuan was about to enter the cave abode, he heard her words and halted his steps. He slowly turned back and asked in a deep voice, With so many storage rings, can't you even make this trip? Qin Shu retorted, I'm an alchemist who can refine hundreds of top-grade replenishing pills in a day. Why should I trouble myself with such a trivial errand? Seeing Xie Yuan frowning deeply, the fringes in front of his forehead fluttering with the wind, Qin Shu continued. Oh great snake, you don't know that there is an old saying among us humans, money makes the mare go. Such trifling errands don't require us to do it ourselves. No. Xie Yuan's gaze fell on Qin Shu again. You must go on this errand yourself. Others won't be able to find it. The two stared at each other in silence. Eventually, Qin Shu gave in. Fine, I'll go then. But it has to be 3 days later. I'll leave after getting the pills refined by my second senior brother. Xie Yuan nodded in agreement. Then he heard the little girl beside him say, By then, I'll refine my body while traveling. After all, running is running. No matter where it is. Xie Yuan was stunned. Then he saw Qin Shu's eyes light up, and she continued, Right. I'll also take on a few tasks to Tailai City by the way. Xie Yuan. She really wouldn't waste a single moment. Just as Qin Shu was getting excited, she suddenly felt a message coming from the communication jade slip. She immediately took it out and saw that it was from her senior sister. Shu, I've asked Master Wang Jian. She said you can join the sword sect. But if you want to be her disciple, you have to pass her test. Test? Aren't we, the descendants of the land of flowers, never afraid of tests? Qin Shu immediately replied firmly, A test is great. It's my blessing to gain the attention of the true person Wang Jian. Then when shall we arrange the assessment? Qin Shu replied instantly, Seize the day rather than choose a day. How about today? Having received an affirmative reply from Qiyu, Qin Shu looked at the giant snake in front of her, which was curiously watching her fiddle with the jade slip. I'm going to the sword sect to pay respects and become a disciple. I'll be back later. After saying that, she dashed down the mountain in a hurry. When she had run halfway, she suddenly remembered that since she was going to join the sword sect, she had to inform her master. She took out the message, transmitting jade slip, and sent a message to her master. Her gaze lingered on the rings on her hands for a couple of seconds. Then she quickly removed all those rings that made her look like a nouveau riche, leaving only the one her master had given her. In the neighboring cave, true Master Ling Xiu had just lifted the teacup and was calmly taking a delicate sip of the tea. This tea was the silver, threaded precious needle leaf. A rare high-grade tea. A tiny sip of it could purify the spiritual sea. However, just as he had the tea in his mouth, The next moment, the voice of his beloved little disciple, full of vigor, came from the jade slip. Master, your disciple is going to the neighboring sword sect to become a disciple. True Master Ling Shu was so startled that his hand trembled, and most of the tea in the cup spilled. He looked at the tea in his hand and then at the glowing jade slip. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel sorry for his about to leave disciple or for the spilled tea. Meanwhile, Qin Shu at the other end of the jade slip kept chattering on, Master, don't worry. Even if your disciple joins the sword sect, you'll always be number one in your disciple's heart. Your disciple just wants to practice swordsmanship. I'll be back tonight. Chapter 102. The Sword, Testing Stone. True Master Ling Shu didn't even have time to put down the teacup in his hand. He quickly sent a reply, Sure. Where are you now? I'm just squatting outside the sword sect's mountain gate. One could say that the scene was vivid. The true man Ling Shu pondered briefly and sighed. Even if I can keep your person here, I can't retain your heart. If you're fond of swordsmanship, then go and practice it. Hearing her master's words, Qin Shu frowned deeply again. Did her master's words sound a bit odd? It was as if she were some heartless philanderer, coveting what others had while having her own. However, since she had already reached the entrance of the sword sect, there was no way she would turn back. Well, she might as well play the role of the philanderer. So, she raised her hand and sent a new message. Master, your disciple will return shortly. In fact, the true man Ling Shu wasn't overly distressed. His disciple had good talent in alchemy, but she was also no slouch in swordsmanship. This time when she went to the sword sect, it would surely give those old fogies in the sword sect quite a shock. When Qin Shu arrived at the mountain gate of the sword sect, she presented her identification token. Upon seeing the name on the token, the man's eyes immediately lit up. Junior sister Qin Shu. The surprise in his tone really startled Qin Shu. She was certain she had never met this senior brother before. You know me? Qin Shu asked in return. The burly senior brother in front of her broke into a smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. Junior sister, is there anyone in our mysterious heaven gate who doesn't know you? The true man Wang Jian gave the order long ago that when you came, he would be waiting at the sword, testing stone formation. I'll take you there. Qin Shu politely clasped her fist in salute. Then I'll trouble you, senior brother. As the senior brother led her along, he introduced himself. Junior sister, my name is Xiong Jun. I'm a disciple of the true man Dugua. Senior brother Xiong Jun. Qin Shu addressed him politely. Junior sister, don't be overly surprised when you go to the sword testing stone formation later, Xiong Jun said with a smile. Qin Shu was puzzled and asked, why is that? Xiong Jun let out a soft chuckle and continued, Junior sister, you may not know. Thanks to the numerous pills you've refined, the quality of the pills our sword sect disciples can exchange for during our out of sect training has improved significantly. Yesterday when I went to the task hall to pick up a task, I noticed that the quality of the pill rewards for many tasks had also been enhanced. And among the entire sect, our sword sect disciples go out for training more often. Everyone is grateful to you. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the legendary sword testing stone formation. Qin Shu cast a distant glance and was struck with a profound sense of shock. Even though Xiong Jun had warned her in advance, she never anticipated that there would be so many people waiting there. It was packed to the brim, with people even perched on the tips of the sword testing stones. The moment Qin Shu showed up, a chorus of voices rang out. The junior sister is here. Junior sister Qin Shu. The junior sister is so adorable. Junior sister, you are my divine savior. The shouts were resounding and powerful. Qin Shu felt a shiver run down her spine. Although she had lived to the age of 18 in her previous life, she had never witnessed such a scene. Even the fan, chasing in later generations couldn't compare to this. At least fans couldn't fly in the air. Gritting her teeth, she followed Xiong Jun forward. Both male and female disciples of the sword sect were endowed with great strength. The immortal swords needed to be tempered with all sorts of rare and precious treasures. And they were quite heavy. If one lacked strength, they might not be able to harm the enemy in a battle, but could end up hurting themselves instead. Compared with these disciples, Qin Shu seemed like a newly sprouted short bean sprout. Strangely enough, these disciples all regarded her with an indescribable fanaticism in their eyes. Suddenly, Qin Shu understood why many alchemists were reluctant to endure the hardships of sword training. With so many powerful attendants at one's beck and call, who would bother to do things themselves? True Lord Wang Jian stood at the front. When he saw Qin Shu approaching, he asked, Are you Qin Shu? Qin Shu nodded and replied, It is this disciple. True Lord Wang Jian had never seen Qin Shu's appearance before, but he had heard that this young girl was the outer door disciple who had once entered under the tutelage of True Lord Ling Shu together with Qi Yu. Her aptitude was not very good, and he wondered why True Lord Ling Shu had taken in such a disciple. He said to the disciples below, Someone, fetch the spirit testing stone. Qin Shu was taken aback and asked, True Lord, does sword training also depend on spiritual roots? True Lord Wang Jian kept a straight face and grunted, It's just for reference. There's no need for you to worry. Qin Shu had said that his little junior sister was very capable. Only upon seeing her today did true Lord Wang Jian realize that her cultivation had not lagged behind at all. He heard from the young disciples beside him that since Qin Shu had entered the Xiantian gate, she had never slept and even practiced at night. Although cultivation could replace sleep, the young disciples who had just entered the world of immortality would surely find it hard to adapt. Someone with such self-restraint was truly a rare gem. Qin Shu knew that her spiritual roots were not outstanding, but after all, they were her own. And there was nothing to be ashamed of. Just like this, in full view of everyone, Qin Shu gently exhaled a breath and raised her hand to rest it on the spirit testing stone. The surrounding disciples of the sword sect all craned their necks. Then, they heard Xiang Jun reciting beside them, 77 for the fire spiritual root, 60 for the wood spiritual root, and 52 for the earth spiritual root. Everyone was in an uproar. Even Qin Shu herself widened her eyes in shock. This was not right, terribly wrong. She strongly suspected that the spirit testing stone of the sword sect was broken. How could her spiritual roots have improved? Her wood spiritual root had even reached the passing mark. However, others were unaware of these details. They were all inner sect disciples of the sword sect, and many of them had spiritual roots of higher attributes than Qin Shu. Junior sister Qin Shu, with her 3 spiritual roots of low attributes, was still able to refine dozens of furnaces of pills every day. Why shouldn't they strive harder? At this moment, a flame named struggle was ignited in everyone's hearts. Only true person Wang Jian calmly asked, I've heard that you know a bit of swordsmanship? Qin Shu clasped her fists and replied, Disciple has only practiced the basic swordsmanship. True person Wang Jian said, Then let's see your basic swordsmanship. Take a swing at the sword testing stone. Qin Shu took out her white jade sword. Just as she was about to act, true person Wang Jian stopped her. Wait. She turned back and saw true person Wang Jian raising his hand to snatch a wooden sword from a disciple and throwing it to Qin Shu. Use this. Qin Shu took the wooden sword, put away her white jade sword, and strode to the side of the sword testing stone. She took a deep breath, lightly lifted the wooden sword, and then made a flat thrust. With a clean and decisive move, a pit as deep as a walnut was left on the sword testing stone. The entire arena fell into absolute silence. Even true Lord Wang Jin stared blankly in astonishment. Qin Shu obediently sheathed her sword, bowed respectfully to true Lord Wang Jian, and said, My lord, I have completed the trial. Hearing her voice, true Lord Wang Jian snapped out of his daze and regarded Qin Shu with a complex expression. Previously, when Qin Shu had mentioned that his junior sister was highly skilled, true Lord Wang Jin had scoffed internally, thinking to himself, how formidable could a mere young girl be? But seeing her in action today, a little girl had actually grasped the essence of the sword. Way. Chapter 103. This disciple he must have after a long while. True Lord Wang Jin finally regained his senses. Not bad. You, this young lass, have indeed mastered the basic sword skills quite well, he commented. Delighted to receive praise from an elder of the sword sect, Qin Shu looked up at him with eager anticipation and inquired, My lord, may I be accepted into the sword sect? True Lord Wang Jin neither gave an affirmative nor a negative answer. His hand hidden behind his back was almost pinched red. Yet his face remained as calm as ever. The numerous disciples gathered around were also astonishingly quiet. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at true Lord Wang Jian, looking even more nervous than Qin Shu herself. Finally, true Lord Wang Jin slowly spoke, Follow me. After saying that, the sword on his back unsheathed itself. He stepped onto it and flew towards his mountain peak. As soon as he turned around, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a broad smile. True Lord Lingxiu, forgive me. I've set my heart on this disciple of yours. Seeing this, Qin Shu dared not waste a moment, fearing she might lose sight of him. She immediately took a step and, using the technique of shrinking the earth into inches, swiftly chased after him. Even though the real man of the mad sword had already slowed down his flying speed, it was still too fast for Qin Shu. She felt that even Quafu chasing the sun might not have been as difficult as her current situation. However, in the eyes of the disciples of the sword sect, Qin Shu had dashed dozens of miles away in just a few steps, which was enough to make their jaws drop. What kind of body movement technique is this? Junior sister? Why have I never seen it before? The world is vast. There are many things you haven't seen. If I could master this technique, I would definitely challenge the blazing fire and azure flames fox again. Even if I couldn't defeat it, I could still retreat unscathed. Stop daydreaming. This technique doesn't seem simple. It might be easier for you to exchange for 2 wind walking pills. Qin Shu was unaware of the commotion in the sword testing stone formation after she left. She followed the real man of the mad sword for a long time before reaching his cave abode. She stopped at the entrance, and the restriction of the cave abode opened automatically. Come in. The voice of the real man of the mad sword came out. Qin Shu walked in. The cave abode of the real man of the mad sword far outshone that of her own master. Inside his cave, apart from 2 cushions and a table, there wasn't even a stone bed. Qin Shu secretly took note. It seemed that in the entire mysterious heaven sect, she wasn't the only one who didn't sleep in order to practice. She couldn't think that she was ahead of others because of this, and had to continue working hard. The real man of the mad sword was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, and there was a cup of tea on the stone table in front of him. Seeing Qin Shu enter, he directly said, "Pay homage and become my disciple." Qin Shu was stunned. "Are you asking this disciple to take you as my master?" The real man of the mad sword glared and gruffly asked, "What? Am I unworthy of being your master?" Qin Shu hurriedly performed a deep bow and said in a strong voice, "It is well deserved." A slight smile curved the lips of the true man of Wanjian, and he repeated, "Pay homage to me as your master." Qin Shu stepped forward, picked up a cup of tea, knelt in front of the true man of Wanjian, bowed deeply, and said, "Disciple pays respects to master." The true man of Wanjian drank the tea offered by Qin Shu, and then the anxiety in his heart subsided. Finally, nothing unexpected had happened. "Qin Shu, have you comprehended the way of the sword?" The true man of Wanjian asked curiously. He had clearly witnessed Qin Shu's previous sword strike. Although her current cultivation was still low and the power of her strike was limited, there was an obvious momentum of borrowing from heaven and earth in that simple thrust. Hearing his question, Qin Shu scratched her head. She herself was not quite sure. "Previously, when I was in Tailai City, I had an epiphany for half a year. It seems that I grasped something, but it doesn't seem to be of much use." The tea of the apprentice, paying ceremony that the true man of Wanjian had just sipped directly sprayed out. What did you just say? An epiphany for half a year?" Qin Shu nodded and said, "Yes." The true man of Wanjian fell into silence. She had only been in the sect for a little over a year, and yet she spent half a year in epiphany? As is well known, the longer an epiphany lasts, the better. However, in general, young people with little experience usually have an epiphany for only 3 to 5 days. Those who have an epiphany for a month are already considered geniuses. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was that after spending half a year in epiphany, she could still reach the 5th level of Qi, refining. Peculiar, extremely peculiar. Qi possesses a heavenly spiritual root, and cultivation has long been as effortless as breathing. However, even with such remarkable talent, she has only recently broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. There must be secrets about this young girl that he doesn't know. Real man Wang Jian pondered for a moment, then tore off a jade pendant from his body and handed it to Qin Shu. Today's apprenticeship was rather sudden. As sword cultivators, we don't have many good things. This jade pendant was given to me by my master back then. It has the effect of concealing one's cultivation. Those below the god transformation stage won't be able to see through your cultivation. After speaking, he glanced at the on Qin Shu's body and said, "You don't need to wear that anymore." Qin Shu accepted the jade pendant and quickly took out 2 bottles of top-grade Qi, replenishing pills, and presented them to real man Wang Jian. "Please accept these, master. This is my apprenticeship gift." Real man Wang Jian picked up the small bottles and examined them, then burst into laughter. "This feeling is truly novel. It's the first time for me to take a pill, refining master as my disciple." His other disciples were all extremely poor. They would constantly eye the meager possessions in his pocket all day long. Qin Shu pursed her lips and smiled shyly. By building a good relationship with her master, she hoped that he would eventually pass on his most precious secret techniques to her. Even if Qin Mian achieved the path of cultivation through martial arts, she wouldn't be completely defenseless. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if real man Wang Jian was poor, he could still afford 2 bottles of top-grade Qi replenishing pills. However, Qin Shu's act still made him feel extremely content, as if there was finally some return on his investment. "Your basic swordsmanship is quite good. How long have you been practicing it?" "For more than half a year." Qin Shu replied honestly. True Lord Wang Jin himself was a sword enthusiast. Naturally, he knew that to practice basic swordsmanship to such a level required a great deal of effort. She had joined the sect not long ago, which meant that she had almost devoted all her time to sword practice. Before today, wasn't she a disciple of the Pill sect? The disciples of the Pill sect practiced the sword every day. Why didn't old man Ling Shu expel her earlier? True Lord Wang Jin silently sighed with regret in his heart. However, he thought that it wasn't too late for this young girl to join their sword sect now. He slapped the storage jade pendant on his waist, and a sword manual appeared in his hand. "As I observe, your swordsmanship seems to faintly have the meaning of borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Take this piercing clouds and breaking rain sword manual and have a look. Perhaps you'll gain some insights," he said. Qin Shu took the sword manual, unable to contain her excitement. Finally, Qin, also had a sword technique. Seeing the unhidden joy on the young girl's face, while feeling gratified in his heart, True Lord Wang Jian also didn't forget to teach her with a straight face. Sword cultivators endure more hardships than other cultivators. Can you swing your sword 1,000 times every day? Qin Shu. She blinked at True Lord Wangjian, not knowing what to say for a moment. True Lord Wangjian thought she was afraid of the hardships and trying to shirk. His lips drooped, and he said in a cold voice, "What? Can't you do it? If you're afraid of hardships and fatigue, leave early. The path of sword cultivation isn't suitable for you." Chapter 104. Just practice from dawn till dusk. Revised. He truly valued this young girl's talent. However, sword practice couldn't solely rely on talent. Sometimes, diligent and painstaking practice was even more important than talent. Upon hearing what Master Wang Jin said, Qin Shu knew that he had misunderstood. She quickly clasped her fist and explained, "Master, it's not that your disciple can't do it. It's just..." Her features scrunched up. "Your disciple has never counted. I start practicing swordsmanship at dawn and keep at it until the moon rises. I take a short break when I'm tired, but it doesn't take much time. Your disciple estimates that there must be 1,000 times of practice." Master Wang Jin could hardly suppress the twitch of his calm lips. This. She had talent and was extremely diligent. Among the younger generation of their Xiantian gate, there would be someone outstanding in the future. "Good. Never slack off just because you have talent. You've done very well," he said, trying to keep his composure as if nothing had stirred his heart. However, only he knew that the turmoil in his heart was no less than a raging storm. He had never seen anyone practice swordsmanship from dawn till dusk like this before. If what she said was true, then her excellent basic swordsmanship could be well explained. "Does your arm hurt after practicing swordsmanship like that every day?" Master Wangjin asked. As an experienced person, he had even come up with a set of massage techniques. Out of appreciation for this hard, working little disciple, he intended to teach them to her. To his surprise, the little girl in front of him shook her head, and the high ponytail on top of her head swayed with the movement. Then he heard her say, "Your disciple has the spiritual root of wood. When my arm aches, I circulate the wood's spiritual energy a couple of times, and the pain will ease." Master Wangjian. He was a bit envious, but he was too shy to say it. When he first started practicing swordsmanship, the soreness in his arms was endured by him earnestly. However, it didn't end there. Qin Shu looked up at him with a smile and asked, "Master, I got a prescription for a medicinal bath a few days ago. It can not only relieve the body's soreness, but also replenish the spiritual aura and achieve the effect of body refining. I thought it might be useful for our sword sect disciples, so I'm willing to contribute it. I wonder if it's appropriate?" Real man Wang Jin blinked his eyes. At this moment, he didn't care about being polite or not. He quickly replied, "Appropriate." According to his cultivation level, he no longer needed such things. But the numerous disciples under his tutelage did. Qin Shu was also a straightforward person. Immediately, she touched her storage ring, took out a piece of rice paper, picked up a writing brush, and started to write. Real man Wang Jin also leaned over. It was quite rare to carry paper around when going out, especially since it was just ordinary paper. However, as soon as Qin Shu wrote 2 characters, his lips tightened. "Well, maybe let your master write instead." Finally, he found something his little disciple was not good at, which was not easy. Qin Shu also knew that her handwriting was not very good. As soon as she heard him say that, she quickly gave up her seat and without hesitation, stuffed the brush into his hand. Qin Shu read 1 character, and real man Wang Jian wrote 1. As more and more medicinal herbs were written down, the smile on real man Wang Jin's face became broader. It was well known that sword cultivators were the poorest in the entire cultivation world. If the medicinal herbs for body refining were too expensive, how could they afford to consume them? Presumably, most people would choose to endure the pain. The aching sensation will subside with a bit of endurance. Yet once the spirit stones are spent, they're truly gone. Later, I'll have someone place this prescription in the task hall so that all who take on tasks can see it. True Lord Wang Jin said, holding the written prescription in hand. However, Qin Shu retorted, "Master, as there are more sword practicing disciples in our sword sect, in my humble opinion, it would be better to dig 2 bathhouses. 1 for men and 1 for women, and arrange for people to boil medicinal baths and send them there daily. This way, the medicine prices won't rise due to everyone's scramble to buy, and it won't waste most people's time." True Lord Wanjian's hand holding the paper trembled slightly, and he burst into hearty laughter. "You're truly a precocious one with so many ideas." Qin Shu gave a sheepish smile. What ill intentions could she possibly have? She simply thought that after exhausting herself in body refining, she could directly go for a bath instead of having to boil water and decoct medicine on her own. In this cultivation world, there was no need to worry about hygiene. A simple cleansing spell could solve all problems. True Lord Wangjian immediately took out the message, transmitting Jade slip, and issued an order. "Ingjin, take a few people to choose an empty space and dig 2 bathhouses." Although senior sister Ingjin didn't understand, how could she dare to disobey her master's order? Qin Shu watched until he put away the jade slip, then clasped her fist at him and continued, Master, I have another matter to ask. True Lord Wang Jin raised an eyebrow. What is it? Senior brother Qing Yin also wishes to join our sword sect. I wonder. All right. Before she could finish speaking, True Lord Wang Jin interrupted her. Seize the day rather than wait for a propitious one. It'll be today. Fortunately, I'm free today. Qin Shu's face lit up with joy. Right in front of Master Wang Jin. She sent a message to Cheng Yin. Cheng Yin arrived promptly. He flew over the sword sect on his sword, and many people witnessed this. However, none of them knew that Cheng Yin was coming to apprentice himself. Not long after Cheng Yin's arrival, Master Ling Shu followed closely. Before his person arrived, his voice resounded, Wang Jin. Wang Jin, you've poached from my sect. Qin Shu and Cheng Yin stood side by side, heads bowed, resembling two quails, one large and one small. Master Wang Jin held the tea that Cheng Yin had offered. His face was glowing with health. Right in front of Master Ling Shu. He took a big sip of the tea and couldn't help but let out a couple of appreciative clicks of his tongue. The tea offered by my disciple is truly fragrant and sweet, he remarked. Master Ling Shu was fuming with anger. Taking one disciple from me is bad enough. But now you've taken two? This won't do. Wang Jin, come with me to see the sect master. But Master Wang Jin remained unmoved. His robust arms cradled a dainty teacup steadily. Ling Shu, these two disciples are extremely talented. Even if you were to exhaust yourself, you couldn't teach them all that they wish to learn. Wouldn't it be better for us to teach them together? At our age, why are you still so narrow-minded? Master Ling Shu was, of course, aware that without his consent, his two disciples wouldn't have dared to come to the sword sect. Yet, he still felt aggrieved. He shot a sidelong glance at Master Wang Jin and asked, well, then, according to you, if there are disciples from your sword sect who want to learn alchemy, my pill sect should accept them all? Master Wang Jin burst into hearty laughter. That would be excellent indeed. The disciples of our sword sect are extremely impoverished. Their magic robes are full of patches, yet they still can't bear to replace them. If they could learn some skills from True Lord Ling Shu, they wouldn't have ended up in such a plight. True Lord Ling Shu. He finally understood. This True Lord Wang Jin is like a man without shoes who fears not those with shoes. Furious, he flung his sleeves and got up, intending to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly halted, cast a glance at the two people standing aside, trying hard to blend into the background, and let out a cold snort. Hurry up and follow me. Qin Shu didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly followed him. Although the sword sect is a wonderful place, it doesn't have that half-spiritual vein. As it was getting dark, she needed to go back to practice. Chapter 105, Master. I've caused trouble again, revised. True Lord Wang Jin watched as his two newly taken disciples were led away by True Lord Ling Shu. However, he himself remained sitting steadily on the cushion, showing no sign of anxiety. His disciples' hearts were set on sword training. Even if they left today, they would surely come back sooner or later. But what he didn't expect was that the disciples came back a bit too soon. Early the next morning, the moon had just set, and the sun had yet to rise. The sky seemed to be veiled with a layer of gauze, exuding a hazy glow. Qin Shu tied sandbags to her legs and ran all the way to the sword, testing stone formation of the sword sect without using a single bit of spiritual power. Without the moonlight, her cultivation speed had significantly declined. She came here to exercise her body, and it was said that it could also help her grow taller. The medicine pool in the sword sect hadn't been completed yet. Otherwise, she could have taken a bath here today. Yesterday, she had already noticed that in this sword-testing stone formation, the gravity was twice as heavy as outside. The effect of her sword training here would surely be much faster than on her own mountain slope. She opened the piercing clouds and breaking rain swordsmanship and read the first move, committing it firmly to memory. Then she took out her white jade sword and casually assumed a starting stance. The most crucial aspect of the piercing clouds and breaking rain swordsmanship was the aura. Qin Shu knew that Master Wang Jin had given her this swordsmanship because she had grasped the art of borrowing momentum. The sword in her hand traced the trajectory of the sword move perfectly, as Qin Shu's movements became more and more fluent. A sudden sense of discord welled up in her heart. The essence of swordsmanship was to increase damage, yet some of the movements seemed rather redundant. At first, she thought it was her own shortcoming, but as this sense of discord became more and more pronounced, she simply streamlined the sword moves. After her modification, the original sword moves became bold and unconstrained. It was as if a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds during a violent storm, illuminating the world. Qin Shu was startled when she saw the crack she had made on the sword, testing stone in front of her. Furtively, she sent a message to Master Wang Jin. Master, I'm in urgent need of help. Master Wang Jin never expected that the first message she sent him would be like this. Had this child caused trouble on the second day of becoming his disciple? He quickly replied, causing trouble so early in the morning? Qin Shu coughed guiltily and said, Master, I accidentally made a crack on a sword, testing stone. Do I need to compensate for it? Hearing her words, Wang Jian first heaved a sigh of relief. Then, upon further reflection, he thought that she had arrived so early. This disciple was indeed diligent. Filled with inexpressible gratification, he said, "It's of no consequence. The sword, testing stones experience wear and tear every year. There's no need for compensation." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The sword, testing stone was split? What? A young disciple at the 5th level of Qi training split the sword, testing stone. Yesterday, she had made a small hole in the stone. Could it be that she had been hiding her true strength? Qin Shu had no idea what Master Wang Jian was imagining at this moment. After hearing the words "no need for compensation," the anxiety that had been weighing on her mind finally dissipated. "Thank you, Master. Disciple will continue practicing the sword." Fortunately, she didn't have to pay. Otherwise, according to the stingy regulations of Xiantian's sect, she didn't know how long she would have to work for free again. Qin Shu put away the message, transmitting jade slip, and looked down at the white jade sword in her hand. After some thought, she took out the piece of wood that had been struck by lightning. No wonder Master had asked her to use a wooden sword yesterday. It turned out that these sword, testing stones were so brittle that they couldn't withstand slashes. Although the wooden sword wasn't as handy as the white jade sword, she would get used to it over time. When the first ray of sunlight peeked over the mountain, Yingzhen came as usual, carrying her precious sword in her arms. To her surprise, she found that she wasn't the first to arrive this time. She was stunned and looked at the figure in the stone formation, wielding the wooden sword with great vigor. The person in the stone formation was not very tall, dressed in men's clothing with a high ponytail. Isn't this exactly how junior sister Qin Shu dressed? While she was in a daze, Qin Shu repeated her swordplay twice more. She seemed like a puppet, constantly repeating the same movements without the slightest hint of impatience. Yingzhen opened her mouth, intending to greet her junior sister, yet upon seeing her earnest and concentrated look, she eventually chose to remain silent. Then, she unsheathed her sword and started practicing beside her. Usually, she would take a short rest after swinging her sword 200 times. However, catching a glimpse of her junior sister still practicing out of the corner of her eye, how could she bring herself to rest? As more and more people came to practice sword fighting, everyone secretly competed with one another in their hearts. Everyone is practicing sword fighting, so I can't rest. Finally, one of the disciples lost his balance and staggered, spraining his waist. The precious sword fell onto the stone slab under double the force, emitting a sound of metal colliding with stone. Qin Shu also heard it. She stopped her sword moves and turned around to look. Only then did she notice that so many people had gathered around her. One disciple was propping his hand on his waist and struggling to pick up his fallen sword. Qin Shu walked over with a wooden stick in hand, picked up the sword for him, and handed it to his hand. The disciple looked at her, his expression extremely excited. "Junior sister, you're so amazing. You've been practicing sword fighting for so long without any discomfort?" Qin Shu's gaze fell on his waist, and she asked, "Senior brother, did you sprain your waist?" At this moment, other disciples nearby also gathered around. "You too. You've been too hard on yourself today. You usually take breaks when practicing sword fighting, but today you didn't even stop." You two forced a bitter smile. "When I came to practice sword fighting early in the morning, junior sister was already here. Since she didn't rest, as an older brother who's several years older than her, how could I rest?" All eyes fell upon Qin Shu simultaneously. Qin Shu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes aglow. "Senior brother, have you forgotten? I possess the wood spiritual root. The wood spiritual energy is ever renewing. When I'm fatigued, I just circulate the wood spiritual energy within my body, and this soreness will diminish considerably." As Qin Shu spoke, she used her wood spiritual energy to soothe the sprained waist of Yutu's day. The ache in Yutu's waist also subsided. He clasped his fist towards Qin Shu and said, "Junior sister, thank you." Qin Shu withdrew her hand and stated, "Cultivation requires a balance between relaxation and exertion. Senior brother, if you're tired, take a short rest." Master Wang Jian said that 2 medicine pools will be dug in the sword sect. Once they're completed, when you're exhausted from training, you can soak in the pools. Everyone was thrilled to obtain such first-hand information from Qin Shu. "Is there still a need for manpower to dig the medicine pools? I'm strong. I guarantee to finish digging the pools in just 2 or 3 days. I can help too. Let's go together. One person with one shovel, and the medicine pools will be done tonight." Qin Shu picked up her wooden stick and was about to resume sword training when she was called by Xiang Jun junior sister. Qin Shu turned around, puzzled. She saw Xiang Jun handing her a wooden sword and saying, "Junior sister, use this. It has a better feel." Qin Shu took it and thanked him. Then, she saw Xiang Jun scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Master has allowed me to use the white rainbow sword. This wooden sword is of no use to me, so I'll give it to you, junior sister." Qin Shu glanced at the wooden sword in her hand and surveyed the surroundings. Only then did she notice that indeed many people were using spiritual swords. Could it be that? Was it not because the master was afraid that everyone would split the sword, testing stone, that he asked everyone to use wooden swords? Chapter 106. Desolation. Suddenly, a clear sound of metal colliding rang in her ears. Qin Shu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a disciple of the sword sect striking the sword, testing stone with the sword, leaving only a white mark. Qin Shu fell silent. Well, a wooden sword it was. Perhaps her sword chi was rather special. Led by Qin Shu, the disciples who came to practice swordsmanship today practiced the sword techniques earnestly throughout the whole day. Midway, some people were too exhausted to continue and sat on the sidelines, watching Qin Shu repeat the same move dozens of times with their own eyes. How could they sit still? After a brief rest, they quickly got up and continued to practice swordsmanship. The elders of the entire sword sect were both gratified and helpless. Were the disciples of their sword sect being led by a disciple of the pill sect? But then they thought again. Since Qin Shu had already worshipped under the true man of the reckless sword, she could also be considered a disciple of their sword sect. When the competition among the disciples of various sects took place at the end of the year, it would surely surprise the other sections. However, unexpectedly, Qin Shu stopped coming after only 3 days. When the disciples didn't see Qin Shu's figure in the sword, testing stone formation, they seemed to lose their backbone. Usually, when they wanted to be lazy, a furtive glance at their junior sister would always rekindle their fighting spirit. Occasionally, the junior sister would also use the wood's spiritual chi to soothe everyone's muscles and bones. Although the junior sister had only been here for a short 3 days, she had brought about tremendous changes to the sword sect. The elders of the sword sect frowned upon learning of this matter. How could one practice swordsmanship in a half-hearted way? This young disciple was still too inexperienced. Of course, there were those who disagreed. Elder Bu Kuan stroked his beard and said, "Actually, it's okay to take a couple of days off according to her way of practicing." Elder Wang Jian was left speechless. His disciple had asked for leave, saying that he was going out of the sect to perform a mission. His first thought was that his disciple was short of money. Sure enough, no sword cultivator in this world could escape the plight of being penniless. Inside the stone formation at this moment, all the disciples had formed a circle. They were all staring intently at Xiang Jun, who was sitting in the middle. They watched enviously as he took out a message, transmitting Jade Slip, and sent a message to Qin Shu. They thought to themselves that they shouldn't have been so shy the other day. If they had just greeted the junior sister, they could have asked her for her spiritual aura, just as they were filled with regret. Xiang Jun excitedly held up the message, transmitting Jade Slip, and said to everyone, "The junior sister has replied to me. Everyone, be quiet. Let's listen to what junior sister Qin Shu has to say." The vast sword, testing stone formation instantly fell into such silence that one could even hear the sound of ants moving. Under the gazes of numerous senior and junior brothers and sisters, Xiang Jun clicked on the message sent by junior sister Qin Shu, and her voice immediately rang out. "Senior brother, I'm out on a mission. Swordsmanship can only be refined through actual combat." Qin Shu had just fought a 300-round battle with a hidden fire 100-legged spider and successfully obtained its demonic core when she received the message from Xiang Jun. After informing him of her whereabouts, she casually let out a sigh. However, just because of her words, it almost made the sword sect unable to issue any tasks. The sword sect has the largest share of tasks among all sects every year. Its disciples are usually diligent in taking on tasks, and now each of them has taken 2 or 3 tasks and gone out. In the large sword sect, almost every room is empty. This incident even caught the attention of the sect master. Qin Nin invited the true Lord Wang Jian to his cave for a chat. The true Lord Wang Jian had also taken on several tasks in the past 2 days and planned to go out for a fight, but unexpectedly, he was called by the sect master at this critical moment. As soon as he entered the door, he met the concerned look of the sect master. The true Lord Wang Jian really felt quite uncomfortable. Frowning, he asked awkwardly, "Senior brother, the sect master, why have you summoned your junior brother here?" Qin Nin sighed, frowned and glanced at him, then asked, "Junior brother Wang Jian, has our sword sect become so difficult now?" The true Lord Wang Jian was utterly confused. In his view, the disciples of their sword sect were all full of fighting spirit and worked hard to take on tasks to obtain resources. These days, their sword sect was almost the wealthiest it had ever been. Why would the senior brother, the sect master, ask such a question? "Senior brother, why do you say so?" The true Lord Wang Jian asked tentatively. Qin Nin personally poured him a cup of tea and said, "I've heard that almost every room in the sword sect is empty now. And even the young disciples who have just broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refining have gone out to take on tasks. Has your sword sect encountered any difficulties?" The true Lord Wang Jian was just about to say that there was nothing wrong. The words were on the tip of his tongue. But suddenly he seemed to think of something and changed his expression. "Elder brother, the sect master, you may not be aware that our sword sect's cultivation consumes a great deal of spiritual stones and pills. Recently, In order to enable the disciples to practice better, I built 2 medicinal pools for them. As a result, the expenses of the sword sect have increased significantly. The young disciples are all sensible and know the difficulties of the sect, so they scramble to take on tasks. He spoke with a sorrowful look on his face. At the end, he let out a long sigh. Looking up at Qin Nan with a sorrowful expression, he said, "It's my fault as the elder. I'm so poor myself that I can't help them much." After hearing his words, Qin Nan frowned. He really didn't expect that although their mysterious heaven sect boasted of being one of the 8 great sects in the eastern continent, there were still disciples living in such poverty. "Why didn't your sword sect report the matter of building the medicinal pools to the sect earlier? I can't show partiality to your sword sect in terms of resources, but for the construction within the sect like building the medicinal pools, the sect can still afford it." Upon hearing this, the true man of diluted sword knew that his goal had been achieved. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, he still maintained his honest and sorrowful appearance on his face. "Junior brother was also afraid of putting you, the sect master, in a difficult position." Qin Nan said directly, "It doesn't matter. If it's beneficial for the cultivation of the disciples, the sect should build these medicinal pools. How many spiritual stones did you use?" 2,000 top, grade spiritual stones. Hearing this, Qin Nan said cheerfully, "I'll cover these 2,000 top, grade spiritual stones." The true man of diluted sword was extremely delighted. "Thank you, the sect master." Qin Nan then continued, "Go back and compile a statistics of the spiritual plants your sect uses every month. Purchase them together with the pills sect next time." "Yes." Master Wang Jian thought he had scored an extremely lucrative deal and cheerfully returned with the 2,000 top, grade spiritual stones bestowed by his sect leader senior brother. After arriving back at the sword sect, he didn't forget to summon Master Bukuin and the others to show off. "These 2,000 top, grade spiritual stones shall be kept for now and used to temper the bodies of our disciples," Master Wang Jian declared. After that, he turned to Master Bukuin. "Master Bukuin, I'm going out on a mission. I'll leave these spiritual stones with you." Master Bukuin quickly replied, "What a coincidence. I've also taken on several sect missions since all of my disciples are away from the sect, and I thought it'd be a waste of time to be idle." Master Wang Jin then looked at the other elders, who all shook their heads one after another. Master Wang Jin heaved a sigh. "Fine then. I'll take them to Master Lingshu. Next time when their elixir sect buys medicinal herbs, they can pick some up for us by the way." The other masters all expressed their agreement. After poaching 2 disciples from another sect, Master Wang Jian once again paid a visit to Master Lingshu. Chapter 107. Seeking an official title, Qin Shu left the sect, practically sprinting all the way. She had 2 bottles of body tempering elixirs refined by her second senior brother in her storage ring. She had anticipated all the potential hardships on the journey, yet there was one thing she never expected. She never dreamed that her pair of super fast cloth shoes would be ruined by her running. She bent down to pick up the detached sole and let out a long sigh. Her already meager resources were about to take another hit. With no shoes to wear, she simply went barefoot. Did the rough mountain path hurt her feet? It didn't matter. She regarded it as a foot massage. After walking on the mountain path for an unknown number of days, a small marketplace came into Qin Shu's sight. Most of the stalls here sold local specialties. With great difficulty, she found a stall selling shoes and quickly approached it. "Auntie, how do you sell these shoes?" This Annie was hunched over, with a kerchief wrapped around her head. Hearing Qin Shu's voice, she looked up at the little girl in front of her, and the smile on her face seemed extremely strange. Qin Shu's heart skipped a beat, and the doer technique in her body circulated twice. Yet she truly didn't sense any sense of crisis. Just as Qin Shu had just calmed her emotions, the curvature of the Annie's lips deepened again, and her slender eyes narrowed, as if she was very happy. Qin Shu frowned and was about to leave when the auntie in front of her spoke. Her voice was extremely shrill, which seemed a bit inconsistent with her age. "Little fairy, do you think I look like a human?" Qin Shu was stunned. In a flash, she suddenly thought of the long-standing legend among the common people. Isn't this the so-called asking for recognition? After pondering for a moment, she carefully chose her words and said, "I think you look like a celestial being." Hearing this, the auntie in front of her became even happier. A red and white light flashed across her body. Qin Shu instinctively squinted her eyes. When she opened them again, there was no sign of the auntie in front of her. Instead, there was a girl in a pink dress. Her eyebrows and eyes were long and slanted upwards. Her pupils were lively, and her skin was as white as snow. She bowed to Qin Shu and said, "Thank you, fairy, for your approval." After saying that, she also handed the basket of shoes she was carrying to Qin Shu. "Fairy, these shoes are for you." Qin Shu felt somewhat delighted. With so many shoes, she could indulge herself for quite a long time. She intended to give the girl spiritual stones, yet the girl declined, saying, "You've helped me. It's only proper to present these shoes to you. Please don't decline." Qin Shu could sense that these shoes were just ordinary ones. not as effective as the pair of swift cloth shoes she had before. So she accepted them, saying, "Thank you, fairy, for the shoes." She took out a pair of shoes and put them on. Then she turned around to bid farewell to the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl had been following her all the time. She looked around and noticed that the people in the town looked at the girl with envy in their eyes. Suddenly, a speculation popped into Qin Shu's mind. Could it be? Were they all here to seek an imperial conferment? This wasn't an ordinary town. It was probably a gathering place for demons and monsters. After walking for a long while, the sky gradually darkened. Only then did Qin Shu turn around and look at the woman who had been trailing behind her. "Fairy, where are you going?" The pink-clad woman stepped forward and said to Qin Shu, "Please don't address me as fairy anymore. My real name is Qian. I'm a spiritual fox that has been cultivating on Zenon Mountain for 1,000 years. If it weren't for your kind help today, I wouldn't know when I could transform into a human form." Qian? Lack of money? How plain and simple the name her parents gave this spiritual fox was. However, there was one thing that puzzled Qin Shu a bit. "You've reached the transformation stage at such a young age?" Hearing this, Qian burst into laughter. "If I had really reached the realm of the transformation stage through cultivation, why would I come to seek an imperial conferment?" Seeing Qin Shu's look of utter confusion, she explained once more, "Our fox clan can venture forth to seek blessings after a certain period of cultivation. If we're fortunate enough to receive the fulfillment from a kindred soul, we can transform into human form, and our cultivation speed will also accelerate significantly." After saying that, she bowed to Qin Shu again and said, "I'm truly blessed today to have encountered you, fairy. Once the mountain gate closes at midnight today, I've no idea when I'll be able to come out again." Qin Shu grasped the general idea and replied, "My name is Qin Shu. It seems our fates have intertwined today. There's no need for you to express gratitude, fairy. I'm heading towards Tailai City. Are you also on the same route?" "Fairy Qian?" Qian shook her head and said, "I've no notion where I'm going. Since you're going to Tailai City, might I accompany you? There's an uncle in our clan who has opened a shop in Tailai City. I just want to pay him a visit." Qin Shu thought it was a good idea. Having a companion on the journey would ward off the monotony. After half a day's journey, they had only covered less than 40 li. Qian couldn't hold back any longer and inquired, Shu, don't you human cultivators have any movement techniques? I'm afraid it'll take ages to reach our destination this way." Qin Shu chuckled and said, "We do have movement techniques and flying magical tools, but I'm currently focusing on body, refining, and I'm in no rush." Qian nodded, seemingly understanding but also a bit confused. After pondering for a moment, she asked again, "Are you engaged in arduous cultivation?" Qin Shu was at a loss for words for a moment. "I'm a body cultivator," Qin Shu emphasized. Qian suddenly realized and remarked, "You really should practice. The human body is indeed rather frail." Watching the moon rise, the two who had been taking a rest simultaneously halted their actions. One held their breath to cultivate, while the other knelt to pay homage to the moon. After this night, all the weariness on their bodies vanished. They opened their eyes and glanced at each other. If it weren't for the certainty that her original self was born in the mortal world, Qin Shu would almost suspect if there was some connection between her body and the Fox clan. Practicing with the moon's radiance every day was no different from the Fox clan. Qin Shu pondered for a long while, only to find that Qian beside her had disappeared. She turned around and saw that Qian was frowning and staring at her feet. Qin Shu asked, "Fairy Qian, why have you been staring at my feet?" Qian stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. "I've just transformed into a human form and am not very good at walking. Your gait seems quite graceful, so I want to learn from you." Qin Shu nodded. Since Qian walked a bit strangely, she said, "Don't be too hasty. By the time we reach Tailai City, you should have mastered walking." Since meeting Qian, Qin Shu hadn't encountered any monsters on the way. She cultivated her body and practiced sword, wielding as usual without any delay. It was already a month later when they arrived at Tailai City. Well, Qin Shu turned her head and saw Qian with an astonished look on her face. The human city is truly magnificent. Qin Shu noticed Qian's fox tail sticking out. She carefully covered it for her and reminded softly, "Sister Qian, your tail is showing again." Chapter 108. The face is nowhere to be found. Qian was startled and quickly used magic to hide her tail. She covered her lips with her hand and quietly stuck out her tongue. She had gotten a bit too excited. Hearing this, Qin Shu also burst into laughter. As she walked towards the city gate, she asked Qian, "Sister Qian, where in Tailai City does your clan uncle reside?" Qian shook her head. "I've no idea. It's been almost 300 years since I last saw him." 300 years. People in the world of cultivating immortals always talked in terms of centuries. Qin Shu, who was not even 20 years old, secretly marveled at this. "Never mind. Once we enter the city and search carefully, we're bound to find him. Our sect has a residence in Tailai City. I can ask my senior brothers to help you look for him." Qian's eyes lit up, looking extremely lively. That's truly wonderful. One had to pay spirit stones to enter the city. Qin Shu thought that since Kei Qian had just transformed into a human form, she probably didn't have any of these. So, she paid for her share as well. Kei Qian increasingly thought that Qin Shu was a kind-hearted person. Previously, the people in our clan always said that you humans were treacherous. But now, it seems they were probably just teasing me because I was young. Shu is so nice. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu was worried that Kei Qian would blindly trust humans in the future. She quickly corrected her, saying, "That's not entirely right. There are scoundrels in every race. For example, in your fox clan, aren't there bad foxes? There are also such bad people among humans. Sister Qianqian, when you travel in the mortal world in the future, you must be careful to distinguish between good and bad." Kei Qian pondered for a moment and then nodded seriously. "I'll keep all that in mind." A smile finally reappeared on Qin Shu's face. "I'm going to do something for someone. Sister, you can wander around the city first to see if you can find your clan uncle. If you're tired, go to the Xiantian gate office and wait for me. After I'm done, I'll accompany you to look for him together." All right. Just as Qin Shu had taken 2 steps, she suddenly remembered something. She quickly turned around, leaned close to Kei Qian, and whispered a reminder, "Remember to hide your tail well." Although Kei Qian had transformed into a human form, her power was not strong. At most, she only had the cultivation base of the 5th level of Qi training. There were all kinds of people in Tai Lai City. It was quite possible that if she met a bad person, she might be captured as a spiritual pet or a plaything. Seeing Kei Qian nodding obediently in agreement, Qin Shu then felt relieved and turned away. She originally thought that the place called the Misty Rain Tower, as the big snake had said, would be easy to find. However, to her surprise, after asking all the way, no one had even heard of it. Qin Shu's first reaction was whether she had been deceived by the big snake. But then she thought again. His expression at that time didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, there was no need for him to deceive her and bring her all the way here. Finally, she got information about the Misty Rain Tower from an old man. The Misty Rain Tower? I really didn't expect young people these days to still know about it. Hearing this, Qin Shu became excited. She quickly squatted down beside him and asked, "Sir, have you heard of the Misty Rain Tower?" The old man nodded slightly and gave a soft yes. The so-called Misty Rain Tower was originally just a nickname. That place suddenly caught fire for no reason. Then it rained for 3 days before the fire was extinguished. There was suffocating white smoke everywhere. That's how the name of the Misty Rain Tower came about. Qin Shu wore an expression of sudden realization and then a gossiping look. She inquired, "Sir, does the Misty Rain Tower still exist today? What has it been turned into?" The old man held a tobacco pipe in his hand, blew out a white smoke ring, and continued, "It hasn't been rebuilt. That place is eerie. Not only that place, but the whole street is also strange. Decent people don't go there." "The whole street? What's the name of that street?" "Tincture Street." Seeing Qin Shu's curious face, he sneered. "Little girl, that place isn't somewhere a child like you should go. Don't go wandering around blindly." Qin Shu gave a sweet smile and replied crisply. However, as soon as she turned around and left, she went to ask someone for the direction of Tincture Street. It was not until she stood at the entrance of Tincture Street that she understood why the old man had said the place was eerie. It was broad daylight, with the scorching sun directly overhead, yet the deep alley in front of her was extremely dim and exuded a cold chill. Qin Shu stood at the street entrance, hesitating for a long time. She thought that the big snake wouldn't have lured her all the way here just to let her die. Then she stepped in. As soon as she entered, the cold chill spread from her ankles throughout her body. Qin Shu couldn't help but shiver. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. She controlled her spiritual energy to circulate through her meridians once. Immediately, she felt that the cold chill on her body had dissipated a lot. She simply wrapped herself in spiritual energy and then strode into the alley. The doors of every household in the alley were closed. It looked extremely dilapidated. Some of the houses even had half of their windows broken off. Qin Shu felt that she was being targeted. The deeper she walked into the alley, the stronger this feeling became. Eventually, she stopped in front of a 2-story wooden building, looking up at the half-collapsed building. She shouted in a clear voice, "Is Lady Li here?" There was nothing but a rustling sound in the alley, and no response came. Qin Shu called out twice more. Yet still, no one answered. She glanced around and guessed that given the dilapidated state of this place, perhaps the so-called Lady Li had already left. With a sigh, she sighed with emotion. The fair face is nowhere to be found, yet the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. Poor Big Snake. Having suffered such severe injuries, even his lover didn't wait for him. She turned around to walk back, but unexpectedly stepped into a water, ripple-like barrier. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed. It was still that street, but on both sides were bustling markets, busy merchants, and a variety of pedestrians. A beautiful middle-aged woman in her early 30s gracefully descended the steps and asked, "So, It's you who came to see me? The woman's voice was extremely languorous. As a young girl, Qin Shu felt as if half of her bones had turned soft upon hearing it. Behind the woman was the misty rain tower, showing no sign of dilapidation. Beautiful ladies leaned on the railings, drinking wine, attracting numerous cultivators into the tower. Are you Lady Li? Qin Shu averted her gaze and then looked back at the beautiful woman in front of her. Lady Li gave a soft affirmative. Yes, I am. And who are you? How did you come to know my name? Qin Shu knew there was something strange about this place, so she didn't dare to ask too many questions. As the old saying goes, the more one knows, the sooner one dies. She swiftly retrieved a token from her waist and presented it, saying, I'm merely delivering this token on someone's behalf. He told me to hand it over to you. Initially, Lady Li didn't pay much heed. However, once her gaze fell upon the snake pattern on the token, she was struck as if by a thunderbolt, her complexion changing drastically. Her look towards Qin Shu became much more respectful. Please come in with me. Let's have a talk inside, she said, then turned around and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Shu stepped onto the steps in front of her. All those present here were middle-aged men, and there wasn't a single young girl like her. Everyone looked at her with obvious surprise on their faces, but after seeing Lady Li beside her, they all restrained themselves. Qin Shu followed Lady Li all the way to the top floor. Lady Li casually cast a spell, and the room was enveloped in cyan ripples of water. Only then did she ask with a relieved look, Where's the person who gave you the token? And what's your relationship with him? Those chosen by the Lord must be trustworthy. Lady Li didn't doubt her. Chapter 109. Be subjected to me, he's in my cave abode, and has pledged his allegiance to me. Qin Shu lied brazenly. Anyway, they had already formed a contract, so it wasn't entirely false to say so. Lady Li scoffed at her words. The demon lord had always disdained associating with humans. Now, this little girl claimed to be the demon lord's master? A figure like the lord was beyond anyone in the world being worthy of being his master. This little child must be spouting nonsense. Where is your cave abode? Lady Li was eager to know the lord's whereabouts, so she didn't expose her lies. They had to go and retrieve his majesty, the demon lord, promptly. If too much time elapsed, and those hypocritical gentlemen with sanctimonious looks discovered his whereabouts, it was bound to bring about a series of complications. Naturally, Qin Shu couldn't expose her own identity, so she casually replied, beyond the mountain. Lady Li, she raised her hand and placed it on Qin Shu's shoulder, leaning forward slightly with amorous eyes. Qin Shu remained unmoved, yet couldn't help but sigh inwardly that these demons were indeed born with a charming allure. It was a pity that in this regard, Lady Li was not even 1/10,000,000th as charming as the Great Snake. The Great Snake had such a peerlessly handsome face that as long as he stood there without saying a word, he would outshine others. The slender fingers of the hand that Lady Li placed on Qin Shu's shoulder gradually grew longer and turned black, transforming into vines that twined around Qin Shu's shoulder and slowly snaked towards her neck. It seemed that with a slight squeeze, Qin Shu would be beheaded. Little girl, are you amusing me? I, a fairy, don't have such patience. Qin Shu looked up and met her gaze, with the corners of her lips curving slightly upward. She drew the spiritual qi from her dantian to envelop her whole body. With a bang, a ball of flames burst out from her shoulder, igniting Lady Li's vine, like hand. Lady Li let out a startled cry and quickly withdrew her hand, slapping at the flames haphazardly. After finally putting out the fire, she turned her head to look at Qin Shu, and her eyes grew even darker. Qin Shu eyed the woman's disheveled state, shrugged nonchalantly, and stated, I'm merely an errand girl for the Great Snake. My task is to deliver the item, and he didn't say anything else. If you doubt me. Qin Shu tilted her head, deep in thought. Finally, she extended her right hand, palm facing upward. A wisp of golden, green spiritual energy materialized in her palm. Well, does this carry more credibility? Qin Shu gazed at the beautiful woman whose face had paled considerably, blinking her eyes with an air of innocence. Lady Li stared at the golden, green spiritual energy in her hand in disbelief. The spiritual energy of the demon lord was highly poisonous. For this young girl to be able to wield it, it must be a power bestowed upon her by the demon lord. Qin Shu snapped her fingers, and the spiritual energy in her hand dissipated. She clasped her hands behind her back and addressed Lady Li. I've delivered the token. Now escort me out. This time, Lady Li didn't dare to be insolent. There was no doubt that this was the demon lord's wish. Lady Li curtsied slightly towards Qin Shu and inquired, Fairy, may I ask how the lord is faring? Qin Shu recalled that although there was an occasional stench wafting from his wounds, he was still strong enough to manhandle her. She nodded straightforwardly. Oh, he's doing splendidly. Lady Li heaved a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. She took out a porcelain bottle and offered it to Qin Shu. Fairy, this is the mother of all poisonous insects that my subordinates have managed to find. Please take it to the Lord. It will aid in his recovery. She wasn't worried that Qin Shu would embezzle the item. Firstly, the Lord had even allowed her to use his spiritual energy, so she was clearly trustworthy. Secondly, the mother of all poisonous insects was extremely venomous, and an ordinary person couldn't handle it. Qin Shu took it over and curiously examined it in her hand. The mother of 10,000 poisonous insects. Just the name didn't sound like something good. The giant snake could even absorb this mother of 10,000 poisonous insects, which showed that it was no good thing either. Qin Shu clicked her tongue twice in her heart. After putting away the porcelain bottle, she said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Lady Li, to send me out." Just as the two were about to walk out, suddenly a man came towards them. The man was of a burly build, standing at the door. He blocked most of the light. "Oh, Lady Li, you have a guest?" His rough voice was like rubbing a 500 grit sandpaper inside one's ears. So unpleasant that one couldn't help but want to reach up and pick at one's ears. Lady Li casually responded and told the others to invite him in first. Unexpectedly, this man remained unmoved. He bypassed them and fixed his gaze on Qin Shu. A human? Lady Li was counting on this little child to deliver something to the demon lord for her. She couldn't let her be left here. So she stepped forward and blocked the child behind her. "My lord Shishan, she's just a little child who strayed in. I'll send her away right away." Shishan said with a half-smile. "Lady Li, why have you suddenly become so kind?" Lady Li snorted. "It's none of your business how I am. Shishan, don't forget that this is a space rift opened up by my lord. You were able to escape the pursuit of both the human and demon races only because my lord took you in." Shishan retorted, "The lord is indeed formidable, and we all admire him wholeheartedly. However, the lord's fate is still uncertain, and we have to think about our own livelihoods." His eyes, as large as copper bells, stared fixedly at Qin Shu. How could a human like her have come to this place? What if she brought other humans here next time? Lady Liang raised her hand and took out the token that Qin Shu had just handed over. "My master is in good health. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll break your horns." The snake's head on the token looked incredibly lifelike in the flickering candlelight. Shishan fell silent. As long as the demon lord was still alive, they could still seek his protection. Xuan was truly remarkable. 81 thunderbolts of the heavenly tribulation hadn't killed him. When the 8 great sects joined forces against him, he even managed to wound them. Just as he let out a sigh of admiration, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Since Xuan had survived the thunder tribulation, it meant he had successfully transcended it. Then why was he still here? Why hadn't he ascended? While he was lost in these thoughts, Lady Liang had already swept Qin Shu out of the door with a wave of her sleeve and promptly shut the door behind. Qin Shu landed on her rear, and with a thud, she gasped in pain, rubbed her bottom, and got up, only to find herself back at that dilapidated street corner again. There was the half-collapsed attic and the pooled water at the street corner. She had originally thought that delivering a message for the great snake would earn her at least a small reward. Who would have thought that she hadn't even been offered a sip of tea before being tossed out? Oh well, at least she had delivered the item. She could give the great snake an account when she returned. Judging from their conversation just now, it seemed that the spatial rift had been created by the great snake. How amazing! Although she was still just a novice at the 5th level of qi refining, she knew that any technique related to space and time was an ultimate art. Qin Shu marveled as she cast a cleansing spell to tidy herself up before heading towards the Xiantian gate office. She wondered if Qian had found her clan uncle. As Qin Shu walked and strolled, she saw various pills and precious artifacts being sold on the street, and some people setting up stalls to tell fortunes. Her eyes shifted, and she spotted a familiar thing. Chapter 110. Blamey. A charming curve formed at the corner of Qin Shu's lips. Suppressing her laughter, she stepped towards a fortune-telling stall by the street. There was a white banner hanging beside the small stall, inscribed with 4 large characters, "Divine Calculation." 2 people beside the stall seemed to be in a dispute. A burly man with a heavy sword on his back grabbed the collar of an old man and lifted him up. "You said the other day that I'd have excellent financial luck recently. I went to the Nishang Pavilion and opened 71 gift boxes in a row. But I didn't win anything. How do you explain this?" The old man bowed and pleaded with a mournful face. "People's fortunes are bound to change. Moreover, I was referring to your legitimate financial luck, yet you insisted on going for ill-gotten gains. Now that you've lost your capital and come to me, there's no such logic in the world. Well, I don't care. You have to compensate me for the cost of those 71 gift boxes. Otherwise, I'll smash your stall. Go ahead and smash it if you want. I truly don't have the money." He was so poor that he had to swindle people. How could he possibly have the money to compensate the man? The burly man didn't dare to really fight with him. After all, this was Tai Lai City. Fights had to take place in the arena. If one engaged in private fights, they would be driven out. In the end, the man could only smash the old man's stall to vent his anger. The old man was already used to such things. He took out another table from his storage ring and set it up. After tidying up the mess on the ground, he stroked his beard contentedly and resumed his previous air of mystery and an otherworldly elegance. Qin Shu walked over and stopped in front of his stall. The old man looked at the little girl before him, frowned, and thought to himself, why does even a little girl come for fortune telling? Qin Shu raised her eyebrows. This line sounded quite familiar. The last person who asked her like this was Lu Li. And now he was still in seclusion at the foot of her master's mountain. She grinned, shook her head at the old man and said, Sir, I'm not here for fortune telling, but I have something to ask you. The old man frowned and said sternly with a straight face, Too low. Grade spirit stones for one question. Qin Shu reached out and took out 2 spirit stones, then slapped them on the table. With a bright smile on her lips, she asked, Sir, can I ask my question now? The old man quickly put away the spirit stones. His eyes darted around. He coughed lightly, stroked his beard to cover his embarrassment, and even accidentally pulled out a few hairs. Ask, he said. Qin Shu waved at him, gesturing for him to come closer. The old man curiously stretched his ear and heard her whisper, How did that person respond when you asked for a blessing? The old man's face immediately darkened. Pointing at her, he stammered, You. Seeing his excited expression, Qin Shu smiled and gently pushed back the finger that was pointing at her, and asked, What's wrong with me? How do you know? The old man eyed her warily, his eyes rolling around. For a moment, he looked a bit like a clever fox. Qin Shu stopped teasing him and directly asked, Are you the clan uncle of Qian? Qian? This name sounds somewhat familiar. They hadn't seen each other for 300 years. In these 300 years, he had received and sent off countless people in Tailai City. How could he remember clearly? He thought carefully for a moment and then said, It seems I do know her. Are you a friend of Qian? Qin Shu gave an affirmative hum. I got acquainted with her that day when she asked me for a bestowal. Upon learning of the connection between the two of them, the old man became solemn. For their spirit, Fox Clan, asking for a bestowal was a great favor. He stood up and bowed to Qin Shu. Thank you, fairy, for your kindness. My name is Su Qi. I've been in Tailai City for 800 years. If you have any questions about Tailai City, feel free to ask me. Qin Shu shook her head and said seriously, Sir, your price for answering questions is too high. I can't afford it. The solemn look that rarely appeared on Su Qi's face shattered at this moment. He returned the 2 spirit stones. If I had known you were kind to Qian, I definitely wouldn't have taken them. Don't call me sir anymore. Just call me uncle like Qian does. Qin Shu blinked at him. Uncle Su Qi? Su Qi smiled contentedly. After thinking for a while, he asked again, Fairy, how did you know I'm Qian's clan uncle? Qin Shu folded her arms and pursed her lips, deliberately keeping him in suspense. Because, seeing Su Qi's eager look, Qin Shu then told him, Because you and Qian share a similarity. What? Qin Shu inched closer to him, raising her hand to cover her lips as she whispered softly, Neither you nor your nephew can conceal your tales well. Su Qi. He had been in Tailai City for so long. How could he not hide his tale well? It was just that the man had grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He simply couldn't hide the tip of his tail. Oh well. He must be more cautious in the future. He looked at Qin Shu and inquired, I wonder where my niece Qian is at present? She should be scouring the whole city for you. Why don't you pack up your stall and come with me to the Xian Tianmin office to wait for her? Qin Shu suggested. This time, Su Qi didn't decline. He packed up the tables, chairs, and white morning streamers and followed Qin Shu. After turning 2 corners and emerging from an alley, a red light dissipated from his body, and a young man in red appeared beside Qin Shu. Qin Shu sensed the change in spiritual energy beside her and turned her head. At this sight, she almost froze on the spot. If the beauty of the great snake was of a delicate and dangerous kind, then the beauty before her was of a blazing and gorgeous one. Oh, this. You. Qin Shu suddenly felt that it was worthwhile coming to this cultivation world. She had done good deeds for 18 years in her previous life. So it was quite reasonable that she should encounter so many beautiful people now. It was just that facing such a beautiful young man's face, she simply couldn't bring herself to call him Uncle Su Qi. Su Qi looked at her reaction and felt quite troubled as well. His picturesque eyebrows knitted together, and he let out a long sigh. Even a beautiful man's sigh carried a unique charm. Why are you sighing? With such a beautiful appearance, you should be happy every day, Qin Shu advised. Hearing this, Su Qi lifted his eyes and cast a glance at her. His eyes were as alluring as rippling waves slanting into his temples and full of captivating charm when they moved. Do you think I'm handsome? He asked softly, his red lips slightly parting. Qin Shu nodded and spared no words of praise. Yes, you can even be called a peerless beauty in the world. Even though she had been looking at the big snake and her second senior brother's faces all day, she still found him extremely handsome. However, in the next instant, Su Qi wore a long face and, looking at her, said, Of course I'm handsome. I exchanged my cultivation for this appearance. Qin Shu was stunned and blinked her eyes, finding it hard to accept for a moment. What do you mean by exchanging cultivation? No, it should be asking for an imperial bestowal of good looks. She asked directly. When you asked for the imperial bestowal, what did that person say? Su Qi was caught off guard by her words and almost burst into tears. She said, I'm a peerless handsome man with smiling lips, eyebrows as green as feathers, and skin as white as snow. Qin Shu was silent for a moment and finally managed to say, it's my fault. Chapter 111. The laughter at night. Qin Shu's words, it's my fault, left Su Qi completely dumbfounded on the spot. How can it be your fault? He sized Qin Shu up and down before questioning. You, this little kid, shouldn't have been born when I asked for the imperial bestowal back then, right? Qin Shu hung her head low, frowning with a look of guilt. Why didn't I come up with such words back then? It's all because I didn't study hard. Otherwise, I could have asked for a peerless good-looking appearance for Qian now. Su Qi, what on earth are these young people thinking about? Can good looks be a substitute for food? If so, why would he have to hide his tail and set up a stall here every day? Qin Shu watched as his eyebrows and eyes clearly drooped. Hastily, she inquired again. Just now, you mentioned that this appearance was exchanged for cultivation. What exactly do you mean by that? Su Qi heaved a sigh and explained. When our Fox clan requests the divine bestowal of a title, if we are addressed as immortals, our cultivation can be retained. However, if we are called humans, our cultivation will dissipate entirely, and we will transform into human form. Hearing this, Qin Shu knitted her brows and said, but it seems to this junior that there are fluctuations of spiritual energy around you. Su Qi squinted at her, wearing an expression of indescribable complexity. Little girl, I've been in Tai City for over 800 years. I'm somewhat gifted, so I can cultivate anew. The smile on Qin Shu's face began to fade. She gave a light cough and quickly shifted the topic. Presumably, Qian will be anxious when she can't find you. Why don't you pack your things and come with this junior to look for her? She almost forgot that in the realm of cultivating immortals, one should not judge a person by appearance. Appearance is but a fleeting illusion in the face of cultivation. Qin Shu led Su Qi all the way to the office of their Xiantian sect. Along the way, people would cast glances at them from time to time. Qin Shu knew that these looks were not directed at her. Su Qi's appearance was outstanding even in the realm of cultivating immortals, where handsome men and beautiful women abounded. Still, she was a bit curious. Turning her face, she asked, Su Qi, you've been in Tai City for 800 years. Haven't these people gotten used to your appearance yet? Su Qi instinctively raised his hand to stroke his beard. Having lifted it up, he let it fall awkwardly. Normally, I don't look like this. Qin Shu suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. Oh, I understand. It's truly inconvenient to swindle in this appearance. Once she said this, Su Qi immediately felt discontented. Who's swindling? How could fortune telling be accurate every single time? Moreover, people's fates are changeable by nature. Qin Shu quickly clasped her fists in apology, saying, it's my lack of knowledge. Please don't take it to heart. Only then did Su Qi let out a cold snort, turned his head away, and said nothing more. However, just as Qin Shu began to heave a sigh of relief, he continued. Why don't you call me Uncle Su Qi anymore? Qin Shu was at a loss for words. Who could bring themselves to call you that with such a face? Qian had circled around Tai City twice. She neither found her clan, uncle, nor Qin Shu, rubbing her growling stomach. She went alone to the Xiantian men office. When Shui heard that she was waiting for Qin Shu, he personally poured her a cup of tea and asked, did junior sister come as well? Qian nodded and replied, we came together. Shu said she had something to attend to and asked me to wait for her here. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. Hearing this, Shui gave her a fasting pill. Qian immediately felt embarrassed. Just as she was feeling a bit ill at ease, there was suddenly a noise outside the door. She looked up and saw Qin Shu walking in with a man. A look of joy appeared on her face. She quickly stepped forward and greeted, Shu, you're back. Have you finished your business? Qin Shu took her hand and responded, yes, I have. Qian cast her gaze upon the man beside her and inquired with a puzzled look, Shu, who is this? Qin Shu was utterly bewildered. Sister Qian, weren't you looking for your clan uncle? How could you fail to recognize him when he's right in front of you? Qian was taken aback. She raised her hand to glance at the string of beads on her wrist. It didn't glow. Su Qi regarded this silly lass with a look of helplessness. I'm not wearing the beads. Naturally, you can't recognize me. Qian scrutinized him from head to toe. Are you truly my clan uncle? Qin Shu nodded and whispered. I saw his tail. It's red. A red fox? Qian's eyes lit up. So you really are my clan uncle? Su Qi asked. What brings you to me? Qian replied honestly. I've come to seek shelter with you. I just transformed into a human form not long ago, and there's nowhere else for me to go. Su Qi, who could barely support himself, was understandably worried upon seeing another mouth to feed. It seemed rather inappropriate to flatly refuse. Shuhi, who was standing nearby, overheard their conversation and excitedly asked, transformed into a human form, "Are you demons?" Fearing that senior brother Shuhi was a ruthless guardian against demons, Qin Shu quickly explained, "They are good demons. They've never done any evil. Senior brother, don't be nervous." Shuhi wore a serious expression. Looking at Su Qi and Kei Qian, he said, "Since my junior sister says you've never committed any evil, I'll spare you this time. However, though I may be lenient, the guards in Tailai City outside are no pushovers. If they were to detect your presence, they would surely show you no mercy." Su Qi said, "It's of no consequence. I've been here for over 800 years and have long grown accustomed to hiding." However, his gaze fell upon Kei Qian beside him. Kei Qian immediately understood and said, "Uncle, I think I'd better leave." "Where could you possibly go? With your current cultivation, do you think you can navigate the world of immortality?" Seeing that Kei Qian fell silent, Su Qi heaved a long sigh and said, "Fine, you may follow me. Nevertheless, life from now on won't be very easy." Upon seeing this, Qin Shu could only have a word with Shuhi. "Senior brother, they are all good demons. It's not easy for them to practice. If they encounter difficulties, please offer a helping hand if you can." As she spoke, she secretly slipped a bottle of wind, traveling pills into Shuhi's hand. Shuhi was merely a foundation, establishment stage cultivator. A good thing like wind, traveling pills was enough to make him yield. He frowned and struggled for a long time before finally giving in. He said, "Very well. If they don't turn against the human race, I won't make things difficult for them." Qin Shu smiled, clasped her fist in salute, and said, "I still have several tasks to complete. I shan't linger here any longer and shall take my leave first." Kei Qian and Su Qi watched Qin Shu leave before turning to Shu he to bid farewell. After Qin Shu left the Xintian Gates office, she went straight to the location of her first task. This place was a village near Tailai City. It was said that every night, bursts of giggles would be heard from this village. Her task was to investigate the source of these giggles and report it to the sect. In her previous life, Qin Shu was obsessed with all kinds of supernatural stories. When she first saw this task, she was instantly overjoyed. Laughter in the dead of night. Could there be a ghost? After only taking 2 steps, Qin Shu looked down at her feet and noticed that the soles of her shoes had already split open. Helplessly, she changed into a new pair of shoes. After counting her remaining stock, she set off towards the village again. From afar, she could see the large willow tree at the village entrance, lush and verdant. Its massive crown enveloped the entire entrance. With a single step that seemed to shrink the distance, Qin Shu's figure appeared at the village entrance. Chapter 112. Kidnapped a little demon, revised. There were several large stones under the willow tree. It was unclear how long they had been there, but their surfaces had been polished extremely smooth, indicating that people often sat there to chat. Beside the tree was a well, from which a thick mist wafted out. It was presumably this well that sustained the small village. Qin Shu glanced casually, and then lifted her feet to walk into the village. On the way, there was not a single person, not even a dog in sight. Every household's doors were tightly shut. Qin Shu looked up at the chimneys, which were still smoking, indicating that there were people inside. She stepped forward to knock on the door of one of the houses. "Is anyone home? I'm just passing by. Could I have a bowl of water?" The people inside the house peeked outside and saw only a young girl. How could her family rest easy letting such a young girl travel alone? Coupled with the thought of the children's laughter at night, they instantly dared not open the door. Qin Shu knocked on several doors in a row, but no one answered. Peering through the crack in the door, she could even see that some children were tied up by their families. Many households were like this, which was rather peculiar. Qin Shu deemed it necessary to change her strategy. This time, she walked straight up to a house, reached out her hand, and removed the door plank. The people inside were so frightened that they huddled together. Qin Shu stood in front of the door, looking at an old couple in the room, and said, "You are clearly at home. Why didn't you open the door?" The two quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to her. "Spare our lives, celestial maiden. Spare our lives." Qin Shu then put the door back on. With a stir of her wooden spiritual energy, the damaged parts were all mended perfectly. Qin Shu sat down at a nearby table and then looked at the trembling old couple. "Get up," she said. "Can you tell me why there are people in every household here, yet no one opens the door?" The old woman looked at her and asked timidly, "Are you a celestial maiden?" Qin Shu stretched out her hand, and a ball of flame appeared at her fingertips. "What do you think?" The old woman heaved a sigh of relief, clasped her hands and bowed. "Celestial maiden, save us." Qin Shu asked, "Answer my question first. How can others save you if you say nothing?" "It's like this." After the old couple rambled on for a long time, Qin Shu finally understood. Since 3 months ago, laughter had come to their village every night. At first, although everyone was scared, they just didn't go out at night and carried on with their daily work during the day. Until one day, when they were about to go out to work, they suddenly found they couldn't leave the village. Only then did they start to panic. Moreover, They noticed that the children in the village always ran out in the middle of the night. Families with children were all in a panic and could only tie up their children. There was only so much grain in the village, and it would surely be consumed one day. What should they do once the grain ran out? And those children, no one knew what was attracting them outside. Yet they would run out in the middle of the night. Isn't it creepy? Qin Shu arched her eyebrows. It was indeed rather terrifying. She had to conduct a thorough investigation and send a message back to the sect. At this moment, she finally understood why the sect had issued the mission so vaguely. It turned out that these people couldn't leave. Could she leave? Qin Shu inquired. The old couple exchanged a glance and shook their heads. They weren't sure either. Qin Shu simply got up, opened the door, and used a spell to shrink the distance as she headed towards the village entrance. The old couple watched her actions and were overjoyed to the point of tears. This young celestial maiden, although young, seemed quite capable, the old man remarked. The old woman nodded excitedly as well. Right. In that case, we might be saved. The old couple looked into each other's eyes, their eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Qin Shu arrived at the village entrance, only to find that even she was blocked. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of her, obstructing her way. She circulated her spiritual energy, raised her hand, and poked the barrier. To her surprise, her finger made a hole in it. Her expression froze, and she quickly withdrew her hand. She looked around and, seeing no one, put her hands behind her back and walked back into the village nonchalantly. When the old couple saw Qin Shu return so soon, they rushed over and asked her, "How about it, celestial maiden? Can you get out?" Qin Shu shook her head and said, "It's impossible to get out." Hearing her words, the old couple immediately grew extremely anxious, pounding their fists and stamping their feet. "What on earth shall we do? If even you can't get out, does it mean you're no match for them?" Qin Shu neither affirmed nor denied. Instead, she merely raised her hand to interrupt their words. "You two go to sleep as usual tonight. I'll go out and have a look. Isn't it luring children? Well, I'm also a child." The old couple was somewhat worried. The young fairy in front of them did look rather young. Yet the ages of these immortals were always a mystery. Perhaps her age was even greater than the sum of theirs. As night gradually descended, Qin Shu sat cross-legged at the door. The moonlight, impartial, shone equally on everyone. The spiritual qi within Qin Shu circulated through a major cycle, and she secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this barrier hadn't reached the point of blocking the spiritual qi. Just as she was closing her eyes in meditation, suddenly, a fit of giggling reached her ears. In this pitch, black and silent night, it was truly terrifying. Qin Shu opened her eyes and followed the sound. There, under the big willow tree, she saw a little girl sitting beside the well. Her feet couldn't even touch the ground. She had two hanging hair buns. Looking about 6 or 7 years old. When she noticed Qin Shu looking at her, she gave Qin Shu a sweet smile. And the willow branches on her head swayed slightly, as if a gentle breeze had passed by. "Are you here to play with me?" Although they were far apart, Qin Shu could clearly hear her voice. Qin Shu stood up, crossing her arms, and stared at her from afar. "Yes. How shall we play? Kick the shuttlecock." "I'm the best at kicking the shuttlecock." The young girl seemed extremely delighted. Qin Shu nodded in agreement. "Fine then." The young girl leaped down the well and soon returned with a shuttlecock in hand. Qin Shu played with her for quite a while. This little lass had rather poor skills in kicking the shuttlecock and was no match for Qin Shu at all. As the sky was on the verge of dawn, Qin Shu remarked, "You won't be able to defeat me." The young girl pouted angrily and said, "This is my first time kicking it." Qin Shu suddenly realized. Glancing at her shadow under the moonlight, she was even more puzzled. "There's a shadow. Are you a ghost cultivator?" she inquired. The young girl shook her head. "I'm not. I'm a demon." Qin Shu mused that while common folks were seeking Taoist priests to exorcise ghosts, this demon was even more dedicated than ghosts. Qin Shu furrowed her brows and asked, "Can you only come out to play at night?" The young girl shook her head. "Not exactly. There's no one to play with me during the day. Only at night can I find a playmate." Qin Shu was taken aback. "At night? Someone accompanies you?" "Yes. A Ling can only come out at night." "A Ling? Who on earth is she?" Qin Shu looked at the little lass in front of her and asked again, "Where's a Ling? Why haven't I seen her tonight? She's rather shy and too timid to meet strangers." Qin Shu recalled the giggles heard in the village at night. Presumably, they were the sounds made by these two girls during their nocturnal frolics. "Since you already have someone to play with, why did you summon those children? The more people there are, the more lively the play will be. Come to think of it, there's actually some logic in that. Would you like to come with me? People here are still afraid of you. There are other companions at my place. We can play together," Qin Shu suggested. The young girl shook her head, looking somewhat sorrowful. "But I can't leave," she said. Qin Shu then inquired, "Why can't you leave?" "I'm a spirit born from this willow tree. As long as the willow is here, I can't go far," the young girl sighed. Qin Shu pondered for a moment and then said, "If I cut off a branch of your willow, can you come with me?" The young girl shook her head. I don't know. Qin Shu then continued to cajole. Let me give it a try. Just try first. I'll take you to my mountain peak. There's an abundance of spiritual energy there, and you'll have people to play with. It'll surely be far better than staying here. The young girl was persuaded by her and agreed to let her have a try. Qin Shu reached out and snapped off a section of the willow branch, then walked out of the barrier with the branch in hand. The young girl watched as she seemed to leave the barrier effortlessly, and she was completely stunned. How could she get out? The young girl quickly chased after her, only to find that she had also walked out. As the large willow tree behind her grew farther and farther away, she stood there, looking rather lost. Why can't the barrier hold people back anymore? Chapter 113. Unable to leave this barrier, she turned around again to look at Qin Shu and found that Qin Shu had also stopped and was standing behind her, looking at her. Meeting the young girl's confused expression, Qin Shu raised her eyebrows, and her smile was extremely sincere. Well, you're out, aren't you? The young girl looked at her and murmured, this shouldn't be. Qin Shu walked up to her and asked, what's wrong? Didn't you expect to be able to get out? The young girl nodded, looking at her earnestly and saying, yes, I've tried before. I simply can't get out of this enchantment. Enchantment? Qin Shu seized these two words acutely. A thought suddenly sprang up in her mind. Could it be that what prevented this little willow spirit from leaving was not her own body at all, but that enchantment? Didn't you set up this enchantment? Qin Shu inquired. The young girl shook her head. Of course not. It was set up by a Ling. A Ling? Is she also a demon? Qin Shu asked. The young girl pursed her lips and nodded gravely, explaining to her, yes, she is also a demon. Qin Shu didn't interrupt her. She watched as the girl talked to her ceaselessly. Her name was Lu Cheng, and she had a good friend named a Ling. A Ling was a water spirit, living in the well beside the willow tree. It was she who set up the enchantment here. She just didn't want those people to leave. However, those people deserved it. Demons can't hide their emotions. When she said this, her brow was filled with loathing. Seeing this, Qin Shu became curious. Oh, what did they do? At first, they begged a Ling to come, but then they had someone seal a Ling in the well. A Ling can't leave that well at all, Lu Cheng said angrily. Qin Shu suddenly understood. Then she continued to ask, she must have been in that well for a long time. Why did she seal off the village only in these past 3 months? On Lu Cheng's innocent face, there was nothing but discontent. Frowning, she said, that night, I was playing with a Ling and made some noise. Coincidentally, a Taoist priest came to the village that day and told them that I had cultivated into a spirit. Then they wanted to find someone to cut down my original form. If my original form died, I wouldn't live long either. Naturally, a Ling was unwilling. So she trapped them all here. Qin Shu understood. It seemed that these two little demons had no intention of harming others. That made things much easier. Shall I try to move your original form away? Is it feasible? Qin Shu asked. Lu Cheng was quite surprised. Can it be moved? After saying that, her eyebrows knitted again. No, I can't leave. If I leave, what will happen to a Ling? She saved me, and I won't abandon her. Qin Shu stroked her chin and pondered for a moment, then said, in that case, let's go over and have a look to see if I can break the seal at the well mouth. After saying that, she lifted her feet and walked back towards the village entrance. Lu Cheng watched her back, and the anger on her face faded, blinking her eyes. She also trotted to follow. In a short while, Qin Shu arrived at the ancient well mouth. The well mouth was enclosed by several large blue stones, and there seemed to be nothing unusual at first glance. Qin Shu sent a stream of spiritual energy over, and only then did white runes gradually appear on the blue stones of the well mouth. At this time, Lu Cheng came over, looking at this scene angrily and saying, these are the runes that trap a Ling. Qin Shu had never studied formations, so it was simply impossible for her to break the formation. Thus, there was only one way left to breach the formation. Her fingertips glided across her storage ring, and in an instant, a pure, white jade sword materialized in her hand. Cheng, stay away, Qin Shu said as she raised the sword in her hand. Lu Cheng immediately shouted into the well, a Ling, hide well. Just as Qin Shu was about to strike with her sword, the originally dim runes at the well mouth suddenly flashed, and a graceful figure appeared in front of Qin Shu. Cheng, what are you two doing? The woman in front seemed to be in her 20s. Her hair was fastened with a willow-wood hairpin, and a tuft of hair was left hanging in front of her chest. Her voice was soft and gentle. Lu Cheng skipped over and affectionately took the woman's hand, saying excitedly, a Ling, Shu said she would rescue you. A Ling glanced at the young girl holding the sword. She couldn't discern the girl's cultivation level, but the girl's bone age was only 11. She sighed and said, this formation was set up by a nascent soul stage cultivator. It's impossible for you to break it forcefully. Nascent soul stage? Qin Shu frowned. If it was truly set up by a nascent soul stage cultivator, then she was unable to break this formation. A Ling looked at her furrowed brows and smiled faintly. Her expression seemed calm as she said, thank you for being willing to help me. I won't be in danger for the time being. Her gaze fell upon Lu Cheng, yet her brows knitted together. With a worried look, she said, I'm simply concerned about a Cheng. They intend to cut down this willow tree. If you have a way, please help a Cheng. Qin Shu raised her hand to encircle the willow tree as if setting a boundary. My cultivation is insufficient. My sect only sent me here to investigate first. Wait for me to return and bring my senior brother to assist you. Ling slightly curtsied towards her. Thank you, fairy. Thinking of the formation at the well mouth, Qin Shu deemed it better to clarify things. She said, do you still remember who sealed you here back then? Ling shook her head. I can't recall clearly. It's been approximately over 1,000 years. That year, this place suffered from a severe drought. When I happened to pass by, I gave them a rainfall. Those people then pleaded with me to stay, saying they were willing to offer incense and worship me. As a water spirit, I need the wishes of believers to practice cultivation. Hearing what they said, I agreed. Here, she let out a soft sigh. I never expected that they would invite an immortal master to seal me in this well. She had stayed here for over 1,000 years. This well was originally dry, but it had water because of her presence. And the people still alive now don't remember that there is a water spirit sealed here, let alone offer incense and worship her. Qin Shu pursed her lips and said, I'll handle these matters. She took out an incense burner from her storage ring and placed it on the stone at the well mouth. Then she turned around and walked back, knocking on the door of the old couple again. Immortal maiden, how is it? Have you discovered anything? Qin Shu gave a slight nod. From tomorrow onwards, each of you go offer a stick of incense at the incense burner by the well. Be pious. Remember? Will this work? The old woman asked insistently. If you want to get out of here, do as I say. It's what you owe to someone. Also, don't touch the willow tree at the village entrance. Qin Shu said with a straight face, her lips pursed into a thin line, looking more serious than ever. All right. We'll do as you say. After they finished speaking and looked up, they found that the young female immortal who had been sitting in front of them had vanished into thin air. Hurry, hurry. Old man, look for the incense and candles in our house. It's almost dawn. I'll go tell the others too. Qin Shu looked down at the low-level invisibility talisman on her body and quickly took the opportunity to slip away. Before leaving, she had taken on 2 tasks. One was to investigate the strangeness here, and the other was an errand of delivering a message. After delivering the message, she stopped training her body by walking and instead stepped on the little turtle and rushed back towards the sect as fast as she could. Chapter 114. Does the Buddha save people based on race? Once she entered the Xiantian gate, Qin Shu rushed straight to the mission hall. After submitting her tasks, she asked them for a way to break the formation. Senior Sister Shu Ying in the mission hall told her that the formation was drawn by a nascent soul stage cultivator, and it was highly likely that ordinary disciples with insufficient cultivation would not be able to break it. Then what should I do? The little willow sprite was about to be chopped down by them. And there was also the water sprite, a Ling, a spirit born of heaven and earth. She had protected the village for 1,000 years, yet was ultimately confined within a well no larger than one's palm. Qin Shu frowned, hoping to find a way to break the formation from her senior sister, Shu Ying. Senior Sister Shu Ying looked at this young junior sister with an excited expression and finally could only helplessly shake her head. Junior sister. The senior members of the formation sect have more important matters to attend to. In comparison, the entrapment of a water sprite is truly insignificant. Qin Shu's brows knitted tightly. She remained silent for a long time and finally just clasped her fists towards Senior Sister Shu Ying before turning away. Since others were all occupied, she would find a way on her own. She had promised Lu Qing and a Ling to rescue them and would definitely not turn a blind eye. The seal was set by a nascent soul stage cultivator, and her 2 senior brothers were only at the golden core stage. Now the only people she could turn to were her 2 masters. She first rushed to meet true Lord Lingshu, but found that he was not in his cave. She heard from someone that he had gone to play chess with Elder Tianxi of the Moon, concealing sect. Then Qin Shu went to the sword sect to look for true Lord Wangjian. Coincidentally, true Lord Wangjian was also not in his cave. To be precise, apart from 2 disciples left to guard the sect and the entire sword sect. The others were either in secluded cultivation and hadn't emerged or had all gone out on missions. Qin Shu was taken aback. Were everyone so dedicated? The 2 disciples were also happy to chat with Qin Shu and explained with a smile, Junior sister, you're talking about others being dedicated. Who in our entire sect can compare to you? I had just stopped to catch my breath yesterday when senior brother Xiong-jun said that you had swung your sword 2,000 times without a break. Qin Shu rubbed her temples. She had never thought that hard work was a bad thing, but the current reality was, everyone in the Xiantian gate was so hard, working that she couldn't even find a helper. Could it be? Was she really going to break her promise? Qin Shu sat cross-legged on top of the sword, testing rock. The slightly stronger gravity there could help her calm down and think carefully. What should she do? How could she help those 2? If only she could post a mission. Wait, actually, she could post a mission. She almost forgot about it. Qin Shu got her message, transmitting Jade's slip, opened the square, and chose to post publicly. Seeking a powerful cultivator to break a formation set up by a nascent soul cultivator. Reward: 2 top-grade earth type spiritual stones and 2 bottles of top-quality qi replenishing pills. Qin Shu was aware that her recruitment was not an easy one. Cultivators above the nascent soul stage, except for sword cultivators, generally didn't lack spiritual stones. Now she could only hope that some powerful sword cultivator would be willing to offer assistance. However, less than a quarter of an hour after she sent out the message, someone replied to her. What kind of formation? Can you elaborate? Qin Shu immediately perked up and quickly replied. It's a trapping formation. Is someone trapped inside? The other side replied promptly. Qin Shu said again, yes. Do you want to break the formation or just rescue her? Rescuing her. Is there any difference between the two? Qin Shu was a bit confused. To rescue someone, didn't one have to break the formation? Just then, she saw the jade slip in front of her light up again. She looked down and saw such a line of words. I'm not good at breaking formations. But if you just want to rescue someone, I might give it a try. Based on the man's words, Qin Shu easily deduced that his cultivation level hadn't reached the nascent soul stage. Yet, he was confident in rescuing the person, which meant he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Qin Shu had no other options at present and could only treat a dead horse as a living one. So, she immediately decided to let him have a go. Come and have a try. There's a well-mouthed village around Tailai City. I'll wait for you under the willow tree at the village entrance. Coincidentally, I'm nearby. I still have a mission here. Let's meet at the hour of the rat 3 days later. May I know your name, friend? Qin Shu asked. I'm not a Taoist cultivator. I'm a Buddhist cultivator. My Dharma name is Kongshin. Qin Shu jumped off the sword, testing stone, and then rushed to the mission hall to rent a magical tool for transplanting plants. Seeing that she was still persistent, Shuing cautioned her to pay attention to her own safety while helping others. Qin Shu thanked her for her kind advice, put away the magical tool, and flew towards the well-mouthed village again. Since she had an appointment with Kongshin in 3 days, she didn't need to be in a hurry this time. 3 days later, Qin Shu arrived at the well-mouthed village. By then, it was completely dark. Seeing her figure, Lu Cheng floated down from the tree. Shu, you came so soon. Qin Shu nodded. I've found someone to help. Let him have a try later. Lu Cheng smiled happily and said to Qin Shu, Shu, you're so amazing. Many people have come here to offer incense to a ling in the past 2 days. Qin Shu also noticed the changes in the incense burner by the moonlight and said, this is what they owe a ling. She sat cross-legged and said to Lu Cheng, the weather is pleasant today. I'll meditate for a while. If someone comes later, wake me up. Lu Cheng agreed readily, sure. It was a full moon night. Whenever the moon was full, Qin Shu's cultivation speed would be even faster. She didn't know how long she had been cultivating when she heard the fluctuation of spiritual energy beside her. She gently opened her eyes. Looking up, she saw a ling and Lu Cheng sitting side by side on the wellhead nearby. When Lu Cheng saw her awake, he said with delight, Shu. A ling told me not to wake you directly, saying you might go crazy from cultivation. Qin Shu looked at a ling. A ling slightly curved her lips and gracefully nodded at her. Someone's coming, she said. Qin Shu looked up towards the village entrance and saw a figure striding over. Stepping on the moonlight, Qin Shu was stunned for a moment, and then saw the moonlight shining on his shiny bald head. Was he actually a young monk? When the young monk reached the barrier at the village entrance, he paused briefly and then stepped in. Qin Shu quickly got up and walked towards him. Are you Master Kongshin? The young monk put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist incantation, Amitba. It's me. Then he looked at Qin Shu and confirmed. Are you Qin Shu? Qin Shu nodded. Yes, I am. Master, do you really have a way to save the person? It was no wonder that Qin Shu was skeptical. The young monk looked far too young. Kongshin didn't answer directly, but instead asked, where is the formation? Qin Shu extended her finger, pointing towards the well. Kongshin followed the direction of her finger and, as expected, saw 2 demons sitting by the well mouth. Are you planning to rescue her? Kongshin inquired. Precisely. Qin Shu replied. However, she is a demon. Kongshin frowned deeply, his expression brimming with contradiction. Qin Shu countered, what does it matter if she's a demon? She has never harmed anyone. Trapped here for over a millennium, she has also sustained the local villagers for the same duration. What wrong has she committed? Kongshin instinctively felt that she was right. Qin Shu continued, initially. She merely wanted to prevent the villagers from suffering from a water shortage and offered them a helping hand. Yet, she was entrapped here by a spell formation. You, Reverend, are a disciple of Buddhism. Does the Buddha discriminate among different species when saving sentient beings? Chapter 115, compassionate but unbending this. Kongshin furrowed his brows, and a hint of hesitation clouded his features. Qin Shu fell silent, merely gazing steadily at him. Beneath the star-filled sky, The gentle breeze caressed the willow branches, causing them to sway gracefully. Under the tree, 2 humans and 2 demons stared at each other. Lu Cheng looked up at Aling, as if about to say something. But Aling silently shook her head. Lu Cheng pursed her lips and lowered her head. After a long while, a fallen leaf drifted slowly from the sky, fluttering gently until it landed precisely on Kong Shun's shoulder. Kong Shun, who had been concentrating with his eyes closed in deep thought, seemed to be roused by this green leaf and slowly opened his eyes. "Well, Reverend, have you reached a decision?" Qin Shu asked, smiling. Meeting her smiling face, Kong Shun's expression became more resolute. "You're right." Hearing this, Qin Shu's lips curved into an even deeper arc. However, immediately afterwards, she heard Kong Shun ask, "Have you brought everything?" This simple question yanked Qin Shu back to reality. She was stunned for a moment, then looked up into Kong Shun's bright eyes. Qin Shu sighed inwardly and silently mused. Although the Buddha is merciful, one still has to fulfill what one has promised. With a solemn expression, she said, "I've brought them. I'll never go back on my word regarding what I promised the young master." After saying this, she changed the topic and continued, "I'm just curious about how the young master managed to rescue Aling without breaking the formation." Kong Shun walked up to the well. Leaning over, he saw a full moon reflected in the well. He picked up the wooden bucket placed beside it and lowered it to draw a bucket of water. "My lady, rest assured, since I've promised you, I naturally have a way to save her," he said. Qin Shu squatted beside the well, observing his actions intently. Lu Cheng, not quite understanding what was going on, also squatted beside her. The 2 of them, with their chins in their hands, looked exactly the same as they observed. They saw Kong Shun pour the water from the bucket into 8 different directions around the well. Then he pricked his finger and drew a talisman on the wooden bucket that Qin Shu had never seen before. When he withdrew his hand, a ray of light flashed across the bucket. Aling seemed to sense something, and her expression became solemn. Kong Shun picked up the wooden bucket. The moonlight shone on his head, and at that moment, he seemed to have a halo around him, looking extremely divine. "Amit Ba," he intoned, then said to Aling, "When I throw this bucket in, the formation will pause for a split second. By then, you will be replaced by this wooden bucket. At that time, there's no need for you to panic or resist. Otherwise, this method won't work." Aling nodded in agreement and returned a salute to him. "Thank you, young master." Kong Shun nodded reservedly, then walked to the well. Turning back to Aling, he said, "Get ready. I'm going to throw it." Aling's expression turned solemn. "All right." Seeing this, Qin Shu beside them also grew nervous. Success or failure hinged on this attempt. If Aling failed to get out, she would have to find another nascent soul expert to break this formation. Kong Shun wasn't overly tense. He loosened his hand, and the shabby wooden bucket was thrown down. The bucket hit the water, precisely smashing the moon's reflection in it, and splashing a ring of water. At that very moment, the runes on the large blue stone beside the well emerged again. Qin Shu didn't even dare to breathe loudly and stared fixedly at the wellhead. When the silver runes gradually covered all the stones, the wellhead shone brightly. Aling appeared in an instant, and the light chains on her hands and feet loosened for a moment. Just then, the wooden bucket in the well suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. It was hard to discern the principle. In the next moment, Aling broke free from the restraints and appeared outside the barrier. Qin Shu watched as the light chains twining around Aling's limbs gradually dissipated, and the light in her eyes slowly brightened. When the wellhead returned to its original state, Aling looked down at her limbs. Beside her, Lu Cheng had already cheered. "Great. Aling, you can leave here now." Aling's face beamed with a sincere smile. Trapped for over 1,000 years, she was finally on the verge of freedom. However, upon thinking that Lu Cheng's true form remained here, the joy on her face diminished considerably. "I can leave, but what about you?" she asked. Qin Shu quickly replied, "It's quite simple. Before I came here, I rendered a magical tool from the sect that can move Lu Cheng's true form away." "Really?" Lu Cheng was overjoyed. She never expected that they would also have a chance to leave Wellhead Village one day. "Yes." Qin Shu nodded solemnly. She casually patted her storage pouch, and a scroll appeared. She unfurled the scroll and infused it with spiritual power. The scroll was then enveloped in a smoky, purple spiritual aura and gradually hovered in the air. Qin Shu cast a spell on the willow tree. The glistening light from the scroll and the large willow tree complemented each other. In the next instant, the huge willow tree vanished into thin air. Qin Shu's gaze fell on the scroll, and there appeared a painting on it. On top of the large willow tree sat a delicate little girl, looking extremely endearing. At that moment, the little girl in the painting also started speaking. "It can really be taken away. Shu, you're amazing." Seeing this, Aling immediately bowed to Qin Shu and said, "Thank you, fairy, for saving my sister." Qin Shu reached out to help her up and said, "It's just a trifle." As soon as her voice faded, Kong Shun, who was standing beside her, chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. The fairy is truly noble-minded. I have fulfilled what I promised the fairy. I wonder if the fairy has fulfilled what she promised me. Of course. Qin Shu had no intention of going back on her word. With a thought, the 2 earth, attributed spirit stones and 2 bottles of elixir for replenishing spiritual power appeared in her hands. She was really pained at heart, but finally, with a steeled resolve and gritted teeth, she handed the things over. Thank you, little master, for coming to help. I've long prepared the reward. Please accept it graciously. Kongshan took them over, and he was surprisingly a bit excited. Thank you, fairy. Qin Shu guessed that he might be studying formations, which was why he was so insistent on the 2 earth, attributed spirit stones. Little master, you're being too polite. I should be the one thanking you. After they exchanged a lot of polite remarks, Qin Shu finally couldn't hold back and tentatively asked, Little master, are you a Buddhist cultivator? Kongshan nodded slightly. Indeed. I'm a disciple under the venerable Puxian of Putuwa Temple. May I ask which master the fairy serves under? Qin Shu replied courteously. I'm a disciple under the venerable Lingshu and the venerable Wang Jin of Xiantian Gate. Hearing this, Kongshan was immediately stunned. After pondering for a long time, he scratched his bald head, looked at Qin Shu, and asked, If I remember correctly, your venerable Lingshu is an 8th rank elixir master, while the venerable Wang Jin is a sword cultivator. Sister, do you practice both elixir, making and sword, cultivating? Yes. Qin Shu was already prepared to hear him say that one should specialize in one thing and not learn too many things in a scattered way. However, in the next moment, she heard Kongshan's somewhat excited voice. Sister, I practice formations besides Buddhism. I rarely come across cultivators who practice 2 disciplines at the same time. Junior sister, leave your spiritual communication information. In the future, we can share experiences with each other. Chapter 116. Why are you here? Qin Shu also became excited. Was it senior brother's main spiritual communication account that sent me the message that day? As honest as Kongshan was, he didn't know what a main account or a secondary account was. He looked at Qin Shu blankly and asked, What main account? I only have this one spiritual communication account. Qin Shu forced a smile and quickly muddled through, saying, Hurry up and add me as a friend. Ahem. Add my spiritual communication information. Hearing this, Kongshan accepted it quite well. It made sense to say it was a friend. From now on, the junior sister would be his friend. Seeing his amiable attitude, Qin Shu quickly took the opportunity to inquire, Senior brother, what was the move you just used? It was so powerful that it could even break the formation of the nascent soul stage. Flattered by Qin Shu's praise, Kongshan blushed slightly. He lowered his head shyly and scratched his bald nape. This move is called substitute the plum for the peach. It's not that powerful. I just happened to learn this method. Substitute the plum for the peach? Just by the name, one could tell it was powerful. If she learned this method, what formation could trap her? While Qin Shu was deep in thought, Kongshan suddenly stuffed several recording stones into Qin Shu's hand and instructed, Junior sister, if you come across any uncommon formations in the future, remember to record them and show them to senior brother. Qin Shu accepted the recording stones without hesitation. Senior brother, rest assured, I'll definitely handle it well. Kongshan also slapped his chest and promised, if I come across any pill recipes during my adventures, I'll definitely keep them for you. The two happily reached an agreement. Kongshan was still in a hurry to take on the next mission, so he left in a rush. Qin Shu looked up at the horizon. Dawn was approaching, and it was time for her to leave too. She made an agreement with Lu Qing that she would release her once they reached her territory. Only after saying that did she put away the scroll. Just when Ling thought she was about to leave, she saw Qin Shu walk to the well and pick up the shabby little wooden bucket. With a pat on her storage bag, she placed one of her own water-fetching buckets there. After finishing all this, Qin Shu turned around and walked towards Ling. Ling, it's time for us to go, Qin Shu said, looking at this slender and gentle girl. And her voice unconsciously became much softer. Ling gave a soft assent and looked back at the village. Her expression was extremely complex. She had been here for over 1,000 years, witnessing the of humans and the changes of eras. This place carried too many of her memories. She both loved and hated it. Qin Shu stood beside her, arms folded. Are you reluctant? Ling sighed, shook her head and said, let's go. She stepped forward and walked out along the winding village path. Qin Shu trotted to catch up. As their two figures, one tall and one short, left, dark clouds gathered above Wellhead Village, and tiny raindrops fell, as if tentatively probing the way. The villagers stood in front of their windows, watching the rain that seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is it suddenly raining so heavily? Our village hasn't had such heavy rain for a long time, has it? Yes, I can't remember the last time it rained like this since I was a child. What on earth is going on? Tomorrow, we should go to the wellhead to pay our respects again. Since the said it would be effective, we must be more diligent. The incense should never be extinguished. Qin Shu also felt the vibrant water spiritual energy behind her. She glanced sideways at Ling, who had a calm expression beside her. She sighed softly in her heart. This should be the last gift she was giving to Wellhead Village. A faint glimmer of dawn gradually emerged on the horizon. A look of panic flashed across Ling's otherwise calm face. Suddenly, an oil paper umbrella appeared above her head. Seeing the little one struggling to hold the umbrella, a smile welled up in her eyes. Her slender fingers grasped the umbrella handle. "Let me do it," she said. Qin Shu let go of the umbrella. Then, she took out her green leaf from the storage pouch, sat on it, and asked Ling, "Do you want to return to the sect with me? Or do you plan to travel around?" Ling pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't traveled outside for a long time. So much has changed over the years. And I wonder what the world is like now. I won't go back with you. When you return, please tell Qing that I'm going to wander around. I'll come to see you all after some time." Qin Shu didn't force her. Instead, she clasped her fists towards Ling and said, "Then, until we meet again." She stepped on the green leaf and soared into the sky, flying swiftly in the direction of the sect. For some unknown reason, her right eye kept twitching today, as if something bad was about to happen. There were also strange movements in her doer cultivation method. She avoided her usual route, thinking that taking a longer way around would surely prevent any mishaps. However, reality proved that good luck cannot be forced, and misfortune cannot be avoided. It was the first time she had encountered someone killing others for treasures since she came to the cultivation world. A middle-aged man was luring the firepower in front, while his spiritual pet launched a surprise attack from the rear, taking advantage of the victim being hit. The man pierced his chest with a single sword strike. Qin Shu couldn't help taking a sharp intake of breath. Thinking of the pain she had endured when being stabbed before, she felt a strong sense of empathy. It wasn't until the man looked up and fixed his gaze on her that the sense of crisis in Qin Shu's heart reached its peak. She promptly swapped the spiritual artifact under her feet for the turtle-shaped one. Moreover, she took out and swallowed a top-grade wind walking pill, then dashed off in a chosen direction without hesitation. The man behind her had reached the foundation establishment stage. No matter how arrogant she was, Qin Shu didn't dare to stay and fight him at this moment. As she fled, she dodged the attacks from behind while also keeping an eye on his spiritual pet. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had practiced the three-tasking mind technique. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to handle it. This man should be from the beast-taming sect. As for the person he had killed, Qin Shu also noticed that the victim was wearing the clothes of the moon, concealing sect. She saw clearly that, to silence her, this man would surely not let her go easily. Qin Shu felt the rapid depletion of her spiritual energy. While groaning in distress, she swallowed another top-grade spirit replenishing pill. The man chasing her from behind was also quite astonished. This was just a little girl. Logically speaking, her spiritual energy should have been exhausted long ago. How could she still keep running? Could she be the direct disciple of some elder? Was he really that unlucky? However, he had no idea that there were even more unfortunate things in this world than encountering the direct disciple of an elder. He was in hot pursuit when suddenly a gust of strong wind blew over. He didn't even see where the attacker was, only a dark shadow. In the next instant, he exploded right in the air. Qin Shu looked back and saw the sky half dyed with blood. Her pupils constricted, and in the next moment, she crouched on the turtle and retched. "Look at your lack of fortitude." A familiar voice sounded above her head. Qin Shu looked up and saw a somewhat familiar, yet unfamiliar figure appear above her. It was still that face that could bring ruin to a nation. But his iconic tail was gone, replaced by two long and slender legs. Why are you here?" Chapter 117. It's all right not to search for the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Xie Shiwan gave a soft scoff. "I don't want to use the soul-gathering lamp to search for your 3 souls and 7 spirits all over the world." Hearing this, Qin Shu blinked her eyes. "Would you still search for my 3 souls and 7 spirits if I died?" If he said so, she really wasn't that afraid of death. Somehow, Xie Shiwan seemed to see through her thoughts in an instant and immediately said, "Forget it. It's all right not to gather the soul of someone at the Qi refining stage." Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately got anxious. So what if it's the Qi refining stage? Who didn't start from the Qi refining stage? I'm not an ordinary Qi refining cultivator. I'm going to be a master alchemist in the future. Qin Shu always had an incredibly accurate self-positioning. Hearing her words, Xie Shiwan gave a soft chuckle. "Well, you have to live that long first. Judging from your current abilities, I'm afraid not everyone can swallow the promises you make." Qin Shu was left speechless. Seeing Qin Shu looking so disgruntled, Xie Shiwan was in high spirits. However, he didn't forget to admonish her. "Your cultivation is still shallow. If there's no pressing matter, it's better not to wander outside. Stay in the sect and focus on improving your cultivation first." Qin Shu pursed her lips and retorted disapprovingly. But senior brothers said that we can take on external missions after reaching the 3rd level of Qi training. Xie Yuan let out a soft snort. Have you ever heard a saying? What is it? Qin Shu asked curiously. Then she saw Xie Yuan with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly squinted, looking rather solemn. The present is different from the past. Qin Shu nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom and tossed it to him. Madame Li asked me to give this to you. She said it would be beneficial for your injuries. Xie Yuan reached out his hand and then sent the porcelain bottle back in front of her. You keep it first. Give it to me when we get back. Just as Qin Shu was about to ask why he couldn't hold it himself, she saw his figure disperse into thin air as if swept away by the wind. Qin Shu stood there, stunned, and only then realized that he hadn't come in his physical form, but as a wisp of divine sense. Even a disciple of the beast, taming sect at the foundation, establishment stage couldn't withstand a wisp of his divine sense. It was truly the case that with high cultivation, one could do as one pleased. It was truly enviable. Qin Shu turned around and surveyed the chaos behind her. Suddenly, she felt that there was still something more she ought to do. The little turtle beneath her feet had exhausted too much spiritual energy, so she replaced it with a green leaf. She crouched on the green leaf, ruminated for a moment, and finally took out her message, transmitting jade slip. Anonymously, she posted a message on the square. A great calamity has befallen us. 700 kilometers south of Tai Lai City. A foundation, building disciple of the beast, taming sect has slain a Qi, refining disciple of the moon, veiling sect. The brutality of the act is truly hair-raising. Fellow Taoists, do be cautious when you venture out. After posting the message, Qin Shu swiftly stowed away the message, transmitting jade slip, and made a hasty retreat. If she didn't leave promptly, and another mishap were to occur, there would be no one to come to her rescue. As a Qi, refining stage soul, it really wasn't worth the risk. What she didn't know was that while she was on her journey, the message square had already erupted in an uproar because of the message she had posted. It was because both the beast, taming sect, and the moon, veiling sect were renowned and upright sections. How could such prestigious sects engage in fratricide? Could it be that even the renowned sects could no longer be trusted from now on when traveling afar? Coincidentally, the great grandson of Elder Fuchin of the Moon, veiling sect had his soul lamp extinguished during an outing for training. He directly held the beast, taming sect accountable for this enmity. The beast, taming sect also wanted to know who was responsible. So they sent people to accompany Elder Fuchin to the place 700 kilometers south of Tai Lai City. This incident was mentioned on the message square every day. Yet there was no response at all. 5 days had passed before the beast, taming sect released a piece of news, stating that there had been an invasion of demons and that their sect's disciple must have been replaced by a demon. By this time, Qin Shu had flown back to the entrance of her own mountain. The days of continuous travel had tanned her complexion considerably. She leaped down from the green leaf. Just as she was about to enter the elixir sect, she was stopped. Non-sect disciples must register before entering. Qin Shu was taken aback. She looked up at the person speaking and found it was actually half an acquaintance. Shenrong, it's me. Qin Shu took out her waist token and waved it in front of her, attempting to prove her identity. Shenrong leaned closer to clearly read the words on the token. Junior sister. Shenrong stared at Qin Shu in utter disbelief. How did you end up in such a state? Qin Shu gave an awkward smile. The sun has been rather intense these past 2 days. It's nothing. I'll regain my fair complexion after a few days of seclusion. Having said that, she scurried towards her cave abode, leaving behind only a see you later. Shenrong watched Qin Shu's receding figure, opening her mouth. Junior sister probably doesn't know yet, does she? She won't be able to enter seclusion for a few days. All the disciples of the elixir sect are eagerly waiting for her to share her alchemy experience. Qin Shu rushed back to her hilltop and found that Xiao Xiao had already woken up. But this time, she stayed obediently near the experimental field and dared not go anywhere else. Seeing Qin Shu return, she had a tear-filled look and threw herself into Qin Shu's arms. Shu, you're finally back. Xiao Xiao thought you'd abandoned me. Woo, that snake is so terrifying. Xiao Xiao was waiting for you to come back and deal with him. Qin Shu had been quite happy to see her awake. But now, after hearing what she said, her face was filled with a complex expression. Xiao, it's not certain who will deal with whom. Let's not say such things in the future. It's easy to invite trouble. Qin Shu covered her mouth with one hand and whispered instructions into her ear. Xiao, whose body had been lying in her arms, stiffened and then struggled to jump up, landing on her shoulder. Shu, can't you handle him either? Qin Shu nodded. Exactly. Xiao's little ears drooped. Then you can only stay with Xiao in the experimental field tonight? Qin Shu wore a bitter look. Who said it wasn't the case? As she spoke, she didn't forget to take out the big willow tree from the scroll and placed it on the open space between the experimental field and the pond. Xiao Xiao was also stunned when she saw a big willow tree suddenly spring up from the open space in front of her. Shushu, this tree grows so fast. Just as her voice faded, a petite figure floated down from the willow tree and landed in front of Qin Shu. She looked around excitedly and said, Shushu, we've really changed places. Where is this? She squinted her eyes, tilted her head back, took a deep breath, and said contentedly, even the spiritual energy is so rich. It's simply a blessed land for immortals. If she had grown here from the start, she wouldn't have needed thousands of years to gain intelligence. Xiao Xiao, seeing the intimate manner between the two of them, suddenly blurted out accusingly, Shushu, who is she? The shrill voice echoed in Qin Shu's mind, which made her laugh. She is my friend, named Lu Cheng. After saying that, she raised her eyes to look at Lu Cheng, pulled Xiao Xiao down from her shoulder, held it in her palm, and introduced, this is Xiao Xiao, my contracted monster. You can play together from now on. Xiao Xiao locked eyes with Lu Cheng in front of her. Suddenly, she let out two chirps. Just as Qin Shu was about to explain, she heard Lu Cheng smiling and nodding. Of course, as long as I'm here. You can stay on my tree trunk. Chapter 118, a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, Xiao Xiao visibly perked up. She let out two more chirps, leaped out of Lu Cheng's embrace, scurried up the willow tree, and bounded around on the branches, her excitement palpable. Just as she was having a great time, Qin Shu tapped her foot and plucked Xiao Xiao off the willow tree. Don't think that just because you've had a nap, everything's fine. I haven't even questioned you yet. Didn't I tell you before not to run around blindly? Not only did you wander off, but you also ate other people's food. Qin Shu deliberately scolded with a straight face. Xiao Xiao covered her eyes with her two little paws, peeping through a tiny gap to check Qin Shu's expression. Unexpectedly, she met Qin Shu's sharp gaze head on. Her big tail wrapped around her small body, leaving only a little head exposed. She softly sent a mental message to Qin Shu. Xiao Xiao didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Xiao was just hungry. Qin Shu recalled that her previous seclusion for alchemy had indeed lasted too long, and Xiao Xiao hadn't reached the stage of fasting yet. In this regard, it was indeed not Xiao Xiao's fault. This incident also served as a reminder to her. In the future, she should prepare food for Xiao Xiao. She mustn't wait until Xiao Xiao ate someone else's spiritual plants again to regret it. She took out several spiritual plants that Xiao Xiao usually liked from her storage ring and handed them to her. Keep these for yourself. If it's not enough, tell me in advance. Please don't eat others' things again. Last time, it was the second senior brother with a good temper. If you had eaten the spiritual plants of other elders, you might well have been dried into a squirrel jerky. Thinking of the man who had pinned her down with just one finger last time, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but wonder, was this really a man with a good temper? What on earth would those with bad tempers be like? It was simply terrifying, enough to send shivers down a squirrel's spine. Xiao Xiao's fur stood on end in fright. She stamped her feet on Qin Shu's hand and finally jumped onto Qin Shu's head restlessly. Wrapping herself up in her big tail, she hugged her head and trembled nervously. Qin Shu took Xiao Xiao down from her head and handed her to Lu Cheng. You play with her first. I still have something to do. She turned around and headed towards the cave abode. Indeed, she still had to deal with that ancestor. After all, that person had saved her life just a few days ago. When she returned to the cave this time, it was spotlessly clean. The pitch black obsidian floor was free of even a speck of dust, which made Qin Shu feel a bit unaccustomed. Her gaze fell upon the stone bed beside. The great snake remained in the same posture as when she left, its tail coiled up like a mosquito, repellent in scents. Qin Shu cleared her throat and tentatively asked, You are still awake, right? Xia Shiwan's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he was confronted with a small black face that had leaned in. His dark, golden vertical pupils constricted, and the delicate patterns in his eyes became even more intricate. How did you turn so black? Qin Shu never in her wildest dreams thought that the first thing he would say to her upon her return from laboriously earning money and completing tasks would be this. She felt like a husband who toiled hard to support the family only to be disliked by his wife upon coming home. Qin Shu's eyes were filled with extreme resentment. She knitted her brows and murmured softly, Can anyone be as dark as you? You're like a black snake. It's rather inappropriate for you to despise others for being dark, isn't it? Xia Shiwan. Was this considered despising? He had merely asked casually. Moreover, even if he did despise, so what? She was just a little girl. Couldn't he despise her? Is the matter settled? Xia Shiwan inquired. Qin Shu still stared directly at him. The topic shift was rather abrupt. Xia Shiwan gave a cold snort. It seems you don't intend to accept the reward I originally planned to give you. Qin Shu immediately changed her countenance, exemplifying the art of being flexible to the fullest. With an obsequious smile on her face, she said, Of course it's done. I was extremely earnest in running errands for you. I also took a look at your sweetheart for you. She spoke with full vigor and is very pretty. As she praised, she gave Xia Shiwan a thumbs up. You're really blessed with romantic fortune. Xie Yuan thought of the lark that had always been by his side. Everyone said she had a sweet tongue, but now, compared with this human girl, she couldn't even match one. 10,000 of her. Artful words and an ingratiating appearance. He commented. Qin Shu was not ashamed, but rather proud. She arched her hands and said, "Thank you for your praise." Xie Yuan casually tossed a small object over. Qin Shu caught it quickly with her sharp eyes and nimble hands. Taking a look, she found it was a stone. What is this? She really had never seen it before, since she had only been in the cultivation world for a short time. Even though she had absorbed the knowledge of this cultivation world in a cramming way, there were still many knowledge blind spots. Xie Yuan cast a glance at the young girl who couldn't recognize a treasure even if it were right in front of her eyes. Eventually, he opened his mouth to explain to her, "This is the ice crystal jade essence, which can repair your white jade sword." Repair? Qin Shu keenly seized the key point in his words. He mentioned repair, which indicated that her white jade sword was actually damaged. However, from her usage during this period, she didn't notice anything amiss with it. It was just that with a gentle knock, it would split into two swords. Was this a glitch? Obviously not. It was nothing short of exquisitely crafted. This white jade sword was bought at the suggestion of the Great Snake. He surely knew more about this sword than she did. If she could figure out the mystery of the white jade sword, it wouldn't matter even if she had to ask those beneath her in knowledge. Qin Shu straightened her expression, clasped her fists towards Xie Yuan again, and asked, "Is my white jade sword damaged?" Xie Yuan let out a soft affirmation. That sword was originally capable of storing spiritual energy. If it stores enough spiritual energy, the power of your sword moves will be greater. Qin Shu stroked her chin and nodded silently. If that was the case, it was not a bad idea to have it repaired. But then, she heard Xie Yuan's voice resound again. "Your white jade sword suffered a severe blow before, and its texture has been damaged. Now it is prone to cracking. After repair, this won't happen anymore." Qin Shu, it wouldn't crack easily after repair? That wouldn't do. Qin Shu quickly interrupted Xie Yuan and said, "In that case, let's forget about the repair." Xie Yuan. Then, Qin Shu held out the ice crystal jade essence and returned it, saying, "I wonder if you could change this reward to something else." Xie Yuan. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a peculiar human being. "You're not going to repair your sword?" Xie Yuan frowned, querying in puzzlement. Qin Shu nodded gravely, "Precisely. Why?" Xie Yuan intended to get to the bottom of it. Qin Shu lifted her chin slightly and fabricated seriously. "To make progress, one mustn't overly rely on external objects. This sword is flawless. And it is because of this that I can become stronger." Xie Yuan. Where did this young girl get so many grand theories? He scoffed. "You'll become stronger because of this? Well, you have to survive till then. When one's capabilities are insufficient, external objects are the very foundation for survival." Qin Shu pursed her lips. She knew the Great Snake was right, but she truly didn't want to repair this sword. Chapter 119. No one can resist a two-handed sword. Xie Yuan watched as the young girl before him knitted her brows so tightly that they almost formed a knot. Those who knew would realize he was offering to help her repair the sword. Those who didn't might think he was bullying her. His slender fingers tapped gently on the stone bed as if he had thought of something. He looked at Qin Shu and asked leisurely, "Tell me the truth. Why don't you want to repair the sword?" Qin Shu looked up and met his gaze. Feeling a bit guilty, she averted her face and murmured softly, "It's nothing much. It's just, who can resist a two-handed sword?" Xie Yuan never in his wildest dreams expected this to be the reason. He frowned and retorted, "A two-handed sword?" Qin Shu nodded, slapped her storage pouch at her waist, and summoned the white jade sword. "Watch closely." Xie Yuan's gaze fell on the sword in Qin Shu's hand. He saw Qin Shu raise the sword and slash down towards his stone bed. However, just as the sword was about to touch the stone bed, Qin Shu suddenly stopped her movement. Xie Yuan was taken aback. Then he saw Qin Shu holding the sword and hurriedly walking outside. "I'd better go outside to practice slashing. In case I damage your bed, I won't be able to compensate for it." She rushed out of the yard briskly. Xie Yuan looked at the half-closed stone door, let out a soft chuckle, and followed her out. In the yard, there was a sword testing stone that Qin Shu had brought back from the sword sect. Qin Shu infused a bit of spiritual power into it and directly slashed down at the sword testing stone. Xie Yuan walked out of the cave abode and just saw the white jade sword break in the middle. However, the broken sword didn't become useless as he had thought. The broken part actually transformed into a purple sword blade. Qin Shu was about to walk back into the cave abode to show it to Xie Yuan. When she turned around, she saw him standing behind her. So she held up the sword in her hand and showed it to him. "Well, isn't it a double-handed sword?" Seeing this, a hint of confusion also appeared on Xie Yuan's face. "What's going on?" And Qin Shu, standing in front of him, was still showing off the two swords in each of her hands. "Look, this sword can extend and shorten. How convenient it is." Why bother to repair it? I think it works just fine now. Xie Shiwan's gaze fell on the double swords that were extending and shortening from time to time. Suddenly, he remembered the long, forgotten name of his sword. The purple cloud white jade sword. Could it be that the purple cloud in its name came from this? But none of its previous owners had ever discovered this usage before. Once the sword was broken, it was just broken. The power of this sword is considerable, yet it is rather brittle and thus requires continuous reinforcement. It served well in the early days, but as time went by, the materials needed for tempering and strengthening it became exorbitantly numerous. Truly, it was somewhat of a white elephant, and so the sword was laid aside. Now it seems that perhaps this purple cloud white jade sword has never met its fated owner. Seeing Qin Shu having a whale of a time, Xie Shiwan simply turned around and made his way into the cave abode. Qin Shu, still hankering after the reward for her errand, running, promptly scurried after him. Lu Qin was perched on a willow branch, with Xiao Xiao nestled in her arms. After watching the figures of the two disappear at the entrance of the cave abode, Lu Qin curiously asked Xiao Xiao, "Who is that person?" Xiao Xiao, resting on her lap, looked up at Lu Qin, squinted her eyes and ruminated for a long while before saying, "He should be Shu Shu's ancestor." Lu Qin suddenly had an epiphany. "I see. No wonder Shu Shu even let him stay in her cave abode. All along, a Ling has been telling me that humans uphold the virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. That big snake is extremely fierce. We'd better keep our distance from him." Xie Shiwan had no inkling that he had now become the so-called old person in the mouths of those two little creatures outside. He took a seat on the stone bench in the room and waved his sleeve. Instantly, a tea set materialized on the table. Just as a cup of tea was filled to the brim, Qin Shu walked in precisely on cue. Qin Shu was still holding two swords in her hand. She halted 2 paces away from Xie Shiwan and tentatively inquired, "This pair of swords can really be used as a pair of dual-wielded swords, and I've grown accustomed to using them. Can I skip the repair?" Xie Shiwan took a sip of tea and glanced at her indifferently. "The sword is yours. Repair it if you wish. Leave it be if you don't." Hearing his non-coercive tone, Qin Shu felt much more at ease. Then she continued, "Can I change my reward?" Xie Shiwan pondered for a moment and casually tossed out a spiritual talisman. Qin Shu thought he was going to attack her again and quickly dodged. The golden talisman paper, lacking a support in the air, fluttered down to the ground. Nothing happened. Xie Shiwan glanced at Qin Shu's action and snorted softly. "If I wanted to kill you, would I waste a spiritual talisman?" Qin Shu was stunned and suddenly realized that perhaps this spiritual talisman was her new reward from the great snake. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the talisman. The strokes on the spiritual talisman were extremely intricate. Even if Qin Shu was inexperienced, she could guess that the rank of this talisman was not low. She carefully held the talisman, blew the dust off it, and then happily approached Xie Shiwan. "Great snake, what kind of spiritual talisman is this?" Xie Shiwan gave her a sidelong look. "It's a teleportation talisman. It can randomly teleport you 1,000 miles away. This talisman paper can be used 3 times. After 3 uses, it will turn to ashes." This flimsy talisman paper felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies in Qin Shu's hands. This was no ordinary talisman paper. It was clearly the very essence of her life. The tortoise shell the great snake gave her before could withstand 3 attacks, and now this teleportation talisman could help her escape 3 times. By this count, the great snake had given her 6 chances at life. It seemed that he was extremely afraid of death. Qin Shu was in high spirits. It seemed that her spiritual energy was indeed extraordinary. "Thanks to the great snake. If there are such errands in the future, I'll still do them for you." Qin Shu patted her chest and promised. After saying that, as if suddenly recalling something, she took out from her storage bag the porcelain bottle given to her by Lady Li and presented it with both hands. "Your sweetheart is concerned about your injury and asked me to bring back the mother of 10,000 poisonous insects for you. Please accept it." Qin Shu kept referring to Lady Li as his sweetheart. At first, Xie Shiwan was too lazy to explain his private affairs, but now he couldn't bear it any longer. He frowned and said, "Lady Li is my subordinate. What sweetheart or not? You're so young, but don't learn well. Are human children so precocious? Among their snake clan. At this age, they haven't even reached the mating season." Qin Shu vaguely sensed his displeasure in his words and quickly shut up. "If you have no other instructions, I'll take my leave first." Qin Shu intended to make a hasty retreat. Xie Shiwan glanced at the mother of 10,000 poisonous insects in his hand, grunted, and said, "Leave." Qin Shu immediately left in a hurry and didn't forget to close the stone door of the cave for him. With Qin Shu's chattering voice gone, the cave returned to its usual tranquility. Xie Shiwan preferred a shady environment, so he had covered the cave window with a curtain. The light filtered through the patterns on the curtain, casting various dreamy light spots on his face. Chapter 120. You're really impertinent. Xuan pulled out the bottle stopper, and a wisp of hazy dark, green smoke emerged from the porcelain bottle. He lowered his head, brought the bottle to his nose, took a gentle sniff, and then replaced the bottle stopper. Later, I'll give this thing and those lotus seeds to that little girl so that she can refine them into a pill for me to take. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the door of the cave was pushed open from the outside. Xuan turned his head and saw a little head peeping in from the outside. Qin Shu met his gaze, gave him a big smile, then slipped into the cave and closed the stone door. Only then did she say, "Big Snake, do you still remember that disciple of the beast, taming sect you killed to save me the other day?" Xuan's slender fingers stroked the hidden patterns on the porcelain bottle, with his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, standing in the light and shadow, he truly exuded a sense of fragility, as if he might dissipate at any moment. His thin lips parted slightly as he said, "Such an insignificant person is hardly worth my remembrance." Qin Shu didn't refute. Instead, she folded her hands over her lower abdomen, looking as docile as possible. "You just need to know it's that person. These days when I came back and checked the message transmitting jade slips, I saw that the beast taming sect released a message saying that there was an invasion of the demons, and their disciple was bewitched by the demons. Do you think it's true or false? Could it be related to the demon lord Xuan?" Xuan's hand paused. A chill seemed to envelop Qin Shu's whole body. The frigid feeling made her shiver involuntarily. She looked up at Xuan sitting on the stone bench not far away. His expression was hidden in the light and shadow, so Qin Shu couldn't see clearly and had no idea what he was thinking at the moment. She pursed her lips, carefully pondering if she had said something wrong. After a long while, she finally heard the big snake speak. "I'm not sure." Qin Shu feigned surprise and said, "Even you aren't sure? Pray heavens it's not a demon invasion. The demon in the desolate void valley before was so powerful that just the leaking demonic energy caused the death of many disciples in the sect. If a single demon was that formidable, one can't even imagine the consequences of a large-scale demon invasion." By the end of her words, Qin Shu's brows involuntarily knitted together, and she let out a long sigh. According to the timeline in the original story, the demons wouldn't appear until at least 7 years later, before Qin Mian achieved the Tao through martial arts. She still had to redouble her efforts in the remaining 7 years. Seeing her solemn expression, Xuan gave a gentle smile and said, "You're just a young lass. Yet you think so much. If the sky were to fall, your sect leader would bear the brunt. There's no need for you to fret pointlessly." Hearing this, Qin Shu snapped back to her senses and grinned at him. "Well, that's quite true." Then she said, "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave." After Qin Shu stepped out of the door and stood in the sunlight, the chill on her body seemed to melt away bit by bit like the melting snow. The smile on her lips faded, and the mirth in her eyes gradually disappeared. There was only one reason. At this moment, a conjecture had emerged in her mind. Could it be that the giant snake she had rescued was the legendary demon lord, Xuan? Unconsciously, Qin Shu walked towards the big willow tree beside the experimental field. From afar, Lu Cheng and Xiao Xiao, who were sitting on the tree, saw her coming out and jumped down from the tree. "Shu, you're finally out. Did the big snake bully you?" Xiao Xiao's concerned voice echoed in Qin Shu's mind. Qin Shu lowered her head and looked into her tearful eyes. Unwilling to let them worry, she flashed a smile and said, "It's all right. He's quite reasonable most of the time." Xiao Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just then, Lu Qing, who was standing beside them, suddenly asked Shu. Xiao Xiao said that the big snake is your ancestor. Does your ancestry have some demon blood? Qin Shu was utterly stunned this time. Was Lu Qing's imagination a bit too wild? Her gaze fell upon Xiao Xiao, the culprit, and she questioned her. "Xiao Xiao, did you tell them that the big snake is my ancestor?" Xiao Xiao hadn't yet realized the gravity of the matter. She looked up at Qin Shu, her face full of confusion. "Isn't it so? Didn't you say you were going to appease your ancestor just now?" Qin Shu. Yes. The simple-minded little demon didn't understand the subtleties of human address. She sighed and explained to Lu Qing, "He's not my ancestor. I saved him. And now he's taken over my place." "What does taking over someone else's place mean?" Lu Qing inquired. "It means he's occupied my cave, but it doesn't matter." She smiled and waved the teleportation talisman the big snake had given her in front of them. "He's paid the rent." Lu Qing suddenly understood. Fearing that the two of them might blab outside, Qin Shu admonished them again. "You mustn't disclose his whereabouts when you go out. He and I are now bound by a contract. We're in the same boat. If anything happens to him, I won't fare well either." Qin Shu's tone was tinged with grief and indignation. Ever since she first transmigrated into this world and was beheaded by someone with a single sword strike, she had been living at the mercy of others. She was desperately eager to become powerful. When could she truly take control of her own destiny? Xiao Xiao solemnly promised. Xiao Xiao had also formed a contract with Shuo and would not blabber about it. Lu Qing also nodded in agreement. Shuo had saved a Qing, and a Chung would also keep it a secret. Just as Qin Shu was about to show a relieved smile, it seemed that the mountain's restriction had been triggered. Qin Shu didn't even need to look to know that this message, transmitting note, was sent by her master. Only the venerable master would use such an ancient way to send a message. Qin Shu let out the message, transmitting note, and saw that it was indeed the familiar golden origami crane. She was not at all surprised. As the golden origami crane dissipated, the voice of Master Lingshu came out of it. Sure, since you're back, come to my cave abode for a chat. After settling Xiao Xiao and Lu Qing, Qin Shu then turned and flew towards her master's cave abode. This time when she went to the master's cave, she must make a good inquiry. What exactly was the true form of the demon lord Xie Xiwan? Qin Shu's current cultivation was far superior to what it had been over a year ago. The little turtle she was standing on not only flew fast, but she could even step on it with both feet. It was all a qualitative leap. The little turtle landed on the peak where Master Lingshu resided. Just as she jumped off, before she could see the master, she first saw a familiar figure. Junior sister, you're finally back. The person speaking was Lu Li. Due to a previous remark from Qin Shu, he had secluded himself in closed-door cultivation for a long time, to the extent that even his major realm had become unstable. Now, he was on the verge of advancing to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and needed to find a place rich in spiritual energy to undergo the tribulation. Naturally, he couldn't stay at Xiantian Gate. If he were to undergo the tribulation here, given Qinan's nature, it was likely that Tianji Pavilion would owe a huge debt to Xiantian Gate in the future. Qin Shu was also extremely surprised to see Lu Li. Senior brother, you haven't left yet? Lu Li. All his elation suddenly faded, and he suddenly didn't want to say what was on his mind. Junior sister, you're really being quite blunt, Lu Li sighed and said helplessly. Chapter 121, The Peerless Buddhist Robe. Hearing this, Qin Shu gave a soft cough and explained, I just thought senior brother had already returned. I never expected to see you here. It's truly quite unexpected. Lu Li naturally wouldn't argue with her on this matter. If he were to haggle over every little thing, she'd probably infuriate him once every few days. He waved his hand and said, forget it. Today, I've come to bid farewell to Master Lingshu. It's quite fateful that I've run into you, junior sister. Qin Shu was slightly stunned. She had just said it casually, but who would have thought he was really leaving? Senior brother is going back to Tianji Pavilion? Qin Shu asked. Lu Li nodded slightly and didn't conceal it from her. My realm has been a bit unstable these days. I need to return to the sect to make a breakthrough. Qin Shu could understand this. Back then, when the eldest senior brother had broken through during the Golden Course stage, he had used half of a spiritual vein. Lu Li seemed to be in the nascent soul stage. How much spiritual energy would be required for a single breakthrough? If the breakthrough were to occur on Lingxiao Peak, it was feared that the spiritual qi of Lingxiao Peak would be difficult to recover in a short period. Qin Shu didn't try to persuade Lu Li to stay. Instead, she made a respectful fist salute to him and said gracefully, Junior sister hereby offers congratulations to senior brother in advance. Lu Li casually took out a message, transmitting Jade slip and stated, let's put aside the matter of congratulations for now. Junior sister, leave your spiritual aura imprint. It'll be more convenient for us to have further exchanges in the future. After all, Lu Li was a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage, far surpassing Qin Shu, who was only at the 5th level of qi, refining. Naturally, Qin Shu wouldn't decline his request. She quickly took out her own message, transmitting Jade slip, added Lu Li as a contact, and then put away the Jade slip. Unexpectedly, when she looked up, she saw Lu Li raising his eyebrows and saying, Junior sister, senior brother's divination has been accurate these days. Would you like senior brother to cast a divination for you? Qin Shu twitched the corners of her mouth. Meeting Lu Li's somewhat intense gaze, she could only silently sigh in her heart. It's hard to decline such enthusiasm. Senior brother, if you want to do the divination, go ahead. However, there's one thing we need to clarify first. No matter what the result is, don't let it disrupt your Dao heart. Qin Shu, with her innocent, looking young face, wore an expression of solemnity that didn't match her age at all. Hearing her words, Lu Li's expression froze. Qin Shu watched as he seemed to be completely immobilized, and his thin lips gradually tightened into a straight line. After a long while, he finally looked up at Qin Shu and had a change of heart. Junior sister, perhaps, we'd better not do the divination. He was afraid that after the divination, he would doubt his life once again. In his lifetime, he was for the first time in awe of someone else's fate. And this person was just a little girl in her early teens. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shu covered her lips and let out a soft chuckle. I'll follow whatever my senior brother says. It'll be fine if senior brother wants to do the calculations again in the future. As they were conversing, the door of the cave abode swung open, and Master Lingshu stepped out. Gazing at the two of them, he said, You've both arrived. Why aren't you coming in? You've kept your master waiting. Qin Shu quickly pleaded for mercy. Disciple was about to enter. Unexpectedly, I bumped into senior brother Lu Li and chatted with him for a few words. Hearing her address Lu Li as senior brother, the corner of Master Ling Shu's eye twitched involuntarily. Sure, don't be so disrespectful. You should address Master Lu Li as uncle, master. Qin Shu remained silent, merely casting a silent glance at Lu Li. Lu Li understood her meaning and hastened to explain, Master Ling Shu. It was I who asked junior sister to address me in this way. After all, he still needed to seek advice from his junior sister. If he was called uncle, master, well, he still needed to save face. Master Ling Shu glanced at Lu Li and then at Qin Shu, finally heaving a sigh. Forget it. They were both willing. Since Lu Li was willing to lower his own seniority, why should he meddle so much? Lu Li had come here to bid farewell to Master Ling Shu. He informed the master that his cultivation realm was unstable and he needed to return to undergo the tribulation. Master Ling Shu congratulated him and presented him with a bottle of pills. These are the heavenly saint pills for consolidating the origin. After Master Lu Li breaks through, they can help you consolidate your realm. Lu Li accepted the pills and sincerely appreciated the kindness. Then he took out a jade abacus, stepped onto it, bowed to the master, disciple pair on the ground, and took his leave. The gaze of the true man Ling Shu finally fell on Qin Shu again and he asked, I've heard that you went out for training? Qin Shu nodded obediently and replied, I went out and fought against some monsters. I feel that my cultivation base still needs improvement. Hearing her words, the true man Ling Shu let out a sneer and said, with your current cultivation, there are numerous people in the entire world of cultivating immortals who can crush you with just one finger. I've heard from others that someone seemed to have lost their life in the south of Tailai City not long ago. A disciple of the Yenyue sect died. Wasn't it the great-grandson of Elder Fuchin? At this point, the true man Ling Shu sighed and said, Elder Fuchin is really something. How could his own great-grandson be killed by a foundation establishment stage cultivator? It's truly disgraceful. He has so many precious items. Yet he was even reluctant to give one or two to his great-grandson for self-protection. Here, he suddenly paused for a moment. As if having thought of something, he quickly rummaged through his storage ring, took out a silk fabric as thin as a cicada's wing, and handed it to Qin Shu. Qin Shu widened her eyes, looked at the thing her master was handing over, and curiously asked, Master, what is this? The true man Ling Shu gave a grunt and said, I'm also afraid of hearing the news of your untimely death one day. I'm an old man and might not be able to bear it. This thing is called the unending cicada rope. Its only function is to allow one to escape like a cicada shedding its shell. Qin Shu bit her lower lip and knitted her brows tightly. She could understand every word her master said, but how exactly did this escaping like a cicada shedding its shell work? Seeing her confused look, the true man Ling Shu knew she didn't understand and thus explained it to her. When this thing is worn on the body, it will shatter when you are attacked, blocking the blow for you and teleporting you more than 5 kilometers away. Qin Shu's eyes widened in great surprise. What a wonderful thing it was. Seeing the smile on her face, the true man Ling Shu was also highly contented. As his last disciple, she naturally deserved good protection. The smile on Qin Shu's face froze when she heard the words last disciple. She looked up at the true man Ling Shu in disbelief. The last disciple? Wasn't it Qiyu? She had always thought she was just an extra. When the master wanted to take her as a disciple back then, she had felt it was like a windfall. But now, the master actually said that she was his last disciple. Meeting Qin Shu's astonished gaze, the true man Ling Shu burst into laughter. Without much explanation, he simply said, Silly girl. Go and make preparations. Tomorrow, have all the disciples in the sect go to the alchemy room. You can tell them how to refine a furnace of pills well. Qin Shu readily agreed. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly turned back and asked, Master, I previously heard from the beast taming sect that there was an invasion of demons. Is this true or false? Chapter 122. Can one take someone else's heavenly tribulation? Unexpectedly, the true man Ling Shu looked even more astounded than Qin Shu. Really? Do you think? Could they have fabricated such a colossal lie just because they were afraid of being unable to account to the moon, concealing sect? Qin Shu blinked her eyes, then heard her master continue, Yesterday, Master Lu Li divined for the beast, taming sect, and found no changes in their sect. However, divination results are highly changeable. Perhaps the beast, taming sect is deceiving others, or the only disciple in their sect invaded by the demons has been killed. Or maybe Master Lu Li's divination was inaccurate. Master Ling Shu put forward several of his speculations. However, perhaps no one in the world knew the truth of the matter better than Qin Shu. It was true that the disciple of the beast, taming sect, had killed a disciple of the moon, concealing sect. But that beast, taming sect disciple was killed by a single move from the phantom of a great snake. As for whether the snake was related to the demons, it needed further exploration to find out. Seeing Qin Shu looking tense, Master Ling Shu reached out and stroked her little head, admonishing, Your cultivation is still low. Currently, The 8 great sects are secretly assassinating each other for the sake of ranking, which is truly contrary to the reputation of noble and upright sects. Before you reach the foundation, establishment stage, it's better not to go out. Thinking of the feeling of being pierced by a sword, Qin Shu promptly yielded. She nodded obediently and replied, yes. The next moment, she looked up at Master Lingshu and asked, Master, a few days ago, I saw in the message Jade slip that someone mentioned the demon lord Xie Shiwan. Do you think the matter of the demonic invasion could be related to him? Lying in the cave to recuperate, Xie Shiwan suddenly sneezed out of the blue. He frowned and wondered, what's going on? I've never heard of snakes catching colds. The true man Lingshu flicked directly on Qin Shu's forehead and looked at her, saying, you little thing, you meddle in so many affairs. Whether there is an invasion of the demons or not, it's the sect master's concern. Qin Shu rubbed her forehead and looked at the true man Lingshu with a face full of accusation. You really hit hard, sir. The true man Lingshu laughed upon seeing the look on the little girl's face. You even claim to temper your body. Can't you even endure such a little pain? If word gets out, people will laugh their heads off. Feeling underestimated, Qin Shu straightened her back and said, Disciple has just started to temper her body. I definitely won't be like this in the future. After saying that, she pretended to move closer to her master and started gossiping. Master, what's Xie Shiwan's true form? No one knew how nervous she was when she asked this question. Her 2 small fists were tightly clenched and her palms were wet. She was even more nervous than the day she checked her college entrance examination results back then. The true man Lingshu didn't beat around the bush either. Stroking his beard, he casually told her, Xie Shiwan is a snake. People didn't know his true form before. It was not until last year when he passed through the thunder tribulation that he transformed into his original form and endured 99 and 81 thunderbolts with his physical body. The true man Lingshu talked for a long time. When he looked up, he found that his little disciple's expression seemed a bit abnormal. Why did she seem extremely excited? Qin Shu was almost certain at this time. Had she really saved Xie Shiwan, the big shot of the demon clan? Was this the law for time, traveling girls? Master, has Xie Shiwan done anything bad? Why do the 8 major sects want to exterminate him? Qin Shu asked in puzzlement. According to her current frequency of browsing Jade slips and the long time she spent reading in the library pavilion, she still hadn't found any records about the demon race. It was probably restricted by the sect. Master Lingshu frowned. His little disciple's question really stumped him. At this moment, he was also a bit at a loss as to how to answer. The demon race has been at odds with us since ancient times. It was probably an old grudge. Qin Shu sighed and didn't dwell on this matter. Anyway, it wasn't something someone as insignificant as her could concern herself with. Even she herself was currently at the mercy of others. After a moment's thought, she asked the second question that concerned her, Master, does everyone have to endure 99 and 81 thunderbolts when crossing the thunder tribulation? Master Lingshu came to his senses, glanced at Qin Shu, and smiled. Not really. The more thunderbolts in the tribulation, the better the aptitude. Such a person who defies the heavens is even what God can't tolerate and wants to destroy. Qin Shu gasped inwardly. Being struck by 81 thunderbolts? No wonder the great snake was so severely injured. And what about her? With her 3 spiritual root aptitude, God should probably tolerate her, right? She wondered how many thunderbolts she would have. According to what the great snake said, the thunder tribulation should have a certain ability to temper the body. She wondered if she could. Hiki. If Xie Shiwan knew what she was thinking, he would surely call her crazy. Even he only dared to endure the thunder tribulation with his strong physical body and refine a part of the thunder power. This little girl, so weak that one finger could crush her, actually dared to have such a thought. Qin Shu looked up at the true man Lingshu and asked innocently, Master, must one endure the thunder tribulation personally? Can someone else endure it on their behalf? As soon as the true man Lingshu heard this, his face darkened instantly, scolding, You, a young novice in cultivation, actually have such thoughts. Cultivation is an irreplaceable path. If you rely on others for everything, is it you who are cultivating or others? Seeing his reaction, Qin Shu knew he had misunderstood and quickly explained, Master, no. It's not what you think. Disciple was just asking out of curiosity, just casually. Forget it. She'd better go back and ask using the jade slip. She shouldn't anger her master. After all, he had given her a wonderful treasure for escaping danger. Qin Shu left the cave abode. The first thing she did was take out the jade slip and anonymously asked, Can someone else bear the thunder tribulation on another's behalf? By the time she returned to her own mountain peak, many enthusiastic people had replied to her. Another newbie, I suppose. Only newbies would have such wild ideas. Young people these days only seek shortcuts instead of focusing on down-to-earth efforts. Today's youths are becoming more and more impetuous. Alas, most of the responses were lectures. It was only after scrolling for a long time that Qin Shu found a truly straightforward answer. Naturally, it's possible. However, One who endures the thunder tribulation for someone else has to bear double the tribulation, and this tribulation will intensify according to the bearer's capabilities. Generally, no one would endure the thunder tribulation for others. Look how precisely the person worded it. Generally speaking, it implies that there are also extraordinary circumstances. She specially sent a private message to the kind-hearted person who replied to her, asking what would happen if two people went through the thunder tribulation together. The person replied promptly, both individuals would have to endure the thunder tribulation. It would follow the specifications of the thunder tribulation for the one with the highest cultivation level. However, if the one with higher cultivation could withstand double the thunder tribulation, it would be a different story. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. She finally understood this time. Chapter 123. Despicable means according to the rules of the immortal, cultivating world. One would first encounter the thunder tribulation when breaking through to the golden core stage. With her current cultivation, if she tried to take advantage of someone else's thunder tribulation to temper her body, she might vanish into thin air with just one strike of thunder. Nevertheless, tempering the body with the power of thunder was indeed a shortcut, albeit a rather painful one. What should she do? Qin Shu stroked her chin, lost in thought. Suddenly, a white light flashed on the message, transmitting Jade Slip. Qin Shu snapped back to reality and looked down to see a line of words appear on it. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are you also of the mutated thunder spiritual root? The use of the word also was quite intriguing. Asking such a question indicated that this person was most likely also a person with the thunder spiritual root. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shu didn't directly reply with a yes or no. This was the time to showcase the profoundness of the language of the flowering country. Are you also fellow Taoist? Qin Shu counter-questioned. To be honest, seeing that you inquired about this, it reminded me of my younger days when I also thought about absorbing the power of thunder in the thunder tribulation for cultivation. Although the disciples with thunder spiritual roots like us have a certain resistance to the power of thunder, the thunder tribulation is truly too powerful. Even the weakest thunder tribulation in the golden core stage is beyond our ability to handle. The person sent over a long string of words. The handwriting was extremely pleasing to the eye, exuding an air of elegance. His statement coincided perfectly with what Qin Shu had been worried about. However, the next sentence he sent opened up a new line of thinking for Qin Shu. Although the power of thunder in the thunder tribulation cannot be harnessed, fellow Taoist might consider the thunder pool. The power of thunder there increases gradually from the edge to the center. It is truly a sacred place for cultivation for those with thunder spiritual roots. If fellow Taoist has the opportunity, it's worth a try. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. May I ask where the thunder pool is, fellow Taoist? On Wuya Mountain. Qin Shu silently noted it down, but currently she was still rather vulnerable. Going there would be a suicidal act. She'd better wait until she reached the third level of body refinement before seeking out the thunder pool. However, as stated in the Jade Slip before, cultivating the body in a place rich in fire spiritual qi could be put on the agenda first. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I'll remember it. On the other end of the Jade Slip, an old man looked at the line of words on it, stroking his gray beard contentedly and smiling. On the 7th day of learning to use the Jade Slip, he had helped another young friend. The current cultivation world was truly changing with each passing day, especially this message, transmitting Jade Slip, which was much more convenient than in their days. Just as he was feeling satisfied, a young lad called out outside the cave abode, Ancestor, the sect master requests an audience. Old Ancestor Leiyan put away the Jade Slip and sent a spiritual message outside the door, ask him to come in. Jiangqi, the master of the Heavenly Gang's palace, strode in through the door. He clasped his hands in front of him and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Grand Ancestor. Grand Ancestor Leiyan grunted in response and asked, You requested an audience. What matter do you bring to me? Jiangqi frowned and replied, Grand Ancestor. In the past 3 months, our sect has lost 17 disciples below the Golden Core realm. Currently, the low-level disciples in our sect are all in a state of great panic. Hearing this, Grand Ancestor Leiyan also sensed something amiss. There is no war in the cultivation world at present, and disciples below the Golden Core realm wouldn't venture into overly dangerous places. How could there be such a high casualty rate? Have you ascertained the cause? Grand Ancestor Leiyan inquired. Jiangqi looked somewhat hesitant, but finally shook his head. I've investigated several times, yet I have no conclusive evidence. Their Heavenly Gang's palace ranked 3rd among the 8 great sects in the Eastern continent. The 8 sects had an agreement to hold a grand sect competition every 5 years, and the rankings would be determined based on the disciples' performance in the competition. The final rankings of these 8 sects were not merely for show. They were also related to the number of disciples each sect could send into several major secret realms. The higher a sect's ranking, the more disciples it could dispatch to the secret realms. These major secret realms were not like the small trial ones. There were even inheritance secret realms where the inheritors had not been found to this day. The more sect disciples entered, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance. As a result, the sects ranked behind them were using all their might to target them. Grand Ancestor Lei Yun cast a sidelong glance at Jiangqi and asked, "No conclusive evidence means you have some leads at least. It's all right. Share them with me." Jiangqi heaved a sigh. It had been investigated that the Luoyun sect had secretly sent assassins, yet the evidence was not conclusive. The Thundercloud ancestor recalled that he had seen a piece of news while playing with the jade slip on the first day. A look of sudden realization dawned on his face, and he said, "Have you heard the rumor that the beast, taming sect launched an attack on the moon, concealing sect some time ago?" Jiangqi nodded. "I have heard of it. But the beast, taming sect claimed that their sect's disciples had been invaded by demons." The Thundercloud ancestor let out a disdainful sneer, but said nothing. However, Jiangqi already understood his meaning. He clasped his fists in salute and stated his purpose. "Ancestor, I wish to open the trial ground once again so that these young disciples can train inside. It is too dangerous for them to go on external training. Let them practice in the trial ground for the time being." The trial ground had already been opened when this batch of new disciples entered the sect. If it was to be opened again, Jiangqi, as the sect master, did not have the authority. According to the sect's rules, at least one sect ancestor's approval was required. At this time, most of the ancestors were in deep, seated closed-door cultivation. And only the hot, tempered Thundercloud ancestor had just awakened. The Thundercloud ancestor pondered for a while and then agreed. "Let it be done as you say." Jiangqi was overjoyed. He clasped his fists in salute again and said, "On behalf of the young disciples in the sect, I thank the ancestor for your mercy." The casualty rate in the Heavenly Gang's palace was quite high. The disciples of the mysterious Heaven Gate, which ranked second, were also in a miserable state. Different from other sects, most of the disciples who went on external training from the mysterious Heaven Gate were sword cultivators. Almost all the sword cultivators in the sect went out on missions last month. Some who didn't get any missions even went so far as to form teams with the disciples from the neighboring pill, making sect, artifact, refining sect, and talisman, making sect. As is well known, wherever sword cultivators pass, not a blade of grass remains. They slay beasts on sight and uproot plants. They spare no effort in earning spirit stones. However, even these formidable sword cultivators can fall victim to covert ambushes. What makes sword cultivators remarkable is not only their cultivation techniques, but also their swordsmanship. Indeed, they possess the ability to fight beyond their levels compared to ordinary cultivators. Most of them returned battered and bruised. Fortunately, 2 were saved by Master Bukuin, who happened to pass by while on a mission. But upon a head count, it was found that 6 disciples had perished in the past 3 months. Master Wang Jin flew into a rage upon learning of this. Each of these young disciples had been painstakingly nurtured by him. How dare those people kill them at will? Were they so poor losers that they resorted to attacking their new disciples? Furious, Master Wang Jin paced back and forth in Master Qinan's cave abode. Master Qinan was no less angry, yet he worried that Master Wang Jin might cause some irreparable commotion. So he quickly tried to soothe him, saying, "These are just underhanded tactics. We'll defeat them fairly on the arena." Hearing this, Master Wang Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked, "Senior brother, the sect master, do you know who did this?" Chapter 124. It's time for divination. Master Qinan frowned but remained silent. Then Master Wang Jin continued, "Right, senior brother, the sect master. You have a time, recall mirror. You must be able to find out who is behind this." Master Qinan sighed and slowly shook his head. His tone was grave as he said, "It's common knowledge that our Xiantian sect owns the time, recall mirror. Those people won't make it easy for us to uncover their identities. The time retrospection mirror is in the charge of each successive sect master of the mysterious heaven sect, which is well known among all the major sects in the cultivation world. Occasionally, people would come to borrow this precious item, bringing a considerable amount of spiritual stones to the mysterious heaven sect." As the true immortal Wanjian just frowned, Qin continued, "Those who launched the attack were all dressed in black, and most of them used swords. The swords were the most ordinary spiritual swords, and their swordplay was extremely poor and diverse. This one inspected carefully and finally detected a clue from the fight between one of the cultivators and Ingzhen. When dodging, he subconsciously used a body movement technique, seemingly similar to the inviting the moon technique of the falling cloud sect. The true immortal Wanjian nodded slightly. In the next instant, he stepped out towards the outside of the cave abode. The true immortal Qin called out to him, "Junior brother, where are you going?" "I'm going to the falling cloud sect to have a little swordplay competition with them." As soon as the words were spoken, the true immortal Wanjian had already reached the outside of the cave door. Qin quickly stood up and chased after him. "Wanjian, we don't have enough evidence. Don't let things end up in a mess." "Don't worry, senior brother. I have a clear plan in mind. As he spoke, the true immortal Wang Jian summoned his sword and stepped onto it. In the next instant, he vanished into the sky. Hearing this, Qin seemed to truly relax. With a gloomy face, he didn't chase after him anymore. Seeing this, Shu, the eldest disciple under Qin, asked worriedly, Master, Uncle Wang Jian has a rather fiery temper. If he goes like this, what if he causes trouble? Qin sat upright on the bamboo chair, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. He has a clear plan. If we don't let him vent this anger, wouldn't our disciples have died in vain? Thinking of those junior brothers who died miserably, Shu Yu's complexion gradually turned grim. True man Wang Jian stepped on the Zhanlu sword and fought his way all the way to the front gate of the Luoyun sect. The Luoyun sect was the most prominent sect in the cultivation world. In recent years, the Xiantian gate had been rising rapidly. Fearing that they might be overtaken by the Xiantian gate in the sect competition and thus lose some resources, they secretly launched attacks on the disciples of the Xiantian gate. True man Wang Jian stood aloft in the air and shouted towards the celestial mountain of the Luoyun sect in front of him. Wang Jian of the Xiantian gate has come to have a swordsmanship exchange with your esteemed sect's fellow cultivators. I sincerely hope that all of you will not spare your guidance. His voice, imbued with spiritual power, resounded like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the entire Luoyun sect. The disciples of the Luoyun sect immediately reported this matter to their sect master. Qiu Fei also heard the commotion outside. Frowning deeply with a worried look on his face, he murmured, Is Wang Jian out of his mind? Just because 6 junior disciples died, does he really have to come here in person? The neighboring Tian sect lost 17 disciples in 3 days, yet they endured it. He never expected that, despite sending out so many people, most of the targeted ones managed to escape, and only 6 disciples were left behind. If they really waited until the sect competition, those escaped outstanding ones would become the number 1 opponents for his sect's disciples. His disciples below were also extremely anxious. Sect Master, what shall we do? Qiu Fei clasped his hands behind his back and paced around the room for a few rounds before stopping and saying, With the sect protecting formation, he can't do much. Let him stay there if he wants. The true man of crazy sword is well known in the world of cultivating immortals. Currently, he has reached the late stage of the god transformation realm. His cloud, piercing, and rain breaking sword technique is executed with great vigor. Even when facing a powerful cultivator in the early stage of the fusion realm, he is capable of engaging in a battle. Everyone calls him a madman when fighting with him. His fearless attitude makes even a friendly spar seem like a fight between sworn enemies with a blood feud. Who would want to face such a person? The true man of crazy sword waited for an entire hour, but no one came forward to accept his challenge. The anger pent up in his heart flared up even more. It seems the Falling Cloud sect must be busy with something significant. Well, I'll stand guard for you. Unless someone steps forward to accept my challenge, no one is allowed to leave the sect. He simply refused to believe that this coward could keep hiding for long. Qiu Fei slapped the table in anger. Outrageous. This crazy sword is truly insufferably arrogant. All the elders of the Falling Cloud sect were seated in the room. At this moment, a true man stepped forward and said, Master, allow me to go. Qiu Fei looked up at the speaker, furrowed his brows, and after a long while, he sighed and said, Brother Muwei, then I'll have to trouble you. True man Muwei clasped his fist in salute and without a word, flew towards the sect's entrance. Crazy sword, let me have a go at you. Qin Shu had been sitting in meditation cross-legged all night, and Lu Cheng had accompanied her throughout. It was not until Qin Shu stood up and stretched that Lu Cheng finally asked, Shu, do you practice like this every day? Hearing her voice, Qin Shu turned around, glanced at her, and flashed a big smile. Yes, the path to immortality is arduous, and we must redouble our efforts. Lu Cheng, who practiced in a Buddha-like manner every day and relied entirely on fate to absorb how much dew and spiritual energy, suddenly felt so ashamed that he dared not look her in the eye. What you said is quite right, Shu. If I had practiced diligently before, I wouldn't have been unable to help a Ling. I must work harder from now on. Qin Shush nodded, looking like one who thought the other was teachable. I'll go for a couple of laps. You start your practice first. We'll be together when I come back at night. Under Lu Cheng's eager gaze, Qin Shush used her spiritual energy to tend to the tiny seedlings in the experimental field before dashing down the mountain. Nowadays, running 3-round trips on the mountain was nothing for her. Not only did she move with great speed, but the soreness in her leg muscles had also gradually faded. Qin Shush then swung her sword 2,000 times in place, took a body refining pill, cast a cleansing spell to get rid of her disheveled appearance, and glanced at the sun before making her way towards the alchemy room. Since she had promised her master to share the fruits of her alchemy with other disciples, she couldn't go back on her word. When she arrived at the alchemy room, though the appointed time hadn't come yet, a large crowd of disciples had already gathered. They were chatting in groups, gossiping about something. It said that Uncle Master Wang Jian went straight to Luoyun's sect with his sword in hand. I know about this. I saw the disciples of Luoyun's sect at the message, passing squares saying that Uncle Master Wang Jian wouldn't let them leave the sect. Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately perked up. Although gossip was always enticing, the protagonist of this gossip was her other master. She quickened her pace and rushed over, asking, "Why did Master Wang Jian cause trouble at Luoyun's sect? What did I miss during my mission outside?" Upon seeing her, everyone was first taken aback and then bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Senior Sister Qin Shu." When Qin Shu first entered the sect, everyone addressed her as Junior Sister. Now, her strength ranks among the top among the disciples who entered the sect at the same time, so everyone sincerely called her Senior Sister. Qin Shu responded and said, "You haven't finished yet. Did my master go to the Falling Cloud sect to cause trouble? Why is that?" Everyone had also heard the news that Senior Sister Qin Shu had joined the Sword sect. Hearing her words, they were not overly surprised. Then someone explained to her, "Some days ago, 6 young disciples of our sect perished, and it was the doing of the Falling Cloud sect. However, our sect doesn't have conclusive evidence to settle the score with them." Real man Wang Jian was so enraged that he went to the Falling Cloud sect alone. The Falling Cloud sect is the most prominent sect in the Eastern continent. How could the sect master allow master to go alone to make trouble at the Falling Cloud sect? Qin Shu looked extremely anxious. She tried to send a message to Master Wang Jian but received no reply. She pursed her lips and took out a stack of ordinary papers in front of everyone. It was time to perform a divination. Chapter 125, The Situation of Dispelling the Clouds to See the Sun. The other disciples of the Pill sect watched as Qin Shu spread the stack of ordinary papers on the bluestone steps in front of the alchemy room. Then she took out a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to calculate right in front of everyone. The others craned their necks and gathered around in a crowd. Qin Shu wasn't afraid of others watching. The Arabic numerals she wrote were probably only recognizable to her in the entire cultivation world. Qin Shu was completely absorbed in her writing and drawing. Although the junior brothers and sisters watching beside her couldn't understand, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing they might disturb her. After Qin Shu finished her calculations, she reached into her storage ring and retrieved a book on divination explanations that Lu Li had given her before. She flipped to the corresponding page. After seeing the annotations there, she heaved a sigh of relief. According to the divination, Master Wang Jian should come to no harm on this journey. Instead, it seemed that Luoyun's sect was going to suffer some hardships this time. With her heart slightly at ease, she came back to her senses, tidily gathered up the disordered, ordinary papers, and stood up. Seeing Qin Shu's actions, one of the other disciples finally asked, "Junior Sister Qin Shu, what were you writing just now? Could it be that you've also achieved something in runes?" Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately burst into laughter. "The art of runes is so profound. How could I be so capable as to understand even this?" Just as the other disciples were starting to relax, they heard Qin Shu continue, "I just divined a fortune from Master Wang Jian." The originally somewhat restless disciples suddenly fell into a collective and simultaneous silence. If the art of runes was profound, was the art of divination any less so? However, looking at Qin Shu's calm and composed expression, they also fell into deep thought. Could it be that divination wasn't really that difficult? Yet, when they thought of the extremely difficult recruitment questions of the Celestial Secret Pavilion each time, they quickly shook their heads, banishing the unrealistic thought from their minds. Looking at Qin Shu again, the expressions of the crowd became even more respectful. It was the first time they had ever seen someone who could conduct divination just by writing and drawing on a stack of ordinary papers without using a divination plate or oracle bones. One inquisitive person, upon hearing what Qin Shu said, stood in the crowd and loudly asked, "Senior Sister, what was the result of your divination? Will the true man of the delusion sword return safely?" Qin Shu nodded and said, "My divination skills are limited and I can only get a general idea. However, I can at least see that this situation will eventually clear up like clouds dispersing to reveal the sun. There's no need for everyone to be overly worried." After saying that, she playfully winked at everyone and continued, "Well, there's no need for us to fret about this. If there really is any danger, isn't there still the sect master?" Reminded by Qin Shu, everyone came to their senses. The senior sister was right. The sect master would always stand behind them. I actually hope that the true man of the delusion sword can teach those villains a good lesson and avenge our deceased senior brothers and sisters. Right. Seeing the excited looks on everyone's faces, Qin Shu quickly took the opportunity to inspire them. The true man of the delusion sword is risking his own safety to seek justice for us junior disciples. This shows that the elders of the sect attach great importance to us. Although our strength is limited, if we do our best, we can still contribute a great deal to the sect. Her gaze swept across the excited faces of the junior disciples around her, and she went on. Take alchemy, for example. We may not be able to refine high-level pills, but we can still attempt to make rejuvenation pills and swift step pills. When our senior brothers and sisters go out on missions, we can give each of them hundreds of bottles of pills. By then, even if it's a war of attrition, we can exhaust the enemies. Am I right? After her words, everyone could envision such a battle scene. The disciples of their sect would be popping pills like crazy and casting spells without restraint, which would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival during their external training. It seems that these low-level alchemists are not that useless after all. Junior sister Qin Shu is right. We should focus on alchemy. Senior sister Qin Shu, how should we conduct alchemy? I've already reached the 3rd level of qi refining, yet I've never managed to form a pill successfully. One person opened his mouth to inquire, and the others just nodded frantically in agreement. Yes, one said, Senior sister, the same goes for me. I always fail at the last step of pill forming. I've heard that senior sister can now refine pills perfectly. Could you share some insights with us? There's no need to talk at the door. Let's go inside and discuss. Right. Let's go in first. Just like that, before Qin Shu could utter a single word, she was escorted by the disciples of the pill sect into the alchemy room. There were at least 80, if not 100, of these disciples. The alchemy room was packed to the brim. Some of them had joined the sect many years earlier than Qin Shu. But upon hearing that she was going to share her experience, they all flocked here. A young disciple who had only entered the sect for a year could form pills perfectly. She must have her own tricks. If they could learn even a little, it would be beneficial for their alchemy skills. Facing so many disciples, Qin Shu obviously couldn't, as she did with Qi Yu, help them solve their problems one by one. So, she could only teach them to use the process of elimination to select the alchemy method suitable for themselves. Those who failed when extracting the vitality of spiritual plants, please raise your hands, Qin Shu asked first. Qin Shu took a rough look and found that there were quite a few people. Approximately 1/3 of them raised their hands. Qin Shu slightly inclined her head and inquired, Everyone, put your hands down. Now, may I ask if any of you have failed when balancing the medicinal properties? A considerable number of people raised their hands. Qin Shu silently noted this in her heart and continued to ask, What about those who failed during the process of fusing the medicinal properties? And those who failed in forming pills? How many of you have 5 spiritual roots? And how many have 3 spiritual roots? Qin Shu posed numerous questions. Finally, she summarized for everyone, generally speaking. Alchemy is the simplest for disciples with fire and wood spiritual roots. Most of our disciples in the pill sect possess fire and wood spiritual roots. If you don't have fire spiritual roots, you can also utilize the underground fire in the pill, making chambers for alchemy. Don't be disheartened. As for those without wood spiritual roots, Qin Shu paused deliberately, then let out a soft laugh and said, The method I'm about to mention is basically applicable to all types of spiritual roots. Do you still remember senior sister Qi Yu? She doesn't have wood spiritual roots either. Yet she can still refine pills, and the quality of her pills is not bad. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with eager eyes, she suddenly assumed a stern expression and said, Stop looking at me. Take out your paper, pens, or jade slips. Write it down. Don't you know that even a poor memory is better than the best pen? These prodigies in the cultivation world really didn't understand the saying about the poor pen. But since senior sister Qin Shu told them to write it down, it was surely right to obey obediently. Facing these eager and inquisitive faces, Qin Shu suddenly had an illusion as if she had achieved the first place in the whole grade and was making a speech under the national flag. This scene was extremely endearing to her, and she gradually relaxed. Without any concealment, she shared the method of summarizing for progress with her fellow disciples from the elixir sect. To make progress, one must be good at summarizing. After each failed attempt at elixir refinement, do you ever ponder why you failed? Chapter 126. Runes as bizarre as ghostly scribbles looking around. Although only a sparse number of people raised their hands, there were still at least 20-odd of them. Qin Shu felt a glimmer of relief in her heart. Then, she asked again, When you succeed in refining an elixir, have you ever considered the reasons for your success? At her words, all the cultivators, whether they had successful elixir refinement records or not, fell into deep contemplation. Did they need to reflect on success? They had always assumed that the success rate of elixir refinement was purely a matter of luck. Many a time, even some of the great elders in the sect couldn't guarantee their own success rate. Judging from what senior sister Qin Shu said, was there a pattern to improving the success rate of elixir refinement? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Qin Shu continued, there are numerous factors that affect elixir refinement, such as the concentration of fire spiritual energy, the duration of combustion, the sequence of integrating spiritual plants, and the techniques and durations of various hand seals. At first, when Qin Shu said they should take notes, some people scoffed. However, when she gradually uttered strange ideas and words they had never heard before, everyone was simultaneously stunned. When they came to their senses, all of them spontaneously and hurriedly searched for something to jot down. Some used paper and pens, Some used blank jade slips, and some simply jotted down notes on their Taoist ropes. There were also the clever ones who took out message, transmitting jade slips, randomly clicked on the name of a fellow disciple, and sent a message to them. After Qin Shu shared all the factors she had summarized on paper with everyone, she pursed her lips and gave a shy smile. I've only figured out these for now, but I believe there must be other factors I've overlooked. Everyone can pool our wisdom and discuss them together. After her words fell, the alchemy room fell into complete silence. Everyone was still immersed in the impact of this new knowledge. Not to mention pooling their wisdom, they might not even fully understand what Qin Shu had just said. At this time, a faint smile gradually appeared on the lips of the disciples who had obediently taken notes from the start. Fortunately, they had listened to senior sister Qin Shu and prepared to take notes from the very beginning. They had written down every word she said. Although they were still a bit confused now, they were sure that they would understand after going back and slowly pondering over it. However, the majority were those who hadn't fully recorded everything. They asked each other, "Did you write it down? Let me copy it. I recorded 2 points, and you have 3. Let's see if there are any non-overlapping ones." Looking at all these scenes, Qin Shu couldn't help but sigh. History is always strikingly similar. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. One should heed good advice to thrive. She had told them from the start to take notes. Seeing this, Qin Shu thought that today's sharing was about over. Giving a man a fish feeds him for a day. Teaching him how to fish feeds him for a lifetime. Today, she taught them to improve the rate of successful pill concoction by changing variables. In the future, if they deliberate over it diligently, their pill concocting techniques will surely reach new heights. After you all go back, carefully ponder what I've said. That's all for today. Farewell. Under the respectful gazes of all the disciples, Qin Shu took out the little tortoise and stood on it. Her back was straighter than ever as she strived to assume the air of a reclusive sage. Unfortunately, in the next instant, she lost her balance. The tortoise turned over, and her feet were still absorbed to the tortoise shell by spiritual energy, while her whole body flew forward head down like a nosedive. Her ample robe fluttered and covered her face. It only took Qin Shu a mere instant to shift from initial panic to ultimate resignation. Since she had already suffered such a social blunder, what else could she do? She decided not to leave her room for the next few months. The disciples standing in front of the pill concocting room to see her off were also somewhat puzzled when they saw her in such a state. "Senior sister, she should be training her body. I heard from my fellow disciples in the sword sect that senior sister is also a body cultivator. It's possible. Hanging upside down can increase blood flow to the head. It should be a method of body training. How amazing. Senior sister truly lives up to her reputation." Qin Shu had no idea that her adorable junior brothers and sisters had already come up with an excuse for her embarrassing incident. At this moment, all she knew was that she would absolutely not leave her room until another eye-catching big news emerged in the entire sect and the cultivation world. Where was the promised, elegant, and imposing image of a sage? It was all ruined. Qin Shu slipped back to her own hilltop and received a message from Xian. "Shu, you're amazing. After hearing what you said, I'm suddenly enlightened." Qin Shu broke into a smile. There were many people today, so she couldn't give special treatment to her little friend. They didn't even say hello to each other. She held the message, transmitting Jade's slip, and replied, "It's great that you're enlightened. You have dual spiritual roots of fire and wood, which inherently gives you a huge lead over others in terms of talent. You're predestined to become a master alchemist in the future. If you have any doubts, just ask me at any time. I'll offer one tutoring." Xian's smiling voice came from the jade slip. "I don't have any questions for now. Let me ponder over what you said first." "All right." Qin Shu put away the jade slip and took out from her storage ring the shabby wooden bucket she had picked up in Jinko village before. The runes on the wooden bucket were drawn by Kongshan with blood, and there were still brown traces left. Qin Shu used a blank jade slip to copy the runes on the wooden bucket, then curled up on a cushion beside the experimental field, frowning as she carefully pondered. While pondering, she casually picked up a branch and drew several runes on the ground. If Kongshan were here, he would surely recognize that those were the very runes he had drawn on the wellhead back then. Had Qin Shu remembered the runes he had casually drawn? Qin Shu drew numerous runes on the ground. Although they seemed similar to what Kongshan had drawn, she could sense that they were still lacking something. The runes on the ground were insubstantial, without a trace of the power of rules. Trying to use these to perform the spell of substituting the false for the true? It was undoubtedly a pipe dream. She attempted to make some changes, yet it yielded little effect. The art of talismans was truly profound and complex, far beyond what they could learn by simple imitation. After spending 3 days researching and drawing tens of thousands of runes, Qin Shu finally came to terms with the reality. Some things simply couldn't be figured out through self-isolation and trial and error. It was time to consult the words of predecessors. Early one morning, just as the moon had set and Qin Shu had just finished her cultivation, taking advantage of the still, dim sky when no one could recognize her. She swiftly headed towards the library pavilion. She intended to check relevant books to see if she could find any clues. If she still found nothing, she would have to swallow her pride and make another deal with young Master Qin. Qin Shu entered the library pavilion without any hindrance. She chose a section related to runes and immersed herself in it. There were relatively few people reading here. Most talisman cultivators rarely gained insights by simply reading books. The runes in the books looked like scribbles, utterly unintelligible. Therefore, most talisman cultivators relied on the guidance of their masters when drawing talismans. This situation allowed Qin Shu to take advantage. It was quiet here, and no one came to disturb her. She sat on the floor and casually picked up a book titled The Starting Moves of Elementary Talismans and began to read. Note: since one should not flaunt their wealth. The female protagonist uses a storage bag when outside and a storage ring when back at the sect. Moreover, the female protagonist is not a talisman cultivator. She is merely interested in the technique of using a plum tree to replace a peach tree. Chapter 127. Only points are tangible according to the book. The starting moves of each type of rune were different because the ways of condensing spiritual energy varied with different starting moves. Qin Shu opened the table of contents and directly found the names of the talismans for breaking formations. In a sense, substituting the plum tree with the peach tree could also be regarded as breaking a formation, except that the formation itself remained intact. She quickly flipped to the chapter about talismans for breaking formations, which describes several starting techniques for drawing talismans. How could merely looking suffice? There was a vast difference between merely observing and putting one's hands to the task. She took out the pen and paper she always carried with her and was extremely glad that she had developed the habit of carrying a small notebook. She scribbled on the paper. Following what was written in the book, Qin Shu drew the well-known rune with various starting techniques, yet nothing happened. Qin Shu didn't expect to solve the problem right away. With a calm expression, she drew it several more times, committing all the starting techniques to memory. Then she put down this book on starting techniques and picked up another one titled On the Drawing Rules of Runes. Those simple runes were drawn hundreds or even thousands of times by Qin Shu in various ways. Finally, she sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual power. A gratified smile appeared on Qin Shu's face. It seemed that the direction of her research was correct. She took out a new piece of paper and summarized the method by which she had successfully drawn the rune. Looking at her hard-won achievement, she was extremely satisfied. Even her handwriting, which she had never thought highly of, seemed much more pleasing to the eye. However, when her gaze fell on the runes that Qin had drawn on the wooden barrel, Qin Shu's brows knitted again. What aspect had she failed to study? This rune was truly difficult. Just as she was frowning in deep thought, her eyes suddenly fell on the clearly visible blood vessels on the back of her hand. A sudden flash of inspiration seemed to pass through her mind, and she looked as if she had just had an epiphany. Right. How could she have forgotten such an important point? That day, Qin had drawn the pattern with his own blood, and blood must be a crucial medium. Qin Shu's gaze fell upon her fair and delicate fingers once again. Finally, she steeled her resolve, thinking that one must be willing to sacrifice to achieve something. She decided to take the plunge. She performed a blood-drawing spell taught to her by senior brother Wen Qi before. Watching a bead of blood seep out from the tip of her finger, she pressed it onto the paper and began to draw. However, soon another problem emerged. The blood-drawing spell could only extract one drop of blood, and it was obviously insufficient for her to draw a single talisman. But the most important aspect of drawing a talisman was that the stroke should not be interrupted. She had to complete it in one go. She pursed her lips and sighed. It seemed that she had to endure this cut. She took out her sword and made a cut on her finger. Watching the blood gush out from the tip of her finger, she quickly picked up the paper and started to draw. After drawing one with no effect, she was still persistent and continued to try different starting style combinations. Finally, after the 39th attempt, she finally detected a faint spiritual energy fluctuation on the ordinary paper. Yet, this spiritual energy fluctuation was just a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the ordinary paper spontaneously combusted without warning. Qin Shu was startled. This was the library. If a fire broke out, it would be a huge problem. She quickly performed a spell and used the earth's spiritual energy to wrap the fire and extinguish it. Looking at the messy corridor, she was worried that if her senior sister found out, she would have her spiritual stones deducted. So she quickly performed a cleaning spell to restore the place to its original state. After finishing all this, she rose to her feet and stretched lazily. Whispering with a sigh, fortunately, it succeeded. If I had continued, I would surely have suffered from anemia. She looked up and returned the book in her hand to the bookshelf. By now, she had gained some insights in her heart. The ordinary paper she had used for drawing just now was far from capable of withstanding her blood and the spiritual energy she had infused. As for the broken wooden bucket that Qin had used to draw talismans in Jinko village, although it looked unremarkable, it was at least made of 1,000-year-old peach wood. Now that she had grasped the principle of drawing these runes, all that remained was to make attempts. The library was indeed not a suitable place. It would be better to go back to her cave to ponder over it. Qin Shu left the library and returned to her mountain peak. Just as she was about to lift her hand to unlock the restriction, she heard someone calling her name from behind. Junior sister Qin Shu. Qin Shu paused in her movements, turned around, and saw a figure running out from the foot of the mountain. Qin Shu was quite puzzled, since she had come to Lingxiao Peak. No outsiders had ever come to visit her. Why was there suddenly someone today? She stopped in her tracks, put on a smiling face, and called out to the person behind, Senior Sister Shuing? Why have you come? Shuing had pasted a low-level speed, enhancing talisman on herself, so she was fast on her feet. In just a few steps, she reached Qin Shu's side. Qin Shu bowed to her, and Shuing clasped her fists in return. Finally, she said with a smile, Junior Sister Qin Shu, originally, I could have just sent you a message about this matter, but I don't have your spiritual aura. After some thought, I decided to come here in person. Hearing this, Qin Shu became even more curious. What on earth could it be? Shuing didn't hesitate and immediately said, Junior Sister. The insights into pill, refining you shared in the pill, refining room half a month ago have been recorded by the disciples of our sect and spread far and wide. It has not only inspired the disciples of our pill sect, but also influenced the disciples of the weapon sect, talisman sect, and formation sect. After the sect master learned of this, he summoned 18 elders, excluding true Lord Shuangjian and true Lord Lingxiu. After everyone's deliberation, it was unanimously decided to compile your shared insights into a booklet and store it in the sect's library. Moreover, you are granted the privilege of borrowing 2 books simultaneously in the future. Qin Shu's eyes widened with each word, wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Ah, really? Just sharing some experience can bring such benefits? Didn't I just casually tell everyone to be good at changing variables and summarizing results? Shuing thought she was just overly excited. She smiled, and then said in a crisp voice, in addition, considering your outstanding contribution to the sect is rewarding you with 30,000 sect points, which can be used to exchange for cultivation resources. Qin Shu gasped in surprise. The sect is so generous. All those good reputations are but empty words, while points are the real deal. 30,000 points. For Qin Shu, who only gets 20 points for a primary-level mission, it is undoubtedly a fortune. She sincerely clasped her fists and bowed to Shuing, saying, Thank you. Senior Sister. Shuing covered her lips and chuckled. Why thank me? You've earned it yourself. Qin Shu reached out to unlock the restriction and invited Shuing, Senior Sister. Would you like to come in and have a seat? Since she had come all the way to the door, it would be impolite not to invite her in. Even if the cave abode had been occupied by the Great Snake, it surely wouldn't be a problem for her to take some people to sit by the pond in the backyard. Given the Great Snake's wariness, it wouldn't be detected by Senior Sister, a low-level cultivator. Qin Shu had prepared herself mentally for all sorts of scenarios. Yet she never expected Shuing to flatly decline her kindness. I appreciate your kindness, Junior Sister. However, I used a swift movement talisman just now and must return quickly. The duration of the swift movement talisman is limited, and it would be a waste if I don't leave now. Chapter 128. It seemed she had committed a grave blunder watching Senior Sister Shu Ying's hasty retreating figure. Qin Shu stood still in silence. This Senior Sister looked gentle and demure, yet unexpectedly, she was an impatient person. It wasn't until Senior Sister Shu Ying's figure had completely vanished from sight that Qin Shu removed the identity token from her waist. The points had already been credited. Why would she still return to the cave abode? As the saying goes, seeing is believing. It was only by seeing the balance of the points with her own eyes that she could feel at ease. She quickly took out the little turtle and dashed down the mountain towards the mission hall at the fastest speed she could manage at present. The mission hall was always bustling with people. At that moment, everyone saw a figure rush into the mission hall and slap the waist token on the counter with a loud thud. Looking closer, they realized it was Junior Sister Qin Shu from the Pill Sect. Junior Sister Qin Shu, meeting the excited gaze of the senior brother on duty at the counter. Qin Shu caught her breath and still remembered to bow respectfully. Please, senior brother, help me check how many points I have left. On ordinary days, it wasn't uncommon for junior disciples like her to come to check their points. Points were hard, earned, and everyone lived frugally. Ascertain one's own balance. In the days to come, take on tasks when it's time to do so and practice frugality when necessary. The on-duty senior brother picked up Qin Shu's token and placed it on the formation. Immediately, a long string of characters appeared, 30,037, with both whole and fractional amounts. Looking at this long string of characters, Qin Shu almost split her lips from ear to ear. Happiness came so suddenly. She wondered when she would be able to exhaust so many points. I guessed you'd come, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. The senior brother in front of her said with a smiling face, joking. Qin Shu was too embarrassed to say that she felt uneasy without seeing her points. Then she heard the senior brother continue. The news that you were rewarded with 30,000 points has spread throughout the sect. Now, the sect's disciples, influenced by you, are all extremely hard working, especially the disciples of the sword sect. They are either practicing their swords or taking baths. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. This trip was not in vain. She had obtained new information. It seemed that the bathhouse of the sword sect had been completed. She'd go there to take advantage of it tomorrow. Thank you, senior brother, for helping me check. I, your junior sister, have other important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Since she had used too much spiritual energy when riding the little turtle on the way here, Qin Shu only had enough spiritual energy left to use the shrinking the earth to an inch technique a few times. She swallowed a pill to replenish spiritual energy before using the technique to return to her own mountain peak. She cast a spell formula, and the restriction opened. Xiao Xiao and Lu Cheng both rushed over. Xiao Xiao even jumped directly into Qin Shu's arms, tugging at her sleeves and looking up with a small head, asking, Shu Shu, you were already at the door. Why did you leave again? Lu Cheng has been squatting behind the restriction waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng couldn't help but expose her. Turning to Qin Shu, she said, clearly she squatted behind the restriction waiting for you. Why don't you dare to admit it now that you're back? Xiao Xiao turned her face away and looked at her in disbelief. Then she slowly raised her two small paws to cover her eyes. Stop talking. Xiao Xiao just misses Shu Shu, looking at her innocent look. Qin Shu stroked her fluffy big tail with a gentle smile on her face. She explained to them, there's some good news. The sect has rewarded a lot of credits. From now on, our lives will be more comfortable. Both Xiao Xiao and Lu Cheng didn't know what the credits were for, but seeing Qin Shu's delighted expression, they assumed it must be a good thing. Qin Shu had long moved her futon under the big willow tree, which could provide shade and allow her to keep company with Xiao Xiao and Lu Cheng. She made a cleaning spell with her hand to remove the dust and fallen leaves on it, then sat cross-legged on it. She reflected on what she had gained in the past 2 days. At present, the most urgent thing for her was to find a suitable carrier to engrave the runes on. After much thought, her gaze finally settled on the frog stone carving by the pond. This thing should be good for drawing runes, right? She used her spiritual energy to control objects. At first, the frog seemed a bit resistant. Using a little spiritual energy, she couldn't retrieve it. So Qin Shu simply added more spiritual energy, and finally the frog flew into her hand. Now, nourished by the spiritual energy, the frog had become even greener, showing its extraordinariness in every aspect. When such a frog landed in Qin Shu's hand, she became even more excited. She examined it from all angles for a long time before finally making a decision. That's it. She took out the white jade sword and cut her hand again. Concentrating on what she had just summarized, she carefully drew a rune on the frog. As she finished the last stroke, a golden light flashed on the rune, and Qin Shu felt the spiritual energy fluctuations from it. A surge of joy welled up in her heart. She had succeeded. Qin Shu was eager to test the substitution technique she had just devised. She wondered if it was as effective as the one used by Kongshin. However, what should she substitute? Qin Shu's gaze wandered aimlessly around. After a quick scan, her eyes finally settled on the stone door of the cave dwelling, and a bold idea gradually took shape in her mind. Didn't the great snake set up a restriction on her cave dwelling? Wasn't this a ready-made formation? It was time to forge ahead on the path of research. Without hesitation, Qin Shu got up and walked outside the cave. The wide and heavy stone door looked like a perfect canvas. With a flip of her wrist, a pen appeared in her hand. She began to draw. Having drawn these runes countless times, it took only a moment for a complete substitution rune to appear on the stone door. Inside the cave, Xie Shiyuan also noticed the furtive actions of the little girl outside, watching her scribbling on the stone door. He had no idea what kind of trick she was up to. Just as he was filled with, Qin Shu had finished drawing the rune. She cast a satisfied glance at her masterpiece on the wall and put away the pen. Under the coverage of Xie Shiyuan's spiritual sense, she quietly pushed open the stone door a crack. Then she applied the activation spell on the little frog and tossed it in with lightning speed. Xie Shiyuan truly couldn't comprehend what she was up to. This little girl always had some odd actions from time to time. However, this time, before he could ponder further, Qin Shu noticed a flash of golden, green light on the restriction of the cave abode. In the next instant, a figure gradually emerged before her eyes. The inky, black corners of his clothes fluttered slightly, beneath which were those inky, black scales. Her gaze slowly traveled upwards. A silk belt was casually tied around his waist, revealing a slender waist and narrow back. The man slowly turned around, and Qin Shu unexpectedly met his gaze. The blazing sun in the sky suddenly seemed to lose its warmth at this moment, making her shiver involuntarily. Qin Shu suddenly realized that she might have committed a grave mistake. Although the great snake was more tolerant of her than others, he was, after all, Xie Shiwan, the demon lord. Wasn't it an unforgivable sin in his eyes for her to play tricks on him? Fear and guilt welled up in her as she averted her gaze. Then she heard the man in front of her part his thin lips and say, "Explain?" Qin Shu turned her head back halfway, and finally her eyes landed on his superior jawline. Then she murmured softly, "I just thought to call you out to enjoy the sun." Xie Shiwan. His gaze fell on the stone door of the cave abode again. Looking at the runes on it, he clicked his tongue twice. "You've really grown capable." Qin Shu, who was so nervous that her toes were almost digging through the soles of her shoes, twitched her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Why did she suddenly feel that the great snake wasn't as angry as she had imagined? Was the legendary demon lord who was said to be blood-thirsty so down to earth in reality? Qin Shu looked up at Xie Shiwan, opened her mouth, but finally lowered her head. There were some words that even if she had a thick skin, she still couldn't bring herself to say them. Xie Shiwan frowned and snapped, "Just say what you want to say." Qin Shu looked at his expression, looking extremely strange. "You told me to say it. Isn't it quite fun? Do you want to give it another try?" Xie Shiwan. Chapter 129. I went to a treasure land. As soon as the words left her mouth, Qin Shu wished she could slap herself. Why did you have to be so talkative? She kept her head down, too afraid to look at the snake's current reaction. She quickly forced a shy smile and awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. "I'm just joking, just joking." Huh. Xie Shiwan's gaze fixed steadily on her. It was a long while before he averted his eyes. The sunlight above seemed a bit too bright. He squinted his eyes, and his vertical pupils gradually dilated. "I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you don't have the guts." Hearing this, the anxiety that had been weighing on Qin Shu's heart finally subsided, and she let out a slight sigh of relief. Based on her experience of raising the snake these days, since things had reached this point, it should be considered over. He was truly unexpectedly magnanimous. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. Xiao Xiao and Lu Cheng stood far away under the willow tree, not daring to approach. Qin Shu intended to say something to break this eerie stillness, but didn't know how to start. Finally, it was Xie Shiwan who broke the silence first. "What on earth were you up to just now?" Qin Shu lowered her head, playing with her fingers, and murmured softly, "It's nothing much. Just a little research on breaking the formation." "Breaking the formation?" Xie Shiwan slightly raised his eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in his expression. When did she start researching formations again? Judging from the situation, it seemed that she had achieved some small success. Xie Shiwan casually grabbed in the air, and the stone, carved frog that Qin Shu had thrown into the cave reappeared in his hand. "Is this what you used to break the formation?" He looked at the little thing in his hand curiously, somewhat incredulously. Although there was a slight aura fluctuation on the stone, carved frog, it wasn't that intense. Could such a small thing break his restriction and even summon him? Qin Shu herself was actually a bit confused. When Kongshin had used the broken wooden bucket to replace a ling from the well, it clearly required a ling's cooperation. But now, she could replace the big snake without its knowledge. Could it be that there was something wrong with the runes she had drawn? However, she had succeeded, right? Before Qin Shu could say anything, Xie Shiwan himself noticed the runes on the frog. He then looked up at Qin Shu and said, "So, it turns out to be because of this rune." Qin Shu came back to her senses at this moment. She nodded, then suddenly shook her head as if remembering something. Xie Shiwan was puzzled. Then he saw Qin Shu turn around and point at 2 runes on the stone door. "It's not just because of this one. Those 2 are also needed. They have to be used together." Xie Shiwan became a bit interested. He tilted his chin towards the stone door and said, "Go in." Qin Shu was stunned. Xie Shiwan discerned the bewilderment on Qin Shu's countenance. With a subtle arch of his long, narrow eyes and a charming curve of his lips, he inquired, "You summoned this one once. Now it's this one's turn to summon you. What? Is it unreasonable?" Qin Shu. It was reasonable. Yet so reasonable that she found it somewhat unfathomable. Had he become addicted to this game? Despite a multitude of critical thoughts swirling in her mind, when confronted with Xie Shiwan's dark, golden eyes, she shamefully backed down. Well, it was just being exchanged once. She could go in. It would be an opportunity to experience the thrill of passing through walls from afar. She dawdled towards the stone door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Xie Shiwan weighed the stone, carved frog in his hand. After watching the stone door close, he then walked to the entrance and sent his voice inside, saying, "It's starting." Xie Shiwan's voice echoed beside Qin Shu's ear. At that moment, she stood within the stone door, head bowed, her eyes still brimming with a hint of anticipation. She was truly eager to know what it felt like to be exchanged out. Immediately afterwards, the stone door creaked open just a crack. The sunlight from outside and the stone, carved frog burst in together. Reactively, Qin Shu caught the flying frog in her hands. The green frog radiated a brilliant light in her grasp. Without any warning, in the next instant, it enveloped her entirely, and her figure gradually vanished from the cave abode. When Qin Shu opened her eyes, what greeted her was neither inside her cave abode, nor outside it, nor anywhere within their Shantian gate. Before her eyes lay nothing but utter darkness. Qin Shu's doer cultivation technique was still in operation, and she detected no sign of danger. Flames of the fire spiritual energy welled up from her palm, and a ball of fire illuminated her immediate surroundings. This was neither a dark chamber, nor a cave, but a vast expanse of lush greenery. The end of it was beyond the reach of her firelight. Greenery? Qin Shu gazed at the sudden burst of fire in her palm, and suddenly realized that the stone, carved frog she had always held in her arms had vanished. Could it be that she was now inside the frog's belly? Hey, are you there? Qin Shu called out loudly. Is anyone here? Her voice carried far. Yet there was still no response. A frown creased Qin Shu's brow, and she continued, You have so many spiritual plants. After consuming my spirit stones, you only gave me 5 seeds. No one paid her any heed. Qin Shu let out a huff, took out a storage bag, and declared, If you don't say a word, I'll uproot all these green plants here. Still, there was no sound. This time, Qin Shu didn't hold back. These spiritual plants could be used to refine numerous batches of pills. Gaily, she brandished a small spade and dug up the herbs. The high-grade spiritual plants were placed in jade boxes, while the low-grade ones were casually tossed into the storage bag. It was not until a colossal fireball rose on the horizon that Qin Shu stopped her actions. Day had dawned, but what had risen was not the sun. How to put it? That fireball hanging in the sky seemed to be there to ensure the robust growth of the spiritual plants, a sort of man-made sun. Qin Shu's vision gradually cleared. She could clearly see the nurseries enclosed in patches in the distance. The place where she was staying should be just one of them. Thinking about all the wonderful things out there, Qin Shu immediately felt highly motivated. She lifted the hem of her dress and ran forward, planning to find a high-grade spiritual plant base and dig to her heart's content. However, as she was running, suddenly the air distorted, and her figure vanished in this boundless medicinal field. Qin Shu returned to her cave abode again, still holding her small shovel in her hand. Xia Xiwan sensed Qin Shu's spiritual energy fluctuation outside the stone door and quickly walked in. Seeing Qin Shu covered in mud, he frowned deeply and asked, Where did you go? Qin Shu blinked her eyes. She also wanted to know the answer to this question, and she even wanted to go there again. No, she would even move there to live permanently. Qin Shu put away the small shovel and her gaze fell on the stone, carved frog lying on the ground of the cave. She bent down to pick it up, then looked up at Xie Xiwan with a smile, as if she were a mouse that had fallen into a rice vat. You may not believe it, but I went to a precious place. Chapter 130. Let's make a deal a precious place? A look of deep thought appeared between Xie Xiwan's eyebrows. He had vaguely sensed a spatial fluctuation just now and wondered if it was related to this. Xie Xiwan's gaze slowly fell on the green frog in Qin Shu's arms. The blood-red mark on its back was still there, but the whole stone carving seemed a bit different from before. Just then, Qin Shu suddenly stepped forward and solemnly placed the frog in her hand into Xie Xiwan's palm. Hurry, throw it again. Once I've dug up the herbs, we'll split the spoils in an 80-20 ratio. Xie Xiwan, upon seeing Qin Shu with an utterly grubbing look on her face, raised an eyebrow and, on a whim, decided to tease her. An 80-20 split? You get 20 and I get 80? Qin Shu. Her shoulders slumped, and all of a sudden, her motivation vanished. Only 20? She truly was a cheap laborer. It seemed that capitalists had existed since ancient times. Forget it, then. I'm not going. I'll go practice my swordsmanship instead. She feigned heading outside, but was called to a halt by Xie Xiwan. Catch! A gust of forceful wind seemed to strike from behind. Instinctively, Qin Shu dodged to the side. Spotting the flying frog, she reached out and snatched it into her embrace. In the next instant, she disappeared once more. All that met her eyes was still an expanse of darkness, yet a smile began to play on Qin Shu's lips. How reassuring this kind of darkness was. She snapped her fingers, igniting the fire's spiritual energy in her hand. As she beheld the vast swaths of spiritual plants, the smile on her lips grew wider. The medicinal herbs in the world of cultivating immortals had their own tempers. If one were to directly pluck them, damaging the roots, their medicinal properties would dissipate rapidly. Some with a more volatile nature would simply wither on the spot, leaving one with endless regrets. As Qin Shu didn't yet possess the spell to pick spiritual plants by forming hand seals, she had no choice but to resort to this laborious method of digging them out bit by bit. She dug throughout the night. When dawn broke, Qin Shu, who was in the middle of digging herbs, gradually became indistinct and soon vanished from the medicinal field once again. When Qin Shu reappeared in the cave abode, she still maintained the posture of squatting to dig herbs. The sudden change in the scene before her eyes made Qin Shu realize that the time limit had expired. She straightened up and let out a sigh. The great snake was lying on its side on a fluffy hide, propping its head up with one hand. Its black robe fell, completely enveloping its stalwart body within. It looked at the little girl in the cave and asked leisurely, "Why did you return so soon?" Qin Shu's features gradually scrunched up into a ball. After a long while, she managed to blurt out, "I also want to know." Indeed. Why did she return so soon? Why could she only dig for one night? Could it be that the danger was right under one's nose? However, the spiritual plants she had dug in these 2 nights were already quite abundant. Perhaps she could go again after some time. She slipped her small hand into the Qin bag and grabbed the spiritual plants she had painstakingly dug up all night, taking them out one handful after another and placing them on Xie Shiwan's stone table. Xie Shiwan watched her actions and inquired, "What are you doing?" Qin Shu didn't halt her movements. "I promised to give you 20%, she said. She had a good plan in mind. If she kept her promise this time. When she next asked Xie Shiwan to send her in again, he probably wouldn't refuse. Xie Shiwan merely cast a nonchalant glance at the herbs and declared, "There's no need to give them to me." "All right." Qin Shu agreed most readily. She grabbed the spiritual plants again, stuffing them back into the bag without the slightest hesitation. He was the demon lord, after all. Naturally, he wouldn't take a fancy to such trifles. Then she'd accept them without any qualms. However, the very next moment, she heard Xie Shiwan say, "Refine a batch of pills for me. Use these things as payment." Qin Shu silently sighed in her heart. As expected, she knew it wouldn't be so easy to get something from the great snake. What kind of pills? If the pill he wanted to refine exceeded her capabilities, of course. She couldn't agree. Qingyuan pill. Qingyuan pill? Qin Shu frowned and retorted. She really had never heard of this pill. What grade was this pill? "I don't have the pill recipe either," Qin Shu said. Xie Shiwan took out a blank jade slip, recorded the pill recipe in it, and casually tossed it to Qin Shu. "It's a 3rd-grade pill." This pill recipe was told to him by Lady Li. There was a wisp of Xie Shiwan's spiritual consciousness attached to the token that Qin Shu had sent to Lady Li before. Originally, Lady Li alone could no longer intimidate the demons on Tincture Street. At this time, the token sent by Qin Shu was like a timely rain. Qin Shu caught the jade slip thrown by the big snake and pressed it against her forehead, perceiving the contents inside. A 3rd-grade pill. I'm not capable enough. Now she had 30,000 merit points at her disposal and so many newly dug spiritual plants. There wasn't much of a problem with the required spiritual plants, but her spiritual energy might not be sufficient. Currently, it wasn't a big problem for her to refine 1st-grade pills like the spirit, replenishing pill, the yuan, replenishing pill, and the heart, protecting pill. Among 2nd-grade pills, she had only refined the wind, walking pill, the minor restoration pill, and the grain, avoiding pill. As for this 3rd-grade Qingyuan pill, the spiritual energy it required was probably twice that of a 2nd-grade pill. Could the meager amount of spiritual energy in her dantian suffice? Hearing Qin Shu's words, Xie Shiwan gave her a half-smiling look. "Aren't you about to break through to the 6th level of qi refining?" "Qin Shu, I'm going to break through to the 6th level of qi refining. How could you think that a humble disciple like me can cross so many levels to refine pills that can only be refined by those above the 10th level of qi refining?" Qin Shu felt it necessary to defend herself. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to conceal her true abilities any longer. Xie Shiwan let out a sneer, and his cold voice echoed in the cave. "Is your 6th level of qi refining the ordinary one?" Qin Shu frowned, her eyes blazing with intensity. "How do you know?" Xie Shiwan's gaze landed on her dantian, and he said meaningfully, "What do you think?" Qin Shu was speechless. She almost forgot that she still had his inner core in her belly. This traitor. She had nurtured it with her spiritual energy for so long. Yet it still remembered its original master. Xie Shiwan watched as Qin Shu sat cross-legged, folded his arms across his chest, and turned his face away. His face full of dissatisfaction. He still looked as lazy as ever. His sharp and deep voice resounded in the cave. "How about we make a deal?" Qin Shu pursed her lips and didn't look at him, but she was still polite in words. "Please go on. If you refine pills for me. Next time when you want." His eyes fell on the stone-carved frog, paused slightly, and then continued. "If you refine pills for me, I'll send you to that so-called precious place of yours." Qin Shu's eyes lit up. "You only need 1 furnace of pills." Xie Shiwan shook his head. "No. The more the better. 1 furnace of pills will get you 10 visits." Qin Shu thought it wouldn't be cost-effective for herself if things went on like this. So she started to haggle with him. 20 times. "Currently, my cultivation level is not high enough. Refining a batch of pills requires a large number of supplementary spirit pills. It's really not worth it for me to do it only 10 times. Your cultivation won't remain stagnant forever." "At most 12 times, Xie Shiwan said. "It doesn't cost you much effort. You just need to throw those frogs. 18 times. If it's less, I won't refine the pills anymore." Qin Shu was always extremely serious when haggling. She didn't even notice the snake's tail that had drooped down to her feet. As soon as she finished speaking, her ankle was wrapped around. Qin Shu instinctively mobilized her fire's spiritual energy. However, just as a tiny spark emerged, the black snake's tail slapped it out with a snap. Qin Shu was lifted up head down. Xie Shuan stroked a blood-red bracelet on his wrist and slowly said, 15 times. If you keep haggling, I'll lose my patience. Chapter 131. Coercion and Inducement. Major revision. Is this coercion and inducement? Well, she really fell for it. After all, she was no match for him. However, before entering again next time, she had to get a lighting magical tool. Maintaining the fireball all the time was quite a drain on her spiritual power. When she came out of the cave abode, the sun was still high in the sky outside. The glaring sunlight made her feel a bit uncomfortable for a moment. Qin Shu raised her hand to shield her forehead and squinted her eyes slightly, as the discomfort in her eyes gradually subsided. She then lifted her feet and walked towards the large willow tree beside. Lu Cheng and Xiao Xiao were sitting side by side on the tree branch, waving at her. Looking at their little hands, a smile curved Qin Shu's lips. When she approached the tree, the other two jumped down from it. Shu, you're finally out. Didn't he bully you? Lu Cheng asked with concern. Xiao Xiao also stood beside her, blinking her big, moist eyes and nodding vigorously. Qin Shu straightened her back, raised her chin, and tried to save face forcefully. Who could ever bully me? This is my territory. After saying this, seeing that Lu Cheng seemed about to ask more questions, she quickly preempted him. By the way, how long have I been inside? Xiao Xiao didn't know how to describe the time, so she turned to look at Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying it should be about a quarter of an hour. Qin Shu stood still in shock. She had spent 2 nights digging herbs inside and even haggled with Xie Shiwan, yet only a quarter of an hour had passed outside. It seemed that the space inside was indeed a different world from the outside, and the flow of time was different. She felt a bit elated at the thought that going to dig spiritual plants wouldn't delay her evening cultivation. She wondered what the origin of this stone, carved frog was that it could conceal such a miraculous little world. Looking at the stone, carved frog in her hand, she no longer had the heart to throw it into the pond as a decorative stone. How could she bear to lose such a precious thing? She put the little frog back into her storage ring and then turned around to go down the mountain and head to the mission hall. She exchanged her newly credited points for a light charm. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the charm flapped its tiny wings and hovered in the air. Junior sister, this night glow only costs 100 merit points. It can illuminate an area of about 3 feet at night, and it can recharge after being exposed to sunlight for an hour. It depends on what you'll use it for. Although the illuminating area of 3 feet isn't large, it should be sufficient. It was also the first time for Qin Shu to learn that spiritual artifacts could be so expensive. A most ordinary and rather useless lighting magic tool actually cost 100 merit points, if not for her sudden fortune of 30,000 points. Even emptying her own savings wouldn't have been enough. I'll take this one. Qin Shu made a prompt decision. Even when having money, one should bear in mind the hardships during the days of penury and not be profligate. Senior brother Chu Xing packed the night glow for her. Qin Shu also took the opportunity to exchange for several jade boxes that could preserve the medicinal properties of spiritual plants for a long time. Compared to spiritual artifacts, these jade boxes didn't cost many merit points. Qin Shu exchanged for 10 jade boxes and 1 night glow, spending a total of 200 merit points. After leaving the mission hall, Qin Shu didn't return to her own cave abode, but went straight to the sword sect. One had to go to the sword sect to practice swordsmanship. The double gravity in the trial swordstone formation would make sword practicing yield twice the result with half the effort. Qin Shu's physical training these days had also achieved some initial results. She had grown a bit taller, almost reaching a height of 1.5 meters. As she walked along the bluestone path, she happened to run into senior brother Xiong Jun. His eyes lit up, and from afar, he warmly greeted her. Junior sister Qin Shu. With this full-throated shout, the senior brothers and sisters practicing swords around stopped their actions and looked up in the direction from which Qin Shu was coming. The air went still for a moment, and then everyone surrounded her. Junior sister, you're back from your training mission. Long time no see. Did you get hurt? The junior female disciple has grown quite a bit taller than some days ago. Many senior and junior brothers who went out for training some time ago were attacked. Did you encounter such an incident, junior sister? The concerned voices around were in an uproar. Qin Shu felt warm in her heart upon hearing them. I didn't encounter it. I heard that many of our senior brothers and sisters were attacked. Was it done by the Luoyun sect? Qin Shu asked eagerly. There is no conclusive evidence, but the true person Wang Jian has gone to the Luoyun sect to set up a challenging arena. Most likely, it was them, Kong Qi replied. Qin Shu's face darkened slightly. It seemed that what she had heard in the elixir sect was true. I heard that a total of 6 disciples from our sect have fallen. As soon as she finished speaking, the other senior brothers and sisters fell silent. A tinge of sorrow also appeared on Xiangjun's face. Junior sister, senior sister Ingjin, and senior brother you two. Senior sister Ingjin? The senior sister who always silently persevered by my side every time I practiced swordsmanship? She even gave me some pointers on sword techniques several times. And senior brother you two. I still remember that time when he sprained his waist after practicing sword for too long, and it was I who treated his injury. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. Anger emerged on everyone's faces. Those who had died were their fellow disciples, ordinary disciples just like them, and also senior brothers and sisters with whom they had formed deep friendships through day-to-day companionship. With the Luoyun sect acting so outrageously, who could be sure that they wouldn't be the next to die? Everyone was just an ordinary person, and it was inevitable to feel empathetic. Qin Shu felt a heavy weight in her heart. Her cultivation was still low, and she couldn't do much for her fellow disciples. She tightened her grip on the wooden sword. What does the sect say? Senior brother Xiong Jun shook his head. There's no official statement yet. We've only been told to reduce going out. Qin Shu looked remorseful. I shouldn't have encouraged everyone to go out for training back then. Hearing this, Xiong Jun reached out and patted her on the shoulder, then sighed. Alas, you can't be blamed for this. It's those scoundrels from Luoyun sect who are inhumane. No one in the sword sect blamed Qin Shu for this incident, yet she couldn't shake off the unease in her heart. During the ambush by Luoyun sect, a total of 6 disciples perished, and as many as 67 were injured. The rejuvenation gate was rich in spiritual energy, so they would recover faster than those outside. However, it was estimated that they would still have to lie in bed for about a month. Some of the severely injured might not be able to wield a sword for half a year. Qin Shu gave away all the P1 pills she had refined. Although they were just ordinary beginner-level pills, they could ease the pain of the injured, which made her feel a bit better. On the day after Qin Shu distributed the pills, the pill sect issued an announcement stating that each injured disciple would receive a tier for rejuvenation pill. Hearing this, Qin Shu let out a slight sigh of relief. Then she secluded herself in the pill refining room for a few days, refining a large number of Peiyuan pills and distributing them to the injured senior brothers and sisters. When Kong Qi saw her out, he looked like he had something to say but hesitated. Qin Shu, who was perceptive, noticed this and asked, Senior brother, is there something else? Finally, Kong Qi heaved a deep sigh. Junior sister, senior sister Tong Yin was severely injured and lost a leg. The tier for rejuvenation pill has alleviated her condition, but she can't even walk now, let alone practice swordsmanship. I happened to meet you today, so I wanted to ask you about this. Have you ever heard of any pills that can regenerate severed legs? Chapter 132, Xinyuan Rejuvenation Pill, Major Revision. Regenerating a severed leg? Naturally, there are such heaven-defying pills. However, given her current level, she is still unable to access them. Although she doesn't know, she has senior brothers and teachers. Senior brother, don't be anxious. Let me ask senior brother Wen Qi. Senior brother Wen Qi comes from a wealthy and influential family and has extensive knowledge. Perhaps he knows about it. Hearing this, Kong Qi let out a bitter smile. Not being anxious is easier said than done. We are well aware that pills with such miraculous effects are bound to be precious, and the required merit points must be a substantial amount. Even if we pool our points together, it will take us quite a while to save enough. Qin Shu immediately clasped her fists and said, We are all fellow disciples. When you all start to collect merit points in the future, please inform me. I will surely contribute my share. After leaving the sword sect, Qin Shu's heart remained heavy. In the world of cultivating immortals, people perish every day. If she had lived for over 100 years, she might have long become numb to it. However, having only lived for about 20 years and 2 lifetimes combined, witnessing a sudden catastrophe befall someone close to her left her with indescribable feelings. Halfway through her journey, Qin Shu suddenly changed her direction and headed straight for senior brother Wen Qi's cave dwelling. With a step that seemed to shrink the distance, she arrived outside Wen Qi's cave dwelling and triggered the restriction outside. After waiting for a while, the barrier slowly split open, creating a gap wide enough for one person. Once Qin Shu stepped in, the gap quickly closed. Having been here once before, although the scenery in Wen Qi's cave dwelling was still pleasing to the eye, it no longer had the same impact as the first time. She stepped on the neon lights and arrived at a waterside pavilion. There, she saw senior brother Wen Qi sitting on a round cushion, brewing tea. The wispy smoke and steam intertwined, creating an otherworldly atmosphere like a celestial realm on earth. He lifted his hand and poured the tea into an empty teacup, then motioned for Qin Shu to sit across from him. After Qin Shu took her seat, he put down the teapot and directly inquired, You usually only come when you have something to ask. Why did you suddenly decide to visit me today? Qin Shu shook her head, looking rather dejected. When she noticed this and asked, What's wrong with you? Leaning on the table with one hand and propping up her chin, Qin Shu sighed and asked, Senior brother, is there any pill that can regenerate a severed leg? When she replied calmly, naturally, there is. Fortunately, you didn't ask the master. Otherwise, the master would surely punish you to copy the record of alchemy practice several more times. Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately sat up straight and asked, what kind of pill is it? When she glanced at her and uttered 5 words, Qianyuan rejuvenation pill. The Qianyuan rejuvenation pill is a 7th grade pill. It can regenerate severed limbs, be it an arm or a leg. Most importantly, high-grade pills usually have cultivation requirements. Low-level cultivators can't take them, or they'll explode and die. But the Qianyuan rejuvenation pill is an exception. If the seriously injured senior brothers and sisters in the sect take one of these pills, they'll probably be up and about right away. Even cultivators in the transformation god stage would surely cherish such a pill carefully. How long would they have to accumulate points to exchange for just one of these pills? Qin Shu then relayed the information she got from senior brother Wen Qi to senior brother Kong Qi. This piece of news was also a dreadful one for them. Undoubtedly, redeeming a 7th grade pill required a substantial amount of points, and sword cultivators were notoriously impecunious, even if everyone was willing to pool their points together. Senior sister Tong Yin wouldn't consent to others making such an effort for her. Eventually, after deliberation, they came up with another plan. Perhaps they could go to the artifact sect to have a prosthetic leg custom made. However, on the next day, another piece of news spread across the sect, stating that senior brother Wen Qi from the pill sect had donated 3 Qianyuan rejuvenation pills, which could be redeemed with only 1/10 of the original points. Once this news was out, it created a huge stir throughout the sect. Originally, redeeming 1 Qianyuan rejuvenation pill needed 30,000 points, but now with a 90 discount, it was only 3,000. If everyone chipped in, wouldn't they be able to gather enough? Kong Qi and Xiang Jun immediately got busy organizing the collection. Everyone contributed 100 or 80 points, and when they tallied up, they found that they were still short of 800 points. Upon learning this news, Qin Shu directly transferred 800 points. If it had been before, she really wouldn't have had that many points. But she had just received a reward from the sect, so she was quite well off at the moment. When senior sister Tong Yin learned about this, she dragged her broken leg and came to Qin Shu in person. Holding Qin Shu's hand, her eyes were filled with tears. Junior sister, once my injury heals, I'll come to serve you. It was quite common for pill cultivators to have attendants, but Qin Shu had no such intention. Wouldn't that seem like she was seeking repayment for her kindness? She waved her hands repeatedly. Senior sister, if you really want to express your gratitude, you should thank senior brother Wen Qi. I didn't contribute much. Upon hearing this, Tong Yin's expression became even more complicated. Junior sister, you joined the sect late, so you might not know. Among all the female cultivators in our sect, you might be the only one who can get close to senior brother Wen Qi. Qin Shu, although second senior brother was so aloof, she knew that he was a kind-hearted person. She had simply gone to ask him about something yesterday, and today he had donated 3 Qianyuan rejuvenation pills. Senior sister, you're joking. Senior brother Wen Qi hates troubles. It was only because our master asked him to take care of me before going into seclusion. Tong Yin sat on the round stool, propping her chin with one hand. She stared into Qin Shu's eyes for a long time and suddenly said, why do I think your eyebrows and eyes bear a certain resemblance to senior brother Wen Qi? Qin Shu? She waved her hands repeatedly. Senior brother has the appearance of an immortal. How dare I compare myself with him? If there were even the slightest resemblance, I'd be overjoyed even in my dreams. Tong Yin found her manner extremely endearing. She reached out and ruffled her hair. Whether you look alike or not, you'll find out yourself next time you take a good look. Qin Shu didn't dodge, but raised her eyes to look at Tong Yin. Senior sister, my what spiritual energy has the effect of healing wounds. Do you want me to help you regulate the spiritual energy in your legs? Senior sister Tong Yin had taken the Qianyuan rejuvenation pills, and her broken leg had grown back. However, her body hadn't adapted to the new leg yet, and the circulation of her spiritual energy was still unsmooth. It seemed she would have to endure more pain before a complete recovery. Tong Yin hadn't really expected much from her proposal but nodded in agreement out of reluctance to rebuff her kindness. Qin Shu mused that since her spiritual qi could heal the great snake, it should also be feasible to help senior sister Tong Yin dredge her meridians. Under senior sister Tong Yin's tender gaze, Qin Shu raised her hand and placed it 3 inches below her knee. The gentle wood-type spiritual qi slowly seeped into Tong Yin's leg meridians through her palm. This sensation was not pleasant. It felt as if her entire right leg was extremely swollen. However, as the wood-type spiritual qi circulated, one of the meridians was unblocked. The originally stagnant spiritual qi seemed to suddenly find an outlet and became unobstructed in an instant. When she came, she leaned on a walking stick. When she left, she walked back on her own. Even Tong Yin herself was rather incredulous. So, alchemists not only excel at concocting pills, but also have such superb medical skills. Chapter 133. Even the dead can speak. Major revision. After a few more days, New news spread within the sword sect. True Lord Wan Jin caused a great ruckus at Luoyun sect, and the disciples of Luoyun sect didn't dare to leave their sect for months. Eventually, it was the sect master who stepped in and called him back. The next day, Qin Shu learned from senior sister Tongyin that the sect was going to gather the souls of the 6 deceased senior brothers and sisters. The sect master stated that the disciples of Xiantian Gate could die in the secret realm or at the hands of monsters, but they must not die so ambiguously. Isn't Luoyun sect currently relying on the fact that their sect has no evidence? Then he would gather the souls of these 6 disciples. He would definitely not let Luoyun sect get away with this easily. Gather the souls? Qin Shu was no stranger to these 2 words. The last time she heard about it was from the Great Snake. As far as she knew, gathering souls was a rather troublesome matter. Soul gathering is mostly applied to cultivators whose souls have scattered. If her 3 souls and 7 spirits still exist, then the soul gathering lamp can at most be regarded as a guiding light for lost souls. Finding the souls is just the first step. One also needs to ensure that the damage to her corpse is within the limit that can accommodate her souls. In addition, the fatal injuries on her body have to be repaired, and she has to take the soul-shaping pill, which can strengthen the soul. The soul-shaping pill is an 8th grade pill, and only the void-soaring true man and the entire pill sect can refine it. After the souls enter the body, there will be a rejection reaction, and at this time, one has to take a soul-rejuvenating pill. After going through all these procedures, if it weren't for sect master Qin Nan taking the lead, it's really uncertain if anyone could achieve it. Qin Shu couldn't help sighing. Our sect is really wealthy. With so many high-level pills required, an ordinary person would definitely not be able to gather them. Senior sister Tongyin smiled and shook her head. Putting out so many pills, not to mention ordinary people. Even our sect would feel a sharp pain in the heart for a long time. However, a sarcastic smile flashed across her eyes, which was caught by Qin Shu. She quickly asked, however what? The smile on senior sister Tongyin's lips widened a bit. However, I'm afraid all these expenses will be charged to the Falling Cloud sect. Qin Shu suddenly understood. According to the regulations of the Righteous Alliance, the well-known righteous sects are not allowed to attack each other. Those who violate the regulations must compensate for the losses of the other sect and be expelled from the Righteous Alliance. Now the Falling Cloud sect is being so arrogant just because our sect has no evidence. If the sect master really succeeds in gathering the souls of the 6 senior brothers and sisters, then the situation will be completely reversed. After all, in the realm of cultivating immortals, even the dead can speak. Just as the entire Xiantian sect was abuzz with discussions, the main peak where the sect master resided was extremely quiet at this moment. Shiyu, the eldest disciple under Qin Nan, looked at his master with a complicated expression. Master, this decision of yours is truly a bit impetuous. Even though we have an old acquaintance with the moon concealing sect, they won't lend us the soul-gathering lamp without asking for a fair price. Moreover, each time we use it to gather the soul of a disciple, a large amount of spirit stones will be consumed. It's truly like burning money. If he could think of this, how could Qin Nan not? It doesn't matter. Previously, in the time, rewinding mirror, I saw that when Jin was being chased, she overdrew her cultivation and split the disguise artifact on that person's face with a single sword strike. She should have seen that person's true face before she died. She then said, Master, junior sister Jin chose to self-explode rather than endure the humiliation. Her body is long gone. Even if we can successfully gather her soul, there's nowhere to place it. Qin Nan glanced at him indifferently with no inflection in his tone. Then it's up to her choice. Whether to reincarnate or become a ghost cultivator, it's all her call. She nodded slightly and then continued. If junior sister Jin can be saved, what about the other disciples? Jin had the highest cultivation among the disciples who were killed this time. She was also the only golden core cultivator among the deceased disciples of the Xiantian sect. The cultivation of the other disciples was still low. It really wasn't worth spending such a high price. Qin Nan snorted coldly and said firmly, if it's truly the work of the Falling Cloud sect, they'll have to foot all these expenses. All the deceased disciples of our Xiantian Gate, without exception, must be saved. This time, we'll surely skin the Luoyun sect. Also, aren't the elders of the Yinwei sect eager to borrow the time, rewinding mirror? Inquire if they're willing to exchange it with the soul-gathering lamp. Qin Shu had been in seclusion in the alchemy room for a full 10 days. As soon as she emerged, she employed the earth-shrinking technique and hastened towards the sword sect. After successive uses of the earth-shrinking technique, she appeared outside the sword, testing stone formation of the sword sect. When she took out the pills she had refined and placed them on the table, a group of sword sect disciples gathered around. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin Shu removed the cork from one of the bottles. The rich fragrance of the pills assailed the crown of one's head. In that instant, everyone's mouth watered, and their gazes were all fixed on the tiny bottle opening. Qin Shu poured out one of the pills. Crimson streaks intertwined on the brown pill. Qin Shu smiled and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, this is the second grade Qi nourishing pill I newly refined. It's nothing extraordinary. With my limited skills, I can't yet refine higher grade pills. Distribute these among our injured senior brothers and sisters so that they can recover more quickly." Once Qin Shu uttered these words, the sword cultivators of the sword sect exchanged glances. Such top quality Qi nourishing pills. Their junior sister actually claimed they were nothing special. They were well aware that the top quality Qi nourishing pills with pill streaks might even outperform some lower grade third grade pills in terms of efficacy. Meanwhile, this further solidified the thought in their hearts. Dan cultivators are truly wealthy, while sword cultivators are genuinely poor. Qin Shu presented the pills and was about to leave. "The pills are delivered, so I'll head back first," she said. Kong Qi was taken aback. "Where are you going? Junior sister? Aren't you here to practice swordsmanship?" Qin Shu burst into laughter. "I won't practice today. I'm going to attempt to break through to the third grade alchemist. If I succeed, there'll be discounts for all our senior and junior brothers and sisters in the sword sect when exchanging for pills next time." Kong Qi gazed at the pill bottle in his hand and then glanced up at the receding figure of the junior sister. A myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. It wasn't until Qin Shu's figure vanished from sight that Kong Qi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder sword cultivators are willing to serve as attendants for alchemists. At that moment, Xiong suddenly interjected. "If I tell junior sister that I want to be her attendant, do you think she'll agree?" Without a moment's hesitation, senior sister Tongyin shook her head and replied, "No." Xiong frowned and looked at her. "Senior sister, how can you be so certain? What if?" Senior sister Tongyin still shook her head. "It's impossible. Because I offered to be her attendant, but she refused." Xiong. Kong Qi. Senior sister Tongyin looked at the pill bottle sent by Qin Shu. Finally, she heaved a sigh and said, "Junior sister Qin Shu is a kind-hearted child. We can't just accept her pills for free. She's only recently joined the sect and doesn't have much savings. From now on, whenever we dig up any spiritual plants during our external training, we should send them to her." "Good." This proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. Xiong directly stated, "In my view, next time when everyone finds spiritual plants, it's better to send them all to the pill-making sect. That way, we can avoid the sect making a profit from the price difference." Everyone chimed in one after another, expressing their own opinions. The sword testing stone formation was abuzz with activity. Chapter 134. I'll consider foregoing your compensation. Major revision. Qin Shu had just left the sword sect and was in a great hurry to rush to the alchemy room. When Qi spotted her from afar, just as he was about to call out to her, he noticed that she was moving at an extremely high speed. In an instant, she had distanced herself from him. The movement technique she employed was quite rare, although he prided himself on his extensive knowledge. He had never seen such a technique over the years. Curious, when Qi quickened his pace and chased after her, "Junior sister, where did you learn this movement technique?" This technique that enabled her to come and go without a trace was even more suave than when he stepped on his fan. "From Luli. Back then, I taught him algorithms, and in return, he taught me divination and this movement technique. You know what? It's really quite useful." Luli from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion? Yes. When she had been extremely busy these days, seemingly out of sight. Unexpectedly, she had secretly learned so many things and even befriended an elder from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Although Luli could no longer accurately divine the future, he was still a nascent soul, stage cultivator. He taught his unique skills to Qin Shu just to learn an algorithm? What kind of algorithm was so worthy of his efforts? Could it be that Luli was trying to poach our master's disciple? A glint of interest flashed across Wen Qi's eyes as he asked in a hushed tone. Without even a moment's thought, Qin Shu shook her head directly. "Impossible. He even wanted to meet back then, but I refused him. Become my disciple." When Qi stumbled and almost fell off his fan. "Luli has reached the nascent soul stage, right? To take a Qi, refining disciple of their Xiantian gate as his teacher? What on earth is he thinking?" When Qi snapped back to his senses and then continued to ask, "What kind of arithmetic is it? Why haven't you ever mentioned it to me?" "It's a type of calculation. Next time, senior brother, if you're ever in a dilemma, come to me. Your junior sister will divine it for you." When Qi didn't trust her divination skills at all. If Luli himself couldn't predict accurately, how could he teach her? However, her movement technique. "Junior sister, your movement technique looks quite excellent. Can senior brother learn it from you?" Qin Shu seriously pondered the possibility of teaching him and finally shook her head, saying, "Senior brother, this is the movement technique of the true Lord Luli. I really can't pass it on to others. Besides, you don't have an earth spiritual root." Wen Qi, it's truly a pity. "Senior brother, why have you come here?" Qin Shu curiously blinked her eyes. Wen Qi gently waved the jade-boned fan in his hand, and a charming curve appeared on his lips. "I've come to discuss a business deal with the sect master." "Qin Shu? How can he be so outstanding while they are both disciples? But then she thought of his magnificent cave dwelling. Suddenly, Qin Shu calmed down. There are indeed great differences among the disciples. Junior sister, are you going to the sword sect? Qin Shu slightly nodded. I'm going to visit the injured senior brothers and sisters. Looking at the anxious expression on his little junior sister's face, when she suddenly thought that if their master found out about this, he would surely be jealous. Recently, you've been frequenting the sword sect. I'm afraid there's not much left of your fortune, right? When she inquired teasingly. As he spoke, he casually tossed a jade bottle over. Qin Shu, with quick reflexes, reached out to catch it, and the porcelain bottle landed right in her hand. This is. Qin Shu looked somewhat bewildered. When she glanced at her and said, just some pills. They're not worth many spirit stones. You can have them for fun. After leaving these words, his figure gradually vanished from the spot. Qin Shu came to her senses and suddenly thought, oh no. I forgot to take a good look at senior brother's features just now. She lowered her head and looked at the jade bottle in her hand. When she pulled out the bottle stopper, a rich aroma of pills assailed her nostrils, and Qin Shu stood there, stunned. She had always known that her second senior brother was extremely wealthy, but the extent of his affluence still far exceeded her imagination. The pills that senior brother claimed were not worth many spirit stones were actually the Qianyuan rejuvenation pills. So many? There were a full 10 pills in the jade bottle. One Qianyuan rejuvenation pill was worth 30,000 points. How much were 10 of them worth? Qin Shu's mouth slightly gaped, and her eyes gradually sparkled with astonishing light. She instinctively took out the message, transmitting jade slip, and sent a message to senior brother when Senior brother, these pills are too precious. I can't accept them. Immediately afterwards, the jade slip glowed. She sent a wisp of spiritual energy into it, and senior brother when Chi's voice came out, just accept them. With your reckless appearance. I'm really worried about your delicate body. Qin Shu, why does it suddenly seem that it's neither appropriate to accept nor to reject these pills? After parting ways with senior brother Tong Wenqi, Qin Shu directly chose an empty alchemy room and plunged into it. She had previously promised to refine the third grade Qingyuan pills for the big snake. The Qingyuan pills were of relatively high refinement difficulty. If she started directly, it would be hard for her to succeed. Instead, she might as well try a pill with a lower difficulty. She selected the bone mending pill, the easiest one among the third grade pills, and planned to start with it. She had a very solid foundation in alchemy. The early processes of extracting spiritual liquid and blending went smoothly. However, when it came to the step of forming the pills, Qin Shu encountered some difficulties. With her current strength at the 5th level of Qi, refining, her spiritual energy was indeed insufficient. She took rejuvenating pills while pinching magic seals. After refining 10 batches of pills in a row, only 30 of them were successfully formed, and the pills that came out of the furnace were only of low-grade quality, which was really a waste of spiritual plants. Qin Shu sighed. The problem she faced now was not about her alchemy techniques, but her lack of cultivation. If her success rate was so unstable when refining the simplest third-grade bone mending pills, how could she refine the Qingyuan pills? Frowning, she walked out of the alchemy room. The sunlight outside instantly bathed her body, which was a bit blinding. Qin Shu squinted her eyes, and her nerves that had been tense for a long time suddenly relaxed. She had been too obsessed. In this world, some things couldn't be rushed. Whether it was cultivation or alchemy, it was better to let things take their natural course. At this time, the murmurings of the disciples from the Pill sect faintly reached her ears. Early this morning, the Sword sect sent a lot of spiritual plants and said they wanted to cooperate with our Pill sect. Cooperate? Don't sword cultivators usually have little money? How can they cooperate? I heard from Steward Ma that this time our Dan sect kindly offered help, and they were very grateful. So they sent many spiritual plants here. They also asked Steward Ma if they could directly send the spiritual plants to us in the future to exchange for pills, because it's too expensive to exchange for the required points directly from the sect. Hearing this, Qin Shu couldn't help chuckling. She thought it was quite good. It was a win-win situation for everyone, facilitating mutual progress. The sounds of chatting and laughter behind her were continuous. Yet Qin Shu didn't turn around to join them. She looked up at the bright sunny sky above, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and then stepped using the shrinking the earth into inches technique back to her own cave abode. When she returned to her own mountain peak, that night, Qin Shu achieved a breakthrough. Everything was as natural as a river reaching the sea, under the moonlight that filled the sky. The colorful 3-colored light spots crazily poured into her body. They converged within the meridians and gradually merged into the dantian along the great circulation. The color of the spiritual energy in the dantian became even deeper. Xie Shiwan, who had been meditating with closed eyes in the cave, also opened his eyes. This little girl's cultivation speed was truly astonishing. An innate moon spirit body without the water spiritual root? How intriguing. Qin Shu circulated the spiritual energy within her body for 2 more great cycles before opening her eyes. She exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a hint of excitement appeared on her face. She had reached the 6th level of Qi, refining. In her previous life, the original owner only had a cultivation base of the 3rd level of Qi, refining until death. Now, her self-protection ability should be twice as strong as that of the original owner. At that moment, she suddenly felt that perhaps she wasn't so easy to die. Just as she was overjoyed, Xie Shuan suddenly appeared in front of her without any warning. You've achieved a breakthrough. Qin Shu nodded, her tone faintly tinged with barely concealed excitement. Yes. Xie Shuan cast a sidelong glance at the corners of her mouth that hadn't yet drooped, and said, It's time to start refining pills. Qin Shu's shoulders slumped. Understood. Xie Shuan seemed to recall something and glanced at her again, asking, I heard that your sect is going to gather the souls of those deceased disciples? Qin Shu was extremely surprised. She arched her eyebrows and said, Even you've heard about it? He always presented an image of being indifferent to worldly affairs. She wondered where he heard such gossips. Xie Shuan now had jade slips anyway, although most of what humans said didn't interest him. Yes, Qin Shu replied with a straight face. We, the decent sects, uphold the principle of never abandoning or giving up on our comrades. Xie Shuan lowered his head and looked down at the little girl in front of him. The moonlight cast a silver sheen on his drooping inky hair. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Oh, truly worthy of being a decent sect. I heard that the ones who attacked your sect were also the so-called decent sects you mentioned, weren't they? Qin Shu was rendered speechless for a moment. Her face flushed red. After a long while, she managed to blurt out, People are different from one another, and sects are also distinct from each other. Xie Shuan's dark, golden eyes landed on the top of her head. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and murmured to himself, They are indeed somewhat different. Just as his voice faded, Qin Shu called out to him, Big Snake. Xie Shuan had grown accustomed to her way of addressing him. He turned his head and glanced at her. There he saw Qin Shu tilting her head upwards, stating with a most solemn expression, If I were to die one day, you better not try to gather my soul. A look of bewilderment crossed Xie Shuan's face. Then he heard Qin Shu continue, Once dead, I'll be a heroic soul reborn after 18 years. Her words were spoken with great vehemence. Yet, meeting Xie Shuan's inquisitive gaze, her little head drooped. I've heard that gathering a soul exacts a hefty price. I can't afford to compensate you. A smile played on Xie Shuan's lips, and a bit of the gloom between his brows faded away. Strive to become a useful person to me. Perhaps I'll consider not asking for compensation. Chapter 135. The first batch of pills for you. Qin Shu fell into silence. What did it mean to be a useful person to him? Should she heal his wounds? But there would come a day when his injuries would heal. Just as she was beset with doubts, Xie Shuan provided the answer. Go and refine the Qingyuan pills. Let me see if you're of any use at all. Qin Shu yawned and didn't respond to his words. Instead, she looked up at the moon in the sky, assumed a posture with her 5 extremities facing upwards, and closed her eyes. It's late. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Xie Shuan sensed the changes in the spiritual energy around him and knew that this fanatic of cultivation had entered a state of meditation once again. He stood beside her for a moment before disappearing in a flash and returning to his cave abode. Just as the first hint of dawn was breaking in the sky, Qin Shu finished her cultivation session. Sensing a fluctuation in the restriction, she opened it and found another sound transmission note from her master. Shua, come quickly. Nearly 4 words indicated that her plan to refine pills would be postponed once again. She pushed open the stone door, explained briefly to the giant snake, and then used the technique of shrinking the earth under her feet to rush towards the mountain peak where the true Lord Lingshu resided next door. Master, you finally emerged from seclusion. Even before seeing the person, the true Lord Lingshu heard the voice, and a smile appeared on his face. He cheerfully lifted the prohibition outside the stone door to allow Qin Shu to enter. Shua, Master has succeeded. The true Lord Lingshu was beaming, clearly having encountered great joy. Qin Shu was also stunned upon hearing this. Succeeded? What had he succeeded in? A cultivation technique or a pill? Seeing her dazed expression, the true Lord Lingshu mysteriously took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve pouch and stuffed it into Qin Shu's hand. The porcelain bottle was entirely dark green, with glimmers of light flowing across it. It was evidently a high-grade magical tool. Sure, keep this well. This is the first batch of pills Master refined. I'm giving it to you first. When the porcelain bottle was placed in Qin Shu's palm, it still retained the warmth of the pills. Qin Shu was somewhat puzzled. What kind of pills could make Master so excited? Before she had a chance to ask, she saw the true Lord Lingshu saying excitedly, This is a pill recipe that Master exchanged with the true Lord Wanjun of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion some time ago. Master has been in seclusion refining these pills all this while, and finally succeeded today. These pills are called Hidden Spirit Pills. They can conceal your excess spiritual pills, leaving only one. Many cultivators have a problem in their cultivation because they possess too many and overly complex spiritual roots. If only one of them remains, and they concentrate on cultivating it, their cultivation speed will be much faster. Indeed, this is truly a remarkable item. However, her cultivation speed under the moonlight remains utterly unaffected. Using this elixir on her would undoubtedly be a waste. Master, how long does the effect of this elixir last? Qin Shu inquired. One day, Ling Shu Jinren stroked his beard and replied, if one could refine a top-grade invisibility elixir, it should last for 5 days. Qin Shu stroked her chin and nodded slightly. Then isn't this an absolute essential for both home and travel? If one wishes to conceal their identity while traveling, taking such an elixir and using it in conjunction with the appearance, changing elixir would provide a double-layer encryption for one's identity. Ling Shu Jinren nodded cheerfully. Here, take a bottle and have some fun with it. Your senior apprentice sister has only one fire spiritual root, and this elixir is of little use to her. So I won't give her any. Qin Shu smiled. Very well. Wait till next time when you, master, refine an elixir to increase spiritual roots, and then give it to senior apprentice sister. As they were conversing, Ling Shu Jinren suddenly changed the subject. Sure. I've heard that all the elixirs you've refined recently were sent to the sword sect. Qin Shu lowered her little head, with her 2 small hands placed in front of her chest, instinctively picking at her fingers. Ling Shu Jinren saw her state and understood everything. He sighed helplessly. Oh, you. Qin Shu whispered in her own defense. Master, it was this disciple who told them that if they want to improve their cultivation, they must go out for training. Now that something has happened, as a disciple, I can't do much else. I can only refine some low-level pills to help them recover a little from their injuries. Seeing the self-reproach on her face, Elder Ling Shu suddenly reached out and patted the back of her head. You're just a child. Don't take all the blame on yourself. Sword cultivators are supposed to perceive the sword intent in battles. It's quite normal for them to go out for training. Qin Shu didn't say a word. Elder Ling Shu continued. You've only been in the sect for a short time. I guess you spent all the points you earned on spiritual plants, right? Qin Shu shook her head. Not really. I previously shared my experience in pill refining with everyone, and the sect rewarded me with 30,000 points. Elder Ling Shu smiled. That's more like it. I thought you only cared about others and didn't care about your own well-being. Qin Shu touched her nose. Just then, Elder Ling Shu, who was talking to Qin Shu, suddenly looked up towards the outside of the cave abode, with an understanding smile on his face. He said to Qin Shu, sure, your master Wang Jian is here. Qin Shu quickly turned her head and saw Elder Wang Jian striding into the cave abode with his sword on his back, looking extremely ferocious. Wherever he passed, it was as if a gale was sweeping away all before it. Her eyes gradually turned blood-red, and her blood boiled. She was itching for a fight. Elder Ling Shu raised his hand to cast a shield over Qin Shu and looked up at Elder Wang Jian, saying, Wang Jian, quickly restrain your killing intent. Don't you see what level of cultivation your little disciple has? The true lord of Wang Jian had been fighting with the elders of the Luoyun sect for more than half a month. They took turns to fight against him. Yet he showed no sign of fear and even seemed to grow more valiant as the battle went on. It was not until the sect master, his senior brother, went to fetch him back 2 days ago that he sheathed his sword. He almost forgot about the killing intent lingering on him. Disciples with low cultivation levels were prone to being bewildered by such killing intent. Considering the cultivation level of his little disciple. You've reached the 6th level of qi refining? The true lord of Wang Jian asked in astonishment. Qin Shu's complexion gradually returned to normal. Hearing the question, she obediently nodded and said, I made the breakthrough last night and was about to inform my masters. The true lord of Wang Jian suddenly looked up at the true lord of Ling Shu in front of him and pressed, what kind of spiritual constitution does Shuo have? How could she cultivate so rapidly? The true lord of Ling Shu himself was also puzzled about Qin Shu's spiritual constitution. Hearing the true lord of Wang Jian's question, he didn't conceal it. Maybe the latter had heard something about it before? An innate moon spirit body without water spiritual roots, the true lord of Ling Shu replied. A question mark slowly appeared on the true lord of Wang Jian's forehead. An innate moon spirit body without water spiritual roots? Chapter 136. The rift widens, to be honest. The true lord of Wang Jian was merely a sword cultivator and possessed the common characteristics of sword cultivators. Apart from things related to swords, he didn't care much about other matters. Among these innate spiritual constitutions, he only knew about the innate sword body, which was the mark of a true sword cultivating genius. As for this so-called innate moon spirit body, he had never even heard of it before. Why couldn't an innate moon spirit body exist without water spiritual roots? The true lord of Wang Jian really couldn't figure it out. His question also voiced what Qin Shu had in mind. Her little head bobbed in agreement. Yes, why couldn't one be without a water spiritual root? Master Ling Shu cast a sidelong glance at the elder and the younger and explained to them with a helpless look on his face. This venerable one has perused the relevant books. According to the records, all innate moon spirit bodies possess water spiritual roots. Master Wang Jin asked again, in that case, how do you know for sure that she is an innate moon spirit body? Master Ling Shu waved his sleeve. A small table materialized on the stone bed, with 2 tea bowls placed upon it. He motioned for Master Wang Jin to sit down and talk. After pouring tea for Master Wang Jin, he continued. This venerable one isn't certain either. However, except for the fact that Shua's spiritual root differs from what's described in the books. Everything else about her matches the description of the innate moon spirit body in the books. I wonder why this is the case. Qin Shu stood beside the 2 masters, watching them converse. Unable to hold back, she interjected, Master, is it possible that my spiritual root is mutated? Master Ling Shu was initially taken aback, then said with a smile. I've seen mutated thunder spiritual roots and mutated wind spiritual roots, but it's the first time I've heard of one mutating into a mixed spiritual root like yours. Master, I think having these 3 spiritual roots is quite good. There are multiple attributes, and it doesn't impede my cultivation. Master Wang Jin beside her found her words quite reasonable and chimed in. What Shua said makes sense. As cultivators, we all know that, as long as cultivation isn't hindered, the more spiritual roots one has, the better. As long as the root value is high, a mixed spiritual root isn't a big deal. In ancient times, the spiritual energy in the cultivation world was far more abundant than it is today, and people's cultivation speed was also much faster. At the same level of cultivation, the more spiritual roots one had, the more formidable their strength. However, the present is different from the past. Nowadays, it is rare to see cultivators with more than 3 spiritual roots ascending, although it is not clear why this is the case for now. As Qin Shu's cultivation level rises, she can travel and gain more knowledge. Perhaps she will solve this mystery on her own. The 3 of them unanimously decided to put this matter aside for the time being. Then, Master Ling Shu turned to Master Wang Jin and asked, You've been guarding in front of Luoyun sect for so long. Have you vented your anger? Master Wang Jin shook his head and said, The sect master warned me not to kill them. How can I vent my anger like this? I only severed one of their arms. Master Ling Shu found it rather amusing upon hearing this. Sure enough, the sword sect is the most protective one among all the sects in the entire sect. The severed arm may grow back, but the sword intent on the wound will surely give them some suffering. At this point, Master Wang Jin paused slightly and suddenly sighed with emotion. This decision of the sect master is really unexpected. Master Ling Shu beside him also asked curiously, According to your temperament, it's impossible for you to come back after just half a month. Has something unexpected happened? Master Wang Jin nodded and replied, The sect master went to Luoyun sect. I don't know what he talked with them about. He also asked me to come back with Shuyu. Xie Shiwan was sitting alone on the stone bed, closing his eyes to adjust his breath. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched slightly. He opened his eyes, and in the next instant, he appeared beside a cliff outside the sect. At the edge of the cliff, there stood only a bare rock. The piercing gale seemed intent on sweeping everything here down into the abyss. He casually set up a barrier and said in a deep voice, Come out. 3 figures in vivid colors suddenly appeared on the broken cliff, standing in stark contrast to the desolate surroundings. If Qin Shu were here, she would surely recognize at a glance who the person at the forefront was. My lord, Lady Li courteously saluted Xie Shiwan. How did you find me? Xie Shiwan had his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression revealed no hint of emotion. Your subordinates were worried about you. This is the territory of Xintian Gate, and we couldn't get in. Lady Li knitted her brows as she surveyed the surroundings, her expression growing even more anxious. My lord, how is your injury? Did that human girl hand over the poisonous insect queen to you? I'm fine. You just need to guard Tincture Street for me. Don't inquire about other matters. My lord, when will you return to take charge? Lady Li looked up at Xie Shiwan, her eyes filled with eagerness. Noticing the unease in her expression, Xie Shiwan asked, What's going on? Since you left, Shishan and the others have been disobedient and causing trouble all day long. Your subordinates managed to pacify them with your token, but it didn't last long. These days, that crack seems to have widened again. Lady Li reported with pursed lips, and the uneasiness in her voice was palpable. Have you used the sealing technique I taught you? Xie Shiwan remained calm, showing no sign of haste. It has been used, and it can hold up for the time being. However, your subordinate is worried. Before Lady Li could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Xie Shiwan. It doesn't matter. Send more people to guard and don't slack off. I'll return in a few days. Yes. Xie Shiwan disappeared from the spot again. Only then did Lady Li look at the 2 servants she had brought and said to them, Ingchun, Inglu, you 2 stay here to support the master. Yes. Outside the Xintian Gate, tranquility was restored once again. After Qin Shu came out from the Lingshu True Man, she went to the pill refining room again. The disciples around who saw her were extremely surprised. She had just left seclusion. Why did she come again? Along the way, enthusiastic disciples kept greeting her. Junior sister Qin Shu, here to refine pills again? Qin Shu smiled and replied, yes, anyway, I have nothing better to do when idle. Such words were truly heart-wrenching. Generally, when people were idle, they either read jade slips or went to the sex arena to watch the excitement. However, when Qin Shu was idle, she refined pills. It was said that she could now perfectly refine second-grade pills. Her progress was simply astonishing. Qin Shu was thinking about the pill recipe in her mind. She had just exchanged some of the required medicinal materials in the pharmacy. First, she exchanged 10 servings of the medicinal materials needed to refine the Qingyuan pill. But before that, she had to refine the bone mending pill first. Only if she could successfully refine the bone mending pill was there a possibility of successfully refining the Qingyuan pill. If she still couldn't refine the Qingyuan pill even after breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refining, then the agreement between her and the big snake would have to be put on hold for the time being. To be honest, during this period, she secretly tried to throw the stone carved frog into the sky and then catch it when it fell. Still, there was no reaction. She suspected that it might not work if she threw it herself. So she gave the stone carved frog to Lu Qing and Xiao Xiao in turn. But she still couldn't find the way in. After several attempts, Qin Shu finally had to face the reality. It seemed that the only way to enter that medicinal field was to rely on the great snake's power. Perhaps it was related to his spatial attribute. That's why she had to refine the Qingyuan pill as he specifically demanded. After all, one must help oneself before asking for help from others, right? She found an alchemy room in a corner. As soon as she entered, she activated the prohibition of the alchemy room. In this way, whether the furnace exploded or the room collapsed on her side, it wouldn't affect the surrounding rooms. Qin Shu sat cross-legged, took out her purple, gold alchemy furnace again, performed a cleaning spell, and lit an incense in the incense burner. She was thinking about whether to do a divination for herself to see the success rate of pill making. But then she thought better of it. What if the result was not ideal? It would surely dampen her spirits. She casually rummaged through her storage ring and took out a portion of spiritual plants. Regardless of the success rate, she still had to give it a try. Chapter 137. Attempting to refine the Qingyuan pill, revised. Refining third-grade pills was not only difficult during the subsequent fusion process. The difficulty had already escalated from the very first step of extraction. The spiritual plants used for refining third-grade pills were of a higher rank and older in years compared to those she usually used for first and second-grade pills. The fire spiritual energy required for condensation was also much higher. She turned the earth fire in the alchemy room up to its maximum, and then used her own fire spiritual energy to adjust it. The quality of her fire spiritual energy was extremely high. Even so, just the step of extracting the medicinal power had already consumed more than half of her spiritual energy. Qin Shu had previous experience in refining the bone rejuvenating pill. If she took pills during the subsequent fusion process, it would be difficult to guarantee a stable output of spiritual energy. It was time to replenish her spiritual energy. Qin Shu took a spiritual, replenishing pill. She felt the spiritual energy in her dantian become abundant once again before she began to attempt to fuse these spiritual liquids. Having successfully refined the bone rejuvenating pill before, and now with a higher level of cultivation, she indeed found the process more manageable than before. She carefully controlled the spiritual energy to blend all the spiritual liquids together. Finally, a prototype of a pill emerged in the pill furnace. Qin Shu quietly let out a sigh of relief. This time, refining the bone rejuvenating pill had gone much more smoothly. It seemed that successfully refining the clear yuan pill was within reach. She executed a pill forming spell. The bone rejuvenating pill glowed brightly. As she formed seals at an increasingly rapid pace, the surface of the pill gradually became smooth. Eventually, her hands ceased their movement, and the pill furnace in front of her gradually returned to tranquility. A smile graced Qin Shu's youthful face. She waved her hand to cast a cleansing spell to remove the sweat from her body before stepping forward to open the pill furnace. The fragrance of the third-rank pills wafted out, lingering in the air, indicating that the pills in this batch were of excellent quality. With a wave of her hand, 8 pills flew out of the furnace. Judging from their color and aura, they were undoubtedly top-grade pills. A look of joy appeared on Qin Shu's face. With this experience, she estimated that refining the clear yuan pill in the next attempt would also go smoothly. Before coming here, she had prepared 10 sets of materials for refining the pure yuan pills. She didn't expect to succeed in refining them on the first try. Having 10 sets of materials gave her more room for trial and error. She cleaned the pill refining furnace thoroughly, then took another supplementary spirit pill and sat cross-legged to regain her best state before standing up to attempt refining the pure yuan pills. The previous step of extracting the spiritual liquid went extremely smoothly. After finishing this step, Qin Shu took another pill to maintain the sufficiency of spiritual energy in her body. Next came the step of fusing the spiritual liquids. As expected, the refining of the pure yuan pills was more difficult. These spiritual liquids seemed to have their own wills. When she tried to subdue one part, another part would pop up. When she tried to control the other part, this part would emerge instead. Gradually, a thin layer of sweat began to bead on Qin Shu's forehead. Her spiritual energy was also running out, and she had to divert her attention to take another supplementary spirit pill. The spiritual energy enveloping the spiritual liquids was broken through by them. A clear crashing sound echoed inside the entire pill furnace. Qin Shu was startled. She quickly swallowed the supplementary spirit pill in her mouth and scrambled up to look at the purple, gold pill furnace in front of her. After a careful inspection, she found that the pill furnace was still intact, with no cracks visible. Only then did she quietly heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't broken. Otherwise, she would surely go to Xie to demand compensation for her losses. She sent a stream of spiritual power towards the lid of the pill furnace. The lid flew up, revealing the mess inside. Qin Shu sighed, feeling both pity for her spiritual plants and her furnace. She raised her hand and performed 2 cleaning spells to tidy up the pill furnace, leaving not a single trace of impurity behind. Only then did she start her second attempt. The art of human experience is truly remarkable. Many tasks are bound to be executed with greater proficiency the second time around than the first. This time, she successfully removed all the impurities from the spiritual plants with relative ease. However, just like the first attempt, she found herself stuck at the crucial stage of fusion. She had tried every conceivable method of fusion, well, aware that in this protracted struggle, her spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. While spiritual energy could be replenished with spiritual energy boosting pills, physical stamina was not so easily restored. Unsurprisingly, this attempt at fusion ended in failure once again. Qin Shu swallowed a spiritual energy boosting pill and collapsed onto the floor of the alchemy room, sprawling out in a star-shaped posture. What on earth was going wrong? Did she have to resort to brute force fusion with her spiritual power? After much contemplation, Qin Shu roused herself and made a third, fourth, and fifth attempt. All were in vain. By the sixth attempt, Qin Shu decided to take a bold leap. She completely removed the fire spiritual energy that had been encasing the pills, relying solely on the earthly fire to maintain the heat of the alchemy furnace. In tandem, she transformed all her spiritual energy into wood spiritual energy according to her will. Lifting her hand, she formed seals and channeled them one by one into the alchemy furnace. With the wood spiritual energy acting as a medium, the stubborn spiritual liquids finally showed signs of gradual fusion. This painstaking process lasted for an entire hour until the spiritual liquids were fully integrated. Inside the glowing alchemy furnace, a faint, hovering shadow could be faintly discerned. A surge of elation welled up in Qin Shu's heart, and she was ready to embark on the final and most critical step, pill forming. This phase was not only the most crucial part of alchemy, but also the most taxing on spiritual energy. Qin Shu was mentally prepared. Yet the spiritual energy within her was nearly drained by this batch of pills in the furnace. Recalling the incident when she was poisoned after exhausting her spiritual energy, she quickly withdrew her hands. Even though this batch of pills was a failure, they had at least reached the stage of being formed into pills and still retained some medicinal properties. After some thought, she put those failed pills away. This time, Qin Shu fell into deep contemplation once again. Through this attempt, she came to understand that even though she had now advanced to the 6th level of Qi, refining, trying to refine pills suitable for those above the 10th level of Qi, refining would still leave her lacking in spiritual energy. If she were to take pills during the pill refining process, it would inevitably distract her. How wonderful it would be if someone could feed her spiritual, replenishing pills by her side. Hardly had this thought emerged in Qin Shu's mind when her eyes suddenly brightened as an idea struck her. She cleaned the pill refining furnace again, took out another portion of spiritual plants, and casually picked up a bottle of spiritual, replenishing pills, holding it between her lips. In this way, when her spiritual energy ran low, she could just swallow one by herself without expending much concentration. It was not until the sky darkened that Qin Shu dragged her exhausted body back to her mountain peak. She didn't even have the strength to use the shrinking the earth into inches technique. She pushed open the stone door with all her might and staggered inside. Her legs gave way, and she knelt directly on the ground. Xie was startled by the noise she made and immediately opened his eyes. His sharp gaze scanned her body and then turned into a look of puzzlement. What was wrong with her? Why did she suddenly perform such a grand salute? Xie asked in a flat tone. Qin Shu simply stopped struggling, rolled over, and lay flat on the floor. I have no energy left, she said in a soft, far-away voice. Xie looked at her disheveled appearance. just as he was about to ask where she had been. He saw her take out a bottle of pills from her storage ring and toss it towards him. Here, the pills you wanted. Xie Shiwan caught it, uncorked the bottle, and took a gentle sniff. A look of satisfaction gradually appeared on his handsome face. You've managed to refine them so soon? His hand slowly grasped the porcelain bottle, and the bottle vanished into thin air. Then came his words of praise. It seems I underestimated you after all. Qin Shu remained silent. Then she heard Xie Shiwan ask, You've refined a bottle of pills. Although the quality is still a bit lacking, I'm magnanimous. Our contract still stands. Well, do you want me to send you to that precious place of yours now? Qin Shu was utterly confused. She was so exhausted. Why would he send her to that place at this time? This guy's miserly nature was as plain as day. Chapter 138. Are you happy now? Qin Shu gritted her teeth and stared fixedly at Xie Shiwan for a long while. Considering the huge gap in their strength, she finally reluctantly unclenched her fists and subtly hinted, I'm a bit tired. Unexpectedly, Xie Shiwan raised his eyebrows, looking extremely surprised. Oh, you can get tired? Qin Shu pursed her lips and fell silent. After a long time, she complained resentfully, It's all because of you. I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. Asking someone to refine pills across so many levels. To refine this batch of pills, I consumed a whole bottle of energy, replenishing pills. Xie Shiwan rarely cast an appreciative look at her. It seemed that people really needed a push. Well, how about trying to refine a fourth-grade pill tomorrow? Qin Shu rolled her eyes. She didn't want to talk to someone who was so oblivious to others' difficulties. She turned around and intended to walk outside. It was getting late, and the moon had climbed above the willow branches. It was an excellent time for cultivation. However, just as she took the first step, she heard Xie Shiwan's voice behind her once again. When will you open the furnace to refine pills next time? She looked exhausted, but what did it matter to him? He was determined to obtain the Qing Yuan pill. Qin Shu paused in her steps. She was about to say next month, but suddenly a brilliant idea flashed across her mind. Her lips curved into a slight smile as she left the words, It depends on my mood. In the next moment, she pushed open the door and walked out. It depends on my mood. This condition was rather broad. She could simply be in a bad mood because it was hot today or he didn't smile today. Who could really interfere? Xie Shiwan watched as the stone door of the cave abode closed. Unusually, he fell into deep contemplation. Happy? How could he make her happy? Xie Shiwan couldn't figure it out. He took out the message, transmitting jade slip that Qin Shu had given him at the beginning, and posted the first anonymous message in his snake life on it. How can one make a little girl happy? Before sending it, he didn't really hold any hope. In his view, who in the cultivation world would meddle in others' affairs? However, there seemed to be quite a few busybodies. After his message was sent out, it quickly resonated with many cultivators. Does the fellow Taoist also have a little girl at home? How old is she? Little girls are more troublesome to deal with than demons. Not only are they difficult to handle, but they also cost a fortune. Just cleansing and tempering her tendons and marrow has almost exhausted half of my fortune. Yet, she's reluctant to soak in the concoction. The immortal master prescribed 4 batches of spiritual plants, and now there are still 3 left. It feels like the money has been wasted again. The fellow Taoist above is absolutely right. It's the same with my little disciple. I have to coax him by promising a small trinket for each soak. Xie Shiwan carefully read through the messages from the beginning, and a thought gradually emerged in his mind. Compared with these little disciples, the one outside was much more trouble-free. It wasn't until he scrolled down to the 10th, several reply that someone finally gave a proper answer to his question. Little disciples usually have quick, tempered outbursts that fade just as fast. Fellow Taoist, you might as well prepare some spiritual fruits she likes or go to the young immortal's workshop to buy some small items that little disciples fancy. They'll cheer up soon. I also have experience in this. Every time my little disciple throws a tantrum, I take her out to play and let her frolic in the sea of clouds for a while. Xie Shiwan jotted down the suggestions one by one. Among them, the easiest to implement was undoubtedly the spiritual fruits. Xie Shiwan held the spiritual fruit, lost in thought. His figure gradually faded away from the cave. Unnoticed by the 1 person and 2 demons outside, Qin Shu was sitting cross-legged on the futon, eyes closed, sensing the increasingly dense spiritual energy in the air. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. Had her spiritual root value increased again? At first, she thought there was something wrong with the device for measuring spiritual roots. But after 3 consecutive measurements, her spiritual root value had increased 3 times. Moreover, the cultivation speed can hardly deceive. Even a slight difference in spiritual root values can lead to significant disparities. Furthermore, compared to when she first arrived, her spiritual root value should have increased by more than 5 points. After some thought, Qin Shu decided that she must go to her master to have her spiritual root re-tested. She remained in meditation until the moon set before slowly opening her eyes. Suddenly, a snake's tail appeared in her field of vision. She was stunned for a moment and then looked up along the smooth snake's tail to see the inky, colored robe hem and a large collection of spiritual fruits wrapped in the robe. Most of these fruits were unfamiliar to the inexperienced Qin Shu. However, having grown up in the jungle, Xie Shuan knew exactly which fruits were edible and which were not. Before Qin Shu could figure out his intention, he loosened his hand, and the fruits tumbled into her arms with a clatter. Are you happy? Xie Shuan's cold voice was in stark contrast to his actions. Qin Shu thought, happy? Why should I be happy? Seeing her frowning and looking rather unhappy, Xie Shuan silently crossed out the idea of giving spiritual fruits in his mind and pondered going to the young immortal workshop another day. Qin Shu looked at Xie Shuan disappearing from where he stood in bewilderment. Then she looked at the fruits in her arms, casually picked up a large red one, and took a bite. The sweet flavor immediately blossomed in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. She put the fruit into her storage ring, picked up a few more, and went to share them with Lu Cheng and Xiao Xiao. Witnessing this scene from the cave, Xie Shuan couldn't help wrinkling his nose. Sure enough, she was in a bad mood, even giving away the fruits he picked with his own hands to others. Qin Shu didn't have time to dwell on Xie Shuan's abnormal behavior. She then went to the sword sect to practice swordsmanship for a whole morning and even took advantage of the sword sect's bathhouse. Now, her physical strength was far stronger than when she first transmigrated. The body refining technique given to her by the big snake could finally come in handy. Instead of starting to practice right away, Qin Shu first thoroughly studied this technique. One shouldn't practice a technique blindly but should make a careful selection. No matter how excellent a technique was, it would be useless if it didn't suit one. Before practicing a technique, one should at least wholeheartedly approve of it, right? To Qin Shu's surprise, this book started with breathing exercises. The author believed that the most vulnerable part of the human body was the 5 internal organs. Through breathing exercises, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the 5 internal organs. After the 5 internal organs were tempered, one could then temper the bones and muscles, and finally the skin. Meanwhile, the author also proposed the possibility of refining the body with the help of external forces. For example, using the power of fire or thunder could increase the body's resistance. Just because of the mention of the power of fire in the book, Qin Shu directly moved her practice location to the alchemy room. When others learned that Qin Shu had gone to the alchemy room, unable to withstand the pressure from this study-obsessed person, they also opened a room to practice alchemy. However, this time, they would never guess that Qin Shu came not to make pills but to refine her body. She turned the restriction of the earthly fire to the maximum. Without using any spiritual power for protection, in this high-temperature environment, all the pores on her body seemed to stretch out. Chapter 139. You're a first-time father, aren't you? It must be said that cultivating in a place rich in fire spiritual energy is truly a matter of achieving twice the result with half the effort for cultivators with fire spiritual roots. Most of the disciples in the Pill sect possess fire spiritual roots. For this very reason, the alchemy room is the most popular place among the disciples of the Pill sect. Just like before, Qin Shu sat cross-legged, closing her eyes, feeling the tiny dots of spiritual energy in the air. However, due to her miraculous constitution, the spiritual energy she felt during the day, limited by her spiritual root value, was but a tiny fraction of what she felt at night. Fortunately, she had only reached the primary stage of body refinement. If she had absorbed a large amount of fire spiritual energy from the start, her body would have been unable to bear it. This time, the spiritual energy Qin Shu absorbed did not flow along her meridians into her dantian, but was slowly integrated into her lungs. In an instant, Qin Shu's face flushed bright red, and even the smoke exhaled from her nostrils was steaming with white vapor. There was only one thought in her mind. It's hot. Only after she had fully absorbed that bit of fire spiritual energy did Qin Shu open her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. As the temperature of her body gradually dropped, she adjusted her breathing before daring to attempt the second absorption. On this day, she made a total of 5 attempts before stopping. Her lungs ached faintly due to the effect of the fire spiritual energy. Too much of a good thing is no good. No one could become a master overnight. So, she decided to end today's body refinement for the time being. At this time, the rental time of the alchemy room had not expired. Qin Shu calculated that there was still enough time for her to refine one more batch of pills, which would just cover the points spent on renting the room. She raised her hand to take out the pill furnace and accidentally glanced at the back of her hand. What? It seemed to have become much fairer, more delicate, and smoother. Suddenly, Qin Shu recalled the relevant knowledge she had seen during her intensive research on alchemy science. In traditional knowledge, the lungs are associated with the skin and hair. Although it was uncomfortable to temper the lungs with fire spiritual energy, the benefits to the body were obvious. Qin Shu speculated that the female cultivators in the cultivation world must not be aware of the advantages of tempering the lungs. Otherwise, Just this single benefit would be enough to entice the disciples to flock to it. Qin Shu didn't really care about this. It wasn't that she didn't care about her appearance. It was mainly because the original body was not even 12 years old. And it was precisely the time when the skin was in its prime. She composed herself. After refining a batch of pills, she noticed that the time for the borrowed pill refining room had expired. Qin Shu used a cleansing spell to tidy everything up properly before returning the token of the pill refining room. Just as she stepped out of the pill refining room, she suddenly had a premonition. She took out the message, transmitting jade slip, and saw the messages sent by Qin Shu. I'm out of seclusion. I've made a breakthrough. Even though Qin wasn't by her side at the moment, just from the messages, Qin Shu could vividly envision how overjoyed she was. She had truly secluded herself for 5 months. Being a fun, loving person, she had scarcely touched the message, transmitting jade slip during these 5 months. Fortunately, all her efforts had paid off, and she finally achieved a breakthrough. With spiritual roots whose attributes didn't even reach 80. Yet she had broken through to the 3rd level of Qi, refining within 2 years, which was a testament to her hard work. How about going to Qi City to celebrate? Qin Shu suggested. Cultivation should involve both exertion and relaxation. Qin had been in seclusion for so long, and it was high time for her to go out and unwind. Great. The two had made an appointment. The next morning, after finishing her cultivation, Qin Shu, for the first time ever, neither practiced swordsmanship nor did body training, and she didn't even engage in pill refining. Instead, she changed into a new set of clothes and left Ling Xiao Peak on green leaf. The Xin saw her familiar figure flying from afar and excitedly waved at her. Shu. Over here. Qin Shu stopped green leaf and moved aside. The Xin promptly jumped on it. Shu. I should be able to refine pills after breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi, refining. You told me before to save the spiritual plants I got. And I've kept them all. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion that her sister was truly far-sighted. She knew a few fellow disciples in the outer sect. They couldn't wait to refine pills right after breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi, refining. 10 portions of spiritual plants were wasted every month. It was truly a pity. Seeing this, Qin Shu also smiled and said, after a couple of days, you can go to the pill refining room and seclude yourself for a few days. You'll probably understand it soon. The Xin nodded. It won't even take 2 days. I'll go tomorrow. By the way, I read the experience you shared with everyone in the pill refining room overnight. It'll come in handy tomorrow. Qin Shu was very gratified to see her working so hard. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. Then it's a deal. The two happily went to Qi City, planning to have a delicious meal to celebrate. However, when they passed by the young immortal workshop, Qin Shu vaguely seemed to see a familiar figure. She couldn't immediately recall who it was and thought she might have misseen, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Xie Shuan was visiting the infant immortal's workshop for the first time. Inside, there were countless trinkets. There was a water spouting duck with a water element formation engraved within, and the rice mouse jungle had a wind element formation engraved on it, which could train children's eyesight and agility. Xie Shuan reached out his hand to touch a hanging tiger. Once touched, the tiger would open its eyes and let out a roar. From beginning to end, he wore an expression of disinterest, neither sad nor happy. The waiter meekly followed behind this cold-faced guest, ready to await his commands at any moment. Although Xie Shuan had made some adjustments to his appearance before coming out, the aura of a powerful being around him made these waiters not dare to act rashly. Seeing that he had been wandering around for quite a while, and his expression seemed even more puzzled, the waiter then put on a smiling face and asked, Esteemed immortal master, is this your first time being a father? Xie Shuan? Being a father? He was young and unmarried. What fatherhood was there to speak of? The change in his expression was hardly noticeable. The waiter assumed he had guessed correctly and recommended, the goldfish bubbles over there sell the best. There's a water element formation on it, which can generate bubbles. The bubbles can last for over a quarter of an hour. Get one. Seeing his straightforwardness, the waiter's face lit up with joy, and he continued, and there's also the illusory ghost formation. It's great for dealing with naughty kids, and is also quite popular. Of course, it's not to say that your child is naughty. It's just, adults can also play with it when they buy it back. Hee. Adults and children can play together, which can strengthen the parent-child relationship. Xie Shuan thought of that little child. It seemed that the child was quite mischievous. Get one. There was also an item called Awakening Rooster, which was used to urge young disciples to practice. If the child didn't practice, the rooster would peck her butt. This is great. I'll take one. Unconsciously, Xie Shuan had bought a great many items. It wasn't until the waiter had nothing more to recommend that he casually said, just get me these for now. Check out. The waiter was overjoyed. It was no easy feat for mortals to survive in the immortal realm. This single order would allow him to live comfortably for 2 years. At this thought, A broader smile spread across his face. Immortal Master, the total comes to 45 high, great spirit stones. With a wave of his sleeve, all the trinkets on the table vanished. The waiter was startled and quickly looked at the man in front of him. He saw the man casually toss out a shiny spirit stone, after which his figure also disappeared. Only a cold voice lingered in the room. Keep the change. Chapter 140. This man is so strange. The waiter caught the large spirit stone that was thrown at him with lightning speed. It felt heavy in his hand. When he looked closely, he was shocked to find that it was a top-grade spirit stone. And the man had said to keep the change? He looked around. But the man was long gone. He was over the moon with joy. It seemed that he had encountered a master this time. He wondered who this person was and which immortal master was so fortunate as to be born into this person's family. Not only did this person have great wealth, but also the patience to personally select these trinkets for his young disciple. Clearly, he was a considerate man. The waiter felt a twinge of envy. Some people, he thought, were born with an edge over everyone else. Achoo! A sneeze rang out from the entrance of the shop. The young lad, whose envy and jealousy the waiter could not help but notice, was outside the door. Xin asked with concern, "Are you all right? Could you have caught a chill? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't your fire spiritual root quite well developed?" Qin Shu rubbed her nose and said, "It's okay. My nose just suddenly started itching. I'll take you to have something delicious. Last time when I came here with senior brother Weiming, I discovered a shop. The owner of that shop has an ice spiritual root. He makes spiritual fruit shaved ice with his ice spiritual root and spiritual fruits. It's incredibly delicious." When Qin Shu first saw this thing, she was so excited that she thought she had met someone from the 21st century who shared the same interests. She even secretly used a secret signal, saying Palace Jade, liquor. However, the man just gave her a cold stare and said, "You young lad. You're not even old enough, yet you want a drink? Call your master here." Qin Shu. Her dream was shattered, yet not entirely. Because the shaved ice was truly delicious. Xin rarely saw Qin Shu praise something so highly. The last time she used such a tone was when she was talking about sword training. "Oh, is it really that delicious? Then we must go and have a taste." In her past life, Qin Shu had a poor health and little money. She dared not and could not afford to eat too many cold things. However, in this life, she had nothing to fear. The way of bearing children in the cultivation world was different from that of later generations. So, they were free from the trouble of menstruation. Moreover, with her fire spiritual root, she didn't have to worry even if she ate shaved ice every day as if it were a meal. Eventually, the two of them arrived in front of a small shop. Yes, the name of the shop is a small shop. They sat down at the table in front of the door, and she ordered a big bowl of shaved ice for each of the two girls. While having the ice, they chatted idly. "Shushu, in the past few days, I've heard that there's been a big stir in our sect. The sect master exchanged our sect's time, rewinding mirror for the soul, gathering lamp of the moon, concealing sect." According to the jade slips, it's speculated that the 8 major sects in the eastern continent are going to be ranked this time. It seems that everyone doesn't want to swallow this hidden loss. I've heard that the Heavenly Gang's palace has also borrowed the time, rewinding mirror from the sect master these days. As for what price they've paid, it's not for us little disciples to know. Hearing this, Qin Shu was extremely surprised. She'd only just emerged from seclusion last night, and there was already so much news. However, Xin wasn't done yet. She continued, "I've heard that this time, the Falling Cloud sect is likely to suffer a great loss. It really deserves such retribution." As they were talking, 2 large bowls of shaved ice were placed on the table in front of them. "Enjoy your meal," the shopkeeper said with a still, cold face. Presumably, if his shaved ice weren't truly unparalleled, there wouldn't be many customers. After they finished eating, they left. As they walked, Xin increasingly felt that something was amiss. She stopped in her tracks, looked at Qin Shu, and asked, "Sister, don't you think it's a bit strange?" "What's strange?" Qin Shu questioned. "That's a mutated ice spiritual root. A once-in-10,000 genius, a gift from heaven. Why would such a talent come out to run a small shop, dealing with customers by selling shaved ice?" Xin asked. After listening to her analysis, Qin Shu remained calm. "So what if his identity is strange?" "Sister, this is Qijin City. Anyone who can open a shop here has been investigated by the sect. That uncle won't be a problem. Don't worry." Xin scratched her hair. After just a few words from Qin Shu, she was convinced. Indeed, there should be no problem. The conversation between the two fell into the ears of a man selling shaved ice not far away. He looked calm and casually made another note on the jade slip. It was the 736th serving. Many years ago, he had confronted an evil cultivator. The evil cultivator was no match for him. However, he himself was not in good shape either. This evil cultivator gambled his life to curse him, cursing that he couldn't count beyond 999, and this indeed became his inner demon. Every time he closed his eyes to practice, he would keep counting. Yet every time he reached 999, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he became more and more crazy because of it. He almost killed his attendant beside him by mistake once again. Fortunately, his reason returned at the critical moment, and he completely froze himself. Later, his sect master's senior brother suggested that he experience the mortal world. Maybe he would gain enlightenment after seeing more. Only then did he leave the sect and come here to open this shop. When Qin Shu and he Xin returned to the sect, the sun had just set. She opened the sect's restriction as usual. As soon as she stepped in, the scene changed. The familiar caves, the big willow tree, her experimental field, and the big red flowers around her had all disappeared. Instead, there was a large locust tree forest and black shadows lunging at her menacingly. Qin Shu was startled at first, but quickly calmed down. She reached out and grabbed the black shadow, holding it in her arms. Squeak. The black shadow immediately transformed back into its original form. A palm-sized little squirrel was hugging Qin Shu's finger with its two paws, affectionately acting coquettishly. Qin Shu frowned and asked, "Did you do this?" The tiny head shook like a rattle, and its voice also echoed in Qin Shu's mind. It wasn't Xiao Xiao. It was the snake who did it. The big snake? Qin Shu was even more puzzled. He didn't seem like the type to do such a childish thing. Could it be that he thought the restriction of the cave wasn't safe enough and wanted to strengthen it? And she was just accidentally affected? While she was pondering, Xiao Xiao jumped out of Qin Shu's arms. After a short while, it came back carrying something in its mouth. Qin Shu was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, carefully examining the little trinket in her hand. This thing was just a tree, but when she sent a wisp of spiritual energy into it, illusions began to appear around. However, these illusions were rather crude, somewhat like an animated cartoon, but no one would be so crazy as to show horror cartoons to children. Qin Shu activated the little trinket and placed it back in position. Since it was the big snake's thing, it was better to put it away. Maybe their snake clan was more suited to such an environment? Xie Shiwan secretly observed her expression with his divine sense. He could only tell that her expression was complex, and it seemed that she still wasn't very happy. Xie Shiwan felt somewhat depressed and threw out another little trinket. Qin Shu had been closing her eyes to cultivate. No matter how gloomy and terrifying the illusion was, it was just an illusion. In reality, moonlight still shone on her body, and she could fully feel it herself. However, those dark shadows of hers were writhing menacingly towards her, and from time to time, a chilling sensation would explode on her skin. Chapter 141. This demon lord is different no matter how strong Qin Shu's psyche was. She couldn't withstand these sporadic explosive sensations. Her scalp tingled, and goosebumps covered her body. She mused inwardly. What on earth is the great snake up to? Is the physical sensation of this illusory realm so intense? In the end, she couldn't resist opening her eyes. Yet, when she clearly beheld what was transpiring before her, she was once again stunned. What on earth is this magical world? The dark shadows in front of her were still lunging at her menacingly, but they were segmented and refracted by countless floating bubbles in the air. The entire shadow assumed a comical, uneven appearance, like an otherworldly and terrifying amusement park. The fear in her heart dissipated. Curiously, she raised her hand and poked one of the bubbles. Both the sense of shattering and the icy chill were incredibly real. It seemed that these things were not illusions. Qin Shu instinctively tensed up in defense. However, as the spiritual qi in her dantian circulated rapidly, the inner core belonging to the great snake also floated up, spinning around a few times without detecting any poisonous mist. It seemed that no one was plotting against her. Then, what was the deal with these bubbles? Could it be that someone was playing a prank? Reluctantly, Qin Shu left her cushion, holding a ball of fire. She made her way in the direction from which the bubbles were floating. With each step she took, the dark shadows would retreat a step, and a cluster of bubbles would shatter. The flames in her hand were flickering, and each popping bubble produced a soft popping sound. Qin Shu stared intently at a small clay figurine with a pouting mouth at the entrance of the cave abode. It was spitting out a continuous stream of bubbles, and everything around seemed to be its creation. Her expression was inscrutable. She stood still for a moment. Then, she took out the stone, carved frog, activated the runes on its back, opened the door again, and tossed it out. Her actions were smooth and decisive, without any hesitation. This time, those menacing shadows all transformed into cute version little snakes. In an instant, the once terrifying atmosphere was greatly diminished. Qin Shu was quite impressed with herself. With the scene before her eyes transformed like this, the version little snakes obviously seemed rather disgruntled. However, she actually found them oddly adorable. Seeing the little snake's expressions getting worse and worse, she quickly spoke up first. It seems that you quite enjoy this damp and terrifying atmosphere. I didn't dare to enjoy it alone, so I had to invite you out with me. Xie Shuan was looking at the human-shaped little mushroom in front of him. Its chubby little face had a mouth that opened and closed. His expression began to turn strange. Was this terrifying? Xie Shuan then thought to himself that she couldn't be compared to him. She was just a child a little over 10 years old, so it was normal for her to be scared. Then he remembered another little gadget he had bought, the wake at the cockcrow item. As soon as he took it out, the wooden rooster flew towards Qin Shu. While pecking at her butt, it kept repeating, "Go and practice. Go and practice." Qin Shu. She understood why Xie Shuan was called the Demon Lord. This demon must refer to the magical one. Qin Shu sat cross-legged again, and only then did the chicken calm down. It stood in front of her with its head held high, resembling an overseer from the old society. As for the continuous feeling of bubbles bursting on her skin, she had gradually gotten used to it by now, and she fell into meditation once more. Xie Shuan stood beside the large red flower, looking down at her with a cold expression, yet his beauty outshone the flower. This time, shouldn't she be happy? It was not until the purple chi came from the east on the horizon that the illusions on the mountain dispersed. The bubbles filling the sky were enough to make those with trypophobia collapse at a glance, yet Qin Shu adapted well. A khaki spiritual energy shield surrounded her body. No matter what the big snake's intentions were, she would not interfere. His things were so strange. Who knew if she would have to pay for the damage if she broke something? Those people in the cultivation world were extremely crafty. They were even more excessive than the bad guys in later generations when it came to extortion. Once she stepped out of the restriction, the moist feeling completely disappeared, and the chicken that had been chasing after her and pecking at her but also stopped. Qin Shu immediately felt a sense of lightness, as if she were reborn. She turned back to take a look. There was just a tree, a pond, and a cave abode, presenting a peaceful and serene scene. She had no idea how the big snake had done it. Looking from the outside of the restriction into it, one couldn't detect anything unusual at all. Only those inside could know the real turmoil. Qin Shu went to the alchemy room again. The scorching temperature in the room made her involuntarily let out a comfortable sigh. It was still so pleasant here. All that happened last night seemed like a prank no matter how one looked at it. However, when it all occurred to the great snake, Qin Shu couldn't help but ponder carefully. What on earth was his purpose? On this day, Qin Shu only practiced the lung refining technique for one morning. By noon, she left the alchemy room. The fellow disciples, who had been spurred on by her, let out a slight sigh of relief. Little did they expect that after leaving there, Qin Shu directly turned and headed to the library. There were quite a number of records about pills in the library. Xiantian Gate offered substantial rewards for the cultivation methods, secret manuals, and pill formulas that the disciples were willing to contribute. Everyone was quite willing to hand over the extra ones. She rummaged through the books for a long time. It was not until 3 hours had passed that she spotted an old, yellowed book in a corner. Qin Shu had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, this time she really found the page about the Qingyuan pill. The Qingyuan pill was useless for most cultivators, yet it could dispel demonic qi. Qin Shu paused in the act of turning the page. Countless plot lines flashed through her mind. Some reformed for true love. Some dispelled demonic qi to resume cultivation, and some refined external avatars. All that she had seen and guessed over the years passed through her mind. But she still couldn't fathom Xie Shuan's purpose. Qin Shu wasn't without the thought of reporting him, but the truth was that even the combined forces of the 8 major sects had failed to kill this fellow, and he possessed the power of space. Whether the sect could deal with him remained unclear, but she was acutely aware that if she reported him, she would surely be the first to die. According to what was written in the book, even when Qin Mian united herself with her sword and gathered the powers of the 8 great sects, she only managed to wound him. In terms of defensive capabilities, he was no ordinary tough, skinned being. Although his inner core was now in her own belly, it would be even easier for him to take it out than to kill a chicken for its eggs. During her repeated bouts of indecision, the two of them had spent quite some time together. The more time they spent, the more she felt that this legendary demon lord was different from what was written in the book and what she had originally thought. Instead, he was somewhat silly. Normal demon lords wouldn't play with bubble-blowing figurines, nor would they create a chicken that poked at one's rear. Moreover, he even pleaded with her to refine the Qingyuan pills that could dispel demonic qi. As it was later described in the book, the demon lord Xie Shuan led countless demons to attack the immortal cultivation world. Demonic qi pervaded the immortal cultivation world. Once one was infected with demonic qi, it was extremely difficult to get rid of it. If one couldn't suppress it, they would degenerate into heartless demonic beasts. After much deliberation in her heart, Qin Shu finally decided to refine the Qingyuan pills carefully. She not only intended to refine the portion for Xie Shuan, but also planned to make more and secretly store them for herself. She needed to lie low. Chapter 142. Using the sky as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces, the book's description of the timeline when the demonic qi would fully erupt was rather vague. However, Qin Shu was certain that by then, Qin Mian had already arrived in the immortal cultivation world. There were a little over 6 years left. She planned to run away directly after 6 years. If she happened to encounter the rampant demonic Qi, she would truly have nowhere to cry. Qin Shu slapped the book shut with a loud noise. Her fellow disciples not far away cast strange glances at her upon hearing the sound. Only then did she realize that her actions had been a bit excessive. With an apologetic smile directed at the other party, she gently placed the book back on the bookshelf before rising and leaving. That night, Qin Shu did not return to her horror paradise. Nor did she go back the next day. When she still hadn't returned by the third day, Xie Xuan couldn't sit still any longer. Could this little girl have run away? Weren't the things he had prepared enough to make her happy? Xie Xuan took out the message, transmitting Jade's slip once again. For the question he had sent out before, he had received countless responses, and those below had then discussed how to take care of children. A frown creased Xie Xuan's brow, and he felt a bit of disapproval in his heart. It seemed that what these humans said was not right. He continued to scroll down, and a reply immediately caught his eye. Although they are all children, there are differences between boys and girls. Boys love to play around, while girls are fond of beauty. If you have a little girl at home, buying her pretty clothes and jewelry would be better than giving her trinkets. Looking at this reply, Xie Xuan pursed his lips, wearing a thoughtful expression. That little girl always wore men's clothing and had her hair tied up in a high ponytail. If it weren't for those eyes, who could have recognized her as a little girl? What Xie Xuan didn't know was that in the pill sect and sword sect at present, many female disciples had been influenced by Qin Shu. They thought it was a waste of time to spend so much time on hair, dressing every day. All of them had their hair neatly tied up in high ponytails or coiled up like men. Qin Shu returned a month later. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the familiar horror paradise. With a wooden expression, she pushed open the stone door of the cave abode. Xie Xuan detected her return the moment she came back. He was not surprised at all when he saw her push the door open and enter. Qin Shu took out 10 bottles of Qingyuan pills and handed them to Xie Xuan. The words "you finally know to come back" that were about to come out of Xie Xuan's mouth got stuck in his throat. He pulled out the bottle stopper and smelled the familiar fragrance of the pills inside. He was stunned. "Have you been refining pills all this time?" Qin Shu nodded. "Yes, I only managed to refine this much. You take them first." Of course, she had refined more than that. She had refined a total of 20 bottles of pills and planned to split them evenly between them. Xie Xuan's spiritual sense wrapped around these porcelain bottles. He could also sense that the quality of the pills in these bottles varied. It was far from her previous perfect pill, refining. It was evident that refining third-grade pills was still quite challenging for her. But he was already very satisfied. According to what was written in the Jade slip, those people said that their little apprentices usually only thought about having fun, and it was harder to get them to practice than to achieve ascension themselves. Looking at this little apprentice, whether it was practicing or refining pills, she didn't need his urging and arranged everything herself. A gratified smile appeared on the corner of Xie Xuan's lips. He casually threw a storage ring at Qin Shu. "Take it and play with it." Qin Shu reached out and caught it. She took a curious look and was completely stunned. This storage ring was about 40 square meters in size, and it was filled to the brim with colorful clothes in colors she had never worn in her 2 lifetimes combined. She looked up at Xie Xuan in disbelief. Where did a snake get so many women's clothes? And the aesthetic sense was so unique? Xie Xuan raised his hand and tapped on her glabella from afar. A chill spread across her brow. "You'd better wash that muddled head of yours," he said. The next instant, Qin Shu fell into the pond behind the cave abode. Qin Shu lay prone on the bank, sticking her head out of the water. Glancing in the direction of the cave, she thought, "This snake is getting weirder and weirder." She contemplated selling these clothes. She casually picked out a little pink dress adorned with heaps of lace. If taken to the later generations, it would surely be adored by many young girls. However, her sharp eyes quickly noticed the note on the garment. It stated that upon being attacked, a defensive formation would be immediately activated, and the formation would record the event simultaneously, facilitating relatives and friends to seek revenge. Qin Shu was taken aback. Then she took out another pale, yellow dress. The note on it read that upon being attacked, a continuous mental attack would be launched and a phantom formation would be generated. However, it could only be used once, with an effective duration of 24 hours. She then pulled out a large indigo dress named the 1000-Face Dress, which could conceal one's appearance. Qin Shu's eyes lit up. She felt that her aesthetic sense had suddenly changed. When looking at these colorful little dresses in front of her, she found them extremely pleasing to the eye. Why sell them? Each of these dresses could increase her chances of survival. What were spirit stones compared to life itself? She climbed out of the pond and casually cast a cleansing spell. Her formerly wet clothes and hair instantly became clean again. Excitedly, she ran back, pushed open the stone door once more, and poked her head in. "Big snake. Thank you." Seeing the smile on her face, Xie Xuan's lips curved slightly. "It's just a matter of each getting what one needs," he replied. True indeed were the words inscribed on the message jade slip. It has not deceived me. Qin Shu thought what he said made sense. What he offered far surpassed the Qing Yuan pills she had refined. However, the conditions they'd previously agreed upon remained unchanged. Qin Shu quickly reminded him, "Oh great snake, you still owe me 165 times." She didn't specify what it was, yet Xie Yuan knew. He let out a disdainful sneer. "Rest assured, I won't renege. I'm just afraid you'll grow weary and decline." Clearly, this was a mockery of her previous complaint of fatigue. Qin Shu immediately declared, "No. Send me in right now." A carved stone frog materialized in her hand. In the next instant, she hurled it at Xie Yuan. He caught it, weighed it in his palm, then tilted his face and shot a sidelong glance at Qin Shu. "Are you ready?" As soon as Qin Shu nodded, the stone frog was thrown back at her. She reached out to catch it, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in utter darkness. This kind of darkness was all too familiar to her. She took out the night illuminator exchanged with points, and a circle of spiritual plants around her was illuminated. She seized the time to dig up the spiritual plants. When she was utterly exhausted midway and stopped to swallow a replenishing elixir, she suddenly looked up at the sky. It seemed different from the pitch black expanse when she first arrived. There were dots of starlight in the sky, arranged in an orderly pattern. A strange thought popped into Qin Shu's mind. The sky serves as a chessboard, and the stars as chess pieces? Chapter 143. Piercing the clouds. Wasn't this vast expanse of medicinal fields on the ground like a chessboard? What would it be like if the stars in the sky were placed on a chessboard? Qin Shu's mind was suddenly filled with wild ideas. She took out the green leaf that Wen Qi had given her before and stepped onto it, hoping to get a clear view of the entire medicine field. However, the illumination range of the night lantern was too limited. She couldn't see where the edge of the medicine field was at all. Everything in the distance was concealed in the boundless darkness. Qin Shu had no choice but to descend again. It seemed that it wasn't just a case of being in the dark right under the lamp. The entire area was shrouded in darkness. If she wanted to see the whole picture clearly, she could only wait for that moment before being teleported out at dawn. Qin Shu obediently continued to dig for medicinal herbs, not wasting a single moment. She was also quite particular when digging for herbs. Instead of leaving the place barren wherever she went, she only took one out of every 3 plants. When the sky began to turn faintly bright, Qin Shu immediately stopped what she was doing. The dawn in this small world came so quickly. Once it was daylight, she would leave this place. Therefore, she had to rise into the air and take a look before it was completely light. Qin Shu quickly took out the green leaf and ascended into the air. Her field of vision became increasingly broad, and everything around her came into view. There were medicine fields everywhere, but not every field had plants. Moreover, this small world was not boundless as she had thought. It had boundaries, just like a square box. She had only taken a single glance, not even having time to conduct a detailed study, when she was bounced out again. Seeing her appear out of thin air, Xie Yuan was not surprised at all. He casually asked again, "Do you want to go in again?" However, Qin Shu seemed to fall into deep contemplation. Instead of answering Xie Yuan's words, she took out a pen and paper and started scribbling right in front of him. Xie Yuan's handsome brows knitted together, and his golden vertical pupils narrowed into slits. Yet, when his gaze swept across what she was drawing, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. What on earth was she drawing? Before he could get a clear look, Qin Shu stopped her handiwork. She held the paper, scrutinized the grid she'd drawn, then frowned and pondered for a moment. After hesitating for a long while with the pen in hand, she still didn't put it to the paper. Finally, she simply looked up at Xie Yuan and said to him, "Let me go in one more time." Seeing her solemn look, Xie Yuan knew she must have made some discovery, and this discovery was most likely related to that so-called precious place of hers. With a lift of his hand, the frogstone carving that had fallen to the ground returned to his hand. He casually tossed it towards Qin Shu, and immediately, Qin Shu vanished once again. Xie Yuan tapped his fingers on the stone bed 3 times in boredom before stopping, then quietly stared at the empty space in front of him. Soon, Qin Shu's figure reappeared. She was still holding that piece of paper in her hand, and the drawing on it had been completed. It seemed to be a chess board layout. Only, could a little girl like her play chess? Remembering the 10 bottles of elixirs she'd given him, Xie Yuan asked an extra question. "Do you need help?" Qin Shu shook her head. "No need. You probably won't understand this." Xie Yuan, was she looking down on him? His face darkened once again. Little did she know that Qin Shu had her own plans. A snake that could play chess? Moreover, this frog-shaped stone carving was found in a secret realm in the western continent. The chessboard inside definitely couldn't be for go. As for what kind of chess it exactly was, she still needed to conduct further research. Qin Shu held a piece of paper, deeply engrossed in contemplation. She pushed open the stone door and left the cave, only to notice that Xie Yuan's face behind her had turned extremely ugly. Truly, one shouldn't show kindness to this young lad. As soon as the stone door of the cave closed, Xie Shiwan's figure vanished from the cave. Ying Chun and Ying Lu, two slender and charming figures, emerged from the night, cloaked in the moonlight. The strong wind billowed their robes, causing the vivid colors on their bodies to fade slightly. "My lord, we're here." Xie Shiwan raised his hand, and 11 bottles of pills appeared before them. "Take these back to Lady Li and let her make the arrangements." Yes. Qin Shu practiced for the entire night. Nowadays, she had a well-structured schedule. She practiced swordsmanship in the morning, refined pills, or trained her body in the afternoon, and cultivated at night. She balanced her activities, achieving a good combination of work and rest. Her cloud, piercing, and rain breaking swordsmanship had become quite proficient. However, in terms of its power, she felt it still fell short. The cloud, piercing, and rain breaking swordsmanship was the signature swordsmanship of the mad sword true person. It couldn't possibly have only such limited power. It must be that she hadn't mastered it thoroughly yet. When she arrived at the sword testing stone formation, there were already disciples practicing swordsmanship. She didn't know if they had come early in the morning or had stayed up all night. She quietly took out her wooden sword and found an open corner to assume a stance. Coincidentally, the heavens were kind, and it started to drizzle. The disciples around all activated their spiritual energy shields, yet Qin Shu did not. She let the raindrops fall upon her body. As the rain grew heavier, her eyes slowly closed, and she could hear more clearly the howling wind, the pattering rain, and the whistling sound of her fellow disciples' swords cutting through the air. Along with the rain, a hazy world emerged in her mind. Since she didn't have spiritual awareness yet, these were merely mental images formed from her perception of the rain. A raindrop plummeted straight down from the clouds. Qin Shu flipped her wrist, and the sword in her hand was instantly raised, with the tip of the sword pointed directly at the raindrop. Ding! The sword technique she had practiced hundreds of times now flowed as smoothly as a cloud drifting across the sky. Her movements grew swifter, and fewer raindrops fell on her. The surrounding disciples noticed her actions and stopped one by one, turning to look at her. She didn't use spiritual energy, relying only on the sword technique. Yet no one doubted its lethality. It wasn't until a dense shadow of swords formed a protective shield around her, blocking all the falling raindrops, that Qin Shu suddenly thrust her sword into the air, pierced the clouds. It seemed as if sunlight was pouring down from above the clouds, and the raindrops vanished for a brief moment. However, this hold didn't last long and soon returned to its original state. Qin Shu let out a long breath of turbid air. Her heart was pounding with excitement, and she only wanted to shout out how exhilarating it was. Seeing her put away the sword, the other disciples surrounded her. "Well done, junior sister." It hasn't been long since Uncle Wangjian passed on the pierce the clouds and break the rain sword technique to junior sister. Yet she has mastered it to such an extent. Truly admirable. Could the junior sister offer us some guidance? Hearing their flattery, although Qin Shu was pleased in her heart, she still had a modicum of self-awareness. This time, she merely took advantage of the rain and cloud's power to comprehend the cloud, piercing and rain, breaking swordsmanship. One might even call it taking a shortcut. Chapter 144. 3 life tokens lit up. Qin Shu was surrounded by a group of senior and junior brothers who said they wanted to have a friendly spar with her. No sword cultivator could resist the allure of a fight, and Qin Shu herself was quite eager. Practicing alone with a sword could never bring as much improvement as engaging in battles. That was precisely why her master of the arrogant sword was always out sparring with others, constantly on the path of combat. However, just as she was about to accept the challenge, a fellow disciple came running from afar, shielded by a golden spiritual force field. While running, he shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters, hurry, go to the square quickly. The sect master is going to gather the souls of our 6 deceased fellow disciples." Hearing this, Qin Shu immediately perked up. Sparring could happen at any time, but if she missed this chance for soul gathering, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Presumably, the other disciples shared her thoughts. Some took out their magical tools, while others directly summoned their swords. Each displayed their unique skills and rushed down the mountain. The sword sect was farther from the square compared to other sections. By the time they arrived, the best viewing spots had already been occupied by disciples from other peaks. Qin Shu stood on a green leaf and, incidentally, reached out to pull Hexian, who was being swallowed by the crowd, up. Looking at the various flying devices in front of her, Hexian couldn't help but sigh. "Aren't we still blocked?" Qin Shu remained relatively optimistic. Pointing at the gap between 2 flying spiritual artifacts ahead, she said to her, "Just make do with the view. It's because there are so many people in our sect. Moreover, after our sect's disciples were attacked when they went out before, many people dare not go out for training now and stay in the sect." As the two of them were chatting, a red little bird flew over. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red figure appeared in front of them. Standing on a feather under her feet, it was Qiyu. "There are actually so many people in our sect. The colorful spiritual artifacts almost dazzled my eyes." I almost couldn't find you two little ones hiding here, Qin remarked. Hearing this, Xian looked up at her and said, at least half of the people haven't come yet. Some are in seclusion, and some are not interested. Qin clicked her tongue twice and then looked at Qin Shu. I just came out of seclusion. I heard that quite a few people in our sword sect were injured. Qin Shu nodded. Yes, there are at least 7 or 8 seriously injured. The red feather on Qi Yu's head had regrown by now. Her brows were slightly knitted. Her expression remained her unique coldness. But the words she spoke were full of concern. How are they recovering? Shall we go to see our senior brothers and sisters later? Qin Shu nodded in agreement and didn't forget to comfort her. Don't worry. With the sect's support, the senior brothers and sisters have recovered quite well. Just as she finished speaking, not far away, the sect master, Qi Nan, casually took out a precious artifact, and then a huge blue water curtain soared into the sky. Many young disciples, having never seen such a spectacle before, let out exclamations of admiration one after another. Qin Shu, who had witnessed Dolby IMAX screens in the 21st century, took it well. The water screen before her was just an even more spectacular giant screen. As the water screen rose, the scenes they couldn't clearly see before were magnified and appeared before everyone. Immortal Qi Nan stood with his hands hanging down. Beside him stood his eldest disciple, Shu Yu, as well as immortal Wang Jian and immortal Bu Kuan of the Sword Sect, and immortal Qing Qi of the Talisman Sect. In front of them was a small table on which the life tokens of those who had met with misfortune were placed. Without exception, all of them were broken. Immortal Qi Nan gradually extended his divine sense, and his voice, wrapped in spiritual power, echoed in the ears of every disciple. Some time ago, the disciples who went out for training in our sect suffered an unprecedented blow. These 6 disciples died because of it. And the other disciples who came back alive also paid a high price. Today, in front of all the disciples, I will gather the souls of these 6 disciples. If they can wake up, perhaps they can restore the truth of what happened back then. Every grievance has its cause. Those who dare to target the disciples of our Xiantian sect are our enemies. I will never let them go. These words stirred everyone's blood. It was as if, with a wave of the sect master's hand, they would charge forward without hesitation to wipe out those who had harmed them. On the pale, blue water screen, every move of the sect master was clearly displayed. He glanced at Shiyu beside him. And Shiyu took out the soul gathering lamp that had been prepared in advance. The soul gathering lamp was not as resplendent as they had envisioned. It was approximately the height of a palm, pitch black, and rather plain, somewhat resembling the ever-burning lamps in the mortal world. The whispering voices around Qin Shu resumed. She heard that the sect master had exchanged this lamp with the moon, concealing sect using the time reversal mirror. She had long heard this news. At first, she merely sighed with relief that the sect could save a fortune in spirit stones this time. But then she heard someone say that the elder of the moon, concealing sect, was still unwilling to accept the death of his great-grandson and was probably going to get to the bottom of it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Shu's mind. She was instantly stunned. Her complexion changed drastically, and she became extremely anxious. It was she who had spread the feud between the moon, concealing sect, and the beast, taming sect back then. And it was also she who had sent the specific location on the message jade slip. Now, if they used the time reversal mirror to investigate what had happened. What if they saw her? No, it wouldn't matter if they saw her, for she was also a victim. But what if they saw the great snake? She knew he was the demon lord, and she was aware that good and evil could not coexist. However, the two of them were now in the same boat. They were bound by an equal contract, and his inner core was in her belly. Even if she told others that she had accidentally swallowed the inner core, would anyone believe her? Qin Shu sat cross-legged on the green leaf, utterly distracted. She even wished she could immediately send a message to Xie Shiwan to inquire. Nevertheless, the relationship between the two of them was nothing more than a superficial friendship, not even that of good friends. On the water curtain, Shiyu had prepared all the formations, spirit stones, pills, and magic treasures required for soul gathering. Shiyu placed the soul summoning lamp in the middle of the formation. With a flick of the sect master's fingertip, a wisp of azure flame ignited on the cotton wick of the lamp. Immediately afterwards, several elders standing behind Qi Nan jointly channeled their spiritual power into the formation. Everyone watched as the runes on the formation lit up one by one. The entire square fell into utter silence. People didn't even dare to draw a deep breath, fearing that the slightest movement on their part might cause the soul summoning to fail. It had been drizzling in the sky, but at this moment, the rain suddenly ceased. The dark clouds overhead grew even denser. A gust of gloomy wind blew by, making the surrounding light seem to dim further. It seemed that only that single soul summoning lamp remained between heaven and earth, emitting a faint azure light in the dim world. Qin Shu's gaze was fixed on the life tokens placed on the table. At this moment, she no longer cared whether the great snake would be discovered. Frowning tightly, She clenched her two little hands into fists so hard that her fingernails were almost digging into her flesh. After a long wait, finally, one of the life tokens lit up. Everyone involuntarily craned their necks. Qin Shu tightened her grip even more. She was extremely tense. Another quarter of an hour passed, and two more life tokens lit up. The crowd was thrilled. However, after that, the other life tokens remained unresponsive. It was not until the sky brightened again that the wick of the lamp flickered slightly and then went out. Qin looked at this scene, seemingly not overly surprised. He then raised his voice and addressed the crowd. The vitality here is too strong. To avoid disturbing the spirits, everyone disperse. Chapter 145. It's too hot. After Qin finished speaking, he casually waved his hand, and the three shining life tokens appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he vanished on the spot. Seeing this, the other elders followed suit, leaving only these young disciples looking at each other in dismay. Life and death are originally opposites. The living cannot touch the aura of death, and souls will naturally be affected by the aura of life. It was already quite difficult for the sect master to set up a formation to allow everyone to witness the soul gathering. Presumably, they could only wait for news next. It seems that only 3 fellow disciples have been saved, Xian said with a somewhat gloomy look on her face. She sighed and added dejectedly, "You didn't mind it at all." She folded her arms across her chest, looked down at the 2 people sitting on the green leaves, and began to explain, the strength of people's souls varies. Some people are immediately guided to the underworld by ghost messengers upon death. For some, their souls can linger in the mortal world for a while. Only in such cases can they be retrieved by the soul-gathering lamp. Presumably, the 3 people the sect master saved all have relatively high cultivation levels. Only then did Xian suddenly realize and said, "So that's how it is." Then she let out a bitter laugh and continued, "It seems that we also need to cultivate hard. If our cultivation is low, in case we fall one day, even if someone wants to gather our souls, they won't be able to." True to her nature as a native of the cultivation world, Qi just curled her lips into a faint smile upon hearing this. Fate determines life and death. There's no need to be so persistent. At this moment, the senior brothers from the sword sect in the distance called out to Qin Shu, junior sister, "How about a spar?" Qin Shu glanced back at him but shook her head in refusal. "Senior brother, I still have something to attend to. I need to return to the pill sect. Let's have a spar tomorrow." The surrounding disciples had gradually dispersed. Qin Shu went to the sword sect with Xian and Qiyu. She also took the opportunity to use her with spiritual energy to soothe the meridians of the injured senior brothers and sisters. After finishing all this, she bid farewell to everyone and rushed towards the pill sect. She had to go back quickly to discuss with the big snake. In case the Crescent Moon sect discovered that she and the big snake had appeared at the place where the Crescent Moon sect disciples died, things would really get troublesome. She rushed back to her cave dwelling without stopping. As soon as she stepped into the restriction, that chicken rushed over and pecked at her buttocks. "Go and practice, go and practice, go and practice." Qin Shu was extremely annoyed. She grabbed the chicken's neck and lifted it up. With a surge of the fire's spiritual energy in her body, the bubbles floating in the restriction instantly shattered. And the originally dream-like and terrifying atmosphere dissipated to a great extent. Then Qin Shu stepped on the black shadow and ran towards the cave dwelling. As soon as she entered the door, she found Xie Shiwan coiled on the bed in his original form, with his head hanging over his body, seemingly taking a nap. At this moment, Qin Shu didn't care about anything else and directly asked, "Big Snake, what if the time reversal mirror saw us?" These words were rather puzzling, but Xie Shiwan understood them. His upper body transformed back into a human form and he half reclined on the stone bed. His originally pale skin now showed an abnormal flush. He squinted his eyes and said, "It doesn't matter. They can't see us." Qin Shu blinked her eyes and confirmed again. "Are you certain?" Xie Shiwan let out an affirmative grunt but didn't care to say more. These individuals could only be traced back to the past of the same space. Yet the disciple of the beast, taming sect was killed by him in a separate space. Qin Shu had been on tenterhooks for quite a while. After hearing his understated words, the anxiety that had been hanging over her for so long finally subsided. After relaxing, she stole a sidelong glance and noticed something amiss with Xie Shiwan. She quickly inquired, "What's wrong with you?" Xie Shiwan slightly closed his eyes and said indifferently, "It's getting a bit warm." A sudden inspiration flashed through Qin Shu's mind. Looking at the giant snake in front of her, she recalled some scientific knowledge she had seen in a certain science-related program. Snakes enter estivation when the temperature exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. Was it because of the sweltering weather in recent days? As a disciple with the fire spiritual energy in her body, she naturally wasn't afraid of the heat. However, it never occurred to her that the demon lord would be sensitive to it. Xie Shiwan was oblivious to Qin Shu's current thoughts. If he knew, he would probably just scoff at her naivete. He wasn't afraid of the heat, It was just that the residual poison in his body hadn't been completely purged, and it became more rampant as the temperature rose. Suddenly, Qin Shu remembered a kind of pill she had once seen in the library. Under the present circumstances, it might be worth a try. Endure it a bit longer. I'll try refining a pill for you. Xia Shiwan remained silent, but deep down, he was skeptical. Although this young girl's pill, refining skills were indeed remarkable compared to her peers, her cultivation level was limited. And it was impossible for her to refine a pill that could completely expel the poison. Qin Shu tossed the chicken she had been holding onto the ground and directly took out her pill, refining furnace. She sat down on the ground right in front of Xia Shiwan. The pill she was about to refine was just an ordinary first-grade pill. With her current cultivation base, she could refine it without the help of earthly fire. Xia Shiwan watched with great interest as she opened the furnace and tossed spiritual plants into it one by one. The chicken tried to peck at her buttocks, but Xia Shiwan cut off its neck with a stream of spiritual power. Qin Shu didn't notice this. All her attention was focused on her pill furnace. Although first-grade pills were simple, they still required serious attention. Qin Shu cast spells one after another without much effort. When she opened the furnace lid, it was another perfect pill, refining. Just by smelling the fragrance of the pills, Xia Shiwan knew that the rank of these pills was not high. Could such low-grade pills be useful to him? He was skeptical. Qin Shu put all the pills into a porcelain bottle and then threw the whole bottle to Xia Shiwan. Try it, she said. Xia Shiwan casually caught it. The warm porcelain bottle made his palm feel a bit uncomfortable. He frowned slightly, looked at Qin Shu, and asked, "What is this? Can it be useful?" Qin Shu put the pill, refining furnace into her storage ring, and stood up from the ground, looking at the alluring scene on the bed. She lifted her chin and explained, "This pill is called the cooling pill. Its rank is not high, but after taking it, one will feel extremely cool. It is rumored that there was once an alchemist who married a mortal woman. Every summer, his wife suffered a lot. So the alchemist invented this pill. Thousands of years have passed, and this pill is still very popular in the cultivation world. If you need them, I'll refine a few more for you when I'm free." Cooling pills? So they aren't detoxifying pills. Xia Shiwan pulled out the bottle stopper, and a refreshing fragrance of the pills wafted towards him. He tilted his head and poured the pills into his mouth, his atoms apple-bobbing slightly. It was truly miraculous. After taking one cooling pill, the searing heat on his body subsided, and the churning toxins in his meridians seemed to be somewhat suppressed. Xia Shiwan couldn't help but look at the little girl in front of him with new respect. Although her cultivation was low, she still had her uses. Seeing the flush on his body fade, Qin Shu knew that her pills had taken effect. She stepped forward and placed her fair little hand on his rough snake's tail. At this time, the hideous wound on the snake's tail had disappeared. It had indeed been a long time since she last healed him. Originally, seeing his amazing combat ability, she thought he no longer needed her treatment, but unexpectedly, he was actually just a hollow shell. Chapter 146. The last bowl of shaved ice. She skillfully manipulated the wood's spiritual energy to penetrate through the gaps in the big snake's scales, circled around his meridians, and then found the bone, eroding poison. At first, Qin Shu only knew how to use the wood's spiritual energy to soothe Xia Shiwan's turbulent spiritual energy. In the process, a small amount of toxins would be consumed by her spiritual energy. Even though the amount of toxins consumed was extremely insignificant, it would still make Xia Shiwan feel much better. But this time, Qin Shu suddenly had an idea. What if she transformed her with spiritual energy into a dagger? She tried to make a cut at the edge of the black mass of toxins, and surprisingly, she found that she could cut it. Qin Shu's eyes immediately lit up. With a determined look, she went for the black toxin with a mental knife. At first, she didn't dare to cut off too much, fearing she couldn't handle it properly. So, she only sliced off a thin layer, wrapped it bit by bit with the spiritual qi of wood, and then carefully dragged it out of Xia Shiwan's meridians. Qin Shu wasn't so arrogant as to lead those toxins, which had even troubled Xia Shiwan, into her own body. Almost as soon as the toxin left Xia Shiwan's body, she severed the connection with the spiritual qi. This series of actions, though sounding simple, was as difficult as performing a high-intensity microsurgery. Fortunately, she finally succeeded. Just as she was feeling satisfied, Xia Shiwan beside her suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood splashed at Qin Shu's feet and landed on her hem. The red dots spread on her white dress, resembling the red plum blossoms defying the cold on the branches in winter. Qin Shu was instantly so frightened that her face turned pale. She anxiously asked, "How are you?" Xia Shiwan's golden vertical pupils, which were usually intimidating, now seemed a bit unfocused. Perhaps upon hearing Qin Shu's voice, his pupils regained some focus. He shook his head and said, "It's okay." Qin Shu glanced at the mess on the ground. She felt he was just putting on a brave front. "You call this okay?" In fact, Xia Shiwan was really fine at this moment. After the little girl removed a piece of the toxin, The spiritual qi he had been using to suppress the toxin was immediately released. Vomiting blood was just a result of the churning of his qi and blood. But after all, he was a large snake. A mouthful of blood was really nothing. He casually cast a cleaning spell to wipe away the bloodstains on the ground in Qin Shu's body. "You may leave. I'll take a rest." Qin Shu assented. Just as she was about to depart, she seemed to recall something. She took out a bottle of yuan, replenishing pills, and tossed it to him, exhorting him to recuperate well. She said she would return in 5 days. After leaving the cave abode, Qin Shu didn't blindly trust Xie Shiwan's words. Instead, she took out a message, transmitting jade slip, and closely monitored the developments of the moon, concealing sect and the beast, taming sect. Lately, fewer sword cultivators were taking on tasks as shown on the message, transmitting jade slip, which presented numerous opportunities for independent cultivators. Qin Shu anonymously posted a message soliciting information. Who on earth killed these disciples of the major sects? Those with reasonable accounts shall be rewarded with a low-grade spirit stone. To be issued on behalf by the 7 Killings Pavilion. As soon as this message was posted, it received a flurry of responses. A low-grade spirit stone? Perhaps these prodigies wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it were lying on the ground. But things were different when it was offered on the message, transmitting square. Who could resist the allure of gossiping while getting paid? First, the rankings of the 8 great sects are about to change. None of them are innocent. It's just mutual slaughter. What the person above said is nonsense. Our moon, concealing sect, is innocent. Our mysterious heaven gate is also innocent. Speaking of the mysterious heaven gate, I've heard recently that the sect master of the mysterious heaven gate spent a fortune to gather the souls of his disciples. Do you think they've discovered something? Is there any disciple of the mysterious heaven gate who can share their experience? A disciple of the mysterious heaven gate here. The soul gathering is true, but we know nothing else. The Heavenly Gang's palace has been quiet lately. Are they secretly plotting something big? Seeing that the topic couldn't be steered towards the Yinwei sect, Qin Shu donned an online persona to stir up the conversation. By the way, how did the feud between the Yinwei sect and the beast, taming sect end up? I can answer this. I'm a disciple of the Yinwei sect. In the past couple of days, the beast, taming sect has frequently visited our sect and seemed to have compensated the elders with a lot of things. Qin Shu then continued to inquire, wasn't it said that it was related to the demon clan? What demon clan or not, that was just a pretext. Noticing that no one mentioned the name of the demon lord Xie Shiwan, Qin Shu finally relaxed. She held her small storage bag and headed to the Qisha Pavilion in Qijin City to deposit some spirit stones as a reward for those enthusiastic gossipers' replies. On her way back, she also dropped by her favorite eatery to have a bowl of shaved ice. Qin Shu witnessed a burly man standing behind the counter, holding a jade slip in his hand. His face was cold, yet he was writing something on the jade slip with great solemnity. After finishing a line of words, a thin layer of sweat had already oozed from his forehead. The veins on his forehead popped out, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Qin Shu could tell that his state was very abnormal. This uncle was an ice element cultivator. How could he be sweating profusely? He looked extremely anxious. Although Qin Shu had no idea what was bothering him, after some thought, she took out a coolness pill from her storage ring and offered it to him. Hong Yuan was momentarily stunned when he saw the pill offered by this regular customer. Then he saw the little girl in front of him with her pair of bright black eyes looking at him and saying, "Uncle, I see that you seem to be hot. This coolness pill is for you." Hong Yuan took it over by chance, sitting behind the counter. He pursed his lips and stared at the pill in his palm with an extremely complex look on his face. Just then, another customer arrived. "Boss, a bowl of shaved ice, please." "Coming." Hong Yuan sat on the stool, as if he had been frozen stiff. His eyes were unfocused, as if he were wandering in the void. The person outside the counter called him again, but he still didn't respond. The newcomer was not a patient one. He slapped the counter directly. "If you're deaf, don't open a shop. I've called you so many times, and you didn't answer." Seeing this, Qin Shu turned around and saw the uncle standing up too. There seemed to be a layer of ice on his face. The customer was startled when he met the uncle's icy look and swallowed back the harsh words that were on the tip of his tongue. However, Hong Yuan didn't hold a grudge against him. Instead, he asked, "What would you like?" I'd like a bowl of fragrant melon shaved ice." Seeing that the conflict seemed to have subsided, Qin Shu buried her head and continued to enjoy her shaved ice. Admittedly, although she was no longer afraid of heat, having such a bowl of shaved ice on a scorching summer day still made her feel refreshed and rejuvenated. After finishing the bowl, just as she was about to get up, she noticed that the spiritual energy around the uncle behind the counter seemed to be in an abnormal state. This was a bustling downtown area. While using the message, transmitting jade slip to contact the guards of Qijin City, Qin Shu was thinking of making a hasty escape. But just then, she heard the uncle's stuttering and obviously anxious voice coming over. "I can't go on writing. I'm good for nothing. What comes after 9,999? Chapter 147. The Heart-Wrenching Thunderbolt. Hearing this, Qin Shu, who was about to make a getaway, halted in her tracks, and a question mark slowly materialized above her head. What? Was this uncle a math enthusiast? She retracted the foot she had stretched out, pondered for a moment, and finally turned around and headed towards the counter. She might not be good at fighting, but when it came to math, as a young person from the 21st century who had endured the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, she had a modicum of confidence. Uncle. Hong Yuan's mind was in a complete muddle. Half of it was occupied with the question of what came after 9,999. And the other half was ruminating on why he was such a good for nothing that he didn't even know what came after 9,999. Qin Shu's sudden shout was like the moment when Pangu split the chaos, causing his previously muddled mind to clear up a bit. He released his hands from around his head, opened his bleary eyes, and glanced at the little girl in front of him. She was smiling, just as she usually did when she came to buy ice. Seeing him raise his head, Qin Shu heaved a sigh of relief. Since he could hear her voice, there was still hope. Fearing that he'd sink further into his obsessive thoughts, she quickly blurted out, 10,000. Uncle. The number after 9,999 is 10,000. 10,000. Hong Yuan murmured to himself, standing stock, still on the spot. Seemingly in a daze, Qin Shu stood right in front of him, watching as he took out another blank jade slip and started writing from the beginning. 1, 2, 3. Qin Shu had no idea what was wrong with this man. It was commonly said that there was only a thin line between a genius and a madman. Yet she had never witnessed someone drive themselves mad by simply counting numbers. Soon, the law enforcers of Qijin City arrived. But the middle-aged man remained utterly absorbed in writing numbers. Qin Shu promptly stepped forward, took out her waist token as a direct disciple of Shantian Gate, and explained to them, this gentleman seems to be deeply troubled by inner demons. Just now, I sensed that the spiritual energy within him was on the verge of a riot, which is why I summoned you here. Upon seeing Qin Shu's waist token, the law enforcer's initial disdain transformed into deference. We'll take him away right away and won't let it affect other fellow cultivators, they said. Just as the law enforcers were about to step forward, Qin Shu stopped them. Gentlemen, not so fast. It appears that this fellow cultivator has a magical tool to suppress the riot of spiritual energy. He must be aware of his own condition. Let's wait and see. Qin Shu's words successfully halted the law enforcers in their tracks. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded on the streets of Qijin City. A group of law enforcers, along with a young girl, stood in front of the counter, observing the middle-aged man intently writing numbers. 9,995, 9,996. He stared fixedly at the blank jade slip in his hand. The veins on his forehead bulging, his hands trembling slightly, and his eyes bloodshot. Seeing how laborious he was, Qin Shu couldn't help but wish to impart all the Arabic numerals she knew to him so that he could write more swiftly. Finally, the number was written to 9,999 once again. One could clearly sense the fluctuation of his emotions. The left falling stroke of the Chinese character 9 was written with extraordinary force. He seemed to be on the verge of a rampage. Seeing this, Qin Shu was the first to react. She hurriedly jumped onto the counter and clasped her small hand with his. Using all her strength, she guided him to write 2 slanting and distorted Chinese characters on the jade slip, 10,000. Bang! A surge of spiritual power fluctuations directly knocked Qin Shu over. She rolled off the counter onto the ground and tumbled several times. By this time, the furnishings in the room were in a complete mess. Fortunately, those law enforcers had made preparations in advance. They had set up a formation in his shop, which also gave the people around a chance to escape. Qin Shu propped herself up against the wall and stood up shakily. Then she saw that the panic and anxiety on the uncle's face had disappeared. He sat cross-legged, and his expression once again returned to the icy one she had seen when they first met, but it was more serene than before. He was about to advance in cultivation. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Qin Shu's mind. Subconsciously, she also sat cross-legged to gain insights. The temperature around her gradually dropped. Just the next moment when she entered a state of meditation, a force flung her out of the room. This time, she flew a very long distance. But when she landed, it was as light as a feather. Qin Shu woke up abruptly. She looked up at the sect elders who were rushing over in the sky and the thunderclouds that were faintly gathering there. Qin Shu drew in a sharp breath. It seemed to be the thunder tribulation for advancing from the golden core realm to the nascent soul realm. Fortunately, she had been saved. If she were still inside at this moment, a single thunderbolt of the tribulation would be enough to end her life and force a restart. Could a cultivator in the late Jin stage be stumped by counting numbers? And could it even become his inner demon? Qin Shu was utterly perplexed. Eventually, She recalled that her own path of questioning the heart had compelled her to solve hundreds of numerical sequence problems. So, it was normal for someone to struggle with counting. Existence justifies reason. The gathering dark clouds in the sky grew increasingly dense, with faint flashes of electric arcs visible. This was the first time Qin Shu had witnessed a thunder tribulation. She had seen lightning and thunder before, but never on such a grand scale. She couldn't help but start to wonder if that uncle could withstand it. Just as she was pondering, Hong Yuan soared into the air from the shop, seemingly ready to face the thunder tribulation head on. The ice crystal sword in his hand refracted a white light. The thunder tribulation in the air seemed to be provoked, and the long, accumulated cooldown finally came into play. Hong Yuan reached into his storage ring and took out a magic tool in the shape of a bronze mirror, apparently a defensive magic tool. However, a bolt of lightning struck, and the magic tool shattered instantly. Then Hong Yuan took out a red silk ribbon. Qin Shu watched as Hong Yuan took out one magic tool after another to withstand the thunder tribulation, and her heart ached as if it were bleeding. So many precious items were all shattered. How heart-wrenching. Although they weren't hers, she still felt pain. It seemed such a waste of treasures. She even couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. After all, no matter how powerful the thunder tribulation was, it was still thunder and lightning. It was known that lightning generally occurred in cumulonimbus clouds with strong convective development. The upper part of the cloud was mainly positively charged, and the lower part was mainly negatively charged. Thus, a potential difference was formed between the upper and lower parts of the cloud. Once the potential difference reaches a certain level, an electrical discharge will occur. If one could provide him with an insulating protective suit and install a lightning rod for him, Qin Shu earnestly contemplated the feasibility of this idea. However, before she could think of a substitute material in the cultivation world, the rolling thunder in the distance dissipated. That uncle's hair had stood on end, somewhat resembling a curly perm, evidently having been struck by lightning. When he opened his mouth, white smoke billowed out. Yet, his mental state seemed quite good. It appeared that this so-called thunder tribulation had ultimately failed to do much harm to him. It was even less severe than the suffering caused by the counting. Hong Yuan, congratulations. An elder in the sky clasped his fists towards him to offer congratulations. Hong Yuan returned the salute and then began to search around with his eyes. Finally, his gaze fell upon Qin Shu. He stepped on his ice crystal sword and instantly appeared in front of Qin Shu. Chapter 148. Child's Play Items. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Although Hong Yuan was much older and more experienced than Qin Shu, since Qin Shu had helped him resolve the inner demon that had plagued him for a long time, he sincerely bowed to Qin Shu. Qin Shu quickly returned the salute. Senior, you're being too polite. This junior merely. She actually wanted to say that she had meddled in other people's affairs, but for the senior in front of her, it didn't seem like an intrusion. She scratched the back of her head and for a moment didn't know what to say. Hong Yuan noticed her embarrassment and took the opportunity to say, young friend, there's no need for excessive words. Whether you did it intentionally or not, this casual act of yours indeed helped me resolve my inner demon. I am Hong Yuan, a Taoist from the Formation sect. May I know your esteemed name? Upon hearing that his inner demons were resolved, Qin Shu's first thought was whether she could still have shaved ice in the future. She quickly looked up at Hong Yuan, who stood before her with a head and a soot-blackened face. It was quite an effort for her not to burst into laughter. Senior, I'm Qin Shu from the Pill sect. Will you close the shop in the future? Qin Shu inquired earnestly. Hong Yuan was also taken aback by her words. Recalling that she had visited his shop quite frequently these days, he understood the implication. The corners of his lips twitched slightly upward, and his usually frigid expression softened a bit. The shop will close, but if you, fellow Taoist, crave shaved ice, just send me a message. Another name was added to the list of bigwigs in Qin Shu's message, transmitting Jade Slip. Was this elder actually from the Formation sect? As Qin Shu stared at the name on the Jade Slip, a smile gradually bloomed on her face. From then on, she could claim to have an acquaintance in the Formation sect. Hong Yuan in front of her intended to offer Qin Shu some tokens of gratitude. However, when his divine sense probed into his storage ring, he found that all the precious items he had previously stored had been exhausted during this tribulation. Now, there were only some shabby things left in the ring. A tinge of embarrassment crept onto his soot-blackened face. He clenched his right fist and brought it to his lips, coughing softly to cover up his awkwardness. Suddenly, he soared into the sky and addressed several elders who had come to congratulate him. Did you come to offer congratulations empty-handed? His lips were tightly pursed. The other elders were initially stunned by his words, but then burst into laughter. When Hong Yuan returned to Qin Shu's side, he gave her a storage ring filled with precious items. How could Qin Shu dare to accept it? In the final analysis, all she did was write a piece of text about 10,000 words for him. While others' words are worth 1,000 pieces of gold, each of her words is invaluable. Senior, There's really no need for this. I'm truly unworthy of such a gift, Qin Shu said. Just accept it. Hong Yuan was never good at socializing and was not slick in his words and deeds. In the cultivation world, those with simple minds are more likely to achieve great success in cultivation. Even sect master Qin didn't expect that Hong Yuan would be stuck on the matter of counting. Qin Shu watched as their group flew away, then looked down at the storage ring in her palm and couldn't help but click her tongue twice. It seemed that this trip out was really worthwhile. The ways in which the heavens bestowed opportunities were truly diverse. As soon as Qin Shu returned to her cave abode, someone came to visit. Qin Shu lifted the restriction and took a look, only to find a face she had never seen before. The person clasped his fists in salute to Qin Shu and said, "Junior sister, I'm Feng Qi, a disciple under the guidance of Taoist Hong Yuan. I'm entrusted by my master to deliver this to you. Thank you, junior sister, for helping my master overcome this inner demon. In the future, if there's anything you need from us, just let us know." After seeing the person off, Qin Shu glanced at the 2 formation discs in her hand. There were 2 formations sealed inside. When formation masters traveled, it was always too late to set up formations on the spot, so they would seal the arranged formations on the discs. Once activated, the discs could be used. Many people would buy ready-made formation discs for self-defense. Qin Shu had once had such an idea, but now, weren't these ready-made formation discs just presented to her on a silver platter? Qin Shu set up the formation discs in her own cave abode. She discovered that the 2 formation discs given to her by Taoist Hong Yuan were actually complementary to each other. One was mainly for attack, and the other was mainly for defense, not to mention the other gifts he had given her before. Just these 2 formation discs alone were more than enough as a token of gratitude. Just as Qin Shu had finished setting up the formation discs, Xie Yuan emerged from the cave. He glanced at the place where Qin Shu had set up the formation discs and asked, "With me here, do you still need such trifling things?" Qin Shu now had the cultivation base of the 6th level of Qi, refining. The moment the formation discs were activated, she could sense their power. Once the formation was successfully set up, even when facing a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, she would have the strength to fight. If it were someone else who said such a thing, Qin Shu would surely retort immediately. However, the one who said it was Xie Yuan. Qin Shu patted the non-existent dust on her hands, stood up, glanced at Xie Yuan, and said with a beaming smile, "My cave abode already has bubble machines and a ghostly forest. What's so strange about having a few more trifling things?" Xie Yuan. He was at a loss for words. This little girl had a low cultivation base, but was extremely sharp-tongued. Just then, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation and looked up towards the main peak in the distance. Qin Shu noticed his movement and casually asked, "What's wrong?" "I've sensed the fluctuation of spiritual souls. Your senior brothers and sisters should have been awakened," Xie Yuan said. Qin Shu was overjoyed. "Really? Can they come back to life?" Xie Yuan lowered his head and gave her a profound look. Their corpses had been destroyed, making it extremely difficult to be resurrected. At present, the only options left for them were to cultivate as ghosts or be reincarnated. Qin Shu sighed. Although she had long known that resurrection was merely a matter of probability, she still felt a faint twinge of disappointment. 2 days later, news spread from the sect that Luoyun sect had been accused of harming their disciples, and it had offered a great deal of compensation. Even the expenses for gathering the souls of their disciples had been borne by Luoyun sect. When this news reached, Qin Shu was sparring with her fellow disciples in the sword sect. Their cultivation levels varied, so during the sparring, they all restricted their own cultivation and simply competed in swordsmanship. Undoubtedly, Qin Shu was a prodigy, yet her time of cultivation was still short. Despite practicing the sword day and night, how could her 2-year efforts compare to others' decades of cultivation? She always lost at the beginning. But as the number of sparring sessions increased, through continuous summing up, her swordsmanship became more and more refined, and her perseverance in getting up after each defeat, becoming more valiant in the face of setbacks, also inspired other disciples of the sword sect. Although it was a bit tiring, taking a bath together after the training was just the remedy. They were in the middle of a lively sparring when a disciple of the sword sect rushed over and informed them that the sect had sought justice for them and officially declared war on Luoyun sect. Chapter 149. Why is there such a great difference between people? Regarding the declaration of war on Luoyun sect, no one was overly surprised. After all, although they had no evidence before, in the hearts of the sect's disciples, they had long assumed that the assailants were from Luoyun sect. Undoubtedly, the 2 sects were at odds with each other behind the scenes, yet such matters were never brought into the open. This time, not only did the sect master secure compensation for everyone, but also defiantly declared war on the Luoyun sect. This truly took Qin Shu by surprise. The sect master truly lived up to their position, managing to make the Luoyun sect willing to part with a fortune even when fully aware of the impending feud. Truly impressive. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of the sword sect were thoroughly exhilarated. If I encounter a disciple of the Luoyun sect again, my azure water sword will show them no mercy. We must train diligently to avenge our senior brothers and sisters. Right. One strike to eliminate each lackey of the Luoyun sect. Just then, a clear bell toll pierced through the sky. Looking up, everyone witnessed a white scroll slowly unfurling in the sky, with golden, hued characters gradually emerging. Everyone watched until the scroll completely vanished. Then, the entire Xiantian gate erupted with excitement once more, even more fervently than before. The date for the sect competition had been set. It would be held next month. I won't sleep this month. I feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I need to raise my cultivation level by another rank. I'll take on some missions to earn points in exchange for a better sword. I'll go gather some herbs and trade with the brothers of the pill sect for a couple of bottles of pills. The sect competition is a round-robin battle. For a moment, all the disciples seemed invigorated, like warriors infused with new life. The long-delayed sect competition that had been postponed for a year was finally about to commence. According to the past rules, before the grand sect competition, a competition within the sect must be held. Only the disciples who rank among the top 100 in each cultivation level of the sect are eligible to represent the sect in competing for resources. However, this was not the end. Immediately afterwards, the sect released another piece of news. In the grand sect competition, for disciples at all cultivation levels, those who can make it into the top 50 can all enter the inner sect. For Qi, refining stage disciples, they will be selected a top grade spiritual weapon and 3 foundation building pills. For foundation building stage disciples, they will be selected a low grade treasure weapon and 3 golden elixirs. For golden core stage disciples, they will be rewarded a top grade treasure weapon and 3 infant nourishing pills. Once these rewards were announced, even some disciples who didn't care about fame and fortune and only focused on cultivating immortality couldn't sit still. Whether it was a treasure weapon or not didn't matter much. But those pills, for disciples at any level of cultivation, having a few such pills to pave the way for their advancement was like having 1 foot already in the next stage of cultivation. Who could resist that? Sign up. One must sign up. Just when the entire Xiantian sect seemed to be celebrating a grand festival, the atmosphere on Lingxiao Peak was not so good. The true Lord Lingshu sat cross-legged on the futon, looking rather depressed, and gazed at his 2 disciples in front of him. Divide the foundation, building pills and golden elixirs among yourselves. I'll refine the infant, nourishing pills myself. First, refine 30 pills of each kind. If there aren't enough later, make up for them. Cheng Yin, who had been competing in swordsmanship with the true Lord Wangjian every day recently and had been defeated countless times, felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing what his master said. He had almost forgotten that he was also an alchemist. Fighting really made one lose oneself. Just as he decided to turn over a new leaf, refine a few batches of pills for the dance sect, and then go back to fighting, he saw his good junior brother, Wen Qi, flip his wrist and take out several bottles of pills, placing them on the stone table in front of their master. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "Why go through such trouble? Master, do you think these are enough? If not, I have more here." The true Lord Lingshu was momentarily stunned. Then, stroking his beard, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He asked Wen Qi, "When did you, disciple Wen Qi, start secretly refining pills? I've never seen you do it in all these years. You've truly grown up. I'm really delighted." A faint smile played on Wen Qi's lips as he gently waved his flowing light fan. The stray hairs by his temples fluttered, making him look ethereally divine. However, the words he uttered were extremely infuriating. "Master, you're wrong. Why would I need to secretly refine pills? As long as I have spirit stones, what kind of pills can I buy?" Upon hearing this, the true Lord Lingshu's face darkened immediately. He waved his sleeve at Wen Qi. A golden light flashed around Wen Qi, and he remained standing there unscathed. The true Lord Lingshu was so angry that his beard twitched. He roared, "You're an alchemist. Instead of refining pills yourself, you buy them. I'm trying to beat you, and you even use a magic treasure. You little scoundrel, you're really infuriating me." Although he kept scolding, the true Lord Lingshu didn't take another move in the end. Wen Qi smiled amiably and placed another bottle of pills on the table in front of the true Lord Lingshu. He coaxed gently, "Master, calm your ire. Learning alchemy is so that one can have pills when in need, not necessarily to serve others. Moreover, we are not without the means. Am I right?" The true Lord Lingshu's gaze fell on the jade bottle Wen Qi had placed on the table. With a sweep of his divine sense, he recognized them. There were 9 pills in the bottle, each of the highest quality, and they were clearly the infant nurturing pills that he himself needed to refine. The true Lord Lingshu. Suddenly, he didn't know whether he should be angry or not. With a straight face, he looked at Wen Qi and said, "If your father knew about your prodigality, who knows how he'd punish you?" Wen Qi still shook his head. "Master, your words are off base. These were all purchased with my own possessions. I haven't used to win family's wealth." The true Lord Lingshu fell silent. As an 8th rank alchemist, his wealth was undoubtedly substantial, yet he still couldn't bear to squander like this. And when Qi rarely opened his furnace to refine pills each year, clearly not relying on alchemy to earn spirit stones. Where on earth did he get so many spirit stones? Not only was the true Lord Lingshu curious, but Qing Yin beside him was extremely intrigued as well. They were both disciples of the same master, yet the difference between them was so vast. He was so poor that every 3 years, creditors came to his door, making a scene known throughout the cultivation world, while his junior brother lived a life of luxury and indulgence. It was truly enviable. Just as he was about to put aside his pride and ask his junior brother how he managed to do it after going out, he heard his master say, "You may leave. Summon Shua to see me." Qing Yin, and when Qi exited the cave abode of the Lingshu true man, Cheng Yin cleared his throat and looked at Wen Qi, struggling with how to broach the topic. Unexpectedly, Wen Qi spoke first. "What? Do you want to borrow spirit stones?" Cheng Yin. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, that's not necessary. I just want to discuss with you some ways to amass wealth." When she raised an eyebrow and cheerfully replied, "I'm afraid you, senior brother, won't be able to emulate my method." Cheng Yin persisted in his inquiry. "Why?" "First of all, you need to possess at least one spiritual vein." Chapter 150, Fire Essence. Cheng Yin. If he had a spiritual vein, would he still need to learn about ways to amass wealth? Wait, he suddenly thought of something. Cheng Yin pursed his lips and looked at his junior brother, whom he had known for over 100 years. A thought quietly emerged in his heart. Could it be that Wen Qi had more than one spiritual vein? Once this thought popped up, it refused to be suppressed. Considering Wen Qi's usual behavior and expenses, he suddenly felt that it was really not an impossibility. Thinking that he had been on the verge of selling himself to pay off the debt after using half of Wen Qi's spiritual vein, he suddenly felt rather weary. Wen Qi noticed that his senior brother was staring directly at him as if he were a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He immediately made a hasty retreat, saying, "Senior brother, I still need to practice. I'll take my leave first." As for the so-called sect competition, Wen Qi had not the slightest interest. Even the rewards were taken out of his own pocket. How could he care about it? As he flew towards his own cave abode, he didn't forget to send a message to Qin Shu, asking her to come to his cave. Meanwhile, Cheng Yin stayed in front of the cave, pondering whether he should participate in the sect competition. The rewards were of no great importance. His main intention was to bring glory to the sect. When Qin Shu received Wen Qi's message, she was practicing swordplay with her senior brothers in the sword sect. She was forced back dozens of steps by a strike from a senior brother, and the soles of her shoes were worn out. Leaning against the sword testing stone, gasping for breath, she listened to the voice of her second senior brother coming from the message jade slip. Knowing that Master Lingshu wouldn't call her for no reason, she guessed that there must be something. So she put away the wooden sword in her hand, bowed to the senior brothers in the sword sect, and said, "Thank you, senior brothers, for your guidance. Master has summoned me, so I'll take my leave first." She rushed all the way to Ling Shao Peak and plunged straight into the restriction without being stopped at all. "Master, your disciple is here." Upon hearing her voice, the true man Lingshu beamed with joy. "I've heard recently that you've been practicing swordplay in the sword sect?" The true man Lingshu inquired. Hearing this, Qin Shu was momentarily unsure whether he was blaming her for spending less time on alchemy. However, looking at the smile on Master's face, it didn't seem so. Unable to figure it out, she simply nodded and replied, "Indeed." The true man Lingshu then continued to ask, "Sure, do you intend to participate in the sect competition?" Qin Shu was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "Master, I really have no such intention. Just think about it. I'm only at the 6th level of Qi refining. If I were to participate in the competition for Qi refining stage cultivators, who could I possibly defeat? I'm afraid I'd be eliminated during our sect's preliminary selection." Having said that, she stroked her chin and continued, "However, it might be a good idea to take part in the sect's internal competition to gain some combat experience." The true Lord Lingshu took out a cyan stone and handed it to Qin Shu. "Take this thing back and try to refine it." The stone resembled lapis lazuli, yet it felt warm to the touch. Qin Shu curiously examined the stone in her hand and asked her master, "Master, what is this thing?" The true Lord Lingshu replied, "There's a fire essence sealed inside. Your fire, attribute cultivation, is not at a high level. If you can refine this fire essence, your fire's spiritual energy will experience a qualitative leap." Fire essence. Qin Shu was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. As an alchemist, she had heard of fire essences. Every alchemist yearned to possess one. If an alchemist could get the assistance of a fire essence in pill refining, the quality of the pills would be improved. However, there were so many alchemists that fire essences had become a scarce resource. Nowadays, apart from the powerful cultivators, she hadn't heard of anyone else having a fire essence, and her master was so generous as to give her one. Qin Shu was extremely touched. But she still couldn't help asking, wouldn't it be better to give such a precious thing to my senior sister? Her spiritual energy and spiritual roots were somewhat special, and no one knew how they would develop in the future. Upon hearing her words, the true man Ling Shu directly shot her a glare. The things of this master can be given to whoever this master wants. Just accept it when it's given to you. This master has given something else to your senior sister. Seeing Qin Shu obediently take the fire essence, he nodded in satisfaction. This is more like it. Yu belongs to the fire spirit bird clan, and the temperature of her original flames is already high. Moreover, she has a heavenly spiritual root. If she refines this fire essence, she won't need to refine pills in the future. Reminded by her master, Qin Shu also recalled the furnace of rejuvenation pills as big as Lu Wei Dihuang pills refined by her junior sister back then. She looked up at her master, smiling sweetly and asking, Master, how should I refine this fire essence? The true man Ling Shu directly gave her a jade slip and a bottle of pills, saying, This master sees that you are a child who can endure hardships. It might be difficult for others to refine this fire essence. But this master is an 8th rank alchemist. He was extremely proud when saying this. Refine the fire essence while taking the pills in this bottle. However, one thing to note is that these pills can only preserve your life, and you'll still have to endure all the suffering. Qin Shu thought about the benefits of refining the fire essence, and then about her half-sister who would come looking for trouble in 6 years. No matter how painful it would be, she was determined to refine the fire essence. Qin Shu thanked the true man Ling Shu but showed no sign of leaving. Seeing this, the true man Ling Shu asked, What's the matter? Do you have something else to say to this master? Qin Shu nodded slightly, with a very solemn expression, looking as if she was about to say something of utmost importance. On the contrary, it amused the true man Ling Shu. He asked, If you have any questions, just speak up. There's no need to be polite with your master. Qin Shu pursed her lips, frowning deeply like the Chinese character Chuan. After holding it in for a long time, she said, Master, do you think? Is there a possibility that the spiritual root value can increase as one grows older? The true man Ling Shu immediately negated her conjecture. Impossible. The spiritual root value is fixed from birth, unless one encounters some rare treasures of heaven and earth. It's already quite difficult to increase the spiritual root value by just 1 or 2 points. How could it increase with age? After saying what needed to be said, the true man Ling Shu suddenly glanced at Qin Shu in front of him, noticing that her expression seemed a bit off, and thinking that his disciple wouldn't ask such a question for no reason, he asked another question. What do you mean by that? Qin Shu sighed and looked up into his eyes. Master, it's exactly what you're thinking. It seems that my spiritual root value has increased. The true man Ling Shu looked even more solemn than Qin Shu herself. He asked, Increased? By how much? When did you notice it? When I first came to Lingxiao Peak. The spiritual root value I measured was different from that when I first entered the sect. At that time, I thought it was an error of the spirit, testing stone. Chapter 151. An uninvited guest. How much has it increased? The true man Ling Shu stared wide-eyed, nervously and excitedly pressing for an answer. It had been years since he'd had such emotional fluctuations. At first, the increase was not much. Only 1 or 2 points for each attribute. Later, the disciple went to the sword sect and joined the sect under the tutelage of Master Wang Jian. Then, the disciple measured the spiritual root values again. This time, the values increased significantly. The fire spiritual root value increased by a full 5 points, and the others increased by 2 or 3 points. The disciple pondered that even with measurement errors, it couldn't be this large a discrepancy. Only then did the disciple take it seriously and plan to find a spiritual root testing stone to retest. Who would have thought? Later, due to being busy, the disciple forgot about it. After hearing what Qin Shu said, Master Ling Shu was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes. How could she forget such an important matter? Of course, this was not the time to dwell on it. Without saying a word, he immediately took out a spiritual root testing stone from his storage ring and placed it in front of Qin Shu for a retest. Qin Shu knew that her master was seeking verification. She also thought that the spiritual root values measured by the same testing stone shouldn't have a significant error, so she placed her hand on the testing stone. 3 colors, red, green, and yellow, gradually emerged. Qin Shu watched the changing values on the testing stone, which finally stopped at 78, 62, and 53. Master Ling Shu frowned and stared at the values for a long time. Then, he gave a light cough, withdrew his gaze, and looked at Qin Shu again. He asked her, Sure, what were your spiritual root values when you first entered the sect? Your master is old now and can't remember many things clearly. He said this rather sheepishly, but Qin Shu didn't think much of it. One should remember their own affairs. Moreover, her master was over 800 years old, and it was quite normal for him to have a poor memory. The previous spiritual root values were 71, 56, and 48. Master, My fire spiritual root is almost reaching 80, and my wood spiritual root has exceeded 60. Now, I find it much easier to refine pills. How strange. The Reverend Ling Shu stroked his beard and fell into deep contemplation, having lived for more than 800 years. It was the first time he had witnessed a growing spiritual root value. Calm your breath, focus your mind. Wait for your master to examine you, he said. Qin Shu closed her eyes and followed his instructions. Then she felt a pair of large hands pressing on her back. This was the first time her master had examined the situation inside her body. However, shortly afterward, Qin Shu suddenly realized something. Would her master discover the inner elixir in her dantian? Oh no, how could she explain it? Panic set in as her mind raced, and her heart pounded violently. The Reverend Ling Shu also noticed her unease. He slowly withdrew his hands, looked down at his young disciple who was blushing with guilt, and gently consoled her, "Don't be afraid. A growing spiritual root value is a blessing that many people yearn for, but can never obtain." Seeing that there was no strange expression on her master's face, as if he hadn't detected the inner elixir, Qin Shu tentatively asked, "Master, is there anything wrong with this disciple?" The Reverend Ling Shu shook his head, his brows furrowed. "For now, I can't see anything amiss. Where's your spiritual qi?" Qin Shu stretched out a finger, and a wisp of slender, smoky, purple spiritual qi drifted from the tip. At this sight, the Reverend Ling Shu widened his eyes in disbelief. "Sure, is this your spiritual qi?" Qin Shu nodded. "Yes, it is. Are you not a cultivator with the spiritual roots of fire, wood, and earth?" He wondered deeply. That was to say, if the spiritual qi floating from her fingertip at this moment were any of the three colors corresponding to those spiritual roots, he wouldn't have been so astounded. Qin Shu still nodded. However, as her intention changed, the spiritual qi at her fingertips also transformed accordingly, resembling a glittering colored lantern, and finally turning into a smoky purple hue. The Reverend Ling Shu couldn't help but feel a profound sense of wonder. He considered himself to have lived nearly 1,000 years and thought he had seen it all. Yet, he never expected to be constantly astounded by his little apprentice. There was the innate lunar spiritual qi without the water spiritual root, the ever-growing spiritual root attributes, and the spiritual qi that could fuse. Just now, he examined his little apprentice's spiritual foundation and meridians and found nothing amiss. On the contrary, her meridians were remarkably broad, as if they had been deliberately refined. How could this little girl cultivate so rapidly even after refining her meridians? With such a spiritual root aptitude, if word got out, it would surely stun a great many people. Fortunately, he had initially recognized the child's talent in alchemy and, despite the opposition, brought her to Lingxiao Peak. Otherwise, such an outstanding aptitude would have been wasted if she had stayed in the outer sect. The Reverend Ling Shu once again thanked his own discerning eye in his heart while pondering over Qin Shu's physical condition. In my opinion, the peculiarities of your spiritual qi and spiritual roots might be related to your constitution. A good constitution is like fertile soil, where no matter what kind of spiritual plants are sown, they will grow into fine seedlings, he said. Qin Shu found his words reasonable. She herself wasn't anxious about it either, as everything was developing in a positive way, something that many people yearned for. She had only mentioned it to her master to keep him informed and avoid the trouble of covering it up in the future. After Qin Shu left, a smile remained on the Reverend Ling Shu's face. He mused that sharing the joy with others was far more delightful than indulging in it alone. Thus, he made a personal visit to the Celestial Mystery Pavilion. The last time Elder Wuchen had divined a fortune for him, suggesting that he take on an apprentice. Fortunately, thanks to that divination, he wouldn't have missed such an excellent disciple. When he arrived in front of Elder Wuchen's hall, from afar, he saw Elder Wuchen playing chess with a young man under a fir tree in the courtyard. Taoist Ling Shu walked over and said cheerfully, "Fellow Taoist Wuchen, you're in such high spirits today." Hearing his voice, Elder Wuchen put down the chess piece in his hand, stood up, and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "I've known since early this morning that a guest would come today, so I've brought my junior brother here to await you." Only then did Taoist Ling Shu look at the young man standing beside him. The young man was tall and dressed in a purple robe, looking somewhat frail. He looked up and bowed to Taoist Ling Shu. Only then did Taoist Ling Shu notice his pale face and ashen eyes. This, Sui-Han extended his slender white hands from his wide sleeves, bowed to Taoist Ling Shu, and said, "I'm Sui-Han from the Celestial Mystery Pavilion. Senior brother said that a distinguished guest would come today, so it's Taoist Ling Shu. I've long admired your name." Taoist Ling Shu knew about the so-called diviners in the Celestial Mystery Pavilion. While others could foresee 3 moves ahead when playing chess, they could even calculate the outcome of the next game while playing this one. The probability of Sui-Han being here by coincidence was extremely low. It was very likely that he was specifically waiting for him. Elder Wuchen noticed the strange look on Taoist Ling Shu's face and simply said directly, "Taoist Ling Shu, my junior brother is ill. Having learned that you're coming today, we'd like to ask you to take a look at him." Ill? In the realm of cultivating immortality, People simply never fall ill. Even congenital diseases can be completely cured with a single dose of pills. Therefore, when someone is said to be ill, it's either due to poisoning or being cursed. His gaze fell upon the young man before him. He wondered which of the two the young man in front of him was. Chapter 152. Backlash upon noticing that true Lord Lingxi was looking at him. True Lord Suiyan didn't shy away and allowed himself to be scrutinized. Although he had been blind for a long time, in the realm of cultivating immortality, he could still rely on his divine sense. The range of vision was limited, far less perceptive than the divine sense that could discern every detail. True Lord Lingxi withdrew his gaze and shifted it to True Lord Wuchen beside him. What's wrong with True Lord Suiyan? Is he unwell? He inquired. True Lord Wuchen heaved a sigh, glanced sideways at Suihan beside him, and said, Junior brother, you tell True Lord Lingxi about it. On True Lord Suihan's fair complexion, there was little emotional fluctuation. His white hair cascaded onto his purple-hued robe. As the gentle breeze blew, it seemed to stir up ripples in his grayish eyes. He was well aware of his own physical condition. He reckoned that True Lord Lingxi in front of him was unlikely to cure him. However, it was his senior brother's kind intention, and he couldn't very well decline. A gentle curve appeared on his lips as he said, My illness, True Lord, is a result of peering too deeply into the secrets of heaven, which damaged my eyes. True Lord Wuchen was anxious when he heard Suihan downplaying his condition. He quickly added, It's not just his eyes that are damaged. His body is now like a tattered sack. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbs, it will all dissipate. His cultivation has stagnated for several decades. Upon hearing this, the true man Lingxi was immediately startled. The heavenly secret pavilion peers into the heavenly secrets, and to some extent, they will suffer a certain amount of backlash. However, precisely because they can glimpse a part of the heavenly secrets, they can also gain some assistance during their cultivation journey. With such positive and negative effects offsetting each other, they can actually advance their cultivation levels in tandem with ordinary cultivators. And this young man before him, what on earth had he glimpsed? How could he have paid such a hefty price? The true man Lingxi stared at Suihan in disbelief, and Suihan responded with a modest smile. Moreover, there was one thing he had never mentioned to anyone. His physical condition was far worse than they had imagined. Not only had his cultivation level remained stagnant for decades, but his body was also suffering from the backlash of peering into the heavenly secrets. If a solution couldn't be found, he might only have 7 or 8 years left to live. The true man Wuchen frowned deeply, wondering what on earth he had divined. The true man Lingxu came to his senses and quickly interrupted him. Is there anything amiss with your body, true man Suihan? He couldn't let them speak casually. What if he learned something he shouldn't? How would it affect his cultivation? He was already over 800 years old and couldn't compare with these young people. He didn't want to know too much. He just wanted to live a few more years. Suihan stared straight ahead, his eyes blank, yet a gentle smile graced his face. There's nothing wrong, really. It's just that I've lost a fair amount of vital energy and blood. After some thought, the true man Lingxu took out 2 bottles of high-grade yuan, replenishing pills he had refined earlier from his storage ring, and gave them to Suihan. If one has suffered significant loss of qi and blood, the first step is to replenish them. As for the backlash from peering into the sky, I have never encountered a similar situation. I must go back and peruse the records left by predecessors. Real person Wuchen took out a jade box from his mustard seed space and offered it to real person Lingxu as a token of gratitude, yet Lingxu declined. There's no need for such formality. In fact, I came today to thank you. That day, you divined for me and advised me to take in a disciple. Now that I think about it, I'm glad I followed your advice. Otherwise, I would have missed out on my dear disciple. Hearing this, real person Wuchen burst into hearty laughter. It seems you're quite satisfied with your newly taken disciple. Real person Lingxu truly longed to show off. But considering the numerous peculiarities of Qin Shu, the more people knew about her at this moment, the more detrimental it would be to her future development. In the end, he suppressed his eagerness to boast. Well, he'd just savor the joy on his own. Hearing their conversation, Suihan casually raised his hand to perform divination. But hardly had he made the first gesture when Wuchen grasped his wrist. Master told you to divinate less in the future. Have you forgotten? Wuchen frowned, looking decidedly displeased. Being over 500 years older than his junior Suihan, he had been entrusted with Suihan's care by their master before the latter entered seclusion, which truly gave him the feeling of raising a child. Suihan withdrew his hand and said seriously, I haven't done the divination for this month yet. Real person Wuchen was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Suihan didn't insist on divining any further. Instead, he gave a gentle smile to the true man Lingxu and inquired, Are you the master of Qin Shu? Upon hearing this, an alarm went off in the true man Lingxu's mind. How did the true man Suihan come to know this? Suihan curved his lips, revealing a charming smile, and said, I've heard from senior brother Lu Li that junior sister Qin Shu is truly an interesting person. Only then did the true man Ling Shu heave a sigh of relief. Indeed, Lu Li and that last Qin Shu were rather close. He didn't linger there and returned. Having a chat with a mystic was already quite stressful, not to mention it was two fellow disciples. He always felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be seen through. After the true man Ling Shu left the place of the true man Wu Qin, Sui Han also departed. He returned to his dwelling. With a flip of his wrist, he took out a tortoise shell. He scattered the tortoise shell on the table and struck it with wave after wave of spiritual power. Gradually, cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. Sui Han's gray eyes seemed to refocus, yet as soon as he glanced at it, his throat tightened. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. He cast a cleaning spell to tidy up the bloodstains and then stared blankly at the cracked tortoise shell. It seemed that this Qin Shu was truly no ordinary person. He still remembered that at the beginning, he could still foretell her fate. However, now, her fate seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Recalling that day when senior brother Lu Li divined her fortune and almost lost his composure of the Tao heart, Sui Han gradually calmed down. Anyway, he wasn't the only one who failed to divine it. After thinking about senior brother Lu Li going into seclusion to cross the tribulation upon his return from Lingxiao Peak, Sui Han became increasingly intrigued by the Taoist friend named Qin Shu. He still remembered clearly that Taoist friend Qin Shu had promised him the friendship of an alchemy master. Qin Shu was someone who couldn't withstand being mentioned. She shivered, glanced at the earthly fire before her, and lost herself in contemplation. What was going on? Sitting beside the earthly fire, she still felt a bit cold. Could it be that after practicing here for so long, she had become immune to it? She introspected her body and saw that the fire spiritual qi enveloping her lungs seemed to have no effect at all. Qin Shu sighed. It seemed that she had to put the search for the residual sun's secret ice on her schedule. All these had to wait until the sect grand competition was over. Before that, she had to use the earthly fire to refine her other internal organs. With the sect grand competition approaching and the sect selection becoming more urgent, everyone had been as tense as a taut string in the past 2 days. Qin Shu almost failed to get a turn in the alchemy room.